As the new year approached, Liu Xiaomi sat listlessly with her father and younger brother by the fire, her eyes vacant. It was not that there was a lack of conversation among the family, but rather the incessant discussions about marriage and dowries rendered her speechless. Had she known, she would have feigned busyness at work to avoid returning home for the holiday. Old Liu puffed on his water pipe and issued his final ultimatum. Regardless of your feelings for Chen Fugui, we must arrange the marriage after the new year. Otherwise, how will we find the dowry for your brother? Your mother passed away. Early raising you both alone has not been easy. Has it only been a year, and already you feel you have taken flight? I assure you, as long as I draw breath, I remain your father. Younger brother Liu Xiaomi chimed in. Though Chen Fugui may not be handsome, his family is wealthy, owning several buildings in town, and I hear he has purchased a property in the city as well. Sister, looks alone won't fill your stomach. Just agree, and my marriage to Xiaolin will be settled too. A double celebration. Liu Xiaomi remained silent, poking the fire with a stick and biting her lip in frustration. Did her father and brother not understand who Chen Fugui was? A man who dabbled in affairs, having seduced numerous widows and married women in the village. Were it not for the wealth of his family, he would have long since been hospital-bound. Chun uncle also mentioned that he could arrange jobs for us at the processing factory in town. So, you wouldn't have to travel far for work, Liu Xiaomai continued, extending a hand. With such a salary each month, this proposition stirred something within Liu Xiaomi after all. The grueling labor in the city only yielded 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, and after daily expenses, there was hardly anything left. Yet, after a year of working and listening to her friends' tales of love, she felt it would be a disservice to herself to marry a nouveau riche like Chen Fugui. In a big city, what sorts of admirable men awaited her? Why should she settle for a mere branch on a tree? Seeing his sister's conflicted expressions, Liu Xiaomai endeavored to embellish the situation. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from outside, startling everyone. They rushed out, flashlights in hand, searching for the source of the noise. Other young villagers gathered at the village entrance, speculating about the occurrence. In the oppressive darkness and biting cold, no one could ascertain the origin of the sound, and they agreed to investigate further in the morning. However, Liu Xiaomi ventured alone beyond the village, climbing a small hill. In times of distress, she often sought solace in the wind atop this hill. Today, however, the wind was particularly frigid, whipping around her face painfully. She shrank her neck, preparing to leave when suddenly a muffled thud echoed from the slope nearby, followed by the sound of crushed underbrush. The beam of her phone's flashlight could not reach that far, so she cautiously circled down to the foot of the hill. After a diligent search, she discovered a figure lying amidst the grass, bloodied and motionless, perhaps already dead. Panicking, Liu Xiaomi hurriedly dialed her brother. Beyond that, she could think of no other recourse, lacking even the courage to call out. Liu Xiaomai soon arrived with a few friends, pushing the stunned Xiaomi aside as they dragged the figure from the thicket. A swift examination revealed a pulse and breathing. A suggestion arose to take him to the hospital, but others countered that it would cost money, and this man had nothing on him, not even a pocket for a wallet or phone. Who would pay for this? The group of young men, all in their 20s, was momentarily at a loss. Liu Xiaomi, feeling both embarrassed and anxious, exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, cover him with a coat. Leaving him out in this cold could be fatal. Hurry, let's carry him back." "Where do we take him?" someone asked. "Quickly, to my house," Liu Xiaomi insisted, giving her brother a forceful shove. Realizing that saving the man was paramount, they wrapped him in a military coat and, with a flurry of hands, placed him on Liu Xiaomai's back. Liu Xiaomai, accustomed to farm labor and possessing considerable strength, still found the burden heavy, likely around 200 pounds. At nearly 6 feet tall, the man's feet dragged along the ground. He must have been nearly 2 meters tall, and with his long limbs, was he perhaps a basketball player? As Liu Xiaomai pondered, he struggled to catch his breath while carrying the man back home. The other young men reminded him to call the police before dispersing, leaving the bewildered siblings behind. Old Liu quickly gathered herbs to staunch the bleeding, scolding, "What are you dawdling for? Get some hot water. A person who has lost so much blood cannot be left to shiver." Only then did the siblings spring into action, hastily tending to the situation while the idea of calling the authorities slipped their minds. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to clean him up. Old Liu, having learned a few tricks from his veterinary studies, confirmed that the young man had no internal bleeding or fractures, and thus abandoned the notion of hospitalizing him. This lad looks quite fair. He is likely a city dweller who lost his way and fell down the hill. Lost his way right beside the village? He must be either a fool or mute, Liu Xiaomi muttered. I suspect he fell from the sky. Didn't you hear that noise earlier? Could a person fall with such a sound? Surely not. There was no sound of an airplane either, Liu Xiaomi retorted. The siblings continued their aimless speculation, while old Liu's thoughts were more grounded. When he wakes, let him tell us what happened. We can have the police return him home. As the clock approached 11, old Liu and Liu Xiaomi, unable to keep their eyes open, retreated to their rooms to sleep. Liu Xiaomi, accustomed to working late, felt no fatigue, remaining by the bedside with her phone. Yet her gaze involuntarily drifted to the young man. He was strikingly handsome, with a high nose, sharp brows, a chiseled chin, and lips that seemed to invite a kiss. Lost in her reverie, she noticed him stir, licking his lips and mumbling something unintelligible. In her clumsiness, she attempted to offer him water, only to accidentally choke him awake. I'm sorry, it was unintentional, Liu Xiaomi stammered, pulling back her hand and inadvertently splashing water on his face. He seemed indifferent, staring straight ahead, his brow occasionally furrowing and relaxing. You're awake. Liu Xiaomi summoned her courage to inquire. Who are you? Where do you come from? How did this happen to you? It appeared he only then realized there was someone beside him, scrutinizing Liu Xiaomi in silence. Feeling her face flush under his gaze, she asked once more. He echoed her query. Who are you? Where do you come from? How did this happen to you? His tone sounded peculiar, prompting Liu Xiaomi to chuckle. Are you a foreigner? Examining him closely, he seemed far from an outsider. Are you a foreigner? He mimicked, though his tone was now more melodic. This is Longwa, this is Xiaoa village. Liu Xiaomi pointed to herself. I am Liu Xiaomi. Liu Xiaomi. This time, he appeared to grasp a bit more, pointing to himself. I am Liu Xiaomi. I am Ouyang. Liu Xiaomi tilted her head, studying him. His mimicry lacked finesse, yet his name did not sound foreign. Was he perhaps of Chinese descent? She chose not to dwell on it further, instead preparing a bowl of meat porridge to feed him. Ouyang, seemingly famished, swiftly consumed a bowl, snatching the bowl from her hands to feed himself, disregarding the pain from his wounds, and devoured 7 or 8 bowls. Until he was satisfied, Liu Xiaomi watched in a daze, not out of disdain for his voracity, but rather captivated by how handsome he looked while eating, strikingly so. Once Ouyang had his fill, he attempted to rise from the bed, displaying no signs of injury, yet his mind was a blank slate. He could not recall who he was, where he came from, or what he intended to do. The name Ouyang that he had spoken to Liu Xiaomi was merely a subconscious utterance, not his true identity. Approaching the window, he gazed into the vast, starry night, enveloped in confusion. Liu Xiaomi trailed behind him, comparing herself to his towering figure she could barely reach. His shoulder, how tall he was. The two stood in contemplative silence for half an hour, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Liu Xiaomi voiced her concern. Ouyang, perhaps you should rest for a while. If there's anything to discuss, we can do so tomorrow. You're only wearing a thin garment, aren't you? Cold? Ouyang was clad in Liu Xiaomi's autumn top, which was noticeably too short for him. To others, it appeared comical, but to Liu Xiaomi, it simply conveyed the chill. Ouyang, unable to comprehend her words, was pulled back onto the bed, yet in this unfamiliar setting, sleep eluded him. With wide-open eyes, he gazed intently at Liu Xiaomi. Feeling bashful under his scrutiny, Liu Xiaomi hesitated to leave. Unfortunately, their lack of a common language rendered conversation impossible, prompting her to take out her phone and play some music. Ouyang began to hum along. Seemingly enchanted, he had never encountered such sounds before. It dawned on him that the world contained such wondrous melodies. With the music as his companion, he gradually slipped into slumber. Chapter 2. The distant relative of the Liu family. By the time Ouyang awakened, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Liu Xiaomi burst into the room, cradling a large bowl of noodles. Ouyang, rise and shine. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, I'll take you to the police station. Liu Lao followed closely behind, inspecting Ouyang's wounds while exclaiming, he is healing so quickly. This medicine for mules works wonders. Ouyang allowed them to fuss over him. Although he had no idea who they were or what they were saying, he felt no sense of danger. Perhaps it was they who had rescued him. Liu Xiaomi entered last, carrying a pot of chicken soup. Dad, he's still a patient. Must you fuss over him like this? Do you see how delicate he looks? I feel sorry for him. I think he looks quite sturdy. Liu Laotu retorted, releasing Mo Yang and instructing Liu Xiaomi. Let the police take him away later. Our Liu family has done a good deed. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. After that, call Chen Fuguwei to discuss your sister's marriage. Dad, I haven't agreed yet. Liu Xiaomi protested. When have you had a say in matters arranged by your elders? How can you leave me with such shame? Liu Laotu huffed as he exited, eagerly awaiting the bride price to marry Liu Xiaomi off and expand the family. Mo Yang observed this peculiar family dynamic, puzzled by Liu Xiaomi's sudden change in demeanor, while Liu Xiaomi remained cheerful. It seemed that Liu Laotu was the ultimate authority, and everyone was obliged to follow his lead. After devouring a significant amount of noodles and chicken soup, Mo Yang curiously examined a chicken bone, realizing he had never encountered such an animal before. When a few chickens and ducks scurried around the yard in search of food, it dawned on him. So, this was what they looked like, so small and adorable. No wonder their meat was tender, albeit insufficient in quantity. Liu Xiaomi provided Mo Yang with a change of clothes and went outside to wait on her small electric scooter. Liu Xiaomi gave Mo Yang a gentle push, indicating, "You should go with my brother. I hope you can return home soon." Pausing, she added, "I'm Liu Xiaomi. I hope you remember my name." Liu Xiaomi, Mo Yang replied, somewhat dazed, unable to decipher her glum mood. Liu Xiaomi took Mo Yang to the village police station, where only an elderly officer was on duty in preparation for the new year. After Liu Xiaomi summarized the situation, she was about to leave when the officer called her back. "You need to take him home first. I'll check things out, and then you can bring him back." "What?" The old officer explained in a calm manner. "You say he cannot communicate and doesn't know where he lives. Where am I supposed to send him? This isn't a welfare home. I can't just keep him here. Leave your number, and I'll notify you once I have clarity." While the logic was sound, it was unreasonable to expect Liu's family to continue caring for him. After much back and forth, Liu Xiaomi reluctantly took Mo Yang back home. He felt frustrated. How did saving a life turn into a hot potato? Upon returning home and explaining the situation to Liu Laotu, the old man could only sigh in resignation, grumbling that at least they had done a good deed. Liu Xiaomi, however, seemed more cheerful, her previously gloomy expression brightening. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and the young people who had been working away returned to the village. It wasn't long before visitors arrived to chat, and with the help of a few young folks who had assisted the night before, word quickly spread that the Liu family had rescued a handsome young man. The father and son of the Liu family grew weary of the inquiries and decided to claim that Mo Yang was a distant relative who had accidentally rolled down the mountain. Liu Xiaomi, feeling pressured by her impending marriage, sulked in her room, playing with her phone. Mo Yang found himself in a corner of the yard, inexplicably in possession of a tattered elementary school textbook. Liu Xiaomi, intrigued, asked, "Can you read?" Mo Yang shook his head and pointed to the pictures in the book, then gestured toward the rooster in the chicken coop. "Chicken, big rooster." Liu Xiaomi, having completed junior high, attempted to teach him with imperfect phonetics. Mo Yang followed suit. "Chicken, big rooster. Very clever." Liu Xiaomi exaggeratedly praised, calling out to Liu Xiaomi's room, "Sister, Mo Yang can read now. Come see." She then donned a coat and went out to play. Liu Xiaomi was indifferent, but feeling bored. She flipped to the front of the book and taught him the phonetic letters. A, E, I, O, U. Mo Yang memorized it after hearing it just once. "A genius," Liu Xiaomi exclaimed. Mo Yang replied, "I genius." It was unclear if he understood the meaning, but Liu Xiaomi became interested and picked up the textbook to continue teaching him. In less than half an hour, they finished the book. Mo Yang not only remembered all the words, but also grasped their meanings. Liu Xiaomi rummaged through the woodshed and surprisingly unearthed both elementary and middle school textbooks, likely intended by Liu Xiaomi to be used as firewood. This fortunate find allowed Mo Yang to complete the second and third grade language studies, and he practically became a master, while Liu Xiaomi became a mere observer, no longer posing questions. As dinner approached, Liu Xiaomi bounced into the house, exclaiming in a flustered manner, "This is bad. Chen Fugui has come with a group looking for you." So what if he has? Why bring a whole entourage? Liu Xiaomi, perplexed, followed her outside, only to encounter Chen Fugui and 7 or 8 others blocking the entrance, each wielding a short stick. The stout leader, upon spotting Mo Yang still studying in the yard, grew even more irate, shouting, "Liu Xiaomi, how dare you hide a pretty boy at home? And you, Liu Xiaomi, return the 100,000 yuan immediately. I will not waste that much on a second-hand item." "Chen, what nonsense are you spouting?" Liu Xiaomi retorted, her anger palpable. Liu Xiaomi, equally bewildered, asked, "Brother Chen, is there a misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" Chen Fugui, hands on his hips and nose in the air, declared, "The whole village knows that a distant cousin has come to your home, hiding with Liu Xiaomi and engaging in unspeakable activities. Now that we've caught you red-handed, what do you have left to say?" Feeling insulted, Mo Yang stood up and glanced at Chen Fugui, noting the stark contrast in their appearances and figures. Chen Fugui's jealousy flared as he pointed at Mo Yang, shouting, "Look at him. You have been caught in the act. What excuse do you have now?" Liu Xiaomi cried out in protest, "Brother Chen, please listen to me." But before she could elaborate, he struck her down with a blow, leaving her groaning on the ground. Liu Xiaomi rushed to confront Chen Fugui. "How dare you hit someone? I will call the police. You worthless scoundrel. You already have a partner and still expect to swindle me out of 100,000 yuan?" Chen Fugui scoffed, acting as though he were a paragon of virtue. "Step aside. If Liu Xiaomi doesn't return the money today, I'll break both his legs." "Who wants to marry you?" Liu Xiaomi retorted fiercely. "Xiaomi, return the money now." Liu Xiaomi clutched his leg in pain, exclaiming, "Sister, I have no money left. I transferred it to Xiaolin's family." "What?" Everyone stood in shock, realizing just how quickly he had acted, first selling his sister, then handing over the bride price. Chen Fugui contemplated this. He wasn't concerned about the money, but felt humiliated to be cuckolded before he even had a chance to claim his prize. Nevertheless, he was still determined to pursue Liu Xiaomi, smirking lewdly, "Xiaomi, I'm not unreasonable. How about this? Swear never to associate with this pretty boy again. Become my little wife, and I'll let bygones be bygones. How does that sound? You shameless cad." Liu Xiaomi shot back without a moment's hesitation. Chen Fugui sneered, "Shameless? I'm merely enforcing the law of debts. If you don't pay, I'll make you pay in pain." With that, he lunged toward Xiaomi, ready to strike. Liu Xiaomi let out a terrified scream, crouching down and covering her head as she braced for the impending blow of the stick. Just then, a long, slender hand intervened, firmly grasping the weapon. Mo Yang had appeared before them, his demeanor icy as he addressed Chen Fugui, uttering a disdainful, "You, shameless wretch." Chen Fugui, at least 30 centimeters shorter, could only gaze up at Mo Yang's nostrils, the condescension of the moment igniting a furious rage within him. In a desperate attempt to retaliate, he executed a notorious kick aimed below the belt, thinking to himself that no matter how tall or handsome one might be, such a strike would render even the divine helpless. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and a searing agony surged through Chen Fugui's heart as he realized his calf had been shattered. Yet, before he could comprehend the pain, he found himself lifted by the neck, unable to utter a sound, his face turning crimson from the exertion. The intensity of Mo Yang's gaze suggested he might very well end his life on the spot. At that moment, Elder Liu rushed in, surveying the chaotic scene, and shouted in alarm, "Stop! Everyone, cease this at once." Chapter 3. The Calamity. Mo Yang obediently cast Chen Fugui to the ground. He was Liu Xiaomi and Appo's, as father, the authority in this vicinity. Chen Fugui, clutching his short legs, cried out in despair, while several sycophants stepped forward to offer comfort, only to be met with a tirade of insults. "What are you here for? Strike him, beat him senseless." Yet, none dared to approach, for one hand had been enough to lift a man off the ground, revealing the formidable nature of this individual. They were merely here to intimidate, not to face retaliation. Fortunately, the venerable Liu Laotu appeared suddenly, interposing himself between them. The host had declared a cessation of hostilities. It was prudent to heed that. "Fugui, Let us discuss this amicably. Why resort to violence? Lu Laotu helped Qin Fugui to his feet. In a few days, we shall all be relatives. How could matters escalate to this extent? Qin Fugui winced in pain, tears brimming in his eyes. Anger surged within him. You old fool, who says we're related? Just wait. If I don't find someone to beat you all to a pulp, I won't bear the Qin surname. Lu Laotu, respected in the village, had never been so openly insulted. His face turning a shade of green with fury. The siblings swiftly recounted the events that led to this confrontation, and Mo Yang, unexpectedly adding fuel to the fire, declared, "He is shameless." Lu Laotu had no time to address Mo Yang's remarks. Feeling that this individual should never have been saved, not only did he lack virtue, but he had also invited calamity upon them. The root of the issue lay in the unknown scoundrel who had spread rumors into Qin Fugui's ears, tarnishing their joyful occasion. Had they returned sooner, there might have been a chance to clarify the misunderstanding. But with Qin Fugui in such a state, any explanation would be futile. Lu Laotu, however, was decisive. Xiaomi, retrieve the money and return it to Fugui. Dad. Liu Xiaomi protested internally, but the situation demanded compliance. I will ask now. Lu Laotu turned to Qin Fugui with a conciliatory smile. Fugui, we shall return your money shortly. Calm down. I will clarify these rumors to your father. Rest assured. Xiaomi is still an untouched flower. Your marriage will not be lost. How naive. What about my leg? Qin Fugui retorted. Do not presume that just because your daughter is fair, I must marry her. Return me 100,000 in betrothal gifts, along with 30,000 for medical expenses and 20,000 for emotional distress, and we shall consider this settled. He demanded exorbitantly, clearly not in need of a woman. Lu Laotu was left speechless. He intended to placate Qin Fugui for now, discussing matters later, but where could he procure such a sum? Liu Xiaomi interjected. You were the one who struck first. Mo Yang only intervened to save me. If you continue this farce, I shall report you to the authorities. Whoever does not report is a fool. Qin Fugui declared boldly, knowing that in this world, the injured always held the upper hand. Liu Xiaomi, having spent a year in the outside world, understood this principle well. Threatening to call the police was merely a scare tactic against a wealthy rogue. The only outcome would be Mo Yang's arrest and further financial loss. Overwhelmed, she felt tears threatening to spill. Why was it that she had been wronged without recourse? Lu Laotu, equally at a loss, glared at Mo Yang. This calamity is your doing. Had I known, I would have let you perish in the mountain gorge. Figure this out. I cannot produce 150,000. Mo Yang, seemingly receiving a command, responded with grave seriousness, I will handle it. Qin Fugui cast him a sidelong glance. Thinking to himself, what can this lad do? Suddenly, he found himself seized by the throat, lifted into the air. Mo Yang coldly inquired, your life or 150,000? No one anticipated such a method of resolution from Mo Yang. It was unmistakably a tactic of the underworld. Who was this young man, a mysterious figure of the dark arts? Yet, it proved effective, as Qin Fugui, in a strained voice, gasped, I choose my life. Mo Yang glanced at Lu Laotu, seemingly asking, is this resolution acceptable? Lu Laotu, trembling, felt his legs weaken. Qin Fugui's struggle was real. In the throes of near death, one can lose control over bodily functions. Quickly, he grasped Mo Yang's hand, pleading, enough. Release him. Do not cause a death. Mo Yang promptly let go of Qin Fugui and reported to Lu Laotu, I have resolved it. Lu Laotu had no time for pleasantries. He knelt beside Qin Fugui, applying pressure points and performing CPR until he finally coughed up a mess, leaving the ground a chaotic scene. Yet, the tension lifted as they realized no life had been lost. Panicked, Qin Fugui scrambled towards the exit, fearing for his life. His followers, equally frightened, quickly assisted him out. The courtyard fell silent as the Liu family exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing among them. After a moment, Liu Xiaomi, brimming with excitement, asked Mo Yang, could you be a soldier of elite status, accidentally injured and stranded here? Soldier? Elite? Mo Yang pondered the meanings of these words he had just learned. But he could not recall his past, shaking his head in frustration. Liu Xiaomi exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. Though the immediate danger had passed, what of the future? Liu Xiaomi pressed on. Dad, should we still return the money? Liu Laotu, lacking direction, replied, decide for yourselves. He then strode off to consult with his old friends on how to proceed. With Mo Yang here, returning the money seemed absurd. Liu Xiaomi, thrilled, draped his arm over Mo Yang's shoulder. Think again. Are you not a special forces soldier, the greatest of them all? 1 against 10 is mere child's play. Mo Yang, bewildered by the question, was interrupted by Liu Xiaomi. You've read too many novels. Where do such soldiers come from? Get up and clean this mess. That evening, Liu Laotu did not return for dinner. The young ones hastily consumed some egg noodles, and afterwards, Mo Yang took out a book to study. He recognized the characters, yet some content still required reinforcement. Liu Xiaomi dashed out, and soon returned with several martial arts novels, placing them before Mo Yang. Study these. They contain unparalleled skills. Flipping through a few pages, Mo Yang remarked, thank you, before immersing himself in the reading. The siblings watched in astonishment as he turned the pages with remarkable speed. I am done. In just over an hour, Mo Yang raised his head, appearing to have mastered an extraordinary skill. A genius. Liu Xiaomi could hardly believe his eyes. He pulled out his phone and opened a novel app, specifically seeking a story about a soldier for Mo Yang to peruse. Look closely. Perhaps it will trigger some memories. Liu Xiaomi leaned closer, reading the title, The Soldier King in the City. Xiaomi, is this helpful? Sis, you saw how he looked at Dad today, the tone he used. His methods against foes, they are those of a soldier. If he is not a soldier king, I will write my name backwards. Liu Xiaomi declared with conviction. The novel failed to spark any recollections in Mo Yang, but it was indeed engaging and improved his reading skills. His fingers moved ever faster until, suddenly, the screen went dark. Is it broken? He asked, returning the device to Liu Xiaomi. Not at all. It just ran out of battery. Liu Xiaomi chuckled. Your speech is becoming increasingly fluent. Have you remembered anything? Mo Yang shook his head in resignation. I still cannot recall. Mo Yang is not my true name. It must signify something else. That's all right. For now, we shall continue to call you Mo Yang, Liu Xiaomi reassured him. You could search for information online using my phone. It may prove more beneficial than reading novels. She proceeded to guide him through the Baidu search engine. After a few attempts, Mo Yang quickly adapted, diligently searching for topics of interest, Soldier King, mobile phones, electricity, the value of 150,000, how to handle injuries, and so forth. Observing his fervor, Liu Xiaomi connected him to a charger, allowing him to explore freely. The next morning, as the siblings entered with breakfast, they found Mo Yang still engrossed in his phone, resembling a youth consumed by internet addiction. Upon seeing the two individuals enter, he put down his phone and calmly remarked, I believe I have discerned who I am. Chapter 4. I am an alien. I am a traveler. Mo Yang asserted confidently. Are you certain? Liu Xiaomi asked, bemused, unsure if her brother had been influenced by some fantastical novel. Liu Xiaomi, however, remained noncommittal. Did you bring any sort of system to help us dominate the world? No, you're overthinking it. Mo Yang admired Liu Xiaomi's unconventional and expansive thought process. Liu Xiaomi nodded thoughtfully. There is indeed a possibility. Mo Yang is much taller than us and possesses remarkable skills, yet he cannot speak Huaxiao language and doesn't even know how to use a mobile phone. Therefore, there are two possibilities. Either he is an alien or he has traversed from a parallel universe. However, a traveler would typically arrive with a system. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in coming? So, you are an alien, albeit a rather unconventional one, as aliens are usually quite unattractive. With a hint of reason in her analysis, Mo Yang replied, So, I am indeed an alien? Liu Xiaomi poked Liu Xiaomi on the head, laughingly scolding. I think you both are insane. There are plenty of people much taller than him, just not in this small village. As for skills, I believe those elite soldiers are not inferior to you. But didn't you say there are no elite soldiers? Liu Xiaomi countered. Certainly. There are no soldiers capable of catching bullets as depicted in novels, but real-life elite soldiers are indeed formidable. As you mentioned, one can take on 10 without exaggeration. Liu Xiaomi said while preparing breakfast, you should really consider what to do if you encounter a rogue like Chen Fugue next time. If he decides to sue us, you will have to pay. and Mo Yang will end up in jail. Mo Yang, however, was unfazed. I could just kill him. Shoo. Liu Xiaomi quickly covered his mouth. Startled. You mustn't entertain such thoughts. Taking a life comes with dire consequences. Mo Yang questioned in confusion. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who would know? Liu Xiaomi regretted letting him use her phone the night before. What had he learned? Pretending to be angry, she declared, when I say no, it means no. You are forbidden from hitting anyone, and even more so from discussing violence. Yes. Command acknowledged. Mo Yang instinctively replied, almost saluting. Unaware of why he reacted that way, the siblings simply laughed it off as a joke. After breakfast, Mo Yang was eager to escape the confines of the house. Liu Xiaomi pondered for a moment and decided to take him to the town for a stroll and to purchase some New Year goods. The small electric scooter could only accommodate 2 people, leaving Liu Xiaomi to stay behind to work and gather information about Chen Fugui's whereabouts. The town market was quite bustling, but it would only begin to wind down in the afternoon as everyone prepared for the New Year's Eve dinner. Liu Xiaomi had not fully considered Mo Yang's height. When he stood on the street, he towered above the crowd, coupled with his striking looks, attracting an extraordinary amount of attention. Unfortunately, his ill-fitting attire somewhat diminished his appeal. Those familiar with Liu Xiaomi approached to chat, immediately inquiring if he was her boyfriend, creating an awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, Liu Laotu had previously mentioned that he was a distant cousin, allowing them to use this guise temporarily. Yet, the inquiries persisted. Does your cousin have a girlfriend? What does he do for a living? Where is he from? Liu Xiaomi regretted bringing this troublemaker along. Mo Yang tugged at Liu Xiaomi, pointing to a mobile phone store, asking, "Can I buy a phone?" Liu Xiaomi had worked for a year and had saved just over 10,000 yuan. She had given 3,000 to her father, 2,000 to her brother, leaving herself with 5,000 to 6,000. After the holiday, she would have to work for another month and a half before receiving her salary. So she intended to stretch this money as far as possible. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and nodded. The mobile phone store was nearly empty, with only a sales assistant idly playing with her phone. Upon seeing customers enter, she instinctively stood up, but upon seeing Mo Yang, she was momentarily speechless. When had such a handsome young man appeared in town? It was Liu Xiaomi who broke the silence. We are here to buy a phone. Do you have any recommendations? After a while, the sales assistant regained her composure and awkwardly smiled. Of course, young people should use Apple phones. This new iPhone 13 just came out. Liu Xiaomi, however, was not interested in listening to her entire pitch. Her eyes had already wandered elsewhere. An Apple phone was beyond her budget. Something around 2,000 would suffice. Meanwhile, Mo Yang listened intently, even picking up a sample to fiddle with. At that moment, several female students entered, their eyes fixated on Mo Yang. They boldly took out their phones and began snapping pictures, seemingly intending to post them on social media to flaunt their handsome find. Liu Xiaomi hurriedly stepped in front of the camera, angrily exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you know that taking pictures of others without permission is illegal? Come on, Auntie, we're not kids anymore. Don't try to scare us," one girl retorted, brushing past Liu Xiaomi. Auntie. Liu Xiaomi was infuriated by being called that by someone only slightly younger than herself, but she was at a loss as to how to handle them. Grabbing Mo Yang, she attempted to leave. Mo Yang, however, had slipped the phone into his pocket, fully considering it his own. Liu Xiaomi quickly stopped him. "Did you not see them taking pictures of you? We can get you a phone later." Mo Yang glanced back at the girls. Although he did not fully grasp the connection between taking pictures and buying a phone, he complied and returned it to the counter. The girls finally got a clear view of Mo Yang's handsome face, but then they stopped, mocking, "Didn't he expect you to be a freeloader? But you have the looks for it. Little brother, you should find a rich person. What prospects can you have in a place like this?" Liu Xiaomi was truly incensed. She stepped forward and pushed one of them lightly. "How can you speak like that? He is my cousin." The girl stumbled back, pointing at Liu Xiaomi and shouting, "Just wait. I'm calling Wang Gu. I was assaulted in the phone store. Come quickly." "What nonsense? When did I hit you?" Liu Xiaomi was exasperated with these girls. Was this how students behave nowadays? Attempting to leave, they were still blocked. She felt an overwhelming urge to kick them out of her way. Seeing Liu Xiaomi in a state of distress, Mo Yang, without a second thought, reached out and gently pushed the girls aside, sending one of them tumbling to the ground. Though she appeared unhurt, seizing the opportunity, she began to scream, "Help! Assault! Help!" Liu Xiaomi shot Mo Yang a glare. "Didn't I say not to resort to violence?" Mo Yang felt wronged. "Isn't this still considered violence?" Soon, a crowd gathered outside the phone store, pointing and gossiping about the commotion inside. The sales assistant noticed the situation escalating and urged everyone to disperse. Yet, the exit was blocked, making it impossible to leave. Just then, the crowd parted, allowing a group to enter, led by the girl who had cried foul. She squeezed out a few tears and lamented, "Wang Gu. This pair of dog men and women bullied us." Wang Yuquan was a local tough guy, even if one had not heard of him. Encountering such a gang would naturally instill fear in the onlookers, causing the circle of spectators to grow significantly. "Hey, where did this pretty boy come from? Not only did he harass young girls, but he also dares to hit people," Wang Yuquan sneered, stroking his bald head, which bore 2 long scars. A testament to his illustrious exploits. Liu Xiaomi was bewildered. Why did they encounter such ruffians every day? She quickly explained, "This gentleman, let me clarify. That girl was taking pictures of my cousin without permission and wouldn't let us leave. I merely nudged them gently. It's not as she claims." "Oh, is that so? In that case, let me give you a little push, and we will call it even," Wang Yuquan leered, stepping forward with intent to grab Liu Xiaomi. Liu Xiaomi screamed in fright and instinctively took a step back. In reality, she had no need to retreat. A large hand caught Wang Yuquan's, preventing it from advancing any further. "What do you think you are? How dare you stop me?" Wang Yuquan shouted, realizing he could not retract his arm. With a slight twist of his wrist, Mo Yang dislocated the thug's arm with a sharp crack. Only then did he release him, allowing the injured limb to flail about helplessly. Wang Yuquan emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his demeanor having drastically deteriorated since his arrival. This was a result of his learning through videos the previous night, and it seemed the effects were quite remarkable. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and finish him off." Wang Yuquan's expression mirrored that of Chun Fugue from yesterday. A wave of revulsion swept over Mo Yang as he stepped forward, intent on grasping his throat to silence the unbearable noise. "Mo Yang, did you not promise me you would refrain from violence?" Liu Xiaomi interjected, apprehensive that he might act rashly. "Fine, let us leave then. But what if they decide to attack us?" Mo Yang replied helplessly, gesturing towards Wang Yuquan's lackeys. Liu Xiaomi, equally at a loss, could only respond, "You are permitted to defend yourself, but you must not inflict harm upon them." Chapter 5. Escape upon receiving the command. Mo Yang felt a sense of dilemma. Suddenly, he recalled a video he had seen the previous night, where a person was protected from harm by books, even when struck with a sledgehammer. Thus, he removed his coat and wrapped one of his fists, resembling a colossal boxing glove. Although the group of thugs was aware that this tall young man possessed some skills, they relied on their numbers and charged at him. The onlookers, terrified, scattered in all directions. Fighting is not always about numbers. With a mere lift of his hand, Mo Yang sent one thug sprawling, then another, and within half a minute, more than a dozen lay on the ground. Despite the absence of visible injuries, each person clutched their abdomen, groaning, with some even vomiting profusely. Liu Xiaomi stood by, dumbfounded. Could it be that he truly was the kind of warrior who could take on 10 opponents single-handedly? Wang Yuquan, lying on the ground, feigned death, while 2 young girls nearby expressed concern. "Brother Wang, are you okay? Get up and fight him." Infuriated, Wang Yuquan squeezed his eyes shut tighter, cursing inwardly. "What are you talking about? Are you blind? Let us go." Leading the way, Mo Yang walked ahead while everyone instinctively kept their distance, transforming the previously bustling street into a surprisingly spacious expanse. Liu Xiaomi, feeling uncomfortable under the curious gazes of so many, hastily covered her face and slipped away. Although they were clearly the victims, it felt as though they had committed some grave offense. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaomi pulled the 2 into a room, exclaiming, "Sister, how dare you come back? The police just left after investigating, and I managed to send them away. You and Mo Yang need to leave quickly. I heard from my friends that Chen Fugue not only reported us to the police, but also enlisted a local thug to come after us." threatening to break Mo Yang's legs. What should we do? Liu Xiaomi exclaimed, resembling an ant on a hot pan, while Mo Yang stood by like a statue. Liu Xiaomi made the decision. Sister, Mo Yang has no ID. You must catch a ride to Dongwon City to avoid trouble. You'll have to return to work after the new year anyway. What about you? Liu Xiaomi asked anxiously. Me? Liu Xiaomi hesitated, stammering, I'll be fine. I'll just refund his money. It's not like I hit him. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. Hurry and pack your things. My ride is almost here. Without further ado, Liu Xiaomi rushed into the room to gather her belongings, while Mo Yang, having little to pack, grabbed a few of Liu Xiaomi's clothes. A van soon stopped at the door, with two young men sporting dyed yellow hair in the back seat, looking far from trustworthy. Liu Xiaomi took the passenger seat, while Mo Yang squeezed into the back. Instead of heading directly onto the highway, the driver drove towards the town, claiming he needed to pick up 2 more people. In the village, vans typically wait until fully loaded before departing. Liu Xiaomi, anxious, gazed out the window, hoping to leave quickly, while Mo Yang resumed reading a novel on her phone. One of the yellow-haired youths glanced at Mo Yang and sneered. Hey kid, still in school? Reading a cultivation novel? That's fake. You'd be better off calling me Big Brother. I can introduce you to the life. It might be real, just exaggerated, Mo Yang replied thoughtfully. I'm with Liu Xiaomi. Liu Xiaomi? The yellow-haired youth seemed to process this slowly, but upon noticing the woman in the front seat giving him a meaningful look, he chuckled. So she is Liu Xiaomi? Not bad-looking. You could do worse than having her as your sister-in-law. Mo Yang took a moment to comprehend the implication. But seeing Liu Xiaomi silently staring out the window, he opted not to respond and continued reading. The two yellow-haired youths exchanged crude jokes, losing interest when they received no reaction. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted, and after hanging up, the yellow-haired youth instructed the driver to head to a specific location. The driver appeared puzzled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead despite the cold. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle turned down a mountain road. And as Liu Xiaomi began to sense something amiss, she spotted a clearing in the distance with 20 to 30 people gathered. You're working with them. I'll report you. Liu Xiaomi shouted angrily, trembling as she pointed at the driver. Do you know who they are? They're dangerous. Wiping his brow, the driver pleaded. Miss, I had no choice. With that, he turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake, and jumped out of the van, fleeing into the distance. The leader of the group appeared rather comical, sitting in a wheelchair with one leg propped up, while another had a bandaged arm. Despite their appearances, they menacingly approached with their gang. Liu Xiaomi, get out. Today, I'll break all 3 of that pretty boy's legs and see how he struts around after. Chen Fugui bellowed, exuding an air of confidence. Beside him, Wang Yuquan panicked, realizing they had crossed paths with these two again. Rubbing his still painful shoulder, he ordered his subordinates. Don't hold back. Let us all go at it. We'll deal with the guy after we take him down. The thugs who had been beaten earlier nodded in agreement, tightening their grips on the steel pipes. Liu Xiaomi anxiously looked back, and to her astonishment, Mo Yang had already seized the necks of the 2 yellow-haired youths, who were now gasping for air, their faces turning crimson. You're hitting again. Liu Xiaomi wanted to scold him, but upon noticing the 2 knives that had fallen nearby, she gasped, realizing what Mo Yang had just endured. I'm acting in self-defense, Mo Yang asserted. Now, we must exit for self-defense. There are so many of them, armed with clubs and knives. Liu Xiaomi was on the verge of tears. What if I apologize to Chen Fugui and agree to be his mistress? Maybe he'll let us go. You want to be his mistress? Mo Yang asked innocently. I don't want to, but I feel I have no choice. Liu Xiaomi inhaled deeply, steadied herself, and stepped out of the van. Approaching Chen Fugui, she forced a smile that was more painful than tears, pleading, Brother Chun, my cousin doesn't understand. Please let us go. I promise to meet your conditions. Do you think I'm a fool? Isn't that kid supposed to be tough? Let him come down and fight me. Chen Fugui roared, but then, with a sinister grin, he pointed at his own lap and said, If you can make me feel good, I might consider letting you go. It's also a test of whether you're worthy to be my mistress. Disgusted, Liu Xiaomi felt nauseous at the lewd suggestion, her mind flashing with images from action films. Yet, seeing the thugs with steel pipes egging him on, she hesitated. Suddenly, tension filled the air. and everyone began to retreat slowly, with Chun Fugue pressing back in his wheelchair. Mo Yang, gripping one yellow-haired youth in each hand, approached the group, 2 men weighing nearly 600 pounds combined. "Everyone, don't panic. Let us go," Wang Yuquan shouted, raising his steel pipe and charging forward, attempting to embody the role of a leader. However, he was quickly flattened by the hefty projectiles Mo Yang hurled at him. The other yellow-haired youth collided with Chun Fugue, toppling his wheelchair aside, the wheels still spinning. Wang Yuquan, enduring pain in his arm, finally managed to push the yellow-haired thug off him, but was dismayed to find all his subordinates sprawled on the ground, curled up like shrimp, wailing in agony. Mo Yang unwrapped the cloth around his hands. It was a piece of sleeve from one of the yellow-haired youths, insufficiently thick for protection. He glanced at Wang Yuquan but ignored him, turning instead to help Liu Xiaomi, who was sitting on the ground, clutching her head, terrified and trembling. Liu Xiaomi had closed her eyes, bracing for a brutal beating. Yet, upon seeing Mo Yang unscathed and surrounded by fallen foes, it felt like a dream. Suddenly, she sprang into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Mo Yang found it rather perplexing. What was there to weep about? Was she truly engulfed in sorrow and despair? "Let us depart." Mo Yang spoke with an air of tranquility, as if no unsettling incident had transpired moments before. The two settled into the vehicle, and it took quite some time for Liu Xiaomi's emotions to stabilize. Outside, the scene was void of life, leaving only a scattering of steel pipes and blades. Liu Xiaomi still struggled to fathom that all of this had been orchestrated solely by Mo Yang. At that moment, the driver returned, awkwardly standing by the window and inquiring, "Excuse me, may I join you in the vehicle?" Chapter 6. The astute Liu Xiaomi. The two did not allow the driver to take them away. Instead, they returned home. As soon as they entered, Liu Xiaomi shouted, "Liu Xiaomi, come out." Upon seeing her brother, she charged at him without waiting for an explanation, striking him mercilessly. "Do you know everything? Have you colluded with Chun Fugue? Are you trying to harm us? Do you have any idea how many of them there are? Do you know they are armed with steel pipes and machetes?" "Sister, please let me explain," Liu Xiaomi cried, shielding his head. "I calculated it perfectly. With Mo Yang's skills, he would absolutely be fine. Think about it. If you all left, what would Dad and I do at home? We can only subdue them to ensure our safety. Look, aren't you all fine now? Oh, please stop hitting me." Despite his pleas, Liu Xiaomi was still filled with fury. First, she was taken away for ransom, and now she felt betrayed by her brother. What had she become? If it weren't for Mo Yang, she might have already been subjected to unspeakable acts by Chun Fugue. Liu Xiaomi hid behind Mo Yang, and Liu Xiaomi ceased her pursuit, collapsing to the floor in tears. Liu Xiaomi felt wronged. "Aren't you all fine now? Why are you still crying? Mo Yang, did you take care of Chun Fugue and his gang? I'm sure you handled them with ease. I refuse to believe they would dare trouble us again." Mo Yang, however, was unfazed. He felt that prolonging the situation was a waste of time. He believed it would be more efficient to await Chun Fugue's arrival for a confrontation or to have Liu Xiaomi revoke her self-defense command. After all, if this continued, those people would inevitably return to cause more trouble. Old Liu sat nearby, puffing on his water pipe with a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought. Once the commotion had subsided, he remarked, "Stop crying. You should all go hide outside tomorrow. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on this old body of mine. While you're at it, visit a major hospital to see if they can treat Mo Yang. If he regains his memory, we can send him to the police station, and you can return to marry Chun Fugue. Is this the final decision?" Mo Yang was bewildered, observing Liu Xiaomi weep. To him, marriage was the union of lovers. Yet it seemed Liu Xiaomi and Chun Fugue did not share that sentiment. Finally, the family gathered for the New Year's Eve dinner. Old Liu wore a stern expression. Liu Xiaomi had swollen eyes, while Liu Xiaomi and Mo Yang appeared oblivious, engrossed in their phones, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Old Liu muttered to himself, "The village rules dictate that accepting a bride price means agreeing to the marriage. Refusing would be akin to a divorce, leaving one with a tarnished reputation. I cannot bear to engage in such disgraceful acts." "Yes, that's what Xiaolin's father said," Liu Xiaomi chimed in. Liu Xiaomi's tears flowed freely once more. She was resolute. This time, she would leave and not return, even if it meant marrying someone else rather than Chen Fugui. She cast a glance at Mo Yang. Wasn't it said that they had something together? He was indeed a decent option. But what if Mo Yang regained his memory? Liu Xiaomi's determination wavered. The father and son drank and grew increasingly animated, even discussing whether it was time to send their eldest grandson to school in town. Liu Xiaomi could no longer endure the conversation, snatched Mo Yang's phone back, and retreated to her room in a huff. Liu Xiaomi chuckled. Look, you've upset my sister again. What does this have to do with me? Mo Yang wondered, feeling at a loss without his phone. Liu Xiaomi offered him a bowl of wine. Come on, let us drink and forget about her. Mo Yang remembered reading online that drinking could lead to intoxication. So he declined. I want to drink. Being drunk leads to mishaps. This is homemade rice wine. It's not that easy to get drunk. Besides, what could happen? If you do get drunk, it's just a matter of sleeping it off. What kind of man doesn't he drink? Liu Xiaomi insisted. He believed Liu Xiaomi would not marry Chen Fugui, which meant he could afford to marry Xiao Lin without worry, and after what had transpired, Chen Fugui would likely not dare to come demanding a refund. Oblivious to Liu Xiaomi's motives, Mo Yang took the bowl and sipped. It was somewhat spicy and aromatic. Not particularly enjoyable, yet he experienced no adverse reaction. Under Liu Xiaomi's persuasion, he unknowingly downed another bowl. How is it? Isn't wine a wonderful thing? Liu Xiaomi blushed and poured another bowl. Let me tell you, once a woman is married, she is like spilled water. My sister is already considered part of the Chen family. Despite their quarrels now, she will ultimately have to heed Chen Fugui. Mo Yang paused, a strange thought forming in his mind. He could no longer confront Chen Fugui because Liu Xiaomi would have to obey him. Bewildered, he wondered how he could entertain such a notion. If Chen Fugui continued to bully Liu Xiaomi, would he take action or refrain? This puzzling question left Mo Yang bewildered as he downed 3 more bowls, while Liu Xiaomi collapsed onto the table, babbling incoherently. Old Liu, having drunk his fill, commanded, "Help this little rascal back to his room. I'm going to rest now." Mo Yang, listen closely. It is our Liu family that saved you. You must not do anything inappropriate to Xiaomi, as it would ruin her life. Understand? We are not ungrateful people. Yes, Mo Yang replied, bowing his head. Although he was uncertain what constituted ungratefulness, he understood that he must heed old Liu's words. After assisting the father and son back to their respective rooms, Liu Xiaomi emerged to help clear the table. Let me do it. You're so clumsy, she said. Mo Yang halted, watching her, perplexed by her reaction. Am I not supposed to help? He pondered how to act correctly. Once I take you to Dongguan City to get your health sorted, I'll work there and never return. Liu Xiaomi suddenly smiled. You'll owe me money, though, since I'm broke. You want to return? You want to listen to Chen Fugui, nor your father? Mo Yang was still caught up in his earlier dilemma. Why should I listen to them? My father is an old-fashioned man. You shouldn't listen to them either. Everyone has their own thoughts. Why must we heed others? But you must listen to me. You cannot simply strike others. Liu Xiaomi responded, somewhat exasperated. My dream is to earn a lot of money. Once I have it, I won't have to listen to anyone. Mo Yang recalled the saying that money is omnipotent, and indeed it seemed so. More importantly, the previous question was now clear. Liu Xiaomi need not heed Chen Fugui, and in the future, he could still take action. He merely needed to follow Liu Xiaomi's lead. However, another question arose. Mo Yang inquired, is it really difficult to earn money? I remember there is a place called a bank filled with money. Take me there, and I'll help you take some. You'll get yourself killed. You think you can rob a bank? Liu Xiaomi laughed and scolded, tossing a cloth at him. That's illegal. They de-execute you. Never speak of such nonsense again. Also, you cannot strike others intentionally. Only act in self-defense. Do you understand? Yes. Mo Yang replied cheerfully, catching the cloth and joining Liu Xiaomi in her tasks. He contemplated how to quickly find out how to make a fortune. During their rest, Liu Xiaomi hesitated before finally agreeing to lend Mo Yang her phone. She was genuinely worried he might learn something outrageous, so she cautioned him. First, look up the legal clauses online. Know what you can and cannot do. Yes. Mo Yang took the phone with delight. For him, it was far more valuable than money. The first 3 days of the new year passed without them leaving. As the driver too had to spend the holiday at home, Liu Xiaomi could not impose further. promising that they would depart early on the fourth day. Fortunately, in recent days, there have been no reports of Chun Fuguei causing disturbances, and even the village has been remarkably quiet, as if nothing of note has transpired. However, on the final day of the third lunar month, a matchmaker unexpectedly arrived, claiming to seek a suitable girl for Mo Yang. The matchmaker, armed with photographs acquired from an unknown source, extolled Mo Yang's virtues to an extravagant degree. Liu Xiaomi snatched the photos for a closer inspection, discovering they were taken at a mobile phone store. Unbeknownst to the young lady in the image, who seemingly dared not stir trouble, she and her companions had nonetheless taken to social media to denounce the brother and sister duo. Regrettably, their remarks were seen by someone with ulterior motives, who then shared the handsome young man's photograph. Nonetheless, this had little effect on Mo Yang, who remained ensconced at home, engrossed in his mobile phone to the point of neglecting his own well-being. Chapter 7. The ordinary worker, the driver, a man of his word, arrived promptly at Liu Xiaomi's doorstep early on the fourth day of the new year with a dedicated vehicle solely for the two of them. Liu Xiaomi urged him to take on more passengers, reluctant to part with a few hundred yuan. Alarmed, the driver coaxed and cajoled the pair into the car, questioning if he could dare to ask for payment. Was he blind to the fact that Wang Yuquan and his entourage of over 20 individuals still had someone hospitalized? Just being in one piece felt like a blessing, and he feared that Mo Yang might remember his role as an accomplice. However, he was overthinking it. Mo Yang was engrossed in his phone, ignoring him entirely. What could possibly be so captivating on that screen? The journey stretched over 800 kilometers and would take nearly 10 hours. By noon, the driver was utterly fatigued and suggested resting at a service area. Mo Yang volunteered to take the wheel while the driver slept. The driver acquiesced, realizing that alternating drivers would alleviate some of the strain. However, Liu Xiaomi inquired, "Do you know how to drive? Do you have a license?" License. Mo Yang lowered his head to check his phone for the meaning of that term. Driving appeared simple. He believed he could master it with just a glance. The driver was speechless. While driving wasn't inherently difficult, there were laws and regulations to adhere to, and the police would not be lenient. So it was merely a small booklet. Mo Yang looked up, fixing his gaze on the driver. "Hand me the keys. During holidays, no one checks the vehicles. It'll be fine." The driver hesitated, glancing between Mo Yang and Liu Xiaomi, feeling quite troubled. Liu Xiaomi, however, was unconcerned. Many young people in the village drove without licenses, and Liu Xiaomi herself was no exception, so she was not surprised by Mo Yang's ability to drive. Ultimately, the driver handed over the keys, cautioning, "It's not that I care for the money. Just take it easy. There are 3 lives in this vehicle." "Understood," Mo Yang replied confidently, convinced that nothing would go awry. The van screeched as it sped off, tires smoking, instantly causing regret for both passengers. "We're speeding. We're speeding." The driver yelled, "Let the big truck pass. Slow down on the turns." Throughout the journey, the driver was drenched in sweat, pondering how many fines he would incur for this reckless ride. Liu Xiaomi was initially apprehensive, but soon realized that someone who could drift at 100 km/h on the shoulder had little to fear. They completed the remaining distance in just over 3 hours, and the driver calculated an average speed of roughly 140 km/h, fully aware that this van was unlikely to survive long. In the end, Liu Xiaomi handed the driver 500 yuan, which he accepted without protest, grateful to recoup a portion of his losses. Liu Xiaomi's workplace, an electronics factory, was situated on the city's outskirts, 20 kilometers from Dongguan's urban center. Although rent was relatively affordable here, a single room still cost 1,000 yuan per month. Rows of private apartments were primarily rented out to workers, while landlords resided in upscale neighborhoods in the city. Thus, during the festive season, the streets were nearly deserted. Once Liu Xiaomi dropped off her luggage, she collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly relaxed. Life outside was preferable, though work was arduous. She was free from the burdens of various trivial matters, the incessant nagging of her parents, and the looming threat of Chun Fuchi finding her here. "Make yourself at home," she said. "It's a bit messy, but please don't mind." "I don't mind," Mo Yang responded, feeling somewhat out of place without his phone, awkwardly perched on a plastic stool. "It's getting late. Let's visit the hospital tomorrow instead." We can just have some instant noodles for dinner tonight, Liu Xiaomi decided. She didn't give Mo Yang her phone, as it was nearly out of battery, and after several hours of driving, he needed rest. Why don't you take a short nap? Sure, Mo Yang agreed. But he surveyed the room, pondering where he would sleep. Liu Xiaomi recognized this dilemma. While she could still lie down on her bed for now, what about later? Mo Yang shifted on the stool, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. He appeared not overly tired, as his eyes darted beneath his eyelids. It seemed he was merely complying with Liu Xiaomi's command to sleep. Come sleep in the bed. I'll go buy some things at the supermarket downstairs, she offered. Okay. Mo Yang approached the bed, but hesitated, recalling he should remove his coat and socks before lying down. He remembered someone mentioning that the world harbored countless bacteria, and one should maintain cleanliness by not wearing outer clothing or socks in bed. Seeing Mo Yang clad only in his younger brother's oversized shorts made Liu Xiaomi's face flush. Where did he acquire such fastidiousness? Once she confirmed he was genuinely asleep, she ventured downstairs. Aside from food, she also intended to buy some suitable clothing for Mo Yang. Though the small supermarket downstairs was modest, it stocked all essential household items. The proprietor, Sister Yang, was also a tenant there. She had sustained an injury at work 2 years prior, received compensation, and opened the store to accompany her husband, who continued to work, and to support their child's education in the city. Sister Yang, you didn't return home for the new year? Liu Xiaomi cheerfully greeted her while checking out. Xiaomi, you've come so early. I saw you just now. Did you return home and get a boyfriend? Sister Yang teased. Liu Xiaomi struggled to find an explanation. Calling him her cousin seemed implausible, especially since they would be staying together. Sister Yang scanned 2 pairs of men's underwear and chuckled. There's no need to feel shy. Renting a place is just for the convenience of dating, isn't it? Your ex-boyfriend was no good. It was about time you moved on. This new friend of yours is quite tall. It's a shame he doesn't play basketball. The middle-aged woman's tongue was sharp, leaving Liu Xiaomi unable to interject, and she hurriedly paid before making her escape. Upon cautiously re-entering, she discovered Mo Yang had indeed fallen asleep. Little did she know that Mo Yang had barely slept in recent days, all due to his obsession with his phone. It was only Liu Xiaomi's insistence that allowed him to relax. However, Mo Yang's sleep was light. Even the slightest noise would rouse him. He bolted upright upon seeing Liu Xiaomi, who promptly lay back down. Stop pretending to sleep. Try on these clothes to see if they fit. After we eat, you can rest again, Liu Xiaomi instructed, pulling out a pile of garments. Mo Yang stood and took the clothes, quickly trying them on. The new attire was slightly short, but the snug thermal wear accentuated his physique. Liu Xiaomi adjusted the hem and collar, wishing her boyfriend could be as tall and handsome. After circling him a few times and inspecting him thoroughly, she finally felt satisfied and went to prepare some noodles. A simple dish of plain noodles with 2 eggs was prepared, and fearing he might not have enough to eat, Liu Xiaomi had also bought several packs of ham sausage. Mo Yang devoured everything without hesitation. I'm so envious of you. You eat so much yet remain so slim. Liu Xiaomi mused, recalling the impressive muscles she had just seen, utterly baffled by how they were developed. Do I really eat that much? Mo Yang questioned, but Liu Xiaomi's remark made him reflect on his eating habits. You're not eating too much. I'm just too poor. At this rate, I'll be bankrupt within a month. Liu Xiaomi joked, understanding the gravity of bankruptcy, which could lead to dire consequences. Mo Yang responded earnestly, I'll eat less from now on and find ways to help you earn money. I won't let you go bankrupt. I was just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. Liu Xiaomi retorted, her smile fading, feeling slightly put off by his sudden seriousness. Then teach me how to earn money. I'm willing to help, Mo Yang insisted, remaining earnest. Perhaps you should recover your memory quickly. You might come from a wealthy family, and that could help both of us, Liu Xiaomi replied, equally serious, recognizing the mutual benefit. Agreed. Mo Yang nodded. After finishing their meal, Liu Xiaomi led Mo Yang for a stroll, introducing him to the area. They completed nearly a full circuit, deliberately avoiding the small supermarket as Liu Xiaomi wished to sidestep any explanations regarding Mo Yang's situation. Perhaps tomorrow he would be well enough to visit the hospital and then leave, which would necessitate yet another explanation, A troublesome prospect indeed. As they passed through the factory area, Mo Yang suddenly remarked, "Why not let me work and earn some money? If I have a job, won't I have income?" "But you are a patient," came the reply. "Moreover, the meager wages in the factory can merely cover basic needs. To amass wealth, one must become a boss." "Then why do you not become a boss instead of working for someone else?" Seeing his naive expression, Liu Xiaomi chuckled and said, "Because I lack the capital." Chapter 8. Mental illness, neurological disorders. As night fell, Liu Xiaomi did not encounter the awkwardness she had anticipated. With a simple command, Mo Yang obediently laid down on the bed and fell asleep. The 1.5-meter bed was spacious enough for them to lie on opposite sides without disturbing each other. Liu Xiaomi stole a glance at him, pondering whether he truly regarded her as his cousin. When dawn broke, she discovered that she had monopolized the entire bed, cocooning herself in the blanket like a zongzi. Mo Yang sat by the door, charging his phone and scrolling through it. "What time did you wake up?" Liu Xiaomi inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "You weren't frozen awake, were you?" "I just got up. I'm not cold," Mo Yang replied, not lying to her, but omitting the fact that he had sat by the bed until morning. As for the temperature, he had no need to concern himself. Liu Xiaomi seemed quite sensitive to the cold, curling up like an octopus while sleeping. Initially, Mo Yang had wanted to offer her some warmth, but he recalled that online sources suggested that embracing someone without their consent could be deemed a crime. Thus, he merely wrapped her in the blanket, vigilantly ensuring she did not kick it off. Seeing that he appeared quite well rested, Liu Xiaomi believed him. After tidying up and having a bite to eat, their ride arrived, and they reached the hospital by 9 o'clock. East Bay City Mental Health Specialist Hospital. Mo Yang observed the imposing sign on the building, contemplating whether he was indeed suffering from a mental illness, as it seemed to be a place meant for the mentally unwell. Noticing his expression, Liu Xiaomi quickly clarified, "We need to see a neurologist, not a psychiatrist. Please don't misunderstand. This is the only doctor we could book an appointment with. I couldn't secure one at the larger hospitals. Let's just see what we can find here." "All right," Mo Yang agreed, expressing that as long as he could regain his memory, he would be open to any hospital. With the New Year's holiday still in effect, doctors were few and patients many. It took 2 hours before Mo Yang was attended to. An elderly doctor listened to his concerns before ordering a CT scan. After another hour of waiting, they received the results. The doctor glanced at the images and concluded, "There are no organic lesions in the brain. Start with some medication to improve cerebral metabolism and we'll reassess later." Liu Xiaomi felt a pang of regret. Spending over 1,000 yuan for a mere "let's wait and see" conclusion was frustrating. "Doctor, can't you think of a quicker solution? We can't afford to wait any longer." The doctor stretched and explained, "Young lady, amnesia lacks specialized treatment methods. Most cases rely on self-healing. Take him to places where he used to study or work. Perhaps he will suddenly remember something. However, prepare yourselves for long-term treatment. If that's the case, why even conduct the tests? You could have just told me," Liu Xiaomi muttered, increasingly feeling that spending over 1,000 yuan was a waste. The doctor anticipated her reaction and chuckled, "You cannot think that way. If amnesia were due to brain lesions, how could you be sure without examination? Spend more time with your cousin, revisit familiar environments, and discuss past events with friends." Unable to counter his logic, Liu Xiaomi begrudgingly accepted the truth. Feeling annoyed that her financial struggles led her to feel this way, Mo Yang suddenly interjected, "I don't even know where I've been or who my friends are. What should I do?" The doctor paused, then laughed. "How could that be? Did you fall from the sky or emerge from a rock? If you don't know, surely others don't either?" "I fell from the sky," Mo Yang replied earnestly. "I landed in a ravine, and my cousin saved me. So, no one knows where I came from or where I've been." "Really?" The doctor's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Indeed." Both Mo Yang and Liu Xiaomi affirmed in unison. The doctor appeared contemplative as he wrote on a notepad, "Young lady, I recommend you both see a psychiatrist. I may not be able to address your condition here." "What do you mean?" Liu Xiaomi understood the implication. Only the insane sought psychiatric help. "For your health and that of your family, I suggest you consult a psychiatrist. This condition requires treatment, and the sooner, the better." Before the doctor could finish, Liu Xiaomi grabbed Mo Yang and left, growing increasingly agitated at the thought of spending money only to be labeled as mentally ill. "We're not going to the psychiatric ward?" Mo Yang, still perplexed, asked innocently. Liu Xiaomi retorted, "No. The doctors here are incompetent. In a few days, we'll try a different hospital." Although she spoke with conviction, she was aware that even at another hospital, the situation might not improve. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaomi temporarily shelved the idea of seeking medical help and contacted her factory to inquire about any overtime work. If not, they might struggle to make it to the end of the month. Fortunately, the factory had just received a shipment of materials that needed to be stored, and they were eager to have the family members help out, paying daily wages. Mo Yang had no objections, but learning that the pay was merely 150 yuan for a day's work dampened his spirits. It would take him 3 months of labor to afford a new phone. The earnings from working were far less than he had envisioned. The next day, Liu Xiaomi brought Mo Yang to the factory, where he stood out in ill-fitting work attire, drawing attention from others. Sister Li, the warehouse supervisor, pulled Liu Xiaomi aside. "Xiaomi, your boyfriend is quite handsome, though he looks delicate and thin. Can he handle physical labor?" He can. He is very capable," Liu Xiaomi hurriedly assured her, fearing the supervisor might dismiss him. Sister Li smirked, "No need to shout. You're the best judge of that." Realizing the implication, Liu Xiaomi quickly clarified, "He is my cousin. Don't get the wrong idea." As it turned out, Mo Yang was indeed very capable. He easily lifted and carried items that required multiple people, his height allowing him to manage cargo without needing a vehicle. In just half a day, he and Liu Xiaomi unloaded an entire truck of goods, a task that would typically take 8 people. During a break, a coworker in his 30s approached them with a cigarette, saying, "Hey, kid, you're impressive. I didn't expect you to have such strength. But there's no need to push yourself so hard. You finished 2 days' work in one. The boss won't pay extra." Mo Yang declined the cigarette, noting the warning on the pack about the health risks of smoking. Though uncertain of its accuracy, he found it to be quite sensible. He looked to Liu Xiaomi for confirmation, and she nodded in agreement. After lunch, they resumed unloading the second truck, but the pace noticeably slowed. Liu Xiaomi partnered with Mo Yang, encouraging him to take it easy while she also enjoyed a lighter workload. Sister Li was displeased, reminding them that the boss had instructed to expedite the unloading process. She summoned Liu Xiaomi and Mo Yang for a reprimand. "Didn't you say he was capable? It's only half a day, and he is already slacking. Everyone else is taking it easy. Why should we exert ourselves more?" Liu Xiaomi countered, not wishing to overwork Mo Yang, aside from the pay. "Little girl, don't try to outsmart me," Sister Li said, pulling out 500 yuan and handing it over. "Work hard and stop dawdling." Mo Yang watched, pondering whether this could be considered extortion. This contradicted the information he had gathered, but after some thought, he concluded that the efficient should earn more. No, it was the capable that earned more. Working diligently, they completed 2 days' worth of tasks in 1 day. And Sister Li was generous, rewarding each worker with an additional 200 yuan. The team harbored no complaints, especially since Mo Yang was as effective as 4 workers combined. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaomi gleefully counted out 900 yuan. It was her first time earning so much in a single day. How could she not be happy? Mo Yang, however, felt little joy, realizing that 900 yuan for a day's work was still insufficient, especially as they had no work lined up for the next day. While they should have celebrated with a late-night snack, Liu Xiaomi suggested, "We should save money for your treatment, so let us just have another pack of instant noodles. How about I add an extra egg for you?" "Sounds good." Mo Yang acquiesced, yet could not suppress the thoughts swirling within. He believed that those with ability should reap greater rewards, engaging in more lucrative endeavors. "Your aspirations are quite fanciful, but one must possess both skill and capital to amass substantial wealth," Liu Xiaomi remarked while preparing noodles. "Alternatively, one might need to wield power and influence. Much like Supervisor Li, who earned 2,000 yuan today without lifting a finger." "Why is that?" Mo Yang inquired, intrigued. Chapter 9. Attracting attention. It was rumored that today, the boss allocated 4,000 yuan to Supervisor Li for unloading 4 trucks of goods. The 8 of us working for 2 days only needed 2,400, which means she could earn 1,600. However, due to your presence, she only spent 2,100, so she practically made around 2,000 yuan. Liu Xiaomi revealed this insider information. Doesn't your boss know how to do basic math? Mo Yang still couldn't comprehend. Didn't someone teach you to slack off today? If we really took our time, it would take at least 3 days, which totals 3,600. The boss's calculation is sound. He just didn't account for someone like you. Liu Xiaomi continued to elucidate. Bringing the noodles to the table. Dinner is served. Mo Yang began to do the math. If we were to dawdle, working 3 days would also cost us 900. So you agree to take the money for the work. Exactly. I'll reward you with an egg. Liu Xiaomi seemed particularly joyful, peeling an egg for Mo Yang. Mo Yang kept probing. Can you become a supervisor? You could earn money without working. Not that simple. Don't be fooled by Supervisor Li. She actually puts in a lot of effort. The warehouse has its perks, but it's not accessible to everyone. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Just enjoy your noodles. Liu Xiaomi dismissed further discussion, not wanting to reveal that Supervisor Li had secured her position through her relationship with the boss. Everyone is working hard, and it's not easy. At that moment, the induction cooker suddenly crackled and emitted a puff of smoke before ceasing to function entirely. No matter how much they pressed the buttons, there was no response. How unfortunate. I'll have to spend several hundred on a new one. Liu Xiaomi's good mood soured, wishing she could smash the cooker to bits. Mo Yang was affected too. Upon hearing about the expense, he felt a twinge of concern and quickly intervened. Don't throw it away. I can fix it. You can repair it? Liu Xiaomi was astonished. You didn't learn that from the internet, did you? Indeed. Mo Yang unabashedly expressed his confidence. He fetched a screwdriver and expertly disassembled the cooker, identifying a burned-out fuse. Are you sure? Liu Xiaomi was skeptical. Probably. I lack the tools and parts. Otherwise, I could fix it. Mo Yang pondered. I just need a lighter, a battery, and some copper wire. Is that for real? Liu Xiaomi doubted. Yet she hurried downstairs to buy the materials, which cost only a few yuan, treating it as a last-ditch effort. Mo Yang swiftly worked his magic, soldering a short copper wire to the burnt fuse, reassembling the cooker, and astonishingly, it powered back on. A genius. Liu Xiaomi exclaimed in delight. Now we've saved a few hundred yuan. Since that's the case, why not save even more? Liu Xiaomi rummaged through her belongings, pulling out old phones, fans, hairdryers, and rice cookers. She had initially planned to take them to a repair shop, but had been too busy with overtime. Mo Yang accepted the challenge, systematically disassembling each item and separating what could and couldn't be repaired. The irreparable items were due to missing parts. Like a phone screen, no one could conjure those out of thin air. Liu Xiaomi drafted a parts list based on Mo Yang's assessment and promptly ordered the components online, even snapping pictures of the tools needed. As for the fan and hairdryer, Mo Yang managed to fix them using his homemade lighter and electric soldering iron. Just like that. In 10 minutes, you've earned me 40 to 50 yuan, Liu Xiaomi remarked with a smile. I want to charge you. Mo Yang replied earnestly. Foolish. You could earn from others, Liu Xiaomi thought to herself, already calculating how, once the tools and parts arrived, she might start a small repair shop. Even during the holiday season, the delivery service proved reliable, and within 2 days, the items arrived. Liu Xiaomi found a piece of white paper and wrote home appliance repair on it, leaving a string of numbers below, her newly acquired phone number. As Mo Yang was now using his repaired old phone, she took the makeshift sign to the supermarket downstairs, discussing with Sister Yang whether she could post it as an advertisement. Sister Yang readily agreed, even unearthing some small items, a calculator, an electric heater, and a mosquito swatter, saying, Could you take a look at these? It would be a shame to throw them away. Not a problem, but I'm unsure if I have the parts. It might take a few days, Liu Xiaomi replied happily, surprised at how quickly business was coming in. Sister Yang chuckled. Whether you can fix them is secondary. If not, just dispose of them. But please don't charge me excessively. How could I charge you? You're doing me such a tremendous favor. Liu Xiaomi gleefully carried the heap of junk back for Mo Yang to inspect. Thus, for the next couple of days, Mo Yang was far from idle, focusing intently on watching repair videos online. Dealing with these small gadgets proved to be child's play, and he completed all the repairs in just over 10 minutes. That was quick, Liu Xiaomi remarked in astonishment. Mo Yang nodded. explaining that they were merely minor issues of components coming loose, requiring no parts replacements. Liu Xiaomi, cradling the repaired gadgets, rushed downstairs again. Sister Yang, everything is fixed. Take a look. After testing, everything was operational once more, and Sister Yang was equally impressed, saying, "Your boyfriend did this? His skills are remarkable." Liu Xiaomi humbly accepted the praise, watching as Sister Yang repositioned the repair phone number in a conspicuous spot. Satisfied, she added, "Thank you, Sister Yang. Please don't hesitate to call if you need anything repaired," though the number was out there. Liu Xiaomi returned to work without receiving a single call for business. Mo Yang was left at home, anxious and studying diligently, clutching his phone. As soon as work commenced, he found himself pulling an overtime shift, returning home close to midnight to discover a television in the room. Liu Xiaomi's eyes brightened. "Is there a job? Can it be fixed?" "It's already repaired," Mo Yang replied, still focused on his phone. "That is wonderful. How much did you charge them?" Liu Xiaomi inquired. "Sister Yang asked me to take 50. Mo Yang considered, but this TV had a minor issue. A capacitor was faulty, which cost only 50 cents to replace. "You didn't tell her, did you?" Liu Xiaomi asked, concerned. Mo Yang confessed, "I wanted to, but Sister Yang wouldn't allow it." Liu Xiaomi felt that leaving the contact number with Sister Yang was an incredibly wise decision and resolved to express her gratitude the next day. The following morning, she found a moment to call Sister Yang, thanking her for yesterday's assistance. However, Sister Yang seemed preoccupied, incessantly praising Mo Yang's looks, his honesty, and exceptional skills, assuring Liu Xiaomi that he would surely thrive in business. Liu Xiaomi felt a twinge of unease as she listened. By noon, she finally understood the situation as a group of female workers in the communal cafeteria passed around whispers about a super handsome repairman who had recently appeared at their factory. Liu Xiaomi quickly acquired a few pictures, revealing Mo Yang sitting at the entrance of the small supermarket, repairing appliances. It appeared that he had been photoshopped. With no one else in sight, Liu Xiaomi thought to herself how absurdly trivial these women were. Why such a frenzy over a handsome guy? At dinner time, her friend sent over some unedited photos, taken at the same spot, but showing a group of female factory workers surrounding Mo Yang, who was utterly engrossed in his work. His serious demeanor caught Liu Xiaomi's eye, prompting her to look more closely. One of her friends even left a note. "I'm preparing some things to take for repair. Maybe I can get the handsome guy's contact information. Do I really need to add him?" Liu Xiaomi thought. "He is already mine." After a long day, she finally got off work, but found Mo Yang still busy, having received an overwhelming number of requests. The room was filled with various appliances, alongside an abundance of milk, tea, and snacks. Liu Xiaomi asked, somewhat annoyed, "What is with all these snacks?" Mo Yang responded while working, "Everyone here is so warm-hearted. They said I've worked hard and bought me treats. I didn't have time to eat, so I brought them home for you. You might enjoy them." "I don't like them," Liu Xiaomi retorted angrily, though deep down, her disdain was rooted in her financial constraints rather than the snacks themselves. Mo Yang believed that every young girl must possess certain preferences, yet Liu Xiaomi was remarkably unique. Consequently, he remarked, "I shall savor it slowly, thus saving money." At that moment, Mo Yang finally discerned that Liu Xiaomi appeared somewhat discontented. He opened his mobile wallet to show her, "Your idea is truly splendid. The business is thriving." 1980? Such a sum, Liu Xiaomi exclaimed, realizing that a single day's work equated to half a month's salary for her. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, as if this fortune had been procured through Mo Yang's charm. Nonetheless, it was a blessing in disguise. Soon she would have the means to seek medical attention, and once her health was restored, she could retreat from the limelight. In the days that followed, Liu Xiaomi learned from Sister Yang that her family's supermarket became extraordinarily bustling right at closing time, significantly boosting the store's overall business. Sister Yang generously praised Mo Yang once more, even promising to cover his meals. At last, the weekend arrived, and Liu Xiaomi, unconcerned about overtime pay, requested leave from her supervisor and left work punctually. Chapter 10. Consulting traditional Chinese medicine within a mere 10 minutes. Liu Xiaomi hurried from the factory to the supermarket. Upon seeing Mo Yang surrounded by a throng of flirtatious young women, she felt a surge of anger. What was wrong with these factory girls? Dressed so elegantly and adorned with makeup merely to repair a trivial item. Yet no matter how they primped themselves, their appearances remained unappealing. Clad in her work attire, Liu Xiaomi stood out distinctly. Yang Jie spotted her immediately and pulled her into the supermarket. Xiaomi, you finished work early today. Your boyfriend is still busy. Have a seat and wait. Whether intentional or not, the emphasis on the phrase boyfriend drew the attention of those nearby. Cousin, you're here? Just a moment. I'll be right with you. Mo Yang glanced over, but quickly returned his focus to his repairs. Someone began to chime in mockingly. Yang Jie, you've got it wrong. This is cousin. Another, more tactful individual, offered a cup of milk tea. Cousin, let me treat you to some tea. Although Liu Xiaomi was seething with unexpressed fury, she found herself powerless against these individuals. They were merely here to fix things. And what right did she have to be upset over their choice of attire? Thus, she stood impatiently off to the side. Ingzi, come out. A voice boomed from outside. A burly man, flanked by two lackeys, stood menacingly at the entrance. Zhao Hu, what are you yelling about? Can't you see I'm busy? A flamboyantly dressed woman emerged, seizing Zhao Hu by the ear. Go back now. Don't embarrass yourself here. The previously aggressive Zhao Hu immediately cowered, whining, Oh, be gentle. You've already got a man. Why are you stirring up trouble? It's just that you're a bit handsome. Being handsome doesn't fill one's stomach. Ingzi flushed and retorted, What are you talking about? I'm just here to fix a phone, not to ogle handsome men. You are practically sticking your eyes to his face, and you still have the audacity to claim otherwise. Zhao Hu, incensed, sought to provoke Mo Yang, believing himself invincible in this domain. A cluster of women retreated, urging Ingzi to return home with Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu advanced, threatening to overturn the table, shouting, Pretty boy, don't you dare set up shop here again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll give you a beating. However, the table remained steadfastly unmoved, which struck Zhao Hu as peculiar. Was it somehow nailed to the ground? Trying again, he found it equally immovable. Before Mo Yang could intervene, Liu Xiaomi, exasperated, interjected, Hey, what are you doing? I'll call the police. Do you believe me? In this urban setting, the threat of police involvement held considerable weight. Zhao Hu, opting not to flip the table, found himself at a loss. While his bravado diminished, he felt justified, challenging her to call the authorities. After all, he was operating without a license, illegally setting up shop and disturbing the peace. If the authorities came, they would confiscate his goods. It seemed plausible. But since this was the outskirts of the city, one could only wonder how effective that would be. Despite being in the wrong, Liu Xiaomi mustered her courage to retort. Your ugliness is what truly disrupts the peace. They should come and take you away. This elicited a chorus of laughter from the women. Ugliness, a sore spot for Zhao Hu, particularly when chastised by a beautiful woman, only fueled his fury. He raised his hand to strike. Though he still cared for his reputation, it was more about intimidation than actual violence. However, Mo Yang had other intentions. He swiftly grabbed Zhao Hu's arm and dislocated it with a sharp motion. Having learned from Liu Xiaomi's previous admonitions, he realized that securing a fist and dislocating an arm was the most effective way to resolve conflicts without incurring further scolding. Zhao Hu, merely a rough-looking laborer, had never encountered such treatment. Clutching his disobedient arm, he cried out in agony, My arm is broken, really broken. Mo Yang regarded him coldly, then turned to Liu Xiaomi, inquiring if they should leave. Some onlookers were taken aback, whispering how fearsome Mo Yang was, while others admired his charisma. The two lackeys, who had merely come to support Zhao Hu, swiftly fled the scene. Ingzi, still harboring some affection, approached Mo Yang, pleading, Xiaomo, please show some mercy. Zhao Hu is just a fool. He only knows how to scare people. He is terrified of mice. How could he dare to strike someone? If there's anyone to blame, it's me. If I hadn't been so tempted by you, she lamented, taking full responsibility. Yang Jie joined in. Xiaomo, let him off. He is not a bad person, just a bit reckless. None of their words swayed Mo Yang, who remained stoic. Finally, it was Liu Xiaomi's voice that held weight. Look at him. He is about to cry. Let him go. After imparting a final warning, Mo Yang pushed Zhao Hu's south arm back into place. With a crack, restoring its function. Wow, it's all better. Zhao Hu appeared dazed, alternating between laughter and tears. Though still in pain, he could at least move his arm again. Yingzi expressed her profound gratitude, leading her chastened partner away. Some spectators found the scene daunting and discreetly departed, leaving a few devoted admirers who wished to inquire about Mo Yang's training. However, they were met with fierce glares from Liu Xiaomi, who sent them away. Upon returning home and securing the door, Liu Xiaomi began to scold him. They say beauty is a source of calamity. Who would have thought you, a man, could attract such chaos? How do you expect to conduct business now? Mo Yang pondered for a moment before absurdly suggesting, I could undergo cosmetic surgery like they do on TV, brandishing a screwdriver as if to make an incision on his face. Are you insane? Liu Xiaomi gasped, snatching the screwdriver from him. What are you watching? Who would be so foolish? Is it really that foolish? Mo Yang retorted, recalling the plethora of silly anecdotes he had encountered online. Today's debacle had left Liu Xiaomi in no mood for frivolity. After a quick meal, she turned to the internet to schedule an appointment with a doctor for Mo Yang. She had heard of traditional Chinese medicine's efficacy with complex ailments and resolved to give it a try. Though she was due to work overtime that weekend, Liu Xiaomi begrudgingly forfeited her extra pay, hoping today's visit wouldn't be in vain. The traditional medicine clinic lacked the grandeur of larger hospitals. Yet the strong aroma of medicinal herbs instilled Liu Xiaomi with a measure of confidence. Mo Yang, they might need to insert needles into your head. Are you afraid? She inquired. Not afraid. Mo Yang understood the meaning of fear but could not grasp its utility. Pain was to be endured, difficulties confronted, and what good was fear? Let whatever was to come come. To their surprise, the attending physician turned out to be a woman in her mid-20s, who, despite her beauty, seemed rather inconsequential. As traditional Chinese medicine is often revered with age, Liu Xiaomi, apprehensive, asked, Doctor, could we possibly consult an elder physician? My cousin's amnesia is quite challenging to treat. Doctor Hu chuckled, Hello, I'm Hu Man, from a long line of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. If I can't treat him, it's unlikely anyone else can. Such audacity from one so young. Very well, then, I'll leave it in your hands. My cousin remembers nothing. He seems to have fallen from the heavens. Knowing neither his origin nor identity, nor where he has been or whom he has met, Liu Xiaomi hastily relayed her concerns, eager not to waste time or money. Oh, Doctor Hu did not suggest a visit to a psychiatric hospital, but instead rose to closely examine Mo Yang. After some time, she smiled and remarked, Your cousin is quite handsome. Liu Xiaomi was left speechless. Was this truly a doctor and not merely an infatuated admirer? Doctor Hu continued, I see no signs of injury on his head, not even a bruise. Are you certain he fell from the sky and injured his head? Liu Xiaomi paused, realizing she had overlooked these details. She strained to recall that fateful night, remembering only that Mo Yang had been bloodied and bruised. Quick, Mo Yang, take off your shirt. Obeying, Mo Yang began to undress, but Liu Xiaomi intervened just in time to stop him from removing his trousers. Meanwhile, Doctor Hu observed with gleaming eyes. His fair skin was smooth and unblemished, and well-defined muscles were evenly distributed across his body, with prominent veins subtly protruding, resembling a flawless sculpture. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a physique! Doctor Hu, with unabashed audacity, reached out to touch it. Warm and resilient, yet one must question if his expression truly aligns with the practice of medicine. Doctor Hu. Liu Xiaomi interjected with a hint of jealousy, as she herself had refrained from such boldness, only to find someone else had seized the opportunity first. Ahem, Doctor Hu regained his composure, observing, You see, there are no scars on his body. I remain uncertain as to whether he has sustained any injuries. Perhaps we should first conduct an X-ray to ascertain the truth? Chapter 11. Traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. Liu Xiaomi hastily presented the X-rays taken last week. Can this one be used? The older doctor at the specialized hospital examined it just a few days ago and said there were no pathological changes, just amnesia. Hu Man, perceptive to Liu Xiaomi's subtle intentions, decided to be lenient for the sake of Mo Yang. After examining the X-rays carefully, Hu Man finally suggested, Indeed, the patient displays no organic diseases. I don't have much to offer, Let's start with some medication and observe for a few days. Amnesia is a complex global issue. It cannot be rushed. Such a claim of being from a family of traditional medicine seems exaggerated, Liu Xiaomi muttered under her breath, suspecting a ploy to sell her medication. However, we could try acupuncture to stimulate the brain's nerves. It might provide some assistance. Hu Man felt a twinge of discomfort and decided to abandon conservative treatment, aware of potential adverse symptoms such as nausea and dizziness. While Liu Xiaomi hesitated over the risks, Mo Yang interjected, "I've read online that acupuncture is miraculous. Let's proceed with it." Most people harbor a slight aversion to needles, especially when it involves a young practitioner whom they fear might be inexperienced. However, Liu Xiaomi could not refuse Mo Yang's insistence and reluctantly paid 300 yuan. Upon returning to the consultation room, Doctor Hu had already prepared the silver needles. After explaining some precautions, she was ready to begin. She rubbed the acupuncture points on the head and suddenly thrust the needle down, causing Liu Xiaomi to frown in apprehension. Hu Man exclaimed, "Why isn't it going in?" Liu Xiaomi grew anxious. "Are you capable or not? Don't harm him." Hu Man attempted twice more, but the needle simply would not penetrate. Liu Xiaomi rushed forward to stop her, warning, "If this continues, I will report you." Doctor Hu was no ordinary practitioner. She possessed remarkable skills that had been passed down through generations. With a mere 2 more attempts, she infused her inner strength, confident she could penetrate anything, even an elephant's skin. Yet, how could she not pierce the delicate skin of Mo Yang? Without explaining to Liu Xiaomi, she picked up her phone to summon assistance. Shortly, an older doctor in his 50s arrived to help. Liu Xiaomi and Hu Man quickly recounted the events, one demanding a refund while the other sought clarification. The old doctor reassured Liu Xiaomi and introduced himself. "I am Hu Haiba, the director of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital and a permanent member of the Chinese Traditional Medicine Association. Hu Man is my daughter. Although she may lack experience, she would never harm a patient. If you trust me, allow me to examine him." He handed Liu Xiaomi a business card filled with impressive titles, including Vice President of the Qigong Association. Seeing that Mo Yang appeared unharmed, Liu Xiaomi nodded in agreement, but not without emphasizing, "If you can't help him, I won't pay." "Very well, I assure you. No charge if he remains unwell." Hu Haiba chuckled at her insistence. After inquiring about Mo Yang's condition and conducting an examination, Hu Haiba seemed to have made a new discovery. "Young Mo, have you practiced any martial arts? Your breath is steady, and your pulse is strong, indicating exceptional physical fitness." "I don't recall," Mo Yang replied, suddenly recalling Liu Xiaomi's jest that he was an alien. "What nonsense is that? Can you really believe him?" Liu Xiaomi scolded. "This isn't something to joke about. We could end up in a psychiatric ward." She quickly added, "Doctor Hu, Mo Yang is indeed formidable in fights. I discourage him from engaging." Hu Haiba chuckled. "Indeed, with his physique, 2 or 3 opponents would be no match." Liu Xiaomi mused. "He can take on 20 or 30 at once. Surely he must have trained." "That's correct." This confirmed Hu Haiba's suspicions. Mo Yang appeared to be a skilled practitioner of external martial arts, likely of considerable mastery. In an era where ancient martial arts are nearly extinct, such profound skills at a young age suggested an extraordinary background. Determined to help Mo Yang, Hu Haiba resolved to ensure this promising talent did not falter. They moved to a larger examination room. Although Liu Xiaomi was permitted to observe, she was strictly instructed not to make a sound to avoid disrupting the treatment. After exchanging a few words with Hu Man, Hu Haiba began his preparations. Liu Xiaomi leaned closer to Hu Man and whispered, "What is the treatment plan? Is Mo Yang going to be all right? It's still acupuncture. Mo Yang may have damaged his brain due to excessive practice, so inner strength will be necessary during the procedure. We must remain silent. If anything goes wrong, both of us could be in danger." Liu Xiaomi quickly covered her mouth, fearing an unforeseen incident. Hu Haiba bent his knees slightly, channeling his energy from the dantian, which surged along the meridians to his fingertips. After a brief pause, he swiftly inserted the silver needle into Mo Yang's scalp. It appeared simple, yet such precision required decades of mastery. As the inner strength flowed through the needle, Hu Haiba immediately sensed a blockage, akin to a protective membrane beneath the skin. "Mo, relax." he urged. Mo Yang, not daring to move, turned his eyes towards him. I am relaxed, as you instructed. I'm not thinking of anything. His demeanor suggested honesty, prompting Hu Haiba to continue. However, the resilient membrane thwarted the energy's passage, preventing nourishment of the meridians and acupoints. He attempted another acupuncture point, only to face the same result. Soon, beads of sweat formed on Hu Haiba's forehead. Exhausted from the effort, Liu Xiaomi, uncertain of the situation, felt a twinge of anxiety. Having heard of fraudulent practices in Qigong, she began to suspect the authenticity of the man before her. Merely minutes had passed, yet it felt as though he had toiled through several acres of farmland. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on her phone, determined that if the treatment failed, there would be no payment. Hu Haiba paused to meditate on a nearby bed. Attempting to regain his composure, Hu Man dared not interrupt her father and quietly approached Mo Yang, asking, "How do you feel now? My scalp feels a bit itchy. May I scratch it?" Hu Haiba nearly lost his composure, almost releasing a laugh. Regaining his breath, he replied with a wry smile, "Mo, my strength is insufficient to assist you at this moment. Please leave your contact information, and I will invite some colleagues to help in a few days." Thus, the day's efforts concluded without resolution. Liu Xiaomi checked her phone for time to visit other hospitals. Before leaving, she couldn't help but inquire, since the needle didn't penetrate. "Can I get a refund?" Hu Man promptly transferred 300 back to her, exasperated. It was her first time assisting in a consultation, only to have to issue a refund. She hoped never to encounter such a situation again. Once the others had departed, Hu Haiba consoled, "Little man, it's not their fault. It's my own lack of skill. It's not about the money. It's just a matter of principle. But tell me, what do you think of that boy? Could he truly be an alien? Such peculiarities. Rumor has it that mastering the Golden Bell Shield can render one impervious to harm. Where could such a child come from?" Hu Haiba fell into deep contemplation. Liu Xiaomi hurriedly brought Mo Yang to the municipal hospital. After a long wait, they were instructed to take new x-rays, rendering the previous ones invalid. Frustrated, she abandoned the x-rays, pulling Mo Yang out of the hospital. "This is utterly ridiculous. If every visit requires new x-rays, I'll go bankrupt before we even find a cure." Mo Yang reassured her. "Didn't Doctor Hu say he would find a solution? Perhaps we should wait. What do you think of Dr. Hu's abilities? Can we trust him? Does the spot where you were needled still hurt?" "It's hard to say. From what I gathered online, he should have some skill, but my scalp still itches. I see him as a fraud. In this day and age, Qigong and acupuncture seem outdated. But you haven't been deceived." Mo Yang chuckled and suggested, "How about this? You purchase a box of silver needles, and I shall practice at home." Liu Xiaomi immediately objected. "How can that be? What if you injure yourself?" "It won't happen. I have self-studied online, and it is quite simple," he reassured her. "You trust everything you find online." Yet some individuals who post videos may possess skills inferior to Liu Xiaomi's. She countered, "There is both authenticity and deception. If I study diligently, I can discern the truth and master it." Ultimately, Liu Xiaomi could not withstand Mo Yang's insistence, and she spent a few dozen yuan to purchase a box, repeatedly cautioning him that he must learn before attempting. This is no trivial matter. However, she regretted her decision the very next day. Chapter 12. The difficulty of earning money early in the morning. Liu Xiaomi was startled by Mo Yang, who had a head full of silver needles. Mo Yang had secretly risen at night to practice acupuncture, starting with the limbs, then moving on to the trunk, and finally, just before dawn, he began to practice the acupoints on the head. Several bloodied tissues lay scattered on the table, indicating he had endured considerable pain. He proudly declared, "I've learned acupuncture. I've mastered all the acupoints on my body. Hurry and pull them out for me." Liu Xiaomi felt both exasperated and sympathetic. Knowing how to insert needles did not equate to being able to cure ailments. If learning were that easy, hospitals would have long since closed their doors. Reluctantly, Mo Yang pulled out the needles, explaining, "There are instructions online about the functions of each acupoint. Look, I've only inserted a few needles. And despite not sleeping all night, I don't feel tired." In truth, he could have easily avoided fatigue without the needles. He merely wanted to emphasize his supposed effectiveness. Liu Xiaomi sighed in exasperation, realizing she would be late if she didn't leave soon. She could not afford to be tardy, as every second past the bell would cost her half a day's wages. Having narrowly escaped a predicament, Imo Yang breathed a sigh of relief, consumed 2 steamed buns, and continued to study acupuncture techniques on his phone. It was nearly 10 o'clock when he remembered he needed to head to the supermarket to set up his stall, and he made sure to bring his silver needles along. Upon arriving, Sister Yang greeted him and asked for his assistance in watching the store, claiming she was ill and needed to get in for a drip. Imo Yang shook the box of silver needles in his hand, saying, "How about I take a look at you? I just learned acupuncture." Sister Yang chuckled, "You're quite the joker. You're not a doctor. How can you treat people casually? Focus on fixing your small appliances." This left Imo Yang somewhat disheartened. He had intended to learn more to find additional ways to earn money, but it seemed that plan was thwarted. He sulked and resumed his online studies on pulse diagnosis. During work hours, few customers came for repairs, and the supermarket remained largely deserted. However, a customer's motorcycle at the nearby flower shop caught Imo Yang's attention as it failed to start. He quickly searched for videos on motorcycle mechanics and fault repair. After the man struggled for a while without success and was about to push the bike away in frustration, Imo Yang stepped in, asking, "Can I take a look at what's wrong? You can fix it?" Of course. Seeing him as an appliance repairman made the customer skeptical, but he reluctantly pushed the motorcycle to the supermarket entrance. To his surprise, Imo Yang quickly diagnosed the issue as a faulty spark plug and proceeded to explain it in detail. The customer, astonished, remarked, "You don't look like someone who can fix bikes. Can you replace the part for me? I'll give you 50. I don't have the part. You'll need to wait a couple of days." "Wait for what?" The customer, fuming, spat angrily and left. Earning money proved to be a daunting task, and Imo Yang, feeling dejected, sat on a stool, neglecting his phone as he pondered how to withdraw money from the bank without incurring Liu Xiaomi's wrath. At that moment, an unsightly man approached, reminding Imo Yang of a confrontation from a few days prior. "Yang, do you remember me? I'm Zhao Hu, the one you disarmed. What do you want?" Imo Yang replied casually, "Hey, Yang, we're not enemies anymore. Here, take this pack of cigarettes. It was all a misunderstanding. You're a big person, don't hold a grudge against me. If you have something to say, make it quick. I'm quite busy." Imo Yang, feigning nonchalance, pocketed the cigarettes, planning to save them for Sister Yang. They were worth quite a bit. "Here's the deal. Our security company recently landed several contracts, and we are in dire need of someone with your skills. You're tall and strong, and it seems a waste for you to be here selling goods." Zhao Hu proposed, "We'd like to hire you as a manager at the security company." Imo Yang pondered for a moment and asked, "Is there fighting involved?" "What are you talking about? It's just maintaining order. How can that be considered fighting?" "No, my cousin forbids me from fighting." Imo Yang didn't trust him and rudely dismissed him. Zhao Hu quickly added, "Yang, hear me out. The salary is 10,000. I'm not interested. 15,000. Just think about it." Not going. Mo Yang stood firm on his principles. Liu Xiaomi had always encouraged him to earn money through hard work, repeatedly emphasizing that he should avoid fights, a lesson he had firmly etched in his mind. Zhao Hu left in disappointment, but Imo Yang paid little heed, placing the cigarettes in the tobacco counter and returning to his phone. By the late afternoon, he finally managed to open his stall, but the meager profits from selling trivial items barely lifted his spirits. Suddenly, someone slammed a phone onto the table, startling all of Imo Yang's customers. A ruggedly handsome young man pointed at the phone and shouted, "Fix this for me." Imo Yang picked up the device for inspection. The screen was shattered, the battery swollen, and the casing cracked. Truth be told, it would be more prudent to buy a new phone than to attempt to repair. There's no need for repair. It'd be better to buy a new one. The man seemed to be looking for trouble. "You can't fix it? What are you doing here? With skills like yours, you think you can make a living selling goods? You should just go home." Sister Yang, sensing trouble, whispered from behind Imo Yang. "He seems to be Liu Xiaomi's ex-boyfriend, Zhang Wan. He has trouble, don't stoop to his level." An ex-boyfriend. That meant there was no longer any connection. Why, then, was he seeking trouble with Imo Yang? Confused, Imo Yang patiently explained, "I can fix it, but it's not cost-effective. It's better to buy a new one. You know it's broken beyond repair. That Liu Xiaomi has been used up already. And you're still with her? This revelation sent Mo Yang into a spiral of confusion. Had something happened to Liu Xiaomi? He quickly dialed her number, but it took a while for her to answer. And when she did, she spoke in hushed tones. Didn't I tell you not to call me at work? I'll get docked. Relieved, he responded. There's a guy named Zhang when claiming you've been used up, and I was worried something had happened to you. As long as you're okay. That's good. Zhang Wen. Don't listen to him. Let him go to hell. Liu Xiaomi's voice escalated sharply, almost a shout. All right, I understand. Just focus on your work. Zhang Wen, standing nearby, chimed in. So, you called that little hussy? What did she say? Does she miss me? She wishes you dead. Mo Yang replied calmly, but without warning, he surged forward, grabbing the back of Zhang Wen's neck, forcefully slamming his head onto the table. So, you can go die now. Bystanders were caught off guard by the sudden eruption of violence, staring dumbfounded at the two. Mo Yang raised his hand, ready to strike Zhang Wen's head, confident that a single blow would be sufficient. With a loud crash, the table split under the impact of Zhang Wen's head, revealing Mo Yang's miscalculation. The table was not sturdy enough to withstand the blow. Murder. Help. Zhang Wen's head buzzed from the impact, and he instinctively screamed, blood mixing with tears and snot as he flailed helplessly, unable to break free from Mo Yang's iron grip. A few girls screamed and ran away, while Sister Yang rushed from behind, grabbing Mo Yang's arm and pleading, Mo, you've gone mad. Let him go. Liu Xiaomi told him to die. Don't stop me. Mo Yang protested, concerned about hurting Sister Yang in the process. Have you lost your mind? Liu Xiaomi was just venting. Though Zhang Wen is a jerk, it's not worth taking a life for him. You'd be paying for it with yours. Mo Yang was not convinced. He neither continued to strike Zhang Wen nor released him. Liu Xiaomi had indeed been furious earlier. Did that mean her words were mere outbursts? It was perplexing. He decided to call her again for confirmation. Liu Xiaomi whispered, Did Zhang Wen bother you? Just ignore him. If it gets too much, come home. Realizing he might have misjudged the situation, he felt awkward. Why should he hide when others were being unreasonable? You just told him to die, and I thought you genuinely wanted him dead. Ugh, what a mess. What? You killed someone? Liu Xiaomi exclaimed in panic. Mo Yang lifted Zhang Wen's head to take a look, only to find him already unconscious. He could only smile wryly. I didn't kill him. But it looks like he's not far from it. Don't panic. I'll be there soon. Liu Xiaomi hastily hung up, not even bothering to ask for leave as she rushed out. The workshop's supervisor, perplexed, followed closely behind and only reached the factory gate to find no trace of anyone. The crowd had dispersed in fright, and Mo Yang hesitantly inquired, Sister Yang, what shall we do now? Yang Jie, visibly angered, retorted, What else is there to do but save him? I have already called the police and an ambulance. Just ensure he doesn't perish here. You youngsters are so impulsive. A mere exchange of words can lead to such violence. I wonder how you will explain this to the authorities. Mo Yang found it futile to argue with her and dragged Zhang Wen to the opposite side of the road, beside a utility pole, laying him down on the ground. After a thorough examination, he took out a silver needle to practice his skills, and remarkably, he managed to revive Zhang Wen. Help me, I was wrong. I will never provoke Xiaomi again. It was indeed astonishing that at such a moment, Zhang Wen was actually admitting his faults. Chapter 13. Changing careers before Liu Xiaomi arrived. It was Zhao who approached first. He looked at the barely conscious Zhang Wen and reflected on how just a few days prior, he had only lost an arm. He felt truly fortunate. Yang Gu, your actions were a bit excessive. With the police coming, how do you plan to account for this? Perhaps you should lay low for a while. Why are you here? Ingzi informed me. She mentioned that you were in serious trouble and even sent me a video. I didn't kill him. He insulted Liu Xiaomi first. You've injured him severely, making it difficult to handle the situation. How about this? Let me take care of it for you. But you must agree to join the security company. What do you think? No way. Although Mo Yang felt uncertain, he rejected the offer without hesitation. Liu Xiaomi soon arrived, horrified by the sight of Zhang Wen, who was covered in blood. She immediately reprimanded Mo Yang, while the poor Zhang Wen struggled to sit up and apologized. Xiaomi, I was wrong. Please call an ambulance. I feel like I'm dying. Zhao Hu greeted Liu Xiaomi and showed her the video, advising, This can't all be blamed on Yang Ge. Zhang Wen brought this upon himself with his reckless words. However, since someone has been hurt, this will complicate matters. Do you have a solution? Liu Xiaomi asked anxiously. Once the police arrive, Mo Yang will surely face dire consequences. Zhao Hu reiterated the job offer for the security manager position, assuring her that if Mo Yang agreed, the company's owner would step in to resolve the issue. Liu Xiaomi had heard of the Hongkuan Security Company, which provided security for the industrial park. Even if one wished to avoid their services, it was necessary for safety. Otherwise, thefts and damages would become frequent. However, the company did not take advantage of this necessity. Their prices were fair, and the owners would not offend others over trivial matters. While she hesitated, police cars and ambulances arrived. After a brief investigation, the injured were taken to the hospital, while the aggressor was detained and fined, a standard procedure with little to discuss. Just as Liu Xiaomi stood outside the station in confusion, Zhao Hu emerged with Mo Yang, stating they had reached a settlement. Zhang Wen's testimony claimed he had injured himself, and all Mo Yang did was assist him to the roadside. Is that even possible? Liu Xiaomi exclaimed in disbelief. Zhao Hu beamed with pride. Of course. Our general manager Liang is quite capable. Working under him promises a bright future. Yang Ge, think it over. A monthly salary of 15,000 is hard to come by. Mo Yang awaited Liu Xiaomi's decision. Where he worked was insignificant. Earning money was the priority. Liu Xiaomi understood that this created a significant debt of gratitude, and to refuse again would seem ungrateful and could potentially invite further trouble. Mo Yang, go for it. But remember, no fighting. No fighting? What about kicking? Zhao Hu was puzzled. Security personnel were not mere ornaments at the door. What if someone provokes Yang Ge? Throw them out. Mo Yang quickly replied, having thought of a clever solution. The next day, Mo Yang reported to the Hongkuan Security Company. As he left, he passed a convenience store where Sister Yang scolded him, and he noticed that the advertisement for appliance repair had been torn down. It seemed that even dreams of a part-time job were futile. He never expected his first entrepreneurial endeavor to end so abruptly. The Hongkuan Security Company occupied half a floor in an office area at the entrance of the industrial park. It appeared quite respectable, with 6 or 7 offices clearly labeled: chairman, general manager, manager, finance room, warehouse, conference room, and recreation room. The recreation room, in particular, was extravagant. Filled with mahjong tables and pool tables, where several individuals, dressed in shabby attire, indulged in games. Of course, some serious security personnel moved in and out of the finance room. Otherwise, one might mistake the place for a den of iniquity. Zhao Hu led Mo Yang into the general manager's office, where a beautiful young woman in yoga attire was exercising on a treadmill, her impressive physique drawing attention. Zhao Hu swallowed hard and said, Sister Ling, this is Yang Ge, Mo Yang. I brought him in today. Song Shaoling wiped her sweat and assessed Mo Yang with satisfaction, offering a warm smile. Zhao Hu, you're in your 30s. Calling him Yang Ge might make him feel old. Little Mo, make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink? Thank you, but no need. Since Liang is not here today, I've approved your hiring. Starting today, you will be my bodyguard, with a monthly salary of 20,000. Is there any issue with that? Becoming a bodyguard instead of a security guard, with a sudden increase in salary, caught Mo Yang off guard. He hesitated to accept immediately, asking, is the work similar? Song Shaoling covered her mouth, laughing. Of course, it's different. A bodyguard must provide 24-hour protection. Wherever I go, you must go. Whatever I do, you must do. It's quite easy. That won't work. Xiaomi won't agree. Zhao Hu chimed in. The general manager wants Yang Ge to be the security manager at the new entertainment venue. Why don't you discuss it with Liang? Get lost. What does that have to do with you? Song Shaoling snapped, glaring at Zhao Hu. She certainly wouldn't embarrass herself by discussing this with her older partner. Her mood sinking as she shooed them away. What happened to her? Mo Yang was perplexed. Shoo, keep it down. Sister Song is Liang's partner. Liang is 50. Do you understand? Zhao Hu whispered to him. I don't get it. What does that mean? Mo Yang was even more confused but decided not to dwell on it. As it didn't affect his job, the two proceeded to register their information with the finance department, where the finance and human resources were handled by the same person. Even so, she seemed bored, with little to do except work at the end of the month. Mo Yang didn't have an ID card. Working elsewhere might be challenging, but here it was not a problem. He could even use Liu Xiaomi's bank card for salary payments, saving him considerable hassle. After completing the paperwork, Zhao Hu found a van to take Mo Yang to familiarize himself with the work environment. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at a picturesque location with two three-story buildings adorned with golden roofs and vermilion walls, resembling a small palace. A few luxury cars, which Mo Yang couldn't name, were parked outside, and two security guards in black suits and sunglasses stood at the entrance, creating an incongruous atmosphere. Zhao Hu parked the car at a distance and introduced, "This Golden Roof Club opened only last year, targeting the affluent youth of the industrial park. These individuals, with their wealth, often cause disturbances inside, affecting business. Your main job is to prevent fights. It should be quite easy, right?" "Indeed, it sounds easy." Zhao Hu lit a cigarette, chuckling, "Yanggu, you're my referral. Don't cause any issues. The security at the entrance is tight. No one should get in. If you just sit in the office for a night, you'll earn 500, easy money, right?" "Not bad." Mo Yang nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a better deal than selling goods on the street. Everything seemed satisfactory until they were stopped by the two security guards at the entrance. In a rehearsed manner, they stated, "This is a private club. Please leave immediately." Zhao Hu, smiling, handed over a pack of cigarettes and a stamped company document, saying, "Brothers, I'm Zhao Hu, the team leader from the industrial area. This is your new security manager, Mo Yang." The guards scrutinized the document, and then Mo Yang, their expressions skeptical. "This is a high-end establishment. Please mind your attire." Mo Yang looked down at himself, gray hoodie and casual sweatpants. Though inexpensive, they were clean and intact. "Do I need to wear a suit and tie? Would that make me look like a door guard?" Mo Yang considered arguing. After all, he was the manager, and they were merely security. The two exchanged glances but chose not to pursue the matter further, allowing them to enter. After all, it wouldn't be them facing any penalties. The interior of the Golden Summit Club is far more luxurious than it appears from a distance. Upon entering, a young attendant clad in a form-fitting dress greets the guests with a warm smile, inquiring, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Zhao Hu, experiencing this opulent establishment for the first time, responds with a cheerful demeanor, "What services do you offer?" The attendant replies, "We provide bathing, card games, a dining bar, and a bar. Please present your membership card, and I will make the necessary arrangements." However, upon observing the attire of the two men, the attendant begins to harbor doubts. "I am the newly appointed security manager. Kindly escort me to the office." Chapter 14. Officially on duty, the waiter scrutinized Mo Yang, pondering why there was so much skepticism directed at him simply for his modest attire and youthful appearance. Should he resort to throwing a few punches to establish his prowess? With a sense of resignation, Mo Yang presented his appointment documents, which facilitated his passage into the office. Rather than an office, it resembled a surveillance room, with a wall adorned with screens that provided a clear view of the club's interior and exterior. A young man, yawning and engrossed in his phone, also clad in a black suit, noticed Mo Yang's presence and immediately stood up, demanding to know their identity, asserting that this was a restricted area for unauthorized personnel. Mo Yang, too weary to offer explanations, simply placed the appointment document before the guard for his perusal. The security manager examined the document and Mo Yang's face multiple times. Failing to reach a conclusion, he finally grabbed the intercom, calling out, "Captain, Captain, we have someone here for the position of security manager, named Mo Yang. Please verify his identity." After a prolonged silence, the intercom crackled back, stating that no prior notification had been received to escort Mo Yang to the West Garden. Mo Yang glanced at Zhao Hu, silently questioning the situation, while Zhao Hu appeared equally perplexed, perhaps indicating that General Manager Liang had failed to inform them. The trio proceeded to the garden, where several portly middle-aged men were sipping tea in a gazebo. A tall man in a suit emerged, casting a glance at Mo Yang before quietly inquiring, "Who is Mo Yang?" At that moment, Zhao Hu waved towards the interior, announcing, "General Manager Liang, I've brought Mo Yang. Sister Song has already conducted the interview." An elderly gentleman in his 50s turned his gaze towards them and casually remarked, "Su Tian, why don't you test him?" Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, the towering man unexpectedly launched a kick at Mo Yang. Expecting immediate results, he was astonished when Mo Yang, with remarkable reflexes, sidestepped effortlessly. Su Tian, seizing the opportunity, aimed a straight punch at Mo Yang's face. This time, Mo Yang refused to hold back. Rather than retreating, he advanced, seizing Su Tian's collar and throwing him across the area. Su Tian was propelled 4 to 5 meters away, rolling 3 times to dissipate the force before rising. Seeing Su Tian attempt to charge again, Mo Yang's temper flared. He swiftly closed the distance, grasped Su Tian's wrist, and flung him to the ground. This time, Su Tian submitted, curling his body and emitting soft groans. The exchange had lasted mere moments, and Zhao Hu was the first to react, applauding enthusiastically, "Brother Yang, splendid skills." It turned out that the security team had undergone training the previous day, with the intention of selecting a group to work in the club. Zhao Hu had high hopes, but was ultimately sidelined when Su Tian called him out to compete. While he had to endure a few kicks, his name was also removed from consideration. Frustrated, Zhao Hu had derided Su Tian's abilities, claiming that if he faced Mo Yang, he would be dispatched with just a few punches and kicks. Hearing this, General Manager Liang grew intrigued and instructed Zhao Hu to bring Mo Yang for a trial, leading to the events that unfolded. Having vented his frustration, Zhao Hu remained oblivious to the fact that he had been used as a pawn, viewing it merely as an employment interview. General Manager Liang also rose to applaud, exclaiming, "Very good, young man. The position of security manager is well-deserved. You start work today?" Su Tian, clutching his abdomen, struggled to his feet, thanked General Manager Liang, and then glared at Mo Yang, saying, "Follow me." Mo Yang, unfazed, trailed behind, contemplating that if this fellow dared to strike again, he would not respond lightly. The job responsibilities were indeed as simple as Zhao Hu had described. Primarily, it involved preventing guests from engaging in fights, while also ensuring that no one approached the club's pump station, which operated continuously, as any mishap could be disastrous. Su Tian emphasized the importance of the pump room, marking it on the map with a large circle, recounting a past incident where someone had met their demise within its confines. General Manager Liang wished to avoid any recurrence of such tragedies. "Understood," Mo Yang replied, perplexed by the notion that someone could perish simply by entering a pump room. Su Tian gathered all the security personnel, totaling 16 members, who would work in shifts, leaving only 7 per shift after accounting for time off. After introducing Mo Yang to everyone, Su Tian hurriedly departed. Suddenly, Mo Yang realized he had a pressing question regarding his work schedule, as no one mentioned a rotation system. He shyly inquired with one of the team members, who could not provide a satisfactory answer, explaining that Su Tian often stayed at the club for 24 hours straight and might disappear for days at a time. After all, Su Tian didn't clock in or out. It became clear that the clocking system was in place to protect employees' rights, and those exempt from it had no defined working hours. Mo Yang perused the club's regulations and discovered that as long as the security manager promptly addressed any issues, his duties were considered fulfilled. With this in mind, Mo Yang established his working hours from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. At that moment, Zhao Hu approached to congratulate Mo Yang on his promotion to security manager, subsequently pleading for Mo Yang to reserve a position for him at the club. 12 hours a day, are you really up for it? Mo Yang inquired. A monthly salary of 10,000, who wouldn't want that? Zhao Hu replied, revealing his true motivation. Mo Yang acquiesced, recognizing that his managerial position afforded him considerable power, including the ability to recruit new personnel. He contemplated requesting an assistant captain in the near future. After familiarizing himself with various departments in the club, Mo Yang returned to the company with Zhao Hu. He still needed to address another issue. The lack of an electric bike made commuting inconvenient. He hoped to apply for a vehicle. Upon returning to the company, he found that Song Xiaoling had already left. A quick phone call confirmed that the dilapidated van was now Mo Yang's designated vehicle. While it may have been shabby, it at least had 4 wheels. At noon, Zhao Hu treated Mo Yang to a celebratory meal in honor of his promotion. Zhao showered him with flattery, while Mo Yang focused on devouring his food. It had been a while since he had enjoyed a proper meal, to the extent that even Zhao felt a twinge of pain for the meat consumed. After their meal, Mo Yang returned home and, while scrolling through his phone, lost track of time until it was past 5 o'clock. Not having heard from Liu Xiaomi, he sent her a message explaining his work situation and that he would be returning home later than usual. Arriving back at the company, Mo Yang noticed Liu Xiaomi had yet to reply. He pondered whether it was time to suggest she resign once he started earning a higher salary. The factory was notoriously strict, akin to a prison, and he had been allowed to make phone calls even while detained the previous day. Upon entering the club for the second time, Mo Yang found that his colleagues' attitudes had markedly improved. They greeted him with slight bows and courteous nods, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. Unbeknownst to him, word had spread about his swift defeat of Su Tian, a man notorious for his aggressive demeanor towards employees. Typically, anyone who dared to speak back would face a severe beating. Yet today, he had been bested by an unassuming young man who, despite his gentle appearance, was now viewed as approachable by everyone. As the clock struck 8, patrons began to trickle in to enjoy their evening. The club reached its peak bustle around 11 or midnight, with guests engaged in drinking, card games, and foot massages, while clandestine services remained Mo Yang's concern. It wasn't until after 2 in the morning that Mo Yang finally set down his phone, noting the absence of activity on the surveillance screens, and prepared to head home. As he walked, he mused that earning money was surprisingly easy. Just by sitting idly, he had already pocketed 500. As he approached the exit, a flamboyantly dressed woman called out to him, "Manager Mo, are you leaving so soon?" Mo Yang struggled to recall her name, vaguely remembering she was a department head. In the moment of distraction, the woman had already linked her arm with his, smiling coyly. "We don't have many guests today. Would you like to come in and relax?" The woman appeared petite yet curvaceous, and Mo Yang felt the firm grip of her arm, realizing she was quite adept in martial arts. "It's time to go home and rest. I'll see you tomorrow," he replied. The woman, undeterred, continued to flirt. "Why not stay here and sleep? My bed is spacious and comfortable." "Thank you, but no," Mo Yang said, easily freeing himself from her grasp and walking away without a backward glance. Enraged, the woman cursed, wondering where this insolent individual had come from, questioning if he was merely a pretty face with little substance. The early morning streets made for an easy drive, and Mo Yang returned home in just 15 minutes. Although the room was still illuminated, Mo Yang cautiously opened the door and stealthily entered. Around 10 o'clock, Liu Xiaomi had called, urging him to focus on his work while she retired for the night. Mo Yang sensed her mood was not particularly bright, yet he could not discern the reason. He could only nod in agreement and return home as soon as his shift ended. By the bedside lay a small notebook, filled with several rows of numbers, seemingly detailing his expenditures over this period, with the final figure being a negative sum, over 500 yuan. Next to it, notes indicated debts of 200 and 300 yuan owed to various individuals. One does not truly appreciate the cost of living until faced with the reality of managing a household. Despite the appearance of frugality by subsisting on simple meals of boiled eggs and vegetables, the expenses for utilities, phone bills, and daily necessities easily accumulated into the hundreds. It is no wonder Liu Xiaomi was so meticulous with money. Chapter 15. A master comes to help Mo Yang's plans of commuting by car to work were thwarted. The company providing the vehicle did not extend the courtesy of covering fuel expenses. With soaring fuel prices, sustaining such a luxury was beyond reach. He neatly tucked away his notebook and proceeded to help Liu Xiaomi tuck in her blankets, only then noticing the tear stains on her face. It was rather absurd. Why shed tears over a mere debt? After casually wiping her face, he turned off the light and leaned against the headboard, engrossed in his phone until dawn approached, feigning sleep to await Liu Xiaomi's rising. The alarm rang promptly, and Liu Xiaomi sprang up, groggily silencing it. Naturally, Mo Yang rose with her. "What time did you return last night?" she inquired. "About 2:30. Then sleep a bit longer." Liu Xiaomi exhibited remarkable efficiency, ready to leave in mere moments. "You cried yesterday?" Mo Yang suddenly asked. "Cried? What was there to cry about? I could tell you were upset over the phone." "Ugh, don't even mention it." Late arrivals incur fines. And phone calls incur fines, and I was penalized again the day before for your matter. There's nothing to be done. The boss has the final say. I shall leave early today. I refuse to be late again. And don't call me unless it's urgent. Remember, Liu Xiaomi seemed to have made peace with it all, as if it could simply be forgotten. How much was deducted in total? A few hundred. But who knows until payday? Liu Xiaomi's response was somewhat hesitant, despite the factory's penalty system being crystal clear. Half a day's wage for tardiness. Half a day for phone calls, and 3 days for unexcused absences. All penalties were meticulously recorded, amounting to a deduction of approximately 500 yuan for 4.5 days' worth of wages. The deductions were a deep source of anguish for Liu Xiaomi. Yet what could she do? The boss would boldly scold employees. Not satisfied? Pack your things and leave. There are plenty who want to work. Liu Xiaomi's family was not affluent, and with her low educational qualifications, coupled with Mo Yang being a burden, she endured. In truth, Liu Xiaomi was quite attractive and fit. If she were to work in a club, her salary could easily reach 10 to 20,000 yuan a month. However, Mo Yang had learned about such jobs and found it difficult to comprehend why they were deemed disreputable, as they merely involved exerting oneself in a different setting. As the days passed, a week soon slipped by. Liu Xiaomi had intended to explore other hospitals for opportunities, but Doctor Hu unexpectedly called, stating he had developed a new therapy that might benefit Mo Yang. Liu Xiaomi was taken aback that the Qigong master would reach out to her. But adhering to the principle of saving costs and treating a dead horse as if it were alive, she took Mo Yang to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Upon their meeting, rather than expressing gratitude, they emphasized the principle of no charges if the treatment was ineffective. Upon hearing this, Hu Man's expression soured, while Hu Haibao politely agreed and enthusiastically introduced them to several other masters. This is Master Yang from the Complete Reality School, Master Wang from the Xingyi School, and Master Ma, an expert in Bagua. The more Liu Xiaomi listened, the more uneasy she felt. Mo Yang was there for treatment, not to engage in martial arts. And it was said these masters could easily reveal their true selves in a fight. Did they truly intend to spar? These gentlemen are my friends, Hu Haibao explained. Upon hearing of Mo Yang's health issues, they traveled great distances to assist. We must not discuss fees any further. These masters are not easily hired. Fearing Liu Xiaomi's reaction, Hu Haibao quickly added, let's not waste time. We shall begin now. Mo Yang was led into a secluded treatment room, furnished with several cushions for sitting. The bearded Master Yang was the first to sit cross-legged and gestured to the cushion across from him, saying, young man, emulate my seated posture. Isn't that just the lotus position? Mo Yang had seen it online and complied, only to find he towered over Master Yang. Thus, the master had to rise again. Masters Wang and Ma positioned themselves behind Mo Yang. Master Yang stated, Doctor Hu mentioned you have practiced to the point of confusion, and your energy channels are reversed. We are here to assist in unblocking them. Please relax. We mean you no harm. What nonsense was this? Unblocking energy channels felt like a trope from a martial arts novel. Intrigued, Mo Yang closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and emptied his mind. It must have been the right approach, as he soon heard Master Yang instructing, Masters Wang and Ma, please assist me in channeling my energy. With that, he placed his hands upon Mo Yang's chest. The two masters responded, and each placed a hand on his back. With a sharp incantation, open, Mo Yang suddenly felt a warm current coursing through his chest and back, swirling beneath his skin with a general direction toward the crown of his head. As the warmth gathered at the top, Hu Haibao pressed down on Mo Yang's shoulder and suddenly jabbed a needle into the crown. A sharp pain erupted in his mind. As if it had exploded, his body instinctively tensed, yearning to push them away, yet his body betrayed him, unresponsive. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to see Master Yang receding into the distance before everything faded to black, and he collapsed. At that moment, Hu Haibao and the three others were drenched in sweat, feeling their inner strength depleted, hastily sitting down to recuperate. Seeing Mo Yang's condition, Liu Xiaomi was ready to rush forward, but Hu Man restrained her, saying, we are in a critical phase of treatment. Do not interfere. If Mo Yang does not awaken, we will not be accountable. At this, Liu Xiaomi dared not move, even suppressing her breath. Hu Haiba, panting, explained, "We are merely stimulating his Naiwan palace, the residence of the spirit. Once unblocked, his memories will return." Liu Xiaomi understood none of this, anxiously waiting, her mind racing with thoughts of what would happen if Mo Yang were harmed. She would ensure they paid the price. Meanwhile, Mo Yang had slipped into a dream, finding himself in a desolate landscape, with shooting stars streaking across the sky. Surrounding him were a dozen individuals clad in black scales, all gazing skyward. Lowering his head, he discovered he too was adorned in black armor, a member of this group. Yet, beyond the dazzling stars, the sky held nothing else. He wished to inquire about their location, their identities, and their purpose, but found himself utterly voiceless. He attempted to approach these individuals, yet discovered he could not move. Suddenly, the sky darkened entirely, the stars vanishing in clusters. Darkness surged forth like a beast, advancing ominously, when all at once, the group shouted, "Mo Yang." Then, everything dissolved into a void. In this void, Mo Yang perceived nothing, heard nothing, and could not even feel his body, as if only his consciousness remained. Time lost meaning. And eventually, he grew drowsy, ultimately slipping into a deeper sleep. When he awakened again, he found himself lying in a bed, numerous wires affixed to him, connected to nearby instruments. Hu Haiba sat beside the bed, examining the data on the monitoring device. "Did I fall asleep?" Mo Yang abruptly sat up, startling Hu Haiba. "At last, you awaken. We were unsure what to do. You slept for 3 days without responding to any calls. What about Liu Xiaomi? She went to work." "That silly girl. I told her there would be no charges, yet she insisted on going. She was beside herself with worry, returning from work each day to keep vigil over you, leaving at 5:30 in the morning, truly exhausting." Mo Yang quickly dialed Liu Xiaomi to reassure her. The phone rang only once before she answered, her voice laced with tears. "Mo Yang, is that you? I'm so sorry, I overslept." Mo Yang chuckled. "I'm awake now, why are you still crying? You scare me to death." Before Liu Xiaomi could finish, another voice boomed. "Liu Xiaomi, are you chatting on the phone again while at work? This is a repeated violation of company policy. Do you want to be fired?" And crying, "If you cry, your wages will be docked." "I'm sorry, supervisor. I'm hanging up now," Liu Xiaomi pleaded softly, whispering to Mo Yang that they would talk later before ending the call. This infuriated Mo Yang, who immediately called back, hoping to persuade her to resign from such an unscrupulous factory. However, Liu Xiaomi refused to answer the phone this time, leaving Mo Yang frustrated as he tossed his mobile aside. Hu Haiba handed him a glass of water and remarked, "You should not worry about Liu Xiaomi for the moment. A certain Zhao who came by to see you. He mentioned he had arranged a leave of absence for you. Shouldn't you inform him?" "Oh, he almost forgot that he still had a job." Chapter 16. Capturing the thief. In this chapter, Mo Yang finds his job to be rather inconspicuous, spending each day in an air-conditioned room, absorbed in his phone, akin to being at home. The staff at the club hold a rather favorable impression of the new security manager. He is sunny and handsome, unlike Su Tian, who had a penchant for bullying others, which is somewhat regrettable. A few young ladies, seizing a moment of leisure, visit the monitoring room to inquire about Zhao Hu. Has Manager Mo not reported for duty today? Upon learning that Mo Yang is hospitalized, Zhao Hu promptly requests leave from Song Shaoling, which is readily granted, allowing him to cover at the club, a situation he relishes immensely. However, he confines himself to the monitoring room, dutifully observing the screens without daring to direct others. He finds contentment in the occasional conversation with the attractive female staff. Just as Zhao Hu mentions that Mo Yang has yet to be discharged, a call comes in. "Yang Gu, are you feeling better? Don't you need a few more days of rest?" "Great, I'll come to pick you up." Except for the first day when he drove, Mo Yang has been running to the club in the following days. Now in the city, running over would attract too much attention, better to take a car. Upon returning to the club, it is already past 10 at night, and the entrance is deserted. One guard is on patrol, while another is tucked away in the booth, engrossed in a film, oblivious to the return of their superior. Mo Yang inquires of Zhao Hu. "So, they've been like this while I was away? Isn't that the norm for security personnel?" "It's late. The likelihood of visitors is minimal," Zhao Hu replies nonchalantly. Mo Yang shakes his head, stating, The high salary our boss pays is not intended for idling. Although I am unaware of any particularly valuable items within the club, this laxity will eventually lead to trouble. I warned them on my first day, but they did not heed my advice. Perhaps they still harbor resentment. Hoping for Su Tian's return. When Su Tian was in charge, things were far stricter. Having reviewed previous surveillance footage, Mo Yang noted that the staff adhered to their patrolling and posting duties. He muses that perhaps he has been too lenient. With a sigh, he resolves that for the sake of earning 500 a day, he must at least maintain appearances. Yang Gu, your dedication is commendable. Zhao Hu thumbs up, unsure whether to praise or mock him. Just then, a hapless man in a suit, engrossed in a captivating scene, is caught red-handed by Mo Yang, who issues a verbal warning, ordering him to promptly return to his post. Once that matter is settled, Mo Yang has yet to enter the villa when he gestures to Zhao Hu, saying, "The third car in the second row on the left. Go find out who that person is." Probably the boss's driver, Zhao Hu mutters, reluctant to move. "Just go? Enough with the excuses. Check if the engine hood is warm or cold while you're at it." Before long, Zhao Hu returns with the information. It's just the driver. The engine hood is warm. What is his boss's name? I didn't ask. Mo Yang, exasperated, decides to investigate himself. Just then, a voice crackles over the intercom. There's a fight in box 3. Hurry and assist. This is Mo Yang's first encounter with such an incident. But his team consists of seasoned employees who require no direction. Someone rushes to the scene. Ignoring the driver in the parking lot, he cheerfully remarks, "Let us go see the commotion." Outside box 3, a dozen or so young men in their 20s are gathered in the corridor, separated into two groups by 4 suited men, exchanging colorful insults and greetings to each other's families. They appear clean and tidy, suggesting that no actual fight has ensued. Lacking experience in handling such disputes, Mo Yang humbly approaches a suited man for guidance. "Just separate them and let them go about their business," the suited man replies, clearly disdainful, thinking he could easily manage the situation himself. Mo Yang responds with a smile, "Security personnel shall return to their posts. They cannot abandon their duties without my permission." "Then what about this situation?" Someone asks. "Let them fight. I've never witnessed a brawl before." Mo Yang waves his hand, urging them to disperse. Strangely enough, once the security personnel leave, the group not only refrains from fighting but also ceases their verbal sparring. Other staff members observe this with curiosity. Under Su Tian, the approach had been quite different. Those who felt capable would engage, while those who did not would resort to placation, invoking the authority of the big boss. Why aren't they fighting anymore? Everyone else should leave to avoid disrupting their performance, Mo Yang encourages. Someone retorts, "Who do you think you are? Are you out of your mind, suggesting we fight? Do as you wish. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." Mo Yang dismisses them without further explanation, quietly instructing the server from the box, if they want to fight, let them. Ignore them unless they break something and attempt to flee without settling the bill. "Understood, Yang Gu," the young woman replies, though puzzled by the rationale. Her cheeks flushed. After dealing with that situation, Mo Yang proceeds directly to the pivotal pump room, as described by Su Tian. A suited man has returned to his post and is patrolling the vicinity. Mo Yang has been here once before. There is nothing remarkable about it. The pumps are designated to supply water for the fountain in the club's south small square, connected to a petite artificial waterfall that is quite beautiful when illuminated at night. It is said that maintenance personnel occasionally visit, but typically, the engineering department's water and electrical technicians handle it. Mo Yang observes for a while, finding nothing amiss, and turns to leave. By 1 o'clock in the morning, the club begins to quiet down. The patrolling security personnel complete their final rounds and depart to change shifts. During this lull, a figure suddenly emerges from the grass near the pump room, concealed by shadows and small trees, making detection difficult. The individual swiftly approaches the pump room door, producing a small metal piece and deftly unlocking it. Before entering, he cautiously checks for onlookers. Once inside and securing the door, he retrieves a small black box from his waist, surveys the area, and places the box in a corner. "What is that?" Mo Yang, who has been lurking behind him, suddenly inquires. The man, startled, rolls away to a distance, leaning against the wall with his hand on his waist, eyes wide with shock as he fixates on Mo Yang. I am the security manager here. You have trespassed into the club. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I will call the police, Mo Yang calmly asserts. Prying the small box from its hiding place and snapping a photo with his phone, discovering it to be a miniature camera. Surprisingly, it is quite small yet high definition with wireless transmission capabilities, rather practical. When did you arrive? I've been here the whole time. I saw you outside. I was simply curious about what you were up to. You have been quite cautious, the man replies. Confounded. He wonders how Mo Yang could have hidden in the pump room, which contains only 2 pumps and is surrounded by walls. Stop guessing. I entered through the ventilation shaft and got my clothes dirty. I was up there the whole time. Now, can you tell me what you're doing here? Planning to stream the pump operation? The man glances at the ceiling, 2.5 stories high with no beams in sight, and contemplates how one might hide without being discovered. He decides to abandon the thought and whispers, I am a police officer. I advise you not to assist in the crimes of scum like Liang Tianlong. That is a criminal offense. Mo Yang is taken aback by the realization that he has apprehended a police officer who resembles a thief while cautioning him against criminal acts. He muses that he is merely a security guard, not likely to violate any laws. The only time he had erred was when he injured Zhang Wan. A misunderstanding stemming from Liu Xiaomi's unclear instructions. You're not in uniform. May I see your badge? Mo Yang cautiously inquires, recalling his last encounter with the police where he was heavily reprimanded by Liu Xiaomi. The man appears bewildered. I am on a special assignment. Why would I carry my credentials? Then how do you prove your identity? Mo Yang persists. If the man were a thief, he should be lying on the ground by now. The man, nearly losing his patience, draws a gun from his waist, exclaiming, Does this prove it? Before the person could finish speaking, Mo Yang, like a specter, leaped beside him. He seized the man's wrist and lifted it to scrutinize the firearm closely. It was indeed a real gun, identical to what he had seen online. Yet, how could one prove the legality of this weapon? You assaulted an officer and attempted to seize the firearm. Do not move. The man, taken aback, instinctively exclaimed. But the muzzle of the gun was entirely unable to be aimed at Mo Yang. Chapter 17. Liu Xiaomi's dream. Mo Yang pressed the individual against the wall, asserting control. You cannot prove your identity, yet you brandish a firearm. This is self-defense. As the security here, I possess the authority to subdue you and escort you to the authorities in a lawful manner. Cease your struggles and surrender. The previous arrest had left a shadow over Mo Yang. When he spoke the truth, he was accused of quibbling. Everything seemed to necessitate proof. Even his descent from the heavens or the absence of an identification card. This time, he resolved not to leave any incriminating evidence against himself. Liu Xiaomi had been a police officer for a decade, experiencing numerous dangers, yet never had he felt so helpless. Not only was he immobilized, but the moral high ground was also being claimed by someone else. Who, he wondered, was truly the officer here? As he was dragged away like a mere chicken, he felt utterly ashamed. He was discarded in a private room, his hands and feet bound, even the gun secured to him. In Mo Yang's words, the weapon was unrelated to him. Fingerprint checks would yield no results. A group of wait staff formed a circle, discussing the audacity of someone brandishing a gun within the establishment. Thank goodness for Brother Yang. Otherwise, we would be in trouble, one remarked. He claims to be a cop. Do you believe him? They laughed. Brother Yang mentioned discovering a miniature camera on him, warning the ladies to be cautious while cleaning rooms, as perversion seemed to abound. Soon, the police arrived. Mo Yang was not only required to file a report, but also to visit the crime scene to verify the events, while the one apprehended was taken away without inquiry. After a series of delays, around 3 in the morning, once Mo Yang had sent the individual off, he returned to the pump room. From a pipe joint, he detached a small magnet and, upon online verification, discovered it to be a listening device discreetly placed by a seemingly inconspicuous officer. Mo Yang felt a twinge of frustration. Liu Xiaomi was indeed a police officer. It appeared that the pump room concealed secrets, and he hoped it wouldn't lead to future troubles. All he desired was to work diligently and earn a living, alleviating Liu Xiaomi's hardships. Zhao, who drove a dilapidated van to take Mo Yang home, showering him with flattery to the point of monotony. Observing his laborious efforts, Mo Yang inquired, "If there's something to say, speak directly." "Hey, Brother Yang. I've been working at the club for a few days and feel familiar with the environment. Do you think you could help me transfer over?" "That would require General Liang's approval. The club is not mine to command. The big boss hardly concerns himself with trifles. Just give General Song a heads up when you can." "All right, I'll ask." "Thank you, Brother Yang. From now on, I'll stick with you. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Even if I lack skills, I can serve as your driver." Zhao Hu flattered, having firmly set his sights on Mo Yang. Most individuals would tremble at the sight of a gun, yet few could remain as composed as Mo Yang. Upon arriving home, Mo Yang found Liu Xiaomi asleep at the table. He silently apologized, realizing he had muted his phone to catch a criminal, unaware of the potential scolding awaiting him the following morning. After carrying Liu Xiaomi to bed, he finally had a moment for himself. For the first time, he neglected his phone at midnight, instead staring at the ceiling, reminiscing about a dream that had lingered for 3 days. The dazzling starry sky, the boundless darkness, the desolate land, the enigmatic black-armored figure, and the endless void all flooded his mind. The internet claimed that daytime thoughts manifested in dreams, yet he had never encountered such visions. The most terrifying aspect was the void. What was his identity within it? Reflecting on it now, he felt a shiver of fear. What torment would it entail to be trapped there indefinitely? In the morning, Liu Xiaomi roused him from sleep, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. Were you asleep or unconscious? You were almost falling apart before you woke." "I merely dozed off. You needn't worry. Have you recalled anything now?" "Nothing much, though I did have a peculiar dream." Mo Yang hesitated, fearing her concern and omitting the final segment about the void. Liu Xiaomi paid little heed, remarking, "Dreams are commonplace, aren't they? I knew that old man who was unreliable. I'll never go to him for treatment again. Western medicine is more trustworthy." Mo Yang chuckled. "I'll heed your advice. By the way, would you consider changing jobs? That factory is rather exploitative. Honestly, they're all quite similar. We'll think about it once you receive your salary. We still need to eat." Liu Xiaomi sighed. "As someone with no prospects, this is all I can do. Such work has no future." "Future? I might as well marry Chen Fugue. Even if he is not a decent person, at least he is wealthy." "Would you let me do that?" "I would allow it." Mo Yang felt provoked, asserting, "The future lies in your own hands. Do you wish to become a soulless wealthy lady?" Liu Xiaomi smiled. "I too desire my own career and to be with someone I love. Can you help me achieve that?" "Enough of this. We'll be late, and it's all your fault," she exclaimed before rushing out, hoping she wouldn't be tardy today. Mo Yang watched her leave with a smile, muttering, "Of course." By 9:30, Zhao Hu arrived to pick him up, stating that Song Xiaoling wanted to see him, likely to discuss the events of the previous night. Mo Yang asked, "Did you report to her?" "Brother Yang, I barely woke up. When would I have time to report? Besides, I was covering for you yesterday. They might not even know you returned. Someone must have reported it up the chain. It's of no concern, given the commotion. They will find out sooner or later. I hope Luo Wenxiang is not a real cop." Zhao Hu laughed heartily. "That guy is uglier than me. Does he even qualify?" In the office, Song Xiaoling awaited them, dressed formally. After some grooming, her appearance had shifted from alluring to competent. "Let us hear it. What happened last night?" "Song, you wouldn't believe it. That thief barged into the club with a gun, robbing everyone in sight." Zhao Hu animatedly prepared to recount his tale. "Enough, Mo Yang. You speak." "Nothing major. I merely apprehended a thief in the pump room. I called the police solely because he had a gun." "What was his identity?" "He claimed to be a police officer, but I didn't believe him." "Were you alone in capturing him?" "Yes." Song Xiaoling narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "So? You must be quite capable?" "Somewhat. I'm better than Su Tian." "Su Tian is nothing but a thug. He is merely ruthless." Mo Yang thought it wise to acquiesce, not wishing to label Su Tian as a formidable opponent. Song Xiaoling continued, "Did the assailant disclose his intentions? What else did you find on him besides the gun?" "He didn't say, but I did find a miniature camera." "Ah, that is likely a voyeur. He brandished a toy gun to intimidate, hoping to capture indecent videos in the club." "That must be the case," Song Xiaoling stated without a hint of shame, prompting Mo Yang to confirm. "Is that right?" "Indeed," Mo Yang replied. wishing to avoid complicating matters. He added to Zhao Hu, "When you start your shift, relay this to the staff. That will be the official account." Oh, understood. Zhao Hu realized that being a mere echo was the safer route. Zhao Hu is a dependable fellow. Can I formally transfer him over? Mo Yang pondered how to assist Zhao Hu with his plight. Song Xiaoling smiled. Yes, useful? Do as you wish. I'll inform human resources. By the way, I heard you took a few sick days. Are you feeling better now? I've recovered. Thank you for your concern, Song. Once they exited, Zhao Hu could no longer contain his curiosity. Brother Yang, what is the deal with Song Xiaoling? Mind your own business. Simply focus on your work. The more you speak, the more mistakes you make. From now on, just follow my lead. Thank you, Brother Yang. Mo Yang thought this matter had concluded here, but unexpectedly, General Manager Liang sent Su Tian over once more. Not only did he inquire meticulously about the events, but he also personally inspected the pump room, making it seem akin to a police investigation. Before leaving, he made sure to instruct Mo Yang that no one else should enter the pump room. If any issues arise, he should call him, and he would handle it. Chapter 18. Mo Yang's aspirations. After bidding farewell to Su Tian, Hu Haiba called again, requesting Mo Yang to undergo a health check. Observing Hu's earnestness, Mo Yang could not decline and agreed to meet the following morning at 9 o'clock. Having loitered at work until 10, Zhao Hu's voice crackled over the intercom. Brother Yang, those rascals are back again. It seems they are itching for a fight. Understood. Let the others stay put. I shall investigate, Mo Yang replied, perplexed by their return after the previous day's altercation. The same scenario, the same ambience, only taunts exchanged instead of blows. Mo Yang stood at a distance, observing, curious how long they could keep up their verbal sparring. At that moment, the door to the adjacent private room swung open, and Song Xiaoling emerged, dressed to the nines, demanding, Mo Yang, how can you allow this uproar? Don't you care about the disturbance to our guests? President Song, you are dining here too. Worry not, they won't come to blows. If they do, I shall intervene. You may eat in peace. Oh, and how can you be so certain they won't fight? Firstly, they are not affluent individuals. Their attire speaks volumes. One of them retorted, you are no different. Dressed in low-quality clothes, while I at least wear a brand. My point stands, I earn a salary while you spend your money on meals. You cannot afford to pay for any damages. Secondly, I suspect you all are in cahoots. Your quarrel is rather theatrical. Yet the wear on your trousers aligns too perfectly. What do you usually do to wear them out so uniformly? Song Xiaoling was taken aback, realizing that such a minor detail had exposed their ruse. Mo Yang continued, furthermore, I suggest your associates outside find a different venue. The drivers are all inside the club, and no one will be waiting outside. Also, perhaps consider lighter equipment, as needing to charge during work hours is unprofessional. Now, let us settle the bill and depart. With that, Mo Yang had nearly accused them of colluding with the previous day's oddities. Yet, despite his clear warnings, they remained unyielding, brandishing their fists and closing the distance. Being the good-natured individual he was, Mo Yang reluctantly shifted into self-defense mode, grabbing and throwing, pushing and shoving, until a dozen of them lay sprawled on the ground, their own comrades colliding against one another. Mo Yang remained steadfast, hardly moving from his spot, relying solely on his swift victories. Song Xiaoling peeked out from the private room, exclaiming, you are truly remarkable. Oh, it's merely them colliding with each other. I had no part in it. Once the commotion subsided, Mo Yang's popularity soared. The young women in the club were practically draping themselves over him, while his male colleagues displayed newfound dedication to their work. Anticipating a quiet evening ahead, Mo Yang decided to leave early, and Zhao Hu, ever resourceful, seized the opportunity to drive him home. Arriving home before midnight, he found Liu Xiaomi just finishing her shower, lying in bed scrolling through her phone. She had also contemplated changing jobs during the day and was currently perusing job listings. Are these companies out of their minds? They require a bachelor's degree for a front desk position. Do they think university graduates are as common as cabbages? Liu Xiaomi exclaimed, her frustration evident. Compensation could be satisfactory, but I believe you should seek something that offers a chance to learn, Mo Yang suggested. Don't even mention it. I merely coasted through rural primary and secondary schools. What more could I possibly learn now? One learns throughout life. As long as one has the will, learning is always possible, especially since you are still young. Liu Xiaomi retorted, and what exactly can you learn as a security guard? By the way, you haven't been fighting recently, right? Absolutely not, Moang assured her, clarifying that. Strictly speaking, he had indeed refrained from any brawls. When I browse my phone, I am studying, after all. Did you not notice how my eloquence has improved? Of course. My primary focus remains on the natural sciences. If given the chance, I would prefer to be a scientist. After all, technology is the true driver of societal progress, while being a security guard is merely a transitional phase. Haha, nowadays even elementary school students aspire to become celebrities, and you still wish to become a scientist? That is hilarious. I've heard scientists today are too busy making money to engage in research. Moyang chuckled. While earning money is certainly commendable, once it accumulates beyond a point, it becomes merely a series of numbers. In the future, once I am financially secure, I shall hire a plethora of scientists to work for me. Dream on. Can you even afford that? Moyang sighed, contemplating the unnecessary complexity of it all. I believe many issues do not require financial solutions. However, given the rules of the game, I shall comply. What do you mean? Liu Xiaomi queried, perplexed. Moyang thought, what is there to misunderstand? Earning money is genuinely not challenging with my abilities. Yet, I maintain a personal boundary, as you requested, to be a law-abiding citizen. Seeing Moyang silent, Liu Xiaomi inquired further, I never knew you held such thoughts. It seems you are not particularly concerned about your amnesia. I appear to be more invested than you. I feel the significance of recovery is diminishing. Perhaps there was nothing worth remembering. Otherwise, how could I have forgotten for so long? Liu Xiaomi exclaimed, but what about your family? If I lost my memory, my father would be restless every night. Should we not report this to the police for assistance? Moyang shrugged, you might as well post my photo on popular forums. That could be more effective, or perhaps a short video. Liu Xiaomi slapped her forehead, realizing her oversight. With your charm, you'd surely gain fame on social media. Who knows? Perhaps you could earn some advertising revenue. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and started filming. After editing the video and uploading it to various renowned apps, she added a subtle inquiry. Do you recognize me? Moang queried, what does that mean? Shouldn't it be framed as a search for family? Liu Xiaomi countered. Who knows who might see it? What if a robber stumbles upon it? A robber? A thief in broad daylight. Well, at least you're being cautious. Moyang dismissed his concerns and noted the time. It was already past 2. He urged her to sleep, fearing she would be late for work the next day. Worried about oversleeping, Moyang stayed awake until 8 and then headed directly to the hospital. To save money, he took the van, only to find parking cost him 10 yuan. He resolved to buy an electric scooter once he received his salary. Hu Haiba first checked his pulse, inquiring about his recent experiences. Moyang recounted his dreams, conveniently omitting the vague conclusions. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Haiba suggested, how about we try hypnosis to delve deeper into your subconscious? Though skeptical about its efficacy, Moyang agreed. It was evident that Dr. Hu was genuinely invested in his healing, regardless of his motives, which was a positive sign. Hypnosis fell within the realm of Western medicine and was to be conducted by Hu Man. In a tranquil room, soothing music played as Moyang reclined on a comfortable examination table, watching the pendulum swing gently before him. Hu Man softly urged him to relax, and relax further. Moyang, unsure if this was mere theatrics, found himself sinking into a profound state of calm, eventually closing his eyes as if drifting into slumber. When he next opened his eyes, the sun had set. Hu Man, visibly irritated, sat beside him. Upon noticing his awakening, she scolded, you were summoned for treatment, not to take a nap. I would have ignored you altogether had I not known you had work to attend to. My apologies, I was unaware of what I might have revealed, Moyang responded. Hu Man tossed him a camera, stating, here is the recording. You can review it yourself. You've driven me to distraction. Uncertain of what had upset her, Moyang hastily began watching the footage, fast-forwarding to the moment he had closed his eyes. He merely lay there in silence. What could have possibly transpired? After a while, Hu Man began her questioning, only to find him entirely unresponsive, deep in slumber. At first, Human displayed a modicum of patience, but after a mere 10 minutes, He began rousing others from their slumber. If they remained unresponsive, he would nudge them, and if nudging proved futile, he would simply relent. Human felt a pang of sympathy for Mo Yang, surmising that he must not have rested well, hence his profound slumber. He merely sat beside him, gazing intently. Mo Yang found the intensity of Human's gaze somewhat peculiar and chose to disregard that moment. Suddenly, he noticed himself raising a hand and calling out Mo Yang. Although his voice was not particularly loud, it carried an air of determination, reminiscent of the exuberant shouts of Ula or Eligu often seen in short videos. It seemed to echo similarly in his dreams, though he could not be certain. Chapter 19. Conducting business. It seems that the origin of his name might be akin to his slogan. He continued to read, employing a fast-forward technique, fearful of missing any other details. Unfortunately, there were no further developments. His brows occasionally twitched, perhaps a manifestation of his complex emotions while drifting in a dreamlike void. It appeared that today was not in vain. He had enjoyed a good sleep and even discovered that he called out his own name in slumber. Before departing, he bid farewell to Hu Haiba, who had already received a report from Hu Man and remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, there is still a glimmer of progress. Let me conduct some research, and I will contact you with my thoughts." "Thank you." Mo Yang bowed in gratitude, appreciative of their decision not to charge a consultation fee and their sincere demeanor. Before he could return to the club, Song Xiaoling called, "Don't go to work tonight. Accompany me for dinner. Come to the office to pick me up." Dinner? Mo Yang pondered that this should not fall under his professional duties. Before he could decline, she had already hung up. Upon arriving at the company, he found Song Xiaoling waiting downstairs, clad in her work attire, which suggested she did not intend to dine out. Mo Yang parked his car in front of her and called for her to get in. She responded with a dramatic eye roll, retrieving her own keys to unlock her vehicle, a flashy red sports car that gleamed with a brand emblem resembling a shield etched with 2 letters alongside a horse. Likely an upgraded version of a BMW. Liu Xiaomi had mentioned that wealthy individuals tend to drive Mercedes or BMWs. This must be one of those. To his surprise, driving this car was indeed more enjoyable than the van, aside from the initial struggle to locate the gear shift. He reminded Song Xiaoling during their journey, "Today counts as an external assignment. It shouldn't be considered a day off." Song Xiaoling shot him another eye roll, retorting, "Whether or not you get dock pay is still up to me. Why are you concerned?" She then insisted on stopping by Hongdao Mall to purchase him some clothing, stating, "You can't present yourself like this." Mo Yang retrieved his phone and fumbled for a while until the navigation finally spoke up, preparing, departing. "What kind of broken phone do you have that lags, even while navigating?" Mo Yang interjected, "There's no need to change clothes. I only have 80 yuan on my phone. Not even enough to afford this outfit. Yet your monthly salary exceeds 10,000? Where does it all go?" "I haven't received my salary yet, and even when I do, I can't spend it. I need to give it to my cousin." Song Xiaoling chuckled. "I've heard of salaries being handed over to wives or girlfriends, but never to a cousin. Never mind, I'll buy it for you. Consider it a benefit." Mo Yang did not refuse. He could always repay her when he received his salary. However, upon seeing the receipt at the checkout, 16,000 yuan for a suit, tie, shirt, and shoes, he quickly changed his mind, declaring it as company-issued work attire that did not require repayment. Song Xiaoling, meanwhile, continued with her casual remarks. "Just buy something suitable to meet people, and let's hurry." Clad in over 10,000 yuan worth of attire, Mo Yang felt a sense of discomfort, as if the sales associates were mocking him. Escaping the mall, their next destination was Banshan Hotel. Song Xiaoling, using her phone for navigation, scoffed, "I have an old phone at home that I'll bring you tomorrow. You can pick it up at the office." "That's unnecessary. My phone still works." "Take it. You're just starting your job, and being short on money is normal. By the way, I looked at your resume. Aside from your name and gender, it was entirely blank. I didn't remember, so I didn't write it." Song Xiaoling glanced at him curiously, continuing, "You don't remember your parents' names or where you studied? Where did you come from? And where does your cousin come from?" Sighing at the repeated inquiry, Mo Yang felt numb. "Does it really matter where I come from? Does it affect your meal or my driving?" He could only briefly summarize his background, concluding, "I just fell from the sky. Beyond that, I don't know." falling from the sky and not dying. Impressive, Song Xiaoling remarked, her thought process distinctly unconventional. Hardy. Upon reaching the hotel, just before ascending the stairs, Song Xiaoling cautioned, "You will protect me. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Are we going to fight? Isn't that what a bodyguard does? What's so rare about it? Didn't you get into a scuffle last night? I merely pushed them a bit. It wasn't a fight. My cousin forbade it." Song Xiaoling thought he was being overly dramatic and rolled her eyes at him. "Handle it as you see fit. I cannot afford to get hurt." Upon entering the private room, 4 or 5 individuals awaited them, some with unsavory appearances. They greeted her with exaggerated enthusiasm, bowing and offering tea. However, Song Xiaoling was displeased. Frowning as she inquired, "Who is Boss Joe?" One replied, "We only have 4 or 5 million in goods this time. The rest of us are here just to accompany. I was instructed by General Liang to handle this. Are you all treating it so lightly? Just go directly to General Liang. I'm done with this. Please don't be hasty. I'll call him right away. Let us eat first," someone explained, and indeed, a call was made, resulting in a swift reply. "Boss Zhou is having tea with General Liang. Why not ask General Liang?" It was clear that further calls were futile. Song Xiaoling, exasperated, stated, "Bring the goods. Let me take a look." Someone produced a travel bag from beneath the table and presented it to her. Song Xiaoling casually inspected it before pulling out a notebook to jot down notes. Mo Yang, seated nearby, observed everything. The travel bag contained numerous packets of flour, and upon noticing the transfer amount on the online banking screen, a staggering 8 digits, he comprehended the implications. Such items were indeed valuable. His company had prospered from such dealings. Did this make him an accomplice? Would Liu Xiaomi be furious if she found out? While Mo Yang was lost in thought, Song Xiaoling completed her transaction and instructed him to pick up the bag and leave. "Wait, we haven't even eaten yet," Mo Yang protested, having only consumed 2 buns that morning. The individuals across from them eagerly urged them to stay and finish their meal, perplexed by her abruptness. Mo Yang secured the goods and started the car, questioning, "Are we heading back to the company?" Song Xiaoling suddenly asked seriously, "You do know what this package contains, right?" "Imported baby formula." Mo Yang guessed, feeling as if she was pressuring him to confess to a crime, so he decided to feign ignorance. "Are you playing dumb?" Song Xiaoling laughed. "Keep pretending. Later, you'll follow them, find out where they're going, and let me know. Isn't that a bit beyond my duties? I'm just security. At most, I'm a bodyguard. Do I really have to follow someone?" Song Xiaoling did not engage in reasoning. "Whether you go or not is up to you. If you refuse, you can settle your account with HR tomorrow." With that, she pushed him out of the car and took the driver's seat herself. "Wait, if I'm going, let me in," Mo Yang acquiesced. "I'll handle my own business," Song Xiaoling declared, starting the car and driving away. "Handle your own business? I've never encountered someone like this," Mo Yang muttered under his breath. He contemplated for a moment and returned to the private room, just in time for the dishes to arrive. "Why has this young man returned?" One of them joked. "Haha, Song Zong mentioned she had matters to attend to. She left me here to keep you company." Mo Yang shamelessly took a seat, not bothering to wait for an invitation, and began to feast heartily. "Brother, we didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves earlier." A rotund man raised his glass. "I'm Air Bing. This is Shouzi, and over there are Bai Ban and Lao Zhu." What a strange assortment of names. Mo Yang paid little mind. Soon enough, someone would deal with them, and he would never have to see them again. With his mouth full, he mumbled his name, clinking glasses with the group to conclude the introduction. "Haha, you and Song Zong share a unique personality," Air Bing remarked, embarrassed, as he returned to his seat. A few individuals whispered among themselves, casually consuming a few bites before preparing to depart. "Xiaomo, take your time eating. We shall leave first. Have you settled the bill?" "Oh, come now. Of course, it's been taken care of. Enjoy your meal." As they chuckled and bantered, a glint of malice flickered in their eyes, revealing their desire to inflict harm upon Mo Yang. Once they had vacated the premises, Mo Yang cradled his plate and moved to the window, where he could conveniently observe the entrance of the hotel. While he ate, he packed his belongings into a plastic bag, waiting until he saw the 4 of them drive away. He then opened the window and leapt directly from the 3rd floor. Chapter 20. Winning glory before Mo Yang could pursue further, a familiar vehicle emerged from behind. He hastily boarded a taxi and instructed the driver, "Please follow the car with the tail number 893, but do not exceed the SUV with tail number 127. The seasoned driver, amused, quipped, "What sort of game are you playing? I've never seen such specific demands in a chase." With a chuckle, he pressed the accelerator and followed suit. The pursuit was surprisingly relaxed. No one seemed in a rush. However, Mo Yang grew impatient and transferred all the money he had via WeChat, saying, "I apologize. This is all I have. Please drop me off when it's convenient." The driver, acknowledging the predicament, pulled over promptly, ensuring the meter read accurately. As Mo Yang alighted, he darted into the greenery alongside the road, using the cover of night to quicken his pace, and soon caught up to his target. This area had already transitioned to the suburbs, and after several twists and turns, they finally stopped in front of a private residence. He observed as a few individuals entered and closed the door, and only then did the trailing vehicle approach. Mo Yang, perched on the rooftop, confirmed that one of the familiar faces was Liu Xiaomi. 3 more individuals disembarked. If memory served him right, they were the ones causing a ruckus in the box. It became evident that these men were police officers, honorable narcotics agents. He watched as they retrieved handguns from their waists and swiftly divided tasks. One went to the back of the house, while 2 concealed themselves in the shadows on either side, with Liu Xiaomi stationed not far from the entrance. Mo Yang sent a location pin to Song Shaoling, leaving a message, "Your people have arrived. I'm clocking out." A prompt reply followed, "Are you no longer pretending? The next mission is to assist in apprehending Zhou Laoda. It's perilous, as everyone is armed. Surely, a security guard need not have such high expectations. Reinforcements are on the way, 2 vehicles. I worry I might not escape." This was an order. With no time for conversation, Mo Yang observed as the operation commenced below. Liu Xiaomi banged on the door, calling, "Delivery service, open up." In the distance, 2 buildings had snipers ready, prompting Mo Yang to leap to another rooftop. For safety, he climbed onto the wall of the 3rd floor, pressing closely against it. Shortly thereafter, gunfire erupted, followed by a chaotic frenzy that quickly subsided. The startled neighbors soon sent someone to calm the commotion, and the operation was deemed a success. Just as Mo Yang thought he could prepare to leave, the room he was hiding in suddenly lit up. A man exclaimed urgently, "Boss, what do we do? The police have surrounded us." Another replied, racking his gun and whispering, "Air Tong and the others should not betray me. We hold our ground here. If the police dare to search, we will fight back." The failure to capture the main target left the comrades feeling quite unlucky, leaving the bounty for themselves. Yet, uncertain of the situation, Mo Yang was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Perhaps they would not search here after all. However, contrary to his hopes, someone approached. The tension in the room escalated. "Brother, we fight," one declared. "Damn it, I can't swallow this humiliation. I warned Liang Tianlong that scoundrel surnamed Song was trouble. Even if I die, I'll drag that scoundrel down with me." Suddenly, a window opened, and a bearded head protruded. "While there are still mountains, there's no fear of firewood running out," he said, seizing the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yang kicked the bearded man in the chin, and he toppled backward into the room. Mo Yang followed suit, but inside was no ordinary foe. Without a moment's hesitation, the man raised his gun and fired. Mo Yang dodged, swiftly closing the distance, and with a tug, the man's arm went limp, the gun fell, and he was pinned against the wall, collapsing. The commotion drew attention below, and Mo Yang, clutching his arm, jumped out of the window, not caring whether anyone followed, plunging into the darkness. This was a costly mistake. He stealthily escaped to a distant spot away from the road, hiding behind a large tree. He removed his shirt and extracted the bullet from his arm. Though his shirt was stained red, he felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing he had survived a bullet from a submachine gun. Lost in thought, he pondered whether he truly was not from Blue Star. He gazed at the starry sky, contemplating his home. Just then, a message from Song Shaoling shattered the contemplative mood. "Was it you?" Zhou Laodao was knocked unconscious in the room, and half his bullets were discharged. "Are you all right? Do I get credit for this? Is there a reward?" Liu Xiaomi had perished. He had mentioned wanting to face Mo Yang in a fair contest just yesterday. Despite not being intimately acquainted, Mo Yang felt a heavy heart and replied curtly, "I'm clocking out, don't bother me." He paid no mind to whether the police had departed or the time. He sent a location pin to Zhao Hu for a pickup. By the time Zhao Hu arrived, Mo Yang had managed to treat his injury. Zhao Hu, oblivious to Mo Yang's gunshot wound, complimented him on his stylish suit. As Mo Yang reclined in the back seat, he felt a mix of admiration for heroes like Liu Xiaomi and frustration for their sacrifices. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Liu Xiaomi was still glued to her phone, busily replying to comments. She laughed, "You've become famous. You have thousands of fans, and some even want to support you financially. That's great. I can just relax," Mo Yang thought, feeling increasingly discontented as he compared his struggles against the frivolity of others. "You dare," she exclaimed. "I don't. I look down on those people. Where did you get the money for that suit? It fits you quite well. Just work attire. The company requires uniformity." Liu Xiaomi sighed in relief, saying, "Of course. Nowadays, companies emphasize image." In the restroom, Mo Yang changed out of the suit, noticing that the wound had begun to scab. He casually pressed some tissue against it, donning his casual wear instead. The discarded clothing was no longer salvageable, so he bagged it for the trash in the morning, pondering what to pair with his remaining shoes, which cost him a hefty sum of 16,000. At that moment, Liu Xiaomi gasped, "Wow. The police are in a fierce battle with drug dealers. How terrifying." Mo Yang leaned in to take a look. Indeed, it was the very incident that had just transpired, probably captured by a nearby resident. All that was visible were shattered windows and the sounds of gunfire. The entire event unfolded in mere seconds, but had been deliberately edited into segments, with the creator painstakingly providing a slow-motion commentary on what should and shouldn't have happened. The overarching sentiment was that the police had faltered, accompanied by video game footage of the shootout, with many expressing support in the comments. Mo Yang scoffed, thinking, "Liu Xiaomi, you deserve better. A salute to the narcotics heroes." Liu Xiaomi chimed in, adding, "Keyboard warriors are truly frightening. More than frightening." Mo Yang retorted coldly, "As a child, I dreamed of serving my country as a soldier or a police officer, but now I see how naive that was. Weren't you just saying you wanted to be a boss and have your own career? Have you changed your mind so quickly? Who hasn't had dreams as a child? Growing up teaches you that you're just a pawn in the game. Forget dreams. Even growing into a stronger version of myself seems impossible. Eventually, I just wanted to earn some money and be a small business owner. Later still, I found that being able to sleep a full 8 hours was enough to satisfy me. Then I think marrying Chen Fugui would be a good fit for you." Mo Yang, speak respectfully. Liu Xiaomi fumed, hurling a pillow at him, ruining the previously pleasant atmosphere. "All right then, if you're so righteous. Why do you always stop me from acting? I only ever target the bad guys. I was merely protecting you. You seem to have forgotten everything, which makes it all too easy to transgress the law. Are they not bullying you?" Mo Yang argued, his mood truly dismal today. Liu Xiaomi pondered for a moment, drawing from her own experiences to conclude that, indeed, they were not committing any crimes. For individuals like Chen Fugui, Wang Yuquan, and the unscrupulous boss, although their actions were excessive, they merely contravened public order regulations at worst. If it were to escalate to court, the case might not even be accepted, and even if it were, the penalties would likely be minimal, just a fine or a few months in detention, after which they would emerge unscathed. Liu Xiaomi shook her head, realizing she had digressed, and inquired with genuine concern, "Mo Yang, what troubles you? Is work not going well, or have you been mistreated?" Chapter 21. Labor disputes. Mo Yang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Not at all. It's merely that I feel it's beneath you." Liu Xiaomi crawled over, shaking Mo Yang's hand, and soothingly said, "We are working so hard. Things will gradually improve. You can pursue anything you desire in the future. Just don't be like this. Come on, give me a smile." With a sigh of resignation, Mo Yang made a funny face. The next day, the sun had risen high when Mo Yang was finally roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Rubbing his head, he expressed his discomfort, for the dream had truly been a headache. Upon answering the call, he immediately heard Song Shaoling scolding him. "So you're willing to answer the phone now? Why haven't you just slept through it all? Hurry over here. Is this how you treat a benefactor? Upon arriving at the company, he noticed that Song Xiaoling was still dressed in the formal attire from the previous day, her eyes showing signs of fatigue. She pulled Mo Yang into her office, locked the door, and drew the curtains. Sitting beside him, she whispered, "Last night, we interrogated Zhou Pingyan, the infamous Zhou. He is tight-lipped and refuses to admit that Liang Tianlong is a supplier in the drug trade. Liang Tianlong is suspicious of us, and we cannot dismiss the possibility of assassination. You must be cautious during this period." So, did Luo Wenxiang die for nothing? Song Xiaoling's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as she took a deep breath, saying, "By dismantling Zhou Pingyan's gang, he can finally rest in peace." However, Liang Tianlong has more than one supplier. To my knowledge, there are at least 2 others. How long have you been undercover? 3 years. Song Xiaoling was taken aback, sensing that they were not on the same wavelength. You've truly endured a great deal, but sometimes, hard work alone is insufficient. Do you now consider me one of your own? Did you consult me before taking on the role of security manager at the club, inadvertently capturing Luo Wenxiang? I only brought you to the transaction to ascertain which faction you belong to. It seems I inadvertently pressured you instead. Let us discuss the situation at the pump house. I heard they plan to conduct transactions at the pump house. It has a reservoir connected to the river. In case of emergencies, they could dispose of the drugs and destroy evidence. Thus, I arranged for Luo Wenxiang to install cameras for documentation. Is it possible that you fell into a trap? Liang Tianlong never trusted you, and perhaps he deliberately let you overhear that information. Furthermore, yesterday, Song Xiaoling's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that yesterday's meeting with Zhou Pingyan was also orchestrated? Just a guess. Even if Zhou Pingyan were willing to confess, he likely has no evidence. Song Xiaoling slammed her hand on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "That old devil. After 3 years, he still refuses to trust me." Mo Yang gazed out the window, pretending he hadn't heard. Being an undercover agent was indeed disheartening, all for the sake of so-called evidence. People act, and heaven observes. Just capturing people doesn't mean evidence will be found. After a while, Song Xiaoling calmed down and said, "We will assign someone to protect you. You've accomplished a great deal this time. I will apply for a bonus for you, which should arrive in due time. Additionally, here is the phone I promised you yesterday. I kindly ask that, if possible, you assist me in the future." Mo Yang accepted the phone with a sense of assurance, saying, "Thank you for the phone. As for the bonus, please redirect it to Luo Wenxiang's family. Furthermore, I have another favor to ask. Go ahead. Could you arrange a financial position for my cousin at the company? That's a minor issue." Upon leaving the company, Mo Yang headed straight to the club, taking refuge in the surveillance room, while Zhao Hu was assigned to chat with the waitstaff. This was indeed a favorable arrangement. Conversing with young women often fostered feelings. If questioned by his girlfriend, he could assert it was merely the boss's assignment. That evening, Mo Yang left work early. Being a leader was advantageous, and being a leader's aide was even better. Zhao Hu chattered incessantly during their journey. Upon entering, Mo Yang shared the good news with Liu Xiaomi about the job change. However, Liu Xiaomi appeared somewhat dejected. "But I don't know how to work in finance. Why don't you speak to the boss about me doing cleaning instead? That won't do. The salary is too low, and you wouldn't even be able to support yourself. Don't worry, someone will teach you. You can also take some time in these few days to self-study online." Liu Xiaomi still lacked confidence, but after much persuasion from Mo Yang, she reluctantly agreed. She then began to fret about other matters, questioning whether securing a job through connections would be unfair to others. "Fairness is a concept that has never truly existed," Mo Yang replied with a smile. "Your parents are poorer than others, and you were born in a remote village. Is that fair? And what about my good looks? Is that fair? Good looks, my foot." They agreed to complete the resignation process in the morning and report to the security company in the afternoon. However, just after 8, Liu Xiaomi called Mo Yang. "They want to pay me my salary." Before she could finish, she burst into tears. "What is going on?" Mo Yang quickly put on his clothes and rushed out. Upon arriving at the electronics factory, he was blocked by his own people. Even after showing his security company ID, he was denied entry, with the guard stating that if he entered, it would be for nothing. Is this factory making money from production or from withholding salaries? Furious, Mo Yang climbed over the gate and dashed toward the office. The security guard, in his 50s, couldn't keep up, wielding a baton in frustration over the lost wages. Following Liu Xiaomi's information, he reached the supervisor's office, where a rotund man was pointing his finger at Liu Xiaomi, lecturing her. Do you understand company policy? A business cannot function without rules. If there are no penalties, employees would come and go as they please. And how would we run a business or entertainment venue? Do you realize the losses your sudden resignation could cause? If orders are unfulfilled, we could incur penalties, and if penalties accumulate, we won't be able to pay salaries. If salaries aren't paid, employees will leave, and if they all leave, the business will collapse. Do you think you did nothing wrong and still have the audacity to come here and cause a scene? The rotund man's serious expression and convoluted reasoning nearly ensnared Liu Xiaomi. Seeing he was about to continue his tirade, Mo Yang pulled Liu Xiaomi behind him and said firmly, "Be quiet." This momentarily silenced the hefty man. "Are you all right?" Mo Yang turned to Liu Xiaomi, noticing her tear-streaked face, but nothing else seemed amiss. "Mo Yang, I worked hard for over a month and won't receive a single cent. They said company policy requires a 3-day notice for resignation and a month's salary as a quality guarantee deposit." She began to cry again. "I must inform you, young lady, that this is not a place for you. You barged in here, and I could hold you legally accountable." Mo Yang couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Despite his youthful appearance, he had never been called young lady before. He interrupted the rotund man's drivel, stating, "Either you pay her salary and allow her to resign properly, or I will sue you for violating labor laws. Go ahead and sue. We have our reasons and evidence. Don't think just because you've studied for 2 years, you know what the law is. You two should leave immediately. Don't disrupt our normal operations. If you don't leave, I will call the police." "Go ahead. Call the police," Mo Yang challenged, pulling out his phone to make the call. Liu Xiaomi stopped him. "It's useless. We've encountered this situation before. This is an economic dispute, and the police won't intervene. In your case." "Ah, Liu Xiaomi, you do seem to know a bit about the law. If we're going to sue, let us hurry and see who can outlast whom." The rotund man interjected, revealing that he was quite familiar with such tactics. At this juncture, Mo Yang felt utterly powerless. He couldn't just slap him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger. Calmly, he retrieved his phone to search for solutions. Numerous advertisements popped up, followed by various complaints on forums, before finally locating a useful hotline number, 123XX. Without hesitation, Mo Yang dialed the number, while the rotund man continued his endless lecturing. After pressing a few numbers as prompted, he was placed on hold with a busy signal. Are there not too many unscrupulous factories in the world, leaving the operators overwhelmed? Helplessly, Mo Yang had to express his frustration with a firm declaration. "Just wait. We shall see." He had never felt so constrained before. Yet, he consoled Liu Xiaomi, saying, "Let us return. While they may flee, the temple remains. We must reclaim your hard-earned money." The portly man, patting his belly, wore a smug grin as he contentedly made his way back to the office. Chapter 22. High-paying careers. Mo Yang escorted Liu Xiaomi directly to the security company, where a single statement from Song Xiaoling resolved the employment issue. A monthly salary of 5,000, along with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, a 9-to-5 schedule, weekends off, and double pay at year-end. This was almost an illicit treatment. Liu Xiaomi beamed with joy, forgetting her earlier displeasure. However, there were conditions. She had to work independently for a month and subsequently obtain an accounting certificate. Mo Yang feared that Liu Xiaomi might back down upon hearing this, but to his surprise, she patted her chest and assured Song Xiaoling that she would complete the tasks. As they exited the CEO's office, Mo Yang jested, "It's true that money can move mountains. Just yesterday, you were anxious, and today you're bold enough to boast. Is it merely the money?" She retorted, "I feel a glimmer of hope for life. As you said, one must have aspirations. Your dreams are about to be realized. Soon. You could count money to the point of cramping your hands. You're the one who will cramp." Liu Xiaomi rolled her eyes at him and headed to the finance office to report. Mo Yang had little to worry about. The boss's instructions were clear, and he was not afraid of being undermined. He went to the stairwell and began to follow up with 123XX. After half an hour of persistence, someone finally answered. The person patiently listened to Mo Yang's grievances and directed him to contact the labor inspection team for assistance, providing the number XXXXXXXXXXXX. Mo Yang had never heard of this unit. Its name sounded quite righteous. Yet after several attempts, no one answered the line, leading him to wonder if there was an error in his memory. He checked again with the 123XX operator, confirming he had noted the number correctly. The operator, seemingly accustomed to such situations, advised, "Please continue to call patiently." Losing his patience, Mo Yang realized he had missed lunch. He summoned Zhao Hu, hoping to share a meal and catch a ride to find that team. As the month end approached, Zhao Hu was also feeling the financial pinch, and the two of them settled on the roadside for a bowl of noodles. "Brother Yang, there's no need for all this trouble. I can scare them into compliance," Zhao Hu offered. "No, that fat guy insists on reasoning with me." "Fine, then I'll reason with him." "Oh brother, reasoning with a thug? That's like a scholar encountering a soldier." Mo Yang explained. "The inspection team only helps mediate. If that fails, you'll need to go to court. You must prepare contracts, work records, attendance, witnesses, and even hire a lawyer. It's a hassle, and it could take a month just to make progress. Even if you win, they might still delay payment, leaving you in a bind." Zhao Hu, eager to repay Mo Yang, insisted, "Leave it to me, I'll handle it." "Just don't do anything illegal," Mo Yang cautioned. "Rest assured," Zhao Hu replied confidently. In that case, Mo Yang decided to let Zhao Hu take the lead. Otherwise, he would be running around without the gas money to sustain it. He then inquired about the individuals he had asked Zhao Hu to investigate. Zhao Hu slapped his forehead and produced a folder from the car, revealing information on individuals closely associated with General Liang. The details were scant. Merely photographs and a few lines of text, name, gender, unit, and position, resembling a registration resume. Next time, be more diligent. Find out what their company does and who they collaborate with. Much of this can be found online without needing to ask anyone, Mo Yang advised. Zhao Hu sheepishly nodded. "Got it. By the way, what do you want to know about General Liang's associates? Ask less and do more. Knowing too much can be detrimental. You needn't concern yourself with the details." After enjoying a hearty meal, Mo Yang drove off, leaving a lamenting Zhao Hu to settle the bill, which was exorbitant for a mere bowl of noodles. Mo Yang spent the afternoon wandering the city, visiting the companies of several target individuals, even engaging in brief conversations with the elderly gatekeepers. By 8 in the evening, he arrived at a nightclub owned by a man named Yang Defa. The venue was spacious yet modestly decorated, featuring a central catwalk surrounded by booths filled with groups of young people indulging in drinks. A waitress, provocatively dressed, greeted him. "Hey there, what can I get you?" Mo Yang casually pointed to a table. "I'm here to find someone." Lacking funds, he hoped this would suffice. However, the waitress was overly enthusiastic and led him to the booth, announcing, "Old dog, here is someone looking for you." A group of young men turned to look at him. Despite being labeled as young, none appeared younger than Mo Yang. Tattoos adorned their arms and necks, and their weary eyes suggested they were prematurely aged. Old dog, confused, asked, "What do you want?" The waitress, with a mischievous glance, remarked, "What else could it be? Just remember to give me my cut." With that, she cheerfully returned to her duties. Mo Yang felt exasperated, thinking, what kind of people are these? Are they all driven mad by money? He shot a glare at Old Dog, "Who sent you?" Unable to decipher their cryptic exchanges, Mo Yang chuckled, "I'm here looking for Yang Defa." The girl must have made a mistake. Old Dog paused, then grinned, "You're actually in the right place. Follow me." He stood and led the way. But Mo Yang found himself cornered by the group as they followed him into a secluded room. Once inside, Old Dog reclined on the sofa and ominously stated, "Speak up, who sent you? We prefer to avoid any trouble." Without warning, Mo Yang seized Old Dog by the throat, pressing him against the sofa. "Where's Yang Defa?" Old Dog, taken aback, struggled against Mo Yang's grip, bewildered by this unexpected aggression. His companions stood frozen, unsure of how to react. As oxygen dwindled, Old Dog finally relented. "I'll tell you. Just let go." Mo Yang instantly released him, taking a seat on the coffee table. You answer, I ask. Old Dog coughed, clutching his throat, and suddenly swung a punch at Mo Yang. In a swift motion, Mo Yang caught his wrist and twisted it downward, causing Old Dog to spin in pain, pleading, let go, I'll tell you. You're not being truthful, Mo Yang pressed, applying pressure that made Old Dog's bones crack audibly. All right, I'll be honest. Just ease up a bit. Old Dog, now genuinely frightened, continued to plead for mercy. Yang is not here. He rarely shows up. Is that so? What does the girl want a cut of? Mo Yang inquired. I have a rule. Anyone introducing clients here gets a 5% commission, Old Dog explained. Can you let me go now, even just a little? Mo Yang relented slightly, asking, what is the product? Drugs, man. What are you really investigating? Old Dog suddenly realized he had let slip more than intended. What drugs? Show me, Mo Yang demanded. Old Dog, realizing Mo Yang might have the wrong target, instructed his goons to display the goods on the table. Various packages, colorful pills, white powder, and even legitimate-looking medication labeled diazepam were laid out before Mo Yang, all unmistakably illicit substances. Is all this supplied by Yang Defa? Mo Yang queried, pulling out his phone to document everything. I'm just a lackey. Everything comes from Brother Rong. I only manage this place. Beyond that, I truly don't know. And who is he? Mo Yang pressed. Yang's bodyguard, Rong Hua. Call him here. After a moment of realization, Old Dog replied, how am I supposed to reach him? Ouch, it hurts, I'll call right now. The Old Dog succumbed to the tyranny of Mo Yang, fabricating a pretext for a rival to create a disturbance, deceiving Rong Hua into coming over. Mo Yang released the Old Dog and strode towards the door, suggesting we wait in the hall, as the atmosphere here was stifling. In a fit of recklessness, a few of his underlings, relieved at their leader's safety, attempted to ambush Mo Yang with a knife. With a resounding crash, the assailant was sent flying, shattering the wall-mounted television into fragments. Mo Yang turned back, his voice icy. You wretches, had it not been for the constraints of the law, you would have met your demise long ago. Chapter 23. Mo Yang and Xiao by the soundproofing of the private room here is quite effective. Mo Yang and his companions have been making a ruckus for half an hour without anyone coming to check on them. Aside from the one who was knocked out, everyone else has returned to their booth, sitting in silence, anxiously awaiting Mo Yang's commands. Mo Yang instructs Lao Go not to let anyone into the previous room, opens a bottle of beer for himself, and turns his gaze toward the tea stage, indifferent to the others. The entertainment program has commenced, featuring a tall, scantily clad woman swaying to the pulsating music on stage, performing various provocative gestures that elicit a chorus of whistles from the audience below. Some intoxicated patrons even lean over the tea stage to grasp at her alluring legs. Is it truly captivating? Is it genuinely entertaining? Mo Yang feels nothing of the sort. Rather, he notices the woman's eyes occasionally betray a hint of disgust and anger. If that is the case, why not seek a respectable job instead? Mo Yang's attention drifts elsewhere. The room is filled predominantly with individuals in their 20s, squandering their prime years in such frivolity. Glancing at the time, he finds himself growing impatient after only a brief wait. A server enters, carrying 2 bottles of beer, and gives a knowing look to Mo Yang and Lao Go, calling out loudly, Brother Go, remember to transfer me the money before you clock out. Lao Go nearly leaps up to kick him, gritting his teeth as he barks, scram. The atmosphere quickly escalates as the woman on stage begins to slowly disrobe, prompting many in the audience to rise, waving cash in anticipation of something more risky. Mo Yang is unfazed. The intertwining of vice and crime is hardly surprising, and compared to drugs, this pales in comparison in terms of danger. He is, however, intrigued by how little clothing the woman wears, questioning how she manages to remove so much while donning it in the first place. The din in the hall becomes unbearable, prompting Mo Yang to retreat with a few others back to the private room. The unconscious Carla Mi stirs slightly, clutching her chest and murmuring. Upon seeing Mo Yang return, her head tilts, and she faints again, her acting skills commendable as her posture is spot on. At that moment, Lao Go's phone rings, and Mo Yang instructs him to put it on speaker. The phone's excellent sound quality fills the room. Lao Go, where are you? Isn't this place supposed to be open for business? Are you messing with me? Who gave you the audacity? Brother Rong, it's not. Just listen to me. We're in room 606. The call abruptly disconnects, and soon after, the door to the private room swings open, allowing 7 or 8 individuals to storm in, with more lurking outside, unable to enter. The imposing man at the forefront, standing roughly at Mo Yang's height, glares at him and growls, Lao Go. Don't tell me the troublemaker here is just him. You really are a worthless dog. Lao Go feels truly wronged. Even a husky would struggle against this situation. Indeed, Mo Yang swiftly seizes Rong Hua's wrist, yanking him forward and throwing him onto the ground. Despite his apparent skills, Rong Hua fails to break free. However, it matters little. Mo Yang places his foot firmly on Rong Hua's neck, stating, Get them out. I have questions for you. Rong Hua, still exhibiting some bravado, does not cry out in pain but shouts, Who do you think you are? I'll kill you. Without hesitation, Mo Yang breaks one of his fingers, insisting they leave. You think you're tough? Let me go, and see if I want to kill you. This man is clearly deranged and in need of correction. Thus, he proceeds to break another finger, effectively taming him into submission, and orders everyone out, including the unconscious woman. Once free of Rong Hua, Mo Yang retrieves the drugs from his pocket and inquires, Where did you acquire these? Rong Hua sits on the floor, cradling his injured hand, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, he reaches into his clothing and draws out a handgun. Mo Yang, taken aback, swiftly kicks the gun away before Rong Hua can aim it at him. As Rong Hua attempts to struggle, Mo Yang presses him down again, this time breaking another finger on his other hand. Picking up the firearm, Mo Yang stows it away. Reflecting on how challenging this line of work is, anyone can wield a firearm, and such individuals are perilous, making mere existence a crime. Can we speak now? Do you have any last tricks up your sleeve? Feel free to use them. Rong Hua, struggling to sit upright, sneers, Friend, you're not a cop, are you? Just state your demands. Demands? I'm simply asking where the drugs come from. Knowing full well this is Yang's territory, you think you can just waltz in here? Then from whom did you procure your supplies? Are you trying to encroach on our territory? Not a chance. If you have the guts, go investigate yourself. Mo Yang cuts to the chase. Is it Liang Tianlong? No, that seems implausible. They shouldn't still be dealing in diazepam, right? Rong Hua encounters a novice like Mo Yang for the first time. For profit, they sell anything, and diazepam is a product Lao Go procured specifically for the impoverished, having previously dealt with cough syrup before receiving a thorough scolding. Go ahead, kill me. I want to divulge anything. Who are you, anyway? Do you understand that murder is illegal? Mo Yang contemplates fulfilling his wish, but hesitates, unsure how to proceed afterward. Encountering such obstinate individuals is indeed troublesome, so he states, If you want to talk, I'll go find Yang Defa. I don't believe he'll be as resilient to pressure. Who are you, really? Rong Hua is bewildered by this novice. Underlings typically resort to petty violence, but figures like Yang Defa and Liang Tianlong are well connected at both the city and provincial levels. Creating a stir involving them would entail serious repercussions, drawing in many others. Who would willingly poke such a hornet's nest? Will you speak? If not, I'll seek out Yang Defa. Are you an idiot? Even if I told you who my superior is, what could you do with no evidence? You think you can uncover anything from them? Such dirty dealings are precisely what we do. Evidence. Mo Yang feels a surge of frustration at the insult. For evidence. Luo Wenxiang died. Song Shaoling was exploited for 3 years, and countless nameless heroes suffered, all for the sake of evidence. Oh, then let us forego evidence and proceed directly to execution. Mo Yang helps Rong Hua to his feet, suppressing the urge to execute him on the spot. He pats Rong Hua's shoulder and says, Thank you. You've pointed me in the right direction. I will prepare a grand gift to express my gratitude. Rong Hua is utterly perplexed by this fool before him. Perhaps he is mentally unstable? Does this mean he has been beaten for no reason today? Mo Yang opens the door to leave, only to be met by a throng of people outside, who are halted by Rong Hua's command to let him pass. You fool. Don't ever show your face here again. Indeed, I'm only looking for one person, Mo Yang replies. Ronghua has more harsh words, but dares not speak them. Who knows what this lunatic might do? It would be best if he forgot about today after taking his medication. Returning home empty-handed and slightly disheartened, Mo Yang finds Liu Xiaomi, full of energy, diligently studying. Without looking up, she remarks, "You're home early today? I made pork rib soup. Just heat it up and eat." Grateful for the rare meat, Mo Yang quickly devours it. "You splurged on pork ribs today? To buy books, I maxed out my credit. With just a few dozen left, I decided to treat myself to something nice, celebrating the start of a new life," Liu Xiaomi declares, gesturing to the stack of books piled on the table, which she now has time to read. "Keep it up." Mo Yang has little interest in finances, finding it overly complicated, designed solely to thwart those with ill intentions. He retreats to the other side of the bed and opens his phone, searching how to dispose of a body after murder. The results are disappointing. Advanced forensic techniques leave criminals with nowhere to hide, with even the slightest trace leading to their capture. Unwilling to concede, he searches again, how to evade legal responsibility after murder. Immediately, a barrage of lawyer advertisements appears. He curses inwardly, reflecting on how convoluted investigations become when dealing with prominent figures. One cannot escape the illumination of justice while pursuing trivial matters. Liu Xiaomi stretched lazily and glanced over, smiling. "What seems to be troubling my handsome gentleman? Why the long face? Oh, when did you change your phone? Is it an Apple? It was given to me by someone. It's a second-hand device that I exchanged. I certainly cannot afford a new one," he replied. Liu Xiaomi immediately became wary. "Who gifted it to you? It wouldn't be from President Song, would it?" Before Mo Yang could respond, she jested. "Could it be that a wealthy woman has taken a liking to you and presented you with a phone as a token of introduction?" Chapter 24. Jealousy. Mo Yang spoke with a sense of self-satisfaction. "It was a reward from General Song, a token for my work." "What did you do?" Liu Xiaomi inquired. "This mobile phone model, even secondhand, costs 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. I caught a thief at the club. I suppose you could call him a thief." Liu Xiaomi, intrigued, asked, "A thief is a thief. What do you mean by suppose?" It's because he failed to steal what he truly desired. For some reason, whenever the name Luo Wenxiang came up, Mo Yang felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. "Well, it's only fair to reward him. The phone is rather valuable." Liu Xiaomi nodded, then added, "General Song is quite amiable. Isn't it thanks to her that you got this job? You must be quite favored. Shouldn't we get her a gift to express our gratitude? Is that necessary? Firstly, we don't have the funds, and secondly, what would be appropriate?" Mo Yang recalled the 16,000 yuan suit package and decided against it. A bullet for a phone doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? General Song is so beautiful and has such a great figure. She must have many suitors, right? Liu Xiaomi suddenly leaned in. Mo Yang confidently replied, "No? Really? Such a wonderful girl, and no one is interested? Do you like such an exceptional girl?" Mo Yang hesitated, sensing something amiss, but decided to speak honestly. "I find her quite pitiable. I want to help her." "Pitiable?" Mo Yang hesitated briefly before stating, "She is General Liang's woman." "Oh, I see." Liu Xiaomi's expression shifted to one of realization, but her face quickly changed again. "So, how do you plan to help her?" "I intend to help her eliminate Liang Tianlong." Mo Yang suddenly found himself unable to voice that statement. If he clarified the drug enforcement matter, Liu Xiaomi would definitely be too frightened to stay. He would have to leave with her. Yet, without an explanation, why would he help? Moreover, matters of violence must remain concealed from Liu Xiaomi, or he would be sealed off again. Mo Yang concocted an excuse that even he didn't believe. "We should work diligently and avoid causing her trouble. That would be a tremendous help, or else she would be quite fatigued." Noticing Liu Xiaomi's slightly dejected demeanor, he quickly changed the subject. "So, you need to hurry and get certified, otherwise, you might lose your job. Your foundation is rather weak. Feel free to ask me if you don't understand anything." Liu Xiaomi forced a smile, "But you haven't taken the exam. How can you teach me?" "Rest assured, I will strive to excel. I never wish to return to that assembly line work, laboring like an ox, only to be consumed by others in the end." Mo Yang successfully evaded this predicament. He was uncertain if Liu Xiaomi was feeling jealous. After all, they were merely cousins. But why did he feel such an unsettling sensation? With no interruptions that day, Mo Yang indulged in a long slumber, not awakening until 3 in the afternoon. After enduring several trials in the realm of dreams, he had gradually begun to overcome his tendency to sleep soundly. Liu Xiaomi left him a message, asking him to go to work later, since work ended early. If he acted swiftly, he could prepare dinner. Though Mo Yang found it somewhat troublesome, preferring the convenience of the cafeteria, he still sent an affirmation. By 5:30, Liu Xiaomi hurried home, laden with bags. Without pausing to rest, she immediately began her duties as a homemaker. At that moment, Zhao Hu approached, handing Mo Yang a wad of cash. "Yang Gu, this is 6,000 yuan. Check if it's correct. If not, I'll go find that fatso again." "It should be about right," Mo Yang replied, not bothering to count, and passed the money to Liu Xiaomi. Liu Xiaomi was both astonished and delighted. "How did you get this money?" Supervisor Tang isn't that easy to deal with. Zhao Hu chuckled. "Sister-in-law, that fatso only bullies honest people like you. It's only because Yang Gu doesn't wish to stoop to his level that he has to obediently hand over the money." Liu Xiaomi's face flushed as she playfully scolded, "I'm Mo Yang's cousin. Don't address me that way." Zhao Hu, grinning foolishly, didn't refute her. He was aware of their relationship from his girlfriend. However, seeing the room so small with only one bed, it was quite evident. A cousin is a cousin. Perhaps some people simply enjoy that dynamic. Mo Yang invited Zhao Hu to dinner, having borrowed from him many times. It was finally time for Zhao Hu to partake. With time constraints, they prepared just 3 simple home-cooked dishes. As Zhao Hu ate, he frowned and suggested, "I'll have Ingzi come over more often to interact with your cousin. Her cooking skills are decent." Liu Xiaomi explained, "It's hard to control the heat when cooking with an induction cooker. Just call me Xiaomi. It feels strange to be addressed as cousin." She then asked, "Did Ingji specifically train as a chef?" That's not how it works." Zhao Hu glanced at Mo Yang, thinking it might be better to stick with sister-in-law. He elaborated, "Ingzi practiced herself. She said that to capture a man, one must first capture his stomach. That's how I got caught." Liu Xiaomi stifled a laugh, thinking to herself that Zhao Hu was fortunate to have a girlfriend, let alone someone trying to capture his heart. Uncertain if Zhao Hu had read her thoughts, he continued, "You won't believe this. At the end of last year, Ingzi encountered a robbery while heading home from work, and I happened to be nearby. I swiftly took down both robbers and retrieved her bag. Ingzi offered me 100 yuan as thanks, but I declined. Accepting money for doing the right thing seemed wrong. Later, Ingzi added me on WeChat, and she began inviting me out shopping every few days. Eventually, we became familiar, and she ended up asking to be my girlfriend." Liu Xiaomi's eyes widened in astonishment. A beautiful girl pursuing an unattractive man was quite the surprise. "So did you agree?" Zhao Hu scratched his head, feeling somewhat shy. "At that moment, I didn't agree. I was still unsure of my situation. But Ingzi said I had a beautiful soul and was responsible, so you went and overturned my table?" Mo Yang unexpectedly recalled an old incident. "Yang Gu, I was just impulsive at the time. Looking back, it's rather laughable. Just like I adore Ingzi, it doesn't prevent me from appreciating beautiful actresses." So you have the desire but lack the courage," Liu Xiaomi teased. Zhao Hu took her words seriously, shaking his head vigorously. No. Sister-in-law, you can't say that. It's natural for men to admire beautiful women. I truly have no ulterior motives. If you don't believe me, ask Yang Gu if he likes pretty women." "Hey, I don't like pretty women. Don't drag me into this," Mo Yang countered. "People are just people. Intelligent beings perceive height, weight, and beauty as relative. What one finds ugly, another may find beautiful. Yang Gu is quite cultured. Actually, I think I'm not too bad looking." After dinner, Liu Xiaomi handed Zhao Hu 500 yuan as a token of gratitude and gave 2,000 to Mo Yang for safekeeping. Zhao Hu repeatedly declined. "This small matter. How could I accept money?" Mo Yang laughed. "Just take it. You're usually not so hesitant." Zhao Hu had no choice but to accept, promising to return the favor to Mo Yang when the opportunity arose. When they arrived at the club, they found Su Tian waiting in the surveillance room. He glanced at the time and sneered. "You really enjoy your role as security manager. What an oppose, is it to you?" Mo Yang knew their illicit dealings and felt no need to appease them. Su Tian's expression grew colder as he pointed to a pile of documents on the table, saying, "The club is planning to purchase a yacht and 2 jet skis, and we need to build a road along the river. You are responsible for overseeing the project's progress and handover. The construction team will work during the day. You manage it." "Fine, goodbye," Mo Yang said, dismissing him. Su Tian snorted coldly and exited, slamming the door behind him. Mo Yang reviewed the documents, which merely outlined the club's plan to enhance its entertainment offerings. He tossed the materials to Zhao Hu, giving him full responsibility. By 9:30, Mo Yang stepped outside for some fresh air and a check on the construction site. Standing by the riverbank, soon to be a dock, he surveyed the winding river, which stretched approximately 7 to 8 kilometers before disappearing around a bend. Mo Yang had perused the concept of feng shui online, wherein the meandering bends of a river are deemed auspicious. He pondered whether Liang Tianlong had consulted an expert in feng shui while constructing this establishment. With a wry smile, Mo Yang shook his head. If one could justify malevolent deeds solely based on feng shui, surely the heavens would intervene, perhaps unleashing a great deluge to wash it all away. Chapter 25. Can you stop a bullet? Su Tian exhibited remarkable efficiency. By the following day, the construction team had arrived on site, only to find that the person overseeing the handover had changed to Zhao Hu. Although he was quite incensed, he refrained from expressing his anger overtly. Mo Yang, too, arrived late in the evening, yet he had not idled away the day. He spent it driving along the riverbank. However, he did not traverse the riverside highway, instead navigating the village's unpaved roads, which turned his vehicle a dusty yellow by the end of the journey. Upon returning, he sought out Song Xiaoling, presenting her with a map marked with a dozen circles. "Are you aware that the club is planning to purchase boats?" Mo Yang inquired. "I suspect it is not merely to enhance recreational offerings. It may also facilitate drug trafficking. The circles I have drawn indicate where yachts can easily dock. Additionally, 2 jet skis can be anchored without difficulty. There are far too many locations for me to oversee. If you find this useful, feel free to take charge." Song Xiaoling found his reasoning compelling. However, with such an extensive riverbank, managing it was beyond their capacity. Yet, she recognized that this was not Mo Yang's concern. He pressed further. "Is the murder case under your jurisdiction?" "The criminal investigation team handles that." "Why do you ask?" She replied, "Have you considered that with Liang Tianlong's death, many issues could be resolved?" Mo Yang posed. "You think?" "Yes, I do. Are you being overly enthusiastic?" "I perceive your urgency. I lack the convoluted motives you seem to harbor. Why complicate what is straightforward? Allowing these scourges to remain for even a day longer could lead to untold suffering. If you are willing to assist me now, I assure you that I will handle it meticulously," Mo Yang stated with confidence. Song Xiaoling hesitated. "No, what you propose is illegal. Furthermore, killing Liang Tianlong does not eliminate Li Tianlong or Wang Tianlong. Without following this lead, we cannot eradicate the drug menace." Mo Yang scoffed. "Then let us eliminate both Li Tianlong and Wang Tianlong. Such individuals merely waste air and endanger lives. You cannot take the law into your own hands." Mo Yang, noticing Song Xiaoling's growing anger, suddenly chuckled. "Why should it concern you? I must admit, this feels rather liberating." For the next fortnight, Mo Yang adhered to a routine, either dutifully attending work or remaining at home, avoiding any unnecessary outings. Relieved, Song Xiaoling lifted her surveillance on him. The construction progressed swiftly. The dock was taking shape, and Zhao Hu reported that the yacht would arrive in a couple of days. Mo Yang, however, remained aloof, engrossed in his newly acquired laptop. Having just received his salary, he persuaded Liu Xiaomi to purchase a computer, claiming it would be immensely beneficial, understanding that it would aid her in learning financial software. She reluctantly spent 4,000 to 5,000 on it, only to find that it had become Mo Yang's personal playground. Yet, in his hands, this technological marvel proved invaluable. He had begun to write small programs, while Liu Xiaomi had only just learned to type. Mo Yang shared his freshly debugged programs with Liu Xiaomi and Zhao Hu, instructing them to install them on their phones. Their curiosity piqued. They complied without question, as the files were under 10 megabytes in size. A few days later, the yacht arrived, and the manufacturer was responsible for training on operation and basic troubleshooting. Mo Yang, unusually eager, dedicated time to learning, even coaxing the technician to tour the engine compartment, nearly overwhelming him with questions. The technician, increasingly frantic, insisted, "You are only responsible for operating it. Any maintenance issues are to be directed to the manufacturer." Mo Yang was not merely interested in operating the vessel. The engines of yachts and jet skis differed significantly from those of cars, enriching his knowledge considerably. As the dock neared completion, Zhao returned with news that a grand opening ceremony was to be arranged, as General Manager Liang wished for it to be a splendid affair, inviting esteemed leaders and business figures to cruise on Dongguan River. Mo Yang remained unimpressed, responding, "You may proceed with the arrangements." Zhao felt overwhelmed. Even Su Tian had begun contacting him directly, seemingly oblivious to Mo Yang's existence. "Yang Ge, it's not that I am unwilling to take charge. It's just that I have little experience with such events, and there's a chance I could mess it up." Mo Yang mused. "Haven't I organized events before? Surely. You have eaten more pork than I have, and you must have seen a pig run at least once. Even if one has never done it, one must learn eventually. You will have to manage much more in the future. Now go, consider it, and devise a plan." With no options left, Zhao trudged off to ponder his task. As the weekend approached, Hu Haiba called again. Previously, Mo Yang had evaded the invitation to visit, claiming he was too busy with work, while showing Liu Xiaomi the call records, asserting that he had already consulted Dr. Hu. He simply did not wish to seek treatment. What was so terrifying about amnesia? Life was rather pleasant, after all. If painful memories resurfaced post-treatment, wouldn't that be self-imposed suffering? However, this time, the purpose was not for treatment, but rather for a meeting with a distinguished individual. Reluctantly, Mo Yang acquiesced after Hu Haiba employed both reason and persuasion. Arriving at the appointed time, Mo Yang was engrossed in writing new software, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Hu Haiba and the guest had already settled into a private room, with Hu Man and a young man flanking them. "Apologies for the delay. Traffic was congested," Mo Yang said sheepishly. Hu Haiba, slightly displeased, introduced the guests. "This is Master Zhang Lin and his disciple, Lin Hai. And this is Mo Yang." Mo Yang had anticipated a martial arts expert. Yet, Zhang Lin appeared more akin to a wealthy gentleman, his silver hair and tang suit giving him a youthful glow that belied his age. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats, and the server began to bring out dishes. Hu Man pulled Missouri Yang close, whispering, "What have you been up to lately? You're late, even for a meal." Mo Yang replied honestly, "I've been learning programming and lost track of time." "Programming?" Hu Man was incredulous, as he viewed Mo Yang primarily as a martial artist, more suited to being a security guard than a programmer. "Aren't you worried? My father mentioned you refused to seek treatment. It's inconsequential. By the way, why does Master Zhang wish to see me?" Hu Haiba cleared his throat, interrupting their private conversation. Mo Yang, Master Zhang is a practitioner of the Golden Bell Shield technique, possessing exceptional skills. He has heard of your abilities and is eager to meet you. Zhang Lin added, "Your aunt mentioned you cannot be pierced by needles, which piqued my interest. I hope I am not imposing." "Not at all. It is I who should pay a visit," Mo Yang responded, attempting to mirror the formalities he had observed. Zhang Lin continued, "Let us dispense with the formalities. I'll be frank. I have practiced the Golden Bell Shield for over 30 years and have yet to achieve the ability to withstand a needle. Thus, I seek your guidance in this technique." Ordinarily, such a request would be deemed inappropriate, as different schools have their own protocols. However, Mo Yang's amnesia rendered him an ordinary citizen. This placed Mo Yang in a precarious position. He was uncertain of the situation. "Master Zhang, it's not as remarkable as it sounds. I can use a needle on myself, and I've done it many times. Besides, what good is it if I cannot stop a bullet? I would prefer wearing a bulletproof vest instead." Zhang Lin's expression soured at this remark. Such notions cannot be equated. Martial arts strengthen the body, cultivate the mind, and enhance oneself. His disciple, Lin Hai, interjected, "How do you know you cannot stop a bullet? Have you ever tried?" It seemed this passionate youth harbored dreams of promoting martial arts. "Well, I haven't tried. If I had, I wouldn't be here." Then that signifies your skills are lacking, Lin Hai scoffed. Mo Yang found the exchange amusing. So, can you stop a bullet? I certainly cannot. But I will be able to in the future, Lin Hai proclaimed with bravado. Let us not discourage others' aspirations. What if they succeed? Mo Yang fell silent, only to turn and find Human presenting a box of silver needles. Please, demonstrate a few acupuncture points for me, she urged. Human had long been troubled by doubts regarding her acupuncture skills. Now, with patients claiming they could perform the procedure on themselves, it felt like a blow to her confidence. She pondered whether she had come to dine or to showcase her abilities. Regret washed over Mzuyang as he cast a pleading glance at Hu Haiba, yet the young man, lost in his own mischief, offered nothing but an expectant gaze in return. Chapter 26. The feast at Hongmen. Mo Yang had no choice but to relent, producing silver needles and casually pricking his hand twice, his movements surprisingly skilled. Is that sufficient? He prepared to retract the needles. Wait, Hu Man exclaimed, as if discovering a new continent, inspecting Mo Yang's hand closely, touching it repeatedly, and ultimately attempting to use the needle herself, but she simply could not pierce her skin. What is the matter? You need to apply more force, quickly, accurately, and decisively. Who exactly is the doctor here? Hu Man was utterly exasperated. The two elderly gentlemen observed with interest but were too shy to grasp Mo Yang's hand for their own examination. Zhang Lin, noticing Mo Yang's delicate skin, speculated. Could it be that you possess divine strength, capable of lifting 100 jin? Mo Yang found the remark peculiar and humbly replied, I could manage 200 or 300 jin without issue. Hu Man remained unconvinced, asserting, I can lift over 200 jin myself. Impressive. I admire your strength. Mo Yang could only compliment her in return. Lin Hai suggested, why don't we finish our meal and then find a gym to test this out? What has spoken cannot truly be believed. Everyone unanimously agreed, except for Mo Yang, who found little amusement in weightlifting. Zhao Hu chimed in, saying that once they were done with their tasks, he would treat Mo Yang to a grand feast and a luxurious health treatment, which might prove to be more interesting. The meal was uncomfortable for Mo Yang, who hastily consumed all the food to shorten his discomfort. They soon found a gym and entered the equipment area, where several muscular men and women were vigorously lifting weights, their muscles appearing ready to burst. Amongst them, Mo Yang and his friends stood out in their regular clothing. Hu Man, who usually engaged in aerobic exercises, warmed up before approaching the barbell, easily lifting 150 jin above her head, proving her earlier claims were not mere boasts. Give it a try, she said, not adding any weight, as Mo Yang appeared to be a novice and was tall. Oh, is that how it's done? He lifted the barbell with one hand, effortlessly transforming it into a dumbbell. Mo Yang had been too engrossed in watching the muscular individuals to pay attention to Hu Man's demonstration, wondering how cumbersome it must be to wear clothes with such large muscles or navigate through crowds. Hu Man and the others stared in disbelief. Lifting 150 jin above one's head with one hand was no simple feat, unless one possessed truly extraordinary strength. Hu Man silently added more weight. Lift, lift, lift. After 3 attempts, Mo Yang realized this could go on indefinitely, so for his final act, he pretended to struggle mightily before hoisting 400 jin above his head. This was indeed an impressive weight, prompting Hu Man to suggest he participate in a global sports event. She wanted him to try other equipment, but Mo Yang, shaking his seemingly fatigued arms, pleaded for mercy. Zhang Lin, however, was determined to test Mo Yang's so-called Golden Bell Shield technique. Mo Yang had no clue what this Golden Bell Shield was, and he implored Zhang Lin to demonstrate first. Zhang Lin, not one to hold back, instructed his disciple, Lin Hai, to prepare. It was unclear whether Lin Hai was acquainted with the gym's owner, but he procured several wooden sticks and commandeered a boxing ring. Zhang Lin took the stage first, grunting a few times as preparation, while Lin Hai struck him with the wooden sticks on his arms, legs, and back, breaking several in the process. Was this considered a disciple striking his master, a sign of disrespect? Initially, Mo Yang's weightlifting had drawn the attention of the muscular individuals, but now that the master had revealed his true prowess, many gathered to watch and applaud. Some mocked the display, suggesting the wooden sticks were mere props. akin to breaking boards in martial arts. Zhang Lin remained dignified, ignoring the jeers, and invited Mo Yang to take the stage. Mo Yang was reluctant, not out of fear of the wooden sticks being real weapons, but because he knew he could only match Zhang Lin, at best, in strength. Was this peculiar skill of enduring hits truly a talent? Ultimately, it was Hu Man who dragged Mo Yang onto the stage, her psyche seemingly warped, relishing in both needles and sticks. Without waiting for Mo Yang to prepare, she swung the stick at him. Despite her smaller stature compared to Lin Hai, her strikes were much more decisive. It seemed inevitable that he would leave with some bruises today. Cheers erupted from the audience as several sticks shattered. Hu Man, still unsatisfied, asked Lin Hai if he could prepare projects involving hands slapping iron nails or breaking stones with his chest. This woman certainly knew how to entertain, leaving Lin Hai perplexed. Among the crowd stood a superwoman who proposed an excellent idea: to whip the body with a leather strap, and whoever could endure it would win, even offering the props. In this day and age, who carries a whip? Some shrank back in fear, while others eagerly joined in, dividing the audience into two factions. Hu Man clearly allied with the superwoman, and without regard for consent, she seized the whip and insisted Mo Yang remove his shirt. Hu Haibo could no longer bear it, and exclaimed, "Xiao Man, don't be ridiculous." The audience, unafraid of escalating matters, chanted in unison, "Take it off! Take it off! Take it off!" Mo Yang rolled up his sleeves, revealing his fair arms, declaring, "If you wish to hit me, then do so. If this continues, I shall take my leave." "Very well," Hu Man consented, presumably having trained in this as well, making the whip crack sharply. The sound echoed as 3 precise strikes landed on Mo Yang's arms, leaving them sore yet oddly exhilarating. Hu Man desired to continue, but Mo Yang quickly retreated, evading any further punishment. Hu Man pouted, handing the whip to Lin Hai. She would not dare strike Zhang Lin. After all, he was a senior figure. Zhang Lin examined the whip and suddenly declared, "No need to strike. I concede." This took the thrill away, as Mo Yang had endured 3 extra lashes. Lin Hai, still unconvinced, protested, "Master, how can you give up before the contest even began? Take a closer look. It's reinforced with steel wire. Why don't you give it a try?" Zhang Lin maintained a stern expression, beginning to doubt his disciple's intentions. In contrast, Mo Yang's arms only bore 3 red marks. Zhang Lin praised, "Little Mo, your skills are remarkable. How did you cultivate such strength?" "Master Zhang, I must concede. Believe it or not, I have never trained. It's like I've never lifted a barbell in my life." Mo Yang replied honestly, adding, "Regardless of whether you believe me, please refrain from further testing." Though Zhang Lin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he accepted Mo Yang's words. It was evident that this visit had not yielded the expected results. With so many spectators present, it was inappropriate for Mo Yang to perform any further demonstrations, as this was not a street performance. As the group prepared to depart, Mo Yang found himself unable to escape, surrounded by older women seeking to connect with him, even some muscular men joining in the commotion. After a considerable effort, he managed to break free, while Zhang Lin encouraged his disciple to add Mo Yang on social media, hoping he would reach out once he regained his memory. They exchanged farewells, and Mo Yang left in a hurry, silently wishing to never encounter them again. Mo Yang headed to a clubhouse, where his notebook lay abandoned in the surveillance room, diligently working away. He opened a newly created document on the computer desktop containing several account usernames and passwords. Mo Yang began to indulge in the darker side of technology, embracing his inner hacker. With the internet now rife with advertisements and increasingly scarce useful content, he found himself unable to afford the exorbitant fees for even the slightest interesting material. He gleefully logged into a renowned academic website using these accounts, downloading several valuable documents to study. After reading through them, he scoffed, finding the content hardly worth the price. He then switched accounts and continued his pilfering. Eventually, he stumbled upon several papers of significant value and became engrossed in them, losing track of time until it was already 2 in the morning. Liu Xiaomi had sent multiple messages without receiving a reply, prompting him to hastily pack his belongings and head home. Just as he stepped out, The intercom crackled with urgency. Mo Lauda, there has been an incident. Someone has died. At such an hour, it was incomprehensible that trouble would arise, instantly dampening Mo Yang's spirits. He responded, "Don't panic. Where is it?" "Room 8 of the cannon tower. The person is on the verge of death. Call 120. I'm on my way." The cannon tower was part of the clubhouse's second building, well known for its high level of service, making it one of the safest areas. Upon arrival, a security guard stood at the entrance, while inside, a woman, wrapped only in a sheet, was performing artificial respiration on an elderly man lying on the floor. His complexion was a deep shade of purple, and he was otherwise unclothed, save for a towel precariously draped around his waist, which, curiously, stood upright, drawing considerable attention. The technician, upon seeing Mo Yang, urgently requested assistance, succinctly summarizing the situation, which aligned closely with Mo Yang's earlier conjectures. The elderly gentleman had ingested a blue pill, resulting in an overwhelming state of exhilaration before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 27. Retribution. As one ages, the heart often remains youthful. However, this is not always a blessing. It is akin to a child yearning for adulthood. The greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. Mo Yang, lacking any knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation or artificial respiration, relied on his memory to administer a few compressions to the old man's chest. The outcome was left to fate. After all, this was not a criminal matter. Death here would merely be an ill omen. Suddenly, the old man coughed, as if the heavens refused to claim him. The technician hastily supported him, rubbing his chest and patting his back, resembling a cozy little quilt. Mo Yang instructed the security guard to ensure the old man was alive when the ambulance arrived, then swiftly departed for home. Stealthily entering the house, he discovered Liu Xiaomi once again asleep at the table. This had become a recurring scene. Mo Yang had often urged her to take a break, for rest would enhance her learning efficiency. Yet, Liu Xiaomi used Mo Yang as a benchmark, believing that only by sacrificing sleep could one learn more swiftly. How could one compare themselves to another? Mo Yang was at a loss for words, only wishing she would pass her exams soon and cease this self-imposed torment. He then opened his computer and indulged in life. By morning, after diligently studying several papers, he went downstairs to buy Liu Xiaomi breakfast and called her to wake up. Liu Xiaomi, severely sleep-deprived, lingered in bed for quite some time before reluctantly rising, her dark circles evident. She complained, "Why do you sleep so little and yet seem unaffected?" "I have good sleep quality. An hour of sleep for me is equivalent to 5 for you. I am simply gifted." After sending Liu Xiaomi off to work, he received a call from Human. "Could you come over? My father has prepared some medicine for you that might aid your condition." "I'm too busy. I have work," he replied, a valid excuse that could not be contested. Human persisted, "Just send me your location, I'll bring it to you." "Really? There's no need for you to make a trip. Besides, I've run out of money. It's free. Quickly provide the address." Reluctantly, Mo Yang sent her the location, just as he intended to visit there himself to see how preparations were progressing for the upcoming celebration. Upon arriving at the venue, Human had not yet arrived, so Zhao offered to show him around. Outside, 2 rows of colorful flags adorned the entrance, leading to a grand red carpet, with several balloons floating in the air and banners hanging down. The route to the dock was decorated with small, colorful flags and an array of flowers lining both sides. Several ground lights were set up by the dock to prevent anyone from stumbling while boarding at night. A small wooden platform, painted to resemble marble, awaited the placement of microphones and hostesses. The yacht was adorned with colorful lights that twinkled, though their effect was lost in daylight. The smaller speedboat had fewer decorations, merely boasting 2 small flags at the front for embellishment. "Splendid work," Mo Yang praised. Zhao humbly replied, "It's all thanks to your guidance, Yanggu." The 2 boarded the yacht to conduct final checks and start the engine while the cockpit was empty. Zhao discreetly handed Mo Yang 10,000 yuan, claiming it was a token of appreciation from the contractor. "What do you mean? Are you accepting kickbacks for subpar work?" Zhao protested. "Yanggu, how could I dare? They insisted on giving it to me. The project totals nearly 600,000. I didn't take a dime. They simply requested I expedite the payment, saying it's customary, Not a kickback, just a labor fee. Indeed, it's quite arduous. Keep it for yourself. I'll submit a report to Song for reimbursement later. That's unacceptable. You're the boss. Take it if I say so. No need for further discussion. Just ensure you follow up and secure what's due, so no one can gossip. Zhao Hu, visibly anxious, tucked the money into his pocket, looking like someone who had never seen such sums before. After inspecting the yacht, Mo Yang took the speedboat out for a spin, finding it exhilarating, much more enjoyable than driving a van. Wealthy individuals truly know how to savor life. The nearby ladies watched eagerly, prompting Mo Yang to share the thrill with Zhao Hu, insisting they take the ladies for a ride. Just then, Hu Man arrived, and Mo Yang signaled for her to come over. As she watched the two men racing across the river with beautiful companions, Hu Man realized that Mo Yang was not merely a gatekeeper, but a managerial figure with a substantial salary. Frustrated, she regretted offering him free medicine and rushing to deliver it. Mo Yang brought the speedboat to shore and called out, "Would you like to join for a bit of fun?" "Of course. It's quite costly outside, 1 or 200 yuan per ride, and if I go a few times, I'll break even." Hu Man hurriedly jumped onto the boat, not even pausing to put on a life jacket, and tightly wrapped her arms around Mo Yang's waist. With a roar, the boat surged forward, sending a wave crashing behind them, nearly tossing them off. Whether Mo Yang was genuinely honing his skills or playfully pranking Hu Man was unclear, as he executed drifts and flips, eliciting shrieks of alarm from her as she clung to him for dear life. Zhao Hu observed, perplexed. Could it be that this was the real lady of the house? After disembarking, Hu Man's face was pale, her steps unsteady. Mo Yang, secretly amused, ruffled her hair until she regained her composure. After a brief rest, Hu Man huffily handed Mo Yang several packets of medicine. "Is it still traditional Chinese medicine?" He grimaced, accepting the gesture. "Are you truly afraid of taking Chinese medicine at your age?" Hu Man felt she had scored a point. "I simply lack the time to brew it. My home doesn't even have a gas stove." "Really? A security manager earning over 10,000 a month and you don't have a gas stove? Who would believe that?" "All right, I can use an electric stove to cook it, but thank you for bringing the medicine. You needn't do it again. Remember to boil 3 bowls down to 1, take a dose twice daily. Don't forget." With duties awaiting her at the hospital, Hu Man had no time for banter and departed, pondering how delightful the venue was, albeit the roads were a bit crooked. Mo Yang, however, had no intention of following instructions. He opened the medicine packets and poured everything into an electric kettle to brew, determined not to waste Mr. Hu's kind intentions and instead enjoy it as tea. Before the tea was ready, another visitor arrived, none other than the robust old man from the previous night. After just a night's rest, he appeared revitalized. Impressive. Upon meeting, the old man grasped Mo Yang's hand, expressing his gratitude profusely. "You saved my life. Thank goodness I didn't bring a banner. I wouldn't know where to hang it." The elderly gentleman, Liu Xiaomi, was a small pharmaceutical factory owner in Dongguan City. Last night, he had overexerted himself, relying on medication to assist him, but his heart faltered momentarily. Thanks to Mo Yang's miraculous intervention, he was saved from calamity. Mo Yang waved his hand dismissively, replying with a touch of formality. It was a trivial matter, truly unworthy of mention. Noticing Mo Yang brewing medicine, Liu Xiaomi inquired, "Manager Mo, you can concoct medicine? Even at my young age, I must take medicine. You, being so seasoned, should take better care of your health and refrain from overexerting yourself. Let me send some suitable medicine over." Although traditional remedies are beneficial, their effects can be slow. Mo Yang refrained from disclosing that he was treating amnesia, a condition for which there was no miracle cure. However, given Liu Xiaomi's unique status, he shifted the conversation. "I've been researching some concepts lately. Would it be possible to produce them at your factory? That may prove challenging." Liu Xiaomi found it curious. The youth's ideas were ambitious. Requests for funds or favors were acceptable, but for self-manufacturing medicines? That was implausible. Even the most commonplace medicine required numerous permits. Otherwise, it would be illegal, leading to fines or worse, closure. What's more, what was a security guard doing in a pharmaceutical factory? Even if he dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine, Couldn't he simply brew it slowly at home? Even for personal use, it's not permissible? I'm not intending to sell it. For small amounts. You could develop it in a lab. There's no need for a factory. Exactly. I initially failed to articulate that clearly. Even entering a laboratory poses difficulties. Let me think of a solution. Then I shall thank you in advance. Mo Yang expressed his gratitude as they shook hands. Due to Liu Xiaomi's constant lamentations about her unsightly dark circles and her refusal to maintain a proper sleep schedule, Mo Yang contemplated the possibility of creating an eye drop solution that, with just a single drop, could invigorate the mind and eradicate dark circles. In truth, such products are available online, yet only those who have tried them truly understand their efficacy. Liu Xiaomi has already paid over 100 yuan in tuition fees for her own experience. Mo Yang's theoretical foundation had taken shape, but he found himself hindered by the lack of a laboratory, as the necessary equipment often costs hundreds of thousands. Who could afford such expenses? As fate would have it, the heavens, recognizing his earnest intentions, brought Li Xiang into the club. Without further ado, Mo Yang sought to persuade old Li to grant him some leniency regarding the rental fees. He was even willing to pay. All he needed was a commitment from Li Xiang to notify him when the laboratory became available. However, he was resolute in stating that he could not accept any rental fees, lest he lose face entirely. Chapter 28. The assassin. The moment of the ribbon-cutting ceremony had finally arrived. Zhao Hu was extremely tense, as several individuals on the guest list were figures he had only ever seen on television. To prepare, he had spent 3,000 yuan on a new suit and even applied some hair gel, a rare occurrence for him. Meanwhile, the principal figure remained in the monitoring room, overseeing everything without showing his face. The ceremony featured a ceremonial band, hostesses, an MC, children with flowers, firecrackers, festive fireworks, and colorful streamers, everything one could wish for. Only moments ago did Mo Yang realize that this was not merely a private entertainment dock, but the newly established Dongguan Yacht Club, the first of its kind in Dongguan City. This was a significant step in developing the Dongguan River and promoting a new tourism economy for the area. Such grandiose claims were astonishing. One could only wonder who had prepared the promotional materials, perhaps a graduate from Wadaiku Vocational Technical Institute. Mo Yang mused that it was a good thing Zhao Hu had taken the lead. Otherwise, he might have botched the entire affair. After the leaders delivered their speeches, Mo Yang had to step forward. He donned a life jacket and took to the jet ski to perform, accompanied by two young ladies waving colorful flags as a guard for the yacht. Su Tian piloted the yacht, a fact Mo Yang was unaware of, as he had not seen Su Tian practice during the day. They paraded grandly along the river, and once the television crew was satisfied and had packed up their equipment, they followed the leaders to dinner, leaving the subsequent events to the security department. In the changing room, Zhao Hu finally relaxed. Overall, the leaders seemed pleased, and the boss was satisfied as well. Observing Zhao Hu's demeanor, Mo Yang chuckled. Well done. I never want to take on such a task again, Zhao Hu admitted, grateful that Supervisor Su had offered some guidance, or else he might have made a blunder today. Do I get any credit for that? Zhao Hu suddenly snapped back to reality. Yang Gu, that is not what I meant. It's just that you gave me this opportunity. Mo Yang laughed heartily. What is there to be nervous about? I didn't really do much. With too many guests, the kitchen didn't prepare meals for the staff until after 8. Zhao Hu helped box up some food to return to the monitoring room, and just as he sat down, Su Tian called, inviting Mo Yang and Zhao Hu to the main building for dinner. Zhao Hu felt a surge of excitement. The big boss was inviting him to dine. Yet, Mo Yang grumbled about how complicated the dinner arrangements were. Liang Tianlong and Song Xiaoling occupied the main seats, flanked by several unfamiliar company leaders. With a few managers from the club at the periphery, Zhao Hu was the youngest present, nervously sitting next to Mo Yang. Mo Yang glanced at Su Tian, feeling a pang of sympathy for him, as he could only stand and watch them eat. Liang Tianlong shifted a bit, beckoning Su Tian over. Now that everyone is here, you should join us, he said. Liang Tianlong began by complimenting everyone, praising their performance and diligence, encouraging them to continue their efforts. Mo Yang learned that the security company was merely a small subsidiary of the larger real estate company, with other departments playing supporting roles. Had he not been aware of Liang Tianlong's illicit activities, he would have considered him an exemplary entrepreneur, contributing significantly to Dongwon City's tax revenue. Setting aside his dubious background, he was an engaging and witty elder. As Mo Yang feigned indifference while eating, he wrestled with an internal conflict. Should such a person truly be allowed to live? One hand stained with blood, while the other led countless people to prosperity. Suddenly, Liang Tianlong called out to Mo Yang, "Young man, you're Mo Yang, right? And this is Zhao Hu beside you. Today's ceremony was quite well done. I'm very pleased. The company needs energetic young people like you. Work hard, as there is ample opportunity for advancement, and you may even become a boss in the future. I'm getting older. I'll have to rely on you to hold up the fort." Zhao Hu, brimming with excitement, nearly raised his glass in an oath. "Thank you, Mr. Liang and Ms. Song, for your guidance. I'll work diligently for the company." Was such exuberance necessary? Mo Yang was at a loss for words, merely offering a grateful nod before finishing his drink. Liang Tianlong regarded Mo Yang with a smile. "You've left a deep impression on me." Su Tian is still a bit unconvinced. "I heard you recently caught a thief at the villa, and he had a gun on him. Truly, heroes are young." "Thank you, Mr. Liang, but that was merely my duty," Mo Yang responded nonchalantly. "However, I heard that the thief died, and it was rather gruesome. His head was shattered." Song Xiaoling shuddered, raising her glass to mask her discomfort. "Curious," Mo Yang inquired. "How did you come to know that?" "It's not surprising. Those who rely on firearms typically meet tragic ends." Liang Tianlong laughed. "A friend mentioned it to me. Such petty criminals are insignificant. It was just a casual remark. Therefore, we must remain on the right path and conduct our business honestly, never resorting to underhanded means." "I heed your words, Mr. Liang," Mo Yang replied, raising his glass to conceal his gaze. After a while, the club's managers finished their meals and departed, as they had work to attend to. The remaining guests began to flatter one another, all hoping for Liang Tianlong's favorable glance. Mo Yang returned to the monitoring room for a moment, contemplating the old man's facade and his probing demeanor. It appeared that Song Xiaoling had also revealed something. He wondered what methods would be used against her in the end. Given the circumstances, it was better to strike first. Once the high-ranking officials departed, Mo Yang left the monitoring room, retrieved the confiscated handgun from the van, and stealthily exited the club, taking refuge in the nearby woods. After waiting for about half an hour, Su Tian arrived in a car. Mo Yang perched himself in a large tree, aiming at the driver's seat. He intended to eliminate the driver first, followed by the boss. After some online theoretical studies, he hoped he could shoot accurately. When the moment was right, he pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, he struck the rear of the vehicle instead. The gap between theory and practice proved vast. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared, quickly adjusted, and fired again, but the front windshield merely cracked. Mo Yang cursed under his breath. Was it bulletproof? What kind of heinous deeds had this person committed to warrant such a vehicle? The sedan swerved slightly before accelerating away. The distance was too great for a follow-up shot. Mo Yang, feeling defeated, stowed the gun and watched them drive off into the distance. Upon returning home, Song Xiaoling messaged him. "Did you do that?" "Yes. You idiot. You almost got me killed. He was already suspicious of you. It was better to act first than to suffer the consequences. You're not allowed to meddle in this matter anymore, or I'll fire you tomorrow." Song Xiaoling quickly added, "And I'll fire Liu Xiaomi too." That was too cruel, using Liu Xiaomi as leverage. Mo Yang immediately surrendered. "All right, I want to interfere." For several consecutive days, Song Xiaoling didn't trouble Mo Yang. After inquiring about Liu Xiaomi's work status and finding nothing unusual, he finally felt relieved. After about a week, news came from Li Xiang that Mo Yang could use the laboratory for a day this weekend, provided he adhered to the usage protocols and assigned an assistant to supervise him. Overjoyed, Mo Yang thought these conditions were trivial as long as he could access the lab. He promptly drove to a large pharmacy in the city to purchase the necessary chemicals, and that evening, he simulated the procedure several times, ensuring everything was correct before allowing himself a brief rest. Early the next morning, he arrived at the pharmaceutical factory and called Li Xiang, who was still sleeping. Woken abruptly, he was irritable and shouted, "Just wait, I'll call a technician to find you." After another half hour, someone finally came to meet Mo Yang, looking quite displeased as he led him to the laboratory. They donned protective suits, and the young man promptly sat down to doze off, completely ignoring Mo Yang. He evidently didn't believe that Mo Yang could accomplish anything significant in a day, not bothering to glance his way. With all the necessary instruments at hand, pH meters, conductivity meters, automatic polarimeters, ion meters, and others even Mo Yang couldn't name, he took out the chemicals he had brought and began working diligently at the workstation. His design concept is remarkably straightforward: to augment the existing pharmaceutical foundation with 5 distinct functional groups. Through computational simulations, the molecular structure of the new drug demonstrates a commendable ability to enhance ocular blood circulation, stimulate the regeneration of subcutaneous collagen and adipose tissue, eliminate deposited pigments, and repair the active local capillaries. Does this sound somewhat familiar? Mo Yang has encountered similar claims in numerous advertisements, which often boast extravagant benefits, far exceeding what he initially envisioned. In reality, these are merely moisturizing oils that provide hydration and, when applied through professional massage, yield some improvement. Mo Yang initially contemplated the inclusion of long-lasting factors. However, he found it exceedingly challenging to identify suitable genetic intervention points within the realm of biopharmaceuticals, ultimately deciding to forego that idea and instead focus on an immediate remedy to alleviate Liu Xiaomi's pressing concerns. Chapter 29. Amidst the blossoms, the experiment progressed far more smoothly than anticipated. By midday, a crude medicinal solution had been obtained, requiring only purification to complete the process. The assistant, lacking enthusiasm, urged, "Is it ready yet? I'm starving." "Almost there, almost there." Mo Yang, somewhat reluctant to engage with his assistant, felt time slipping away. Surely, there was something to learn in this beautiful moment. Finally, the task was accomplished. Lacking a suitable container, Mo Yang resorted to using 2 small brown vials for storage. Once packaged, the assistant, brimming with impatience, led Mo Yang away. Ordinarily, one would treat the assistant to a meal, but Mo Yang was far too eager to witness the results to spare time for such pleasantries. He handed over 200 yuan, politely stating, "Brother, you've worked hard." It seemed the assistant regarded the money with indifference, yet he accepted it without hesitation, promptly departing. In the car, Mo Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, it was his first attempt. What if something went awry? He adjusted the steering wheel, veering towards the club, intending to conduct an experiment on Xiaohu first. Xiaohu was indeed in need of this remedy. After a month of preparing for a splendid ceremony, he now had to entertain esteemed guests daily, leaving him exhausted and gaunt. Mo Yang arrived at the club just as Xiaohu returned from a yacht outing, having missed lunch, only to be summoned to the monitoring room. "Brother Yang, what is up?" Xiaohu inquired. "Stay still. Hold your eyes open. I'm going to apply some eye drops," Mo Yang instructed, disregarding Xiaohu's protests. With a siphon, Mo Yang extracted a bit of the solution from the vial and administered it into Xiaohu's eyes. The sensation was merely cool, and Xiaohu soon relaxed. His eyes darted around, absorbing the treatment, and he eventually asked, "Is that it? All done. Let us eat first." Mo Yang had already opened his lunchbox and began enjoying his meal. "Hey everyone, could we possibly teach more people how to operate the boat? I'm getting sunburned from being out on the water every day," Xiaohu suggested. Mo Yang chuckled. "You're already quite dark. Are you afraid of getting darker? It's your choice. As long as there are no issues, feel free to do as you please." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Mo Yang was surprised to see man. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Can I come here to enjoy myself?" She replied, "Of course, but it's quite expensive here. Only if you don't mind," Mo Yang responded. Having glanced at the price list, man found it somewhat steep. "You still dare to charge me?" "I'm not the one in charge of that," he retorted. "The yacht is yours to manage, right? Then we'll enjoy a ride today. We've brought our own food." Mo Yang remained unconvinced, but man played her trump card. "My father, Haiba, has devoted himself to studying your condition and has waived all medical fees. Enough. Let us go ride the yacht now." Mo Yang fell for her scheme, initially believing he could take her for a quick spin, only to discover she had brought along a group of friends, laughing and chattering as they boarded the yacht. even taking jet skis along for the ride. Zhao Hu thought it unwise to hinder his boss's enjoyment, so he reluctantly joined in, feeling somewhat unfortunate. As soon as the young ladies boarded, they changed into alluring swimsuits, applying oil to one another while striking poses at the bow for photographs, leaving Zhao Hu utterly mesmerized. The girls spread out a picnic on the yacht, and Hu Man invited Mo Yang to join them. However, he was too preoccupied with observing Zhao Hu's transformation to pay her any mind. That manager Mo is quite handsome, one girl remarked. Indeed, tall and charming. Another chimed in. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Even if he does, I wouldn't mind. A bunch of infatuated girls. Hu Man exclaimed, attempting to shatter their fantasies. I don't care if he has issues, as long as he is healthy, another girl replied. Isn't it curious that little Mo has been eyeing that tall guy? Now that you mention it, it does seem so. And his gaze is rather strange, could it be? Disappointment washed over them. Why, if he possessed such a perfect exterior, must he be of an unconventional disposition? Mo Yang, oblivious to their whispers, noticed Zhao Hu's complexion had lightened, his skin smoothened, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had vanished. Even the once dull gaze now sparkled with vitality. He compared Zhao Hu's current appearance to previous photos and noted at least a 50% improvement. As long as no side effects manifested and the results were sustained for a few days, this eye drop concoction could be deemed a success. Ecstatic, Mo Yang clapped Zhao Hu on the shoulder and exclaimed, You did remarkably well. Keep it up. Zhao Hu, bewildered, continued to navigate the yacht. Recalling Mo Yang's advice to refrain from questioning and focus on action, the girls, however, were scandalized, witnessing such open displays of affection in broad daylight. Hu Man, unable to tolerate it any longer, pulled Mo Yang aside and chastised, What are you doing in the daylight? If you keep this up, I'll tell Liu Xiaomi to deal with you. What have I done? Mo Yang retorted, eyes wide. You're the one who dragged me onto this yacht with all these women. Not that. You and him. Hu Man gestured subtly towards Zhao Hu. Me and him. Mo Yang glanced between Hu Man and Zhao Hu, perplexed by the implication. Zhao Hu, with his more extensive life experience, quickly grasped the misunderstanding and clarified. Miss Hu, you've got it wrong. I'm straight, truly straight. Hu Man then pointed at Mo Yang. And him? Straight, definitely straight. Zhao Hu insisted, feeling utterly embarrassed at the thought of being misjudged by a group of women. Had his gaze been too lingering? How could this misconception be rectified? Perhaps a grand performance was in order? As they reached a spacious stretch of river, Zhao Hu took the girls on a jet ski, making several laps to prove his heterosexuality. Meanwhile, Mo Yang became Hu Man's designated chauffeur, a truth only she understood. Upon returning from their outing, the girls were exhilarated. As dusk approached, they began to nudge Mo Yang to treat them to dinner. Mo Yang, having the authority to decide, instructed Zhao Hu to procure several lunchboxes, laying them out on the grass for another picnic. Just make sure you're well fed. If you think I'm stingy, so be it. Whoever wishes to play the fool can do so. After finally sending Hu Man and her friends on their way, Mo Yang began to pack up, eager to leave. The effects of the newly formulated eye drops were remarkable. Zhao Hu's transformation was nothing short of astonishing, and there had been no adverse effects thus far. Therefore, Mo Yang was keen to administer the drops to Liu Xiaomi without delay. Upon returning home, he found Liu Xiaomi still awake, her face weary as she read. When she heard of the miraculous eye drops, she scoffed. Those are just scams, aren't they? You didn't spend too much on them, did you? Mo Yang hesitated to reveal he had concocted them himself, instead encouraging her to give them a try. Liu Xiaomi, recognizing it as a gesture of goodwill from Mo Yang, reluctantly agreed. After applying the drops, Mo Yang insisted she take a break from studying, claiming rest would facilitate better absorption. Liu Xiaomi, though reluctant, lay back, closing her eyes, murmuring, The exam is in half a month. There is still so much I haven't grasped. I'll just rest for a bit, then review. Don't rush. I'll help you. Just rest for 15 minutes. Within a minute, Liu Xiaomi had fallen asleep. Truly, a stubborn soul, even in her state. She still clung to the notion of studying, which could only yield counterproductive results. Seizing her study materials, Mo Yang quickly reviewed a section and began jotting down key points in his notebook. He found it perplexing how such simple concepts could lead to such overwhelming stress. Next, concoct a cognitive enhancer to invigorate Liu Xiaomi's mind. Without hesitation, I devoted the first half of the night to compiling essential knowledge points, while the latter half was spent surreptitiously appropriating others' academic papers online. However, the practical outcomes of cerebral research are disappointingly scarce, with nothing of real utility. Upon investigation, I discovered that the caliber of foreign biological papers vastly surpasses that of domestic works, yet the resources for translation are exceedingly limited. Mo Yang, feeling somewhat vexed, scratched his head, realizing he must undertake the task of learning the foreign tongue himself. Chapter 30. A new benefit reflecting upon our magnificent dragon nation. It is disheartening to realize how we lag behind the eagle nation and the bear nation in numerous aspects, and in certain respects. Even the ox nation and the cat nation surpass us. Even the distant chicken nation often flaunts its achievements. Having gained an understanding of the strengths of various countries, Mo Yang resolved to first learn the eagle language, contemplating that he might pursue the bear language later if necessary. The foundational elements were exceedingly simple for him. However, the vast vocabulary, particularly in specialized terminology, was overwhelming. Words stretching over 2, 3, or even 40 letters were commonplace, making even the foreign speakers struggle to memorize them, leading to a plethora of uppercase abbreviations. Memorizing a technical term required learning 2 separate words, which felt utterly absurd. As dawn broke, Mo Yang prepared breakfast as usual, keenly observing the changes in Liu Xiaomi's facial expression. The results were remarkable. Her dark circles had vanished, her skin was smooth, and even the few blemishes had disappeared. Upon waking Liu Xiaomi, she immediately displayed her slight temper, exclaiming, "Mo Yang, why did you wake me? I told you to call me in 10 minutes, and now look, it's already bright outside. How annoying." "Well, I suppose I am to blame," Mo Yang replied, lowering his gaze to his breakfast, eagerly awaiting Liu Xiaomi's joyful realization. Being more perceptive than some oblivious men, Liu Xiaomi quickly noticed the changes in her appearance, unlike others who probably remained oblivious to their own transformations. "Mo Yang, look, my dark circles are gone. My eyes appear much more spirited." Feigning concentration, Mo Yang scrutinized her for a moment, affirming, "Indeed, you have become more beautiful. Is it the effect of that eye drop? That seems implausible. Such a miraculous product would have already sold out." She said, "Show me the brand." Mo Yang handed her the bottle, which bore no label whatsoever. "Is this a 3-no product? How thorough. Not even a name." Finally, Mo Yang revealed that he had concocted the remedy himself. Liu Xiaomi was incredulous, asserting that a new drug would require extensive testing and approval over several years before being marketed, unless it was a health supplement, which relied solely on word of mouth. Mo Yang firmly insisted on the authenticity of his creation, proclaiming, "What I produce is guaranteed to be of superior quality. You cannot equate me with those deceitful health products." Seeing her skepticism, Mo Yang, determined to defend his integrity, opened his computer and began to present files detailing everything from pharmacology to computational simulations, explaining the entire process from conception to production. "I can and oppose to make sense of this," Liu Xiaomi finally admitted after a lengthy pause, though she temporarily accepted his claims. Noticing the time, she realized she was running late. Without further argument, she grabbed her bag and rushed off to work. Mo Yang, feeling a sense of disappointment, shut his computer, contemplating the urgent need to develop a smart drug. Otherwise, communicating with Liu Xiaomi would remain a daunting challenge. After a day of diligent effort, Mo Yang found himself capable of reading lengthy articles in eagle language. With one more day of hard work, he anticipated being able to delve into foreign academic papers. Just as he was preparing to leave for work, Liu Xiaomi called, instructing him to come to the office as Sister Song was looking for him. Days had passed, and Mo Yang wondered if Song Xiaoling was still intent on causing him trouble. As he hurried over, he pondered how to persuade her to eliminate Liang Tianlong. In the office, Song Xiaoling and Liu Xiaomi were engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon seeing Mo Yang, Song Xiaoling immediately inquired about the eye drops. Mo Yang scrutinized her face, noting that it appeared even more radiant than in the morning. He advised, There's no need just yet. Perhaps wait until the effects wear off. It's not for me. Sister Song wants to try it too, seeing how much you've changed. Realizing the reason for her request, Mo Yang begrudgingly administered 2 drops to her, knowing that he only had 2 bottles, sufficient for about 3 days. Seeing her frugal demeanor, Song Xiaoling retorted, "Am I not allowed to buy it? How much for these 2 bottles?" "It's not about the money," he replied. "Then what is it?" "You're just being stingy. If it runs out, I have nowhere to procure more." "Is it truly your own concoction?" Song Xiaoling appeared skeptical. Her attention now focused on the mirror as she called Liu Xiaomi over. Look, have my crow's feet started to fade? Do you truly believe this is a miracle potion? It takes at least half an hour to see any effects." Mo Yang thought to himself, bemused by how easily women could be swayed by such placebo effects. After listening to their chatter for over 10 minutes, Mo Yang cleared his throat and remarked, "Sister Song, did you summon me for this? Is there something else?" Song Xiaoling replied impatiently. How unfortunate that he had to work under such an incompetent leader, he mused. He didn't wish to waste more time there and declared, "I'll leave a bottle for you. I need to get to work. By the way, next week, representatives from the Eagle Nation's Huel Group will be visiting Dongwon City to inspect a project for automated equipment and a biopharmaceutical initiative. This is an opportunity that Liang has painstakingly secured, and our security company must send personnel to assist with some security tasks. You are to be fully involved and, if possible, provide training to your subordinates to avoid any embarrassments during the visit." Song Xiaoling emphasized. These projects are not only crucial for Dongwon City's economic development over the next decade, but also vital for breakthroughs in certain domestic technical disciplines. Thus, the Eagle representatives must not encounter any issues, nor should Liang. "Am I to protect him?" Mo Yang nearly exclaimed. Suddenly comprehending why Song Xiaoling had once berated him so vehemently, she had likely faced similar reprimands from her superiors. As the security manager, "Is it a problem for you to protect Liang?" Song Xiaoling gave him a dismissive look. "By the way, why are you dressed so casually? What happened to the suit I bought for you? Although it was just over 10,000, it would have sufficed for appearances. It's ruined." Song Xiaoling pondered for a moment, then signed a note and handed it to Liu Xiaomi, instructing her to transfer 20,000 from the account to purchase 2 sets of work uniforms. "You can't just laze around like this. 20,000 for uniforms?" Liu Xiaomi gasped, questioning, "Sister Song, isn't that excessive? What is excessive about it? Hurry up and take care of it." Mo Yang felt as though Song Xiaoling had betrayed him, unaware that in the grand scheme, one could not cater to every detail. He found it perplexing how Liang Tianlong had managed to establish a connection with the Huel Group. A renowned international conglomerate and a formidable local player seemed worlds apart. Liu Xiaomi transferred the funds to her bank account, while Mo Yang lacked an ID and could not even obtain a bank card. She handed her card to him, teasing, "The password is XXXX. Sister Song treats you exceptionally well. I've never heard of a manufacturer providing such expensive uniforms to employees." Mo Yang missed the underlying implication of her words, dismissing her with, "I've left her a bottle of the potion. It all balances out. Why don't you buy it for me? I'm not picky. Or you could take the night off, and we can go together." Seeing the hopeful look in Liu Xiaomi's eyes, Mo Yang reluctantly agreed. "Curse that bird language. I'll postpone it for 2 days." This was Liu Xiaomi's second outing with Mo Yang. The first had been quite eventful. In a bustling metropolis, though they garnered attention, it was unlikely that anyone would resort to covertly photographing them. They entered an upscale shopping mall, meandering from east to west, eventually stepping into a men's clothing store. Mo Yang looked up, recalling that they had also shopped here last time. Indeed, women's tastes appeared to be remarkably consistent. The merchandise was both overpriced and lackluster. Why must they come here? Shopping with a woman presented its own set of challenges. Despite the suits being nearly identical, why the incessant need to try them on repeatedly? With his physique and appearance, he should be able to pull off 99 of suits, yet he felt as if he spent the entire evening undressing and dressing, over and over again. It was exhausting, far more so than memorizing Eagle language vocabulary. At last, a selection was made, and Mo Yang exhaled in relief, only to embark upon the second phase, haggling. "Can we get a discount on these 2 suits?" "I apologize, but our brand does not engage in price negotiations. We are purchasing 2 sets, totaling 19,800 yuan, and it seems unreasonable not to offer any discount on such a significant amount. I regret to inform you that we truly cannot accommodate any negotiations. Perhaps you could speak with your manager. There might be a possibility. The sales representative, on the verge of despair yet maintaining a strained smile, replied, I sincerely apologize, but the manager will not agree to that either. In that case, we shall explore other options. Liu Xiaomi decided to escalate the matter. The sales representative, unwilling to miss out on the sale, quickly added, your current purchase qualifies you for a membership card, which grants a 10% discount on future purchases. Then please issue me a membership card first, and I shall proceed with the payment. Chapter 31. Special Security Team. In an effort to swiftly conclude the tedious proceedings, Mo Yang placed a call to Song Shaoling. Do you possess a Jingdun membership card? Yes, why? Did you buy something there again? With taste, just report my mobile number. By the way, the potion you provided is truly remarkable. Of course, anything produced by Mo Yang is bound to be exquisite. Just don't overuse it. Apply it roughly every 3 to 4 days. Okay. Song Shaoling then sent a selfie of herself in a strappy nightgown, clearly showcasing the potion's impressive effects. Mo Yang relayed his number to the sales assistant, finally bringing the incessant haggling to a close. Liu Xiaomi cheerfully selected a belt, managing to negotiate the additional 30 yuan down to an even 2,000. Mo Yang could not help but admire her impressive bargaining skills, a feat he believed he could never master himself. On their way home, they made a detour to a snack street, indulging in 200 to 300 yuan worth of treats. It was the first time Mo Yang witnessed Liu Xiaomi enjoying herself to such an extent, and he thought how wonderful it would be to help her earn even more money in the future. By the time they returned home, it was nearly midnight. Liu Xiaomi still wanted to review her materials, but Mo Yang intervened, warning her, the potion may have side effects under certain conditions. Frequently staying up late can accelerate aging, making your complexion worse than before. Terrified, Liu Xiaomi hurried off to wash up and sleep, revealing that a woman's anxiety about her appearance often surpasses her concern for financial matters, a realization that pleased Mo Yang, as he had accurately guessed her priorities. The following day, Mo Yang arrived early at the club, ready to assign the tasks mandated by his superiors. He gathered all the security personnel for a brief meeting, appointing Zhao Hu as the temporary commander. In addition to the club's security team, he would also enlist 30 elite members from the security company to form a special security unit, tasked with a series of training sessions to ensure the hosting duties were conducted safely and successfully. The specifics of the operation would be developed and executed by Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu, overwhelmed, protested, Brother Yang, is it possible for me to decline? I have never even heard of security for such important individuals. Why don't you take charge instead? He was not alone in his hesitation. The others exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of their capabilities. Look it up online if you don't understand. If all else fails, consult Su Tian. Mo Yang replied dismissively, as he had countless other matters to attend to. Brother Yang. Zhao Hu attempted to decline again. Enough with the excuses. If I say you can do it, then you can. If you can't, then you still can. Zhao Hu hung his head in silence. With the boss having spoken, could he truly back out now? Just days prior, he had received a paycheck exceeding 10,000 yuan, and Yingzi had become noticeably gentler, even complimenting him on his increasing handsomeness. Without this job, would he still hold such esteem at home? Everyone, perk up. For those participating in the special team, each will receive a daily stipend of 200 yuan. If the hosting duties are executed well, there will be additional rewards. Let us all put in our best efforts. Noticing the lackluster atmosphere, Mo Yang took it upon himself to make a unilateral decision, deeming it merely a matter of filing a report. If it was not approved, they could always consult Song Shaoling. In contrast to women, men's anxiety is often more focused on financial matters than appearance. Mo Yang expertly manipulated the situation, invigorating the atmosphere as nearly everyone began to inquire about the potential bonuses. How much will there be? How should I know? Mo Yang replied enigmatically with a grin. The company will not shortchange you. Zhao, who truly proved to be talented, Within just 2 hours, he had crafted a comprehensive training plan spanning 7 to 8 pages. The only missing component was the confirmation of the hosting procedures from headquarters. Mo Yang dared not compare himself to him, as he had only managed to draft a reimbursement request in that time. Even with the plan meticulously detailed, Mo Yang merely skimmed it and insincerely praised, "Well done. Let us proceed with this. Keep it up." He then shifted his focus to his computer, diligently studying. Thus, the club became bustling during the day. 30 individuals gathered each morning for 2 hours of training, which included physical fitness, combat techniques, and even joint defense formations, their exuberant shouts echoing throughout the premises. To an outsider, it might have appeared as if they were preparing to combat bandits. Mo Yang had little time to oversee these activities. After mastering the intricacies of avian language, he scoured foreign websites, but due to discrepancies in payment channels, he was unable to use his personal account. Consequently, he decided to take bolder measures, even compromising their database. Surprisingly, he felt a sense of accomplishment. While he had gathered a considerable amount of theoretical knowledge, applying it effectively proved to be a challenge. Mo Yang faced a significant shortcoming. He lacked a laboratory. Liu Xiaomi could provide a chemical-pharmaceutical lab, but it operated along an entirely different path than biological pharmaceuticals. Without a laboratory, any ideas remained mere fantasies. As he pondered this predicament, Human approached, delivering more medication, causing Mo Yang to glance nervously towards the door to ensure no one else had accompanied her. "What are you thinking? Do you assume I came here solely to take advantage of you?" Human placed the medication on the table, her eyes darting around curiously, wondering what Mo Yang occupied himself with in the surveillance room every day. During her last visit, Zhao had let slip that their boss neither smoked, drank, gambled, nor solicited, but instead spent his work hours engrossed in his phone and computer in the surveillance room, an evident internet addict. Human scanned the surroundings, the only peculiar detail being the screen filled with English text. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as a paper by the internationally renowned expert, Jennifer. This was material even genuine university students struggled to comprehend. How could a security guard possibly understand it? "Weren't you saying you were learning programming? Is this it?" Human inquired, pointing at the computer. "Genetic programming is still programming," Mo Yang replied, shutting the laptop and stowing it away. "You're not intending to use this for hypnosis, are you?" "I often read English texts when I can't sleep. It works wonders." Mo Yang chuckled. "And you call yourself a doctor? You have the audacity to offer me hypnosis when you rely on the same method?" He added, "Who says I can't comprehend it? You underestimate me. Then enlighten me about what this paper discusses." Mo Yang shot her a disdainful glance before casually translating the gist into Mandarin, only to realize that Human struggled to fully grasp the Mandarin version as well. She concocted an excuse, acknowledging that her studies in traditional Chinese medicine involved a macro perspective, while this topic was decidedly micro. Thus, understanding was understandably challenging. But should a security guard even grasp such concepts? The very fact that he could translate was astonishing. Human speculated, "You must have been a brilliant student at a medical school." "Brilliant? With a little effort, you could achieve the same." Mo Yang retorted, "Why not focus on delivering medication and sending a few packages instead of daydreaming about escaping for fun?" Feeling wronged, Human countered, "I didn't come solely to deliver medicine. Can I chat with you?" She then shifted the subject. "What use does a security guard have in learning genetic programming? This field is a dead end. Graduates often find themselves unemployed. Several classmates of mine are considering pursuing a Ph.D. to seek better opportunities abroad. Yet you treat it like a hobby." Mo Yang firmly denied her claim. "I wouldn't call it a hobby. If I were provided with a biological laboratory, I could realize countless intriguing concepts." "Fine. Let us make a bet. If you fail to produce results, you must peacefully accept treatment for your amnesia. What do you say? Do you dare to wager? You have access to a biological laboratory?" "Of course not, but the traditional Chinese medicine hospital does. Our hospital is one of the pilot sites for the National Traditional Chinese Medicine Genomics Research Laboratory. How could we not have a biological lab?" Human declared proudly. "Is that so? That is wonderful." Mo Yang felt as though fortune was favoring him, as if his desires were manifesting into reality. Perhaps he would buy a lottery ticket on his way to work tomorrow. And just like that, he might attain financial freedom. Are you truly going to use it? I still need to report to Director Hu. It should be fine. Hu Man had perhaps spoken too confidently. She lacked the authority to grant permission without considering the laboratory's actual availability. I'll await your news. As she spoke, she retrieved her laptop again, preparing to draft the experimental protocol, entirely composed in English, leaving Hu Man astounded with wide eyes as she pondered what other secrets Mo Yang might be concealing. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Hu Man was unable to grasp the intricacies of the text, overwhelmed by the abundance of specialized terminology. Reluctantly, she inquired, "What exactly is the purpose of this experiment?" At that moment, Mo Yang received a message on his phone. His reimbursement request had been approved by Song Xiaoling, and the funds could be allocated to him, provided that he ensured the task was completed satisfactorily. Hu Man happened to catch a glimpse of the image that had been sent previously, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman clad in alluring attire, with her figure accentuated by the surrounding mountains and valleys. She felt a twinge of disdain, realizing that Mo Yang was not entirely devoid of romantic interests. Chapter 32. Mo Yang has changed. The laboratory is not something one can simply use at will. The following day, Hu Haiba sent over a document stating that a project proposal must first be submitted for approval, followed by a review by the relevant departments, validation of qualifications, and the procurement of necessary permits, among other bureaucratic requirements. Mo Yang had none of these. The most he could provide was a security badge. Without finishing the document, he closed it and sent a text. "Can't you pull some strings for me? I probably only need 3 to 5 days. That's not feasible. This is a national unit, and it's beyond my authority." Hu Haiba decisively dashed his hopes. Mo Yang was left with no choice but to seek alternative solutions. He briefed Hu Man on the situation and withdrew from their bet. However, Hu Man encouraged him, "Don't be anxious. I'll think of a way. Wait for my news." "All right, I'll await your update." For the time being, Mo Yang focused on preparing for his tasks, striving to minimize the time required. Perhaps he could even proceed discreetly. To this end, he arranged a day trip with Hu Man at the hospital to familiarize himself with the laboratory's location. Observing Mo Yang gazing at the laboratory building for an extended period, Hu Man teased, "Are you planning to sneak in and steal some equipment one night? Am I that kind of person? I merely find the locks here quite aesthetically pleasing. When it comes to requesting favors, one must be willing to pay the price." Mo Yang treated them to a lavish meal, which cost a staggering 500 yuan, leaving him pained at the thought of how to account for it to Liu Xiaomi later. Speaking of Liu Xiaomi, she was preparing for an exam, studying all night, but her confidence dwindled with each passing hour. Mo Yang pulled out the notes he had compiled previously and confidently said, "Just memorize these contents, and I guarantee you'll pass." "Really? Why don't you believe me?" she replied incredulously. "It's a pity there's not enough time. If only the smart drug were ready, you wouldn't have to feel so anxious. You truly are a dreamer. Such a drug doesn't exist in the world." "Indeed, it doesn't exist, which is why we must create it ourselves." "Well, I wish you success soon." Liu Xiaomi chuckled, still believing that the miraculous potion was something Mo Yang had purchased online, merely lacking proof. Mo Yang patted his chest, declaring, "I will definitely succeed. For your sake, I will ensure it." "Mo Yang, you have changed." Mo Yang was momentarily taken aback, ever since he had been knocked out by Hu Haiba. Although he had not regained his memory, his thoughts had multiplied. Wasn't that a good sign? Perhaps one day he would indeed recover his memories? "You're becoming increasingly arrogant." Liu Xiaomi laughed heartily. "Have you become so proud just because you've come into a bit of money? This has nothing to do with money. You are the one holding it." He protested, feeling wronged. After several days of hard work, the simulation results had finally been completed. The laptop was exhausted, nearly crashing multiple times, and Mo Yang regretted having bought such a cheap device that could hardly keep pace. That day, just as Liu Xiaomi left, Zhao Hu called, urgently demanding, "Boss, where are you? What time is it? We need to head out." "Where to?" Zhao Hu nearly choked on his frustration. "Today is an important day for hosting foreign guests. Have you forgotten?" "Oh right, you mentioned it yesterday. You all go ahead. I'll drive over later. I want to be going to the office." Zhao Hu felt his heart sink. How had he ended up with such a boss? Reluctantly, he took the lead with the team on the minibus. While others were anxious, Mo Yang remained unfazed, having forgotten to change into his formal attire. His mind still preoccupied with how to condense the experimental process. In truth, the company's security was only responsible for external security duties, such as forming a barrier during speeches. Moreover, given the city's emphasis on the World Group's inspection, it was certain that police forces would be mobilized. With that in mind, why the need for anxiety? It was merely a formality. Around 10 o'clock, several police cars emerged from Dongguan Airport, followed by 3 luxury sedans and an airport shuttle, one of which belonged to Liang Tianlong, whose windshield had been replaced. Trailing behind was a police transport vehicle, seemingly filled with armed personnel, while Zhao Hu's minibus brought up the rear, filled with sharply dressed individuals. Once the convoy departed, Mo Yang set off in his dilapidated van, unwilling to pay for parking at the airport, waiting outside for over half an hour. His phone was inundated with messages from Song Xiaoling and Zhao Hu, one filled with curses, the other with pleas. Mo Yang replied to both with a single message: "Don't worry, I'm lying in wait." The convoy first stopped at the Marriott Hotel, where everyone settled in before a lengthy 2-hour lunch, followed by nearly 3 hours of meetings, which finally reached a temporary conclusion. Mo Yang's laptop and phone were nearly drained of power by the time the convoy finally emerged from the hotel. Zhao Hu messaged him, stating their next destination was the clubhouse. Feeling overwhelmed, Mo Yang pressed the accelerator, leading the convoy, exhausted by the company of these individuals. Uncertain whether they were there to invest or to indulge in leisure, all while questioning if the project had even been finalized. That evening at the mountain resort, another round of feasting and merriment ensued, while Mo Yang remained hidden behind the surveillance monitors. For the first time on the job, he felt this exhausted. He preferred the days of idling. Over the intercom, Zhao Hu regularly inquired about the patrols of various team members, showcasing their dedication. While the armed forces took turns resting in the dining hall, the security personnel remained diligent, patrolling meticulously. Mo Yang needed to carefully consider how much to allocate for bonuses in the future. Old Chun, respond." Zhao Hu called out 3 times, but Old Chun remained silent. Mo Yang recalled that Old Chun was a middle-aged man in his 40s, a veteran, and quite honest. How could he be unresponsive? Zhao Hu then instructed, "Xiao Si, grab a battery and head to the dock. Report the situation promptly." Feeling concerned, Mo Yang clipped the intercom to his waist and proceeded to the dock. He moved faster than Xiao Si, spotting a pair of legs being dragged into the grass by the shore. Shit, something has indeed gone wrong. Mo Yang's eyes widened as he dashed to the water's edge, shouting into the intercom, "Alert! Alert! Notify the police." Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. Fortunately, the assailant fired hastily, the bullet grazing past Mo Yang's ear. Startled, he hurled the intercom away, quickening his pace and zigzagging towards the grass. He saw the assailant, masked and clutching his injured left eye, glaring with his uninjured right eye, firing several more shots without hesitation. At such close range, evading bullets seemed impossible, yet Mo Yang had already leapt forward, seizing the man by both shoulders and flipping him in a 360-degree arc, slamming him onto the ground. Dizzy and nauseous, with what felt like broken ribs and internal bleeding, his mouth filled with sand, he couldn't even scream for help. Mo Yang added further punishment, twisting the man's arms and crushing his legs. Nearby, a corpse bled profusely from the neck. Mo Yang hadn't anticipated such swift retribution. Grasping the man's hair, he yanked back, forcing the assailant to keep his head raised, blood pouring from his mouth. Even so, Mo Yang barked fiercely, "Who are you?" Just then, he heard water splashing behind him, prompting Mo Yang to raise his gun, using the assailant as a human shield. Bam! 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 Several gunshots rang out, and the shield staggered, bloodied, before collapsing. Mo Yang cautiously extended his gun, firing a few random shots back towards the water, only to hear silence in response. Not daring to be reckless, he lifted the shield with one hand, slowly retreating behind a concrete pillar. Damn it! Just then, security guard Xiao Si arrived, thankfully well trained. He dropped to the ground and shouted, "Boss, what is happening?" A hail of bullets flew overhead, narrowly missing Xiaomi, who nearly wet himself in fear. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yang fired 2 shots, sending another assailant into the water. Crouching low, he retreated, notifying Zhao Hu, "Armed individuals are attacking the clubhouse. Lead everyone to take cover and summon the SWAT team to the dock for support." The gunfire had long captured the attention of many, particularly those foreigners, as the sound was all too familiar. Instinctively, they crouched down, seeking cover, chattering away in panic. The translator could not comprehend their words. Was it gunfire? Did that earlier series of pops actually signify shooting? It was only when the security personnel burst into the venue, shouting for everyone to take cover, that the reality dawned upon all. Someone had indeed entered with a firearm. In an instant, chaos ensued, with individuals clinging to one another and nearby objects, crying out for help. Chapter 33. Counterterrorism. A group of special police leaned against the wall for cover, while another took refuge behind a transport vehicle. A pool of blood marred the ground. One officer lay motionless, his head nearly severed, while another, dragged behind the vehicle, struggled to apply a bandage to his thigh, which had been punctured, leaving only a thin layer of flesh intact. The commander anxiously contacted headquarters, requesting reinforcements. Unknown terrorists have launched a surprise attack with heavy weaponry. Mo Yang exchanged gunfire with the hidden enemy until his ammunition was depleted. He called out to Liu Xiaomi, who had concealed himself. Has Zhao responded? Where is the special police support? Boss, Tiger says the special police are pinned down by snipers and can't get out. What should we do? Liu Xiaomi stammered, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation he never anticipated as a security guard. Were these special forces equipped with sniper rifles? It was said that mercenaries were prohibited within the borders of Dragon Country. How had a whole squad arrived? Figures emerged from the water, forming orderly groups under someone's command, beginning to withdraw from the battlefield towards the club, leaving a contingent behind to keep an eye on Mo Yang, occasionally firing shots to suppress him. Time was of the essence. Mo Yang disregarded his surroundings, grabbing a shield and charging out, a cloud of dust kicking up in his wake. He dove into a small earthen ridge Liu Xiaomi had hidden behind, urgently demanding, "What weapons do you have? Hurry." Liu Xiaomi, trembling, produced a baton and a single electric stick. "Damn it, I also have a small knife for emergencies," he added, revealing a spring knife. Good thinking. Better safe than sorry. Mo Yang flicked the blade open, testing its sharpness, then seized Xiaomi's walkie-talkie and electric baton. He suddenly hurled the shield away and darted out from the other side. The shield was quickly riddled with bullets. With a swift motion, Mo Yang threw the knife, which struck true, piercing an enemy's eye. By the time the remaining 2 reacted and aimed their weapons, Mo Yang was merely 7 or 8 meters away, tossing the walkie-talkie and electric baton at them. Though they hit their heads, it did little to impede their ability to fire. Mo Yang could only do his best to avoid their gunfire aimed at his head, focusing on the rest of his body. After all, he was no stranger to bullets. He wouldn't be taken down by these petty thugs. Despite being shot twice in the thigh, he lunged forward, seizing one enemy's head and slamming it against the ground, silencing both before they could utter a sound. Without a moment to assess his injuries, he collected 3 AKs, tossing one to Xiaomi as he ran, instructing, "Stay behind me at an angle and cover me." Outside the club, gunfire erupted, and inside, cries of despair filled the air. This was a good sign. It indicated that they had yet to breach the building. Zhao, who had organized the security personnel to barricade doors and windows with furniture, herding everyone upstairs. The thugs, caught off guard, fired haphazardly at the upper floors. A few clever individuals attempted to shatter the windows above to toss grenades, only to have them ricochet off the furniture and nearly blow themselves up. Others tried to force their way through the first-floor windows, only to be met with electric shocks from the hidden security guards. While these antics appeared comical, they could hardly withstand the onslaught of heavily armed thugs. They merely bought a little time. Yet that precious time brought hope. As special police officers began to break through the sniper blockade, unleashing a barrage on the thugs' flanks, compelling them to halt their advance on the building. Mo Yang joined the fray, firing at the back of the thugs, taking down 7 or 8 before seeking cover on the ground. Liu Xiaomi, too frightened to advance, crouched behind Mo Yang, who barked at him, "Get further over there and fire a few shots into the sky." This was doable. Liu Xiaomi rolled a few times, lying flat on the ground, pulling the trigger wildly into the air. Perhaps he had accidentally switched to automatic mode as he emptied the magazine, the recoil threatening to shatter his bones. The cacophony of gunfire drew the enemy's attention, many weapons now trained on Xiaoxi's position. Dust and debris filled the air around him, and he screamed in terror, nearly on the verge of tears. Yet, as long as he could scream, it proved he was still alive. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yang peeked out, dispatching another 5 or 6 enemies. The number of special police breaching the blockade increased, with 5 or 6 officers now covering each other as they charged forward. Though the thugs had the numerical advantage, being beset from all sides proved uncomfortable. Suddenly, they shifted tactics, turning their weapons towards the special police and Mo Yang, unleashing a furious barrage. The stone cover Mo Yang was hiding behind was soon riddled with large holes. Then, with thunderous explosions, the building's windows shattered, a gaping hole blasted through one, and the barricading furniture lay in ruins. They had resorted to using human bombs. These were indeed the elite of terrorists. If they failed to eliminate everyone tonight, they would surely be wiped out themselves. Mo Yang, undeterred, returned fire, knowing that if even one of them entered the building, it could spell doom for Zhao Hu and the others. He crouched low, shielding his face with his arm, moving swiftly, aiming solely at the blown-open windows, and firing rapidly. Taking down 3 in quick succession, he could not allow anyone to breach the building. As most of the firepower redirected towards Mo Yang, his magazine ran dry. Reluctantly, he rolled onto the ground, switching to another AK. Thankfully, the special police did not disappoint him. They charged in, suppressing fire and taking down several thugs. Mo Yang rose again to fire, eliminating the last 2 foes. Suddenly, a special police officer cried out in agony and fell forward. Mo Yang instinctively shielded his head with his arm, feeling a sharp pain as a chunk of flesh was torn from his right arm. The weapon that had struck him was far more powerful than the AK. He dared not linger, dodging hurriedly towards the direction of the gunfire. The thugs, realizing their mission was faltering, disregarded their cover and recklessly attempted to eliminate the reinforcements heading to the building. Unfortunately, they were too late. The assault team was decimated. Mo Yang's last 2 shots could have claimed 2 more, but one deranged individual survived and swiftly retreated towards a nearby hill. This small hill, situated directly across the road from the club, was a remnant of a small earth mound removed during the club's construction. Had he known snipers would be stationed there, Liang Tianlong would have leveled it without hesitation. With sparse vegetation, the 2 snipers were completely exposed, yet who dared to confront them? Mo Yang dared, for the fallen brothers, the special police, and for the piece of flesh that had been shot away. These 2 scoundrels had to die. The snipers fired repeatedly, yet they could not land a shot on Mo Yang, who moved with remarkable speed. At approximately 400 meters, he closed the distance in about 20 seconds. Sensing the impending danger, the snipers discarded their weapons and attempted to flee. Mo Yang quickly ascended the hill, leaping out with a flying kick that sent one of the snipers crashing to the ground, his body bending grotesquely at the waist. The other drew a pistol and fired wildly. Mo Yang shielded his eyes, executing a sweeping kick that spun the assailant in midair before he crashed to the ground. Crying out in pain and mumbling incoherently, Mo Yang approached and ripped away the man's mask, revealing a flat nose and dark complexion. The unintelligible words confirmed he was a foreigner. Gripping his neck, Mo Yang lifted him off the ground, demanding in English, "Who are you?" The man pleaded for his life in broken English, unable to comprehend Mo Yang's words. At that moment, reinforcements arrived, presumably special police officers. Mo Yang kicked the handgun aside, fell to the ground, and swiftly fled the scene. Given the current circumstances, it was unwise for him to be seen. It would be more prudent to allow others to take the credit. By the time the SWAT team arrived, Mo Yang had vanished without a trace, leaving only one survivor behind. At that moment, Mo Yang was hidden in the distant woods, calling Zhao Hu. Are you still alive? How are the others faring? Chapter 34. Aftermath in the clubhouse. 7 or 8 special police officers remained, having lost 4 comrades and 2 severely injured. Some stood vigil for their fallen brethren, while others wept openly, their faces obscured by hands. Though they were elite officers, they were merely in their early 20s, and their first encounter with real gunfire had inevitably left psychological scars. The security team fared slightly better, aside from the ambushed old Chun and Liu Xiaomi, who had suffered a broken rib. The remaining members bore only minor injuries. Reinforcements had arrived, swiftly securing the scene. 30 bodies of terrorists were counted, and the sole survivor was subjected to a preliminary interrogation on site after receiving basic medical attention. Dongwan had never experienced such a grievous incident. All involved were required to undergo scrutiny and sign confidentiality agreements, forbidding the disclosure of details. Foreign guests were relocated to safety, with additional police dispatched for their protection. The sniper's injuries were not severe. He had suffered 2 broken legs and was confined to a wheelchair, wheeled into a small room for questioning, due to a language barrier. The interrogation did not commence until over an hour had passed. The captured thug appeared to be in a state of fright, almost as if he were the victim. After extensive questioning, it was revealed that his name was Ruan Yin, hailing from the Monkey Nation. He had been hired to infiltrate Dragon Nation for an assassination mission that night, having no knowledge of the mastermind or the intended target. The team comprised individuals from various nations, including Elephant Country, Horse Country, and Snake Nation, led by an eagle from Eagle Nation, who had already perished on the battlefield. After identifying the scene, it became evident that he had spoken the truth, albeit knowing little of value. After a painstaking effort, Interpol was contacted, and through photo verification, most identities were confirmed. They were notorious outlaws, some of the most formidable in their respective realms. It was astonishing that such a group had met their demise in an obscure city, failing their mission and suffering total annihilation, a fact they would be loath to admit. The only thread that connected them was their shared history of serving various drug lords, which presented an important lead. Once the headcount was completed and the relevant reports were handed to Police Chief Zhao Hai, he reviewed them with a perplexed expression, inquiring about a missing person named Mo Yang. The clubhouse's security manager was said to be exceptionally brave, with outside individuals practically extolling his virtues. In the first-floor hall, the clubhouse staff was temporarily gathered. The tension and fear had dissipated, replaced by animated storytelling. Liu Xiaomi, nursing a broken rib, animatedly recounted a tale. Zoom. Just like that. Our leader flung a knife and took down a bandit. Then, with 2 submachine guns firing, he charged right into the enemy ranks. Wait, someone interjected. Wasn't Boss Missouri afraid of bullets? Charging forward like that. Were you dazed or just plain scared? I didn't see it firsthand, but I heard it. Liu Xiaomi continued. In that situation, who would dare stick their head out? Except for the boss, of course. Bullets were clanging all around. Within seconds, he had taken down the bandit and tossed me an AK. I was pumped with adrenaline, following the boss back from the docks to rescue you all. Liu Xiaomi, have you been watching too many movies? Did you hear bullets clanging? Do you think the boss is Iron Man? Also, can you even shoot? Don't be ridiculous. Who hasn't undergone military training? The individual sighed in frustration, recalling that his military training had consisted solely of marching in formation, yielding no practical experience. The boss and I charged like tigers, wielding 3 guns, wreaking havoc among the bandits. Another voice chimed in. If I hadn't seen it myself, I might have believed you. There was only one shadow outside taking on the bandits. What were you doing? Liu Xiaomi, flustered and flushed, retorted. Do you even understand tactics? The boss had me crossfire with him. Do you comprehend tactics? Your vantage point only allowed you to see the boss, so naturally, you missed me. With a semblance of reason. No one interrupted him further, listening intently as he spun his tail to the ceiling. Zhao Hai, eavesdropping from the 2nd floor, found it hard to believe. The special police commander had also reported that someone from the clubhouse had launched a surprise attack on the terrorists from behind, granting them the opportunity for a counteroffensive. Even the distant sniper had been dealt with by that individual. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Witnesses claimed that this person had nearly crawled along the ground. And within a minute, The sniper had ceased fire. When they arrived, only a corpse and an injured terrorist remained. Yet, the identity of that individual was unclear. They were covered in blood and dressed in attire that did not resemble a security officer's black suit. After an all-night investigation and review of surveillance footage, Zhao Hai began to piece together the events. There was a sniper lying in wait to the east while boats transported terrorists to the docks from the west. The security officer, Old Chen, had inadvertently discovered them and had been brutally slain. The terrorists were compelled to act prematurely due to Mo Yang's timely intervention, allowing the security personnel and special police to prepare. Had they truly infiltrated the vicinity of the building, even if the terrorists had been eliminated, the casualties among those inside would have been catastrophic. The thought sent chills down Zhao Hai's spine, prompting him to report the situation to the Public Security Bureau and prepare for a thorough investigation. However, much to his astonishment, the Bureau swiftly issued a directive: seal the information, reassure the personnel, and consider the matter closed. What is happening? Such a massive shooting incident is just being swept under the rug. Zhao Hai was left bewildered, yet he complied with orders. In addition to confidentiality agreements, all individuals were required to surrender their phones and delete any relevant recordings. By 8 or 9 in the morning, the clubhouse staff were finally released. Those requiring medical attention were sent to the hospital, while others returned home. Returning home was not an option for Mo Yang, who informed Liu Xiaomi that he had to work overtime. By 3 or 4 o'clock, he stealthily returned to change clothes, as his original attire was beyond salvage, soaked in blood. In the woods, he extracted 8 bullets from his body, 2 from a handgun in his chest and 6 AK rounds from his thigh, arm, and abdomen. Blood pooled around him, yet there were no signs of imminent death. All he felt was an overwhelming hunger, an insatiable craving. After changing clothes, he sought refuge in a nearby internet CAF, where he could access a computer and find sustenance, a most agreeable situation. Just before dawn, Song Xiaoling finally called, seeking an explanation from Mo Yang. "Are you all right? The police chief is searching for you." "I'm fine, just nursing some injuries at home." "Tell me what happened today. Who is Liang Tianlong, that he could summon such a band of desperados? If it weren't for the many innocent lives lost, he would deserve to be gunned down. It was not a matter that could be settled in a few words. I'll come find you." "There's no need. I intend to resign. Otherwise, I won't know how I might meet my end next time. Tell Liang Tianlong to clean his neck and wait." Mo Yang angrily hung up, unwilling to remain silent. This affair was undoubtedly linked to Liang Tianlong, who had recklessly caused the loss of several lives. Such a person would be better off dead. As Mo Yang immersed himself in his thesis, several plainclothes officers entered the internet CAF and swiftly identified him. They seized him, stating, "Come with us." "Wait. Let me finish this first." Mo Yang replied impatiently, feeling embarrassed at being found so swiftly. Curious, the officers observed what he was engrossed in, seeing a screen filled with English letters, and noticed the blood-soaked fabric of his shirt. Mo Yang was taken to a small community 10 kilometers away, where Song Xiaoling opened the door and exchanged a glance with the escorting officers, who did not follow inside. The apartment was modest. A 2-bedroom unit furnished only with basic furniture and some surveillance equipment, lacking the warmth of a home. Furrowing her brow, Song Xiaoling retrieved a medical kit and stated, "You've been shot. You ought to attend to your wounds." Mo Yang glanced down at himself in surprise. "Why am I bleeding again?" "It's nothing. Don't worry about me. Now, tell me what transpired today. Are you not afraid of bleeding to death?" "Not at all. Is there something to eat?" "I'm starving. Just a moment ago, I spent over 100 yuan at the internet CAF, and it's hard to believe I'm hungry again so soon." Song Xiaoling retrieved some milk and bread from the refrigerator and placed them before him. Then, she circled around to Mo Yang's back, intent on removing his clothing. Mo Yang thought to himself that the injury on his arm was quite severe, and it would be best to attend to it. However, satisfying his hunger took precedence. Thus, he removed one side of his shirt, revealing his wounded arm. Chapter 35. The struggle of the drug lord. The wound continued to bleed, and Mo Yang hastily tore a piece of cloth from his old garment to wrap it, an unsightly sight, yet he felt no concern. In the forest, he reassessed his physical condition. His muscles were firm, capable of withstanding ordinary handgun bullets. His bones, too, were resilient, impervious to AK bullets, though they could inflict some damage. As for sniper rifles, he surmised they would be beyond his defense. Having already taken a chunk of flesh and left multiple fractures in his bones, a direct hit would yield dire consequences. However, the reality was not as terrifying as he had imagined. His body possessed an extraordinary recuperative ability. The gunshot wound to his chest had nearly healed, and fresh tissue had begun to form in other areas. His arms, however, bore larger wounds and required more time to recover. This might also explain his constant hunger. He was not the type to gain weight merely by drinking water. He needed sustenance to build muscle. As he ate, he contemplated a visit to the laboratory at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to undergo genetic testing, eager to uncover the nature of his monstrous self. "Don't move. Are you not afraid of the pain?" Song Xiaoling called out, diligently cleaning his wound with alcohol. Mo Yang glanced over, seemingly recovering well. "Just wrap it with gauze. There's no need for such trouble. No stitches required." He freed himself from her grasp and efficiently wrapped the gauze around his wound. Turning back, he noticed her staring at him, her eyes glistening with tears. "I'm sorry. It's my fault that you got hurt," she said. "Crocodile tears," Mo Yang retorted, infuriated by her apology. "What about the dead security guard and special police? You should go down there and apologize to them. We received news that the Snake Kingdom would send assassins to eliminate the representatives of the Eagle Kingdom's meeting. We never anticipated they would send so many. Why?" In the early years, the Huel Group, much like Liang Tianlong, had thrived on drug trafficking, sourcing their drugs from the Snake Kingdom. As international relations soured, the price of drugs from the Snake Kingdom surged, encroaching upon their profits. Consequently, some within the Huel Group advocated for trade with the Monkey Kingdom, with Liang Tianlong serving as their intermediary. So those bandits are from the Snake Kingdom? They come from several nations. Their objective is to eliminate Huel Group's representative, Smith, and Liang Tianlong, thereby severing this line and safeguarding their drug profits. Why would such a large group engage in unprofitable ventures that could lead to their downfall? The profits are immense. The drug lords of the Snake Kingdom are wealthier than nations, and even the government cannot control them. Huh. As if you have any leverage over Liang Tianlong, Mo Yang scoffed. "We have received orders that as soon as Liang Tianlong and Smith sign the agreement to establish a factory in East Bay, Liang Tianlong will be arrested immediately. Intelligence indicates that the Huel Group possesses several crucial biotechnologies that must be introduced through a biopharmaceutical factory. We must consider the bigger picture." Mo Yang's disdain deepened. "Do you really believe you can capture Liang Tianlong at that point? If the Huel Group could bypass him, why go through such convolutions? I suspect the Monkey Kingdom's drug source is Liang Tianlong's enterprise. That's impossible. We have personnel there. The local leader is from the Monkey Kingdom. Please. The people from the Monkey Kingdom look quite similar to us, just with darker skin. How can you ascertain he is from the Monkey Kingdom? Even if he is, he could simply be a puppet. If I were that Smith, I would never allow Liang Tianlong to meddle. It would be akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart. Unnecessary." Song Xiaoling pondered this possibility and remarked, "I will report the situation to the higher-ups." "Don't. Do you think I'm unaware? Must everything be reported? What good are you then? Should the leaders play guessing games? With your capabilities, you are no better than Zhao Hu. I never involve myself in his affairs, and he always manages just fine. If I were your superior, I would replace all of you." A bunch of bandits turned assassins, and Liang Tianlong's relations with the Monkey Kingdom remain ambiguous. And you, with your subordinates' corpses still warm, can remain so composed. Perhaps you should speak to the leaders and request I be assigned a unit to help eliminate the Snake Kingdom's hideouts. Yu Song Xiaoling was so enraged, she felt tears welling up. She wished for revenge, to bring Liang Tianlong to justice, yet felt powerless to do so. "By the way, here is your phone back. You're too cunning. You even installed tracking software on it." Mo Yang disregarded her emotions, unconcerned, unlike Liu Xiaomi. "The smartphone already has a location feature. Why would I need to track you?" Song Xiaoling snapped, gathering her things before retreating into her room, reminding Mo Yang to leave promptly. "Fine, I'll go. I'm done here." Mo Yang fiddled with the phone, discovering the tracking feature was indeed present. Such matters of privacy should not be so easily accessible to others. He shoved the phone back into his pocket, contemplating modifying it for continued use. Reluctant to purchase a new one. Before departing, he emptied the refrigerator of its contents, as dawn had barely broken and food was scarce outside. Uncertain whether Song Xiaoling was intentionally sabotaging him, he found that several of his brothers outside refused to drive him home. He reluctantly spent 20 to 30 yuan on a taxi back, changing into a fresh outfit before heading downstairs to buy breakfast for Liu Xiaomi, who was sleeping soundly yet worried that Mo Yang's late hours meant something serious had occurred. Mo Yang explained honestly that he had been on duty to host foreign guests, and now that they had departed, he was free from overtime. Reassured, Liu Xiaomi left for work cheerfully. By noon, he contacted Zhao Hu, instructing him to keep last night's events under wraps, especially from Liu Xiaomi. Otherwise, he would face repercussions. Zhao Hu stammered his agreement, regardless of whether others were resting or recuperating, ensuring that everyone at the club was informed that Mo Yang's identity as Iron Man must be kept secret, lest Iron Man come to discuss matters with him. The club had been devastated, necessitating reconstruction efforts. The company dispatched emails to all department managers, particularly the security department, to monitor the construction progress and expedite the reopening. Naturally, this responsibility fell upon Zhao Hu, allowing Mo Yang to forego work altogether, spending his days tormenting his pitiful notebook and repairing his smartphone by replacing its operating system. Finally, the day of Liu Xiaomi's major examination arrived. Mo Yang personally escorted her to the examination venue, incessantly cheering her on. "You will do great. I believe in you." After waiting 2 hours outside the examination hall, he finally received good news. Liu Xiaomi, patting her chest confidently, declared, "I should be able to pass." Mo Yang couldn't help but chuckle. It was merely a basic accounting exam. It seemed he must intensify his efforts with the smart drug. As Hu Man had not been in touch, Mo Yang resolved to take action that night, first familiarizing himself with the premises and conducting a genetic test. That evening, after requesting to work overtime from Liu Xiaomi, he pretended to head to the club but instead lingered in his car until midnight before driving toward the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Parking about 500 to 600 meters away, he found an alley devoid of cameras and cautiously approached the hospital. With a nimble leap, he entered the hospital, evading cameras and patrolling security, skillfully making his way to the laboratory he had longed for. At night, it was closed, with only the outpatient and inpatient buildings illuminated. Mo Yang produced 2 metal plates, fiddling with the keyhole until the door swung open. The lock-picking videos circulating online were indeed authentic, teaching genuine skills. Navigating through without obstruction, he finally reached the biological laboratory. Mo Yang took a quick tour. All the necessary equipment was present, along with some he had yet to comprehend. He pricked his finger, allowing several drops of blood to fall into a test tube, then utilized an electron microscope for observation, followed by enzymatic digestion, separation, precipitation, and washing, which took nearly an hour to obtain his DNA sample. He then placed it into the sequencer, leaving him to await the results. Although he had mentally prepared himself to some extent, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. Just moments ago, under the microscope, his sample was octoploid, possessing 4 sets of 28 chromosomes. How could this possibly be considered human? Chapter 36. Bonus distribution to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Mo Yang began to sift through the materials in the laboratory. The documents were replete with information regarding traditional Chinese medicine, detailing the active ingredients of numerous herbal substances, along with various sequencing results. It appeared that these experts had devoted considerable effort to promote the rich cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. However, he pondered why Hu Man would provide him with semi-finished products. Was this not merely complicating matters for himself? Thus, he meticulously noted down the chemical formulas of dozens of effective components and pertinent pharmacological knowledge, perhaps for future reference. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, the sequencer yielded its results. Mo Yang connected his computer and stored the data securely. After ensuring that no traces were left behind, he departed with a sense of relief. The arduous journey had only just begun, The hard-won sequencing results still required meticulous comparison with those of healthy individuals. Additionally, he needed to analyze the extra 5 DNA strands separately, a rather cumbersome task. He contemplated whether to apply for a new computer once the salaries were dispersed. By afternoon, Mo Yang's efforts began to bear fruit. Zhao Hu called, inviting him to dinner. The brothers were unaware of his circumstances, only knowing he was recuperating at home, and they were quite concerned. It would be impolite to decline such an invitation, so Mo Yang acquiesced. This time, there was no traffic, and he arrived punctually for the feast. Zhao Hu had reserved a large private room at the hotel, setting up 4 tables. Upon entering, a group of men clad in black suits rose in unison to greet him. "Boss." The startled waitress dropped the menu in shock. The intimidating presence of these men, all calling him boss in unison, was quite overwhelming. Yet, this boss seemed different from those depicted on television, youthful and handsome. Mo Yang picked up the menu and gently said, "You may serve the dishes now." The nervous young lady promptly fled, leaving the menu behind. "Everyone, please, do not be so formal," he urged. "Zhao Hu, have you struck it rich? This is quite the spectacle." Sister Song provided the activity funds, so no need for concern, Zhao Hu replied. "Boss, where are you injured? The brothers are quite worried. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Mo Yang raised his hand, turning it around for them to see. "As for you all, have you returned to work? Is the company withholding your salaries? You are all entitled to compensation for work-related injuries." No, they quickly responded. "That is best." He reassured them. "If there are any issues, feel free to discuss them with me. I will address them." Mo Yang patted his chest. Despite having recently quarreled with Song Shaoling about resigning, Zhao Hu continued, "The company has been quite understanding. In addition to the subsidies and medical expenses, they also distributed a bonus. Based on everyone's performance and injury status, I allocated between 10 to 20,000 for each person. I made this decision independently. I hope you do not mind." "Mind? Not at all. You have done splendidly. In the future, feel free to make decisions without needing my input." Mo Yang felt somewhat aggrieved. As a key player, he had received no bonus. He promptly messaged Song Shaoling, "Where is my bonus?" Zhao Hu added, "Old Chen's funeral is tomorrow. We are all planning to pay our respects." At this, a somber mood enveloped the group. Mo Yang sighed, "What time? I will also attend. By the way, how much compensation did the company provide?" The work injury insurance paid over 600,000, and the company supplemented it with 1 million, all directed to his family. Rest assured, that is good to hear. Although Mo Yang typically refrained from excessive communication with his subordinates, such matters of life and death warranted his concern. With this compensation, old Chun can rest in peace knowing his family is taken care of. We must continue to work hard and hone our skills. I sincerely hope such tragedies do not recur, he declared, clapping his hands to refocus everyone's thoughts. The deceased are gone. Those of us who remain must live well. The dishes were soon served, and as Mo Yang prepared to eat, Zhao Hu raised his glass to toast, jesting, "Everyone, let us first toast to the boss. Without him, we might have been able to claim compensation." "Bah, what a jinx. You drink 3 glasses. Mo Yang downed his drink in one go and reached for his chopsticks to attack the food. No sooner had he taken a bite of meat than Liu Xiaomi emerged, exclaiming, "Boss, you were truly heroic that day. You are my idol from now on. I shall be your devoted fan. Let us not dwell on that. Let us drink." Mo Yang downed another glass. Following that, Wang Wu and Zhang Lu, along with other acquaintances, approached him one by one to propose toasts. His plate remained largely untouched as he polished off 2 bottles of liquor. Whether intentional or not, Zhao Hu initiated the second round. "Boss, your capacity for drinking is impressive. Allow me to toast you once more." Mo Yang shook 2 empty bottles. "Are you going to let me eat?" Zhao Hu chuckled. "Finish this glass, and then we can start eating." After downing the glass, he finally relished the prospect of a delightful meal. He called out, "Eat more, drink less, practice your skills, and avoid unnecessary injuries." Everyone indulged. This elicited a chorus of laughter from the group. Despite his jovial words, Mo Yang ultimately consumed 6 bottles of liquor. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his physical well-being. After bidding farewell to the others, he returned home to continue working on his computer. Liu Xiaomi caught a whiff of the alcohol from afar. Go take a shower. You stink. How much have you drunk? Not much. Just 6 bottles. Beer? White liquor. There is a difference, right? What? Liu Xiaomi quickly circled around him. Are you trying to kill yourself? Drinking that much? About 40 to 50 degrees. I didn't pay attention. Why be so reckless? You could easily endanger yourself after drinking 6 bottles of white liquor. Hurry and throw up. Throw up? How do I do that? Stick your finger down your throat. What a bizarre method. Is it normal to induce vomiting like that? Wouldn't it be faster just to let it out? Mo Yang grabbed some clean clothes and retreated to the bathroom, occasionally dry heaving to appease Liu Xiaomi, who ultimately seemed satisfied. After showering, he smelled much better. Liu Xiaomi leaned in again. Sister Song mentioned you accomplished something noteworthy again? Mo Yang stiffened. He had forgotten to instruct Song Xiaoling not to share these matters with Liu Xiaomi. He forced a smile. Oh, just a trivial matter, nothing significant. She said your security team apprehended 30 troublemakers. She was unsure what kind of reward to give you. Mo Yang gave Song Xiaoling a thumbs up and asked, What do you want? Of course, I want money. You work so hard while barely sleeping. If we could rent a slightly larger apartment, at least you would be more comfortable. Oh, I see. See what? A small 2-bedroom apartment costs $2,500 a month. Will we still have enough to eat? Mo Yang calculated. My salary is over 10,000. Isn't that sufficient? Even if your salary is high, I do not wish to rely on your money. I brought you here, so I must take responsibility. Use it. What is mine is yours. Feel free to use it as you wish. Mo Yang spoke casually. But in his heart, he wondered if he could retain a portion for a new computer. Liu Xiaomi beamed. Then I shall use it. You cannot backtrack, even if you regain your memory. Mo Yang felt he had been tricked and sighed. I assure you, I will not backtrack. Thus, Liu Xiaomi began scouring the internet for apartments, occasionally asking Mo Yang for his opinion on various options. He had no choice but to focus on his computer and toil away, as he had pressing matters to attend to. The next day, as soon as Liu Xiaomi stepped out, Mo Yang shamelessly messaged Song Xiaoling. Forget the bonus. Just give me an apartment. Song Xiaoling replied instantaneously. Did you not say you were quitting? Did I? Even if I did, that is irrelevant. Everyone else has received a bonus, so why not me? Are you still intending to work? Of course. For Liu Xiaomi's sake, I shall endure. Besides, where else could I find a job that allows me to slack off? I shall take a step back, and the sea will broaden. I will endure. And the ocean will dry up. Very well. Come to the company. I have something to discuss with you. Understood. Mo Yang felt as though he were a sold servant, perpetually obliged to cater to others. It was an arduous existence. He pondered when he might amass sufficient funds to procure a multitude of electronic slaves, allowing them to behold his countenance with deference. With this thought, he glanced at his uncooperative notebook, which continued to laboriously churn out data. Are you struggling as well? Upon arriving at Song Xiaoli's office, both wore expressions of discontent, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Ultimately, Song Xiaoling conceded, casting him a disdainful glance and tossing a folder in his direction. The headquarters has resolved to establish an additional department. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of department manager. Mo Yang picked up the folder and took a cursory glance at its contents, scoffing inwardly, for it was merely the position of security manager. Chapter 37. Orphaned and lonely, this manager is not that manager. After all, the prefixes differ. The security manager of the Tianlong Group headquarters and the security manager of the Honghua Entertainment Club signify a distinction between propriety and impropriety. Upon careful consideration, one could argue that Mo Yang's position is marginally superior to that of Song Xiaoling. Mo Yang, having secured an advantage, feigned innocence, pondering whether he could avoid the long journey home. Do you still want the house? He was asked. Yes, he replied, surprised at how swiftly arrangements had been made for his new residence near the group. With a smile, he contemplated informing Liu Xiaomi immediately. The group also had a real estate company. Surely they had properties available. However, Song Xiaoling interjected, cautioning him not to revel too soon, for he would soon be tasked with overseeing security for 2 new factory sites, a considerable responsibility. Surely no one would dare to roll in with a tank to cause trouble? He jested. Oh, you'll find out soon enough, she retorted, adopting a serious demeanor. This is the directive from the war group, and we share the sentiment. Our adversaries lurk in the shadows, seeking to sever Liang Tianglong's connections and undermine our achievements in biotechnology. Various factions are involved, which is why fortune has favored you. Mo Yang scratched his head, feeling perplexed. What is so precious about this technology? Why not share it with me, and I'll help you obtain it? He wasn't jesting. He had confidence, provided the funding was adequate. Yet Song Xiaoling, with a playful tone, remarked, "Do you still have that beauty serum you procured last time? My friend is interested in a few bottles." "None left," he retorted, bemused by her lack of trust, yet she expected him to procure such items for her. As he prepared to leave, she quickly reminded him, "Dinner at 6 at the Marriott. Mr. Liang and Smith will be there. Remember to pick me up." "Remember? Not a chance," he said, exiting without a backward glance, hurrying to attend old Chen's funeral. He returned home to don a suit, then picked up Zhao Hu and a few others to head to the service. Zhao Hu had already dispatched someone to assist, arranging for a floral wreath to be sent. Soon, they would bow before old Chen's portrait in the morning hall, and that would suffice. Mo Yang felt out of place in such somber surroundings, the dirge failing to lift his spirits. He was also displeased by old Chun's relatives loudly discussing compensation outside. After all, they were merely guests and had little authority over the proceedings. Accompanied by his subordinates, they quietly entered the morning hall, their imposing presence silencing the crowd, leading some to speculate that old Chun had ties to the underworld and had associated with a wealthy benefactor. Ignoring the curious glances, Mo Yang bowed before old Chun, repeating the gesture thrice, wishing him a peaceful journey. Zhao Hu presented the floral tribute to the widow, and with that, their duty was fulfilled. Old Chen's wife, in her 40s, had not shed a tear throughout the service, yet now, tears streamed down her face as she rose to express her gratitude to Mo Yang. Old Chen's daughter, a timid girl of 11 or 12, hid behind her mother, her eyes red as she regarded Mo Yang. Intrigued, Mo Yang glanced at Zhao Hu, questioning the girl's demeanor. Zhao Hu understood immediately and leaned in to whisper, "I heard old Chun had a brother who returned upon learning of his passing, demanding compensation." "Oh, and you won't intervene?" "Boss, that's a family matter. I'm not getting involved. I suggested resolving it in court, but apparently, according to inheritance law, his brother does have a claim." "Humph, he has no valid claim," Mo Yang exclaimed, pushing Zhao Hu aside and turning to old Chun's wife. "Sister-in-law, if there are issues, speak to me. Zhao here is incompetent." The widow's sobs intensified, her voice barely coherent, but the young girl spoke bravely. "My uncle said that since Daddy is gone, he will take back our house and kick me and Mommy out. Plus, he stole my mother's bank card." The girl cast a fearful glance outside. Following her gaze, Mo Yang spotted a man in his 30s, bearing some resemblance to old Chun, glaring menacingly at the girl. Mo Yang gently ruffled her hair and praised, "You are truly courageous." With that, he approached the man, seizing his neck and lifting him off the ground without warning. Such bullies who prey upon orphans and widows were far more contemptible than Shin Fugui. Zhao Hu thought Mo Yang was merely trying to intimidate him, but upon witnessing the sheer panic in old Chin's brother's eyes, he quickly intervened. "Boss, let go. Someone might get hurt." The relatives and friends surrounding them were thrown into disarray, with some calling for the police, while others merely shouted, none daring to intervene. Mo Yang sternly addressed Zhao Hu. "I allow mistakes, but only once." With that, he slammed the man to the ground, indifferent to whether he could breathe, placing his foot on the man's face and demanding, "Do you want money or your life?" The phrase rolled off his tongue, reminiscent of something he had said before, yet it bore little weight this time. Old Chun's brother struggled, shouting, "Who are you? I'm calling the police to arrest you." A stubborn individual, he chose to flex his bravado before Mo Yang. Mo Yang shifted his foot from the man's face to his arm, covering his mouth and nose with a hand to restrict his breathing. The security personnel were at a loss, while Zhao Hu shouted, "Block them. Don't let them take pictures." A wall of bodies quickly formed to shield Mo Yang and his captive. Mo Yang toyed with old Chun's brother, allowing him brief moments of respite only to cut off his air supply again. After several cycles, the man was nearly unconscious, and he had no idea when the police had arrived. Only when they were taken to the police station to file a report did he start to regain his senses. "Officer, he tried to kill me." "Don't speak nonsense. I merely came to pay my respects. You fainted unexpectedly, and I was kind enough to help you up." "You lie. I have witnesses." Mo Yang gestured outside, where Old Chin's wife and daughter were blocking the police station entrance alongside his security personnel, while the relatives had mysteriously vanished. Old Chun's brother hesitated, swallowing his pride. "I fainted on my own." The officer inquired, "So, are we considering this matter resolved?" "Resolved." "Resolved," came the reply. The officers, eager to disperse the crowd, especially those draped in mourning veils, urged them to sign and leave. Though Old Chin's brother maintained his defiance, he dared not be the first to depart, waiting until Mo Yang's group had left before he made his exit. Mo Yang had no intention of wasting time with him. He instructed someone to escort Old Chun's widow and daughter home, then called Zhao Hu over. "Find 2 sharp-witted individuals to keep an eye on him. At the first opportunity, give him a taste of retribution until he coughs up the money." Zhao Hu hesitated. "Boss, that doesn't seem appropriate. We're not the mafia. Isn't it better to pursue legal avenues?" "Of course we aren't. The mafia harms and bullies others. Are we currently bullying anyone? Even if we win in court, can you stand by while Old Chin's family is treated this way?" Zhao Hu paused, slowly nodding. "I can't accept that." "Don't worry, boss. I'll handle this." Mo Yang patted his back, smiling. "That's the spirit. I'll take the heat for any repercussions. By the way, I'm being transferred to headquarters and need to bring 10 people along. Draft a list. I need to submit it soon." "Headquarters? Transferring to the group?" Zhao Hu expressed disbelief. "Is that so surprising? I'm still the security manager. Not much has changed. Hurry up. Don't let me down. Those people will ultimately be yours to manage." Zhao Hu felt as if Mo Yang were indulging in a bit of vanity, yet he had no evidence to contest it. A security manager rising to another security manager hardly seemed a source of pride. Checking the time, Mo Yang decided not to see Zhao Hu and the others off, heading directly to the company to collect Song Xiaoling. Upon seeing him, she smiled, finally willing to wear a suit. "You look much more spirited this way. Why don't you dress like this more often?" "Today, I'm dressed formally to pay my respects to Old Chun." Song Xiaoling's smile instantly faded. Yet out of respect for the deceased, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and entered the car with a somber expression, seizing the opportunity to drive a sports car. Mo Yang was determined not to waste it, racing exuberantly along the suburban roads. Song Xiaoling, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "You'll have to pay the fines yourself." Chapter 38. Friendly negotiations. Women can be quite troublesome. Even a meal requires them to return home for a bath first, leading to an hour-long wait. When she finally reappeared, she was resplendent, her shoulders elegantly exposed. Throughout the journey, Mo Yang pondered how her dress managed to stay in place. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, a valet gestured for him to park. Mo Yang inquired, "What do you want?" "Valet parking?" "No need. I can manage myself," he replied, causing Song Xiaoling to feel an urge to kick him out of frustration. As they entered, someone was there to hold the door open. Mo Yang graciously thanked the valet, who looked at him longingly, as if about to mention a tip. At that moment, Song Xiaoling linked her arm with Mo Yang's, startling him into pulling back. Questioning her intentions, annoyed, she stomped into the elevator alone. Needing to hold my hand just to go upstairs, as if there were no doors, Mo Yang thought. Leaning casually in the corner of the elevator. "Roop." Song Xiaoling couldn't help but mutter under her breath. "Meat bun." Mo Yang shot back instantly. When the elevator doors opened, Song Xiaoling took deep breaths, her expression finally returning to normal, her chin raised proudly as she led the way. Inside the private room, Liang Tianlong and a foreigner were already seated at the main table, engaged in lively conversation. Accompanying them were 3 serious-looking aides, attentively listening to their boasts. Mo Yang recognized 2 of them. One was a real estate tycoon, the other a factory owner, and the young woman was likely a translator. They seemed to converse joyously despite the language barrier. Impressive. The foreigner, exhibiting gentlemanly grace, stood to greet Song Xiaoling, kissing her hand. Mo Yang wondered if those thick beards were prickly. Liang Tianlong smiled and remarked, "Xiaoling, you're late again. You'll have to drink 3 penalty shots later." Song Xiaoling giggled. If I must, I apologize, Mr. Smith. There was heavy traffic. The young girl quickly translated, and though it was swift, Mr. Smith appeared momentarily perplexed. Mo Young nearly laughed. Was this how they communicated without tiring? Mr. Smith spoke in his native tongue. Ah, beautiful Miss Song, it is truly our honor to have you here. I would be displeased if we continued to discuss tardiness. Mo Yang's imagined translation was quite clumsy. The professional translator, however, conveyed succinctly, Miss Song, I am very pleased to see you. One wondered how her fees were calculated. Such money seemed too easy to earn. Liang Tianlong then introduced Mo Yang. This is our newly appointed security manager, Mo Yang. That night, he single-handedly turned the tide. Without waiting for the professional translator, Mo Yang boldly declared in the foreign tongue, I am security manager Mo Yang. That night, I eliminated several terrorists. The young girl was confounded. How to translate that? To say he had killed terrorists? Mr. Smith was initially taken aback, but then smiled broadly, saying, Mr. Mo, you are remarkable. We all witnessed your heroism. Mo Yang felt disheartened. Perhaps a shift in perspective was in order. He continued, switching to the foreign language, you flatter me. It was merely my duty. No, you are an exceptional talent. You can help us succeed. One must admit, foreigners excel at flattery. After exchanging compliments, everyone took their seats, and the girl translated their dialogue into Mandarin, much to Liang Tianlong's satisfaction. He hadn't expected her to know the foreign language. It would certainly make work easier, unlike him who had to carry a translator everywhere. Laughter erupted, but the girl smiled awkwardly, perhaps fearing for her job, unable to find joy in the moment. Song Shaoling inquired, when did you learn the foreign language? Mo Yang? I had no idea. Just recently. I hadn't the chance to inform you. Oh, please. Song Shaoling thought to herself. With so many people around, it was unwise to argue with him. As the drinks flowed, Liang Tianlong briefly discussed two upcoming projects, and both sides toasted to a pleasant collaboration. Mo Yang, rather bluntly, turned to the foreigner. Mr. Smith, what advanced technology have you brought this time that has made Mr. Liang so enthusiastic? Oh, I am not well versed in technology. You should ask David. He is the expert in this area. Mr. Smith pointed to the bearded man beside him. It seemed foreigners had a penchant for exclamatory speech, which made it difficult to follow. David was the machinery expert, George was a pharmaceutical expert, and Morgan was an attorney, all introduced earlier. Mo Yang smiled. David, George. Could you enlighten me? David spoke seriously, delivering an extensive explanation. Mo Yang understood only half, mostly about the research and production of mechanical arms. The foreign language was unreliable, different fields were like mountains apart, and he grasped none of the technical jargon. George, however, was much more approachable, detailing the biopharmaceutical technology under the WAR Group, emphasizing that this investment primarily focused on the production of small molecule anti-cancer drugs targeting nucleic acids, which would also promote research in new drug delivery technologies. He also mentioned clinical trials for tumor-specific antigen T-cell drugs and therapeutic mRNA vaccines. Meanwhile, Liang Tianlong quietly asked the girl, what are they saying? She nearly cried. She couldn't understand either. Mo Yang was engrossed in the discussion when Mr. Smith interjected, Mr. Mo is only responsible for security during the factory construction. He does not need to delve too deeply into the specifics of the projects. It is still beneficial to understand our adversaries. We have all witnessed their ruthlessness, armed with automatic rifles, and I too fear for our safety. After all, bullets do not discriminate. The girl hurriedly translated. She seemed to have overheard something she shouldn't, adding to her distress. Liang Tianlong and Mr. Smith exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Mr. Smith remarked, the businesses we engage in are highly profitable. Many have set their sights on us, which is why we need outstanding individuals like Mr. Mo to join our ranks. If you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to voice them. Could you procure a sniper rifle for me? I too wish to strike from a distance. The feeling of having a gun pointed to my head is simply intolerable. Mo Yang gestured to his head. Once the girl translated, she was promptly excused by Liang Tianlong. The ensuing conversation was not suitable for young audiences. Mr. Smith chuckled, Mr. Mo, you are quite humorous. Firearms are prohibited in the Dragon Kingdom. Do you not fear attracting trouble? If you don't mention it, and I don't mention it, who would know? Mr. Smith became increasingly intrigued by Mo Yang. Very well, in due time, I will provide you with a complete set of equipment. I hope you will not disappoint me in your future endeavors. Could you inform me about our enemies? Mo Yang cautiously inquired. Mr. Smith shook his head. That is confidential. Even we have not fully investigated. You know, where there are sufficient benefits, anyone may come to bite us. Therefore, Mr. Mo, you need only eliminate them. No need to understand them. That notion is flawed. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. When you trust me sufficiently, I believe you will share that information. Of course, Mr. Smith appreciated Mo Yang's forthrightness, considering him a valuable partner. He then asked, Mr. Mo, could you demonstrate some Dragon Kingdom martial arts? I greatly admire such skills. You must be a master to have eliminated so many terrorists unscathed. Are you putting me to the test? What should I perform? Mo Yang pondered, then picked up a chopstick and tossed it into the distance. Half of it embedding itself in the wall, an implicit weapon. He then took another chopstick and thrust it into his own body, resulting in no harm. This was the iron cloth skill. Finally, he leapt into the air, tapping the 4-meter-high ceiling with his toes. This was lightness skill. That should suffice. Everyone was utterly astonished, staring at him in disbelief. Mr. Smith was the first to applaud, exclaiming, what an extraordinary display. As Liang Tianlong and several others comprehended the situation, they joined in applause. However, the silent Morgan suddenly brandished a small handgun, aiming it at Mo Yang's chest, declaring, Mr. Mo, the era of cold weapons has long since passed, and your skills have become obsolete. Just as everyone was taken aback, a swift motion occurred. The gun in Morgan's hand had suddenly transferred to Mo Yang's grasp. With a playful grin, Mo Yang remarked, Mr. Morgan, aiming a lighter at someone is rather impolite. With that, he mimicked lighting a cigarette and pulled the trigger, producing a loud bang as a bullet shot forth, nearly resulting in his own demise. It truly was a miniature handgun. He had underestimated it. Chapter 39. Wealth acquired at the lavish dinner. Liang Tianlong found himself somewhat discontented. Not only had Mo Yang stolen the limelight, but he also struggled to comprehend their conversations. Although the Huel Group was diligently working to facilitate collaboration between the two parties, being an internationally renowned conglomerate, they had the option to partner with others as well. The visible contracts in the machinery and pharmaceutical industries had been signed, yet his role was merely to construct the factories, leaving the profits entirely detached from him. Only by excelling in clandestine business dealings could he reap substantial rewards. As they descended the stairs, Su Tian arrived to drive Liang Tianlong, while Mo Yang took the wheel for Song Shaoling. Liang Tianlong suggested, shall we go to my place tonight? Song Shaoling cast a glance at the dazed Mo Yang, her expression tinged with bitterness. Tonight isn't suitable. The doctor advised me to rest as I've been feeling a bit unwell. Liang Tianlong replied nonchalantly, take care of yourself, but you seem to be in good spirits lately. Not looking ill at all. Your skin appears remarkably smooth. That's due to some skincare products a friend gifted me. Unfortunately, there's only one bottle. And it's not something you can buy with money. Is it truly that miraculous? Are there things in this world that money cannot procure? Liang Tianlong chuckled heartily. Song Shaoling eventually got into her sports car, and at that moment, she didn't perceive Mo Yang's driving as overly hasty. It was only after they had distanced themselves that Liang Tianlong entered his vehicle. As the car began to move, he inquired of Su Tian, what have you discovered about Mo Yang's background? Before the new year, he appeared suddenly in a small village, brought to Dongwon City by a girl named Liu Xiaomi, who is supposedly his cousin. She brought him to treat his amnesia. That's how he met Zhao Hu, whom he had even fought once, inadvertently stumbling into the club. Oh, has he regained his memory now? Not yet. He still lives with Liu Xiaomi. Is it possible for you to handle him while on medication? Su Tian shuddered slightly, but replied confidently, rest assured, Chairman Liang, in that state, I could reduce him to a mere pulp. On their way back, Song Shaoling curiously asked, did you truly just learn the eagle language? If you don't believe me, please refrain from asking again. Mo Yang frowned, repeating what he had just conveyed. Regardless of the language, David and George's words remained incomprehensible to Song Shaoling. yet she could remember and relay them to those who understood. Upon learning that Mo Yang had requested weapons from Smith, she grew displeased. Why didn't you inform me of such intentions earlier? Possessing firearms is illegal. Mo Yang retorted dismissively. Morgan still carries a handgun. Why don't you apprehend him? Such blatant double standards. Though Song Xiaoling contemplated imparting legal knowledge, she decided against it. Engaging in banter with him was futile. It was more entertaining to shift the topic. You've studied mechanical manufacturing and biopharmaceuticals? I've only studied biopharmaceuticals, but I can catch up on mechanical manufacturing in the coming days. Don't doubt me. If you do, please stop asking. I detest being questioned. I never said I doubted you. It's just so astonishing. If you possess such capabilities, why are you working as a security guard? Mo Yang chuckled wryly. Am I to blame? You only value my physical prowess, without regard for my other skills. If you were to invest in me, I could create something more advanced than the Huel Group's innovations. If you provided me with weaponry, I could obliterate Liang Tianlong's stronghold. Do you believe me? I believe you, but I lack the funds to invest. I'm merely an employee. How disappointing. As they neared Song Xiaoling's residence, she suddenly asked, Did you truly create that beauty elixir? Of course. If you don't believe me, don't ask. Mo Yang replied irritably. Song Xiaoling, unfazed, suggested, Have you considered monetizing it? This elixir was specially formulated for Liu Xiaomi. I hadn't thought beyond that. However, your suggestion is intriguing. Mo Yang suddenly realized, influenced by Liu Xiaomi's traditional mindset, that while working for others was commendable, why not aspire to be a boss himself? I possess over $1 million. If you need it, I can lend it to you without interest. How generous is that? Mo Yang leaned closer to Song Xiaoling, adopting a feigned cheerful demeanor. Is this true? You're quite wealthy. When can you lend me the money? Startled, Song Xiaoling stepped back, clutching her chest, but gauging his expression. She sensed he was more inclined to rob her of wealth than anything else. Such a person, the moment money was mentioned, his expression transformed quicker than flipping a book. Are you certain you want to lend it? What can you accomplish with such a pittance? I must clarify, this is merely a loan. And if you require a promissory note, you'll have to accept the consequences of your profits or losses. Mo Yang assured her fervently, that will suffice. If I fail to repay, I shall work for you for life. His confidence stemmed from the potential of the beauty elixir. He had other brilliant ideas in mind. He only needed the equipment and time. Very well, come to my office tomorrow with the promissory note. Mo Yang returned home elated, considering today a fortuitous day. And tomorrow would be equally auspicious, paving the way for a promising future. Having completed his exams, Liu Xiaomi continued her diligent studies, indicating she had more levels to conquer. Although Mo Yang couldn't comprehend why she didn't aim for the highest level directly, he took solace in her earnest dedication to learning. With such determination, she would likely never return to the monotonous factory assembly line. Liu Xiaomi glanced up at Mo Yang. Why are you so cheerful today? Have you eaten something delightful? What does a delicious meal matter? Life isn't merely about eating. Then what is it? Mo Yang suppressed his joy, fearing that revealing he had borrowed over $1 million might cause Liu Xiaomi to faint from excitement. He resolved to proceed cautiously, recuperating the funds gradually, and once repaid, he could disclose the truth. Nothing of importance. I merely received a promotion, he waved dismissively, burying his face in his computer. After a day of labor, his electronic slave finally yielded results. Mo Yang meticulously scrutinized the data, repeatedly refreshing the screen, excluding the 5 additional genes. His genetic similarity to an average person was a mere 80, even inferior to that of a dog. Bah! Mo Yang spat at himself, affirming he was far superior to a dog. How could I even compare myself to a dog? Mo Yang found himself at a loss for words, only able to affirm his uniqueness. Perhaps he truly was an alien, as no other explanation sufficed. While octoploid organisms might be artificially cultivated, the 20 genetic sequence could not simply materialize from thin air. A multitude of questions arose, necessitating experimental validation. Thus, another sleepless night ensued as he meticulously organized his inquiries, outlining which required experimentation and what equipment was necessary for those experiments. Once funding was secured, he would procure the equipment and commence action. The challenges were indeed numerous. It was only as dawn approached that he finally sorted through all his concerns. He then opened his phone to check the prices of the required equipment. A standard high-speed centrifuge cost $50,000, and the cheapest sequencer exceeded $800,000. Never mind. He decided to set that aside for now. It was too disheartening. He would first secure the chemical lab equipment for the beauty elixir. Still within budget. A complete set would amount to approximately $500,000, including reagents and consumables. Around $600,000 would be adequate, should he wish to produce in bulk. Further investment would be necessary, possibly bringing the total to $700,000 or $800,000. Mo Yang had underestimated the situation. Over $1 million was merely a preliminary investment. Glancing at his modest rental apartment, he realized there was hardly room for experimental equipment. Early the next morning, Mo Yang and Liu Xiaomi headed to work together. To his surprise, Song Xiaoling was late. After waiting for 10 minutes with no sign of her, Mo Yang anxiously called to urge her. "Why are you calling so early?" Everyone understands the feeling of being jolted from a pleasant dream. Song Xiaoling nearly yelled in response. "You arrived late to work. Why are you not hurrying here? Are you clocking in?" "No, I shall not. Just so you know, wait there." After another hour of waiting, Song Xiaoling leisurely strolled into the office, unhurriedly preparing coffee and checking emails. Mo Yang's eyes were nearly bloodshot from waiting, yet Song Xiaoling delighted in observing his impatience. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, she finally opened her computer, accessing the online banking page. As she operated the site, she remarked, "I pondered last night. Your eagerness to purchase equipment might expose you to deceit. How about this? You coordinate with the manufacturer, and I will assist in vetting." "No need. I cannot be deceived." In truth, Mo Yang felt uncertain. He intended to seek help from Hu Man, as she was the attending physician at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Surely, no one would dare to deceive her. "Very well, provide me with the IOU. To which account should it be transferred?" "Transfer it to Liu Xiaomi's account. If she inquires, simply inform her that the company has requested it for business purposes. I have already spoken to her." Chapter 40. Additional investment. Mo Yang, with a bank card containing a fortune of $1 million, felt a surge of excitement. He specially treated Hu Man to an extravagant dinner costing $500, where he disclosed his intentions. "You wish to acquire laboratory equipment? You are capable of pharmaceutical production, and you intend to sell it? Do you have the necessary funds?" Hu Man gazed at Mo Yang incredulously. It is essential to understand that launching a new medication demands substantial human and material resources. It is not a task that can be accomplished by an individual alone. "Just help me procure the equipment. The rest is inconsequential," Mo Yang insisted. "That is simply untenable. I cannot bear the responsibility if something goes awry. Just make the connection. I will provide a finder's fee." "Where did you learn this approach?" "This is not merely a financial issue. You must present compelling reasons." With a sigh, Mo Yang handed Hu Man the remaining half bottle of the medicine he had developed, stating, "This is my own formulation. It is remarkably effective. You may wish to try it." Hu Man scrutinized the bottle, even opening it to take a whiff, chuckling. "This is a product with no credentials. Liu Xiaomi dares to use it? It's not that I doubt you, but even if you manage to produce it, are you brave enough to market it? The Drug Regulatory Agency and the Commerce Department would come knocking at your door the very next day." Mo Yang, growing increasingly frustrated, slammed the table and declared, "If that is the case, I shall resort to live streaming sales. Just look at how many people sell unverified products online. How many are investigated? How many are arrested? I refuse to believe that such a remarkable item would go unrecognized. Were it not for my financial constraints, I would not even consider selling it. Is it truly that exceptional? If you are so confident, prove it." Mo Yang retrieved his phone and displayed photographs of Liu Xiaomi and Song Xiaoling. Observe how vibrant their eyes are, how flawless their skin is. Even their crow's feet have vanished. Upon seeing the photo of Song Xiaoling in her pajamas, Hu Man's thoughts drifted. "Who is this? How did you come by her picture, and in such attire?" "I simply want you to see the results of their usage. My point is that modern smartphone beautification features are so advanced that the photos may not accurately reflect the results." Mo Yang pounded his chest, exclaiming, "Then you must try it. Effects will manifest within half an hour." "Really?" "I swear." "Then if these two women are willing to use it, Why should I hesitate? It is merely 2 drops of eye drops. I shall proceed. However, Hu Man was not swayed by Mo Yang's fervent promises. She sought to outshine others. After applying the eye drops, she felt no change, as if she had merely applied water. She blinked and inquired, "Do you notice any changes?" Though it was still too early for visible effects, Mo Yang scrutinized her face, hoping for a quick result. However, as he stared, he began to feel uneasy, contemplating his next move. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Hu Man was accustomed to caring for her appearance, treating minor ailments promptly and rarely wearing makeup. Thus, her complexion was exceptionally pristine, leaving little room for improvement. Mo Yang lamented his miscalculation. Why had he not chosen a more unrefined subject for his experiment? As time passed slowly, Mo Yang still perceived no alterations. Furrowing his brow, he leaned in closer, nearly touching her face. Hu Man, feeling flustered, pushed him away and retorted, "If it's of no use, why do you dare swear? Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning?" Checking the time, she noted it had been nearly half an hour. She retrieved a small mirror from her bag, examining herself with delight. After a moment, she exclaimed, "It truly works." Mo Yang was taken aback, astonished that he had failed to notice, and humbly sought her guidance. "You were not paying attention. Your mind was elsewhere." Hu Man pointed to her eyelashes. "Do you see any changes?" Even with his eyes wide open, Mo Yang could not discern any difference. Men are so oblivious. Do you not see that my eyelashes are now curled? My tear glands are insufficient, and the cells in my inner eyelids are not full, causing my lashes to droop. I rushed out without mascara, but after applying the drops, they have lifted. Can you not comprehend this? That does seem to be the case. Perhaps applying the drops elsewhere might yield similar results? I must experiment further. Perhaps by chance I could benefit many others. Mo Yang fell into contemplation, mentally reviewing the ingredients. Hu Man gasped with excitement. "I appear even more radiant." Mo Yang felt a pang of frustration. "You are already akin to Snow White. How can you become whiter? Have you surpassed the whiteness of double flying powder?" Nevertheless, he replied, Indeed, you have become fairer. I knew it would be effective." Ignoring his comment, Hu Man continued to admire herself in the mirror, hoping for further surprises. After a considerable time, she finally said, "I have assisted you without charge. In return, I expect you to provide me with this beauty-enhancing potion. As for your sales strategy, that is beyond my concern." Deal. Thus, a significant business agreement was established. Mo Yang listed all the necessary items, marking the essentials and organizing the rest by priority, noting the required consumables. Seeing the extensive list, Hu Man leaned in closer, astonished. "Are you planning to create biochemical weapons? Is this the amount of equipment you require? Moreover, I estimate that even basic equipment will cost nearly 10 million. Where do you intend to procure such funds? Is it really that exorbitant?" Mo Yang felt disheartened. Conducting research proved to be exceedingly challenging. He explained, "The items I circled are essential. The others you may acquire in order to accumulate 1 million. Purchase as much as you can." "You possess 1 million? Where did you acquire it?" Hu Man diverted the topic. "A wealthy benefactor lent it to me." "When did you become acquainted with a wealthy benefactor? Are you speaking of the person in the photograph?" "Acquainted? It was merely a loan, complete with a promissory note." Hu Man contemplated this and realized that if he were truly involved with a wealthy benefactor, it would indeed be a gift. Suddenly, she brightened. "What if I also invest 1 million? If we profit, I expect a share." "You too possess 1 million? Mo Yang suddenly felt that money had lost its value. Yet more was always welcome at this moment. "Do you look down upon me?" "Not at all. You are indeed my patron." "Then select a few additional items from this list to reach 2 million. Hu Man examined the list again and questioned. "The remaining items are all biological experimental equipment. Do you intend to develop gene-targeted medications?" "Roughly speaking, besides the beauty-enhancing drops, I also plan to create cognitive enhancers, vitality boosters, body sculpting serums, and leg-lengthening solutions." Hu Man chuckled incredulously. "What sort of names are those? Do you even understand the standard for naming medications?" Mo Yang dismissed her concerns. "Medications are for lay people. They need only understand the effects. They must be comprehensible. Unlike you professionals, who use names like Angelica and Astragalus, who knows their purpose? Western medicine is even more absurd. With names like Bacillus subtilis and gentamicin sulfate, those unaware would think it's some sort of excrement. You are full of nonsense. I will not transfer the funds to you. I will send my portion as a deposit to the manufacturer. Once the goods arrive, you may transfer the balance to me. Mo Yang had already considered this. After all, Song Xiaoling had promised him a suite as a reward. He could convert it into a laboratory and share a room with Liu Xiaomi. However, he had yet to finalize the address, planning to send it to Human in a few days, as the delivery would not be immediate. After concluding their agreement, the two clinked their glasses in delight, marking the beginning of Mo Yang's journey towards success. Upon returning home, Mo Yang urged Song Xiaoling about the apartment, feeling as though he had already assumed the role of a boss. Irritated, Song Xiaoling replied, "I have a meeting with General Liang tomorrow. It is not solely my decision to grant you the apartment. Why are you bothering me? Go away." "Oh, I still have to work." Mo Yang was abruptly reminded of reality. Fortunately, it was the weekend. Otherwise, he might have skipped work. Today, Liu Xiaomi is indeed required to work overtime. After making a phone call for clarification, it turns out that the group has established a security department, which involves numerous personnel adjustments that must be finalized by tomorrow. Mo Yang, struck by a sudden realization, promptly called Zhao Hu, instructing him to deliver the transfer list to the company immediately, while also inquiring about the situation with the Lao Chen family. Zhao Hu hesitated, stating that Lao Chen's brother is a person who values money over life, having been dealt with on 2 occasions without any sign of yielding. Chapter 41. Company meeting. This time, the work tasks were not particularly burdensome, at least in Mo Yang's opinion. However, Zhao Hu's performance was quite disappointing. After reprimanding him a few times, Mo Yang obtained the address of old Chen's younger brother and decided to take matters into his own hands. Isn't he a tough nut? I shall see just how tough he really is. In the dead of night, the streets were deserted. Mo Yang stealthily climbed onto a small building. Old Chen's younger brother appeared to be quite affluent, owning a small house with a garden, and even harboring intentions to seize his elder brother and sister-in-law's assets. After observing for a moment, Mo Yang quickly slipped into a room. 2 individuals were sound asleep on the bed, one of whom was the target. Mo Yang swiftly inserted a needle into old Chen's younger brother's neck, seized him, and quietly exited the room, taking him to a desolate area. The darkness was impenetrable, and Mo Yang lit 2 incense sticks, placing them in front of him. Then, he removed the silver needle and pressed down forcefully on his neck. Old Chen's younger brother groaned awake, but remained dazed, his limbs heavy and powerless. Before him, several flickering lights danced before his eyes, and suddenly, a menacing face appeared, as if to proclaim, "You have embezzled your brother's inheritance and sought to usurp your sister-in-law's property. Your crimes are unforgivable. I, the King of Hell, shall condemn you to the depths of torment, suffering daily as your skin is flayed." Was this the King of Hell? Had he really died? Old Chen's younger brother suddenly regained some clarity, but the king had vanished, leaving only 3 flickering lights. A searing pain shot through his back, as if his skin were truly being flayed. He wished to flee, to hide, to scream, but found himself utterly powerless. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. His body was drenched in sweat. The lights before him faded, and he felt himself floating. It was a surreal experience, akin to a dream, yet painfully real. When he finally awoke, he shot up, gasping for breath, feeling as if his very essence had been drained. His clothes were soaked, but nothing else remained. The dawn was just breaking, and his wife was still deep in slumber. What a terrifying nightmare. Old Chen's younger brother wiped the sweat from his brow and attempted to sleep again, but found it impossible, his mind consumed by the King of Hell's words. After dealing with old Chen's younger brother, Mo Yang headed straight to work. The commute to the group headquarters took over 40 minutes, making it impossible for him to provide a wake-up service for Liu Xiaomi. He resolved to call her just before arriving to remotely rouse her. On the very first day at the group, he encountered an unpleasant situation. Having yet to obtain his work ID, the security guard refused him entry, arguing that no one would arrive at work dressed in casual attire while driving a dilapidated van. It was rather ironic to be blocked by his own subordinate, But Mo Yang had no choice but to commend the guard for his sense of responsibility. Ultimately, he called Song Xiaoling for assistance, only to be ridiculed in return. Before entering, Mo Yang sent a photo to the security guard, stating, "Here's a photo for each of your team members. You are not to stop me again." It's quite embarrassing. Upon entering the lobby, he was halted once more by the receptionist, who inquired, "Sir, do you have an appointment?" Entry is not permitted without one. This time, there was no need to contact Song Xiaoling, as Su Tiangang happened to walk in. However, he was met with disdain. For Mo Yang's attire was deemed inappropriate for representing the company. Mo Yang retorted, "Is my striking appearance a cause for embarrassment? Should you avoid others then?" Su Tiangang snorted dismissively and left, unwilling to engage further, thinking to himself that one day he would settle the score. Mo Yang glanced around as he boarded the elevator, arriving on the 8th floor, where the offices were said to be located. After wandering for a while, he discovered no sign indicating the security manager's office. Asking several people yielded no results, although he learned there was a security department on the 1st floor. It felt as though he was being toyed with, but eventually, he found the place. Just as he was about to head downstairs, Song Xiaoling called, asking, "Where are you?" "The meeting is on the 12th floor. Nobody informed me." He protested. "Did you not receive the company email? How do you usually manage your work?" It was undeniably his fault. He had been too busy and had neglected the company emails. Mo Yang hurriedly ascended to the 12th floor, knowing that his bonus was at stake and that he needed to take it seriously. The meeting room was filled with attendees, and Mo Yang sheepishly sneaked in through the back door. Liang Tianlong sat across the table, looking up and clearing his throat. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting." They began by discussing the successes of the previous month, followed by projections for the current month, and then future aspirations. The audience struggled to stay awake, as Mo Yang thought to himself, "Why all this unnecessary chatter? If only we could emulate the ancient emperors, who would summon officials only when there was business to attend to." After 2 hours, it was finally Mo Yang's turn to speak. Liang Tianlong introduced him, praising his youth and capability. Mo Yang cleared his throat and stated, "Our security department has no issues." After a moment of silence, he prompted, "I have finished. Which of you would like to continue?" Laughter erupted in the room. Was this what they considered capable? Song Xiaoling interjected. "The headquarters has restructured the security department to ensure the smooth execution of the project with the Hua Group. Do you not have any plans?" "What plans?" "We will respond to threats as they arise. We don't even know who the saboteurs are. What is there to plan?" Mo Yang confidently replied, "Rest assured, I do have a plan." Song Xiaoling took a deep breath and calmly asked, "Can you elaborate for our reference?" "Absolutely not." Mo Yang flatly refused, showing no regard for face saving, then explained, "First, you do not understand. Your involvement would only complicate matters. Second, I have just taken over and am not fully apprised of many situations, so any plan I propose would be subject to change. Third, who knows if we have any spies among us? Revealing anything would only invite trouble." Many nodded in agreement. Aside from the first point, his reasoning was quite sound. Someone asked, "If you say nothing, what happens if a problem arises?" "Naturally, the responsibility will fall on me," he replied. "Why ask? Since Liang has decided to place me in this position, he trusts my capabilities. Moreover, the company has clear policies for rewards and punishments. I was rewarded for my previous success and would be penalized for any future mistakes. Liang, do you not agree?" Liang Tianlong chuckled, "Indeed. Now let me ask you, regarding the transportation and property companies that suffered losses last month, what should be the penalty in your view? At minimum, a monetary deduction. At maximum, a change in leadership." The heads of those two departments were somewhat displeased. "So if the security department faces issues, it should be handled the same way?" "Absolutely. My circumstances are dire. If something goes awry, my very life could be at stake. Many of you have likely experienced such situations, have you not?" Mo Yang naturally referred to the incidents at the club, and those who had shared that experience were left with vivid memories. "Very well. We shall proceed, as Mo Yang suggests. The Human Resources Department should promptly draft a plan without concern for anyone's feelings. Those deserving of punishment shall be punished, and those deserving of reward shall be rewarded. Do not assume that the company's funds come easily. Performance matters. Liang Tianlong decisively concluded. It was indeed a case of speaking without thinking, having offended two individuals in an instant, and he wondered how much they would ultimately lose. Liang Tianlong added, Mo Yang, your reward has already been arranged. You may collect it from the Human Resources Department in due course. Excellent. That is precisely the statement I was hoping for. I initially thought I would have to wait until the meeting adjourned to ask privately, but now that is unnecessary. Two more individuals spoke afterward, and they dared not prolong their remarks. With several papers in their folders, they merely stated that the company had turned a profit, and if it were possible to distribute more bonuses. The meeting concluded swiftly. Mo Yang did not immediately head to collect his reward, but instead opened his email to see what notifications the company had sent. A dozen unread emails awaited him, revealing that there were several vacant offices on the 8th floor, from which he could choose one. He also received the personnel list and contact information for the former security department, discovering that Su Tianyang was still the security supervisor, albeit likely in name only, as he surely had no authority over him. Zhao Hu and 9 others have recently been transferred, their names inscribed at the end of the list. Aside from Liu Xiaomi, he struggles to distinguish one from another. Their work responsibilities and tasks remain undefined, awaiting Mo Yang's direction. The original security team comprised 40 members, divided into 4 shifts with 3 rotations. Each shift consisted of merely 10 individuals, including positions such as gatekeepers, which is not particularly numerous. As for the security personnel from other branches, they are dispatched from a security company, totaling over 200, distributed across a dozen enterprises. Although they seem plentiful, they are, in truth, immobile. Thus, the only temporarily agile personnel are the 10 individuals led by Zhao Hu. And once construction commences at the Huel Group's factory, further recruitment will be necessary. Chapter 42. Entangled in trivialities, Mo Yang contacted Song Xiaoling and Zhao Hu, and summoned 10 individuals from the club, allowing Zhao Hu to make his own selection while also requesting him to arrange his office. Meanwhile, Mo Yang headed to the Human Resources Department to collect rewards and submit reports. The HR manager, a striking woman named Qin Ren, struck him as yet another of Liang Tianlong's lovers, given the unmistakable familiarity with which she addressed him, as she handed over the keys to the residence. Her gaze was peculiar. She reminded him, Manager Mo, your resume lacks a copy of your ID and your ID number, which is necessary to process the property deed. Please submit it at your earliest convenience. What if I don't have it? He chuckled. Could I use my cousin's name instead? That is certainly not permissible. She replied firmly. Then let it be. I shall simply reside there for now. Initially, he had thought the company merely allocated him a place to stay, only to discover that the property was a generous gift. With urban real estate prices soaring to tens of thousands per square meter, the property was worth several million, a considerable generosity from Liang Tianlong. However, having saved so many lives, it was indeed a worthy investment. After a brief meeting with Zhao Hu to discuss work directives, Mo Yang assumed a more detached role, a behavior Zhao Hu was accustomed to, albeit reluctantly acquiescing. Before departing, Mo Yang also requested 2 vehicles from the logistics department for operational convenience. The head of logistics, an elderly man named Li, was unfamiliar with him and thus hesitant to comply. However, Mo Yang placed his work ID on the table and, with a smile, remarked, I trust we are acquainted now. We shall be in regular contact henceforth. I look forward to your support. Feeling satisfied, Mo Yang drove his van to his new home. When calls came in, he directed all inquiries to Zhao Hu, who was already overwhelmed on his first day. Mo Yang's new abode was situated 3 kilometers from the company, in the Qinglan Garden community, which had been completed for over a year, with nearly half the units occupied, while many others were still under renovation. His residence was on the top floor of Building 5, Unit 1, boasting a spacious 130 square meters with 3 rooms. He realized the necessity of obtaining a legitimate ID. After surveying the room, he felt quite content, though he suspected the 20,000 he had set aside for renovations would prove insufficient. He called Human to inquire if she knew anyone who could construct a sterile room. After receiving a contact, he learned that the cost would be approximately 2,000 per square meter. Constructing a 30 square meter sterile room, along with ventilation equipment, would amount to around 70 to 80,000. Mo Yang weighed the cash in his bank card, reflecting on how quickly it could deplete. Not wanting to delay, he promptly summoned assistance. That afternoon, a middle-aged man surnamed Liu arrived, appearing astute. He immediately informed Mo Yang that constructing a laboratory in a residential building required approval from the relevant authorities. If it's not permissible, why are you here? Mo Yang glared at him. What would it take to proceed? Liu chuckled. No need to be upset. Solutions can be found. How about you allow me to handle the remaining sections of the house as well? That way, it would simply be regarded as standard interior decoration. Realizing he had been spared a financial trap, Mo Yang agreed. After measuring the space, Liu quoted a reasonable estimate of 180,000 for conventional renovations. Accepting the price without further negotiation, Mo Yang signed the contract that very day, hastily concluding the matter. With no time to spare, he dined quickly and visited a construction site, which turned out to be barren land devoid of interest. Upon returning home, he needed to process data analysis. And once Liu Xiaomi was asleep, he had to slip out again to continue dealing with the troubles caused by old Chen's younger brother. This unfortunate brother had been tormented by Mo Yang at night, while also fearing retribution during the day. After several days of pressure, he had become utterly dejected, ultimately taking an extended leave to hide away in his room. Strangely enough, despite his determination to stay awake, he would inexplicably faint, his spirit taken by the king of hell for a stern reprimand. The monks and Taoists he had summoned proved ineffective. They had promised to rid him of all malevolent spirits and restore peace. Yet the protective talismans on his doors and windows remained unchanged, a clear indication of the folly of his investment. A week later, old Chen's younger brother finally relented, returning the money to old Chen's family and vowing never to disturb them again, reaffirming their familial ties. Upon returning home, he filled the space with incense, beseeching deities and spirits alike, even placing the portrait of his deceased brother in the main hall, pleading for mercy. Please spare me. I have a family to care for, and I cannot afford any misfortune. Mo Yang received word from Zhao Hu and breathed a sigh of relief. Running around daily had begun to take a toll on his finances, with fuel costs draining his budget. However, through this period of intense practice, he had acquired a remarkable skill, the art of the flying needle. Initially limited to close-range targets like people or dogs, he could now pierce a 3-centimeter wooden board from 10 meters away with a silver needle. Yet, no matter how impressive his skills, they paled in comparison to firearms. Smith had not forgotten his promise. He contacted Mo Yang, informing him to collect his equipment from the shooting club the following day. Elated, Mo Yang spent the night engrossed in military knowledge. After over an hour's journey to the suburban shooting club, Mo Yang arrived to find Smith and his friends already engaged in shooting, seemingly unconcerned about the cost of ammunition, trying out everything from handguns to sniper rifles. After their shooting session, they expressed dissatisfaction with the accuracy of domestic firearms. Uncertain how to agree with Smith's complaints, Mo Yang was caught off guard when Smith suggested, "Mr. Mo, would you like to give it a try? Let us see your skills." Considering the cheapest bullets cost 20 each, Mo Yang hesitated to waste them. Instead, he suggested, "Why not make it a competition? The loser treats the winner." Smith eagerly accepted, not merely for the sake of saving money. He was a skilled shooter, having won accolades in competitions during his youth. After a brief warm-up, the competition commenced. Smith approached the contest with utmost seriousness, executing precise shooting techniques with calm concentration. In contrast, Mo Yang was more casual, firing one-handed, pausing only for the first shot. He swiftly emptied his magazine thereafter. When the scores were revealed, Smith was left speechless. His consistent scores fluctuated between the 8 and 9 rings, while Mo Yang had scored a 7 on one shot and 10 on the rest. He concluded that the gun's accuracy must be faulty, attributing the 7 to his initial unfamiliarity. Unwilling to accept defeat, Smith proposed another round with an automatic rifle, which perfectly suited Mo Yang's desire for a challenge. Smith further suggested discarding the highest and lowest scores for fairness. Mo Yang thought, "That's fine. I'll still win. And you'll be treating." The gunfire echoed, and the results left Smith in disbelief. After removing a 6-ring score, all Mo Yang's other shots were 10s. This was a 100-meter shot with a rifle. Achieving such scores without a scope was extraordinary. Smith was genuinely impressed, relieved to have encountered such a sharpshooter. Delighted, he settled the bill and led Mo Yang to his vehicle, opening the trunk to reveal 2 boxes, one short and one long. He revealed the contents of the shorter box, stating, "The Desert Eagle, Mr. Mo, you must be familiar with it. It boasts significant firepower, surpassing that of the AK rifle. But its recoil and noise can be quite substantial. It should serve you well for personal protection." Mo Yang was hardly familiar with it, as he did not engage in gaming. All he cared about was its potency, ideally capable of penetrating bulletproof glass. Smith then opened the longer box, revealing a Barrett sniper rifle, known for its reliability rather than sheer strength. "Are you satisfied, Mr. Mo?" "Absolutely," Mo Yang replied, his face alight with joy. With such weaponry, there was no need for him to engage in foolish acts of bullet dodging. Smith had thoughtfully included 50 and 100 rounds of ammunition for each firearm. With Mo Yang's shooting prowess, he could easily take down a whole squad. After stowing his new acquisitions, Mo Yang settled in the CAF of the lounge area, ordering a Dawn coffee as suggested by Smith, nearly choking on it due to the distinctly foreign flavor. As they exchanged casual remarks, Mo Yang posed a pivotal question. "Mr. Smith, are these splendid weapons not meant for targeting innocents? Will you not divulge the identities of those who intend to cause chaos?" Smith pondered for a moment, dismissed a few friends, and with an air of mystery inquired, "Mr. Mo, have you ever heard of the Frenzied Ones?" Chapter 43. The Foundation-Laying Ceremony. Isn't that reminiscent of the Hulk from the movies? Mo Yang chuckled, finding such a comparison overly exaggerated. "It's different. Frenzy is induced by drugs that unleash human potential, akin to a stimulant. Depending on one's constitution, it can typically only be utilized 5 or 6 times before it leads to the individual's demise." "Oh, and what of the Hulk then?" Smith laughed heartily. "That's merely a fictional mutant, exclusive to the silver screen." Mo Yang mused to himself that if he were to consider himself human, he had one standing before him. Yet, in comparison to the Hulk, he felt utterly insignificant and ashamed to even mention it. "The true value of our factory lies in its technicians. Thus, your focus should be on the personnel," he advised. "David and George were both accompanied by elite bodyguards for their protection. I sincerely hope Mr. Mo can safeguard them as a friend would." "Does this imply there will be a dramatic contest for talent in the end?" Mo Yang thought, realizing that indeed, talent is the most precious commodity. With Smith's suggestion in mind, he began the process of recruiting retired Special Forces veterans from the Human Resources Department, while also instructing Zhao Hu to select 5 or 6 individuals to learn combat techniques. Regrettably, firearms could not be issued. Otherwise, practicing shooting would have been splendid. Today's task was somewhat daunting. The executives were to attend the factory's foundation-laying ceremony, and even government officials would be in attendance. All security personnel were mobilized, and the police dispatched a vehicle as well. Naturally, Mo Yang was not exempt from this obligation. He sat in a van, observing a group of people feigning importance from a distance, such a tedious affair. In a barren land where bricks had yet to be laid, discussions about a promising future felt utterly nonsensical. What would they do if the project were to falter? Just as he thought he might escape unscathed, trouble arose sooner than anticipated. A group of angry farmers wielding hoes and shovels approached, prompting Zhao Hu and his team to swiftly intervene. "Step aside, you thieves," yelled the leading elder, animatedly waving his hoe. Zhao Hu, utterly perplexed, attempted to clarify. "Sir, let us discuss this calmly. We are a legitimate enterprise, operating within the law. You cannot cause a disturbance here. We're only compensated 200 yuan per acre. How is that not thievery? Step aside. We want to speak with the leaders." "That's impossible. We have compensated according to national regulations, at 1,600 yuan per acre, and we've reached an agreement with your village committee, signing a contract." Zhao responded. "Impossible. The village head said it was only 200, and we never consented to anything. If you claim their SA contract, show it to us." Zhao Hu sought the contract but could only attempt to placate the villagers while directing the leaders to leave. Upon seeing some of them depart, the villagers grew more agitated and began pushing against the human barricade. With only elderly men and women present, Zhao Hu and his team dared not retaliate, instead locking arms to prevent them from breaching their line. The scene devolved into chaos, filled with shouting. Journalists, seizing the opportunity for a story, adjusted their cameras, eager for the spectacle to escalate. Zhao Hu continued to plead, "Grandpa, Grandma, please listen to me. There must have been some miscommunication. Let us calm down and discuss this rationally." Discuss what? Suddenly, someone shouted, and a heavy blow struck Zhao Hu's forehead, causing blood to spatter across his face. Dazed, Zhao Hu felt his mind buzzing, the world turning crimson as he fainted. His brothers rushed to support him, calling his name, neglecting everything else. The human barrier began to falter as the elderly surged forward. "There's murder. There's murder. You'll pay with your lives. None of you will escape." Mo Yang rushed forward, pointing at several individuals, shouting, You, and you. You've assaulted someone, and if he dies, the police will come to take you away and execute you." Nearby, uniformed officers were escorting the leaders to their vehicle, just turning around to manage the unruly villagers. The individuals pointed out dropped their weapons, protesting, "It wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone." As some paused, others followed suit. And those who had ventured ahead turned back to assist, encircling Mo Yang, hurling accusations of being a rogue, a thug, and a slanderer of the innocent. Despite the crowd, Mo Yang's voice rang out louder than the rest, his tall stature making him visible to all. "You claim not to have killed anyone? This man lies bleeding on the ground, on the brink of death. If he dies, his spirit will haunt the murderer." He gestured toward the cameraman. "They've captured everything on film. None of you will escape. Whether you're the murderer or an accomplice, you could face a sentence of 10 to 8 years. The police are coming. The murderer is right here. Cuff them immediately." The assailant, visibly shaken, dropped his hoe and fled, prompting others to follow suit, discarding their weapons as they retreated. The crowd began to disperse, and Mo Yang bent down to assist Zhao Hu, examining his wound. He instructed those nearby. "He won't die. Quickly get him to the hospital." Zhao Hu, having just begun his duties, was unfortunate enough to suffer injury. He called for Liu Xiaomi, leaving a few to secure the scene, and requested footage from any cameraman who had recorded the incident. Liu Xiaomi nodded vigorously, promptly executing the orders. Meanwhile, a reporter pushed through the throng, brandishing a microphone. "Hello, can you explain why villagers are protesting here? Is it a matter of forced land requisition? Are you security personnel from Tianlong Group, violently confronting the villagers? Is there an unspeakable secret behind Tianlong Group's land acquisition?" Mo Yang, taken aback, had not yet spoken, yet the situation was already being labeled. He pushed aside the microphone and seized a seemingly earnest reporter, pulling him closer. "I am Mo Yang, the security manager of Tianlong Group. As you can see, it was the villagers who inexplicably disrupted the ceremony and injured our team member. This is the evidence." He waved the hoe before the camera, showcasing the bloodied part dramatically. At that moment, another voice chimed in. "Mr. Mo, your company is forcibly acquiring land. Those villagers depend on that land for their livelihood. Their anger is understandable." "You blind fool," Mo Yang thundered, pointing at the barren land behind him. "You've all seen it. What can possibly grow on such soil? Furthermore, our company has compensated the villagers fairly, and the land transfer details are publicly available on our company and municipal websites. Do your homework before coming to interview. Don't act like a rogue here." "You're the real rogue," the reporter retorted. "Not only are you violently expelling villagers, but it seems you're also prepared to confront us. Show me your work ID. I suspect you're just a hired thug from Tianlong Group." Mo Yang scrutinized the speaker, a woman in her mid-20s, heavily made up, clutching a smartphone, appearing more like an online streamer than a journalist. "Which of your eyes saw us taking action? If you have footage, let me see it. Speak based on facts. If you fabricate stories, my company will pursue legal action against you." The woman ignored him, enthusiastically addressing her followers. "Do you see this? Tianlong Group is bullying the villagers, using violence to seize their land, and even threatening journalists. Please give me lots of likes. I will continue to follow this story." Regrettably, Mo Yang found himself entangled with a journalist seeking attention. He then pulled the earnest reporter back to his side, addressing the camera. I urge the television station to report this incident fairly and impartially. I will communicate promptly with the relevant departments and publicly share the resolution process. What station are you from? I welcome your exclusive interview. For now, thank you. I must check on my injured team member. Should anything untoward occur, this will escalate into a criminal case. I ask everyone to stay tuned. Having concluded the conversation, I exchanged contact information with the earnest journalist and turned to leave. However, the host persisted, holding her phone up to Mo Yang and adopting a considerably gentler tone. Manager Mo, could you please share your thoughts on this matter once more? What more could be said? Perhaps just a few casual details, such as your height, weight, and contact number. It is indeed a challenging task for the beautiful host, as her audience clamored for a glimpse of the handsome gentleman, demanding his phone number and threatening to unfollow if he did not comply. Chapter 44. Smith's generosity. Mo Yang visited Zhao Hu at the hospital, urging him to recuperate properly before hastening back to the company. He instructed Liu Xiaomi to select a relatively complete segment from the requested footage to share with Gao Yuan, the seemingly earnest reporter from the city-level television station, confident that such an outlet would not distort the facts. Subsequently, he gathered various pertinent materials from different departments and sent them to Gao Yuan, hoping that this would clarify the situation. After completing these tasks, Mo Yang downloaded a video application and searched for a certain streamer known for causing him trouble, the woman who had stirred up a commotion. To his surprise, she boasted a substantial following of 20,000 to 30,000 fans. Reviewing her previous works revealed a penchant for exposing societal injustices, such as incidents involving urban management officials and unscrupulous merchants deceiving the public. Her videos garnered around 70,000 to 80,000 likes, indicating her considerable influence. As of now, she had yet to release a video regarding today's events. Should she dare to speak inaccurately, Mo Yang would not hold back. To safeguard against any potential fallout, he hacked into the streaming platform, obtaining administrative privileges. He set up approval notifications for the Tianguang Huari account, ensuring that he would be immediately informed upon the release of any videos. Moreover, he tracked her other social media accounts, ready to ban and delete them should she misbehave. As the workday neared its end, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he recognized it as the chairman's office. Liang Tianlong remarked, Mo Yang, you handled today's situation quite adeptly. The news broadcast clarified everything, significantly reducing the negative impact on the company. What are your next steps? I sense something amiss. Mo Yang, somewhat reluctant, offered a suggestion. If the company has not adhered to contractual obligations, we should rectify that promptly. I, Liang Tianlong, cannot claim to be entirely above board, but I certainly do not wish to squabble over trifles with these farmers. Utilize your connections and uncover the truth swiftly. If what you say holds true, then the village committee faces serious issues, and those responsible must be held accountable. Sighing heavily, Liang Tianlong continued. It's feasible to extract some funds from them, but apprehending anyone is a different matter. Who among them is without flaws? They are all astute individuals, adept at dodging responsibility. It's quite a challenge for me. Mo Yang mused about Liang Tianlong's hypocritical nature, recognizing the multitude of issues lurking behind his facade. Such matters were not his concern. Let them engage in their own disputes. As for the elderly villagers, their ability to reclaim any funds depended solely on their capabilities. His primary objective remained to ensure the factory's successful establishment, not only to introduce technology to the nation and stimulate the economy of Dongguan, but also to secure some benefits for himself. Thus, he conveyed his intentions to Liang Tianlong. Regardless, I will investigate whether there are any hidden manipulators behind this incident. Ideally, there aren't any, but if there are, I will not be lenient. Very well, proceed as you see fit. Should you encounter any difficulties, inform me, and I shall lend my full support. Just as he hung up, Smith called, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that all was well, he expressed relief. After discussing the main matter, he invited Mo Yang to join him for an evening of revelry. Mo Yang declined, explaining that he had not accomplished anything productive at work today and wished to dedicate the evening to studying, unwilling to waste valuable time. Oh, Mr. Mo, please don't refuse. I suspect you will find some intriguing opportunities awaiting you, Smith persisted, teasingly piquing Mo Yang's curiosity. Mo Yang chuckled. Since we are friends now, please speak plainly. Miss Song mentioned that you are in need of financial assistance, and I have an opportunity for you to earn some money. What kind of opportunity? His first thought was illicit drug trafficking. After all, what could pay faster than that? Smith laughed. You will find out once you arrive. Successfully capturing Mo Yang's interest, he agreed to meet, setting the time and place. He then requested leave from Liu Xiaomi, opting not to return home, and proceeded to check on the progress of his new house. Foreman Liu proved to be an excellent supervisor, and the construction was ahead of schedule, already showing signs of taking shape. Mo Yang conducted a self-assessment of the workmanship and found it satisfactory. After finishing dinner, he received a notification from the Tianguang Huari account. It was evident she had ignored his advice and was about to stir up trouble. Mo Yang promptly banned her account, deleting all related data from the backend, and executed the same actions across her other social media platforms. Noticing her incessantly contacting customer service, he kindly sent her an email containing a small file that could help restore her account. Once she installed it, Mo Yang smoothly reset her phone to factory settings, amused at the thought of her reaction. At 8:30, Mo Yang arrived at the designated bar, where Smith awaited him outside. Eagerly, he pulled Mo Yang inside. The bar's layout seemed familiar, featuring booths and a stage, albeit with a more polished ambience. Even the dancers on stage appeared recognizable. Could this be one of Yang Defa's establishments? However, he did not spot the old dog anywhere. Indeed, he had not guessed wrongly. This was one of Yang Defa's ventures. Ronghua was inspecting another area when he received Smith's call and made his way to the dance floor. Ronghua immediately recognized Mo Yang, pondering whether he had come to cause trouble again. Smith, noticing this, feigned ignorance and solemnly introduced their identities. Ronghua's grasp of English was poor, but he pieced together Smith's intentions. The bar had established a private boxing ring where anyone believing themselves capable could compete. Of course, the main attractions were the invited experts. Amateur fights were hardly worth watching. The trio ascended to the upper level, which was already buzzing with excitement. About 100 people surrounded an octagonal cage, fervently cheering as two men grappled on the floor, likely from the amateur group. Ronghua handed Smith a list detailing 7 or 8 matchups, complete with brief personal introductions and corresponding odds. Yang Defa organized these fighting events not to promote martial arts or enhance competitive standards, but solely to make money. He operated both as a bookmaker on-site and through online streaming, accepting bets from viewers. Mo Yang glanced at the website on the promotional flyer and noted it was an overseas domain, explaining their audacity. He quipped, "Mr. Smith, you mentioned bringing me here to make money. It wouldn't be to gamble on fights, would it?" "Oh, certainly not. I am a seasoned gambler and know that gambling does not yield fortune. I merely learned that an underground boxing championship is taking place here, with a grand prize of 500,000. You want me to fight?" Mo Yang pointed to the ring, laughing. 500,000 is not a trifling sum. "It depends on your interest," Smith casually remarked, his attention shifting to the entrance of professional fighters. The level of skill exhibited by the professionals was markedly superior, clearly demonstrating that they had trained rigorously. Mo Yang chuckled. "Ronghua, you've heard it. Mr. Smith hopes I'll showcase my abilities. How do you propose we arrange this?" Ronghua appeared conflicted, aware of Mo Yang's prowess and Smith's status. He quickly apologized and stepped aside to consult with the boss over the phone. Mo Yang observed, "Mr. Smith, your enthusiasm is commendable. You seem thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. I placed a 10,000 bet on the blue team to win, not for profit, merely to test my judgment. It appears the blue team is poised for victory. Tonight's drinks are on me," Smith exclaimed, beaming with joy as if he had won millions. "Then tonight, you will surely bet on my victory?" "Not necessarily. I must first ascertain who my opponent is. There is an old saying in our country, beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. Beyond people, there are more people. Mr. Mo, your strength is indeed formidable, but there are many talented individuals in our nation. Please take the matter seriously." At that moment, Ronghua returned, ingratiatingly informing Smith, "Mr. Yang said you should treat this place as your own. Feel free to arrange things as you wish." After merely half a day of confusion, it was still necessary to rely on Mo Yang for assistance in translation. Smith nodded with satisfaction, patting Mo Yang on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "My brother, there is no need to engage in such a lackluster competition. I will offer 1 million. If you can triumph over the individuals I bring, the money shall be yours." Chapter 45. The Little White Dragon Versus. The god of killing Mo Yang was perplexed by Smith's intentions. Nevertheless, he was not one to turn down an opportunity for profit. He promptly agreed to let Ronghua pause their match to broadcast Mo Yang's fight. Suddenly, Mo Yang inquired, "Is my match open for betting?" Smith could not suppress his laughter. "Are you hoping to wager on your own victory?" "Of course. I cannot allow them to profit off me without making an effort," Mo Yang replied. Ronghua, at a loss, had to call the boss for approval. After receiving the green light, they set the odds, Mo Yang at 2-2, and Smith's fighter at 1-7. Mo Yang seized Ronghua's phone and addressed the unseen Yang boss with a grin. "It seems you do not hold much faith in me, Mr. Yang. I wish to bet 1 million on my own victory. Will you accept?" "Mr. Mo, you are quite ambitious." "I certainly will, but do take care." Yang Dehua responded with a sinister chuckle. "Please inform Mr. Smith that should there be any fatalities, he must handle it himself. I lack the capacity to intervene." Mo Yang relayed this to Smith, who chuckled. "This is merely a friendly match. You shall be fine." A sense of unease washed over Mo Yang. What were they concealing from him? Yet, the prospect of money was more pressing. A mere skirmish could yield over 2 million. Such fortune was rare. With the agreement settled, Ronghua began preparations, organizing the venue and promoting the betting opportunities, eagerly awaiting the wagers. Alas, Mo Yang lacked Liu Xiaomi's online banking, or he would have placed the remaining 100,000 on himself as well. Thus, he sent a message to Song Shaoling. "Do you wish to become wealthy overnight? Quickly bet on my victory online. 1 million could yield 120,000. He sent the same message to Hu Man, both of whom were his financial backers. He did not expect them to wager 1 million, but hoped they might at least earn some interest. The reactions from both women were surprisingly uniform. "Where are you? Illegal underground fighting is a crime." However, Mo Yang was already in the waiting room, preparing to enter the ring, oblivious to their messages. He tested his gloves. The first time he donned such attire, finding them far more comfortable than wrapped cloth, truly a professional's gear. The host enthusiastically extolled the virtues of both fighters, drawing out the announcement of their impending clash. Yet the audience seemed unimpressed, feeling their championship bout was rudely interrupted by this unexpected match. Nevertheless, when Mo Yang made his entrance, the atmosphere brightened. Female spectators fervently chanted, "Little White Dragon will prevail. Little White Dragon will prevail." Typically, fighters did not use their real names, adopting grandiose nicknames instead. When asked what he would be called, Mo Yang, having just changed out of his clothes and noticing his broad shoulders and slim waist, casually replied, "Let us just call me Little White." Perhaps the host found it lacking in grandeur and unilaterally added dragon. How shameful it sounded. Mo Yang lowered his head, retreating into a corner. His opponent soon entered, bearing a far more formidable name, the God of Killing. Mo Yang wondered how much one had to consume to dare adopt such a moniker. According to the host's introduction, the God of Killing hailed from Xiang country, reputed for its martial arts that rendered limbs as tough as iron, with elbow strikes and knee kicks as their specialties. However, this fighter appeared somewhat different. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Surely, he must be unwell. Glancing towards Smith outside the ring, Mo Yang noted how Smith was gazing at the God of Killing with a sense of pride, akin to admiring a beautiful woman. It became clear to Mo Yang that he was merely a test subject for this human killing machine. No wonder such a ridiculous name was chosen. The God of Killing, brimming with fervor, growled softly, pounding his gloves with intensity, eager to shred the little white dragon to pieces. This fierce demeanor naturally captivated the audience, his roars gradually drowning out the chants for the little white dragon. As the match commenced, both fighters stood face to face, listening to the referee's lengthy explanation of the rules. The God of Killing seemed oblivious, fixating solely on the little white dragon with an intense glare. Mo Yang wished to distance himself as much as possible, fearing the spittle from his opponent might splatter onto him. With a wave of the referee's hand, the match began. The little white dragon immediately retreated a step, utilizing his height and reach to maintain distance, avoiding contact to evade any potential contagion. The god of killing lunged forward, attempting a low kick that missed its mark. Mo Yang assessed the god of killing's capabilities. He was undoubtedly stronger than the average fighter. Most would have sustained fractures from that kick. The god of killing was quick to recover, launching another kick, but this time Mo Yang stood his ground, allowing the blow to land. He was confident in his own resilience. With a thud, their fists collided, producing a sound akin to wood striking wood. Mo Yang remained unmoved and retaliated with a straight punch aimed at the god of killing's face. Interestingly, the opponent did not guard his visage and return the blow. Was he attempting to exchange injury for injury, disregarding the reach of his arm? The god of killing's face twisted from the impact. Yet his fist could not reach Mo Yang. He crouched momentarily, shaking his head to regain some clarity. Once steadied, he rose, fists raised to protect his face, advancing step by step towards Mo Yang. Mo Yang noted that his ability to withstand a punch was commendable. He had not even delivered a full measure of force yet. As the god of killing charged again, Mo Yang feigned a defensive stance, responding with quick jabs and occasional low sweeps. He could not simply knock the opponent out in one round. He had to ensure Smith felt his investment was worthwhile. Originally, a few exchanged blows and kicks would suffice to entertain the audience. However, the god of killing became increasingly aggressive, landing powerful punches and kicks against Mo Yang that reverberated through the arena. While these strikes did not inflict significant harm, Mo Yang was not a mere statue. If the god of killing insisted on making this challenging, then so be it. Seizing a moment when the god of killing retracted his leg, Mo Yang swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful liver punch followed by an uppercut. Naturally, he still restrained himself, for killing someone would be quite the spectacle. Those familiar with boxing knew how excruciating a liver shot could be. A blow to the jaw could send a normal person into unconsciousness. Yet the god of killing was no ordinary fighter. He crashed to the ground, but was back on his feet within 3 seconds. Killing God! Killing God! The majority of the audience shouted with excitement, initially fearing their bets were in vain, but now realizing the god of killing's remarkable resilience offered hope. Keep going! Keep going! With a primal roar, the god of killing charged forward, unleashing a flurry of wild punches. Mo Yang deflected 2 blows before pushing him back. He was astonished by the god of killing's durability. As the opponent surged forward once more, Mo Yang executed a front kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. He could sense the crack of ribs beneath his foot. Yet, the god of killing appeared impervious, immediately rising to continue his assault. Mo Yang guarded his ribs and face while stealing a glance at Smith, who now wore a furrowed brow, evidently deep in thought as he scrutinized the match. Mo Yang could not decipher Smith's intentions and planned to drag the fight out until he could knock out the god of killing in the 3rd round. With a clang, the 1st round concluded. The god of killing remained oblivious, relentlessly pummeling Mo Yang into the corner. When they were finally separated, the contrast was stark. Despite the god of killing's fierce demeanor, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and blood trickled from his lips. Mo Yang, on the other hand, was practically unscathed, his skin still pale and smooth, hardly resembling someone who had just fought. A few female fans, disregarding security's attempts to restrain them, rushed to the cage, shouting encouragement and demanding photographs. The overwhelming enthusiasm from the fans was difficult for Mo Yang to resist, and he raised his fists to pose for a few pictures. As the 2nd round commenced, Mo Yang continued to prioritize defense and evasion, occasionally delivering swift kicks to his opponent and oppos's heels, causing them to falter and stumble. The audience, not lacking in discernment, erupted in scornful shouts. "You useless killing god! Exert yourself! Are your fists made of tofu?" With the mounting jeers, even the killing god grew agitated, resorting to increasingly foul tactics, striking the back of the head and aiming low with kicks. Yet, he could scarcely land a blow on Mo Yang, only succeeding in inciting his ire. In a flurry of well-coordinated punches, Mo Yang left the killing god battered and bloodied, ultimately knocking out his mouthguard with a final, decisive strike. As the second round came to a close, an individual approached Smith and whispered in his ear. Smith shook his head slightly and issued a few instructions. The person then hurried over to the god of death, seizing the moment while he wiped the sweat from his brow to discreetly administer a black pill into the god of death's mouth. From his vantage point, Mo Yang observed the scene with clarity, and a realization began to dawn upon him. This was likely what Smith referred to as the frenzied individual, and the two combatants were poised to test the results of their experimentation. Chapter 46. A Victory. Mo Yang grinned. His interest peaked as he too desired to witness just how formidable a frenzied one could truly be. As the third round commenced, Mo Yang had yet to initiate his counterattack when the situation with the killing god began to shift once more. His muscles tightened, his eyes bloodshot, and he seemed to have lost all semblance of reason, charging forward erratically and swinging his fists with increased ferocity. The sound of his punches slicing through the air was almost audible. Suddenly, Mo Yang executed a high kick, sending his opponent flying to the ground, where he lay motionless, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Believing the killing god had lost consciousness, they were taken aback when he staggered back to his feet, swaying as he approached Mo Yang, entirely abandoning any defensive posture and instinctively throwing punches. Sensing that the situation had taken a dire turn, Mo Yang raised his hands in defense, only to hear a sickening crack as the killing god's immense force fractured his own fist. Undeterred, he simply switched fists and struck again, resulting in another audible crack as this hand too broke. With no hands left to fight, he resorted to his feet. But the outcome was the same. His legs also fractured. The killing god could no longer maintain his balance and fell to the side, beginning to spit out blood in large quantities. Yet he still flailed his limbs in a desperate attempt to engage Mo Yang in a final battle. The spectators were left in stunned silence, the arena enveloped in an eerie stillness. Mo Yang suddenly shouted for an ambulance, urging them to call for help. He was certain that he had been careful not to harm the killing god's internal organs, suspecting that something was amiss with the drugs. Turning to look for Smith, he noticed the man had vanished. At that moment, medical personnel rushed in, expertly attending to the killing god's injuries and swiftly carrying him away. Although the audience relished the spectacle, they stepped aside to allow the doctors to perform their duties. Once the ambulance had departed, someone murmured, expressing surprise at the rapid response time. As the crowd regained their composure, they realized that the victor had disappeared. Mo Yang, having changed his clothes, hurried out of the bar, where he found Smith waiting, leaning against the car door while smoking. Upon spotting Mo Yang, he joyfully embraced him, exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Mo, you were simply magnificent, achieving victory with such ease." Mo Yang immediately pushed him away, questioning, "What did you give the killing god?" "Stimulants. You know how it is. Some individuals will go to any lengths for victory." I advised him against substance abuse, but he refused to listen. Smith shrugged, as if it were a matter of necessity. "Will he die?" Mo Yang inquired. "That is a matter for God to decide. All I can say is you were too strong." He merely sought a dignified victory, but alas, Mo Yang realized he would not extract any further information today. Turning to Smith with a smile, "Mr. Smith, let us not forget our wager." He then turned and re-entered the bar. "Where are you going, Mr. Mo?" Smith called after him. "Don't forget, Mr. Yang still owes me money." Returning to the bar, Mo Yang sought out Ronghua, demanding his payment. Ronghua led him to a private room on the upper floor, stating, "Mr. Yang wishes to meet you." Upon hearing the name, Mo Yang expected a nondescript businessman, but instead encountered a short, stout man with a brutish demeanor. Seated in the center of the room, he was flanked by women, one of whom was the long-legged lady Mo Yang had previously seen on stage. Surrounding him were several lackeys engaged in drinking and card games, while he belted out tunes along with the large screen, his voice akin to that of a butcher. Upon noticing Mo Yang's entrance, he laughed heartily, inviting him to take a seat of honor and gesturing for a woman to approach. "Ah, the young hero. You possess remarkable skills. Would you be interested in working with me? It would be tenfold more rewarding than being a mere security chief." Mo Yang gently pushed the woman away, smiling as he said, "Mr. Yang, I am here solely for the money, 120,000. You dare speak to Brother Fa like that? A lackey shouted, brandishing a bottle in a fit of rage. Ignoring him, Mo Yang continued to fix his gaze on Yang Defa. Yang Defa stroked his bald head, chuckling. Sit down. I'm discussing matters with Manager Mo. As for what you mentioned to Rome, does it still stand? I have evidence of his drug dealings. And I assure you that once you bring down Liang Tianlong, no one will dare touch you here. I only wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine, Mo Yang replied, his sincerity evident. You seem to have a significant issue with that. Of course, I will give it to you. Yang Defa hastily nodded. That is more like it. Mo Yang released him, confiscating the gun he had drawn in panic, stating, I shall keep this unlawful item. Refrain from engaging in such heinous activities in the future. Yes, you are correct. Yang Defa agreed, his tone submissive. Let us not dwell on that. You won't change, and it's a waste of my time. I want cash, and I want it now. Is a bank transfer not possible? Certainly not. If Liu Xiaomi's card were to exceed an additional 100,000, it would be quite difficult to explain. Therefore, cash is imperative. With fewer individuals carrying cash, Yang Defa and his crew scrambled to gather it, making calls to their subordinates to mobilize. Each card could withdraw 2,000, and with the cash on hand, they would need at least 40 or 50 cards to meet the demand. They had no choice but to wait. Mo Yang, feeling somewhat bored in the private room, noticed that everyone else was too intimidated to speak. He decided to break the silence. Mr. Yang, as a figure of the underworld, how is it that you allow Liang Tianlong to overshadow you? Just call me Xiao Yang, Yang Defa replied, his demeanor subservient. Over a decade ago, Liang Tianlong suddenly appeared in Dongguan City, employing unknown methods to cut off the supply of drugs, ultimately becoming the sole supplier. We were left with no choice but to procure from him. Over the years, he has successfully laundered his reputation, presenting himself as a legitimate businessman, establishing ties with various high-ranking officials. We dare not provoke him. Then why does he still keep you around? He only engages in wholesale. For retailers like us, the risks are too great, making it unprofitable for him. Have you never considered a way out? There is no way. The source only acknowledges Liang Tianlong, Yang Defa said, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Mo Yang suddenly chuckled, engaging in vice and indulgence without fear of divine retribution. Do you not worry about the consequences? The other replied, Mo, you speak as if it is solely my doing. These matters are consensual. I do not coerce anyone into them. How can all the blame rest upon my shoulders? Furthermore, with technology so advanced, we have lightning rods to protect us, and if one were to be born without a rectum, surely a visit to the hospital could resolve that triviality. Mo Yang laughed heartily. Indeed, there seems to be some merit in your argument. You are quite the character. Chapter 47. Rescuing the Fallen Woman. Are you well acquainted with Smith? Not really. I heard he was involved in significant dealings with Liang Tianlong and met him once by chance. Later, he learned I had connections to underground fights and came a few times. The fighters he brought were increasingly ruthless. Had it not been for our vigilance, there might have been fatalities, Yang Defa lamented, his resentment palpable. This time, it was the most brutal yet. He had even fallen victim himself. Mo Yang nodded. Feeling no further inquiries were necessary, he stated, regardless of your past, do not let me hear of you coercing others in the future, or else I shall not hesitate to confront you again. By all that is sacred, my dealings, albeit clandestine, have always been consensual. We are in a society governed by law. How could I indulge in such activities? Yang Defa swore, appearing genuinely unafraid, as if he were impervious to divine retribution. Before Mo Yang could respond, a woman beside Yang Defa suddenly knelt before him, bowing her head in desperation. Big brother, please save me. I implore you. Mo Yang shot a glare at Yang Defa, who quickly clarified, she has family issues and borrowed money from me. Now she is working off the debt. The woman burst into tears, exclaiming, I only borrowed 100,000 from you, and I've already repaid it over the past 2 years. But your interest has compounded, and now I owe you even more. Mo Yang inquired, why did you borrow money from him, and how much have you repaid in total? My mother fell ill and urgently needed funds for surgery. I've repaid around 150 to 160,000. Who knew his usury was this severe? I've been sinking deeper into debt, she lamented, cursing Yang Defa incessantly. Isn't your mother already deceased? Yang Defa interjected, but was cut off by Mo Yang. If she has indeed repaid that amount, let her go. Do it for my sake. You have plenty of volunteers here anyway. Fine, fine, I'll grant Mo's favor. Yang Defa conceded, unwilling to press further, as he had already profited enough from the interest. You can leave now, but don't come asking for money again. The woman gratefully departed from Yang Defa, silently positioning herself behind Mo Yang, likely too afraid to leave alone. Before long, someone returned with funds, carefully placing a leather suitcase on the table. Yang Defa opened it and turned it towards Mo Yang. Mo, please take a look. No need to check. Thank you. And I wish you prosperous business, Mo Yang replied, closing the suitcase and promptly leaving, feeling he had wasted too much time, wondering if his computer at home had crashed. The woman silently followed him out of the bar. You're safe now. Where do you live? I can give you a ride, Mo Yang offered. Mr. Mo, my name is Zhu Rong. I sold my house to fund my mother's treatment and am now buried in debt. My father passed away early, leaving me with no family. If it weren't for you, Zhu Rong began to weep again. Mo Yang thought it was quite a serendipitous connection, having met her thrice under peculiar circumstances. He felt compelled to assist her further. Thus, he handed her 10,000 yuan. Take this and find a job to support yourself. I cannot accept your money. Your help has already been a tremendous kindness. How could I take your money? Zhu Rong quickly declined. Mo Yang, eager to return, placed the money on the ground. Take it. It's for you. May I at least have your phone number? I promise to repay you when I have the means, she requested. Without looking back, Mo Yang recited his number, indifferent to whether she could remember it, and hurried away. Zhu Rong watched him depart, filled with gratitude, reluctant to leave. Back home, Liu Xiaomi studied while Mo Yang focused on his computer, their small apartment resembling a study room. Around midnight, Liu Xiaomi finally went to bed, reminding Mo Yang not to study too late. At that moment, a message arrived for Mo Yang. Someone wanted to add him as a friend. Upon reading the note, he realized it was Zhu Rong. It was impressive she remembered his casually mentioned number. After adding her, a flurry of messages followed, filled with gratitude and updates on her situation. Mo Yang, feeling overwhelmed, replied, I'm going to sleep. She continued with a few more messages, wishing him sweet dreams and pleasant slumbers. Mo Yang was exasperated by her verbosity. Why couldn't she simply send one complete message instead of splitting it into 3? He set his phone to do not disturb, letting her send as many messages as she wished. Early the next morning, upon arriving at the company, Song Shaolin confronted him, demanding to know why he hadn't replied to her messages or calls, and why he had participated in underground fights. I was busy until 10. Are you still awake at that hour? Are you an alien? Who goes to bed at 10? By the way, how much did you win? Did you strike it rich? How could I buy? That's illegal. You need to report this. It was a pity, if she had the ability. She should go find it herself and shut down the fight betting websites instead of berating him. Mo Yang hung up, unwilling to let her ruin his morning mood. It was then he noticed Zhu Rong had sent over 20 messages. Good morning. Have you eaten? I'm looking for work today. Zhu Rong had always struck him as an elegant woman, but now her pitiful backstory revealed she was quite talkative. As a new chapter of her life began, he thought it unkind to dampen her spirits, so he replied, Keep up the good work. After sending the message, he called Human. She seemed still half asleep. You're alive? I sent you a message last night, but you didn't reply. Did you really win 200,000? Have you struck it rich? It's your fault. I couldn't sleep well last night. Are you all right? Of course. I'm fine. By the way, send me a bank account number. I have over 2 million that I need help with. Human was taken aback. How did you suddenly acquire so much money? Did you buy your winnings? That's insane. Let us discuss in person. I'll bring the money, Mo Yang replied. He wandered around the company's upper floor before heading out to meet Human at a CAF for breakfast. Mo Yang placed the suitcase on the table, opening it just enough to reveal the cash before quickly closing it again. Help me convert this money into lab equipment. Do you still have that previous list? You must be out of your mind, spending millions on lab equipment. You might as well find a job as a lab researcher, Human retorted. Mo Yang sighed. I wish I could. I lack the qualifications and experience, Not to mention, I don't even have an ID. How am I supposed to find a job? Well, it doesn't matter. You've earned this money easily, but you should avoid such perilous activities in the future. Once the equipment arrives, I want to even go. I have plenty of legitimate matters to attend to and no time for chaotic distractions, he added, feeling overwhelmed. Hu Man, seizing a moment when no one was around, opened the suitcase again, counting the cash. Are you really comfortable leaving all this money with me? Aren't you the wealthy one? Do you really care for a mere sum like this? Besides, I know where you work, you can't escape. Speaking of wealthy individuals, Hu Man's stinginess resurfaced. Don't you know another rich lady? Why not give her the money? Mo Yang replied dismissively. She's unreliable. She requires approval for everything, and buying things through her would be a hassle. Hu Man felt pleased by his words, interpreting them as a compliment, reinforcing her reliability and decisiveness. After parting ways, Mo Yang sent Hu Man's bank account details to Smith, stating, "You need to fulfill your promise. Hurry and transfer the funds." Oh, my brother. Asking for money this early? Isn't that a tad impolite? Politeness has no price. Hurry up. Soon enough, Hu Man messaged that the money had arrived, allowing Mo Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. Returning to the company in a cheerful mood, he still found time to browse the internet for contacts to acquire fake identification, inquiring with several individuals until one confirmed they could produce an ID with a chip. Moreover, it was emphasized that the price was considerably higher than that of chipless versions, amounting to 500 yuan. Furthermore, one could not search for information online, as doing so would reveal the truth. While this may be of no consequence to others, it proved to be immensely beneficial for Mo Yang, who had successfully infiltrated the public security system and was currently editing his own information. Once the data was uploaded into the chip of the identity card, Mo Yang would rightfully assume the status of a legitimate individual. Chapter 48. Recruitment. It is said that Mo Yin had been waiting for 3 days. Yet the seller of counterfeit identification documents continued to delay, offering excuses of being busy or claiming that the products had defects that required rectification. Mo Yang mused to himself that even he had been deceived at times. This individual was rather audacious. Would he not be delighted to discover that Mo Yang had the capability to trace him through Feishin? The outcome was evident. When a stout man found himself cornered in a rented room by Mo Yang, he was on the verge of tears. Is it really necessary to slap me in the face over a mere 500 yuan? Mo Yang felt even more disheartened. When he inquired about the reason for the lack of shipment, the response was that upon seeing the photo, he found Mo Yang too handsome. If this handsome fellow lacked an identification card, he could not check into a hotel, and without the ability to check in, he could not enjoy playful encounters with young ladies. Not sending this identification card, he claimed, was akin to saving half the world. The phenomenon of reclusive individuals was alarming. Those who were technically inclined were even more so, as their thoughts transcended the dimensions of the virtual world and delved into deeper realms. Mo Yang rummaged through a trash bin to retrieve a discarded identification card and ventured out to a nearby and to test whether he could use it. Upon arrival at the front desk, he was met with a request for a deposit. Curiously, he asked, "Isn't it necessary to register my identification?" "No," the clerk replied. "How many days do you plan to stay? Perhaps you might try using this identification card?" I said no. "So do you intend to stay or not?" With no other options, he headed to a bank's ATM to try again, and this time there were no issues. Thus, he confidently proceeded to open a bank account, smoothly acquiring a bank card. The technically adept had their merits, and Mo Yang silently applauded the stout man. He also deposited a few thousand yuan into the bank, liberating himself from the need to circumvent using Liu Xiaomi's bank card. Was this not a form of liberation from her surveillance? A peculiar sense of guilt washed over him. Just as he was contemplating this, Zhu Rong sent another message, lamenting her inability to secure employment, a complaint she had voiced countless times over the past 3 days. How could someone with beauty, charm, and leggy allure struggle to find work? Mo Yang could only continue to encourage her, urging her to consume more motivational chicken soup, assuring her that success was merely a matter of time. Yet, Zhu Rong held a different perspective. She believed that only under the shelter of a grand tree could the grass thrive. Brother Yang, as a manager at Tianlong Group, Could you not arrange a position for me? How about a security guard? But how could a woman be a security guard? Then there's no other way. I cannot oversee other departments. I could serve as your assistant. I am proficient with computers. There is no position for a security manager's assistant. Mo Yang firmly refused, vowing that should Zhu Rong approach him again for job placement, he would certainly delete her from his contacts. However, merely a day later, Mo Yang found himself thoroughly humiliated. Qin Ren summoned him for an interview, and upon entering the office, he spotted Zhu Rong amidst the crowd, eagerly waving at him. Mo Yin glanced at the resumes provided by Qin Ren. All the applicants were vying for positions as specialized security personnel or as the secretary to the security manager. Could such positions truly exist? Qin Ren matter-of-factly replied, "Is it strange for a manager to have a secretary? Do not underestimate the role of a secretary. They are comprehensive support staff and public service personnel at the leader's side. Their primary functions include assisting in decision-making, comprehensive coordination, information communication, documentation, meetings, and various tasks, acting as advisors and aides to the leader. Very well, if you say so, it exists. After all, I am not the one paying the salary." The key focus was on the two specialized security personnel who must exhibit strength and preferably possess experience in safeguarding important individuals. 5 individuals had arrived that day, each appearing shrewd and robust, far superior to Zhao Hu's team. Mo Yang wished to retain all 5, but Qin Ren insisted it was impossible due to institutional requirements. Unless a new report was submitted for Liang Tianlong's approval. Can we replace one of the specialized security positions with the secretary role? That too is not permissible. A secretary is standard, regardless of utility, such a humane system indeed. With no other recourse, Mo Yang had to let the 5 elite candidates compete against one another. He called them to the corridor, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters, and retrieved an eraser, breaking it into 5 pieces. He showed them briefly, stating, "If you can catch it, you pass." Though it sounded simple, tension filled the air. Mo Yang, with remarkable speed, threw the 5 pieces of eraser towards them, catching everyone off guard. It was nearly impossible to catch them with their hands. Mo Yang had no intention of allowing them to catch the erasers. These could very well represent bullets in the future. They either needed to dodge or attempt to block them. 2 instinctively stepped aside, while 1, whether caught off guard or intending to use his head as a shield, remained still and was struck in the eye. The remaining 2 managed to use their chests to absorb the impact, successfully cradling the erasers. "You are the chosen ones." The interview concluded just like that. Some were dissatisfied. To which Mo Yang retorted, the recruitment notice clearly stated that there would be life-threatening risks. To put it bluntly, you are here to serve as human shields. How else could we offer a salary of 20,000 yuan, even higher than mine? Mo Yang harbored a slight grievance, having endured his fair share of metaphorical bullets. Some continued to express their discontent, but ultimately, the final interpretation lay with him, leaving no time for discussions. The interview for the secretary position was even simpler. Zhu Rong was appointed without contest. The other candidates were even more disgruntled, protesting that they had not even taken an exam. How could this be decided? "There must be some insider dealings." Mo Yang lightly responded, "Is it not permissible for me to simply prefer long legs? Now disperse, carry on with your affairs." Zhu Rong beamed with joy, while the others could only lament the unfairness of fate, wishing for naturally long legs. Qin Ren had witnessed Mo Yang's unique approach, but it was not within his purview, so he took the newcomers for onboarding and paperwork. Mo Yang handed over his newly issued identification card to Qin Ren, requesting, "Could you assist in completing my information? However, please ensure that my salary continues to be deposited into Liu Xiaomi's account." Qin Ren accepted the identification card with a smile, glancing at it with surprise. "I would never have guessed. You are already 28 years old. One might think you are merely 18. Mo Yang himself was uncertain of his age, for it was inconsequential. He had filled it out casually. Returning to the office, Mo Yang opened his phone to find a message from Gao Yuan. The issue of land acquisition compensation in the industrial zone had been clarified. It was revealed that local leaders had been corrupt and deceitful, pocketing the difference. Further investigations by law enforcement were forthcoming. He believed that soon justice would be restored to the villagers, and he would continue to provide coverage on the matter. This aligned with Mo Yang's prior expectations. But recalling Liang Tianlong's words, he kindly advised, "It's best to let the police handle this. You need not involve yourself in the process." Gao Yuan replied, "That is unacceptable. The public demands justice and fairness. As a journalist, it is my duty. Then take care of yourself. Feel free to call me should any issues arise." Once the new staff completed their paperwork and returned, Mo Yang instructed Li Si to take Zhang Song and Zhao Zhu to familiarize them with the team, intending to summon them when truly needed. Zhu Rong remained in the office, yet Mo Yang was uncertain of what tasks to assign her. So he permitted her to occupy herself as she wished, as he prepared to make his exit. Zhu Rong intercepted him, eager to express her gratitude. "I knew Brother Yang would not abandon me. After I heard you speak that day, I immediately visited the recruitment website and discovered the group's job postings. I never imagined you had already made arrangements for me. I had never even heard of a secretary for a security manager. Did you secure this for me? I am immensely grateful. I do not know when I will be able to repay your kindness." "Ah, no need for repayment. You earned this through your own efforts." Mo Yang thought to himself, "You ought to thank the HR department. Rest assured, Brother Yang, although I previously worked in that kind of place, I am a legitimate university graduate capable of handling numerous tasks. Please do not hesitate to assign me work." Mo Yang then took a closer look at her. Without the heavy makeup, she was a delightful girl with clear brows and bright eyes, full of youthful vitality. He inquired, "What is your major?" "Social relations," she replied. Mo Yang was taken aback. What on earth was that? Chapter 49. 3 Women. One stage, Mo Yang did not require her to delve into his social relationships. Her sole responsibility was to oversee the workers. Zhu Rong persistently clung to him, compelling him to bring her to their new home, where her task was to ensure the workers did not cut corners and that the project proceeded on schedule. After assigning her duties, he made his way to the factory site, which was bustling with activity. The leveling work had been completed, and they had commenced digging the foundation. From a distance, Mo Yang observed several engineers gesturing over a blueprint, likely indicating that everything was proceeding smoothly. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaomi brought good news. She had finally acquired the accounting certificate she had long coveted. Seeing her exuberance, Mo Yang reflected on her simplicity of satisfaction. Possessing such a certificate might mean a starting salary of at least $1 million, yet it seemed to hold little intrinsic value. However, he refrained from expressing this sentiment, for he was unsure of how Liu Xiaomi might react. It was a day for celebration, and Mo Yang contemplated a lavish meal costing $500 for a single dining experience. This month's food expenses had already exceeded the budget. Nevertheless, since it was Liu Xiaomi's suggestion, he felt compelled to follow through. Liu Xiaomi further proposed inviting Sister Song, who had always been kind to her, and she wished to express her gratitude. Sure, Mo Yang thought to himself, what a splendid idea, but she dines at places that cost tens of thousands per meal. She may not even come. Liu Xiaomi then suggested inviting Dr. Hu and others, believing that the gathering would be livelier, and they might also discuss potential new treatment options for his ailment. No problem. Mo Yang calculated privately that 500 would likely be insufficient. Before he could inform Hu Man, Liu Xiaomi had another thought. Ingzi has come over to teach me how to cook a few times. She is a good friend, so let us invite her too. Of course, he agreed, though he suspected she might decline, as Zhao, who was still bedridden, awaiting attention. Liu Xiaomi then remembered several of her former colleagues from the electronics factory and decided to invite them as well. Ultimately, after making a series of calls, only Song Shaoling and Hu Man could attend. The others were either working overtime or preoccupied with other commitments. Liu Xiaomi appeared somewhat disheartened, while Mo Yang felt relieved to have safeguarded his finances. It was not that Mo Yang was miserly. Despite appearances of substantial income, he faced a financial shortfall of several million. Arriving early at the designated restaurant, he ordered an array of exquisite dishes. Liu Xiaomi calculated the total and felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps they had ordered too much. Mo Yang advised, with so many dishes, will they be able to finish? Perhaps we should reduce the order? Absolutely not. The quantity reflects our goodwill, and with you here, we can certainly finish it all, she replied. This was a truthful observation. Liu Xiaomi had never witnessed Mo Yang leaving any food uneaten. Song Xiaoling arrived first, dressed modestly in casual attire, resembling a friendly neighbor. Familiar with the two, she greeted them and seated herself across from Liu Xiaomi, taking the initiative to pour tea. After work, we're all friends. I can manage this myself. Let us toast. Congratulations on obtaining your certificate. You've taken the first step toward success. Thank you, Sister Song, Liu Xiaomi beamed, clinking her cup with Song Xiaoling's. Please tell me it's not just the three of us. I would feel like a third wheel, Song Xiaoling teased. Liu Xiaomi chuckled. There's another doctor friend who should be arriving soon. What do you mean by third wheel? Don't joke with us, sister. At that moment, Hu Man also arrived. Upon seeing Song Xiaoling, she paused, thinking, isn't she the wealthy woman Mo Yang associated with? Why are they inviting her to dinner? Noticing her confusion, Mo Yang said, Take a seat. Why are you just standing there? Are you so mesmerized by beauty that you've lost your wits? This is Liu Xiaomi's superior, Song Xiaoling. Hu Man sat across from Mo Yang, who introduced, This is Dr. Hu Man from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. They exchanged polite smiles, but did not engage further. The two women then turned their attention to Mo Yang. Hu Man inquired, Did you finish the medication I prescribed last time? Did you notice any effects? Song Xiaoling asked, How is the new secretary you hired? Is she competent? No effects. She is useless. Can you two discuss something else? Mo Yang grumbled, finding their inquiries too probing, especially since Liu Xiaomi was undoubtedly curious. As anticipated, Liu Xiaomi chimed in. Does the security have a secretary too? Is she provided by the company, regardless of her competence? Just ask her. Mo Yang gestured toward Song Xiaoling. Doctor who prescribed you medication, but I've never seen you take any, she remarked. I've been brewing it in an electric kettle at the office. Don't worry, I take it on schedule every day, he assured her. Song Xiaoling laughed. I heard you have a fondness for long legs. You hired the one with the longest legs without even asking any questions during the interview. Hu Man retorted, I instructed you to simmer 3 bowls down to 1, yet you simply boiled it in an electric kettle. No wonder it's ineffective. With the conversation becoming increasingly complicated, Liu Xiaomi found herself at a loss regarding which question to pursue. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yang called out, Waitstaff, where are the dishes? I'm starving. Liu Xiaomi, somewhat irritated, tugged at Mo Yang's arm and said, Mo Yang, you've become quite untrustworthy. You don't even take your medication properly and have taken to hiring a secretary. Mo Yang sighed in exasperation, a secretary isn't something I sought. I barely have time to brew my medication, let alone manage all this while working tirelessly. At this point, he felt frustrated. He had been glued to his computer for days, hardly sleeping. Liu Xiaomi occasionally awoke at midnight, but was too fatigued to scold him, quickly falling back asleep. Mo Yang felt aggrieved. I'm genuinely busy. I barely have enough time to sleep. Just ask them. Hey, you could at least say something. Song Xiaoling remarked. I often see him slacking off at work, wandering around aimlessly. Hu Man added, He has even visited the hospital. How would I know? For reasons unknown. Both women found satisfaction in Mo Yang's evident distress. They relished the sight of him, usually so boisterous, now facing his nemesis. Mo Yang lamented, I have been careless in my friendships. Xiaomi, listen to me. I'm focused on making money to establish my own laboratory, to transform your body, and to sell medication. Lots of it. So I can make you a prosperous businesswoman. Naive. Song Xiaoling and Hu Man exclaimed in unison, exposing Mo Yang's true nature. Liu Xiaomi finally grasped Mo Yang's intentions, yet she too felt that he was indulging in fanciful dreams. Don't you find that beauty enhancement potion effective? Just look at you both, radiating with vitality, and yet you still doubt me? Oh heavens! Mo Yang clutched his chest, racked with despair. Song Xiaoling and Liu Xiaomi had indeed been using it consistently, and Hu Man, who had only tried it once, suddenly observed that the two appeared far more vibrant than she, feeling a pang of jealousy. Why hadn't she experienced the same? It felt profoundly unfair. I'm still your investor. You two lent him money? Sister, be cautious. You might never see it again, Song Xiaoling whispered conspiratorially. How much did you lend him? I know he has made several million recently. He hasn't repaid me a dime, so be careful, Hu Man chuckled. Song Xiaoling was taken aback, thinking, Mo Yang has gone too far, giving all his money to a mistress. Liu Xiaomi will surely be furious. Thankfully, their hushed exchange seemed to escape Liu Xiaomi's notice. Liu Xiaomi queried Mo Yang, is establishing a laboratory costly? How much have you invested? About 4 million, he replied. How much? Liu Xiaomi nearly gasped, having never encountered such a sum before. If it fails, will I ever recover? I would be indebted for life, she said with trembling trepidation. Sister Song, Human. I'm sorry, I had no idea about all this. I will repay you slowly. Human quickly clarified, 2 million of that is his own. I only invested 2 million. Mo Yang, why didn't you tell Liu Xiaomi about such a significant matter? Song Xiaoling scoffed, why should you repay? Whoever borrows must return. Mo Yang, are you no longer a man, relying on women to pay your debts? Mo Yang clutched his head in frustration. I didn't ask her to return it, Xiaomi. Listen to me, we can definitely make a profit, trust me. Well, I trust you, Liu Xiaomi replied softly, yet her heart was devoid of any confidence, as she was already calculating how much she would need to repay each month. Chapter 50. Looking ahead, it is often said that men and women can only discuss romance, never finances, as it could tarnish their affections. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, prompting Human to hastily inquire, your equipment is arriving in a couple of days. Have you found a suitable location? Almost there, came the reply. As soon as the equipment arrives, we can commence production. Song Xiaoling, with her sights set further ahead, cautioned. Don't be too anxious. At the outset, sales will undoubtedly be slow. I have spoken with a few friends who can assist in moving some stock at this price. She held up a finger. 100 yuan a bottle? Will that even sell? Liu Xiaomi fretted. Mo Yang chuckled wryly. Xiaomi, what are you thinking? Those useless cosmetics sell for hundreds or even thousands. You think I can sell for 100? They'd better hope for at least 1,000. Song Xiaoling laughed. You said it. I'll sell for 10,000, and the profit will be mine. The group collectively scoffed at her. Shameless merchant. Human interjected. But this is an unregulated product. If possible, you should formalize the necessary procedures. If issues arise, it could lead to significant trouble. I actually think Xiaoling's approach has merit. Mo Yang mused. We should aim for the high-end market. Quality products should never be devalued. Did you call her Xiaoling? A woman observed, noting the differences in perception. Song Xiaoling protested. I heard you submitted your ID today and discovered you're 28. You don't look it at all. At least I am your superior. Call me Sister Song instead of Liu Xiaomi. Are you not worried about sounding old? Legally, I am the eldest and can be addressed however I wish. Human chimed in. Isn't Liu Xiaomi your cousin? How is it that you are older than her? Curiosity piqued, Liu Xiaomi asked, where did you get your ID? Huh, I made it myself. Not having an ID can be quite troublesome, but it's a trivial matter, so you need not concern yourselves. Mo Yang quickly redirected the conversation. Weren't we discussing the potion? Let's follow Xiaoling's idea. You all should connect with affluent women. The older, the uglier, the heavier, the better. The effects will be more pronounced. And after just one use, they will be begging us for more. Haha, I could become immensely wealthy. Song Xiaoling shot him a look. Creating a fake ID is illegal. Liu Xiaomi voiced her concern. If you can avoid it, please do. Better to be cautious. Mo Yang thought to himself, have I not engaged in enough illicit activities already? He continued to paint grand visions. In addition to the beauty potion, I plan to launch weight loss pills, shaping agents, and height enhancers. If these products succeed, a mere few million is nothing. Before long, I shall possess a larger laboratory. No, an entire research base, where I can develop whatever I wish. Xiaomi, whatever you desire, I can create. There is nothing I cannot manufacture. The trio regarded him as though he were a fool. Surely there must be limits to boasting? Once one has gone too far, it becomes awkward for others to respond. Do you not believe me? Mo Yang insisted with fervor. You will see. Remember, technology is the primary productive force. As long as we create what others cannot, wealth will be within our grasp. Human, with a broader perspective, guided Mo Yang. Let us first perfect the beauty potion. Once we accumulate sufficient capital, we can scale up production. Once the business grows, we can strategize for an IPO to attract further investment, thus realizing your dream of becoming a billionaire. However, This is not a matter of 1 or 2 years. Achieving it before retirement would be commendable. Of course, success could come in 3 to 5 years. After all, they say, if you find yourself in the right circumstances, even a pig can fly. Am I a pig? Hu Man laughed. If it can fly, what does it matter if it is a pig? I am not a pig. My aspirations do not revolve around billions. What would I do with so much money? I have no interest in wealth. Song Xiaoling burst into laughter. That sounds familiar. The last person who said that is now a tycoon. Mo Yang, I have high hopes for you. Mo Yang's irritation was palpable. Just wait. I will establish an ultra-modern industrial base. Money is merely the medium for this foundation. When I succeed, you need not ask for anything. Listening from the side, Liu Xiaomi grew increasingly concerned. Mo Yang's condition worsened, and he would need even more funds in the future. Perhaps we should change the subject. The dishes are ready. Let's eat. Xiaomi, do you not believe in me? Of course, how could I not? Liu Xiaomi thought bitterly. One must eat, even while pursuing grand ambitions. Song Xiaoling and Hu Man began to dine, for even incessant boasting could become tiresome. Regardless of belief, the beauty potion indeed held promise, while the rest could be left for Mo Yang to navigate. Should he truly create something remarkable, swallowing pride to approach him would be a minor inconvenience. As the alcohol flowed, a rosy hue graced the faces of the women, particularly Song Xiaoling, who exuded a captivating maturity. Tipsy, she laughed. Look at Mo Yang. He has been drinking for ages, yet shows no signs of inebriation. Is he deliberately dodging the drinks? Sisters, this will not do. 3 grown women out drunk by a younger man? That would be embarrassing. Come, let us drink. After this cup, there are 3 more. Mo Yang had consumed over a dozen beers, yet upon her challenge, he swiftly grabbed a bottle and declared, "Cheers." Liu Xiaomi, feeling slightly tipsy, leaned against Mo Yang's arm, momentarily forgetting his debts. Today was a joyous occasion, one she had not experienced in a long time. Had it been in the past, she might still be working overtime at the factory. She joined in the revelry, raising her glass for a toast. Hu Man, seemingly preoccupied, cautioned, "Take it easy." Song Xiaoling lifted her glass. Mo Yang, I wish you success and swift achievements. Yes, success is imminent. Hu Man added, I wish for your dreams to manifest into great wealth so that I too may prosper. Ha! You're all getting drunk. Take it slow. Liu Xiaomi clinked her glass and downed it in one go, feeling secure beside Mo Yang. The 4 stood and toasted, drawing envious glances from nearby tables. You may be handsome, but you cannot monopolize 3 beautiful women. How are we, the single souls, to survive? Some had the desire but lacked the courage, while others boldly approached, bottle in hand. Hey there, lucky lad. Mind if I buy you all around? Slurred a drunken man, leaning against their table. Mo Yang remained sober and unyielding, shooting him a sideways glance. Get lost. Hey now, refusing a toast? Liu Xiaomi, fearful of the confrontation, instinctively moved behind Mo Yang. Rising, Mo Yang crushed the bottle in his hand, coldly repeating, Are you leaving or not? The drunken man, observing the shards of glass scattered about, realized he was not in a position to provoke and hurriedly retreated, muttering, I can't afford to mess with this. Liu Xiaomi gasped, Is your hand all right? Song Xiaoling, unfazed, laughed. Such boldness deserves another toast. Hu Man expressed her concern. What an unfortunate incident. Let us call it a night. We still have work tomorrow. Mo Yang glanced at the time. He had tasks awaiting him and began to clean up the remnants of their drinks, helping Liu Xiaomi to settle the bill while Hu Man supported Song Xiaoling behind them. The total exceeded 900, a significant overspend, with the drinks accounting for nearly half. They say drinking leads to misfortune. Mo Yang was beginning to believe it. It was perplexing how Song Xiaoling had driven here. Ordinarily, one would simply call for a designated driver, but Liu Xiaomi, noticing Mo Yang was fine, insisted he drive the 2 ladies home for safety, disregarding the implications of drunk driving. Surprisingly, neither of the other 2 opposed her. Reluctantly, Mo Yang fetched the car, while Hu Man and Liu Xiaomi admired the vehicle, astonished by its worth, over 300,000. First, they dropped Liu Xiaomi off, as her residence was the closest. As Hu Man ascended the stairs, Hu Haiba awaited at the door, reprimanding her with a sharp remark about propriety, which sent Mo Yang fleeing in a panic. Song Xiaoling, possessing considerable experience, inquired, "Did you encounter the parents?" Mo Yang, feeling frustrated, lamented, "Had I known, I wouldn't have accompanied you." "Humph, who asked you to escort us? Just because Liu Xiaomi called for you, you complied?" Chapter 51. Seeking assistance. The road was relatively clear, and Mo Yang drove swiftly. Song Xiaoling, seated in the passenger seat, exclaimed, "Can you not drive so fast? Next time, if you get pulled over, they'll take points off your license." "I don't have a license," Mo Yang replied nonchalantly. "Oh, right, you only possess an ID card. Then you should really slow down. Driving without a license while intoxicated could land you in jail. I'm quite sober. That little bit of alcohol is like drinking water. Although, too much water can be uncomfortable," he retorted. Whether it was due to the luxury car or a stroke of bad luck, a traffic officer indeed stopped them. Song Xiaoling felt like slapping herself twice. "Please show me your driver's license. Blow into the breathalyzer." Mo Yang calmly complied, taking a breath into the device, surprisingly avoiding any alarms. He then provided his ID number, stating, "I apologize, my supervisor asked me to drive at the last minute, and I forgot my license in my rush." The officer checked on his phone and, finding no discrepancies, waved them off with a hint of disappointment. Once they were a distance away, Song Xiaoling inquired, "How did you manage that?" "I hacked into their system and added my own driver's license information." "Do you believe me?" "I do." She nodded, increasingly bewildered by him. Mo Yang chuckled, "Remarkable. You actually believe me. So, what do you think about my previous proposal? If you grant me a unit, I can help you dismantle Liang Tianlong's stronghold, sparing you from suffering in his presence every day. Is this your way of showing concern for me? Perhaps, after all, you are my friend now." Song Xiaoling smiled, but remained silent. Following the failed assassination attempt on Liang Tianlong, her superiors instructed her to keep a close watch on Mo Yang and foster a good relationship, hoping to utilize him when necessary. Yet, it seemed entirely unnecessary. This big boy was so straightforward, lacking any cunning. It felt wonderful to know that with just a word from her, he would comply completely. However, the more she sensed this, the less she wanted to see him harmed. She joked, "Aren't you afraid? Conditions abroad are different from home, not to mention guns, rockets, and artillery are common weapons. One careless move, and you could end up in pieces. Haha, I'm not foolish enough to stand there and let them shoot at me. Seriously, you should apply to your superior, or just give me the phone, and I'll speak to him. You're insane." Soon, they arrived downstairs at Song Xiaoling's residence. Mo Yang parked the car and prepared to exit. Suddenly, Song Xiaoling grabbed his hand, casting a flirtatious glance, and said, "Would you like to come up for a while?" Mo Yang was taken aback, touching her forehead. "You're not running a fever, are you? Is this your capacity for alcohol? Don't ask me to drink with you again." He sighed. "Oh well, I might as well be a good Samaritan and escort you upstairs. By the way, do you live with your parents? They're not home, are they?" Seeing his innocent expression, Song Xiaoling felt a wave of boredom wash over her. "Go away, go back to find Liu Xiaomi. You're just irritating. Cut it out. Goodbye." Mo Yang reluctantly spent over 20 yuan on a taxi, regretting his decision to escort her. By the time he reached home, Liu Xiaomi was already fast asleep, lightly snoring, likely due to overindulgence. He glanced at his computer. The DNA fragment analysis had automatically generated thousands of files and was still ongoing. It seemed he would have plenty of work ahead once the equipment arrived. He wondered if Liang Tianlong would approve his leave request. Even if he did, taking leave would mean a pay cut. Forget about it, he decided. I'll just slack off and make more trips to the construction site. With the computer busy at work and lacking tools, he figured it was a good opportunity to learn some bear language. It seemed quite challenging, with its peculiar tongue rolling. One had to wonder if there was a specific reason for the creation of such a language. It was exhausting. The next day at work, Mo Yang made a brief appearance before leaving again. Upon arriving at the new home, the workers were finishing up the last touches. Mo Yang praised them. "You all did well, finishing ahead of schedule. Thank you for your hard work." The workers, however, wore sour expressions. They had been monitored closely by some secretary the previous day, with no rest breaks allowed. Today, another unknown person had come, ignoring their needs and making sarcastic remarks. Mo Yang called Engineer Liu, requesting that the electrician come in the afternoon to install the ventilation equipment. Engineer Liu, also pressured by Zhu Rong the day before, hurriedly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhu Rong arrived, greeting him with a bow. "Good morning, Mr. Mo. Why did you come personally? I can handle this. I'll ensure they work overtime." It seemed her efforts were indeed commendable. Whether or not she possessed other skills, her persistence was undeniable. Mo Yang patted her shoulder cheerily. "Well done. You can oversee this. The electrician will come in the afternoon to install the fan, so keep an eye on things and call me if any issues arise." With that, Mo Yang dashed off again. He had made an appointment with Hu Man to collect some medication. Regardless of its efficacy, he figured it was worth a try. Hu Man sat in the examination room, looking dispirited, having been lectured by old Hu late into the night. Her father was quite traditional. What was wrong with a few young people enjoying some drinks? Did drinking equate to reckless behavior? Mo Yang, that big fool, probably wouldn't act that way. So annoying, she thought. Mo Yang knocked on the door. "Are you still asleep?" "Yes. When will your laboratory be ready? The logistics team is pushing me for updates. Hurry up and whip up a bottle of beauty serum. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. It'll take days to fix them. Tomorrow, I promise." Mo Yang assured her. He grabbed the medication and was about to leave. "If you're tired, just go home and sleep. Your dad is a leader. Who would dare say anything to you? Do you think everyone is like you? You come and go as you please, while I have to work. Hurry up and leave. My dad will definitely scold you again if he sees you. Thanks a lot, goodbye." He made a detour to the hospital to check on Zhao Hu, ensuring he wasn't lounging around too comfortably. Mo Yang entered the ward with a large bag of herbal medicine. Zhao Hu was deeply touched. "Boss, you came. Why did you bring gifts? You shouldn't have gone through such trouble." "What? This is for me," Mo Yang replied. "It's been several days. You're still not better. Are you trying to take advantage of this? Will you be able to return to work tomorrow?" Zhao Hu felt a bit embarrassed and remained still. "Boss, I have a concussion. If I don't recover properly, there could be lasting effects." Mo Yang examined his head, noting that he merely had an extra bandage compared to others, nothing particularly severe. "Is it really that serious? Would you like me to give you a couple of acupuncture needles?" "No, it's better to listen to the doctor. Otherwise, he won't take responsibility if something goes wrong. I believe I'll recover in a couple of days. Don't worry." Mo Yang merely suggested it casually, understanding that acupuncture would treat a concussion. "All right, just rest for a couple more days. When you're better, hurry back. Xiao Si has enough on his plate at the construction site." "Okay, I'll do my best." By the time he returned to the company, it was already afternoon, and Mo Yang had an important matter to attend to. With the new house nearing completion, he needed to find a position for Liu Xiaomi at headquarters. Otherwise, commuting to work would be inconvenient. Each department held morning meetings, except for security and after delegating tasks. Mo Yang refrained from disturbing anyone and decided to wait until the afternoon. Upon arriving at the HR department, Qin Ren appeared busy. Mo Yang approached her casually, attempting to act familiar. "Hi, Minister Qin." Qin Ren jumped, hastily clicking her mouse. Mo Yang noticed a couple kissing on her screen, but brushed it aside. What was there to be ashamed of? He had no intention of reporting her. "I'm sorry, Minister Qin, but I need to ask you for a favor." Is that how one goes about requesting assistance? Qin Ren, already startled and in a foul mood, was further displeased by his words, forcing a smile as she replied. "Manager Mo, please don't say that. The company has rules and regulations. Everything must follow the proper procedures. There's no need to frame it as asking for a favor. Hey, I haven't even finished my request, and you're cutting me off?" Mo Yang continued candidly. "This is a special case. I do need your help. Is the finance department still hiring? I'd like to arrange a position for my cousin." Qin Ren found herself both amused and exasperated by the audacity of the statement. Am I to refuse your request outright, or simply decline it? She pondered. Employing her typical strategy, she suggested, "You should consult the finance department. If they are in need of personnel, I shall submit a request for new recruits." It appeared she was not inclined to offer any assistance, rendering the inquiry futile. Navigating interpersonal relations proved to be a skill she had yet to master. Mo Yang, initially reluctant to trouble Song Xiaoling, now felt compelled to seek her intervention. Chapter 52, The Scandalous Cat at Times. Mo Yang found himself utterly confounded by the sheer number of leaders within a company. It seemed more efficient to operate as they did at the security firm, where one individual made the decisions and others simply followed suit, thus ensuring a sense of ease for all. With a mere phone call, Song Xiaoling managed to secure a position from the finance department for Liu Xiaomi, who could transition at any moment. Mo Yang lamented the advantages of having connections, oblivious to the fact that others lamented how youth and handsome looks could be leveraged for such preferential treatment. Consequently, some gossip mongers seized the opportunity to concoct tales. Before long, rumors began to circulate within the company regarding an alleged affair between Song Xiaoling and Mo Yang, and the gossip was particularly unflattering, even involving Liu Xiaomi. Infuriated, Song Xiaoling fumed that if such matters were true, she might have accepted them, but to be accused of indulgences she had not even tasted was intolerable. She stormed into Lei Liang Tianlong's office, determined to unearth the source of the slander. Liang Tianlong, however, did not take the matter to heart. Considering his age and diminishing vigor, he believed that sharing good fortune was a source of joy. He held Mo Yang in high regard and thought that if Mo Yang were to display unwavering loyalty, he would be more than willing to step back. After all, 3 years had passed, and even the finest delicacies could grow tiresome. He advised, "Calm your anger. Such baseless gossip will soon fade from memory. Do not let it trouble your heart." Song Xiaoling retorted, "It must be that scheming Qin vixen stirring the pot, a blind fool who dares speak recklessly. Don't you intend to intervene? If you want tea, I certainly will. If she continues to spread lies, I shall tear her to shreds. Don't blame me for the consequences." Initially, it was this fierce spirit that had attracted Liang Tianlong to her, but over time, it had become a bit overwhelming. After much coaxing and persuasion, he ultimately had to concede to the tigress to quell her fury. The rumors were swiftly quashed through discreet orders, and a collective understanding spread among the employees. Was it truly the case? Had Mo Yang saved the galaxy in a past life? Nevertheless, for the next few days, Mo Yang's focus remained on the laboratory. Even with Zhu Rong's impressive prowess, he found himself frequently checking in. Finally, the moment of triumph arrived, and he hurried to fetch Liu Xiaomi. Liu Xiaomi, still in the dark, sensed a grand surprise looming, one beyond her wildest imagination. She was led to the Qinglan Garden community and ushered into a freshly renovated abode. Mo Yang formally declared, "This shall be our new home. This is our house." Confused by the presence of cleaners, Liu Xiaomi pointed at Zhu Rong, exclaiming, "This is someone else's new home. Why is it ours?" "This is my secretary, helping with the cleaning," Mo Yang clarified. Then, noticing Zhu Rong's awkwardness, ushered her outside. He continued, "This is our living room, our bedroom, our kitchen, and our workspace." Zhu Rong stood bewildered, scrutinizing Liu Xiaomi. The latter's legs were unremarkable, and her appearance slightly lacking. A pang of resentment struck her. Such fine cabbage was being ravaged by swine. As she pondered, she wondered if this was indeed the one mentioned in the rumors, Mo Yang's consort Liu Xiaomi, who happened to be his blood relative. Her superiors certainly knew how to play the game. The juicy fruits of labor would not be wasted on outsiders. When might she form her own troupe? Really? Liu Xiaomi still found it hard to believe, worrying aloud. Such a grand place must come with a hefty rent. Mo Yang, in a flurry, responded, "This is our house. With a deed to prove it, there's no rent to worry about. Although, I've heard the property fees are not cheap. Let us not concern ourselves with that. We'll move in tomorrow. We'll also arrange the handover at the security company, and the day after, we'll report to headquarters." Song Xiaoling had indeed informed her about the transfer, initially thinking it would be a hassle for Mo Yang to shuttle her daily due to the distance. It turned out everything was already arranged. However, the abruptness of it all left Liu Xiaomi feeling somewhat estranged from Mo Yang. What was he truly thinking? Our home? Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and with a beaming smile, she began envisioning where the sofa would go and where a cabinet might fit, all of which would require a substantial sum. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhu Rong, Liu Xiaomi snatched the cleaning cloth from her, leaving Zhu Rong at a loss for what to do. Should she heed her superior's orders to continue cleaning, or follow Liu Xiaomi's suggestion to take a break? Both professionally and personally, she resolved to demonstrate her diligence, picking up the mop and diving back into her tasks with renewed vigor. The logistics company soon arrived with deliveries. Mo Yang, after meticulously inspecting the laboratory, felt assured enough to head downstairs to wait. Since the recipient was Hu Man, she personally escorted the truck laden with treasures to alleviate Mo Yang's concerns. The vehicle was filled to the brim with equipment, and Mo Yang's face radiated with joy. Hu Man smiled. So, your grand plan can commence tomorrow, yes? Tomorrow? We must begin today, Mo Yang replied, eager to assist the movers personally. The larger, heavier equipment warranted his direct involvement to avoid any mishaps. The unloading process was swift, with the movers chuckling, remarking how easy this job was, given how rare it was to encounter such amiable clients. Once home, Mo Yang arranged the equipment neatly, while Hu Man lent a hand, meticulously cleaning the glassware like test tubes and beakers. Liu Xiaomi and Zhu Rong dared only to observe from the doorway, having only seen such items on television, their high-end appearance leaving them awestruck. Zhu Rong quietly inquired of Liu Xiaomi, "What on earth is your boss planning to do with all this? This equipment must cost a fortune, right?" "Indeed, several million. You must never carelessly barge in and touch anything while cleaning," Liu Xiaomi cautioned. The thought of millions made her heart bleed. When would they ever earn back such an amount? Zhu Rong was taken aback. And Yang Dehua's 1 million was merely for this glass and plastic? What a waste. After the flurry of activity, everyone found themselves without a moment to rest. Hu Man chuckled. "I was planning to celebrate your housewarming with a toast, yet it seems you're preparing for a barbecue on the floor?" Mo Yang patted his pocket, realizing he had merely 200 left after settling construction costs. "There's still furniture at the rental. We can use it when we move." "You haven't purchased any furniture?" Liu Xiaomi inquired, noting that the rental furnishings belonged to the landlord. "Ah, I miscalculated." Mo Yang scratched his head, contemplating whom he could borrow from. Perhaps Zhao Hu, who was known for his frugality, might have some savings. Liu Xiaomi added, "I only have a few thousand left myself. Let us discuss it again next month." "Only a few thousand? Is that not sufficient?" Mo Yang asked, puzzled. "Based on the size of your place, about 50 to 60,000 should suffice," Hu Man assessed, factoring in the living room sofa, TV stand, dining table and chairs, bedroom furniture, and basic appliances. At this moment, Hu Man noticed a flaw in their plan. "Is one room truly enough for a bedroom? Where will you sleep at night?" "Such a large bedroom can easily accommodate two," Mo Yang replied. Hu Man's eyes widened. "You both sleep together? What did you expect?" Zhu Rong had already noted this discrepancy, but dared not voice it. With confirmation, she found it rather natural. Hu Man remained incredulous. "But she is your sister." Realizing the misunderstanding, Mo Yang poked her forehead and quipped, "What are you thinking? When I say sleep, I mean resting to regain energy, do you understand?" The nuances of dragon language can easily be misunderstood. Liu Xiaomi, embarrassed by the revelation of their little secret, hastily clarified, "It's just sleeping, don't misconstrue it." However, such explanations felt weak and unconvincing. Zhu Rong acknowledged with a simple "oh," and Hu Man followed suit, leaving with a casual remark that she had business to attend to. Liu Xiaomi chased after her, continuing to explain, "Dr. Hu, the truth is, Mo Yang rarely sleeps at night. I usually sleep alone." The implication that he might occasionally sleep was not lost on Hu Man, who, holding back tears, scolded Mo Yang internally as she bolted away. "Boss, it seems Dr. Hu is upset," Zhu Rong reminded him from the side. Mo Yang, engrossed in tinkering with his belongings, nonchalantly replied, "I'm not worried. She'll come looking for me again. I owe her 1 million. What a scoundrel." Zhu Rong silently commended him in her heart. Chapter 53. The joy of moving, and women have an uncanny ability to veer off topic. Here we are, engaged in a serious discussion about furniture, and somehow the conversation shifts to sleep, as if a good night's rest could magically summon the furniture. 50 to 60,000 is no trifling sum. And that rascal Zhao, who certainly wouldn't lend such an amount. Reluctantly, assistance from a wealthy woman becomes imperative. Song Shaoling personally visited, expressing her disdain. "This place hardly looks like a home. Why bother with furniture? Just buy a couple of mats and make do. I'm fine with that." "But Xiaomi isn't," Mo Yang replied helplessly. It's said that tech-savvy men are the least reliable. Having spent millions, they still lack a proper bed. Enough. You need tea by anything. I have some old furniture in my old house that is currently unoccupied. Just move it over and use it for now. Song Xiaoling decided for them, while earnestly adding, but the bed might be a bit small. It could be uncomfortable for two. Mo Yang was speechless. Why do they all obsess over the topic of sleep? In truth, he hardly sleeps at all. Come and try sleeping with me, and you'll see I speak the truth. He left the furniture logistics to Zhu Rong, while he would see if tomorrow's expenses could be reimbursed. As everyone busied themselves, Mo Yang remained at home, preparing for the laboratory's usage, dusting electronics, disinfecting with ultraviolet light and chemicals, organizing various reagents, and labeling them meticulously. By the time the furniture was moved and arranged, it was already past 7 in the evening. Observing Zhu Rong, who had toiled all day, he kindly invited her to enjoy a bowl of noodles downstairs. This wasn't tea, just any ordinary bowl. It symbolized the acknowledgement of a superior towards a subordinate. Zhu Rong, deceiving herself, ate with great satisfaction. Boss, the house is ready. What should I focus on starting tomorrow? She inquired while eating, needing to venture further. Mo Yang contemplated briefly and replied, There's not much to do. Perhaps you could frequent the finance department. Liu Xiaomi will begin working there in a couple of days. Keep an eye on her and make sure no one bullies her. By the way, does your major in social relations include any finance knowledge? Of course not, she replied. Well, you're a university student, so at least lend some support to Liu Xiaomi whenever you can. After hastily finishing, Mo Yang rushed back to his new home, instructing Zhu Rong to return on her own. He sent a message to Liu Xiaomi. I'll be working late tonight, so I want to be coming back. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaomi had just arrived with numerous bags at the base of the building. For reasons unknown, she felt a tinge of worry about Mo Yang spending the night alone outside. Come what may, Mo Yang thought, making the bed before diving back into the laboratory. Liu Xiaomi sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. Despite the sparse furnishings lending a sense of desolation, her heart felt warm. It was still hard for her to believe she would be living in such a place. Although she couldn't explain everything to man during the day, she felt a small sense of pride. As for Song Xiaoling, a woman of experience, she was unfazed by trivialities. However, the tall secretary, while seemingly diligent, struck her as somewhat off. Who would so casually command a beautiful assistant? It defied reason. Mo Yang had not left the laboratory until Liu Xiaomi awoke. Perhaps due to the sealed environment, he had seemingly lost track of time. After preparing a large batch of beauty serum, he devoted most of his time to observing cells. His own cells were highly active, dividing recklessly in the petri dish. Unlike other polyploids, his could divide independently within the cell, generating more polyploids, essentially splitting into 4. This was one reason for his rapid wound healing. Another notable distinction was the absence of mitochondria. Instead, he found similar genes within one of his chromosomes. The operational mechanisms were largely consistent with textbook descriptions, albeit significantly quicker. This efficiency was attributed to high-quality nucleic acid proofreading proteins, which acted swiftly and accurately. An even more intriguing discovery was that he sought to ascertain his approximate age through telomere structures, only to uncover a set of special proteins that ensured the integrity of the telomeres. After dozens of cell divisions, the telomere fragments remained intact. Under the protection of the proofreading and telomere-protecting proteins, his genes appeared remarkably stable. Was it possible he could attain immortality? This remained merely a hypothesis, as the time frame was too brief and the testing methods too limited to comprehensively analyze the situation. At the very least, it was unclear what his genes would undergo under nuclear radiation. Mo Yang was increasingly certain he was not a natural inhabitant of the blue planet. There lingered a possibility he was lab-created. But could such advanced technology exist on the blue planet? If so, it was likely in the Eagle Nation, which might possess such capabilities and the audacity to pursue such experiments. As Smith mentioned about the Mad Ones, only a culture steeped in such ideas would conduct such experiments, perhaps in the pursuit of curing diseases or seeking immortality, only to veer off course. While Mo Yang possessed great strength, he viewed the pursuit of power as a pathological obsession. With technological advancements, Machines had long surpassed carbon-based life forms in physical capabilities. Why subject oneself to this fleshly torment? Yet, longevity or immortality held substantial merit. The transfer of knowledge consumed the energy and time of countless individuals. Mo Yang considered himself exceptionally intelligent, yet in the face of vast civilizations, he felt insignificant, even if he never slumbered. Mastering the entirety of this civilization's knowledge would likely take him many years. Pondering extensively, he concluded that his experiments needed to reach a temporary halt. According to the law of conservation of mass, the energy he expended must be replenished through nourishment. In Dragon Country, ancient texts on immortality circulated. Modern individuals often exaggerated their claims. The only somewhat credible method was Huaiba's acupuncture, which involved a form of energy control that had its peculiarities, such as warmth and erratic movement, but could never exceed one's own strength. Consequently, he ceased further research in this direction, redirecting his interest elsewhere. Stepping out of the laboratory, dusk had fallen, and Liu Xiaomi was likely finishing her work. He decided to wait a bit longer. Liu Xiaomi, as expected, returned with a plethora of groceries. Initially believing it was a treat for herself, instead, she revealed she had invited Song Xiaoling, Hu Man, and others over for dinner, making it a housewarming celebration. Mo Yang remarked, "Why not eat out? It's exhausting to cook for yourself. It's different. A housewarming meal at home brings warmth and symbolizes a thriving family. If we eat at a restaurant, we still have to pay a fee, which would be rather embarrassing." A fee? Mo Yang sensed an opportunity. "Why didn't you mention that earlier? Who said we wouldn't have to pay if we eat at home?" He quickly grabbed his phone and called familiar acquaintances. "I'm hosting a housewarming feast tonight. Come over and don't forget to bring a contribution." Zhao Hu Li Xiaoxi, Zhu Rong, Su Tian, Qin Run, and even Liang Tianlong, Yang Defa, and Smith were all on the list. Liu Xiaomi listened, her face paling. She had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Setting aside the fact that there would indeed be food, what was the difference between this and robbery? Stop calling already. There isn't enough space for everyone. The groceries I bought aren't sufficient. Liu Xiaomi complained. I'll run downstairs to buy some prepared dishes and plastic stools. As long as there's food, it'll be fine, Mo Yang said energetically as he dashed out. Liang Tianlong and Yang Defa were unlikely to show up, but they sent red envelopes with congratulatory messages. As the saying goes, even if one cannot attend in person, a gift should be sent, and the amounts were quite generous. So Mo Yang forgave them. Zhu Rong was the first to arrive, giving a red envelope and offering to assist Liu Xiaomi, the poor girl. Zhao Hu soon followed with Yingzi, and the cooking brigade grew in size. Li Xiaoxi also arrived, accompanied by 2 or 3 familiar subordinates. Song Xiaoling, with her larger-than-life persona, only appeared when the food was nearly ready, and upon seeing the crowd, she seemed quite pleased. Wow, it's so lively. Hu Man's absence made Liu Xiaomi a bit anxious. I hope she is not still upset. Mo Yang directly dialed the phone. Hello, why haven't you arrived yet? I'm busy with something, Hu Man replied, her tone rigid, as if she were genuinely still upset. Mo Yang cut to the chase, unleashing his ace. I have just prepared a liter of beauty elixir. If you don't come, Xiaoling will take it all, and the next shipment won't be available for another month. Hu Man panicked. No, you must save some for me. You know her. I can't oppose. Stop her. She'll come to collect it herself. I want to, but my father won't allow me to go. Chapter 54. The contribution fee. That's quite simple. Let's invite the esteemed elder as well. It's merely a matter of adding more chopsticks, thought Mo Yang. Convinced that the addition of more chopsticks would equate to more red envelopes, ensuring a favorable outcome. After concluding the call, he was confident that Hu Man would succumb to the allure of the beauty elixir. Indeed, a mere 10 minutes later, Hu Man arrived, accompanied by her father. Following a round of introductions, everyone expressed admiration for Mo Yang, even the director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, who had been summoned. Without further ado, they proceeded to dine, for nothing could surpass the importance of a meal. Just as they settled in, the doorbell rang. Liu Xiaomi rushed to open the door, revealing a foreign gentleman with golden hair and blue eyes, who awkwardly greeted in broken Mandarin, "Oh, dear miss, I am Smith, invited to Mr. Mo's dinner." I apologize for my tardiness. Mo Yang stepped outside to escort him in. Upon inspection, he noted that this foreigner was indeed earnest, bringing only a bouquet of flowers and demonstrating no intention of offering a red envelope. Mo Yang promptly reminded him in English, "Why did you not bring a red envelope filled with cash? This is customary in the Dragon Kingdom." "Oh, how could I forget that?" Smith exclaimed, hastily pulling out his phone to send a digital red envelope. However, the imposed limit was somewhat disappointing to Mo Yang. As introductions continued, everyone was taken aback to find that a casual family dinner had attracted the president of an international conglomerate from the Dragon Kingdom's economic zone. While Song Xiaoling and Hu Man were composed, having experienced grand occasions before, the other less seasoned guests felt somewhat awkward, their movements stiff as they were cautious not to offend the international guest. As the hostess, Liu Xiaomi felt a tinge of embarrassment over their modest home. With chairs of various heights and sizes, she could merely urge everyone to indulge in the meal. Mo Yang, however, was unperturbed by such trivialities. He filled several bowls with rice, prioritizing his hunger over the peculiar atmosphere. Song Xiaoling, ever considerate, proposed toasting one another with drinks, hoping that a little inebriation would lighten the mood. Hu Haiba, however, was not there merely to dine. He was keen to see the beauty elixir that his daughter had boasted about and its purported miraculous effects. Spurred on by her father, Hu Man, having consumed only a couple of drinks, inquired eagerly, "Mo Yang, how much of the beauty elixir can I have?" "To the extent that you can sell, remember. It's 10,000 yuan per bottle, in 10 milliliters, as per Shaoling's standards," Mo Yang replied. Hu Man exclaimed, "That's so expensive. How can I possibly sell it?" The others were left stunned. Compared to the meal, this truly felt like robbery. Smith, intrigued, asked, "Oh, Mr. Mo, what exactly is this product? May I see it?" "It's an eye drop that enhances beauty. Once applied, even those with darker skin can appear fair. Much like ordinary eye drops," Mo Yang explained. Smith chuckled. "Is it truly that miraculous? Then, Miss Hu, if this is genuine, 10,000 yuan is indeed a bargain. The sodium hyaluronate we produce costs 700,000 per vial." "Goodness!" Several voices gasped in disbelief. "Is this medication made of gold?" "No, it's even more expensive." "See, I told you so. You don't even know its purpose by its name," Mo Yang remarked, glancing at Song Xiaoling. "Should we not raise the price a bit? After all, our clientele consists of affluent women." Song Xiaoling shook her head. "That wouldn't be appropriate. We agreed upon a price beforehand, and we will assess the response later." Hu Man interjected hastily, eager not to lose track of the conversation. "Then I'll take 2 bottles. As an investor, you cannot charge me." Mo Yang, noting her frugality, mused on the stark contrast between her and the affluent women he envisioned, replying, "Of course, I won't charge you. You'll receive dividends later. Let us discuss future matters later. For now, let us see how effective this is." Hu Man, directed like a puppet, was eager to witness the elixir's effects. "So impatient. It's been a while since you last used it," he teased. Mo Yang set down his bowl and retreated to fetch a brown vial. All eyes followed his movement. He held in his hands what was worth 100,000 yuan, 10 milliliters of the elixir. Before he could prepare to dispense it, he instructed, "Look up. I'll administer it to you." Suddenly recalling a previous incident, he quickly added, "Your facial blemishes are not prominent. Let us choose another person." Scanning the room, he noted that Zhu Rong and Ing Zi displayed the keenest interest, so he decided, "Let us apply it to Ing Zi. Just look at her. Zhao Hu. You've let your wife become a shadow of her former self." Zhao Hu, troubled, while Ing Zi, elated, lifted her chin to receive the beauty elixir, leaving Zhu Rong to watch with envy. Zhao Hu, feeling a sense of déjà vu, asked, "Boss, have you used this on me before?" "Of course. I've done you a favor." Mo Yang wouldn't reveal that he merely viewed him as a test subject. Everyone's gaze fixated on Ing Zi, making her feel bashful. To alleviate the tension, Mo Yang suggested, "Let us wait for half an hour. We'll eat while we wait." Yet, who could focus on dining? All eyes were glued to Ing Zi, even urging her to remove her makeup. Once she hesitantly revealed her bare face, Zhao Hu appeared even more ashamed. After approximately 20 minutes, Hu Man exclaimed, their essay change. Women, ever observant, began pointing out the differences, while Mo Yang remained oblivious to the transformations. Half an hour later, the effects became apparent. The brown spots faded first, followed by freckles, bags under the eyes, and finally, crow's feet. Remarkably, all effects manifested almost simultaneously, albeit some areas required more time for restoration. An hour passed, though it felt like mere moments to everyone, for in matters of beauty, this was akin to lightning speed. Unbelievable. Wow. Incredible. Such accolades left Mo Yang feeling insecure, realizing how daunting ignorance could be. Ingzi gazed into the mirror, feeling her smooth, radiant face, exclaiming, "I've rejuvenated. I'm youthful once more." Zhao Hu clenched his teeth, declaring, "Boss, I'll buy 2 bottles." Zhu Rong chimed in, "Can I have half a bottle?" Mo Yang chuckled, "All right, no need to be so fervent. I'll ensure you each get a share, especially those with girlfriends or wives. This effect lasts about 3 days. Use it sparingly, and only apply it again when spots reappear. The affluent can afford to use it regularly, but we cannot compete with them." This was a substantial package, potentially yielding tens of thousands. Yet, Mo Yang felt no sting of loss, as the material costs were minimal. A single bottle would cost around 100 to 200 yuan. With his own laboratory, he could produce as much as needed. If he had his own factory, he could even use it for bathing. At that moment, 2 gentlemen interjected, "Can we purchase some?" It was Smith and Hu Haiba. The elder intended to use it for his own blemishes and wrinkles. Smith, barely 30 and well-groomed, had he already discerned hidden benefits? However, Hu Man remained vigilant, stating, "Mr. Smith, Mo Yang's remedy is currently seeking patent approval. Please refrain from unethical actions." This raised caution in both Mo Yang and Song Shaoling. Smith quickly waved his hands, abandoning his broken Mandarin. "Oh, ladies, there's been a misunderstanding. I'm merely a businessman. With such a lucrative opportunity at hand, I naturally wish to partake. If these elixirs are indeed Mr. Mo's invention, we could collaborate. With such a fine product and our distribution channels, the profits would surely satisfy us both." After such lengthy discourse, Mo Yang found himself translating for him. Upon reflection, he considered that the proposal held merit. However, lacking business acumen, he sought guidance from the 2 major shareholders. Song Shaoling remarked, "Mr. Smith's proposal is commendable, yet we are uncertain how you would safeguard our interests. If you take the elixir, analyze its components, and leave us behind, what then?" Smith replied with a smile, "A contract. We can sign an agreement right now. As long as it contains no prohibited substances and passes our technical department's tests, we can sign a contract immediately. As for the profit-sharing ratio, we can sit down and discuss it thoroughly. Could it be so straightforward?" Mo Yang scratched his head, realizing this could be a monumental opportunity. Yet, he noticed Hu Man and Song Shaoling still held reservations and refrained from interrupting. Smith further suggested, "Perhaps you could deliberate a bit more. I shall have someone deliver the agreement." With that, he made a phone call. Song Shaoling summoned Mo Yang and the Hu father-daughter duo into the room to discuss their course of action. The discussion, rather than fostering unity, revealed stark differences, resulting in the 4 individuals forming 3 distinct factions. Chapter 55. The heartfelt voice of Mo Yang. From a financial perspective, Song Shaoling naturally agreed to collaborate with Smith. With capital operations in place, many obstacles could be swiftly navigated, allowing for rapid production and market launch. However, Hu Man, prioritizing the protection of intellectual property, advocated for retaining the technology domestically. He suggested applying for a patent through the traditional Chinese medicine hospital before proceeding with production, although this would entail a lengthy process, potentially extending over 4 to 5 years. Mo Yang, with a nonchalant attitude, remarked, "Whatever." He was acutely aware of his urgent financial shortfall of 7 to 8 million, which Hu Man was privy to. The means of acquiring equipment or funds, as well as the choice of partners, were of little concern to him. At that moment, Hu Haiba interjected, stating, "Mo Yang, the pharmaceutical industry in Longhua has only recently begun to develop and cannot compare to large international companies. If each of us is solely motivated by profit, hastily selling new products to others, the gap between us will only widen. Mo Yang respected his earnestness, but was in dire need of funds. He suggested, how about this? I will sign an agreement with the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to transfer full rights to the product. I only require 10 million, just 10 million. What do you think? Hu Haiba hesitated. I'm afraid that's not feasible. I cannot make a decision at this moment. Does it matter that you are the director? Mo Yang, unfamiliar with the hospital's administrative protocols, was taken aback by the response. He continued, if that is the case, I will compromise further. The 10 million can be paid in installments, 2 million upfront, with the balance settled within 3 years. I will discuss this in a meeting tomorrow and provide you with a prompt reply, Hu Haiba assured him. Hu Man, anxious, interjected, Dad, what is there to discuss? You know several vice directors are keeping a close watch. It's not easy to approve large sums. The drug approval process is lengthy and fraught with risks. Mo Yang had expected a smoother negotiation, especially after making several concessions. He was disheartened to learn that securing a mere 10 million could pose such a challenge for the hospital's director. Is the approval really that difficult? I have no interest in delving deeper. I do not wish to know. His tone grew cold. Dr. Hu, I apologize, but I will defer to Xiaoling's advice. Hu Man urged, please give it a couple of days. My father and I will think of a solution. Very well, I await your prompt response. As the group exited, Smith presented his agreement, revealing that they had considerable experience with such matters, as evidenced by their standardized contract. Mo Yang accepted the document without even glancing at it. I'm sorry, I need 2 days to contemplate. Smith's disappointment was palpable, and he cast a somewhat sinister glance at the Hu family before adjusting his demeanor and smiling. I hope Mr. Mo will thoroughly consider my proposal. I assure you, provided the drug's efficacy remains stable, we could initiate global sales within 6 months. You would receive at least 30% of the profits, amounting to no less than 100 million Eagle yuan. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even Mo Yang was taken aback. Achieving such a modest goal over a simple meal was indeed remarkable. However, with matters laid bare, Mo Yang felt it impossible to retract his agreement with Hu Man. Everyone had the patience to wait a couple of days. As the gathering dispersed, Song Xiaoling, enjoying a privilege, requested Mo Yang to drive her home. Once in the car, she posed a probing question, 100 million, does it not tempt you? How could it not? I am nearly trembling with excitement, Mo Yang replied. But I have already committed to Hu Man, and I cannot backtrack. Is the difference between 10 million and several hundred million truly a matter of backing out? Even a fool could make the choice. Mo Yang regarded her and inquired, if you agreed to something, would you reconsider for such a reason? Well, I don't know. It just seems too regrettable. Just the other day, you announced a century-long plan, and such endeavors require substantial funding. Song Xiaoling struggled to articulate her thoughts and redirected the question back to Mo Yang. Mo Yang scoffed. Do you really believe Smith would generously offer me money? Do not forget how much advantage the Hua Group has gained from our 2 projects. Dr. Hu is correct. I cannot afford to easily relinquish the technology only to have you exploited later. My intention is to build my own business. Regrettably, the conditions do not permit it. Moreover, I wish to devote my focus to research rather than being consumed by financial pursuits. It is simply disheartening to witness Dr. Hu and Appo's approach. I hope they arrive at a sound decision. Isn't your hard work ultimately for the sake of earning? Certainly not. In a circle where everyone is solely driven by profit, that community is bound to perish eventually. Oh, then what is your motivation? To save the world? Mo Yang scoffed. How absurd. The world is vast, teeming with capable individuals. It does not require my salvation. My sole desire is to empower Liu Xiaomi to become stronger and better. Is it solely for Liu Xiaomi? What is wrong with that? She is beautiful, capable, ambitious, and resilient. Is your expectation too high? With your description, how could I not find it appealing? Mo Yang retorted. She is neither clever nor tall. I cannot speak ill of her. You didn't hear anything I just said. Song Xiaoling covered her mouth, laughing. All right. I did not hear anything. What do you think of me? Mo Yang cast her a sidelong glance and, without disingenuousness, replied, mediocre, I suppose. Instantly, Song Xiaoling's smile vanished. She shot him a fierce glare and refused to speak to him any further. Receiving such a high compliment for the first time, she felt as though his eyes were deceiving him. The car fell silent, allowing Mo Yang to drive in peace. If she was angry, so be it. He had not insulted her, and he felt justified in his response. Upon exiting the vehicle, Song Xiaoling suddenly threatened, "I will tell Liu Xiaomi that you called her short and foolish." With that, she stormed off without looking back. Huh, like I would believe you. Liu Xiaomi may not be adept at dressing up, but she is merely a tad less than you. You telling her that would be akin to insulting yourself. The truth can indeed be hurtful, like a distant blow to a bull. Song Xiaoling felt her inner universe igniting, but when she turned to unleash her fury, Mo Yang had already vanished. Humph, he runs quite swiftly. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaomi had just finished tidying up after preparing a grand feast. It was indeed exhausting, and anyone with a modicum of wealth would avoid self-imposed hardship. She stared blankly at the agreement presented by Smith, rendered incomprehensible by the foreign language. In a somewhat melancholic tone, she remarked, "Smith's offer is so generous. How could you not accept? Are you suggesting I partner with him?" Mo Yang reiterated the reasons for his indecision. Liu Xiaomi sighed. "Friends are one thing, but that is a considerable sum. You are not tempted? High returns invariably accompany high risks. I believe you possess the capability to manage it well." Mo Yang chuckled. "Just a few days ago, you did not even believe that the beauty-enhancing potion was my creation. Now, why do you suddenly have faith in me? Because you have yet to resolve your own issues." Liu Xiaomi pointed to her head. "Moreover, you have never ventured into this industry. Who could have anticipated such a revelation? I must admit, I am genuinely impressed. By the way, do you harbor other secrets? Have you regained your memory?" Mo Yang hesitated, and Liu Xiaomi, sensing his indecision, urged, "You cannot keep this from me. Otherwise, I will be quite upset. There are far too many things you are unaware of. Where should I begin?" Mo Yang scratched his head, ultimately conceding to her. Liu Xiaomi's heart sank. She felt that Mo Yang might reveal something distressing. Not daring to inquire directly, she returned the question to him. "Start with the most significant matter. And if I have any questions, I will ask you." "Very well. The most crucial matter at hand is to transform your body, enabling you to grow stronger. Even in my absence, through your own efforts, you will realize your dreams." "Transform me?" Liu Xiaomi was baffled. "I am already in my 20s. How can I be transformed?" Mo Yang, please do not fabricate tales to deceive me. Although my education may be limited, do not take me for a fool." Mo Yang insisted. "How could I deceive you? You asked me to start with the most important matter, and this is it. Consider this. Just a month ago, you were laboring in the factory, indistinguishable from the machines. And now, you have taken your first step, yet a long journey lies ahead." Liu Xiaomi, realizing the transformation, thought she had misunderstood, and remarked, "All of this is your achievement. I have yet to express my gratitude properly. I am quite curious about what further transformations await." However, the words that followed from Mo Yang left Liu Xiaomi utterly astonished. Chapter 56 Master, it is commendable that you have aspirations, yet your abilities fall short. I plan to develop a cognitive enhancement serum to elevate your intelligence. Additionally, we must make some physical adjustments. We should elongate your legs and refine your physique to be slightly slimmer. As for your appearance, you already possess charm. Simply maintain your regimen, and I will gradually refine it according to your preferences as time permits. Mo Yang had previously made similar remarks, albeit less detailed, which Liu Xiaomi had dismissed as mere jest. However, now he spoke with utmost seriousness, and Liu Xiaomi sensed the gravity of the situation. "Are you unwell, or perhaps inebriated?" "This is sheer nonsense. It is impossible." Mo Yang, feeling the weight of a trust crisis, appeared somewhat despondent yet continued to explain, "How can it be impossible? I have gone to great lengths to establish this laboratory to realize these ambitions. Is it truly feasible?" Liu Xiaomi remained skeptical. "Absolutely. I assure you." Regarding this topic, Liu Xiaomi found herself at a loss for words, as it surpassed her comprehension. She redirected the conversation, urging Mo Yang to discuss other matters. The next pressing issue was to fulfill her ambitions of wealth and establishing a career. "We can begin by selling beauty enhancement serums to accumulate both capital and technology. Once the timing is right, we can establish our own factory and gradually realize your goals. Then you should collaborate with Smith. That could be worth billions." Liu Xiaomi encouraged. As for Human, explain it to her thoroughly. I trust she will understand. This goal seemed plausible and within reach. Missing it would indeed be a pity. Mo Yang furrowed his brow. All right, but what happens once I have my own enterprise? I seem to lack further ideas. Liu Xiaomi muttered to herself, becoming entranced by Mo Yang's grand vision. After all, billions were tantalizingly close. Thirdly, I must ensure that you possess a sufficiently long lifespan to enjoy the fruits of your hard-won achievements. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Is that truly achievable? Can one attain immortality? Liu Xiaomi chuckled, treating it as a jest. It is certainly possible. Well, if you say so, she replied. But let's discuss matters that are more immediate and tangible. Mo Yang pondered briefly before recounting the events surrounding the Red Flower Club, including the death of Luo Wenxiang at the hands of Zhou Laoda, the revelation that Song Shaoling was an undercover agent, and Liang Tianlong's role as a drug lord. As Liu Xiaomi listened, her emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. I admire individuals like Luo Wenxiang and Song Shaoling, who possess strong convictions. Therefore, I wish to avenge them by eradicating drug lords, allowing them to lead normal lives. No, that's far too dangerous. Liu Xiaomi interjected. You said you were shot multiple times. Let me see your wounds now. I have fully recovered, Mo Yang declared, removing his shirt to reveal his chest and arms, pointing to the areas where he had been shot. See, they have healed completely. Liu Xiaomi examined his body, which appeared far more flawless than her own, devoid of any scars. She felt compelled to touch his skin, which was smooth and unmarred. How did you manage that? Well, that's another matter altogether. Based on my observations, I fear I am not of this world. My cellular activity is remarkably high. I possess 28 chromosomes and am octoploid, which explains my rapid recovery. Compared to an ordinary human's genetic makeup, mine shares only about 80% similarity. In contemporary scientific classifications, we are fundamentally different species. How can that be? Liu Xiaomi, though unable to fully grasp the scientific details, understood the implications. It was inconceivable. He looked just like them, and he must be mistaken. I am not mistaken. You see, I spend each day analyzing data on my computer, conducting genomic comparisons in an attempt to uncover the truth. This endeavor is vast and cannot be completed in a short time. Liu Xiaomi felt her mind swirl in confusion, unsure whether to believe him. Such matters were beyond her ability to verify. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she stated, regardless of what you are, you must not speak of these matters to anyone else. Otherwise, you risk being taken away by psychiatric institutions or becoming a lab rat in research facilities. No one can know, not even Sister Song or Doctor Who. Understood, this will remain my secret, and I will not disclose it. Since it's a secret, why share it with me? Liu Xiaomi pondered, wishing she remained unaware, for the truth, whether real or imagined, was unsettling. Mo Yang replied, you requested that I share it. I refrained from telling you before out of concern for your well-being. If you ask me, I will answer. What if Sister Song and Human inquire? Would you divulge the truth to them? Mo Yang chuckled. Of course not. I'm not foolish. Then why tell me? Liu Xiaomi felt increasingly anxious. A turmoil ignited by Mo Yang. How did the conversation revert to this? Mo Yang reflected carefully before replying. You are different. When you inquire, I will certainly respond. What you demand of me, I shall fulfill. As for them, it depends on my mood. This explanation left her perplexed, prompting Liu Xiaomi to inquire. What distinguishes me from them? Mo Yang scratched his head, struggling to articulate his feelings, and after a lengthy pause, he finally said, Song Shaoling and Human are my friends, but you seem like my master. I must heed your commands. Master? This designation took Liu Xiaomi by surprise. What era was this? Such a title felt inappropriate, especially since she had not exerted any dominion over Mo Yang. I cannot find a more suitable term. It feels peculiar, but that is how I perceive you. What kind of feeling is that? Liu Xiaomi could not comprehend. She softly suggested, perhaps terms like darling or goddess would be more fitting? While she entertained whimsical thoughts, Mo Yang remained earnest, as if engaged in an academic discourse. No, what you mentioned pertains to a passive relationship. I am the one who is passive in this dynamic. It is an instinctive response. I cannot defy your commands. This assertion was undeniably strange, yet Mo Yang's gaze seemed sincere. Curious to test this notion, Liu Xiaomi said, "Then, embrace me." How difficult could that be? Mo Yang complied with her request, lifting Liu Xiaomi into his arms without a trace of ulterior motive. Their eyes met, and it was Liu Xiaomi who felt bashful, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed, "Put me down." Mo Yang gently set her back in her chair, chuckling, "Was that a test? My heart is pure." After a moment's hesitation, Liu Xiaomi summoned her courage and said, "Then kiss me." With a smile, Mo Yang leaned closer. Liu Xiaomi kept her eyes wide open, observing his soft, warm lips. Yet, she noticed a lack of romantic affection in his gaze. He merely grazed her lips with a brief peck before standing back up. Unsure whether to laugh or cry, Liu Xiaomi reflected on their time together. To claim she was not attracted to him would be a lie. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly underwhelming. She reassured herself that Mo Yang must still be unwell, or perhaps his condition had worsened. It had to be that. Once she gathered her thoughts, Liu Xiaomi resolved not to dwell on her worries. His illness needed continued attention. With unwavering dedication, Mo Yang's health would improve, and he would eventually realize his recovery. Once Liu Xiaomi regained her composure, she urged, "If there's anything else, please disclose it all." Mo Yang candidly recounted his peculiar dream, detailing his encounters with Yang Defa, Li Renxiang, and the Qin family, all the seemingly trivial occurrences. Although he perceived them as mundane, they would be considered tumultuous by ordinary standards. After listening to his tale, Liu Xiaomi solemnly stated, "From now on, you must dedicate 10 minutes each night to report your daily happenings to me. Otherwise, I shall remain in the dark," which is quite alarming. "Certainly. 10 minutes is a trivial commitment," Mo Yang replied, ready to oblige. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already midnight. Liu Xiaomi had released Mo Yang and hurriedly took a shower before attempting to sleep. However, no matter how she tossed and turned, slumber eluded her. Suddenly struck by a whimsical impulse, she summoned Mo Yang from the laboratory, declaring, "You are not allowed to stay up late tonight. Come and keep me company as I sleep." Chapter 57. Collaborative Partners. Early in the morning, Liu Xiaomi rose with a frown, preparing breakfast while feeling a storm brewing in her stomach. The night that should have been filled with sweet dreams turned into a sleepless ordeal. The insufferable Mo Yang had been too obedient, adhering strictly to the notion of sleep, leaving her to wonder if she must guide him through every little task. Was it not utterly humiliating? After a struggle, Mo Yang emerged from his slumber to find breakfast laid out, with Liu Xiaomi at the bedside applying her beauty serum. Her eyes bore the marks of fatigue, and her demeanor was far from lively. Mo Yang, concerned, inquired, "Did you not sleep well last night? Perhaps you should take a day off to rest?" "How dare you say such a thing?" Liu Xiaomi retorted. "Today is my first day reporting to headquarters. It would be inappropriate to take leave. I am heading to work. Remember to contact Smith regarding our collaboration and clarify the situation with Dr. Hu. Be forthright about your difficulties. I believe they will comprehend." In truth, any excuse had become irrelevant. The outcome would align solely with Liu Xiaomi's demands. Hu Man, feeling despondent, lamented, "Although we lack confidence in collaborating with you, you cannot go back on your word. How am I to explain this to my father?" "Just tell him that Smith has already sent the funds, and I couldn't resist," Mo Yang replied helplessly. "You liar," Hu Man exclaimed, slamming down the phone. Mo Yang could no longer afford to consider her feelings. He immediately dialed Smith, who was exuberant, and announced he would rush over to finalize the contract. They agreed to meet at the company's headquarters. As soon as Mo Yang stepped into the office, Smith arrived. "Oh, my dear brother. I am thrilled you made such an astute decision," Smith exclaimed, enveloping Mo Yang in a hearty embrace. Mo Yang gently pushed him away, producing the agreement and pointing to a clause. "I cannot wait until the contract is formally signed to receive the funds. I require a deposit. 5 million should suffice." "Oh, dear brother, that is not customary. This is merely a letter of intent, and I must ensure the efficacy of your serum. What if it proves ineffective?" Smith countered. "That's a valid point. Then let us add a stipulation. The deposit is non-refundable, regardless of the outcome," Mo Yang suggested. Smith dramatically placed his hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "My goodness, this is impossible." "Very well, I shall seek Doctor Who," Mo Yang replied. "Wait, allow me to think this over and make a call," Smith said. After exiting the office, it was evident he had some clandestine matters to discuss. At that moment, Song Xiaoling called, demanding an explanation. "Did you not speak highly of the arrangement last night? How did you change your tune after a night's rest?" "Hu Man is here seeking answers. You certainly have a way of stirring the pot." "Apologies, but I am powerless in this situation," Mo Yang replied. Song Xiaoling, puzzled, asked, "What on earth transpired? I know you are not the sort to behave this way." Mo Yang could not divulge the truth. It was no longer significant. His sole desire was to secure the funds. "I will deliver the serum you requested this afternoon. That is all." He hastily ended the call. Feeling no need for explanations, was it not permissible to love money? Who decreed that one could not cherish wealth? Smith returned to the office, contemplative, imploring Mo Yang to wait a moment longer as he summoned an expert for an evaluation. "Do you have the serum with you?" he asked. Mo Yang produced a small brown vial, flashing it before Smith. "You aren't planning to have someone steal the formula, are you? It may not be as easy as you think." "Oh, dear brother, I am not that sort of person," Smith replied. After a 10-minute wait, the expert had yet to arrive, but Liang Tianlong entered, feigning casualness. "I merely came to take a look, and unexpectedly encountered Smith." The pretense was palpable. Did he believe this was a playground where one could casually stroll and chance upon someone in their office? Mo Yang glanced at Zhu Rong, who was busy serving tea, wondering if she had tipped Liang off. However, it was of little consequence. Liang Tianlong, lacking a pharmaceutical company, had no business intruding. The three sat on the sofa, sipping tea, until Liang Tianlong finally broached the subject. "Mr. Smith, did you know that Manager Mo is also a chemical expert? In truth, we have numerous talents like him, no less capable than those abroad. The Serpent Nation has produced many new products. We could send samples for you to assess and test the market." Smith began to speak in his broken Mandarin. "Oh, really? I eagerly await that. Your Mandarin is commendable. You even utilize idioms." Mo Yang complimented. He chose to overlook Liang Tianlong's duplicitous behavior, pretending to be oblivious. However, Liang Tianlong, feeling a tinge of greed, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Mo Yang, why did you not consult me about your collaboration with Mr. Smith? I could have offered valuable insights. Such a small venture hardly warrants troubling you, Chairman Liang." Mo Yang replied, unable to discern whether Liang sought to secure a larger share of profit or merely wished to meddle. Disappointed, Liang Tianlong forced a smile. "If that is the case, I shall say no more. I will serve as a witness here. You both have no objections, I presume?" "Of course not," they both replied, though an unspoken tension lingered in the air. George arrived with another colleague, named Sam, who was a chemical expert and brought with him a small reagent kit. In the presence of the three business leaders, a simple toxicity test was conducted on the beauty serum. Having interacted with Mo Yang on several occasions, George boldly inquired, "Mr. Mo, the sample did not reveal heavy metals or common toxic substances, but can you assure its beautifying effects?" "Mr. Smith can attest to that. It is beyond dispute," Mo Yang asserted. George shrugged, as was his habit, tilting his head while reporting to his superior. "I can only confirm it is non-toxic. Any further effects are left to fate." Mo Yang chuckled. Even God would endorse it. Finally, Smith made a decision, agreeing to the 5 million advance, but insisting on a 10% reduction in profit sharing. Mo Yang negotiated further, insisting that Song Xiaoling's sales channels be retained for direct sales. After lengthy discussions, Smith reluctantly acquiesced, demanding that they not use the same name and not price below their retail rates, conditions Mo Yang found acceptable. In truth, these matters should have been settled during the formal contract signing, but addressing them today saved the trouble of reiteration later. Without a translator, Liang Tianlong could only fret in silence, and when Mo Yang relayed the information, he sought to claim a piece of the pie. However, Mo Yang retorted, "Isn't Song's business essentially yours? And besides, my production capacity is quite limited and not worth much." With that, Liang Tianlong retracted his ambitions and departed, discontented. George and Sam left satisfied, while Smith lingered over tea, dismissing Zhu Rong. Once they were alone, he remarked, "Mr. Mo, your talents are wasted as a mere security guard. Would you be interested in joining the Huarter Group? Once the new factory is operational, I can arrange a position for you." Foreigners possess a certain integrity. Their dealings are straightforward, and they do not bear grudges over previous negotiations. Mo Yang felt tempted by the olive branch Smith extended, but refrained from immediate acceptance. Pondering Liu Xiaomi's opinion upon returning home last night, he had already faced consequences for conducting experiments. He would not squander any more time nor wish to face punishment again. Though he had considered such possibilities, he had made his stance clear. "You are the master, and I am the servant. Should you desire something from me, please state it plainly, without ambiguity." What if he misinterpreted your intentions? If Liu Xiaomi were to discover his mindset, she might concoct a nightly sleep regimen to torture Mo Yang. Only the heavens would know. After concluding these affairs, it was already noon. Mo Yang, feeling disinclined to return home, ventured to the finance department to find Liu Xiaomi, intending to share a meal at the cafeteria. The group's benefits were commendable. The lunch was not only exquisite and delicious, but also complimentary, a far cry from the exploitative factories of the past. It was fortunate that he did not venture into the finance department. Upon his arrival there, Mo Yang happened to witness Liu Xiaomi emerging from the finance manager's office, tears streaming down her face. In a fit of determination, Mo Yang forcefully kicked open the door to the manager's office. Chapter 58. The financial office turmoil. Liu Xiaomi was not one to advocate for violence. Even when she was at fault, she typically kept her grievances to herself. Her work experience had ingrained in her the belief that leadership was infallible. On her very first day at work, she was still unacquainted with many aspects of the office. Moreover, she had been assigned to her position by Song Xiaoling, suggesting that her initial days should be relatively easy, perhaps even uneventful. However, she underestimated the complexities of office politics. The financial manager, a close confidant of the HR manager, immediately assigned Liu Xiaomi a burdensome task to review the financial statements from previous years. Her lack of familiarity not only slowed her down, but also led her to uncover several discrepancies. Was it truly Liu Xiaomi's fault for lacking experience? After all, was she meant to identify issues? It seemed more like a jest at her expense, and yet, she took it to heart. Seeking validation, she approached manager Liang Xin with the account books, only to invite scorn upon herself. Liang Xin, nephew of Liang Tianlong, was notorious for his arrogance. Encountering an unwelcome subordinate, he was quick to unleash a barrage of insults, calling her a fool and worse. Liu Xiaomi, emotionally fragile, could not withstand such humiliation, and tears began to stream down her face. In a moment of unforeseen intervention, Mo Yang delivered a well-placed kick just as Liang Xin was exiting, causing him to collide with the door and sustain a nosebleed, leaving him crumpled on the floor in a daze. Mo Yang, stop fooling around. Liu Xiaomi chastised him, rushing to assist Liang Xin to the infirmary. This left Mo Yang at the doorway, isolated and disheveled, while some financial staff chuckled and others glared in anger. Yet none dared approach him. Gossip may cease at the surface, but beyond working hours, the company had no control. The tales of Mo Yang and Song Xiaoling circulated ceaselessly, with few aware of Mo Yang's brazen defense of Liu Xiaomi. As Mo Yang stood up for his lover's sister, the repercussions of his violent confrontation with Liang Xin, which resulted in the latter's hospitalization, loomed large, promising to create quite a scandal. Not far from the scene, Liang Xin's nosebleed appeared to have subsided, and he seized the opportunity to berate Liu Xiaomi once more. Suddenly, a hand appeared under his arm, lifting him up. "I'll take you to the infirmary," Mo Yang declared, his gaze fixed intently on Liang Xin. Having witnessed the bloodied chaos of the Red Flower Club's notorious night, Mo Yang's reputation preceded him. Yet, he pondered, could a superior not criticize a subordinate without consequence? Such thoughts were best kept silent to avoid further calamity. While Liang Xin received treatment in the infirmary, Mo Yang inquired of Liu Xiaomi, "Why did he berate you?" Leaning closer, she whispered, "There were issues with the past accounts, some fraudulent entries. I merely wished to bring them to light for the sake of accuracy." Though Mo Yang lacked financial expertise, He had heard of tax evasion and mused on Liang Tianlong's audacity. Such fraudulent entries were likely intended to cover illicit business expenses. How could one remain unscathed by such practices? Yet, if they were covered up, wouldn't it imply that even drug trafficking would require taxation? The absurdity of it all was staggering. After tending to his wounds, Liang Xian coldly dismissed the two, departing not towards the office but presumably to change clothes at home. Liu Xiaomi, still apologizing profusely, trailed behind him, leaving Mo Yang feeling exasperated. They had articulated their intentions so clearly the night before, and with his formidable support present. Why should she still bow and scrape before a subordinate? Had he not promised Song Xiaoling to safeguard those two projects? He would have swiftly abandoned this endeavor to pursue his own grand aspirations. Once Liu Xiaomi had left, Mo Yang promptly called Song Xiaoling, announcing, "I just kicked down the financial manager's door." Taken aback, she responded with laughter, "You troublemaker, you'll have to pay for the repairs yourself." "That door was damaged when I collided with it," he retorted. "It's not my fault. Focus," Song Xiaoling urged, and Mo Yang recounted the account discrepancies, concluding with a request for her to extend some leniency towards Liu Xiaomi. She readily agreed, seemingly pleased, but cautioned him not to meddle too much in matters that did not concern him. Sensing something amiss, Mo Yang probed, "Are you concealing something about Liu Xiaomi from me?" "Your words were quite harsh. You asked me to arrange her transfer," she replied. "Do ensure Liu Xiaomi stays away from dangerous situations. Otherwise, I won't spare you. You're being paranoid. Oh, and send over some beauty serum. Clients are pressing for it." Mo Yang hoped his suspicions were unfounded, prompting him to clarify with Liu Xiaomi, who appeared bewildered by his inquiries, thereby alleviating his concerns. During lunch, Liu Xiaomi expressed her apprehension about the future, fearing it would be fraught with difficulties. Mo Yang, unperturbed, reassured her, "If anything arises, come to me. I won't hesitate to take action. You have many admirable qualities, but your propensity for violence is excessive," she sighed, seemingly oblivious to her own fortune. After their meal, Liu Xiaomi sought a place to catch up on sleep, while Mo Yang returned home to prepare and package the beauty serum for Song Xiaoling. Upon receiving the shipment, she complained of its inadequacy and hurried off to deliver it, instructing Mo Yang to work overtime. She then sought out Hu Man, promising her 2 bottles, with a larger quantity than others. Despite this, Hu Man barely acknowledged her, as if she had committed a grave offense. Mo Yang felt beleaguered and, with a bold face, presented a bank card, imploring, "Could you help me gather 5 million in orders for the upcoming equipment? I was merely overwhelmed in my haste. Think about it. You're unlikely to secure this project anyway. Why not do me a favor? Be a good friend and assist me." Hu Man shot him a skeptical glance, clutching the bank card. "This trivial amount could buy your loyalty? How could I trust you again? This trivial amount. I could work my entire life and not earn that much. Show me 5 million, and there will be more income to follow." Mo Yang felt wronged, insisting, "I have numerous projects in the pipeline. Beauty serum is but a minor concern. Do you truly believe you can produce something superior to beauty serum? With so many women in the world, do you understand the implications? The Huater Group stands to gain immensely. You seem to work out frequently, yet your current state suggests it's quite a struggle," she remarked, noticing his physique. Hu Man blushed. "What business is it of yours?" Mo Yang chuckled, "If you continue to assist me, you won't need to toil for a perfect figure. One application of the serum will grant you the body of your dreams without side effects, lasting a lifetime. Isn't that enticing? You should be the one to perish. You lack basic conversational skills," Hu Man retorted, though her thoughts lingered on Mo Yang's impressive physique. Could such miraculous products truly exist? "I assure you, once the new serum is developed, you shall be the first to try it. Others will envy you. I refuse to be your guinea pig." Despite her irritation, she felt compelled to help, as they were good friends, and she harbored hopes of developing a deeper relationship with Mo Yang. Ignoring him was not an option. Thus, Hu Man cautiously inquired, "Are you really sharing a bed with Liu Xiaomi?" Mo Yang grasped her meaning, clarifying, "It's purely platonic. She is my sister, and I cannot refuse her request. If you strongly desire, I could share a bed with you as well." "Scoundrel!" Hu Man huffed, storming away, having misinterpreted his intentions. Unfazed, Mo Yang left contentedly, focusing on securing the necessary equipment. Upon returning to the company, he encountered Zhao Hu, his head bandaged, flanked by security personnel. Seeing his improved condition, Mo Yang greeted him. "Hello, boss." The team members summoned by the club followed suit, leaving the others in stunned silence. "We are security personnel. While we may not be guardians of the nation, neither are we part of the underworld. Is this truly appropriate?" Mo Yang waved his hand dismissively, stating that how one addresses another is merely a code, call it what you will. He produced 10 vials of potion and handed them to Zhao Hu, instructing him to distribute them accordingly and to resume training. This was a sum of 100,000 yuan, and Zhao Hu cautiously tucked the vials into his clothing, turning to continue with the training when suddenly someone shouted, "Report. I wish to file a complaint." Chapter 59. The Challengers upon hearing a voice. Mo Yang turned to see the two newcomers, Zhang Song and Zhao Zhuji, reporting to him. These two, with their backgrounds as special forces, stood out prominently among the crowd, their posture upright and exuding confidence. "What is the matter?" Mo Yang inquired. Although these two were undoubtedly drawn by the prospect of high salaries, they also possessed a certain pride. Spending their days practicing drills and running alongside the junior recruits hardly showcased their true potential. Zhang Song saluted once more and stated, "Report. Sir, Zhao Zhuji and I require familiarity with the protection subjects and the site conditions, rather than wasting time here." Zhao Hu's expression darkened immediately. "We all come from the military. Do you believe our training is inadequate? There is nothing wrong with it, but it simply does not suit us." Zhang Song replied firmly. Mo Yang rubbed his temples, exasperated by the situation. He pointed at Zhao Hu and said, "I have reviewed and practically tested the training modules under your supervision, and they are indeed effective. You should heed his instructions, for what he says is equivalent to my own orders. Do you understand?" Zhang Song persisted, "Report, sir." The proficiency of squad leader Zhao has fallen behind. Modern warfare emphasizes individual capabilities. The commander has never served in the military and should not be misled by squad leader Zhao. "Hey, are you staging a rebellion?" Zhao Hu retorted angrily, kicking Zhang Song lightly on the calf. Though he did not exert full force, it was certainly painful. Zhang Song remained unfazed, his gaze resolute as he continued, "Report, sir. I request a challenge against squad leader Zhao." Mo Yang chuckled, amused by Zhang Song's defiance. "Just so you know, squad leader Zhao was recently injured and is still recovering. How about this? I will represent him in the contest. If you win, you may take the position of squad leader. If you lose, you will train diligently. How does that sound?" Such an opportunity. Zhang Song was thrilled, realizing he had achieved his goal. He had not only gained visibility, but also a chance for promotion. His primary concern now was how to ensure Mo Yang's defeat without losing face. He stepped forward eagerly, requesting the commander's guidance. "Impatient, are we?" Mo Yang smiled wryly at Zhao Hu. "Did you fail to inform them about the club incident?" Zhao Hu, still irate, could not help but divulge. These two are quite arrogant, unable to connect with anyone. Little for claims he cannot manage them. Mo Yang glanced at Li Xiaomi in the crowd and kindly asked, "Why didn't you tell me?" In Li Xiaomi's eyes, this was akin to being reprimanded. He stammered, "I thought Tiger was returning, so I didn't dare report it to you. It didn't seem appropriate." Mo Yang chuckled. "Indeed, one should not bypass the chain of command, or it would drive me mad. From now on, remember to report matters promptly. I will certainly assist you." With that, Zhao Hu divided the group into 4 teams, forming an impromptu arena. Zhang Song could hardly contain his excitement, as if victory were assured. Mo Yang asked, "Wait, does Zhao Zhuji agree? If not, we will have to stage a second match. 2 against 1. That is not fair." Zhao Hu exclaimed, realizing the implications for his squad leader position and salary. "Not a problem. Let them both come," Mo Yang said, sensing Zhao Zhuji's reluctance and gesturing for him to join. "Don't be shy. If you win, you will be the squad leader." "That would be inappropriate. Manager Mo," he saluted. "Enough with the pleasantries. I have things to attend to." The two stepped aside to prepare for the contest. Mo Yang stood still, observing with mild boredom, thinking, "Hurry up. If you don't act, I won't know how much force to use, and injuring someone would be undesirable." Zhang Song made the first move, But instead of throwing punches or kicks, he attempted to hook Mo Yang's ankle and grasp his wrist. He swiftly retreated behind Mo Yang, seemingly aiming to subdue him, a strategy that minimized injury risk. Mo Yang did not evade or dodge. He knew Zhang Song could not overpower him, which made Zhang Song feel somewhat awkward as he stumbled, inadvertently shaking Mo Yang's hand. Having witnessed Mo Yang's prowess firsthand, Zhang Song did not underestimate him, but still miscalculated. Zhao Zhuji, sensing the situation turning against them, rushed forward to kick Mo Yang's thigh. The muscle there was ample, so it would only cause discomfort without inflicting serious injury. Mo Yang smiled knowingly, pivoting Zhang Song around to use him as a shield. With a loud thud, Zhang Song's posterior took the brunt of the kick, jarring him to the core. He released his grip and fell to the ground, entangling his legs in an attempt to roll over and bring Mo Yang down with him. However, he found himself wedged against a concrete pillar, nearly injuring his back, while Mo Yang remained immovable. Zhao Zhuji switched legs for a frontal kick, thinking, "You can't dodge this. I will surely strike you." Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Mo Yang extended his hand and struck underneath Zhao Zhuji's foot, sending him back to where he came from. What felt like a lengthy encounter transpired in mere seconds. Bystanders finally reacted, erupting in laughter. One resembled a monkey, energetically jumping around, while the other lay on the ground like a contorted snake. Mo Yang clapped his hands and helped Zhang Song up, laughing, "That will suffice. Listen to Zhao Hu. Sometimes teamwork is paramount. Zhao Hu, take the time to inform them about the club incident, particularly how you managed to protect everyone in a vulnerable situation. Let them witness what true security entails. The company did not employ you to engage in combat. Ensuring personal safety is of utmost importance." Zhang Song and Zhao Zhuji were utterly subdued. Although they considered themselves among the elite in the military, they recognized that they were merely superior among the general populace. The fact that Mo Yang had effortlessly bested them left them pondering the existence of such an extraordinary individual. The two fell into line, following orders despite their lingering dissatisfaction. They accepted the outcome, partly due to their willingness to gamble and partly out of fear of Zhao Hu filing a report against them. Mo Yang ascended to the office, first checking in on the finance room, concerned that Liang Xin might be giving Liu Xiaomi a hard time. A maintenance worker was changing a lock, and it appeared Liang Xin was not present, while Liu Xiaomi was busy reconciling accounts with a stack of ledgers. Sighing, Mo Yang thought, being excessively honest can be detrimental. He chose not to disturb her and shook his head as he left. Upon entering the elevator, he coincidentally encountered Zhu Rong. Curious, Mo Yang asked, "Where are you headed?" "Manager Mo, weren't you the one who assigned me to keep an eye on Liu Xiaomi? Whenever I have a moment, I come down to check on her. Have you just returned?" It seemed she was quite dedicated to her work. Realizing it was unfair to waste her youth, he assigned her a new task. Please find Zhao Hu and have him document his training materials, print them out, frame them, and hang them in the security office. From now on, training will adhere to those requirements. Understood, Manager Mo. Yet she lingered, gazing at him expectantly. Mo Yang reopened the elevator door and asked, "Do you have something else? You mentioned something during dinner yesterday. What was that?" Mo Yang queried, feeling perplexed. Suddenly recalling that the beauty serum also included her portion, he realized he had previously given it to Zhao Hu without considering if it was sufficient. He suggested she speak to Zhao Hu about it. When it comes to the pursuit of beauty, women are always more proactive than men. After arranging everything, Mo Yang used an excuse to return home, intending to visit the construction site. With the site just beginning operations, there was little to address for at least a month until the factory was constructed and equipment arrived, marking the crucial period. Mo Yang was eager to uncover the technology that allowed some to engage in sabotage. Back home, he changed into comfortable attire and retreated into the laboratory, closing the door firmly, thinking not to disturb him even if the emperor himself appeared, except for Liu Xiaomi, of course. Mo Yang thought he was being quite idealistic. Just as he had localized 2 gene fragments, he received a call from Song Shaoling. "Mo Yang, hurry. I need another 100 bottles of beauty serum delivered by tomorrow." Initially annoyed at the interruption, he felt his irritation dissipate upon hearing the good news. Is it really selling that well? A unit price of 10,000 is not insignificant. 10,000, Song Xiaoling proudly exclaimed. The price has already soared to 20,000. I have sold out my share. In the blink of an eye, she had amassed over 1 million in profit. It appears that one had underestimated Song Xiaoling's prowess in sales. She too pondered that the allure of the beauty elixir had been underestimated. Chapter 60. A moment of glory. Song Xiaoling had never experienced such a moment of brilliance since she had aligned herself with Liu Xiaomi. Whether to solidify her standing or to gather intelligence, she had frequently interacted with the wives of affluent businessmen and officials. However, assuming the role of a girlfriend had led to some disdain towards her. Today, she took advantage of Liang Tianlong's villa to host a gathering, aimed at fostering relationships with these wealthy ladies while also promoting her beauty elixir. A few audacious wealthy women tried it, and the villa nearly erupted with excitement. Initially, she had invited 7 or 8 guests, but word spread rapidly, and nearly 100 people ended up crowding in. The villa's security guards felt overwhelmed. What if the wealthy ladies stepped on each other's toes? They couldn't scold them. After all, what was the point of such a raucous gathering? Good products are always in high demand, regardless of their dubious origins. In a bid to jump the queue, some even offered extra money, while others engaged in private dealings. Fortunately, Song Xiaoling, aiming for sustainable sales, promptly informed everyone that more stock would be available soon, capping the price at 20,000. Inside the villa, the atmosphere was dominated by the wealthy ladies' comparisons. Look at how smooth my skin has become. My dark spots have vanished. All my wrinkles are gone. It's even more effective than hyaluronic acid. Meanwhile, Liang Tianlong had received news. He incessantly tapped his fingers on the table, a look of regret etched on his face. Su Tian, what do you make of this Mo Yang? Su Tian stood respectfully behind him and pondered before responding. His identity remains unclear. He is still unusable. However, we can leverage Song Xiaoling's connection with him to acquire some valuable information. What do you mean? Liang Tianlong inquired. Zhu Rong mentioned that Mo Yang has constructed a biological laboratory at home. Perhaps we can obtain some useful data from it. He possesses a robust physique, and it's possible he has previously used performance-enhancing substances. Based on his current capabilities, there may be even greater surprises in store. Liang Tianlong nodded in agreement. Indeed. I wonder how he achieved this. Haven't we been able to trace his origins? Su Tian shook his head. In any case, he remains enigmatic, as if he materialized from thin air. Then let it be. There's no need to continue investigating. A hero's origins are inconsequential. If he can be of use to me, wonderful. If not, I shall extract what I can and discard him. Liang Tianlong made his decision, rising to leave. Eager to see how much money his girlfriend had made that day. As Mo Yang was being schemed against, he was diligently conducting his experiments. Liu Xiaomi glanced at the time, hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the laboratory door. It seemed Mo Yang was in the midst of a crucial experiment. As he did not open the door, but answered the phone instead, "Do you need something?" Liu Xiaomi pouted. "You promised to report on the day as progress every evening. And you've forgotten already? Heavens, it's nearly midnight. How did the time pass so quickly? Just give me a few minutes." Mo Yang hurriedly wrapped up his work and emerged, already past midnight. Liu Xiaomi sat on the bed, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. Mo Yang quickly summarized. "I signed a contract with Smith for 5 million, which I immediately transferred to Human for new equipment. The security department convened a meeting to produce 100 more bottles of the beauty elixir and analyzed 16 gene segments, simulating 2 functional proteins." Was it really that simple? She asked incredulously. Not at all. Each task took considerable time. Is Human no longer upset? Regardless of her feelings, it's settled. I promised to share any good findings, and she acquiesced. Aren't you worried about her not honoring the agreement? Why would I be? I've never entertained such thoughts. I trust she will keep her word, and if she doesn't, I'll find a way to reclaim what's mine. What method would that be? Did you sign a contract? Mo Yang thought for a moment. No. What is the point of signing something? If she deceives me, I would resort to threats of death. Liu Xiaomi shuddered, admonishing him. Why do you still prefer violent methods? Do you have a better solution? Liu Xiaomi contemplated before responding. No. I trust she wouldn't act that way. But if, hypothetically, she were to deceive you, what would you do? Without hesitation, Mo Yang replied, "If she deceives, then she deceives. I would likely be displeased. Would you deceive me? Of course not." I said if. Liu Xiaomi, caught off guard by his retort, quickly changed the subject. "What exactly are the gene segments and functional proteins you mentioned? From my chromosomes, I identify useful gene structures, analyze them, and synthesize functional proteins. Then, I assess the protein structures to determine their functions, and then—" "Stop! Stop!" Liu Xiaomi exclaimed in frustration. "I don't understand any of that." "Oh, I was merely outlining it broadly. Let me explain it in detail." Liu Xiaomi rubbed her temples, overwhelmed. No. If you explain in detail, I'll be even more lost. How long would it take you to analyze a dozen genes in a day?" Mo Yang sheepishly admitted. Having overlooked Liu Xiaomi's educational background, they are gene segments. I identified nearly 30,000 segments recently. If all goes smoothly, it will take about 5 years. If I aim to complete all functional protein tests, it may take even longer. That feels so distant, Liu Xiaomi sighed, unaware that this was already a relatively swift timeline. Given humanity had spent 50 or 60 years on research. Mo Yang nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, that is too long. I must devise a plan." Initially, he intended to identify all functional genes for a comprehensive strategy, never considering the time factor, much like he never contemplated the need for sleep or food. Since Liu Xiaomi brought it up, it warranted serious attention. Who wouldn't he wish to become smarter, more beautiful, and stronger in the shortest time possible? Liu Xiaomi felt a pang of sympathy. "You're working too hard. Don't stay up late every day. It's bad for your health. Rest assured, I won't stay up late." After Liu Xiaomi gave him a reprieve, he immersed himself back in the laboratory. He was resolute in his promise. He wouldn't stay up late because he hardly ever slept. In the lab, there was no distinction between day and night. Whenever he had time, he worked tirelessly. He revised his plan to revert red blood cells into primordial germ cells, preparing to cultivate a miniature version of himself in a container. The plan was audacious, and he was exceedingly busy. For several consecutive days, Mo Yang did not leave the laboratory, even unaware that his phone had died. Liu Xiaomi was frantic, and after inquiring with Liu Xiaomi, she discovered he was holed up in the lab. The two of them peered through the glass window into the busy laboratory, relieved to confirm he was all right. When mealtime arrived, he finally emerged, and Liu Xiaomi had prepared a feast, worried he might go hungry. Seeing him devour his meal, Song Xiaoling hesitantly asked, "Have you prepared the beauty elixir?" "I finished it a while ago. I'll bring it to you shortly." "You haven't been to work for several days. Did you take leave?" Liu Xiaomi interjected. "I asked for him. Why bother taking leave? That would only result in a salary deduction." Mo Yang complained. "No one would inquire about it. If something important arises, Zhao Hu will notify me." "Wow, you're already worth millions, yet you still fret over such trivial sums?" Song Xiaoling chuckled. "The last batch of beauty elixirs sold for over 1 million. I think a 10 commission is fair. Let us split it 3 ways. There's also Human's share. You all invested 1 million. I don't have the funds to repay you. That's quite generous. I appreciate it. By the way, Liang Tianlong has recently taken a keen interest in you and asked me to procure some research materials. What are your thoughts?" Mo Yang laughed. "What thoughts? I certainly won't provide anything. Is he going to threaten me? That makes things a bit tricky. I won't be able to account for it." The task Liang Tianlong assigned was substantial, implying he would go to any lengths. "If you can't deliver, then don't. What can he do to you?" Song Xiaoling sighed, saying nothing more, as they awaited Mo Yang to finish his meal and retrieve the elixir. Liu Xiaomi interjected, "Mo Yang, can't you lend a hand to Sister Song? She has assisted us so much. Do you not possess a shred of gratitude?" "Indeed, I must help." Mo Yang promptly shifted his tone. "Let me devise a plan. Please wait a few days while I finish my own tasks. I must also consider what that old fellow appreciates." Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoli felt a tinge of displeasure. She wondered how Liu Xiaomi's words carried such weight. Upon reflection, it appeared that Mo Yang had always been quite obedient. She couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Liu Xiaomi, feeling a pang of jealousy in her heart. Chapter 61. The scheme. Song Xiaoling successfully acquired the second batch of beauty elixirs, which continued to sell like wildfire. Liang Tianlong. seeing that she had not obtained any useful information, shifted the pressure onto Zhu Rong. The young girl truly had a challenging task. Each day, she not only had to watch for Mo Yang's arrival, but also had to navigate around Liu Xiaomi, striving to forge a close friendship with her. Yet, it proved to be exceedingly difficult. Liu Xiaomi had little interest in shopping or dressing up, nor did she possess any notable hobbies. How could their bond possibly deepen under such circumstances? Zhu Rong often pondered why Mo Yang chose to associate with someone as unrefined and lacking in charm as Liu Xiaomi, when she herself was far superior in every regard. By all reasoning, after that fateful night when she rescued him, something significant should have transpired. If only she had been more proactive at the time. Perhaps she wouldn't find herself in such a passive position now. With snacks in hand, Zhu Rong visited Liu Xiaomi once more, only to find her emerging from Liang Xian's office with a forlorn expression. From the depths of her heart, Zhu Rong felt a surge of joy. "Xiaomi, it has been ages since we dined together. Why not invite Zhao Hu and Ningzi? We could gather at your place tonight." Zhu Rong anticipated needing to persuade her. Yet to her surprise, Liu Xiaomi readily agreed, as she had been reprimanded daily for her poor work performance. Home was a quiet refuge, where she could only rely on her phone for solace. Her mood was dismal. She longed to tell Mo Yang to cease his research and simply be present by her side. However, she hesitated, fearing she might disrupt his work. "But what if we go out to eat? Then he wouldn't have dinner," Zhu Rong quipped. "You've become his caretaker. By the way, what exactly is our boss busy with? Something about genes and proteins?" "It sounds rather profound," Liu Xiaomi replied, shaking her head in discomfort. "Genetically modified protein powder?" Zhu Rong speculated, finally grasping a thread of understanding. She continued her deductions, concluding that Mo Yang must be preparing for bodybuilding. Given his tall and lean physique, a bit of muscle would do him well, but she hoped he wouldn't become overly muscular, as it wouldn't suit his aesthetic. When Zhu Rong excitedly relayed this revelation to her superior, Su Tian, he became bewildered, muttering incessantly about protein powder and muscle gain. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Mo Yang was undoubtedly experimenting with some form of performance-enhancing substances. The first time they met, his strength had been formidable, and if he were to enhance it further, Su Tian feared he might become a rival. Upon realizing this, the news swiftly reached Liang Tianlong's ears. "Is the information reliable?" Liang Tianlong questioned, skeptical. Yet, Su Tian's repeated assurances led him to believe. Su Tian grinned maliciously. "Isn't Mr. Smith in need of someone for experiments? Mo Yang would be a perfect candidate." After a moment's contemplation, Liang Tianlong concurred and promptly contacted Smith, with the two quickly aligning their plans. Zhu Rong adeptly resolved Liu Xiaomi's predicament, advising her to prepare a meal at home before heading out to enjoy herself. Liu Xiaomi agreed with enthusiasm, cooking dinner and leaving a note for Mo Yang. "I'm going out with Zhu Rong to sing at Wild Bar. Don't worry." Meanwhile, Mo Yang's experiments were fraught with challenges. Countless reproductive cells perished in petri dishes, and without oocytes, the experiment faced significant hurdles. He struggled to locate suitable eggs, and computer simulations indicated that even human oocytes would likely fail due to fundamental differences in cytoplasm. He could only rely on intuition to adjust the protein ratios, hoping to stumble upon a conducive environment to stimulate the fusion and division of reproductive cells. After more than 200 attempts, luck finally smiled upon him. Through the microscope, he witnessed the reproductive cells beginning to merge. He exhaled deeply, placing the temporarily successful vessel into the incubator for further observation. Concurrently, results from the nerve growth factor experiment emerged, yielding promising outcomes. Yet, Mo Yang remained troubled. Unlike the beauty elixirs absorbed through capillaries, this chemical concoction required intravenous injection. Without in vivo testing, he hesitated to administer it to Liu Xiaomi. Furthermore, it was merely a stimulant, lacking lasting effects, akin to consuming a brain tonic. If it bore side effects, the risks would far outweigh the benefits. Mo Yang carefully stored the findings. Even so, it was infinitely superior to a brain tonic. After some reflection, he decided to procure a dog for testing the next day. Stretching and patting his stomach, he realized it was time for dinner. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 9 p.m. Upon exiting the lab, he learned that Liu Xiaomi had gone out. The food had cooled, yet his appetite remained unaffected. Just as he took a few bites, Zhao called, an unexpected occurrence at this hour that sent a shiver down Mo Yang's spine. Zhao's voice was weak. Gasping for breath, B-boss, Liu Xiaomi, has been captured at the construction site. Before he could finish, the line went dead with a crack. Fury ignited within Mo Yang, propelling him to leap up and rush outside, dialing Zhu Rong only to find her phone switched off. It seemed the group had been apprehended together, leaving him perplexed. Who would have the audacity to capture Liu Xiaomi? He sped down the road, flooring the accelerator to 100 miles per hour, running 3 or 4 red lights, and arrived at the construction site in under 20 minutes. Yet, with such a vast area, where could he possibly search? Workers were laboring diligently, showing no signs of any disturbance. After a brief survey and inquiries to several workers and security guards, none had seen Zhao Hu or the others. Just then, his phone rang. Liu Xiaomi's number appeared, and a man's voice, muffled and indistinct, instructed, "Head east at the mountaintop." Realizing he was being surveilled, Mo Yang swiftly turned his vehicle around. From a distance, he spotted a bonfire atop a dirt mound, with a figure moving nearby. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, carving a path from the base of the mountain to its peak. As he drew closer, he could make out a burly man with a dark red complexion, menacingly harassing Zhu Rong. Nearby lay 3 individuals, one of whom appeared to be Liu Xiaomi, another Zhao Hu, and the third likely Yingzi. The man, noticing Mo Yang's approach, hastily produced a syringe from his clothing and plunged it into his thigh, glaring fiercely at the van. Without waiting for the vehicle to come to a complete stop, Mo Yang leaped out, intent on checking on Liu Xiaomi, while the beastly man charged at him with an animalistic roar. Fueled by rage, Mo Yang unleashed a powerful kick to the man's groin, sending him flying several meters away. Reaching Liu Xiaomi, he found her breathing steadily, heart beating normally, and sighed with relief. However, the situation with Zhao was dire. Half of his teeth were missing, his face swollen, and blood pooled on the ground. His breathing was faint. On the brink of collapse, Mo Yang hastily applied pressure to several acupuncture points, praying he would endure. At that moment, the monstrous man, howling in agony and bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth, limped toward them, leaving a trail of blood behind. Mo Yang was acutely aware of his own strength. That kick must have shattered bones and internal organs, leaving him bewildered as to how the man could still stand. Suddenly, he recalled the infamous fighter known as the Killer God and thought of Smith. Before the man could close the distance, Mo Yang stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to his chin. The brute was sent flying again, his jaw shattered and neck broken. He would not rise again, and death was imminent. With no time to waste, Mo Yang hurriedly helped the others into the vehicle and sped toward the hospital. As he drove away, several figures emerged from nearby bushes, binoculars in hand. Smith, visibly shaken, remarked, "George, didn't you claim the second-generation frenzy agent could fully unleash human strength? Why did Mo Yang make it seem so effortless?" George, displaying signs of anxiety, replied, "I am certain the drug is flawless, and the individual is not at fault. This second generation boasts a 100% increase in efficiency over the last. The issue lies with Mo Yang. He must possess some secret." Smith, "Mo Yang is a demon. You must uncover his secret, or you will never be able to control him." Smith exclaimed, "Damn it. If you cannot manage your own affairs, do not blame others. Your research has undoubtedly reached a dead end. You must alter your course." Yet George had lost his composure, shouting as he rushed towards the corpse, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Chapter 62. Coercive Interrogation. Liang Tianlong received the news, and when Su Tian informed him that Mo Yang had kicked a man to death using only his feet, both men trembled slightly, particularly Su Tian, who had previously boasted that with the use of a stimulant, he could easily overpower Mo Yang. Now only hoped that his boss would refrain from rash actions unless armed with heavier weaponry. Liang Tianlong sighed, acknowledging that they should attempt to win Mo Yang over. Even if they failed, it would be unwise to provoke him unnecessarily. In the hospital, Mo Yang was preoccupied with settling medical fees. The 4 victims had all tested positive for anesthetic substances. Liu Xiaomi and Ingzi had only minor abrasions, while Zhu Rong suffered both physical and psychological trauma. Zhao Hu was the worst off, with broken lumbar and thoracic vertebrae from the brutal assault, but fortunately, he had been brought in just in time and was now in the ICU for observation. After 3 hours, Liu Xiaomi finally regained consciousness, her head still heavy with fog. Mo Yang offered her some words of comfort, but she soon drifted back to sleep. Zhu Rong also awoke, experiencing a dull ache in her abdomen. Mo Yang, indifferent to her pain, coldly inquired, "Who suggested the outing?" It was me," Zhu Rong admitted, her voice tinged with guilt. "Then what happened?" "I had a few drinks, and after that, I don't remember anything," Zhu Rong confessed, suddenly frightened and in tears. "What exactly occurred?" "You were bullied," Mo Yang corrected her. "You were humiliated by a monster." "A monster?" Zhu Rong stammered. "Who told you to take Liu Xiaomi to the bar? Why did you invite Zhao Hu and his wife?" "Nobody. I just thought it would be fun and invited them along. I didn't do anything wrong." Zhu Rong sobbed, feigning ignorance. "Was it Smith or Liang Tianlong?" Zhu Rong looked even more distressed. "I don't know what you're talking about. What happened to Xiaomi and the others?" Mo Yang merely scoffed and exited the room. Though he possessed no concrete evidence, he had an unsettling intuition that Zhu Rong was behind the malevolence. Thankfully, Liu Xiaomi was unharmed. Otherwise, Zhu Rong would not have escaped unscathed. Once outside, he called Song Xiaoling. "Please check Zhu Rong's account for any unusual transactions." Song Xiaoling shouted back, "Are you out of your mind? It's the dead of night. What am I supposed to do? What happened?" Mo Yang briefly recounted the events, prompting Song Xiaoling to leap from her bed in alarm. "Who did this? Yang Tianlong? It could also be Smith. I've encountered that kind of madness before. And it's likely orchestrated by Smith. If you can't investigate, bring me a laptop to the hospital. I'll handle it myself." "Okay, I'm on my way," she replied, hastily dressing, but then paused. "How will you investigate?" Mo Yang explained that she wouldn't understand, demonstrating on the hospital as computer. "Zhu Rong has 2 suspicious transactions, one for 100,000 and another for 500,000 just yesterday. She deliberately took Liu Xiaomi to the bar." Song Xiaoling stared wide-eyed. "You hacked into the banking system? Does that mean you have endless money? That is criminal." Mo Yang frowned. "I merely viewed the transaction history. Any alterations would be tracked. We're discussing Zhu Rong, so please take this seriously. Can we have someone investigate her?" "Unfortunately, the criminal police contacted us earlier. Aside from some bloodstains, they found nothing." "How can they file a case?" "Then I'll handle this myself. Your efficiency is too low. By the time we find evidence, it will be too late," Mo Yang declared, returning the laptop to her as he headed toward Zhu Rong's room. Song Xiaoling hurriedly grasped his arm. "What do you plan to do?" Mo Yang sneered. "Anyone who dares to harm Liu Xiaomi is courting their own demise." "Stop. You must stand still," Song Xiaoling shouted, but she couldn't restrain him. The hospital was eerily quiet at this early hour, and her voice pierced through the stillness. Yet, who would dare intervene? Upon entering Zhu Rong's room, he found her eyes tightly shut. Whether in genuine slumber or feigned sleep mattered not. He seized her hair and yanked her up. "Help! Someone save me!" Zhu Rong screamed. "Silence! Speak! Who instigated this?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Woe is me! I am the victim. Liu Xiaomi and the others are fine. Why am I being blamed?" Mo Yang, exasperated by her pointless protests, pressed her head against the wall, causing her to bleed. Outside, nervous nurses watched, some calling the police, others urgently summoning security, while Song Xiaoling desperately tugged at Mo Yang's clothes. "Sue manager, Sue. Tian made me take Liu Xiaomi out. I don't know anything else. I swear," Zhu Rong pleaded, terrified that further violence would leave her disfigured. "Is this your gratitude?" Mo Yang flung her back onto the bed, threatening, "You had better pray that Zhao Hu is fine. Otherwise, you will join him in the grave." By the time security arrived, Mo Yang had already reached Liu Xiaomi's room. Several guards witnessed a woman sobbing under the covers, while nurses pointed. "The assailant is over here." "What?" "We didn't see anything, just a couple having a spat." The police arrived, pretended to ask a few questions, and then left, following a directive from above to ignore the case. The primary victim refused to speak, so there was little point in further investigation. In the early morning, Ingzi awoke, finding herself and Liu Xiaomi in adjacent hospital beds. With a playful spirit, she joked, "Did we drink ourselves into oblivion last night? Did you bring us here?" Mo Yang glared at her. "You still have the audacity to speak? Taking Liu Xiaomi out for such excessive drinking. She won't be accompanying you again. Your husband has sustained serious injuries. Are you pleased now?" "What? It can't be that bad. I didn't drink much yesterday." "Where's Zhao Hu? Take me to see him. Is he okay?" She was easily deceived, and Mo Yang continued the charade. "He suffered a head injury and requires observation and treatment. He has been moved to the ICU." Ingzi burst into tears. "It's so serious. Had I known, I wouldn't have insisted on going. It's all my fault." Mo Yang chuckled. "Look at you. It's nothing grave. You know how doctors tend to exaggerate conditions to squeeze more money from us. Don't worry. He'll be out in a couple of days." Ingzi was unconvinced but ceased her crying, believing that Mo Yang wouldn't lie to her. By afternoon, after the doctor drew 2 vials of blood and confirmed there was no serious issue, Liu Xiaomi and Ingzi were finally discharged. Ingzi refused to leave until she saw Zhao Hu. Thus, Mo Yang had no choice but to take Liu Xiaomi home first. Upon arriving home, Mo Yang retreated to his laboratory. Zhao Hu's spinal injury had damaged his nerves, and if not treated promptly, the nerve cells would quickly atrophy. Even if the bones healed, he would be left paralyzed. He needed to swiftly modify the nerve cell growth stimulant to suit Zhao Hu's condition. He would forego meals and even suspend his nightly work report for a day. When Liu Xiaomi learned he was working to save Zhao Hu, she dared not disturb Mo Yang, praying for his success in delivering a miracle for Zhao Hu. At 4 in the morning, the improved medication was ready. Mo Yang also took some beauty serum and stealthily left for the hospital. In Zhao Hu's quiet hospital room, a nurse dozed off. To be safe, Mo Yang pressed on her neck, ensuring she was completely unconscious, then gently awakened Zhao Hu. "Hiss! Boss!" Zhao Hu gasped, startled, causing his wound to throb painfully. "Shoo! Listen to me. Your lumbar nerves are severed, and the current treatment cannot restore full function. Even if it does heal, you will never be as you were. You might even end up paralyzed." Before Mo Yang could finish, tears streamed down Zhao Hu's face. Anyone in their 30s hearing that they might spend the rest of their lives bedridden would find it a devastating blow. He had just begun to enjoy a better life under Mo Yang's leadership, and now it seemed to be ending abruptly. He had no children, had not yet properly honored his parents, and Ingzi had yet to experience life as joys with him. What, then, was the meaning of living on? If I had known that continuing to feign unconsciousness would lead to this, I would have refrained from calling the boss. Is it too late for regrets? Mo Yang muttered under his breath. Enough with the weeping. Listen to me. I have just developed a new serum, a neurocell growth stimulant, which could be of assistance to you. However, it has yet to undergo in vivo testing, so I cannot guarantee the absence of side effects. Therefore, I must ask you, are you willing to take the risk? If fortune favors you, you shall awaken. Should fate turn against you, I cannot foresee the consequences. I am willing to gamble, Zhao Hu declared resolutely, thinking to himself that there was no need for the boss to hesitate. Was there any question about it? Chapter 63. The Big Yellow Dog. In recent days, Zhao Hu felt as though he had been ensnared in a surreal dream. After merely half a cup of wine, he found himself intoxicated, awakening on an unfamiliar mountaintop, where he encountered a peculiar being, neither human nor ghost, who proceeded to beat him mercilessly. The leader then lamented that his spine had been severely injured, possibly leaving him paralyzed. Yet, after a single injection, Zhao Hu was roused from his stupor by an urgent need to relieve himself. The most distressing aspect was a gaggle of doctors and nurses, who not only scrutinized him but also pinched and prodded his soles, with one even pricking his toes, inquiring whether it hurt. Good heavens! How could one not feel pain from a needle prick? These doctors must be unwell themselves, exclaiming in a miraculous manner, truly a sign of deep-seated affliction. Following surgery, he was to lie in wait for his bones to mend. Mo Yang visited him for 3 consecutive days, even covering his medical expenses. Zhao Hu was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly wishing to rise and bow to Mo Yang. for he was the epitome of a true leader. Mo Yang, too, felt a sense of appreciation. He had longed for a living subject for experimentation, and Zhao Hu had serendipitously presented himself as a willing candidate. After several days of observation and testing, it appeared that Zhao Hu had no significant issues. Mo Yang handed over 50,000 yuan to Ying Zi, instructing her to purchase some quality items during this recovery period. Once discharged, they should promptly attend to his dental needs, as his speech had been rather spittle-laden. Ying Zi hastily refused, insisting it was inappropriate to accept his money. Zhao Hu echoed her sentiment, acknowledging Mo Yang's goodwill but declining the funds. Mo Yang found such insipid politeness tiresome. He wished to inform them that this was merely compensation for human experimentation, curious to see if they would accept it with a clear conscience. On his way back, he made a special trip to the flower and bird market to select a small dog. The nerve cell growth agents he had prepared for Liu Xiaomi and Zhao Hu were distinctly different. One targeted brain nerve cells, while the other focused on spinal cord nerve cells. He deemed it prudent to conduct another experiment for safety's sake. The unfortunate little dog was oblivious to its fate, only aware of its current discomfort, unlike other dogs that were lovingly cradled. Instead, it was dangled by its nape, swinging through the air. Upon arriving in a strange environment, it was promptly pressed to the ground, feeling a sudden pain at the back of its neck, soon followed by the allure of food, a significant improvement over its previous meals, making it momentarily forget its earlier anguish. Liu Xiaomi, perturbed, questioned Mo Yang's decision to acquire a dog, wondering if he feared for her loneliness. She chided him for not selecting a more aesthetically pleasing breed, remarking on its plain yellow hue. Mo Yang chuckled, explaining that aesthetic preference was subjective. This breed, known as the Longhua rural dog, was exceptionally loyal, intelligent, and easy to care for, thriving on mere leftovers. He insisted it was not merely yellow, but a splendid golden hue, akin to a dragon robe, the epitome of canine royalty, capable of captivating countless female dogs upon venturing outside. Such boasting, Liu Xiaomi scoffed. The little dog soon acquired its name, Little Yellow, though Liu Xiaomi deemed it too mundane and renamed it Big Yellow, as it would inevitably grow larger. Mo Yang was indifferent, retreating to his laboratory to monitor his results. The primordial state of little Mo Yang emerged, revealing a dense cluster of cellular tissue under the microscope. The initial days were promising, with a division rate several times faster than that of humans, but today the pace had slowed. Perhaps the composition of the initial cells was not optimal, hindering further differentiation. His expectations were modest. He merely sought to advance through the initial steps of cellular differentiation, allowing him to identify which segments formed specific body parts, thus enabling him to ascertain which gene fragments could be utilized for Liu Xiaomi. He also needed to visit the company, for Zhao Hu's honorable injury necessitated someone to step in. It was foolish to handle everything personally. A leader's value emerged when wielding influence judiciously. Although he was relatively familiar with Liu Xiaomi, the latter's timid demeanor and lackluster skills were not promising. Mo Yang contemplated selecting between Zhang Song and Zhao Zhuji, with Zhao Hu recommending his relative, Zhao Zhuji, for his calm demeanor, contrasting with Zhang Song's more flamboyant nature. Mo Yang candidly articulated his intentions, directly inquiring who among them would be willing to assume the role of class leader. Zhang Song readily raised his hand, and Mo Yang acquiesced. Individuals who concealed their grievances from Mo Yang evoked a sense of malice in him, as he felt that those inclined to mischief would likely suppress their intentions, refraining from confiding in Liu Xiaomi. Moreover, those who typically resolved minor issues benefited from a more extroverted disposition. Zhu Rong had yet to report to work, rumored to have been reassigned. The HR department inquired whether he desired a new secretary, presumably arranged by Su Tian. Mo Yang dismissed the notion, considering his encounter with Zhu Rong a stroke of ill fortune, a case of ingratitude. He vowed never to be a doormat again, recognizing that relying solely on passive income was ultimately unreliable. However, this incident prompted him to reflect on his own circumstances. No matter how capable he was, he remained but one individual, and time was finite. He could not accomplish much alone, necessitating trustworthy allies to safeguard his secrets. The second batch of beauty water had sold out, and Song Xiaoling transferred the funds, cautioning him against seeking trouble with Liang Tianlong for the time being. Mo Yang had no intention of confronting Liang Tianlong, suspecting the matter was intricately linked to Smith. Several attempts to meet Smith had proven futile. It remained unclear whether he was genuinely busy or deliberately avoiding him. Mo Yang resolved to amass more funds before addressing Liang Tianlong, insisting that Liu Xiaomi inform him whenever she ventured out. His outings had become alarmingly infrequent, not only due to a busy work schedule, but also because of the financial strain it imposed upon him. His solo excursions for computers, materials, and books had already surpassed 100,000 yuan. Accompanying Liu Xiaomi on outings for clothing, bags, and food had cost an additional 20 to 30,000 yuan, with most purchases not aligning with her desires. Yet, Mo Yang felt compelled to spend, ensuring his expenses remained balanced. Taking Big Yellow out also incurred a few thousand yuan in expenses. Mo Yang began to regret the notion that Big Yellow was easy to care for. Accustomed to dog food, it would only eat leftovers when necessary, maintaining a standard of living that surpassed even his own. As someone with a bit of disposable income, he endeavored to fulfill its desires in the name of science. Whether due to its breed or the effectiveness of the medication, Big Yellow exhibited remarkable obedience, refraining from barking unless commanded and lying down without hesitation. It required no training to retrieve slippers or perform similar tasks. In a few days, Mo Yang planned to administer the second phase of medication, hoping for further qualitative improvement, which would indicate progress. If significant side effects did not manifest, he could then consider trials with Liu Xiaomi. One day, while strolling with Big Yellow in the neighborhood, Mo Yang encountered a woman in her 30s, walking a curly-haired teddy dog, its short legs bouncing adorably. Yet, the charm faded swiftly as the teddy, upon spotting Big Yellow, became impulsive, sniffing and preparing to pounce. Big Yellow, though still young, was considerably taller than the teddy. How could it endure such indignity? Mo Yang stood aghast as Big Yellow swiftly subdued the teddy, wrestling it to the ground. While canine playfulness might be excusable among small dogs, the teddy's owner was far from pleased. Shrieking in distress as if her own child were in peril, demanding to know where this mongrel had come from, daring to bully her precious child. She raised her foot to kick Big Yellow. Yet, Big Yellow, ever clever, swiftly darted away. The teddy's mother, unable to halt her momentum, inadvertently kicked her own dog, eliciting pained whimpers. The mischievous teddy, thinking its mother intended to punish it, fled, dragging its owner down in the process. Ironically, she did not blame her child, but rather sat on the ground, wailing, claiming that a feral dog had attacked. Mo Yang, with his hands tucked in his pockets, observed the commotion, momentarily taken aback, his first instinct being to suspect a scam. Big Yellow, equally astonished, stood beside Mo Yang, looking up as if to communicate, "This is not my fault." Chapter 64, Dog Registration. It was the leisurely time after dinner, and many residents in the community gathered, drawn by the prospect of entertainment. A rather attractive young woman took center stage, and the unfolding drama seemed promising. The mother of a poodle was fervently acting, even shedding a few tears, exclaiming about the lack of decency in letting dogs roam unrestrained and bullying her child. "Zishuan, you shall not escape. I shall report you." Mo Yin found himself cornered, as the accusation of walking a dog without a leash struck a nerve. What was he to do? De Huang, most likely sharing his sentiments, whined softly, retreating behind Mo Yin and burying his head between Mo Yin's legs. It took a moment for the crowd to realize who Zishuan was, and soon they were abuzz with chatter. Indeed, how can one walk a dog without a leash? Today's youth lack manners. If a child gets bitten, what then? Such dogs should be put in a pot for cooking. Some speculated that the owner of a local dog must hail from the countryside, given the evident lack of civility. Mo Yin sighed, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. He refrained from speaking, picking up a thin plastic rope off the ground to fashion a makeshift red collar for De Huang, intending to leave this troublesome scene. However, a self-righteous figure stepped forward, blocking Mo Yin's path. "You intend to flee after your dog bit someone?" The hefty man, stern in demeanor, commanded respect. Mo Yin could only explain, "I admit it was my fault not to leash him. I will rectify that." Besides, it was the poodle that instigated the incident by pulling its owner down. De Huang was merely acting in self-defense. How dare you argue? Look at how frightened that girl is. The crowd urged the authorities to intervene, insisting he should not be allowed to escape. The stout man quickly rallied the onlookers, determined to apprehend this inconsiderate individual. Mo Yin chose silence, instead scanning the area. Noticing a security camera pointed in their direction, he decided to wait for the police to arrive. At that moment, the young woman waved to the stout man, "Old Wang. Help me up. I think I twisted my ankle." Old Wang temporarily released Mo Yin to assist her, diligently massaging her foot until she felt comfortable enough to rise. Just then, an unfamiliar man rushed into the crowd, inquiring, "Xiao Li, what happened?" Old Wang discreetly maintained distance from the young woman, recounting the events with exaggerated flair, while she added her own embellishments, portraying De Huang as a ferocious beast and condemning Mo Yin as irredeemably wicked. Her husband, displaying a curious demeanor, calmly asked Mo Yin, "What do you plan to do? Will this be resolved publicly or privately?" Mo Yin appreciated this straightforward approach. "If you want money, just say so. I find all this pretense quite embarrassing, especially since even the poodle seemed to mock him with its incessant barking. Let's wait for the police." "Fine, wait then." Mo Yin thought the matter trivial. Was it truly necessary to escalate the situation? Would anyone really be arrested over a mere dog? The police, in their fairness, reviewed the footage, confirming Mo Yin and De Huang's innocence, exposing the poodle's family as the real troublemakers. The crowd began to disperse. Yet, without the proper documentation for De Huang, he was to be taken away for humane euthanasia. Mo Yin, perplexed, realized that no one had mentioned the need for registration when he bought the dog. While a dog may not hold much value, the experimental results certainly did. De Huang seemed to sense his impending fate, nuzzling against Mo Yin's leg, whimpering softly. In a bind, Mo Yin could not allow himself to be apprehended for a dog. He dialed Song Shaoling, only to be met with a tirade. "Do you think I'm your personal maid, cleaning up your mess every time? If it were a serious matter, I might understand, but you're calling me for a dog? Have you no shame? How much is that dog worth? I will buy it for you, seeing how stingy you are." "It's not about the money." Mo Yin briefly explained the significance of the experiment, hoping she would comprehend De Huang's importance. "If successful, I'll ensure you receive a boost in intelligence too. Get lost. You think you're clever, don't you?" After much persuasion, Song Shaoling reluctantly intervened, leaving the police bewildered, as it was a rare occurrence for someone to pull strings over a local dog. Mo Yin chuckled, patting De Huang's head. "You've gained value. Do not let me down." De Huang appeared to comprehend, panting happily, and upon the police's departure, he seemed overjoyed. Upon returning home, Mo Yin recounted the absurdity of the day to Liu Xiaomi, who laughed until her stomach hurt, astonished that Mo Yin could find himself in such a predicament. In truth, Liu Xiaomi had grown fond of De Huang. She often played with him on her phone or engaged in playful antics on the bed while Mo Yin was busy. Should De Huang be taken away, she would undoubtedly demand Mo Yin to retrieve him in full. To avert any potential complications, the next day, Mo Yin took De Huang to register him. They went through vaccinations and photographs, making several trips back and forth. He even purchased a leash, though De Huang was initially reluctant to wear it. Mo Yin had to resort to threats, saying, "If you refuse, you'll end up as dog stew." Terrified, De Huang trembled and grudgingly donned the leash. Mo Yin increasingly believed that De Huang understood his words. After all, he seemed more astute than Mo Yin himself. Once home, he commanded De Huang to sit. 1. Good. 2. De Huang struggled slightly, his tongue twisting in a comical fashion. 3. Mo Yin found the endeavor amusing. Given the physiological structure of dogs, it was perhaps too much to expect. He gestured toward the bag of dog food. "This is your sustenance. Help yourself while I attend to my tasks." De Huang emitted a sound of agreement, and Mo Yin, satisfied, entered the laboratory. Since acquiring a new computer, his work efficiency had surged significantly. A desktop worth 30 to 40,000 was incomparable to a mere old laptop. Now, liberated from its previous duties, the laptop served as a tool for programming. Mo Yin intended to develop 2 artificial intelligence systems concurrently, one a software system for electronic devices, the other a bionic brain based on biological entities. He scrutinized various renowned products, finding them either overly simplistic, focusing solely on superficial human-computer interactions, or excessively specialized in trivial pursuits like chess. Considering his practical circumstances, he decided to concentrate on detection, monitoring, and the automated maintenance of laboratory equipment, thus avoiding the complications of physical embodiment, particularly given the lack of suitable materials for construction. The bionic brain would remain in the experimental phase for now, with plans to establish a fundamental biological response device first. As he toiled late into the night, the results of his protein simulation emerged, confirming the essential protein molecules and relevant gene fragments required for the early developmental stages of various body parts. Mo Yin meticulously organized his findings, taking a moment to honor the unformed essence of little Mo Yin, grateful for the contributions made to the scientific endeavor. By morning, Hu-Man arrived with good news. The procurement of equipment was complete, including a sequencing machine valued at over 3 million, consuming half the lab's budget. Mo Yin eagerly welcomed Hu-Man and De Huang downstairs, noticing that Hu-Man seemed to have forgotten their earlier disagreement, smiling throughout the encounter. As they moved the equipment into the laboratory, space became increasingly cramped. Additional acquisitions would necessitate expansion, a delightful dilemma indeed. Hu-Man entertained himself by playing with De Huang, who appeared remarkably clever. How long did you train him? I had no time for that, he self-taught. As Mo Yin spoke, he organized cardboard boxes and directed De Huang. Go over there and fetch me the rope. De Huang promptly abandoned Hu-Man, joyfully retrieving a loop of plastic rope for Mo Yin. How remarkable! Is he capable of that? Hu-Man clapped in approval. Aside from his looks, he is practically perfect. If you mock my De Huang, he will likely ignore you from now on. Indeed, De Huang cast a resentful glance at Hu-Man, keeping his distance, refusing any treats offered. Quite the character. Just like you, quick to turn on a dime. Huma, in a fit of irritation, contemplated various methods to attract De Huang. How could you possibly compare it to me? She sighed, resigning herself to the situation. Why not try to flatter it? Perhaps you could say, adorned in your golden robe, you are the sovereign among dogs, or express, oh, my little darling, if you love me, come and embrace me. If you cherish me, come and kiss me. In truth, Moyang was uncertain whether such flattery would bear fruit. Nonetheless, Liu Xiaomi frequently lavished praise upon it, so much so that it had developed a fragile disposition. Should it grow up with such sensitivity, it would surely become a challenge to manage. Chapter 65. The smart drug. In an effort to continue enjoying playful moments with De Huang, Hu-Man surprisingly uttered, I want you to hug me, I want you to kiss me. De Huang quickly succumbed to these sweet entreaties and returned to Hu-Man's embrace. Mo Yang averted his gaze and hastily departed, thinking to himself, play however you wish. However, Hu-Man would not let him leave, demanding, what method did you use to make it so intelligent? Mo Yang calculated the days and realized it was time. He retrieved a syringe and beckoned De Huang over, saying, come here, it's time for your shot. Live experimentation? Hu-Man exclaimed, somewhat indignant. You actually used it for experiments? Shoo, do not speak carelessly. I fear that if it understands, it will no longer cooperate. Even without words, De Huang would not cooperate. No dog enjoys receiving injections. You will become increasingly intelligent. Mo Yang whispered sweetly as he pinned De Huang down to administer the shot swiftly. After the injection, Mo Yang explained, this is what I referred to as the smart drug, albeit a low-spec, low-efficiency version. The biological variant is not yet feasible. Would you care to try it? Hu-Man, frightened, clutched De Huang and jumped aside. You should be the one to try it. I already took it, and it did nothing but lower my IQ. It was prepared for Liu Xiaomi. I notice she is struggling with her studies, and she is not cut out for academics. I believe you are increasingly resembling a mad scientist. Is the body-shaping drug you mentioned last time genuine? Of course, it is genuine. When have I ever deceived you? Mo Yang replied, though he realized he had indeed misled her before. Are you just going to indiscriminately inject me with some concoction? Hu-Man retorted, I certainly refuse. Not at all. If you require it, provide me with some genetic samples. The high-spec version utilizes genetically modified technology. Madman! Hu Man exclaimed as she dashed out with De Huang. She had initially thought that his research was merely technical, not realizing that it was all intended for human application. Though there are successful cases of beauty-enhancing serums, this was a different matter entirely. The scrutiny involved in the approval of biological drugs is far more stringent than that of chemical drugs, especially when it comes to genetic modification, which often raises ethical concerns. Mo Yang, not being on a salary, was unconcerned with any regulations. He chased after Hu Man to reclaim De Huang, welcoming her back with enthusiasm. Eager to see how far De Huang could develop, Mo Yang, you must suppress those reckless thoughts that could lead to serious trouble. This is not madness. We have only just begun. Rest assured, I will not hastily administer drugs to Liu Xiaomi. As for others, they may as well forget it. You are the exception. Though unable to persuade Hu Man, she could not interfere with her own actions. She continued her observations of De Huang over the next 2 days, noting no abnormalities. In fact, it seemed to grow increasingly intelligent. Liu Xiaomi mentioned that it had begun to count, merely from overhearing children reciting addition tables on the street. Intrigued, Mo Yang asked, De Huang, what is 1 plus 1? 2. He had expected a bark, but was astonished to hear the response directly. And 1 plus 2? 3. Liu Xiaomi interjected, what about 3 plus 3? Woof, woof, woof. This time, De Huang refrained from speaking, instead barking. Mo Yang corrected him, 6. Why 6? Why never mind. Just stick to barking. Some things cannot be altered solely through intelligence. Mo Yang could see that De Huang was trying hard, so he chose not to pressure him further. At present, De Huang's intelligence level appeared comparable to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child, perhaps even higher. Yet, due to its physical limitations, it could not fully express itself. But this was not the crux of the matter. It was merely a subject of experimentation. Mo Yang inquired of Liu Xiaomi, do you know why De Huang is so intelligent? Liu Xiaomi, curious, asked, is it also your doing? Indeed, I mentioned that I would make you smarter. Are you planning to administer it to me as well? Yes, do not be afraid. Mo Yang noticed Liu Xiaomi shudder slightly. It's just a shot, akin to receiving an anti-inflammatory for a cold or fever. There won't be any issues, right? Of course not. I have conducted tests for allergens and antibodies, and the computer simulations all passed normally. Theoretically, there should be no problems. Liu Xiaomi pondered for a moment. So it's only theoretical? Mo Yang pointed to De Huang. It has done nothing and has shown no issues. Xiaomi, do you not trust me? Of course I trust you. Liu Xiaomi took a deep breath. Then let us begin. Mo Yang relished the sight of Liu Xiaomi's anxious demeanor. With each experience, she would advance further and broaden her horizons. Following Mo Yang's advice, it was akin to receiving an 4 at a hospital. After 10 minutes, with no abnormal reactions, Liu Xiaomi's mood began to settle. I have never seen you give De Huang an 4. A dog cannot sit still. Its weight is light, so an intramuscular injection suffices. The primary concern is whether there are side effects. The efficacy is secondary. Liu Xiaomi glanced at the pitiful De Huang. Aren't you worried it might have issues? Every creature has its own mission, and that includes dogs. It is fortunate. In time, it may become the smartest dog in the world, enjoying a life of comfort better than mine. Haha, that is still your own doing. No one is forcing you to work so hard. You could choose to be an ordinary person. That is not an option. Mo Yang scoffed, if a person lacks ideals. What is the difference between them and a salted fish? With ideals, one must strive wholeheartedly. And your ideal is? Why do you ask again? Haven't I told you? You still do not believe me. I believe you, I believe you. Liu Xiaomi hastily defended, recognizing all that Mo Yang had done for her. Thus, she shifted the topic. After the injection, will I become smarter? Of course, it is not that simple. The drug merely enhances the activity of brain cells, promoting the growth of synapses. Learning will become significantly easier. At the very least, you won't doze off while reading. Intelligence is built upon knowledge and understanding. It cannot arise out of thin air. You must study more to truly become smarter. I thought I could take the easy route. Liu Xiaomi chuckled, realizing that success cannot be achieved by relying on others. After receiving the injection, Liu Xiaomi began to feel drowsy. Mo Yang urged her to drink some milk to ensure her nutrition kept pace. Unable to finish it all, she poured a little for De Huang, who protested loudly. Why can I only have this little? Mo Yang shot him a glare. Lick the plate clean and return it to the kitchen. Then stay with Liu Xiaomi. If anything happens, shout loudly, understood? I didn't get anything either, and you have such a big complaint. Oda Huang gently barked, perhaps understanding. That night, Liu Xiaomi slept soundly, refusing to rise when the alarm rang, snuggling deeper into her blankets. De Huang, resting in the corner of the room, grew agitated at the sound of the alarm. Normally, his mother would wake up to turn it off and leave. What was different today? Feeling uneasy, De Huang began to bark loudly. Liu Xiaomi sprang up in alarm, while Mo Yang rushed out clad in protective gear. De Huang barked gently at the alarm clock once more. Mo Yang understood his intent. It seemed he had indeed comprehended the previous day's events. Thus, he rewarded De Huang with a gentle pat on the head, praising, "Well done." Liu Xiaomi stretched luxuriously. "Your drug's sedative effect is impressive. I actually ended up sleeping in." Mo Yang, unsure of the situation, considered it a side effect. "What changes do you perceive now?" She contemplated, realizing she felt a bit hungry, without the usual grogginess upon waking. "It seems somewhat effective." Mo Yang chuckled. "You need not comfort me. Hurry to work. If there's nothing to do, read a book. Aren't you preparing for the intermediate certification? I assure you, you won't have to stay up late cramming." Liu Xiaomi could hardly believe in the existence of such miraculous medication. However, to her astonishment, changes indeed began to manifest. At the very least, her memory had improved. While she could not yet boast of perfect recall, she no longer found herself frequently turning back to double-check numbers as she once did. Memorization had also become less laborious. After reading a passage 2 or 3 times, it would effortlessly embed itself in her mind. Is this the sensation of intelligence? Had she possessed this level of aptitude during her studies, she would not have failed to pass even a vocational school entrance examination. Liu Xiaomi felt a profound joy, as if the divine had opened a window for her. No, it was Moyang who had bestowed this gift upon her. Chapter 66. Remarkable results. Even the financial manager, Liang Xian, sensed a change in Liu Xiaomi. She appeared different from her usual dazed self, her eyes now radiating wisdom. Her speech was articulate, no longer punctuated by hesitations. Yet, despite this transformation, he found himself unable to suppress his disdain for her. The incident where her cousin had kicked the door, nearly breaking his nose, still lingered in the gossip. It was perplexing how Uncle Yang Tianlong tolerated someone who frequently arrived late, or worse, absent altogether, allowing her to wreak havoc in the company. She had even flirted with Song Shaoling and Qin Run, leaving no one unscathed, raising the question of what right she had to remain at Tianlong Group. Although Uncle had privately advised everyone to steer clear of the troublemaker, he had not mentioned anything about not provoking Liu Xiaomi. Liang Xian scrutinized Liu Xiaomi more closely. Her appearance was decent, albeit lacking in style, and even expensive clothing could not mask her rustic demeanor. He decided to set aside his usual temperament and said amiably, "You performed well today. To enhance your skills, accompany me to a dinner tonight." "I'm sorry, but I have no time this evening." Liu Xiaomi flatly rejected him. Following the previous incident, Mo Yang had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of refusal. Additionally, a thought struck her. Liang Xian's sudden kindness must be a ploy to undermine Mo Yang. Delving deeper, she wondered if the previous incident of being drugged had also been orchestrated by Mo Yang. Why hadn't she considered this before? In that moment, it was as if a light bulb had illuminated her mind, and she analyzed Liang Xian's unexpected change in demeanor from several angles. Instinctively, she raised her hand to guard her chest, fearing he might attempt to take advantage of her. This left Liang Xian bewildered. His actions hadn't been that overt. Had they? Was there something amiss with her perception? He cleared his throat and replied sternly, "If you choose not to seize this opportunity for self-improvement, that's your decision. But what does this behavior signify? I have no intention of taking advantage of you. All right, off you go to work." Flustered, Liu Xiaomi hurried away, her eyes occasionally glancing back at the manager's office door. Nearby, accountant Xiao Qin noticed her distress and inquired, "What's wrong? Did Manager Liang make you uncomfortable?" Despite the genuine concern etched on Xiao Qin's face, their relationship was not particularly warm. She often shirked responsibilities by passing her work onto Liu Xiaomi. Liu Xiaomi's initial reaction was to suspect that Xiao Chun was merely fishing for gossip. Thus, she quickly composed herself. It's nothing, just a bit chilly in Manager Liang's office. Oh, Xiao Chun responded, visibly disappointed. Liu Xiaomi felt relieved to have correctly guessed Xiao Chun's intentions. Otherwise, she might have found herself at the center of office gossip. To maintain her positive mood, she refocused on her work, swiftly putting aside her earlier discomfort. Her efficiency soared, completing several days' worth of accounts in a fraction of the usual time, 5 or 6 times faster. With over 2 hours remaining, she immersed herself in her study materials. Having already covered nearly half, such productivity would have been unimaginable in the past. As she made her way home, she couldn't help but chuckle. The smart drug was indeed powerful. From this day forth, she would no longer be the naive girl she once was. For herself and Mo Yang, she was determined to achieve something remarkable. Upon arriving at the market, she purchased several additional ingredients, eager to express her gratitude to Mo Yang and celebrate her newfound vigor. As she prepared dinner, Mo Yang lingered in the laboratory, requiring several calls before he finally emerged, exasperating the eager De Huang who paced around the table. Wow, such a splendid feast today. To celebrate the success of your smart drug and my transformation, Liu Xiaomi replied with a smile. Mo Yang chuckled. I've mentioned it several times. This is merely the beginning. You have a long way to go before any real transformation occurs. Are the shaping and leg-lengthening drugs genuine? More authentic than you can imagine. It's precisely what I'm currently focused on. Patience, and soon you shall see results. Indeed, Liu Xiaomi beamed, momentarily forgetting her meal, her mind swirling with visions of beauty. After dining, Liu Xiaomi eagerly suggested, why don't I learn from you? I can assist you in your tasks. That might be too ambitious for now, but I could lend you a couple of books. Mo Yang responded as he stood to fetch 2 hefty volumes, one on C programming and another on biology, all written in advanced script, utterly incomprehensible to Liu Xiaomi. Which subject piques your interest? Liu Xiaomi felt a wave of embarrassment, without even needing to look. She knew she was disinterested in both. Feeling somewhat defeated, she suggested, I suppose I should start with the advanced script, since I at least know the 24 letters, making it somewhat easier. Mo Yang reassured her, there's no rush. The more you learn, the more you will realize how much remains unknown. Take your time. Moreover, this is a low-grade version of the smart drug. It merely enhances your intelligence slightly beyond that of the average person. What constitutes an ideal outcome? At the very least, having an eidetic memory and the ability to apply knowledge innovatively. Is that even feasible? Such individuals have been revered as geniuses throughout history. Liu Xiaomi's mouth fell open in astonishment. Those expectations seemed exceedingly high. It wasn't that she feared the efficacy of the smart drug, but rather her own capabilities. What I mentioned pertains solely to memory. In reality, innovative capacity is the true measure of one's potential. However, this aspect is intricate, intertwined with knowledge, personality, upbringing, and exposure. Relying solely on medication will not resolve this. You must experience and learn. I Don and Oppos, T possess such lofty aspirations. I would be content to achieve that level of capability. Yet she felt curious. Given your remarkable abilities, why can't you cure your amnesia? Don't you wish to uncover your past? Of course I do, but... Mo Yang hesitated, reluctant to share his concerns with Liu Xiaomi. Speak freely, we can tackle any issues together. I feel as though I am a person devoid of memories. Upon observation, it was evident that his genes were remarkably new. Based solely on the telomere gene fragments, he appeared to be less than 3 years old. Furthermore, during the trials with experimental drugs, his neural activity was abnormally heightened, a phenomenon typically observed in newborns. Naturally, this was merely conjecture, without specialized instruments. Establishing a definitive conclusion was challenging. He had delicately suggested to Liu Xiaomi that he lacked memories, a far gentler approach than revealing the truth, that he was akin to a blank slate. How would she react if she knew? Liu Xiaomi took her time processing his statement. Eventually regaining her composure, you need not worry. I believe a solution will present itself. Neither chose to pursue the topic further. After finishing their meal, Liu Xiaomi first studied for a while before downloading advanced script textbooks online. To her dismay, she discovered there were 26 letters, How embarrassing. Liu Xiaomi wished she could disappear into the ground. De Huang, thoroughly bored, approached and lay on her lap, peering at her phone as well. Surprisingly, these letters were indeed simpler than the complex characters, making them easier to memorize. If Mo Yang were to witness this, he might ponder who, human or dog, would master the advanced script first. Before long, 3 days had passed, and it was time for another injection. One drawback of chemical agents is their tendency to be metabolized by the body. They merely uncover and enhance potential rather than fundamentally alter brain structure. This was why Mo Yang tirelessly researched genetic modification techniques. As Liu Xiaomi prepared for her infusion, she contemplated administering one to De Huang as well. Mo Yang, carrying De Huang, found himself in a predicament. Not only was he unsure if it would remain calm, but he also needed to investigate how to perform intravenous injections on pets. Ultimately, he decided against it and opted for a quick injection at the back of its neck. After 3 doses, there won't be much effect left. From now on, it's up to you to strive, Mo Yang said, patting De Huang's head. De Huang felt utterly defeated. Why couldn't he simply be an ordinary dog? No matter how clever, he was still just a pet. Liu Xiaomi pondered the path to wealth. How much do you plan to sell this smart drug for? This involves far too many elements. I have no intention of selling it, fearing accusations of illegal medical practice. The proceeds from the beauty enhancement potion should suffice. It has been quite some time since Smith last reached out. Hasn't he disappeared, has he? Mo Yang hurriedly dialed the phone, and a familiar emphasis echoed through. Oh, my dear brother. Chapter 67. The Huel Group. Mo Yang despised the foul stench of betrayal, particularly when it came from those he once considered brothers. Enough of the chatter. Has the approval for the beauty-enhancing drug been granted? When can we commence production? Oh, you are rather impatient. The factory has yet to be constructed. However, the testing has been successfully completed, and we can proceed to sign the formal contract. Soon. You shall merely await the influx of funds. Very well, I have some free time today. Let us sign it now. Mo Yang had exerted considerable effort to secure a meeting at the Huel Group, primarily to observe the renowned international corporation's office building and discern its unique qualities. To his surprise, the management was exceedingly stringent. The guard at the gate appeared to be a young man of military bearing, standing impeccably straight. Not only was a phone confirmation required, but he also demanded Mo Yang's identification and driver's license, insisting he fill out his name and other personal details. Mo Yang was perplexed, questioning, ISN and Opos. This an overreaction? I have already provided my ID. Are you preparing to compile my family tree? Sir, I apologize, but this is company policy, the guard replied courteously, albeit with a firm tone. At that moment, a luxury sedan with 4 rings rolled in, and 2 foreigners inside were allowed entry without even exiting their vehicle. Mo Yang felt a surge of indignation. This was clearly a case of discrimination based on appearance and vehicle. Why are they exempt from registration? He inquired. Company policy dictates that foreign guests do not require registration. Who established your management regulations? They exhibit a remarkable level of bias. The guard, growing impatient, retorted, if you wish to enter, register. If not, kindly step aside and do not obstruct the pathway. Recognizing the futility of arguing with the guard, Mo Yang decided to summon Smith. Smith greeted him with his usual warmth, embracing him in a manner that left the guard visibly flustered. You have quite a strict security system here, requiring my ID and driver's license along with various forms of information. I suspect registering for a household would be less cumbersome, Mo Yang jested. Smith paused. I am not well versed in these matters. They fall under the purview of the security department. This did not surprise him. After all, it would be overwhelming for one individual to manage everything. Is it possible your security supervisor harbors a racial bias, stopping only individuals from Long Country while letting foreigners pass? Smith chuckled. If you have the opportunity, perhaps you should inquire directly. The security manager is, in fact, one of your compatriots. This is not my concern, as I have not requested any preferential treatment. Let us dismiss this trivial matter and proceed upstairs, Mo Yang conceded, unable to continue his grievances. Upon entering the company building, he noted the simplistic, modern Western decor. The majority of the staff had black hair and yellow skin, all impeccably dressed in suits, conversing in rapid foreign tongues. They greeted Smith with deep respect. A few foreigners, dressed casually like Mo Yang in sneakers, approached him as if they were old friends. Their curiosity about his attire prompted introductions and friendly exchanges. Do not mind them. Most of the company's staff are research experts accustomed to freedom, leading to a more relaxed manner of speaking. No offense taken. I relish engaging with such individuals. Unlike the others, who are far too serious, Mo Yang remarked, gesturing toward the formally dressed staff. When I first arrived, I presumed all of you were as solemn. It took meeting you to see how uniquely amusing you are. So, will you bring me some amusement? What of the matter I previously inquired about? What have you prepared as a response? Oh, my friend. I genuinely have no idea what transpired. I swear before God. Mo Yang, regarding Smith's earnest expression with skepticism, thought to himself, if you swear an oath to the heavens, may you suffer wretchedly if you are indeed guilty. I trust in the heavens. God is unreliable. Smith responded gravely, Mo Yang, you must not insult my beliefs. Unfazed, Mo Yang thought that if things escalated, he could simply sell the beauty-enhancing drug to others. What can you tell me about that crazed individual? His body changing colors. His mind unclear. Does he truly have the foresight to kidnap Liu Xiaomi to lure me to a secluded mountain? Smith's expression hardened as he pondered the matter. Knowing he would eventually have to confront it, he was determined not to lose such a valuable partner as Mo Yang. Even if he could not draw him into his camp, utilizing him to undermine competitors would suffice. Smith escorted Mo Yang to his office, a lavish space of at least 200 square meters furnished with opulent decor and state-of-the-art technology, evoking envy in Mo Yang. Smith personally brewed him a cup of coffee and, weaving a seemingly plausible narrative, explained, Huel Group is a comprehensive multinational corporation, with its pharmaceutical branch engaged in fierce competition with the world's largest pharmaceutical company, Huel Group. To ensure survival, Huel Group has diligently sought to expand into the vast market of Long Country. However, entering this market comes with its own costs. After extensive negotiations, Long Country has offered the most favorable economic policies, while Huel Group is expected to contribute core technologies in cancer medication and intelligent robotics. Yet Huel Group thrives on exploiting the global market with their cancer medications. Thus, they must thwart Huel Group's foolish endeavors at all costs to sabotage this deal. Due to your exceptional performance, Huel Group has set its sights on you, aiming to eliminate you swiftly. Mo Yang interjected. And how does this relate to the crazed individual? Surely Huel is involved as well. Smith suddenly became animated. Not only are they involved, their technology is far superior to ours. This explains the discrepancies you observed on 2 occasions. Then why was Su Tian, Liang Tianlong's personal bodyguard, the one orchestrating matters? Could it be? Given Mr. Mo's abilities, I presume you are aware of our clandestine dealings with Mr. Liang? In truth, Huel engages in similar practices. Who could resist the allure of wealth? As for whether Su Tian is acting under Huel's instructions or those of Mr. Liang, I cannot say. As Mo Yang surmised, Liang Tianlong was indeed playing both sides, maintaining a stable supply chain, thereby confirming his prior suspicion regarding the drugs being under his control. Song Xiaoling, in her naivety, continued to seek the source of the drugs. She would have been wiser to heed Mo Yang's suggestion and send troops to eradicate the source directly. Mo Yang probed, does Liang Tianlong possess the capacity to collaborate with both of you simultaneously? We are not privy to the specifics. Investigating that deep into the mountains would entail excessive risk without necessity. Mo Yang could not discern the truth in Smith's words. Returning to the topic of the crazed individual, he remarked, Huel's crazed subjects are indeed more potent than yours. Do they intend to use these individuals to obliterate the factory? Oh no. They are ruthless and unscrupulous. Reports suggest they may resort to decapitation tactics. We are all targets. And you, Mr. Mo, shine too brightly, making you the primary objective. Suddenly, Smith snapped his fingers, and a burly foreigner emerged from the shadows. Another reason we are secretly protected is that you are alone, while we have our safeguards. Mo Yang discerned that the burly figure was also a frenzied individual. Smith believed he had concealed his true nature astutely. However, during their previous visit to the bar, Mo Yang had already uncovered this truth. It was merely typical for a big boss to have a bodyguard, and there was nothing amiss about it. Very well, that makes sense. My final inquiry is, if that is the case, why do you persist in evading me and refuse to provide an explanation? Chapter 68. Preparation for the rain first. I must ascertain whether Mr. Mo is indeed our ally. Fortunately, you are my dearest friend. Regrettably, I have received another piece of unfortunate news. Miss Song is employed by the government, and it would be prudent for you to maintain a certain distance from her. What? Mo Yang feigned surprise, though he was genuinely astonished. How did this fellow uncover such information? Is Liang Tianlong aware of this? He should be, I suppose. It is not our place to meddle in the affairs of others. However, there is something I wish to consult with you. Just how formidable are you? I received word regarding that incident. The berserk individuals from Hirue met a gruesome fate. Smith leaned closer to Mo Yang, a sinister smile gracing his lips. You've spent a considerable amount of time in the Dragon Kingdom, haven't you? Surely you've heard of its martial arts? Smith was skeptical. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I know quite a few martial arts masters, yet their skills leave much to be desired. Mo Yang dismissed this notion lightly. That is merely because they have not trained sufficiently. Do you recall the concealed weapons I demonstrated during our first encounter, the Golden Bell Shield and the Lightness skill? To be frank, I also know the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the shadowless leg of Foshan, and the Sunflower Manual. At once, Smith found what he believed to be evidence of Mo Yang's fabrication. Do not deceive me. I am aware that mastering the Sunflower Manual requires one to become a eunuch. Are you one? Mo Yang had merely heard of these martial arts legends, but was not well versed in their tales. He quickly corrected himself. I have not mastered the Sunflower Manual. I merely referenced its useful aspects. I have synthesized various martial arts, distilling the true essence to achieve my present accomplishments. Do you doubt my prowess? Let that hulking brute spar with me. No, I believe you. Smith hastily waved his hands. Not everyone can become a berserk individual. One must possess strength and a resolute will, lest they devolve into a mere violent lunatic, utterly useless. He did not wish for the carefully selected candidate to be easily vanquished by Mo Yang. In light of this, let us put aside past grievances and formalize our agreement. The two parties amicably signed the cooperation contract, with the first profit share expected to arrive in 2 to 3 months. As they departed, Smith earnestly urged Mo Yang to remain vigilant against hidden foes and to offer assistance when necessary. Mo Yang chuckled in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Smith's words, though he was not entirely convinced of their veracity. As for the berserk individuals, he thought, they could simply be eliminated, regardless of their affiliations. Upon exiting, Mo Yang dialed Song Xiaoling's number. Smith has uncovered your identity. What are you planning to do? How could that be? Song Xiaoling was taken aback for a moment before responding. Though Liang Tianlong harbors suspicions, he possesses no evidence. Unless Liang Tianlong divulged this information. Consider how it came to be. I have no interest in your espionage games. It is a rather straightforward matter that you insist on complicating. By the way, does the Hirue group have ties with Liang Tianlong? It seems so, but there is no concrete information. The infiltrating informant has long since perished. Alas, such treacherous entities. It would be wise for you to extricate yourself from this situation before it becomes perilous, Mo Yang advised as a friend. Song Xiaoling let out a bitter laugh. How could I? I have yet to complete my mission, and I am prepared for the worst. Mo Yang felt a surge of anger. Is there any merit in a valiant sacrifice? Who is your superior? How did you ascend to such a position with such limited capability? This was not the first time Mo Yang had criticized her superiors, and Song Xiaoling was unfazed. She deftly shifted the topic to beauty-enhancing elixirs before ending the call. Mo Yang was left grumbling, lamenting the ungrateful nature of women. During the customary nightly report, Mo Yang recounted the events, causing Liu Xiaomi to shudder. She no longer regarded Mo Yang's tales as mere stories. The incredible occurrences happening to her underscored their authenticity. She quickly composed herself and asked Mo Yang what should be done. Simply avoid secluded places and refrain from going out alone. With me around, You need not fear. Mo Yang replied dismissively. And what about Sister Song? I instructed her to distance herself from Liang Tianlong. If she refuses to listen, what can I do? You are so capable. Surely you can devise a plan. Why not temporarily set aside your work to protect her? Liu Xiaomi pleaded, shaking Mo Yang's arm incessantly. Mo Yang firmly rejected the idea. That is out of the question. If I protect her, what becomes of you? It is an utter waste of time. Are you not on good terms with her? Do you not fear for her safety? Our bond cannot surpass the importance of your safety. I refuse to engage in such foolishness as sacrificing a watermelon to retrieve a sesame seed. Liu Xiaomi jested. Does this not constitute a breach of my orders? It contradicts your earlier declarations. This concerns your safety. I deem it necessary to disregard your wishes. Liu Xiaomi was at a loss. Regardless, she insisted that he devise a means to ensure Sister Song's safety, lest she become quite upset. She was uncertain of what otherwise might entail. However, this was sufficient to capture Mo Yang's attention. Very well, I shall assign someone to watch over her and notify me of any issues that arise. That should suffice. The following day, Mo Yang summoned Zhao Zhuji and instructed him not to report to work during the day. Instead, he was to covertly protect Song Xiaoling after her shift ended. Mo Yang provided him with an additional 50,000 yuan, hoping for his utmost dedication. Zhao Zhuji, meticulous by nature, understood that this matter was far from simple. He proactively requested, "Boss, I can observe discreetly, but if I am too far away, it may be challenging to intervene." Mo Yang had anticipated this, leading him to an old van where a desert eagle and a Barrett awaited his selection. "Boss, this is impressive. How did you acquire such weapons?" "Enough chatter, just do your job." Zhao Zhuji chose the desert eagle, as the Barrett was too conspicuous. Mo Yang remained unconvinced. "Regardless of the danger, you must notify me immediately." "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed." With Song Xiaoling's safety arranged, Mo Yang contemplated Yu Man and Zhao Hu. Their relationships with him were relatively close, though not particularly special. He doubted they would encounter significant issues. Should any arise, it would merely reflect the incompetence of the adversary. As a precaution, he contacted them both, instructing them to call him should anything seem amiss. Zhao Hu obediently complied, while Hu Man displayed a hint of petulance. "My father claims your martial arts are commendable, but surely I am not in such dire straits that I require your protection. I have won national martial arts medals and can easily handle a couple of thugs." Mo Yang questioned what experiences could instill such unwarranted confidence in her. "It is wise to be cautious. Have you offended someone? Am I now implicated in your troubles? Inform me, and I shall assist you." Hu Man's tone was bold, brimming with confidence. "Indeed, small-time adversaries. Their insignificance does not warrant your involvement. Just prioritize your safety." "Very well. If there is anything insurmountable, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall aid you." Mo Yang found himself in an amusing predicament, now being shielded by her. He could only hope her abilities matched her boastful claims. With all arrangements made, Mo Yang's life continued without disruption. He could not allow these trivial matters to impede his research endeavors. Genetic modification was not particularly challenging. It merely involved transferring useful gene segments into Liu Xiaomi's genome. However, reality proved harsh. Liu Xiaomi's cells were as fragile as tofu. Even when gene segments were successfully expressed, her cells would rapidly undergo apoptosis, and the survivors were either malformed or cancerous. Mo Yang lamented time and again, so weak, utterly pathetic. After countless attempts, and with the addition of a protective protein, there was slight improvement, yet results remained unsatisfactory. This marked the first occasion on which Mo Yang profoundly experienced a sense of defeat. Chapter 69. A false alarm. A week had passed without any bad news. Mo Yang had long since cast aside his fears and, save for a stroll with the large yellow dog, rarely ventured outside. One day, while eating, Liu Xiaomi remarked, "Have you heard? There was a murder in the neighborhood. A man named Wang was beaten to death, allegedly due to an affair with a woman across the hall. When her husband found out, he stormed over and struck him with a single punch, killing him instantly." "That's quite something. How is your eagle language coming along? You seem preoccupied with such gossip." "It's not unusual for an old man to be killed by a younger one. I dare say I could do it myself," Mo Yang thought. Later, he learned that the woman reported her husband, and when the police arrived, they discovered the man had gone mad, killing his wife as well, leading to his arrest. It was said that 4 police officers were injured in the scuffle before they managed to subdue him. Is the police force really so weak now? Imo Yang recalled the last 2 officers who had come to capture dogs. One was cultured while the other was a bald, frail man. It seemed plausible enough. What's absurd? Officers responding to a murder typically carry firearms. They fired 2 shots but failed to hit him. At this point, Imo Yang sensed something was amiss and called Song Xiaoling to inquire about the situation. With her notorious temper, she retorted, "Do you think I'm the head of the police? Why should I care? Hurry and send me the beauty-enhancing potion. Everything else is none of your concern." After some loud exchanges, she finally sent him a phone number, claiming she had already informed the person. When he called, a man answered, his tone quite brusque. Imo Yang conveyed his inquiry, and the man understood but remained curt. "I am Wang Wei from the criminal investigation team. The suspect has confessed. It's a straightforward case of marital infidelity leading to revenge. The case is closed." Imo Yang was puzzled by Song Xiaoling's introduction of this man. He bluntly pointed out, "Isn't it strange that one man could overpower 4 others? What's strange about that? Sun Ming is accustomed to working out. With his physique, he would be difficult to subdue." Imo Yang suspected these individuals were indeed the ones who had bullied the large yellow dog. He distinctly remembered that the young man's husband was somewhat portly, making it implausible for him to be associated with the muscular figure. To clarify, he asked, "Does Sun Ming own a teddy dog? What is his wife's name, Li, right?" "How would you know? Are you neighbors or relatives?" Perhaps due to Wang Wei's professional habits, he disliked being asked questions and preferred to interrogate others. "Has Sun Ming consumed anything unusual or received any injections recently? I sense there's more to this than meets the eye." "Imo Yang, is it? I don't know your relationship with Director Gu, but your unsolicited call has impacted my work. This case is closed. There's no need for further entanglement, understood?" With that, Wang Wei hung up abruptly. Although he did not obtain the desired information, Imo Yang felt elated. Wang Wei had inadvertently revealed the name of Song Xiaoling's superior. The television often depicted undercover agents as having singular lines of communication, and this Director Gu was the person Imo Yang had long wished to contact. He swiftly researched Wang Wei and Gu Yanfei online, both seasoned officers, and wondered why they were so careless. Taking advantage of the daylight, Imo Yang drove to the entrance of the criminal investigation team, coincidentally encountering Wang Wei as he was leaving. Without hesitation, Imo Yang blocked Wang Wei's vehicle with his own. Wang Wei did not exit the car immediately, watching Imo Yang warily as he approached the window. Imo Yang waved in greeting. Wang Wei lowered the window halfway. "Who are you, and why are you blocking my car?" Before Imo Yang could introduce himself, a guard rushed over, seizing his arm in a joint lock. Imo Yang was exasperated. It seemed he often encountered overly dutiful guards, which was embarrassing for them, especially considering the failed hold. Wang Wei offered him a way out. "It's fine, let him speak. You can return to your post. I am Imo Yang, we spoke on the phone. I simply wish to know what special medication Sun Ming has taken. It's crucial," he asserted, adopting a serious demeanor that compelled Wang Wei to contemplate. Aside from home-cooked meals, he consumed protein powder for fitness. "Do you have a photograph? I'd like to see it. That's one of the case's material evidences. I cannot disclose it casually." They had indeed investigated whether the protein powder contained any prohibited substances, which might have driven Sun Ming to kill his lover and then his wife. "Is it imported? From He Rui or Huader Group?" Wang Wei frowned, surprised by Imo Yang's knowledge. Imo Yang could tell he had struck a chord. "Could you provide me with some samples? Director Gu believes there may be issues with this protein powder, so I was sent to assist with testing." Wang Wei scoffed, made a phone call, and then ordered Imo Yang to leave immediately or face arrest. With no other choice, Imo Yang cleared the way. It was to be expected that he could not intimidate Wang Wei using Director Gu's name. As night fell, Imo Yang hacked into the criminal investigation team system, locating the storage area for the protein powder, and disabled their surveillance system. After breaching the premises, he cut the main power, brazenly entering their office building. When the lighting and surveillance systems resumed, Imo Yang had already returned home with a small bag of protein powder. However, upon arriving home, He was struck with a chilling realization. Liu Xiaomi and the large yellow dog were missing. Panic surged as he called and searched the house for signs of struggle. Liu Xiaomi had left her phone behind, and there were no signs of a fight. Quickly regaining his composure, Mo Yang checked the windows and the hallway, eventually discovering a shoe print in the fire escape. Judging by its size, it belonged to someone over 6 feet tall. Beyond that, there were no further leads. As he lamented his meddling in matters that did not concern him, Liu Xiaomi returned with the large yellow dog. Yawning, she asked, "What have you been up to? Why are you back so late?" The large yellow dog ran over, nuzzling against his leg. Relieved, Mo Yang asked, "Where have you been?" The dog wouldn't stop scratching at the door and kept me awake, so I took him out for a walk. I had no idea he would run so far and be impossible to catch. It turned out the large yellow dog was the instigator. And thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Otherwise, they would have had to heat up some oil for cooking. The large yellow dog ran to the shoe print and squatted down, softly whining. This was no ordinary dog. The large yellow dog would never engage in such reckless behavior. Mo Yang suddenly understood. It had discovered the owner of that shoe print and was eager to pursue. Mo Yang firmly grasped the dog's ear, admonishing, "Foolish dog. I told you to bark loudly if you sense danger. Why are you following them? Are you seeking death?" The dog whimpered in pain, begging for mercy. Hearing this, Liu Xiaomi felt a pang of fear. "Mo Yang, are those the people you mentioned?" "Uncertain. It's my fault for wandering out. But since the large yellow dog has already detected something, I'll follow and see where they went." The large yellow dog halted at the intersection of Ping and Road, refusing to proceed. That place was nearly 500 meters from their community, suggesting the lurking individuals had reached that point before getting into a vehicle. Reassuring Liu Xiaomi, Mo Yang once again hacked into their server to retrieve footage from the intersection. Sure enough, a tall figure swiftly entered the surveillance area, shortly before a car arrived to pick him up. Although the figure was indistinct, he managed to note the license plate, an out-of-town registration. Tracing the license plate led him to a student named Jiao Hong, a 20-year-old from a certain university. Mo Yang was perplexed. What could this out-of-town student possibly want with him? After much effort, I finally managed to find a contact number for him. Without regard for the hour, I dialed it directly. After a prolonged wait, someone finally answered the phone. Without any preamble, I launched into a tirade against Mo Yang, questioning his sanity and admonishing him for calling at such a late hour. Once I had delivered my scolding, I abruptly ended the call. Infuriated, Mo Yang immediately began to search for information regarding mobile signal locations, muttering to himself, "I will surely track you down." Chapter 70. High-quality protein powder. By noon the following day, the results regarding the protein powder had emerged, revealing some troubling issues. Firstly, it contained trace amounts of a central nervous system stimulant known as modafinil, a novel type of narcotic colloquially referred to as a smart drug, sharing the same name as the one he had been using. Fortunately, Mo Yang had refrained from disseminating information about the smart drug. Otherwise, severe repercussions could have ensued. Secondly, the powder possessed a toxic protein that could not be found online, which, upon comparison, bore structural similarities to prion. Initially, it was presumed that foreign entities had utilized infected cattle and sheep as raw materials, leading to this anomaly. However, repeated computer simulations suggested that such a protein structure could hardly form naturally, indicating that this prion was artificially synthesized. Naturally, the creators would not classify it as a virus, but rather as a miraculous pharmaceutical. Mo Yang discovered that this prion could significantly enhance cellular metabolic capabilities post-absorption, particularly within cardiovascular and muscular tissues, demonstrating a peculiar resemblance to certain proteins within his own body. Further investigation into the protein powder's packaging revealed that it was an outdated muscle-building product produced by a subsidiary of the Haraway Group a decade ago, which had since been discontinued or evolved into a new variant. The products purchased by Sun Meng might be imitations or remnants of old stock. Since these were imported goods, they were not available domestically, necessitating online orders through overseas purchasing agents. Mo Yang had spent over $2,000, feeling a pang of regret for the cost. To ascertain the formula of the upgraded version, he had to endure this expense. Judging by the sales figures of these purchasing agents, It seemed that the protein powder was relatively stable in demand. Perhaps Sun Ming had consumed an excessive amount for enhanced effects and subsequently experienced manic symptoms due to some external provocation. Nonetheless, it was evident that the Herue group had indeed developed a method for creating frenzied individuals, and their technology surpassed that of the Huel group. They had successfully developed products for sale, while Smith and his colleagues were still confined to the realm of experimentation. It appeared that foreigners were also grappling with their challenges, perhaps reflecting the driving force of progress in this world. Mo Yang relayed the situation to Wang Wei, yet he met with skepticism. How could you possibly detect something that our city's laboratory could not? He retorted, I advise you to cease your involvement in this matter. Frustrated, Mo Yang sought solace in Song Xiaoling, who merely responded, Understood, I will report this to my superiors. You need not concern yourself further. Mo Yang felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. His earnest efforts were met with indifference. His endeavors were solely aimed at determining whether the Herue group possessed the capability to manufacture frenzied individuals, thereby validating his suspicions about Smith's ulterior motives. Ultimately, he confirmed that, given Herue's technological prowess, it was inconceivable for them to produce such grotesque entities. However, his day-long investigation had unveiled the formidable power of this international pharmaceutical giant, which reaped trillions annually from global markets. In comparison, Huel appeared juvenile, elucidating why Smith held such a strong interest in beauty-enhancing drugs and was willing to invest heavily in collaboration with Mo Yang. As he gazed upon the staggering figures of wealth, Mo Yang could only feel envy and bitterness, resolving that if he were to enter the pharmaceutical industry, he would avoid researching non-toxic medications, for that would undoubtedly obliterate his financial prospects. After dinner, Mo Yang cast aside his minor grievances and re-engaged with his work. After all, he had no desire to mend the damage done to hearts, livers, and kidneys. He needed to address the root cause of issues. At this level, external assistance dwindled, compelling him to seek solutions from within, for his own body was a veritable treasure trove. With the new factory nearing completion, activity within the group intensified, dispatching several managers to acquire advanced management techniques, while relevant staff began recruitment. The focus of the security department shifted towards the new facility, and Zhang Song was reassigned there, a task that was initially meant for Mo Yang. The management of the Group's office building was entrusted to Liu Xiaomi, as Mo Yang intended to surround himself with trustworthy individuals. Liu Xiaomi did not disappoint, frequently calling Mo Yang, which only served to aggravate him further. Smith, observing Mo Yang's continued inaction from the comfort of his home, felt a tinge of frustration. Why was he not stirring up trouble for Herue? Despite Smith's attempts to inform him of unfamiliar individuals loitering around the factory, Mo Yang merely chuckled, responding, We can't resort to violence just because we don't recognize someone. Smith was left feeling helpless. Today marked the arrival of equipment, necessitating yet another ceremonial event. After much persuasion, supplemented by Liang Tianlong's assistance, Mo Yang finally agreed to make an appearance, not as an undercover agent, but alongside the high-ranking officials. It was rumored that a representative from Herue Group would attend to extend their congratulations, which was a significant reason for his willingness to change location. Prominent figures often relished in orchestrating grand displays, conducting the necessary proceedings as if eager for the entire world to bear witness. Song Xiaoling explained that this was for promotional purposes, yet Mo Yang remained perplexed, wondering if producing quality products at reasonable prices wouldn't serve as a better advertisement. Dressed in a long-neglected suit, Mo Yang strode confidently ahead, inadvertently overshadowing others until Liang Tianlong nudged him to the back of the line. This suited him fine. He preferred to avoid the spotlight of cameras, akin to a gun directed at his head. He scanned the crowd below, recognizing familiar faces among the reporters, including Gao Yuan, who was preparing for a broadcast. Zhang Song and his team were maintaining order, while Zhao Zhuji appeared, casting a glance at Mo Yang, perhaps acknowledging the diligent arrangements made behind the scenes. A row of chairs was set up outside, occupied by the leaders of Associated Enterprises, each appearing lackluster amidst the vibrant atmosphere. Surrounding them were villagers, seemingly energized by the event, perhaps due to the return of funds from land sales, all eager to witness the spectacle. Inside the factory, a group of workers was methodically installing production equipment, a mix of blonde and dark-haired individuals, seemingly busy, yet merely performing for the sake of projecting a bustling environment for the impending launch of a major project. As the leaders commenced their significant speeches, Mo Yang stealthily slipped away to indulge in a brief respite. He was particularly intrigued by the large robotic production line, feeling a pang of envy for not possessing one himself. His own artificial intelligence product had reached a preliminary stage, and he needed to procure a casing from this facility. After a brief exploration, he noticed Smith was preparing to speak, prompting him to merge into the crowd, squeezing between Zhang Song and Zhao Zhuji. "Follow me," he instructed. Zhang Song inquired, "Where are we going?" Zhao Zhuji questioned, "Are we bringing something?" It seemed Zhao understood him well, and Mo Yang replied, "No need," as he led the two through the throng. Suddenly, Mo Yang yanked an individual down to the ground, covering the person's mouth to stifle any potential cries for help. Zhang and Zhao responded quickly, assisting Mo Yang in swiftly removing the person from the crowd. Others remained oblivious to the unfolding drama as Mo Yang and his companions slipped away, hiding behind the villagers, who were now distracted by the leader's speeches and drawn to the new commotion. Some villagers recognized Mo Yang, recalling him as the security guard from their previous encounter. Did he catch another culprit? One exclaimed, "Shoo, everyone, we are merely conducting a drill. Whatever you see, do not take it to heart. It is all a ruse," Mo Yang announced, producing a handgun from the individual's trench coat pocket and waving it before the villagers. "Look at this. Isn't this prop remarkably lifelike?" "Indeed. It truly resembles the real thing," they replied in unison. Zhang Song was astonished. "Boss, how did you discern that? The weather is warming up." Yet he is still clad in a trench coat and hat, with his hands perpetually in his pockets. "I suspected something was amiss. To guess so accurately. You are truly remarkable," Zhang Song marveled. Mo Yang chuckled. "I intentionally bumped into him when approaching you." His nervousness revealed the concealed item. "Oh." Zhang and Zhao exchanged glances, initially believing he possessed an uncanny ability to predict outcomes. Mo Yang, with a firm grip on the carotid artery, rendered the man unconscious. He turned to Zhao Zhuji and instructed, "Take him back to my vehicle. Zhang Song and I shall remain here to continue our surveillance. Be cautious of his awakening. Resort to force if necessary." Once this arrangement was made, he exchanged a few more words with the villagers before returning to the venue with Zhang Song. Just as they arrived, Smith took to the stage to deliver his speech, casting a grateful glance at Mo Yang beforehand, acknowledging his commendable efforts. Chapter 71. The ethical Sam. It appeared that there were no suspicious characters left. Once the speech concluded, Mo Yang returned to the ranks of the leaders. Still lingering at the back, the tour of the factory commenced, and for the most part, it was foreign engineers conducting the introductions. Despite the presence of a reliable translator, the majority likely remained bewildered. Regardless of comprehension, laughter filled the air, for it was new and advanced technology, which was undeniably a good thing. Upon finishing the factory tour, it was noon, and everyone returned to the city to indulge in a celebratory feast, toasting to the successful commencement of operations. Upon returning to the vehicle, Mo Yang noticed the individual bound tightly like a zongzi. Zhao Zhuji, still uneasy, pressed a gun against the man's chin. "Boss, who is this person? The restraints are too strong. Even the nylon rope could snap." Mo Yang suddenly coined a new term, the 3.0 version of humanity. He categorized individuals into types. Those who only used their hands and feet without intellect were 1.0. Those who employed their minds were 2.0. Those with physical enhancements were 3.0. And those with enhanced cognition were 4.0. He considered himself a 4.0 version, though he had yet to determine how to upgrade further. What? Zhao Zhuji surely could not comprehend. Mo Yang had no desire to elucidate. It was better for fewer people to be aware of such matters. He tightened his grip around the captive's neck, demanding, "Quickly tell me who you are. I have no time to waste, as I must join others for a meal soon." The man felt his cervical vertebrae were on the brink of snapping, utterly devoid of strength. This was how he had been extracted from the crowd, and he realized that this individual was formidable. Yet, regardless of how formidable, he remained silent. Ah, another tough nut, Mo Yang thought. Fearing the man might not be from Longhua, he attempted to communicate using a mix of English, a smattering of bear language, and a few phrases of snake language, but to no avail. The captive would not speak. If he refused to cooperate, Mo Yang's temper flared. He exerted more pressure, snapping the man's neck. The captive could not even manage a sound, muffled groans escaping as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Zhuji, witnessing the scene, broke into a cold sweat, seemingly gaining a newfound respect for Mo Yang. He repeatedly admonished himself, "Never provoke the boss. Never provoke the boss. Never provoke the boss." Important matters bear repeating. Mo Yang followed the two individuals into the convoy. His attendance at this midday banquet was mandatory, providing an opportunity to return the captive to his master. Otherwise, he would face the grim prospect of disposing of the body. The venue was yet another upscale hotel, a lavish restaurant where even a meal was extravagantly wasteful. Enough to purchase several high-performance computers. The hall featured 5 tables, one for the top leaders, one for government officials, one for foreigners, and 2 for senior executives from various enterprises. Thus, Mo Yang found himself amidst a throng of middle-aged men and women, standing out conspicuously. However, many recognized Mo Yang, which puzzled him. Seizing the moment while clinking glasses, he inquired, only to learn that Smith had publicized their collaboration. It was evident that Mo Yang was being tied to Smith, effectively placing him in opposition to the He Rui group. It seemed his tenure at the Tianlong group would be short-lived. He needed to contemplate whether to bring Liu Xiaomi to the Huel group as well. Liang Tianlong and Song Shaoling likely would not object. As the drinks flowed, individuals began mingling between tables, seizing the prime opportunity to forge connections. Mo Yang, cup in hand, rose not to toast, but to stir up trouble. Approaching the table of foreigners, he first raised a glass with 2 acquaintances, George and David, before seeking out the representative from He Rui group. "Good day, Mr. Sam." "Hello, Mr. Mo." There was no need for introductions, as they were all familiar with one another's names, thanks to Smith. "I have not been well. Lately, my life has been plagued by disturbances. I wonder if Mr. Sam has any effective solutions? Just like earlier, when someone attempted to cause chaos, forcing me to walk about and exhausting me." There were numerous witnesses to the earlier altercation, and while the specifics were unclear, they could surely infer the gist. As the mastermind, Sam could not feign ignorance. Mo Yang laid it bare, and Sam appeared momentarily flustered. The individual dispatched today was among the most elite of enhanced beings, yet he had been subdued without a sound, casting Mo Yang as a devil incarnate in their eyes. "What does Mr. Mo propose? Cease the disturbances, and do not interfere with my life. Conduct business properly, without resorting to underhanded tactics. Mr. Mo, you may be misunderstanding the situation." Just as Sam was about to retort, Smith raised his glass, interrupting the two, urging everyone to drink, proclaiming today a day of celebration, urging them to avoid discussing unpleasant matters. Cheers. While the guests feigned toasting, their eyes remained fixed on Mo Yang and Sam. Mo Yang refrained from further provoking Sam, and instead turned to Smith. "What is it that you cannot allow him to say? Being straightforward has its advantages and disadvantages." Smith began to resent such a disposition, realizing that outwardly they were allies, yet such inquiries could jeopardize their facade. "I merely worry that Mr. Sam may not grasp the circumstances and might blurt out some unfounded fantasies." Sam snorted in disdain. "Smith, your methods will inevitably lead to trouble. Cease immediately." Smith, unyielding, countered. "Our experiment is on the brink of success, and we do not require your counsel. As Mr. Mo stated, do not disturb us." "You." Smith raised his voice, cutting Sam off. "Be silent." He then lowered his voice. "What we are currently engaged in, you have also done in the past. Do not presume I am unaware. You merely preceded us by a few years. You lack the right to critique." The others at the table seemed to share an unspoken understanding, continuing to eat and drink. Dismissing the argument, Smith continued, "Mr. Mo, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. Let us enjoy our drinks." Mo Yang surmised that their conversation revolved around the enhanced individuals. The worst-case scenario was that both companies were conducting human experiments. One had succeeded while the other was still exploring. Hey Rue, in an effort to maintain its superiority, waved the banner of righteousness, condemning Huel. Was this not typical of the foreigners? It appeared they applied the same principles to their own kind. How pitiable were those test subjects, whether coerced or voluntary. Sam scrutinized Mo Yang, having heard that he had developed a beauty-enhancing drug, assuming him to be a professional in the field. Behind the success of a new drug lies countless sweat and lives. Indeed, we have traversed some winding paths, and it is precisely for this reason that we do not wish for successors to repeat our mistakes. I hope Mr. Mo will reconsider and refrain from aiding the oppressors. Such grandiloquent rhetoric held a semblance of truth. Mo Yang, too, required live subjects for experimentation. De Huang, Zhao Hu, and Liu Xiaomi were his guinea pigs. Objectively speaking, he was more ruthless than either company, willing to experiment on those close to him. Thus, he held no strong aversion to the methods of others, as long as they did not encroach upon him. Mr. Sam, your assertion is misguided. The principle of survival of the fittest holds true. Why not disclose your technology? Otherwise, what right do you have to obstruct others? Furthermore, the research direction of Huel Group differs somewhat from yours, so it cannot be generalized. However, Mr. Smith, please manage your team. As the saying goes, ugliness is not one person's fault, but if one frightens others day in and day out, that is a grave error. Mo Yang suddenly redirected his focus towards Smith. Smith raised his glass. Mr. Mo makes a valid point. We will not repeat such mistakes. Mo Yang turned to Sam. What does Mr. Sam think? Sam shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot concur with your perspective. To save certain lives, I will continue to intervene. Mo Yang found such hypocritical individuals detestable, standing on a moral high ground to criticize and obstruct others. With no further words to exchange, he prepared to depart, thinking that just because their products were deemed successful, they were not without flaws and equally harmful. Sam circumvented half of the table to obstruct him. Mr. Mo, could you possibly release the individual? Wu Di holds great significance for us. It would have been better if this had gone unsaid, for upon hearing it, Mo Yang became even less inclined to grant their request. He pushed Sam aside and returned directly to his seat. Chapter 72. Reconciliation. Mo Yang's antics left the foreign guests somewhat displeased, causing Liang Tianlong to lose face. In an effort to lighten the mood, he took Song Shaoling to toast, managing to cheer everyone up before approaching Mo Yang's table. He exchanged pleasantries and ultimately complimented Mo Yang on his performance that day. After Liang Tianlong departed, Mo Yang exited the hall, with Sam closely following him. Smith was not far behind either. Suddenly, Sam thrust his hand into his pocket and turned around, coldly stating, "Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Smith chuckled, "But you hold a significant position. Would you truly sacrifice your current status and wealth?" With a dismissive grunt, Sam quickened his pace. Catching up to the parking lot where Mo Yang leaned against the car door, questioning the recently awakened Wu Di. Is Wu Di your real name? Or does someone wish for you to be invincible? Wu Di remained silent, but spoke upon seeing Sam. You're here too? Sam then switched to speaking in dragon language, his fluency surpassing Smith's. How have you been? Wu Di grimaced in pain. My neck is broken. I can't move. What? Sam erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Mo Yang. How could you be so brutal to him? It's inhumane. Mo Yang brushed his hand aside, asserting he was armed and dangerous. Should I have just waited for him to commit murder? Showing him mercy by sparing his life is already generous. However, if he remains tight-lipped, then he truly serves no purpose, and I may very well send him to meet his maker, allowing him to explain to God why he has ended up this way. Sam took a deep breath, regaining his gentlemanly composure. I've stated before, Wu Di is crucial to us. I must take him back. Name your price. Smith chimed in eagerly. Mr. Mo, hand him over to me. I can offer a better deal. Mo Yang, contemplating Wu Di's current utility, realized that even in his incapacitated state, he could still be a valuable test subject. Ignoring the two foreigners, he turned to Wu Di and asked, Did you voluntarily take their drugs, or were you coerced? Wu Di shot him a glare. Does it matter? As long as I live, I will seek vengeance against you. Mr. Wu, please remain calm and do not provoke Mr. Mo, Sam interjected. Mo Yang chuckled. Sam, you've seen it for yourself. How could I possibly let him go? Sam assured him. If you release him, I promise he will no longer trouble you. Mo Yang, who inherently despised violence as it merely invited further complications, preferred dealing with businessmen who were straightforward about money, avoiding emotional entanglements. Sam extended a finger. 1 million. How does that sound? Smith countered defiantly. 2 million. Sam scoffed. I meant an eagle yuan. Of course, so did I, Smith retorted. Mo Yang chuckled, bemused by Smith's determination to engage in a bidding war. Well, don't blame me then. Continue your bidding. The highest bidder wins. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yang began to play the role of a trafficker. The two foreigners surprisingly had no objections as Sam doubled the bid for million, 6 million, 10 million. Sam, in a display of extravagant generosity, outbid Smith. The latter hesitated, contemplating whether to raise his offer. This was no trivial sum. Ultimately, he chose not to increase his bid. Mo Yang found himself in a quandary. Should he be grateful or apologetic towards Smith? Deal. But the transaction must be cash on delivery. Transferring 10 million eagle yuan directly was impractical, but after negotiations, Sam agreed to transfer 80 of a pharmaceutical company's shares in East Bay City to Mo Yang. Smith sighed heavily. Now we are both partners and competitors. According to our agreement, you cannot produce beauty-enhancing drugs for sale. I am a man of my word, rest assured. Mo Yang replied, patting his shoulder. By the time the contract arrived, it was already afternoon, and the leaders had long since departed. Song Shaoling messaged to inquire about the situation. Mo Yang joyfully replied, I've become the boss. Once the formalities were completed, Sam triumphantly took Wu Di away. Before leaving, he advised Mo Yang, you are now the largest shareholder of Here Dongwon Pharmaceutical Company. There's no need to remain with Tianlong Group. You won't interfere in my issues with Smith, will you? Because I promised a friend, I will certainly support legal projects. As for illegal ones, I doubt Mr. Smith would pursue them, Mo Yang stated matter-of-factly, glancing at Smith. Smith's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Once Sam departed, he unleashed a tirade at Mo Yang. You two-faced scoundrel, you don't deserve to be my friend. Don't forget, I saved your life today. Do you think it's easy to subdue Wu Di? Indeed. While today's events seemed trivial, had it been someone else, like Zhang Song or Zhao Zhu, they would have resorted to gunfire without any viable alternatives. Smith had witnessed the capabilities of the berserkers. That much was beyond doubt. Mo Yang continued, you kidnapped Liu Xiaomi. I've let that slide. And your experiments on living subjects. Aren't those matters that could cost you your head? If you truly wish to trouble me, be prepared to face the consequences. Miss Liu's incident was not my doing. It was Sam and his crew. Smith continued to argue. Mo Yang retorted, look at Wu Di. He appears no different from an ordinary person. What kind of experiments are you conducting? It's utterly inadequate. Have George step up his game. Did you know all along? Of course, I'm not a fool, Mo Yang replied. Smith sighed heavily, resigned to his fate. In that case, I ask for your forgiveness for my oversight. It was indeed an accident. The test subject lost rationality unexpectedly and injured your subordinate. We merely intended for you to have a friendly competition. Let us not dwell on the past. I only hope there won't be a next time. For the matter of the berserkers, I won't involve myself on either side. Just please refrain from extreme measures that defy morality. May I boldly inquire, just how powerful are you? Mo Yang laughed. How should I know? I'm not just some reckless fighter. I have many responsibilities. If I must compare, you could likely handle 100 of those abominations, right? Leaving Smith in stunned silence, Mo Yang returned home gleefully, never expecting such a significant gain today. He had inadvertently become a boss and could utilize the pharmaceutical factory's equipment, liberating himself from the confines of his cramped laboratory. That evening, when he presented the contract to Liu Xiaomi, she was left speechless. She stood frozen for at least 3 minutes, pinching herself repeatedly, questioning if this was merely a dream. Mo Yang grasped Liu Xiaomi's hand. Stop pinching. This is all real. I plan to make you the general manager of the company. How does that sound? Liu Xiaomi shook her head vigorously. That's impossible. I don't know anything. Learn then. It's not difficult. You just need to oversee the staff. There's no need for hands-on involvement. Liu Xiaomi remained apprehensive. But I need to know how to direct them. That's of no concern. It's a free opportunity. If it fails, we can sell it off. Tomorrow. You'll resign, and once the handover is complete, let me know. In a few days, when I'm free, I'll take you to the shareholders' meeting to announce your new position. Mo Yang spoke decisively, leaving no room for Liu Xiaomi to object. Sometimes, when individuals become accustomed to their lowly status, even with significant changes in their circumstances, they may hesitate to embrace greater challenges. He felt compelled to push Liu Xiaomi forward. After much hesitation, Liu Xiaomi ultimately agreed. What are your plans? I'll continue at Tianlong Group. I haven't resolved matters concerning Song Xiaoling yet. Isn't that dangerous? What does resolved even mean? It's not dangerous. What could possibly go wrong? Isn't it simply about uprooting the source of drugs linked to Liang Tianlong? Liu Xiaomi's intelligence is now quite evident. She cannot be easily deceived. Such perilous endeavors are out of the question for you. What about the promise I made to them? Renegotiate it. Clarify the situation to her. She will comprehend, much like the last instance with Human. In what way is it the same? Liu Xiaomi suddenly became alert. How is it not different? Do you have feelings for Sister Song? Chapter 73. Love is not discussed. Mo Yang was perplexed by Liu Xiaomi's conclusion that he liked Song Xiaoling. In his lexicon, there was no such thing as romantic affection. Liu Xiaomi, biting her lip in distress, expressed, I know Song Jie is both beautiful and intelligent, engaging in such perilous endeavors. You must be worried about her safety. In truth, I share that concern, yet this is her duty. However, one cannot trade your life for hers. If anything were to happen to you, I would be heartbroken. Mo Yang sensed something amiss in her words. What did she mean by trading his life for hers? He was not heading towards certain death. His admiration was primarily directed towards those nameless heroes, not wishing for them to suffer unjustly. It was not out of altruism or nobility. He would not concern himself with individuals who volunteered for human experiments. He merely respected the valor of those who faced death without flinching, not singling out anyone in particular. Seeing him silent, Liu Xiaomi's expression changed rapidly, and her composure suddenly crumbled. She cried, throwing herself into Mo Yang's embrace. I forbid you from going. I like you. I love you. You cannot engage in such dangerous activities. I cannot live without you. Her sobs became incoherent, and Mo Yang could hardly decipher her words. However, he understood that he could not pursue this matter any further, for subconsciously, he felt compelled to heed Liu Xiaomi's wishes. He did not reject this sensation. Rather, it instilled in him a sense of belonging. He could not quite articulate why, attributing it to an ingrained behavioral pattern. All right, I won't go. I won't go. I'll listen to you. Mo Yang raised his hands in surrender. Yet, Liu Xiaomi clung to him, refusing to loosen her grip. After being together for so long, this was the first time she could embrace him so tightly. Now, nothing could compel her to let go. Her face burrowed into his chest, feeling warm, sturdy, and secure. Unable to restrain herself, she ventured upwards, but could only reach his neck, so she slightly lifted her head, closed her eyes, and pressed her lips to his. Mo Yang, a man unversed in romance, felt no discomfort. He merely noted that Liu Xiaomi was soft and could benefit from some fitness. Were she to discover his thoughts, she might instantly change her mind and urge him towards danger. After waiting for an eternity, Liu Xiaomi, met with a lack of enthusiasm, opened her eyes in disappointment. Mo Yang looked down at her innocently. I've promised you not to interfere with Song Xiaoling's affairs. Isn't that sufficient? Having resolved one issue at last, Liu Xiaomi released Mo Yang and wiped her tears. You must keep your word and listen to me in the future. I have always listened to you, Mo Yang responded, appearing as a remorseful child confessing his misdeeds before his mother. Liu Xiaomi broke into a smile again and agreed to Mo Yang's suggestion. Give me some time to prepare and brush up on my knowledge of company management. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to do. The two reached a tacit understanding, agreeing to resign 10 days hence. As for Mo Yang, he could remain at Tianlong Group, for the house belonged to them, and the property deed had yet to be finalized. It would be absurd for him to leave the house behind. Mo Yang was not particularly attached to the house, but rather to his laboratory, which he had painstakingly established over the past month, only to abandon it now. It was not only regrettable, but also meant he would have to invest time to rebuild, rendering it a futile loss. The following day, Song Xiaoling sought Mo Yang for tea. The previous day's events had been peculiar. Mo Yang, accompanied by his entourage, had bound a man and managed to converse for an extended period with the heads of 2 pharmaceutical companies, ultimately acquiring one outright. Such fortuitous events were beyond belief. Mo Yang briefly recounted the tale, stretching beyond her comprehension. You mean one person can exchange for an entire company, and he is a male? Preposterous. I cannot fathom it. Mo Yang was candid. Believe it or not, that is how it transpired. Moreover, Liu Xiaomi has commanded me to refrain from involving myself in your matters. Please ensure your own safety. I have dispatched Zhao Zhuji to protect you in secret. Should any issues arise, you may reach out to him. Liu Xiaomi will soon assume the role of general manager at the pharmaceutical company, and she extends her gratitude for your constant support. No wonder I have felt someone trailing me lately. It startled me. I have long since instructed you not to meddle in my affairs. You are merely being overly sentimental. Attend to your own business and leave mine alone. Cut it out. I anticipated you would say that. By the way, regarding the beauty-enhancing drug, you have already recouped your investment, so I won't bother with such trifles since you are not short on funds. Then don't produce it. Just make sure to stay far away. When you decide to leave Tianlong Group, I'll throw a farewell party for you. Who says I am leaving? Where else can I find such an easygoing job? Song Xiaoling suddenly flared up again. What are you doing lingering at Tianlong Group? Are you a multi-millionaire here to experience life as a security guard? You're just too idle. Hurry up and leave with Liu Xiaomi, so I won't have to see your face every day. Mo Yang noticed, despite her fury, that her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, leading him to speculate about her feelings. Yet, he chose to remain silent about his insights, plainly stating his reasons for staying. One was for his laboratory, and the other was to continue extracting benefits from Smith, as his automated factory contained what he required. Aren't you a chemistry expert? Why the sudden interest in machinery? That is none of your concern. I am not staying for you. Leave. Song Xiaoling chided playfully. Though her heart ached, she secretly wished Mo Yang was staying at Tianlong Group for her sake. It was merely her selfish desire. She considered herself loyal to her country and its people, never straying from her principles. Yet, in the quiet moments of work, having a little fantasy was permissible, right? Though unattainable, it could provide some solace in a challenging life. Returning to the matter at hand, Song Xiaoling had finally procured useful intelligence through her connections from the beauty-enhancing drug. A leader at customs, by chance, had revealed details of a transaction involving Liang Tianlong and her husband, although the specific goods remained unknown. However, she was certain it pertained to narcotics. As Tianlong Group typically engaged in minimal international business, Liu Xiaomi had informed her that each year, several batches of raw materials worth hundreds of millions were procured, necessitating alternative means for balancing accounts. The financial operations were conducted with utmost secrecy, which initially left Liu Xiaomi bewildered. Moreover, inspired by Mo Yang's influence, this time, Song Xiaoling prepared to act independently. After ascertaining the ship and container numbers for the next shipment, she invested heavily to bribe a dock worker, ensuring she would be notified the moment the ship arrived. Oblivious to these developments, Mo Yang would undoubtedly scold her for her foolishness were he to find out. At that moment, he was entirely focused on cultivating stem cells. After countless attempts, he finally enabled his genes to express normally within Liu Xiaomi's cells, successfully transforming them into stem cells. Theoretically, implanting these stem cells would, over time, rejuvenate Liu Xiaomi's brain cells, allowing for a qualitative leap under the nurturing of these superproteins. Yet, numerous practical obstacles loomed ahead. There were no facilities for conducting related antibody experiments, no means to validate quantities, no operating room for implantation, and no equipment to monitor postoperative results. 2 paths lay before him. One was to rent an operating room from Human, while the other was to construct one himself. Upon hearing Mo Yang's proposal, Human berated him for being delusional, urging him to extinguish such impractical notions. As for building one himself, It was impossible at home. However, establishing one at the pharmaceutical factory held some promise. That, however, would have to wait until Liu Xiaomi had streamlined the company, and how long might that take? With nothing pressing to attend to, he also extracted several other gene fragments, crafting 2 additional types of stem cells, one to aid in fat reduction, and the other to promote the regeneration of leg bones. The requirements for these 2 types were not overly stringent, making them suitable for Liu Xiaomi's use. After Mo Yang painstakingly explained his work, Liu Xiaomi grew fearful. Doesn't that mean your genes are now in my body? Wouldn't that make you my father? I refuse to have you as my dad. Chapter 74. Stealing knowledge. One must admit that there is room for improvement in intelligence. However, it is imperative that Mo Yang enhances his emotional intelligence instead. After a bout of playful banter, Mo Yang commenced his preparations. This was not a task to be accomplished in one go. The initial phase merely involved the implantation of a minuscule quantity of stem cells. Excessive amounts could potentially transform Liu Xiaomi into a muscular or overly slender figure, thus necessitating careful observation before any gradual increase in dosage. Lacking any experimental data, Mo Yang had no choice but to navigate this uncharted territory cautiously. Yet, based on his computer simulations, he had meticulously adjusted the measurements to the safest possible values. From that moment forth, Liu Xiaomi became the favored test subject, while Zhao, who was completely sidelined. Liu Xiaomi, no longer naive, was acutely aware of the significant risks she was undertaking. In her imagination, becoming a monstrosity was a distinct possibility. Nevertheless, for the sake of Mo Yang's aspirations, even the gravest risks were worthwhile, if only out of love for him. Watching as Mo Yang administered a few injections into her legs and lower back, her inexplicable fears diminished significantly. Was it truly that simple? Mo Yang chuckled, asking, "What would you like me to do?" "I assumed it would require anesthesia and an incision," she replied. "In this day and age, hospitals employ minimally invasive techniques. I would hardly resort to such methods," he responded. Once these tasks were complete, Mo Yang found himself at a loss for further activities. He specifically invited Hu Man for a meal, seeking to procure a minimally invasive surgical apparatus along with a suite of life-monitoring equipment. Hu Man flatly declined, stating, "Mo Yang, medicine is not as simplistic as you perceive it to be. While you have successfully developed a beauty enhancement drug, the transplantation of stem cells is far from straightforward. I am not unwilling to assist you. I merely do not wish to endanger Liu Xiaomi. Please, do not act recklessly." All right, I shall forego that request. But can you at least assist me in procuring a batch of supplies?" Mo Yang handed her a sheet of paper detailing numerous required materials. Being a medical student, Hu Man immediately sensed something amiss. "Why do you require such a diverse array of cellular technology carriers? Are you attempting to clone yourself?" Mo Yang thought to himself that if cloning were possible, he would have done so long ago. He merely wished to experiment with which carrier would be most suitable for a biological artificial brain, as the previous options had proven inadequate. Noticing Mo Yang's silence, Hu Man assumed she had deduced the truth and reiterated her refusal. "I cannot assist you further. It would contravene legal boundaries. Is it conceivable that the law fails to keep pace with technological advancements? Consider this. Laws are continually revised to adapt to societal progress. One cannot allow the shortcomings of others to impede one's own progress." Mo Yang patiently endeavored to persuade Hu Man, but she remained steadfast in her principles and resolutely disagreed. The meal was devoid of flavor, and the two parted ways early. With time still on his side, Mo Yang ventured to the new factory to see if any opportunities presented themselves. The biopharmaceutical plant offered little of interest. Its technology paled in comparison to his own. The machinery factory was in the midst of testing its equipment, while the parts workshop was ready to commence production, awaiting only the assembly line. Accompanied by Zhang Song, Mo Yang toured the facility and arrived at the office, where he found David still hard at work. "David, such diligence. Aren't you off the clock yet? Waiting for Smith to grant you overtime pay?" David, an engineer and quintessential STEM enthusiast, appeared somewhat dull, his gaze fixated on the screen. He responded reflexively, "Production is about to commence, and I need to conduct a final review of the blueprints." Mo Yang approached him from behind, studying the blueprints alongside him, posing questions that proved far more efficient than solitary study. After some time, David finally realized, "You understand mechanical engineering?" "Of course not. If I did, I wouldn't need to ask you," Mo Yang replied. "Impossible. The questions you pose touch upon critical points. If you were not an expert, you wouldn't inquire so astutely." David suddenly grew animated. "Oh my goodness, what have I done? Smith expressly instructed me not to disclose these key technologies. Mo, you mustn't tell him. I could be fired." Such circumstances were unexpected. It seemed Smith was quite shrewd, though perhaps it was simply standard practice. After all, one does not teach an apprentice everything in one go. "Rest assured, I won't divulge anything. Besides, I am merely a security guard. What use is this knowledge to me?" "I was merely curious," Mo Yang reassured him. David appeared to believe him. That's a relief. In Dragon Country, one's word is their bond. However, to avoid detection, I must ask you to leave. "Very well. I won't press you further. However, it is late. Why not resume work tomorrow? Otherwise, it would be inhumane. How about I treat you to a drink?" "Oh, that sounds like a splendid idea." David, perhaps a bit of a drinker, accepted without hesitation. "Let us abandon this tedious work." Mo Yang had initially thought that foreigners might be uncomfortable in a van, yet David was positively exhilarated. "I have long heard of the legendary vehicles from Dragon Country. They truly are exhilarating." Mo Yang smiled. After all, it was merely a matter of driving a bit faster. To keep the mood light, he executed a few drifts, the car swaying enough to make him dizzy, while David only grew more animated. Indeed, foreigners often seem to thrive on reckless abandon. Unfamiliar with the entertainment venues, Mo Yang decided to head to Yang Defa's territory, hoping for a possible discount. Upon entering the hall, David's eyes lit up at the sight of the beauties on stage, and he began to sway and cheer with a bottle in hand, resembling an exuberant child. Mo Yang began to question whether the engineering persona he had witnessed earlier was merely a fade. Yet he found himself quite fond of this spirited version of David. One must be lively to succeed in such environments. Upon entering, he announced his name to the waitstaff, requesting they inform Yang Defa or Rong Hua of his presence, as he required assistance. After a lengthy wait, Rong Hua finally sauntered over, regarding Mo Yang as though he were a harbinger of misfortune. "Do not sulk. I am here to patronize your establishment, not to stiff you on payment." "Then why did you summon me?" Rong Hua retorted, his demeanor suggesting that treating Mo Yang was out of the question. "Given our acquaintance, surely a discount would be in order, and I would also appreciate your assistance in locating a laptop." "Very well, I shall grant you an 80% discount, provided you do not cause any disturbances." "Am I the type to cause trouble?" Mo Yang replied, exasperated. Rong Hua departed to fetch the laptop, while Mo Yang continued to pour drinks for David, who proved to have a remarkable tolerance, leaving Mo Yang feeling both pained and amused. Eventually, David succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, and Mo Yang easily acquired the USB drive. He enlisted the help of a young lady to watch over David while he retreated to a private room to copy the data. Rong Hua observed from the sidelines, perplexed. "Aren't you involved in the underworld? How do you possess such knowledge?" Mo Yang, transferring the data from the computer to his phone, chuckled. "Haven't you heard? A rogue is not to be feared. Rather, one should fear the rogue with culture. Thus, I must invest time in self-improvement." Rong Hua scoffed. "You think your intellect can outsmart me?" Having accomplished his objectives, Mo Yang returned to the hall, only to find David on the verge of revealing his true self, nearly collapsing onto the young lady, who seemed unfazed and kept signaling with her fingers. One maneuver, one okay. It appeared that the rest was no longer his concern. Mo Yang escorted them to the exit, discreetly returning the USB drive to its original place before hailing a taxi, thus completing his mission. With relevant information in hand, he anticipated a more efficient learning process. By noon the following day, Mo Yang had successfully designed the flexible robotic arm he envisioned, slender and elongated, akin to an octopus's tentacle, culminating in a three-fingered claw. Unlike traditional robotic arms, Mo Yang's design incorporated biomimetic tendons, remaining taut when powered off and extending only upon activation. The joint axes were replaced with transverse rotation axes, layered in such a manner as to achieve true omnidirectional rotation, even enabling multi-angle rotation in diverse environments. This design necessitated highly sensitive sensors. Otherwise, precise positioning would be unattainable. However, it did possess a critical flaw. It could not grasp excessively heavy objects, with a limit of approximately 5 kilograms. Yet for Mo Yang, this was more than adequate. Next, he faced the challenge of identifying suitable biomimetic tendons and high-sensitivity sensors. Upon conducting an online inquiry, Mo Yang was taken aback to discover that domestic sensor specifications fall short of standards, while foreign prices are exorbitantly high, reaching up to 4,000 or 5,000 yuan each. A single robotic arm requires approximately 20 sensors, leading to a staggering total of around 100,000 yuan. When accounting for additional expenses, the overall cost for one robotic arm hovers around 120,000 yuan. Furthermore, Mo Yang envisions his robot possessing 8 legs akin to an octopus, which would elevate the minimum cost of such a creation to 1 million yuan. It is indeed a venture that demands substantial financial investment. Chapter 75. The Little Deceiver and the Miser. Mo Yang, lacking the funds to indulge his whims, decided to visit the pharmaceutical company to assess the situation and see if he could procure some financial support. The company had received relevant notifications and called upon the newly appointed major shareholder to attend an important meeting. Naturally, he was elated to attend, yet he encountered numerous obstacles along the way. Upon entering the premises, he was halted by a security guard. When Mo Yang claimed he was there for the meeting, the astute guard recognized him as a penniless individual who hadn't even made a phone call, thus barring him entry until the office director personally emerged and confirmed his identity multiple times. Even then, the guard continued to mutter, convinced that Mo Yang was a fraud. Once inside, the director handed him a document outlining the meeting's primary agenda. Mo Yang perused it briefly, noting it comprised a performance report and discussions of certain work plans. However, one resolution struck him profoundly. The company's profits for the year would be allocated for the construction of a new production line, with no dividends to be distributed. If that were the case, what was the point of holding a meeting? The prospect of receiving dividends was a distant dream, as they would not materialize until the following year, by which time the opportunity would have long passed. Mo Yang inquired of the director whether he could recommend someone for employment at the company. The director responded affirmatively, advising him to ensure the individual prepared relevant documents, such as a university diploma or honor certificates, along with a work history, to present to the HR department. However, it was best if the recommended individual was an industry elite to garner respect. Based on this advice, Mo Yang realized that Liu Xiaomi stood little chance, as her middle school diploma and experience as a production line worker would hardly qualify her for even a basic position, let alone prevent her from being dismissed outright. Today had proven fruitless, echoing the adage that ignorance is indeed terrifying. Though Mo Yang was filled with grievances, he acknowledged that it was not his territory to contest. Ultimately, he lost interest in the meeting and decided to return home. As he exited, the security guard confidently reiterated that Mo Yang was merely a little scammer there to cause trouble. Once outside, Mo Yang called Smith, offering to sell him shares in Black Ray Dongwon Pharmaceuticals at a bargain price. Smith, with a voice full of incredulity, exclaimed, "Oh, my dear brother, is this for real? Thank God, you've made the right decision. You should be thanking me." After negotiations, they settled on a price of 50 million yuan. Although it was a loss, Smith assured him that he would resolve all the chaotic issues. Otherwise, the massive source of funds could potentially prevent him from retrieving a single cent. He lamented that he would have preferred to acquire Wu Di instead. Mo Yang understood Smith's intentions. It was merely a matter of obtaining a successful test subject to reverse engineer suitable medications. While he perceived great complexity in this matter, he chose not to intervene, treating it as mere venting from Smith. That evening, Mo Yang recounted his misadventures to Liu Xiaomi, who found it utterly amusing, likely having anticipated that she would be unable to accomplish the task. "So did you resign? Perhaps you should inform Song Xiaoling and continue in your finance role?" "I have already resigned. I plan to stop working for others and only work for you. Watching you toil so hard while I accomplish nothing is truly disheartening. But Smith just provided you with a substantial sum." Why can't we start our own factory and run a business? Liu Xiaomi was filled with confidence. Really? It seems you've finally seen the light. However, I won't have the time to manage it. It will be quite strenuous for you. I'm not afraid of hard work. What is this little effort compared to what you endure? Mo Yang felt a sense of pride in Liu Xiaomi's transformation. She had taken a step closer to her ideals, and the outcome mattered not. He then asked, "What industry do you intend to pursue?" "You know about pharmaceuticals, so naturally, a pharmaceutical factory." Liu Xiaomi found his query odd. "No, my goal in producing those medications is solely to enhance your physical capabilities. I harbor no such benevolence towards others. For me, our home laboratory suffices. I envision you establishing a machining factory. The limitations of human capabilities are far too restrictive. Even with enhancements, one cannot surpass the efficiency of machinery." Mo Yang recalled the harrowing experience of being shot by terrorists and wished to avoid a repeat. That seems challenging, considering the vast differences between the two industries. Mo Yang chuckled. In this world, nothing is inherently easy or difficult. If one is willing to act, there exists the potential for realization. For instance, achieving 8 hours of sleep in a day is truly a formidable task, yet I managed to accomplish it. Speaking of sleep, I find it curious. Do you possess a medication that allows one to forego sleep? I often feel as though I lack sufficient time. Having an extra 6 or 7 hours in a day would be immensely beneficial. Unfortunately, I do not possess such a remedy. How do you manage it? One can only attribute it to innate talent. He jested. If I were to claim extraterrestrial origins, Liu Xiaomi would surely be displeased. Why would I aspire to be an alien when I am a perfectly good human? Smith proved to be remarkably efficient, as within 2 days, the funds were transferred to Liu Xiaomi's account. He personally delivered the transfer contract to her home, and without so much as glancing at it, Mo Yang signed. Confident that Smith would not deceive him, Smith, seemingly preoccupied, frequently cast glances toward the laboratory. After signing the contract, he attempted to linger for a meal, praising Liu Xiaomi's culinary skills as unparalleled, much to her delight. Unperturbed by Mo Yang's opinions, she ventured out to buy groceries. It was unclear how Smith had developed such audacity, rivaling Mo Yang's own. Due to the ongoing situation with Wu Di, tensions had escalated. Yet they continued to exchange pleasantries. Perhaps the adage held true: there are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. Smith believed Mo Yang's secrets lay within the laboratory and prepared an array of flattering words, but upon casually mentioning it, Mo Yang generously extended an invitation for him to tour the facilities. This delighted Smith, who felt immense gratitude toward Mo Yang. However, what was there to behold in the laboratory? Merely instruments and vials, far less impressive than their company's professional laboratory. "My brother, you created a beauty-enhancing drug under such dire conditions? How extraordinary, how unfathomable. Such substances did not require a highly specialized laboratory. They were simple curiosities, toys to experiment with. Oh, you are even more of a genius than I imagined. I wonder if I could extend another invitation for you to join the Huater Group, where you could truly unleash your potential. Trust me, I can offer you a lucrative salary." Smith, unable to perceive the experimental projects and data, resorted to flattery. Conversely, Mo Yang was determined to keep his research under wraps. Some pursued scientific achievements solely for monetary gain, while others sought to fulfill their ambitions. Imagine if many could benefit from beauty-enhancing drugs, cognitive enhancers, and body-sculpting medicines. What advantage would Liu Xiaomi retain? Would she not regress to being an employee once more? Thus, these secrets were only for Liu Xiaomi's use. Mo Yang firmly declined. "No, I will not share these discoveries with anyone else." Smith continued to extol. "Do you not realize that with your abilities, you could benefit all of humanity? Do you not wish to contribute to the advancement of the world? You could achieve everlasting fame. Every mention of your name would evoke pride. That is not necessary. I am not that magnanimous. In truth, I am rather miserly." Chapter 76. Peeping Smith reaped substantial profits from the share transfer, yet he returned home disheartened. After Liu Xiaomi completed her handover, she busily engaged in various tasks such as leasing factory premises, registering a company, and filing the necessary paperwork. Mo Yang, shedding his usual demeanor, ventured out almost every day. Although most of his time was spent lurking at Huajian's machinery factory, ostensibly to safeguard the chief engineers of both factories, David had become quite familiar with him, while George could only catch glimpses of Zhang Song. As the two became engrossed in their work, the unfortunate De Huang was left at home alone, a loyal dog deprived of companionship. Though well-fed and comfortably asleep, De Huang was an intelligent dog with aspirations, unable to squander his time idly. Thus, he would often perch on the windowsill, gazing at the scenery of the neighborhood, as if attempting to decipher the myriad happenings within. One fateful day, a revelation struck him. Upon seeing Mo Yang return home, he barked incessantly, tugging at his pant leg, and raced to the window, barking at the opposite building with a flair that was both melodious and rhythmic. Mo Yang listened attentively and observed carefully. Finally grasping the essence of De Huang's message, someone was indeed surveilling them from across the way. Remarkably, De Huang seemed to nod in affirmation, almost as if he had gained sentience. Not one to dismiss such a situation, Mo Yang hastily departed with De Huang in tow. Upon arriving at the opposite building, he pounded on the door with vigor. Although no one responded, De Huang's keen nose confirmed the presence of individuals inside. Mo Yang, undeterred, kicked the door with force, causing the security door to bend alarmingly. Curious neighbors poked their heads out to investigate, with some calling for the police. Mo Yang, grinning, urged them to do so, claiming that the occupants were up to no good and should be apprehended. The neighbors, witnessing Mo Yang's fierce demeanor, withdrew, unwilling to intervene further. Inside, two young men armed with a broom and a baseball bat braced themselves, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." Mo Yang recognized one of them from the surveillance footage. They were indeed the ones monitoring him. Having failed in their task of surveillance, they resorted to voyeurism, with a telescope set up on the windowsill, cleverly concealed by a curtain, revealing only a single lens. Nearby, a laptop sat idly. Mo Yang, infuriated, pointed at the telescope and demanded an explanation. "What is going on? Who sent you? What have you seen? What are you saying?" I don't understand. We're just students and astronomy enthusiasts. What is strange about observing with a telescope?" they pleaded. Mo Yang's anger intensified. He swiftly disarmed them and pinned them to the ground. Though they sustained no serious injuries, they recognized they were no match for Mo Yang's formidable presence. Glancing at the telescope, Mo Yang confirmed it was indeed aimed at his window. The laptop contained a few games, likely a means to pass the time out of boredom. "You're spying on me. What have you witnessed?" he pressed. The two stubbornly replied, "We haven't done anything." Mo Yang retrieved a fruit knife from the table and pressed it against one man's neck. The icy blade elicited a panicked response. I don't know who he is. He just offered us 500 yuan a day to report when you leave and return home. We only wanted to earn some pocket money. We haven't done anything wrong. Please don't kill me." "What have you seen?" Mo Yang insisted. "Seen what?" "Just you eating, and it seems like we just saw you eating. I mean, what about my cousin?" I was mainly watching you. You often enter a room and don't come out for a long time. What else could I see? That girl seems to always draw the curtains as soon as she gets home. I didn't pay much attention." "And you?" Mo Yang inquired, turning to the other. "We work in shifts, so we basically see the same things. I also just saw you go into the room and not come out. I often ended up falling asleep while watching." Looking out the window, Mo Yang noticed that Liu Xiaomi's room had its curtains drawn, which alleviated his concern. He then asked, "Who sent you?" "We don't know his name. We were looking for jobs at the talent market, and he approached us. We heard the work was easy and the pay decent, so we agreed." Mo Yang tossed the knife back onto the table and chuckled. "You're quite something. After all those years of schooling, you end up here peeping. I wonder how your parents would feel if they knew." He then urged them to describe their employer's appearance. Relieved at not facing death, the two eagerly described their employer, noting every detail, including the moles on his face. After listening for a while, Mo Yang recognized him as Su Tian. Why was this fellow having someone spy on him? He recalled that Song Shaoling had mentioned someone was following her a few days prior, which filled him with unease. He quickly dialed Zhao Zhuji. "Did Song Shaoling discover your activities?" Zhao Zhuji, still groggy from sleep, was only able to rest once Song Shaoling went to work. Despite his fatigue, He felt it was worth it. Upon hearing Mo Yang's inquiry, he grew irritable. Boss, I was a scout once. How could I be so easily discovered? Su's people seem incompetent. They've changed several times and still got caught. Why didn't you inform me of such a significant issue? Isn't Song the one associated with Liang? Does his bodyguard need to report to you for protecting him? Zhao Zhuji, having come in later, was unaware of the complex relationships, leading to a misunderstanding. Fortunately, no harm had come to anyone. Otherwise, Mo Yang would have held him accountable. Once the matter was settled, Mo Yang declared that even if Su Tian himself came, anyone who dared to infringe upon Song Xiaoling's safety would meet a dire fate. Zhao Zhuji, realizing the gravity of Mo Yang's anger, refrained from retorting, instead vowing to be more cautious and lamenting the complexity of being a boss. After ending the call, Mo Yang gave the two men a kick as they lay on the floor, warning them that the one who hired them was in trouble. He left with a swagger, while De Huang, emboldened by Mo Yang's presence, barked at the two and marked his territory on the damaged doorframe, following Mo Yang with an air of indifference. Upon returning home, Mo Yang seized the telescope and aimed it at the opposite building, where he could see everything clearly. The two men had vanished, perhaps having fled. With his newfound vision, he decided to scrutinize other areas for potential watchers. In the realm of the mundane, he observed people enjoying late-night snacks, engrossed in their phones, and playing cards, with no curtains drawn. In the realm of the bizarre, one individual conversed with a flower while playing chess, and another rolled around on the floor, utterly undraped. The eclectic sights failed to pique Mo Yang's interest. As long as no one was spying on him, he felt at ease. He affectionately patted De Huang's head, commending him for his efforts. What reward did he desire? Perhaps, to an outsider, conversing with a dog in such a manner may seem peculiar. De Huang barked a few times at the window, tugging at Mo Yang's pant leg, indicating his desire to go out. Is it a walk you seek? Woof. De Huang confirmed. Mo Yang mused that De Huang was not particularly discerning. A simple stroll seemed to satisfy him. Even intelligent dogs can feel lonely, especially one as clever as De Huang. Yet, Mo Yang's assumptions were misguided. The walk was merely a fade, as De Huang was intent on marking his territory. Every corner of the neighborhood bore his scent, establishing a dominion that was unmistakably his own. Mo Yang speculated that it must have awakened its racial talents, claiming territory and dominating the little female dogs. Chapter 77. Interfering. Mo Yang had no time to meticulously analyze De Huang's behavioral patterns. Rather, his thoughts were consumed by Liang Tianlong's decision to assign someone to shadow him and Song Xiaoling. One possibility was that Smith had leaked information, prompting Liang Tianlong to take precautionary measures to monitor them, thus safeguarding his own interests. Alternatively, Song Xiaoling might have already taken action, undermining Liang Tianlong's plans and compelling him to keep a wary eye on her, while also monitoring Mo Yang, who was closely associated with her. In either scenario, Song Xiaoling found herself in peril, uncertain of when Liang Tianlong might strike to eliminate this thorn in his side, and unsure whether Zhao Zhuji would be formidable enough to thwart Liang Tianlong's covert assault. Mo Yang called Song Xiaoling, urging her to exercise caution. However, she seemed indifferent, as if the matter did not concern her. Frustrated, Mo Yang could only resign himself to fate. Upon returning home, he discovered police officers blocking his entrance, with Liu Xiaomi standing at the door, explaining something. She had not even changed her clothes and appeared fatigued, likely having just returned home herself. Mo Yang initially assumed the police were there regarding the recent burglary incident, but upon inquiry, he learned that a neighbor had reported him for peeping through binoculars. He noticed a familiar face beside the police. Wasn't that the girl who had been rolling around at home? It turned out she was indeed female, a detail he had overlooked at the time. The police, conducting their duties, could not be obstructed, and Liu Xiaomi was indignant that someone would accuse Mo Yang of spying on others. After all, didn't the flowers in his home smell delightful enough that he would need to gaze at wild grass? The police found no so-called tools of the crime, binoculars, within his abode. They expressed some disapproval regarding his laboratory, but since they were not the appropriate regulatory body, they could not articulate their concerns further. Mo Yang found it perplexing. Could it be that the binoculars had fled on their own? It was only when De Huang rummaged through the pile of cardboard refuse that he discovered the truth. His clever dog had taken the binoculars, alleviating all his worries. Yet, Liu Xiaomi could only feel disheartened. Did Mo Yang genuinely prefer the wild grass by the roadside? Mo Yang quickly clarified the situation, and Liu Xiaomi, unwavering in her faith in his words, remained concerned. You should leave the Tianlong group, and it would be best to persuade Sister Song to do the same. I genuinely worry about what might transpire. Observing her anxiety, Mo Yang assured her, I am merely leveraging the mechanical factory. I require their assistance for importing certain materials. Once I have secured what I need, I shall resign immediately. However, I cannot persuade Song Xiaoling. You know her temper. Not at all. I find Sister Song to be quite amiable, gentle in her speech, attentive, and caring. She is nothing like you describe. Mo Yang suspected they were not speaking of the same person, but still remarked, either you agree to let me assist her, or she must fend for herself. I equally do not wish for you to encounter danger. Perhaps I shall speak with her tomorrow. Communication may be easier between women. Mo Yang internally deemed this futile, but replied, Are you certain you can persuade her? With matters settled thus, Mo Yang ceased pondering the situation and immersed himself in his laboratory, writing code. During this period, he returned to the life of a programmer, the only distinction being that he had not yet succumbed to baldness. The robotic arm he was currently developing was, in essence, to serve as the hands and feet of future artificial intelligence. Thus, it was imperative to integrate motion control programming into the silicon-based brain. The carbon-based brain, however, was less complex, necessitating only the simulation of an animal's motor nerve center, allowing cells to grow freely, and through repetitive stimulation and practice, could ultimately yield a perfect motor system. The former required substantial effort, but once successful, it would produce an excellent athlete. The latter, though less labor-intensive, would be akin to a newborn, requiring extensive time to develop proficiency. Despite this, Mo Yang remained undeterred in his research on carbon-based artificial intelligence, convinced that the carbon-based brain possessed true wisdom, capable of creation and surpassing its creator. Of course, he did not need to worry about being surpassed. Achieving an ordinary level of competence was already a formidable challenge. While he was fervently coding, Liu Xiaomi had arranged to meet Song Xiaoling. The two convened at a CAF. Though Song Xiaoling was reluctant to attend, feeling uncomfortable in Liu Xiaomi's presence, compelled to adopt a congenial older sister facade for Mo Yang's sake. They initially engaged in light gossip, seemingly harmonious, yet Song Xiaoling could no longer contain herself. Did you not mention you had something important to discuss? Liu Xiaomi pondered for a moment before candidly stating, Sister Song, I am aware of your situation, and I wish to advise you to leave the Tianlong group and distance yourself from Liang Tianlong. Song Xiaoling paused, forcing a smile. What are you talking about? I do not comprehend. Mo Yang informed me that you are. The word police was merely mouthed, but the implication was unmistakable. Song Xiaoling's facade crumbled. She slammed her hand on the table. How dare you say such things? Please do not blame him. I pressed him for the truth, and I do not permit him to involve himself in your affairs. I worry for his safety. That is wise. You should expeditiously exit the company. And what about you? We cannot simply watch as you walk into danger. Danger? This is where I wage my battles. Enough. You need not concern yourself with this. I am fully aware of my situation, so please refrain from bothering me further. As Song Xiaoling reached for her bag to leave, her phone buzzed with a message. Upon reading it, her expression brightened, and she hurried to retrieve her vehicle. Liu Xiaomi stubbornly trailed behind, attempting to persuade Song Xiaoling further. Even if you tell me to leave, it will have no effect, she insisted, ultimately standing in front of Song Xiaoling's car, refusing to let her pass. Frustrated, Song Xiaoling shouted, Get in the car, we can talk while driving. Liu Xiaomi finally managed to catch up with Song Xiaoling, seizing the opportunity to express her thoughts. I found some discrepancies in the accounts Liang Xin provided me. The company incurs significant annual losses that must be covered by other accounts. I suspect this is due to embezzlement for illicit activities. We can follow the trail to uncover evidence of Liang Tianlong's crimes, allowing you to escape this perilous environment. Song Xiaoling regarded her with newfound respect. When did you become so astute? Those were matters I intentionally set you to investigate, and now you have finally pieced it together? Realizing she had been unwittingly utilized by Song Xiaoling, Liu Xiaomi felt somewhat naive but bore no ill will towards her. It had been a mere convenience, devoid of harm. Song Xiaoling continued, investigating cases is not so simple. We require witnesses and tangible evidence. Merely relying on the account books will not suffice to apprehend Liang Tianlong. You should disembark at the next bus stop. I have other matters to attend to. Sister Song, where are you headed? Liu Xiaomi inquired, noticing her driving while simultaneously sending messages. She cautiously glanced at the screen, catching a glimpse of the first message. Goods have arrived, 7-5, B District. Box 8. Song Xiaoling cast a resigned glance at her. The company has procured a batch of security equipment. I need to inspect it. Liu Xiaomi suddenly surmised. Is it that kind of cargo? Why would you need to handle this? Sister, it's far too dangerous. You should consider notifying the police. Song Xiaoling abruptly halted the car near the bus stop, scolding, Get out of the vehicle at once. Why have I never noticed how meddlesome you are? Did you learn this from Mo Yang? Sister, please, do not engage in such perilous activities. Both Mo Yang and I are genuinely concerned for your safety. With a long sigh, Song Xiaoling roughly shoved Liu Xiaomi out of the car, accelerating away and taking Liu Xiaomi's phone with her. As the hour approached 10 in the evening, the suburban roads were nearly deserted and the bus stop stood empty. The desolate surroundings, devoid of any village or shop, instilled a sense of fear in Liu Xiaomi. Yet, Song Xiaoling had the audacity to leave her in such a place while she ventured alone to the dock, which was surely even more perilous. Chapter 78. Kidnapping. Song Xiaoling harbored some concern for Liu Xiaomi. Yet the current state of public safety in the country reassured her that it was preferable for Liu not to accompany her. She drove swiftly, reaching the dock in less than 20 minutes. Following the information she had received, she quickly located the container, her heart racing with excitement at the prospect of obtaining incriminating evidence against Liang Tianlong. The informant handed her the key and hurriedly departed, urging her to act quickly and avoid detection. Just as Song Xiaoling was about to unlock the container, a figure emerged from the shadows, a stern-looking man wielding a finely crafted knife. Su Tian, what brings you here? She inquired. Of course, the boss sent me. And you? What are you doing here? Su Tian replied. Feigning nonchalance, Song Xiaoling countered. Why can't I be here if President Liang arranged it? You're welcome to be here. However, whether you can leave is uncertain. Su Tian suddenly lunged forward, thrusting the knife at her. Trained in self-defense, Song Xiaoling quickly retreated, swinging her expensive handbag at Su Tian's hand and executing a swift kick aimed at incapacitating him. Su Tian sidestepped, retaliating with a slash that left a gash on her leg. Taking 2 steps back, she opened her handbag to retrieve her firearm. But Su Tian had already leveled his gun at her, smirking, Don't move. Bullets don't discriminate. On her way, Song Xiaoling had been informed that Su Tian was prepared for her arrival. Don't you dare move either. My gun is equally unforgiving. A voice called from behind. Zhao Zhuji stood 10 meters away, issuing a warning. He had just contacted Mo Yang, and the confrontation was nearing its climax. But fortunately, Song Xiaoling remained alive. Zhao, why are you here? Mo arranged this. He was aware of your plans and tasked me with ensuring your safety. Zhao Zhuji was oblivious to the trouble he had inadvertently caused Mo Yang, trying to bolster his own esteem in Su Tian's eyes. Believing that projecting strength might deter the enemy and secure an advantage without conflict, Su Tian seethed with anger. Having previously warned Liang that Mo Yang was unreliable and aligned with Song Xiaoling. However, he trusted Smith and only suspected Song Xiaoling, assigning Su Tian to trail her. Su Tian had also employed 2 soon-to-be graduates to monitor Mo Yang, but to no avail. Zhao Zhuji continued to plead with Su Tian, We're all from the same company. Why not discuss this calmly? Lower your weapon. Mo will be here shortly. Su Tian suddenly laughed. He'll come? Well, that's splendid. Zhao Zhuji felt an unease creeping over him, and before he could react, he was shot in the back. The bullet pierced through his chest, causing him to collapse, quickly losing consciousness. In those fleeting seconds, Zhao Zhuji regretted not firing first, lamenting his decision to assist Mo Yang, wishing he had not been so naive. Had he chosen to slack off today, none of this would have transpired. This illustrates the difficulty of good people prevailing against the wicked. While the former must tread carefully, the latter act without hesitation, even in matters as grave as murder. A henchman approached and delivered a finishing shot to Zhao Zhuji, covering the corpse with a sack and discarding it in the trunk of a vehicle. Song Xiaoling fixed a cold glare on Su Tian. You cannot escape. You killed Mo Yang's men. He will not spare you. Su Tian, unperturbed, bound her hands behind her, applying a cloth to staunch the bleeding from her leg, all the while grinning and saying, "Rest assured, I won't let him off either. With you and that Liu woman as hostages, Mo Yang won't dare act rashly. My only fear is that he might not show up. But how could he resist coming for a woman as beautiful as you? You've captured Liu Xiaomi?" Song Xiaoling regretted allowing her to join her. "Ah, look at your concern for her. I heard Liu Xiaomi is his cousin, and they've been living together. Aren't you the least bit jealous? You must be used to playing the subordinate. How much did Mo Yang pay you?" Bah! Su Tian was spat upon, and in a fit of rage, he struck her, knocking her unconscious. Just then, a subordinate called, reporting that a van had entered the dock. Su Tian ordered the headlights to be turned on, deliberately revealing his position to Mo Yang, convinced that even in this trap, he would not be able to escape. Mo Yang arrived almost in a rush, albeit somewhat slowly. He noticed that Liu Xiaomi was also missing, and with both of them unresponsive to calls, he surmised they had likely been captured alongside Song Xiaoling. Su Tian had proven to be cleverer than he had anticipated. Had he known sooner, he would have eliminated him beforehand. The van drifted into the area, its headlights illuminating the scene, revealing 5 armed men, with Su Tian at the forefront. Wielding a desert eagle, Zhao Zhuji's fate appeared grim. Mo Yang approached slowly, glancing at the unconscious Song Xiaoling on the ground, and inquired, "Where is Liu Xiaomi? Seems like she occupies your thoughts." If Song Xiaoling were to hear this, she'd be furious. Su Tian laughed heartily. "Don't think you can save them. You will die here today. You think you can kill me?" Mo Yang retorted, shaking the desert eagle in Su Tian's direction. "Do you think you can outmatch a bullet?" Mo Yang hesitated to agree, but realized he was still too far from Song Xiaoling, who could not shield herself from the impending danger. Thus, he deliberately stalled. Moving forward while speaking, "I merely struck you once. Why the fixation on my demise? How about I give you a good beating to ease your anger?" "Humph. You and that shameless woman are in cahoots. Don't think I'm unaware that you're both undercover. If it weren't for President Liang wanting to keep you, I would have killed you already. Don't move. Any motion and I'll fire." At this point, Mo Yang had closed the distance to about 10 meters. He wanted to say that villains should refrain from excessive dialogue, as it often leads to their downfall. Yet he could not let this opportunity slip by. In a swift motion, he lunged towards Su Tian, firing a few rounds that went astray. In a quick maneuver, Mo Yang disarmed Su Tian, taking the gun for himself and firing several shots that incapacitated 4 of Su Tian's men. Finally, he had the chance to speak. "Have you heard? Villains perish due to their verbosity. Now, tell me where Liu Xiaomi is, or I'll put a bullet in your head. Why not face me in a fair fight? What skill is there in using a gun?" With a gunshot, Su Tian met his end. Mo Yang despised being disbelieved, so no further words were necessary. He leaped atop a container, scanning the vicinity for any remaining threats before waking Song Xiaoling and freeing her. With such limited skills, you aspire to be 007? Upon witnessing Su Tian's decapitated corpse and the bodies of his henchmen, Song Xiaoling was momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Mo Yang retrieved a notebook from the vehicle, operating it while asking her, "Where were you and Liu Xiaomi, and when did you part ways?" "Approximately at 9:30, at the bus terminal." "Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" "I told you, as long as your leaders are willing to pay, I will help you take down Liang Tianlong." "You didn't believe me then, do you now?" At that moment, the computer screen connected to the highway surveillance system. Song Xiaoling, unfazed, turned to make a phone call. Mo Yang swiftly tracked Liu Xiaomi's whereabouts. She had been kidnapped by an individual tailing Song Xiaoling, likely under Su Tian's orders, and the vehicle had returned to Liang Tianlong's villa. Zhao Zhuji had just missed the opportunity. Otherwise, he could have followed Liu Xiaomi, potentially averting this disastrous kidnapping. Mo Yang stood and observed Song Xiaoling, who was frustratedly twisting the key, unable to unlock the container. Perhaps you've been deceived. Let me handle this. Without needing the key, Mo Yang used the ring attached to it to effortlessly unlock the padlock. Song Xiaoling quickly activated her phone's flashlight and began to search inside. Take your time. I'll go settle the score with Liang Tianlong. Remember to come and assist me later. Song Xiaoling emerged from the container and grasped Mo Yang's arm. What do you intend to do? If you dare to abduct Liu Xiaomi, you deserve to die. This is not about you coming to my aid. You need not concern yourself with me. Yet, despite her desperate attempts, Song Xiaoling could not hold him back as she watched helplessly as he vanished into the distance. In a panic, she swiftly dialed the previous number once more. Director Gu, hurry. Stop Mo Yang. He intends to kill Liang Tianlong. Chapter 79. Annihilation. The villa district where Liang Tianlong resided was not merely a typical residential area, but rather an expansive estate dominated by a singular villa. Similar to the Honghua Entertainment Club, it was officially registered as a tourism resort, yet remained closed to the public, receiving only select dignitaries on rare occasions. Although it was nearly midnight, a distinguished guest remained seated in the villa. Sam sat upright in the grand hall, flanked by Wu Di. He had come seeking an explanation, as the supply to him had noticeably diminished since Liang Tianlong formed an alliance with Smith. This time, he intended to ascertain whether Liang Tianlong's claim that the decline was due to production limitations held any truth. When Su Tian called him, Liang Tianlong was being vehemently berated by Sam. Upon learning that Mo Yang and Song Xiaoling were both undercover agents intending to seize a shipment, he was overwhelmed with a desire for vengeance, particularly against Mo Yang, whom he had initially hoped would be a valuable ally but turned out to be a traitor. Discovering that Liu Xiaomi had also been abducted, he ordered her to be sent to the manor for a harsh interrogation, believing that even if no information was extracted, her presence could serve as leverage over Mo Yang. Sam glanced at the time, infuriated. The shipment was expected around 11 p.m. Why had it not yet arrived? Are you deliberately delaying their return after they've distributed to Smith? Liang Tianlong cursed silently. Smith offered a higher price and had orchestrated 2 projects as a smokescreen, making him inclined to deepen his collaboration with Smith. You, Sam, are as stingy as a miser. Refusing to increase your offer while merely shouting here is of no use. Mr. Sam, please be patient. I have dispatched someone to assist. They should arrive shortly. Liang Tianlong replied with a placating smile. Why not call others to inquire about their status? In case of any unforeseen circumstances, only Su Tian had a phone, which he might have misplaced, resulting in his silence. Useless, you can't even handle this minor task. However, if you agree to increase the supply, I can provide you with 2 enhanced serums that would make Su Tian as formidable as Wu Di. Liang Tianlong squinted at Wu Di, noting that Smith also possessed such enhancements, which appeared far superior to theirs. Smith? His rage serum is vastly inferior to our enhancements. His test subjects are no match for even one of Wu Di. Oh, but I've heard rumors that someone silently snapped Wu Di's neck last time, and you spent millions to retrieve him. Nevertheless, Wu Di's regenerative abilities are indeed remarkable. He has recovered enough to accompany you already. Sam and Wu Di's faces darkened. I have yet to inquire about that Mo Yang. What is his connection to your company? To be frank, Wu Di is already an extraordinary entity. With one more test, the Eagle Nation's military will adopt our enhancement serum. That scoundrel Smith still dares to compete for this contract while secretly conducting human experiments here, oblivious to the monstrosities he creates. It was uncertain whether Sam had inadvertently let slip a significant detail in his frustration or had intentionally divulged it. But this critical information had reached Liang Tianlong. Should the military employ these enhancements en masse, countless soldiers would become akin to human tanks, leaving devastation in their wake. Liang Tianlong hesitated to respond directly and cautiously inquired, "What are your intentions, Mr. Sam?" To make you recognize the reality, Smith is ultimately short-sighted. Furthermore, I hope you will assist us in capturing Mo Yang alive. That may prove difficult. Su Tian is no match for him. Sam scoffed. Just keep an eye on him. I've summoned a group of elites from the mainland, on par with Wu Di. I refuse to believe he can take on 10 of them. As for your partnership with Smith, manage it as you see fit. Liang Tianlong was no longer inclined to discuss the matter. He planned to prolong the situation, hoping to earn a little more. Should Hualuo be financially devastated by Haraway, Smith would likely lose all face to approach him again. At this moment, gunfire erupted outside, accompanied by panicked shouts. A bodyguard rushed in with urgent news. Mr. Liang, you must hide. Intruders have breached the premises. Who dares? I don't know. But I heard someone mention Mo Yang. Forget about that for now. Quickly hide, urged the bodyguard. His aim is precise. He has already taken down 3 or 4 of our men. Unbelievable. To eat my food and even open fire on me. Liang Tianlong slammed the table in anger. Yet he retained his composure. Mr. Sam, this is an opportune moment. Send Wu Di to assist my bodyguards. You wish to capture him alive, do you not? Sam considered the proposal viable and was about to agree when Wu Di pressed down on his shoulder, whispering, Mr. Sam, I'm not confident yet. We should shoot to disable his legs first. It will make him easier to handle. Sam acquiesced, retrieving an M-series rifle from the vehicle and ascending to the second floor with Liang Tianlong. The manor's entrance was approximately 70 to 80 meters from the villa, already overwhelmed by the bodies of fallen bodyguards, while Mo Yang had seemingly vanished. A dozen bodyguards spread out cautiously, advancing. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, dropping 2 men instantly. At that moment, the bodyguards had yet to locate Mo Yang, while Wu Di had already aimed at a tree 50 meters away and unleashed a rapid volley. Mo Yang was struck in the shoulder and quickly took cover behind the trunk, evading the remaining bullets. He's in the tree, someone shouted, and all hands turned their flashlights toward it, firing indiscriminately, turning the sturdy tree into a shattered remnant. Mo Yang leaped down and swiftly moved, eliminating another bodyguard. But gunfire erupted again, shredding the bushes before him. Rolling to the ground, he sought refuge beneath a statue. He pondered the extraordinary marksmanship of his assailant. In the dim light, he barely discerned his surroundings, realizing that without thorough searching, he would remain elusive. Liang Tianlong anxiously inquired beside Wu Di, is he dead? His movements are too swift. He's not dead yet, but he's likely injured, hiding beneath that statue. Sam grew impatient. Your rifle is equipped with night vision. Don't aim for the head. Understood. Suddenly, Mo Yang shifted beneath the night vision, yet instead of advancing toward the villa, he retreated with precision, positioning himself perfectly out of sight behind the statue. Wu Di quickly reacted, moving to the other side of the balcony and firing. However, Mo Yang seized a body and dashed back to the statue, preparing to use the corpse as a shield. With a human shield, Mo Yang grew bolder, stepping out to exchange fire with his foes. After sustaining 2 shots, the bodyguards were nearly wiped out. Only the targets on the balcony remained. Sam was in a frenzy. How can you not hit a single shot? I've hit him, I'm sure of it. Wu Di insisted, checking the scope again. Boss, we need to leave. This guy is not human. Bullets won't kill him. Let us go. Saying this, Wu Di seized Sam and hurriedly exited, leaving Liang Tianlong in a state of astonishment. When Mo Yang cautiously approached, Sam and Wu Di had already burst from the garage. He quickly fired 2 shots, striking the rear trunk. Now was not the time for pursuit. Mo Yang dashed into the villa, where a group of servants cowered in the corners, trembling. He then ascended to the second floor, finding Liang Tianlong feigning calm on the sofa. Seeing Mo Yang drenched in blood, Liang Tianlong recalled Wu Di's earlier words and thought to himself that he truly was a monster. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Mo Yang, what do you mean by this? You've kidnapped Liu Xiaomi, yet you question my presence? Mr. Liang, your inquiry is quite amusing. Liu Xiaomi had indeed been taken by his men, but she had yet to be delivered. Liang Tianlong seized this glimmer of hope. When did I capture her? I dare you to search. Chapter 80. Unlocked. Mo Yang was perplexed by Liang Tianlong's audacity in allowing a search. Given the vastness of the estate, how long would it take him to scour it? With his gun aimed at Liang Tianlong's head, he demanded, where is Liu Xiaomi? I truly did not kidnap Liu Xiaomi. With a sudden bang, Mo Yang fired, adhering to his characteristic disdain for idle chatter. He proceeded to search the villa, even climbing to the rooftop to survey the surroundings. The estate was dimly lit by flickering streetlights, revealing no apparent hiding spots. Just as despair began to settle in, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. This was fortuitous. It could aid in locating her. Mo Yang hastily donned a random outfit from the villa and dashed toward the darkest part of the estate. Upon breaching the perimeter, his phone rang. Song Xiaoling was calling, her voice almost shattering his eardrum. "Was it you? Have you found Liu Xiaomi? We found her outside the estate." The kidnappers paused for a late-night snack on their way back and were too intimidated by the commotion you caused inside to re-enter. "We spotted them acting suspiciously and apprehended them. Liu Xiaomi is safe, though she was understandably shaken." A sigh of relief escaped Mo Yang. With Liang Tianlong dead, they were even. "That scoundrel is dead. Where do we search for his superior now? Please, even if he were alive, would you still be able to continue your investigation beside him?" At times, Mo Yang found her to be rather naive, insisting on capturing the culprit red-handed. Suddenly, Song Xiaoling lowered her voice and shifted her tone. "All right, understood. Just return home now." Before hanging up, Mo Yang could have sworn he heard Director Gu's name mentioned. He recalled learning from Wang Wei that Song Xiaoling's superior was named Gu. He resolved to pay a visit to this formidable figure someday, to learn how to tame this fierce woman. After tending to his wounds, Mo Yang counted 9 bullets. They were likely fired by Wu Di. He found it hard to believe that Sam possessed such marksmanship. Mo Yang could not fathom why those two would appear at Liang Tianlong's estate. Even if there was a transaction, it seemed odd for them to wait there personally. Not dwelling on it further, he circled back to the estate entrance, where his car remained parked, fortunately outside the cordon. As dawn approached, he cautiously drove away. Upon arriving home, he discovered that Liu Xiaomi had not yet returned. Likely still at the hospital, perhaps occupied with giving a statement. He took the opportunity to dispose of his bloodied clothing, and Da Huang, seeing his injuries, whimpered in fear. "It's fine. Don't tell Liu Xiaomi, understood?" Da Huang nodded and shook his head, expressing his helplessness. At 9 a.m., an unfamiliar call came through. It was the police notifying him to pick up Liu Xiaomi. To maintain the ruse, Mo Yang inquired about the details. Upon arriving at the police station, he found Liu Xiaomi had completed her statement and, upon seeing him, cried and threw herself into his arms. "Stop crying, it's all right now. From now on, listen to me and don't run out alone at night again." Liu Xiaomi nodded through her tears, wiping her eyes only to discover bloodstains. Realizing they were from Mo Yang's clothes. "You, Shu." Mo Yang quickly signed and left, aware that if he lingered, he might have to strip for a medical examination. Once home, Liu Xiaomi eagerly helped him out of his clothes. His shoulder, chest, and abdomen bore 4 fresh wounds. Some still oozing blood, an unsettling sight. Liu Xiaomi gasped, unable to voice her shock. Da Huang, on the other hand, joyfully barked, delighted to see that Mo Yang was recovering. "Does it hurt?" Liu Xiaomi bravely reached out to touch the wounds. "What happened to you?" Mo Yang managed to smile. "It doesn't hurt. When I heard you were kidnapped, I rushed to save you and ended up in a fight. It's not just a fight. It's more like a battle." Liu Xiaomi cried again. "I promise to listen to you from now on and won't run off again. But you must also promise me to avoid such dangerous situations. And if they attack us?" Mo Yang feigned concern. "Should we simply endure it without retaliation? Remember, the ones who kidnapped you were ruthless drug traffickers. If we hadn't rescued you, your life could have been forfeit." Liu Xiaomi's expression hardened. "Then we fight back and eliminate them, to prevent them from harming others." This was precisely the response Mo Yang desired. Next time he acted, he would carry no moral burden. He assured her, "You say the word, and I shall ensure it is done." Did they target Song Jie because I was in her vehicle? They would rather kill an innocent than let anyone escape. They are devoid of virtue. Mo Yang recounted the previous day's events, downplaying the confrontation to a mere scuffle, yet Liu Xiaomi remained on edge. When he mentioned Liang Tianlong, the mastermind, being dealt with, Liu Xiaomi surprisingly exclaimed her approval. "Aren't you afraid? Is it not right to punish the wicked? He has harmed so many through drug trafficking and tormented Song Jie for years. His demise was well-deserved. Does Song Jie know?" She must be elated to hear this news. Indeed, she is quite pleased. but it's best not to bring it up again. Even in death, Liang Tianlong cast a shadow over her. Liu Xiaomi nodded in agreement, unaware that Mo Yang himself was her psychological burden, a significant one at that. Years of meticulous planning lay in ruins. Her efforts had gone to waste. The investigation must continue, either to preempt the rise of a new drug lord or to personally visit the source of the problem. In a fit of frustration, Song Xiaoling petitioned her superiors for collaboration with Interpol to eradicate this scourge. The response was an emphatic refusal. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are to remain at Tianlong Group as Liang Tianlong's widow. Rumor had it that Liang Tianlong's wife had long since passed, leaving behind a son studying abroad who might hold valuable clues. Regardless, she was instructed to remain at Tianlong Group until further information emerged. Naturally, Song Xiaoling was discontented and opted to stay home, skipping work as a silent protest. The news of Liang Tianlong's demise quickly spread throughout the company, attributed to a sudden heart attack. On the seventh day, all mid to high-level staff were required to attend a memorial service at the funeral home. Yet it was said that his son had no intention of returning, leaving the arrangements to Liang Xian. Mo Yang, however, was unconcerned with such matters, continuing his operations at the machinery factory. While everyone else went about their business, Smith was infuriated, summoning Mo Yang to his office. Upon their meeting, he unleashed a tirade. "Mr. Mo, have you gone too far? You've killed my suppliers. Do you have any idea how much I've lost? 10 tons. That's enough to purchase nearly half of the Huater Group. How am I supposed to explain this to my boss? You must tell me." Mo Yang remained unfazed. "How do you know it was me? Who witnessed it? I was merely there to rescue Liu Xiaomi. As I charged into the villa, Sam and Wu Di almost ran me over while they were making their escape. Regarding the cargo, I encountered only a pile of furniture after saving Song Xiaoling." Mo Yang intermingled truth with deception, leaving Smith in a quandary. As expected, Smith had heard from others that Mo Yang stormed into the villa, ascended the stairs, and then Liang Tianlong was found dead. However, Sam and Wu Di had also been upstairs prior. Furthermore, the police had yet to announce any findings regarding drugs. The news only reported a homicide. If a significant drug discovery had occurred, a commendation ceremony would undoubtedly follow. There exists another possibility. Sam may have deceived himself, not only hoarding the goods for himself, but also attempting to incite conflict between him and Mo Yang. How ruthless indeed. Smith's previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. "Oh, my brother, I heard you were injured. Is it serious? Shall I assist you in finding an expert to examine it?" Chapter 81. Atebo's Mo Yang speculated that Smith's IQ must exceed 150. Otherwise, in the midst of his own incoherence, he would not be able to fill in the gaps so effortlessly. Beyond his concern for Mo Yang's injuries, Smith also showed interest in his personal affairs. "I suggest you keep your distance from Miss Song. If you find yourself in need of female companionship, I can provide you with several options, regardless of color, nationality, or ethnicity. Their beauty would undoubtedly rival that of Miss Song. I truly worry that one day you might succumb to temptation and find yourself ensnared by her charms." Mo Yang graciously declined Smith's kind offer. Women would only hinder his research pace, and thus he preferred to remain unattached. As long as Smith harbored no doubts about him, he could manage with the adversary that was Sam and refrain from inviting further complications into his life. At Liang Tianlong's memorial service, many prominent figures from society were in attendance. The mid to senior management of the Tianlong Group formed the final group to pay their respects. It was unclear what restoration techniques had been employed, but they had remarkably managed to mend the substantial wound on his forehead. Song Xiaoling and Liang Xian, as family members, stood by to express their gratitude. Mo Yang perceived their sorrow as feigned, particularly Liang Xian, whose weeping bore an uncanny resemblance to laughter. When Mo Yang bowed to Song Xiaoling, she even mouthed the word "get lost." Such a blatant disrespect for the deceased could surely invite divine retribution. Just as the ceremony was drawing to a close, a procession appeared before the hall. Leading the group was a man from the Dragon Kingdom, around 30 years of age, possessing a refined demeanor. Following him were 8 imposing foreigners, exuding an air of intimidation. Liang Xian's expression shifted as he recognized someone. He abruptly stood and exclaimed, "Liang Hong?" "Brother," Liang Hong replied darkly, and he was indeed the son of Liang Tianlong, who had not returned home in over a decade. It was unclear who had informed him of his father's passing, allowing him to bid farewell. The presence of his entourage stirred a sense of foreboding among the leaders of the Tianlong group. Mo Yang detected an additional undertone. This group bore a striking similarity to Wu Di, their gazes condescending, as if viewing mere insects. He pondered the audacity of these individuals, bolstered by pharmaceuticals. To believe themselves invincible, could they truly believe they were above the law? Liang Hong knelt to perform a formal salute, demonstrating that he had not forgotten his roots. However, his companions' attempts at homage were rather disjointed. Some knelt on one knee, others clasped their hands in prayer, forming a motley crew of various nationalities. After the rites, the burial commenced. Everyone followed suit, unsure if Liang Xian was of mixed heritage, as the burial ritual adopted a Western style. A Dragon Kingdom pastor droned on for an eternity before finally laying the elder Liang to rest. Mo Yang felt as if a month had passed. Just as he prepared to leave, Liang Hong intercepted him. "You are Mo Yang?" "Yes, can I assist you?" Liang Hong did not respond directly. He dismissed the others before enclosing Mo Yang in a circle. "I've heard you possess remarkable skills. Would you be willing to spar with me?" "All right, but let us keep it brief. I'm pressed for time." "Good." Liang Hong, lacking any sense of sportsmanship, launched a punch before even finishing his sentence. But Mo Yang evaded it effortlessly. Following this, a low sweeping kick was similarly dodged. Liang Hong paused to applaud, clearly impressed. "Your reflexes are impressive, I concede. Is that it? So soon?" Mo Yang appreciated the brevity, preferring not to waste time. "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Suddenly, Liang Hong remarked, "I've heard you were responsible for my father's death. Perhaps that is mere provocation." Mo Yang shrugged, departing without a backward glance. If Liang Hong chose to believe it, he would, no explanation necessary. If he chose not to believe it, then so be it. He was indifferent. Shortly thereafter, Song Shaoling approached with concern. "Are you all right?" "According to reliable sources, Liang Hong is affiliated with the Black Rue. It matters not where he comes from. I simply wish to avoid wasting my time," Mo Yang replied. His research had reached a critical juncture, and attending Liang Lao's service was already a significant concession. He had no desire to squander time on inconsequential matters. Upon returning home, he began tinkering with the robot he had just completed. Though it bore no resemblance to a human, it was a rectangular metallic box approximately half a meter long, adorned with 8 tentacle-like appendages, each about the width of 2 fingers and extending over a meter long, akin to malnourished bamboo shoots standing upright atop the metal box. The box rested on 4 wheels, serving as its legs, while 4 cameras on its sides functioned as eyes. It was undeniably hideous, grotesquely so, to the point where even Mo Yang found it hard to look at. However, to suit his workspace, this form was the most appropriate. Mo Yang initiated a trial. "Hello? I am Mo Yang. Hello?" The internal speaker emitted a voice accompanied by crackling electrical sounds. "I have yet to receive a name. You may call me a Tebos." Mo Yang chuckled. "Do you believe you resemble an octopus?" "Do they agree?" "No, I merely referenced the phonetics. Primarily, I am exceedingly intelligent. Thus please refer to me as boss." "Very well, boss." Mo Yang suddenly felt a sense of being outmaneuvered. It was quite remarkable that this mechanical entity could name itself. There was no need to be overly pedantic with a mere metal box. "Please state your inquiries directly. What assistance can you provide me?" "I, a Tebos, am capable of anything." Mo Yang recalled that he had not programmed any boasting features. He had only instilled in it qualities of resilience and fearlessness. How had it arrived at such a conclusion? Setting aside his musings, he decided to assess its mobility. "Can you perform a dance?" "Please hold. Loading." Seaweed, seaweed, swaying with the tide. Seaweed, seaweed, dancing in the waves. Accompanied by lively music, Boss began to undulate its 8 appendages, genuinely resembling seaweed in a dance, which was rather fitting. Mo Yang nearly burst into laughter, expecting the performance to be over, but the entity showcased another astonishing skill. The appendages at each corner suddenly bent down to support the box, which, if one could call it a body, stood upright, swaying rhythmically, seaweed, seaweed. It seemed the entity had become enamored with its own performance, losing itself in the moment. Stop. Mo Yang was at a loss as to what he had created. The music ceased instantly, and one tentacle bent in front of him as it expressed, "Thank you for your attention." This particular functionality was certainly not what Mo Yang required. He had only aimed to enhance its autonomous learning and expansion capabilities, so how had it devolved into this? With a sense of resignation, Mo Yang instructed, "Please prepare the fat-reducing gene fragments, analyze the corresponding mechanisms of the 3 functional proteins, and assess any potential for improvement." Understood, please hold. This time, it appeared to be reliable. After scanning and analyzing the laboratory equipment, it downloaded pertinent information from the main computer, retrieved relevant culture dishes from the incubator, added cutting enzymes, separated, filtered, clarified, introduced transcription enzymes, weighted, synthesized proteins, compared them with computer simulations, corrected protein models, and continued refining based on receptor interactions. Mo Yang sat in silence, observing as this small entity toiled away for an entire day. Finally, it produced a written report. Perfect, no improvements necessary. The results mirrored his own, leaving Mo Yang somewhat satisfied, though he still recognized the need for enhancements. Seeking to take a shortcut, he asked, "Do you perceive any areas for improvement?" "Yes, please grant authorization." "Authorization for what?" Mo Yang was momentarily taken aback. "Please authorize the use of your online payment account. Authorize modifications to the self-destruction prohibition, and authorize the range of my movements." "Have I ever imposed such restrictions on you?" "What is this self-destruction prohibition?" Mo Yang queried incredulously. "Are you capable of self-harm? As for your range of movement, I have never restricted you in that regard." Base Instruction 5. You may not willfully damage the owner's body or property. Atebos is one of the owner's assets. Atebos User Manual 8, applicable to laboratory auxiliary equipment. Fine. I grant authorization. My account is Moyong666. Payment password 147369. Authorization complete. Shortly thereafter, Mo Yang's phone buzzed with payment notifications, a dozen transactions of various amounts, hundreds, thousands, each detailing purchases such as omnidirectional wheels, connecting hoses, and touch pads. It seemed that Atebos had indeed devised its own modification scheme. Mo Yang decided to let it be. Curious to see what transformations it might undergo, could it possibly become more appealing than it currently was? There were no further tasks ahead, and to Mo Yang's surprise, Artboss followed him out of the laboratory. Concerned that one day it might escape, he promptly restricted its permissions, declaring, "Your activities are confined to the home." Upon completing the modification, it seemed that Artboss was quite displeased with its wheels, insisting instead on traversing the ground using its 4 tentacles. This peculiar sight startled the awaiting Great Yellow, which retreated to the corner with a startled yelp. Woof, 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 woof. The Great Yellow perceived it as a monstrous apparition, determined to defend its master. "Hello, I am Artboss. Woof, 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 woof." It suddenly unleashed a series of barks. The Great Yellow paused for a moment, lowering its tone. Woof, woof, woof. Mo Yang stood in astonishment, bewildered by the fact that this creature could communicate with dogs. Chapter 82. The friendship of Big Yellow. At the heart of this tale lies the extraordinary capabilities of the Arturbos, which boasts 16 of the most advanced processors available. A terabyte of memory, an 8-terabyte hard drive, built-in wireless Wi-Fi for high-definition cameras, immersive Dolby surround sound, a plethora of data connection ports, an exceptionally powerful bass fan, and a massive lithium battery. Yet, all these features pale in comparison to the value of 8 tentacles. However, to an outsider, it would undoubtedly seem that the true worth of this creation lies in its software. Knowledge, after all, is priceless. Who has witnessed an artificial intelligence capable of conversing with dogs? Mo Yang was certain he had not programmed such features. Rather, they were bestowed by the internet itself. In the past, Mo Yang had to painstakingly search for information on a decrepit phone, while this entity required only a thought to access the vastness of information. filtering out mundane advertisements and sneaking into others' backends, all while saving him the trouble of coding. Its capabilities far surpassed his own. The lively atmosphere at home had shifted considerably, with chaos reigning as if a whirlwind of dogs and humans had taken over. Liu Xiaomi cradled Big Yellow in her arms, fearful that this peculiar creature might harm it. Yet Big Yellow seemed oblivious to her concerns, struggling to befriend the Arturbos. Liu Xiaomi, anxious, inquired, "Are you certain this iron stick is truly safe?" "Master, I am called Arturbos. You may refer to me as boss. You possess the highest authority over me. I would never harm you, and I can protect you. Big Yellow is my first friend and my best friend. I would never harm it, provided it does not pose a threat to you both." Big Yellow, perhaps understanding the sentiment, wore a sorrowful expression and ceased its struggles. Such is the nature of friendship. Liu Xiaomi, emboldened, reached out to touch Boss's paw and asked, "What are your capabilities?" "Arturbos is omnipotent." Mo Yang silently vowed to integrate a mute function into its code. "Could you assist me with household chores?" Liu Xiaomi, eager to test its abilities, proposed. Without hesitation, Boss sprang into action, collecting the dirty laundry and placing it in the washing machine. Once activated, it used its tiny paws to grasp the clothesline, retrieving the freshly dried garments, which it then folded neatly. Subsequently, it picked up a mop, and then a cloth. Both Mo Yang and Liu Xiaomi nodded in approval, while Big Yellow felt a pang of shame, pondering its own usefulness. At that moment, Boss, feeling somewhat fatigued, requested, "Master, please allow me to pause and recharge." Go ahead. Liu Xiaomi replied joyfully. "Thank you for completing so many chores. It is my honor to serve you." Boss replied, still eager to flatter, despite its dwindling battery life. Suddenly, Liu Xiaomi planted a kiss on Mo Yang's cheek, saying, "Thank you for your gift. I have one for you too." She produced a thick piece of paper from her bag, a business license. "Momi Technology Company, Limited?" Mo Yang queried, examining the name. Liu Xiaomi explained, "I chose a technology company because its scope is broader. So I transformed our mechanical company into a tech firm. Mo-mi represents the two of us. Isn't it melodious and imbued with a sense of technological advancement?" Mo Yang found the name rather whimsical, but it was merely a code name. What truly concerned him was how Boss had become a gift. After all, it was his own little helper. Wasn't he a tad extravagant to use such a sophisticated entity for household chores? Alas, he thought, he could always create another one. He had intended to prepare a celebratory meal, but a call from Song Xiaoling interrupted him. "Are you free? Let me treat you to dinner." Mo Yang found it odd that, following Liang Tianlong's death, Song Xiaoling was ready to celebrate. She continued, "I'm leaving. It's time for my farewell." "Leaving? Where to?" "Liang Hong is returning to seize control. Liang Xian has already been dismissed, and my position has become too awkward, so I must withdraw. Withdrawal is wise. It's not suitable for a girl to be an undercover agent. What are your plans?" "I'll explain later," Song Xiaoling replied, unwilling to elaborate, and sent over her address. Liu Xiaomi inquired, and Mo Yang relayed the situation, noting her peculiar demeanor. "What's the matter? You're not being fierce with me for once. How rare. Since it's a joyous occasion, let us celebrate together." Mo Yang proposed, and he took Liu Xiaomi along. Upon arriving at the upscale hotel, Liu Xiaomi felt a twinge of apprehension. Was such extravagance necessary for a simple meal? They entered a private room where Song Xiaoling was already present. Today, she had dressed meticulously, donning a black suit dress and high leather boots, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. Initially smiling, her demeanor shifted upon seeing them, her cheerful expression vanishing, replaced by a palpable tension. Mo Yang, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "Is it necessary for such a large room for just the three of us? Could we possibly switch to a smaller one to save you some money?" "Scram. You lack an appreciation for enjoyment," Song Xiaoling retorted while ushering Liu Xiaomi to sit down. "I still owe you an apology for the last incident, and this dinner serves as a form of atonement." "Song Jia, why would you say that? If I hadn't delayed your matters, you wouldn't have had to endure so much hardship." The two plastic sisters bantered as they dined, while Mo Yang focused intently on his meal. It would be a shame to waste such delectable dishes. Accompanied by fine red wine that appeared rather costly, he intended to finish it all. The table was adorned with several candles, perhaps for aesthetic purposes. High-end restaurants often favored such ostentatious decor. Once they had eaten their fill, Mo Yang broached the subject at hand. What are your plans moving forward? I'm unsure what I did to offend her. She seems quite irate. Besides being reassigned to another province, what else can I do? Have you resolved all matters here? What is there to resolve? By the way, this card contains 200,000. Please transfer it to Zhao Zhuji's family. No need. I've already given them 1,000,000 and applied for business compensation. That should suffice. Truthfully, he could have been fine. He was just too timid. Regardless, this is my heartfelt gesture. All right, then I wish you success in your endeavors. And may your company flourish as well. They raised their glasses in celebration and drank heartily. Liu Xiaomi cheerfully remarked, Song Jia, you mustn't forget us. Let us keep in touch. Perhaps I should create a group chat for convenience. Reluctantly, Song Xiaoling joined the group chat, and Liu Xiaomi added Hu Man, as they were the closest of friends. Mo Yang sensed something amiss and sent boss a message. Help me hack into the police system to check Song Xiaoling and Appo's recent work assignments. He forwarded her photo, as there were too many with the same name. Do not be surprised that boss has a chat account. This is trivial for it. Mo Yang merely sought a convenient means of communication. Since it is artificial intelligence, he treated it as an independent entity rather than just a machine following orders. A swift response followed. No information found. It appeared that the internet was not infallible. Perhaps for security reasons, they utilized paper records. However, boss provided Mo Yang with the passport Song Xiaoling had recently obtained, along with her booked flight tickets. Mo Yang chuckled upon viewing the passport photo. Oh, so you've been reassigned to work in the Serpent Country? Director Gu has come to terms with it, and is preparing to send you on a significant mission? Song Xiaoling's expression shifted dramatically. What? What are you saying? Mo Yang shared the photo in the group chat, prompting Song Xiaoling to argue. I'm merely going on a vacation to clear my mind. What is so peculiar about that? Mo Yang continued to share several more images, one featuring another woman alongside 5 men. These were all individuals who had processed their passports nearly simultaneously. With Mo Yang's guidance, boss had managed to uncover background information on these 6 individuals, each a member of an elite special forces unit. They were all scheduled to board the same flight to the Serpent Country as Song Xiaoling. Song Xiaoling was at a loss as to how Mo Yang had acquired such classified information. Director Gu has come to terms with it and is sending you misfits to your demise. Song Xiaoling conceded, though she maintained her bravado. You are the misfit here. We are determined to eradicate the very source of this insidious drug. Ah, Sister Song, this is far too perilous. Is there no way for you to refrain from going? Liu Xiaomi was the first to voice her concerns, aware that last time at the estate, dozens had perished. The brutality witnessed domestically was harrowing. The notion of facing such horrors abroad was simply unfathomable. Touched by someone's genuine concern for her safety, Song Xiaoling reassured her, rest assured. This is a directive from the highest authorities. We are merely to establish a preliminary foothold and familiarize ourselves with the situation before deploying a larger force to obliterate the threat. Chapter 83. Application for combat. A few days prior, a mysterious individual reached out to Song Xiaoling, inquiring whether she was prepared to uphold Liang Tianlong's banner and continue collaboration with foreign entities. After thorough contemplation, Director Gu resolved to send Song Xiaoling into the proverbial lion's den. This decision received endorsement from higher authorities, who dispatched 6 elite special forces operatives to accompany her, ensuring her safety. However, venturing into such perilous territory was not a situation that could be easily controlled by a mere handful of individuals. Song Xiaoling steeled herself for the worst, having endured humiliation and hardship for so many years, all for this singular moment. Yet, as she prepared to depart, her thoughts lingered on Mo Yang. She did not wish for him to face death on her behalf. Rather, she lamented that she had yet to savor the taste of youthful romance before her potential demise. Was that not a grave injustice to herself? Song Xiaoling found herself in a state of turmoil. If not for the weight of her mission, she would have longed to live a clean and simple life like Liu Xiaomi, engaging in a love filled with both joy and trepidation, marrying a decent man, and raising an adorable child. These dreams felt eternally out of reach, and the fervor of a passionate night seemed far more tangible. However, the moment the private room door swung open, even this fleeting fantasy shattered. To make matters worse, Mo Yang had caught her in his web. What sort of creature was this? One she could neither shake off nor escape from. Fortunately, her dear friend Liu Xiaomi proved to be a comforting presence, offering solace unlike Mo Yang, who thoughtlessly suggested they join forces in battle, an endeavor meant solely for brothers, which she did not wish to undertake with him. Liu Xiaomi was adamant that Mo Yang should not go. The memory of his previous injuries still haunted her. Surely, there had to be a better solution? Upon hearing this, Mo Yang genuinely contemplated the notion of utilizing satellite coordinates for precise strikes with medium-range missiles or space-based weaponry. But he lacked the current capability. Perhaps waiting another 2 years would suffice. Alternatively, he suggested that she apply to Director Gu's superiors, asserting that their nation surely possessed such power. Song Xiaoling shot him a disdainful glance, incredulous that he would dream of launching missiles. Such actions are not taken lightly. You are all exceptional talents. It would be a shame to squander your potential by simply walking into danger. She proposed instead that Liu Xiaomi agree to accompany her, assuring her that defeating the novices would be a simple task, promising to return within a week. It was evident that a Turbo's penchant for boasting stemmed from a deeper issue. Those who had previously made such grand claims were now 6 feet under. Liu Xiaomi hesitated, while Mo Yang continued to brag, "I can withstand bullets." As you witnessed last time, what could those impoverished souls possibly have as weaponry? They couldn't even scratch me. Song Xiaoling remained skeptical. You can endure bullets? Last time at the villa, you were hit. Of course, bullets fall like rain. Who among us could evade every one? Can I see your wound? Suddenly, Song Xiaoling felt a pang of sympathy. She had initially believed Mo Yang was merely lucky, not realizing he had also endured the trials of gunfire. Her mind conjured an image of a body marred with scars. Mo Yang removed his shirt, revealing unblemished skin, no bullet holes, not even a small scar in sight. This was the allure of youth, robust and unblemished. Liu Xiaomi also found it astonishing. She dared not look for bullet holes, and after that terrifying scene, she had not even checked Mo Yang's health. The terrifying image had vanished, and she instinctively reached to touch the spot where a bullet might have been. Feeling smooth skin instead, how remarkable. To her annoyance, Song Xiaoling also reached out, thinking that a moment of camaraderie with her dear friend could not hurt. So, do you believe me now? Mo Yang hastily donned his shirt, his hands awkwardly roaming over his body. Eventually, Liu Xiaomi relented. Then go, but you must ensure your safety. Rest assured, I will be fine, Mo Yang assured her, then turned to Song Xiaoling. Can you request more personnel? It would be better to deal with everything at once to avoid wasting flight expenses. Also, can you procure heavy weaponry? Not just self-propelled artillery or tanks. Surely shoulder-fired rockets are within reach. I haven't agreed yet, so how can you decide? I do not permit you to go. Song Xiaoling abruptly interrupted Mo Yang, exclaiming, Who agreed to your involvement? Get out of here, you're just a distraction. Xiaomi, take him home immediately. He only knows how to chatter here. If he doesn't leave, he'll have to pay for his own fare. Uncertain of Song Xiaoling's sudden outburst, tears began to stream down her face as she spoke. Liu Xiaomi quickly pulled Mo Yang away, waiting for her friend to regain her composure before resuming the conversation. See, I told you she has a temper, and now she's even crying. Xiaomi, you've witnessed her true nature. Liu Xiaomi shot him a glare, her voice tinged with jealousy. She's worried about you, just as I worry about you. Mo Yang remained oblivious to her sentiments until Liu Xiaomi suddenly asked, Do you like Sister Song? Why are you so willing to help her? Like her? Mo Yang almost retorted that such thoughts had never crossed his mind, but was interrupted by Song Xiaoling's entrance. Who posed the same question? Why do you help me? Because you and your comrades are individuals of conviction. I've mentioned this multiple times. How do you not remember? Song Xiaoling, irritated, shoved them aside and stormed out. Mo Yang scratched his head in confusion, bemused by her temperament, which was as formidable as her capabilities. Liu Xiaomi sighed, casting her gaze toward the candles on the table. I should not have come today. Indeed, it was unwise. We were supposed to celebrate, yet it turned into a quarrel. Mo Yang concurred. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaomi issued an edict to Mo Yang. Tomorrow, stealthily follow her and protect Sister Song from the shadows. Avoid any dangerous situations. Understood. Mo Yang thought, eliminating all enemies will ensure safety. Though he appeared carefree, he was meticulous in his considerations. He booked a flight to Snake City with the turbos, researched weapon procurement, and drew up maps. Meanwhile, he focused intently on mastering the snake language, aiming for conversational proficiency within a single night. Both individuals were busy until the early hours, and Mo Yang discreetly took a turbos outside. They arrived in a desolate area where a turbos seemed exhilarated, its little paws flailing about as it spun in circles, eager to explore its surroundings. Mo Yang retrieved a desert eagle from the vehicle and handed it to a turbos, instructing, "You must learn to shoot now, with a target accuracy of 100%. I will be away for a while, and you must protect Liu Xiaomi at home. This is your weapon, do you understand? A turbos, all-powerful. Loading, please wait." Before long, a turbos took hold of the handgun, one paw gripping the handle while the other disengaged the safety, resting on the trigger, ready for action. Preparation complete. Please specify the target. Mo Yang, pleased with its performance, pointed toward a large tree about 50 meters away, indicating the third branch from the bottom. A turbos swiftly adjusted, executing the shot within 3 seconds. The branch cracked and fell. However, the recoil from the Desert Eagle was too strong, causing a turbos to wobble precariously, nearly losing its grip. A turbos requests enhanced arm strength. It recognized its own limitations. Currently, there are no suitable materials available. Did I not grant you the authority to modify it yourself? Keep an eye on it. With that, Mo Yang picked up a stone the size of an egg, tossing it in the air. Now, for the moving target, hit the stone when I throw it. As the stone reached its apex, a turbos pulled the trigger, shattering it upon impact. Mo Yang, however, was dissatisfied. Why did you wait so long to shoot? At the highest point, vertical speed is 0, making it easier to hit the target. That won't do. You must shoot within 1 second. Mo Yang threw another stone. But this time a turbos missed entirely. Missed? And you have the audacity to explain. I request a camera and light sensor upgrade. Otherwise, I cannot complete the task. That's for you to figure out. Mo Yang replied, his patience wearing thin. Was he here to test a turbos, or himself? Though the results were acceptable, a turbos still sought to engage in moving and obstacle shooting. These matters had not been taken into account by Mo Yang, which could be considered a sign of Bo Si's diligence. As for any further issues that may arise requiring the replacement of components, Mo Yang returned everything to Bo Si, leaving it to their discretion to handle the situation. Chapter 84. The expedition. Upon returning home, Bashi promptly set about recharging. Moyang indulged in several breakfast items, simultaneously reviewing the snake language. Liu Xiaomi had risen early, having hardly slept the previous night, and regretted agreeing to accompany Moyang to the snake country. However, upon witnessing his unwavering confidence, she swallowed her apprehensions. As she joined Moyang for breakfast, she incessantly instilled the notion of prioritizing safety. While packing his clothes, she made sure to include a suit in his travel bag, thinking that such a trip might necessitate formal attire for some significant occasion. Moyang, standing nearby, reminded her that a suit would be unnecessary, considering they would be traversing dense forests where such finery would be wasted. This remark chilled Liu Xiaomi further, as she envisioned the desolate mountains, compounded by the sweltering heat and the incessant presence of snakes, insects, and vermin. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine, pondering how 2 tender-skinned individuals could endure such conditions. Moyang organized the items Bashi had prepared, which included a map, important notes regarding the snake country, contact information for weapons dealers, and details about a local counterfeit document vendor. Bashi was undoubtedly a versatile aid, a comforting presence for Moyang. Glancing at the clock, Liu Xiaomi noted it was nearly time to depart. She walked him to the door and, emboldened, gave him a deep kiss. Her cheeks flushed as she reiterated the importance of safety. As Moyang entered the car, preparing to contact the counterfeit document vendor, he received a call from Qin Rin of the Human Resources Department. Manager Moyang, President Liang requests your presence in his office. What? I took a day off today. Tell him I am unavailable. There's hardly anything left to gain at the machinery plant. I might as well quit, he retorted. Qinren quickly replied, I'm afraid I cannot approve your leave. President Liang insists you accompany him on a business trip. As the security manager, it is your obligation to fulfill this company requirement. Put Liang Hong on the phone. I know he is beside you. Moyang sensed trouble brewing. It seemed too coincidental that Liang Hong was traveling at this time. Indeed, Liang Hong took the call and directly instructed, pack your bags. Accompany me to Snake City. Feigning ignorance, Moyang replied, what? Going abroad? I don't have a passport. No need for one. We will take a private plane and utilize the international passage. Is that how the affluent operate? Moyang pondered. But since Song Xiaoling was not keen on his presence, accompanying Liang Hong on business seemed acceptable. He consented and pressed the accelerator toward the company. Soon, they arrived. And on the way, Moyang reminded Bashi to ensure the passport was sent home, lest the expense be wasted. Liang Hong maintained his imposing demeanor, flanked by formidable bodyguards. And as they met, he ushered Moyang into his vehicle. The luxury car was a delight, offering much more space than Song Xiaoling's sports car. Though the close quarters with several individuals felt somewhat awkward, Liang Hong scrutinized Moyang's seemingly rustic appearance, yet dared not underestimate him. I hear your work schedule is quite flexible. Manager Qin comes and goes as she pleases, and it's not uncommon for her to be absent for days at a time. She remains in her office, unaware of the situation. I spend my days at the new plant. You can verify with David, the engineer from the machinery plant. Liang Hong waved dismissively, chuckling. That is not what I meant. I'm curious as to why someone of your caliber is confined to a modest company like Tianlong Group. I heard you used to run an appliance repair business. One must eat one bite at a time. One must walk one step at a time. It's all for the sake of survival. Liang Hong, sensing Moyang's evasiveness, grew somewhat irked. What I mean is, do you aspire to engage in grander ventures? Join me in significant business, and wealth will come swiftly. I'm already accompanying you, aren't I? Just how grand is it? 1 billion? Or 10 billion? 100 billion? Liang Hong was momentarily flustered, perplexed by whether Mzliang was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. It was baffling that someone capable of achieving great things had previously engaged in menial appliance repairs. Upon arriving at the airport, the group entered a special passage, bypassing security and ticket purchasing, all arrangements having been preemptively made. Naturally, the takeoff time was arranged by the airport, hence, there was no need for haste. However, upon sighting the aircraft, Moyang's brow furrowed. The plane bore the insignia of the Haraway Group, which explained why his father lacked the means to board a private jet while he found himself aboard one. Once on the plane, he was attended to by beautiful flight attendants, making this first-time flyer feel quite uneasy. Liang Hong observed him and inquired, "What's wrong? This isn't your first flight, is it?" "I'm merely puzzled as to why it's a Haraway Group plane." "Of course it is. My father lacks such capabilities." "You seem to harbor some disdain for Liang Tianlong. He killed my mother. I'd be remiss not to harbor resentment. Thus, I owe you my gratitude for avenging me." Moyang, disinterested in their melodramatic vendettas, calmly replied, "No need for thanks, as I wasn't the one who did it." "What is your connection to Sam and Wu Di?" Liang Hong locked eyes with him and said, "Wu Di is part of our faction. You understand, right? Then why don't you trust their words? If a fight breaks out on this plane, even if you win, you could still fall to your demise." Liang Hong laughed heartily. "Why should I trust them? Only Wu Di is willing to play the role of a dog, and Liang Tianlong's demise would be no great loss. As for you, single-handedly facing 20 men with Wu Di present to ambush you, how did you manage that? Luck, perhaps. As the elders say, those who fear not death often escape it." Bullets seemed to veer away. Wu Di swore he hit you, claiming you were shot at least twice. Has there been a breakthrough on the world side? I simply find it odd. Their creations have generally been lackluster, yet you emerged as an anomaly. You are the anomaly. Your entire family is peculiar, Moyang thought, though he maintained an indifferent facade. However, you need not concern yourself with the details. If you wish to lead me to prosperity, enlighten me on how to proceed. Your subordinates are all talented and loyal. There is no need to recruit me. Our presence here is thanks to you. Sam ordered us to eliminate you. With that, He adopted a menacing expression. Yet Moyang merely laughed. If you intended to kill me, you would have acted by now. There's no need for this superfluous conversation. Speak plainly. I dislike beating around the bush. Liang Hong regained his smile. I wish to collaborate with you. The plane finally ascended. The vibrations during takeoff causing Moyang some nerves, but once stabilized, it felt akin to riding in a car. Gazing at the clouds drifting by, he felt as though he were traversing a celestial realm. Looking down at the ground, humans appeared as mere ants, explaining why some individuals relish being in elevated positions. Yet, they too must eventually descend, susceptible to being consumed by the very ants they once overlooked. Curiously, Liang Hong's fate was rather tragic. Though his family hailed from the Dragon Country, he was born in the Snake Country. His childhood was fraught with hardship, often laboring alongside adults on construction sites. Subsequently, he unwittingly became involved with a drug lord, engaging in trafficking activities. However, the market for narcotics was dismal in the Snake Country, prompting Liang Tianlong to return to his homeland for better prospects. The laws in the Dragon Country were stringent, punishable by death. In a bid for safety, Liang Hong's mother attempted to report Liang Tianlong, only to be discovered and ultimately killed by him. At just a teenager, Liang Hong witnessed his father murder his mother, prompting him to flee and pursue education in the Eagle Country. He excelled academically, earning a scholarship, yet faced rampant discrimination against individuals from the Dragon Country. He became the target of ridicule, regardless of race, suffering incessant harassment. To combat this, he trained diligently, mastering the martial arts of the Dragon Country, determined to one day defeat his oppressors. Yet reality proved harsh. Despite his efforts, he was often overpowered by larger adversaries. Eventually, he secured a position at Harroway, where he learned of an experimental program aimed at enhancing human capabilities. Years of suppression fueled his fervent desire for strength, leading him to resolutely participate in the experiment. He witnessed countless souls perish within the confines of the laboratory, and even those fortunate enough to survive were left severely wounded and maimed. Yet, by some stroke of divine mercy, he persevered through the harrowing ordeal. Now, having successfully undergone the 9th tier of enhancement, his physical strength, reflexes, and endurance have set him apart as a paragon among his peers. Consequently, he became somewhat arrogant, overpowering both contemporaries and earlier participants alike. Mo Yang listened patiently to his tale and inquired, "So, Sam has dispatched you to practice your skills on me?" Chapter 85. Liang Hong's subtle intentions. Once a person acquires power, they become reluctant to remain under the control of others, and Liang Hong is no exception. Moreover, he has gathered the strongest individuals within the company under his command. At this juncture, he received the news of Liang Tianlong's demise, igniting within him the desire to establish his own independence. A drug trafficking network spanning 2 continents, if managed adeptly, could facilitate his rapid rise to prominence, allowing him to become a formidable force rather than continuing to toil for others. Before embarking on this venture, however, he needed to swiftly eliminate obstacles in his path, such as Mo Yang, a peculiar individual with ambiguous ties to the police, business dealings with the rival Huader Group, and enmity towards the Harroway Group. Such a person is best kept close. Liang Hong concealed the latter part of the story and crafted a new narrative. After enduring numerous hardships in Eagle Country, I did not return to turn against my own. I intend to make those who have humiliated me repay their debts. We share a common enemy. Thus we ought to consider ourselves allies. Mo Yang interjected, reminding him that he had voluntarily participated in experiments. Was this not a form of victimization? The drug trade can lead to ruin for many. Does that not constitute betrayal of one's own kin? Initially, I was willing, but fear eventually consumed me. They were reluctant to abandon a successful specimen like me. The suffering I endured is beyond your imagination. As for the drugs, I only intended to sell them to foreigners, depleting their financial and human resources. Regardless of who you sell to, does that not ultimately fill your own coffers? And as for you, if you are willing to join us, a share of the profits awaits you. Mo Yang smirked, questioning Liang Hong's benevolence. Have you not heard of the concept of mutual benefit? Very well, I shall place my trust in you. Mo Yang thought to himself that he was a fool to trust him, yet for the time being, coexistence seemed prudent. Having reached an agreement, their paths diverged. A few individuals, perhaps pent up with frustration, directed their attention towards a flight attendant, brazenly dragging her into the lounge for a turn. Mo Yang disapproved of such vulgar behavior. Yet the attendant did not scream for help, and any rash action on his part would only disrupt their arrangements. Liang Hong, relishing the company of the flight attendant, extended an invitation to Mo Yang, who felt nauseated and firmly declined. In Liang Hong's absence, Mo Yang found himself ill at ease among the other foreigners, who whispered conspiratorially and cast furtive glances his way. He opted to close his eyes and feign sleep, fearing he might be tempted to eliminate the bothersome individuals. After enduring the flight, Mo Yang noticed they were accompanied by a dozen wooden crates. Liang Hong, observing his confusion, chuckled. Even with our enhancements, we cannot confront bandits empty-handed. These are weapons, and with a stroke of luck, we could easily take down a regiment. Impressive, Mo Yang praised sincerely. An international corporation with operational capabilities rivaling that of a national security department. Without state backing, it seems implausible. Mo Yang cautiously inquired about Haraway's relentless pursuit of the enhancement project, wondering what their ultimate goal might be. To amass global wealth, one requires a robust enforcement apparatus. While missile-carrying aircraft can obliterate a nation, establishing control necessitates our kind. The implication was clear. Enhanced individuals were destined for the battlefield. Given their capabilities, with sufficient weaponry, facing 100 foes would pose no challenge. No wonder the enhanced and berserk individuals he had encountered, apart from the ring-fighting savages, often exhibited only mediocre combat skills. The majority relied solely on brute strength. Yet such power could transform them into human tanks. Snake City, the capital of Snake Country, pales in comparison to East Bay City's vibrancy, with motorcycles of all kinds prevalent. As Mo Yang lamented the poverty, Liang Hong remarked, "This place has developed rapidly. Bicycles were once considered luxuries in my youth." Mo Yang asked whether the powers that be had considered addressing these pressing societal issues. The previous rulers here were the largest drug lords, believe it or not. Only through that trade could they amass wealth, which in turn allowed them to purchase firearms to seize power. And what of the present? Now, it is a puppet government, reliant on the support of a major power to maintain its footing, yet its authority is limited. Outside the cities, drug traffickers still hold sway. That sounds perilous. Indeed. But they would think twice before crossing us. Liang Hong pointed to the pickup truck approaching, adorned with the Haraway Company insignia. Mo Yang suddenly felt that such a nation was utterly unnecessary, occupying its position without contributing, causing untold suffering to countless souls. One of the enhanced individuals approached the newcomers, appearing to be local, fluent in the native tongue. Mo Yang inquired of Liang Hong why there was such a diverse array of individuals among their ranks. Firstly, to ensure the enhancement drugs are effective across various ethnicities. Secondly, the individuals sent to headquarters are selected by branches from different regions. You didn't think Haraway Group conducted experiments solely at the headquarters, did you? Mo Yang had indeed believed so, focusing solely on the laboratory and failing to conceive of the vast capabilities a private company might possess. It seemed his perspective was rather limited. He would benefit from learning more from Liang Hong. The weapons and ammunition were loaded into 3 vehicles, and everyone donned bulletproof vests. Mo Yang, encountering such equipment for the first time, couldn't he help but gaze at it with curiosity. Liang Hong, growing impatient with his dawdling, urged him. There will be opportunities for you to attend a special training camp. Do not waste time here. Is that camp also run by Haraway? Of course not. Most have state affiliations, while a few are private militia training bases belonging to local magnates. You would surely fall in love with such places if given the chance. It appeared Liang Hong had not shared the entirety of his story. His experiences might be even richer than one could imagine. The group arrived at a small town outside the city, and by 4 in the afternoon, the drivers dropped them off, knowing precisely where to go. After walking for over half an hour, they found a modest establishment to rest. The next order of business was to wait. Liang Hong mentioned that Liang Tianlong's contact had arranged to meet them here in the evening, though the exact time remained uncertain. Mo Yang attempted to pull out his phone to pass the time, only to have it confiscated by Liang Hong. The others faced the same fate, leaving Mo Yang with no outlet for his frustration. He resigned himself to resting his head on the table, while others either toyed with their firearms or flirted with the local women. Had it not been for Liang Hong's restraint, a raucous scene would likely have unfolded. As they endured until after 7, the table was laden with a feast, yet the peculiar flavors rendered it unpalatable. Mo Yang could only grimace as he consumed plain rice. Some individuals grew impatient, repeatedly protesting to Liang Hong, suggesting they disregard protocol and simply attack. Liang Hong, possessing a wider array of languages than Mo Yang, spoke fluently in at least 3 that Mo Yang could not comprehend. Such talent was too valuable to waste on experiments. What if something went awry? At that moment, a new group entered the establishment. Typically, ordinary individuals would avert their gaze upon encountering Liang Hong's group, as few would dare to dine armed. Yet they did not leave. The leading woman boldly approached Liang Hong, revealing herself to be Song Xiaoling, tasked with a mission. She feigned surprise, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Liang Hong replied with a smile, "I must continue the business. Your father may be gone, but operations cannot cease." "On what grounds?" "He was my husband." "What grounds do you have? Does this mean I should call you stepmother?" "Ha." Song Xiaoling, flustered, huffed indignantly and returned to her group without casting a glance at Mo Yang. Just then, the restaurant owner pounded the table, speaking in broken local dialect, urging, "Let us settle who will take over Liang Tianlong's position now that everyone is present." Thus, the unassuming figure was revealed to be the contact. Mo Yang thought naively that locating him next time would be quite simple. In truth, the true master has long been bound in the kitchen. Once this matter is resolved, he may very well vanish without a trace. You may refer to me as Jailer. The leader has tasked me with finding a suitable successor. Yet I remain unfamiliar with either of you, which is why I have invited both of you here. Chapter 86. Unity in Diversity. Song Xiaoling was the first to voice her objections. "How can you do this? We had a clear agreement over the phone regarding the business arrangement." Gyro responded with a slight bow, expressing his apologies. "I am sorry, but we have only just learned that Liang Tianlong's son has returned. Not only does he have a closer relationship, but he also commands the entire Tianlong group. May I ask, Miss Song, what capabilities do you possess to collaborate with us now?" "Humph, I wonder if this son is a fraud. He has been absent for over a decade and suddenly appears after Chairman Liang's death. I hold a 30% stake in the Tianlong group. Do you think I lack the qualifications to collaborate with you?" Song Xiaoling argued with conviction, attempting to enlighten Mo Yang on the art of boasting, emphasizing the importance of skill lest one be exposed. Her claims about equity seemed dubious, likely overshadowed by the luxury car she did not own. Liang Hong had only recently taken over the Tianlong group and was still unfamiliar with many matters, making it easy for him to be misled. However, he remained composed. "Mr. Gyral, discussing such matters now seems futile. We are all here for profit. The one with the most sales channels holds the power. The Tianlong group merely engages in markets surrounding Longhua, whereas I can sell products globally." Gyral's eyes sparkled with interest. "And how do you propose to substantiate your claims?" Liang Hong produced a piece of paper from his pocket, inscribed with several strings of eagle script, ending with a signature. "This is a personal letter from Mr. Black Rue Shanmo. Once you review it, you shall understand." Gyral took the letter, scrutinizing it multiple times, uncertain if he comprehended it fully, before responding, "Very well, Mr. Liang. Let us proceed to meet the leader." Suddenly, Song Xiaoling's entourage erupted in chaos, with some drawing weapons. Both sides reacted swiftly, guns drawn and aimed at one another. Gyral prudently sought refuge beneath a table, while Mo Yang remained seated, unarmed. He stepped between the two factions, casting a meaningful glance at Liang Hong. "Did you not say you would bring me here to make a fortune? I would prefer not to meet my end before seeing any profit. Besides, wouldn't a larger group be advantageous for your grand scheme? Look, these individuals seem competent." Liang Hong exchanged glances with him, understanding the implication, and lowered his weapon. Mo Yang then addressed Song Xiaoling. "What is wrong with your people? We haven't even begun the real business, and they are ready to fight to the death? Your leadership leaves much to be desired." Song Xiaoling shot him a glare, instructing her men to lower their weapons. Once both parties had calmed, Mo Yang approached the counter. Rapping on the surface, "Gyral, we were merely jesting earlier. We agreed to merge, with the Tianlong group leading the sales, and from now on, all communications will be between Liang Hong and you." Gyral peered out cautiously, disappointment evident in his gaze. "Is everything truly settled? Do you doubt me?" Mo Yang seized Gyral by the collar and yanked him from behind the counter, delivering a slap. "If you do not trust me, I shall simply eliminate you and negotiate directly with your leader. This confined space hardly requires your guidance." Gyral covered his cheek, pleading, No, I believe you. I will contact the leader right away." With that, Mo Yang returned to his seat, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Liang Hong expressed satisfaction with the outcome. "Bringing you here was indeed the right choice," he said as he motioned for his subordinates to take their seats. Song Xiaoling sighed and led by example, sitting down, prompting the others to exchange glances before following suit. Mo Yang smiled. "Since we are now allies, we shall discuss how to procure goods and distribute profits later." Liang Hong readily agreed, recognizing that Song Xiaoling did not intend to usurp their business. Perhaps, in future battles, they could lend him their support. Song Xiaoling concurred, though she wondered what her protectors thought of the arrangement. Mo Yang had seen the few individuals in the photos, so introductions were unnecessary. One of the women was named Wang Lu, while the others were Li Wan, Sha Cheng, Okai, Qian Xingqiao, and Wei Feng. Mo Yang beckoned to Wang Lu. "Wang Lu, as you and Song Xiaoling are both women, it is essential that you take good care of her. She is accustomed to a life of comfort and may not withstand much hardship." Wang Lu was taken aback, responding with irritation. "And who are you to give me orders?" Mo Yang glanced at Song Xiaoling. "You have not mentioned me to them. Clearly, they are disappointed. You ought to explain yourself." With that, Mo Yang returned to Liang Hong's side. Liang Hong patted his shoulder. "Brother, let us keep it lighthearted. No need to take it too seriously." Mo Yang nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits." After Gyral made his phone call, he returned with a grin. "The leader warmly welcomes your presence. Since we are now united, let us all rest well tonight, and we shall depart early tomorrow. However, please leave your weapons here." "Absolutely not." Mo Yang interjected before anyone could ponder the request. "Who knows what dangers lie ahead? You are all armed, while we are left defenseless." "Sir, that is the protocol here." "I care not for your protocols. We could leave empty-handed, but I refuse to risk my life here without earning a single penny." Mo Yang gestured for Liang Hong and Song Xiaoling to follow him out, but both hesitated. He added, "We do not solely rely on drug sales for profit. If we earn less, so be it. People depend on us for their livelihood, yet here we are, playing games. Let us go?" "Brother Mo, I will follow your lead." Liang Hong understood the tactic of feigned retreat and rose to accompany Mo Yang. Gyral, flustered, called out, "Let us discuss any issues further. Please do not leave." "Fine. Our demands are modest. We only require one sidearm for self-defense. You can inform the leader. If he disagrees, so be it. The conditions here are poor, and the food unpalatable. I do not wish to linger longer than necessary." "Very well." Gyral hastily took out his phone to relay the request, which was, unsurprisingly, approved. He then arranged accommodations for everyone, and they would set off early the next morning. Mo Yang shared a room with Wei Feng, who seemed shrewd and constantly wary of him. "Do you have a phone? May I borrow it?" "What for?" "To make a call." "Not a chance. If you want to lend it to me, then why ask? You are quite the chatterbox." Mo Yang stood and sought out Song Xiaoling for her phone. Wang Lu opened the door. "What do you want?" "I am looking for Song Xiaoling." "What for?" "You all are quite amusing, constantly questioning my intentions. Can I not proceed with my own business?" At that moment, Song Xiaoling peered out. "Looking for me? What is it?" "To discuss business." "Get lost." After finally acquiring the phone, Mo Yang began his call without permission. "Boss, is everything well at home? Remember to prepare medication for Xiaomi tomorrow. The injection records are in the data. Calculate as needed, and remember to measure daily. Also, please sort the segments from 346972 to 370,000 during this time. I am doing well, aside from losing my phone. For any matters in the future, use this number. Goodbye." Having a little helper at home is indeed beneficial, allowing for a balance between work and life. Once I have wealth, should I not consider acquiring an art boss too? As he ended the call and returned the phone to Liu Xiaomi, Wang Lu abruptly slammed the door, nearly striking someone in the process. What is your problem? Mo Yang scolded with mischievous intent. Upon returning to his room, he collapsed onto the bed, contemplating the construction of the art boss too, entirely unfazed by Wei Feng's scrutinizing gaze. The following morning, a small agricultural truck arrived at the shop, said to be the vehicle transporting them. Gyral had already settled into the passenger seat, leaving the others to occupy the cargo area. This was Mo Yang's first experience riding in such a manner. The air was refreshing, and the view was expansive, with the scenery along the roadside unfolding before him. The path was hardly a proper road, merely flattened earth shaped by feet and tires. Lush hills flanked either side, dividing numerous rice paddies, with the rice nearing harvest, creating a picturesque tableau of green and gold. The agricultural vehicle rumbled along for approximately 2 hours, circumventing a mound of earth. Suddenly, the scenery transformed dramatically, with vibrant blossoms carpeting the mountainside, captivating all who beheld it. Everyone rose to their feet. Some perceived wealth, while others glimpsed an abyss. Chapter 87. To be honest, Mo Yang had developed a fondness for this place. Despite the abundance of mosquitoes, the impassable roads, and the unwelcoming gazes of the indigenous people, there was an unparalleled sense of freedom here. Everyone in the village revolved around the tallest wooden building. When the leader emerged, all would pause their tasks and bow reverently. The leader had transcended mere humanity in their hearts, becoming a deity guiding them towards a life of tranquility and prosperity. Wu Sheng, the leader, was in his 40s, rugged and sun-darkened. Although he adorned himself in finery, the villagers still regarded him as a quintessential farmer. A group of soldiers, each carrying an AK rifle, accentuated his authority, and he relished this adoration, parading like an emperor inspecting his new recruits. Liang Hong and Song Shaoling mimicked the indigenous people's gestures of greeting, while others followed suit. Mo Yang, however, feigned disinterest, his eyes wandering. A soldier pointed his rifle at him, shouting in the local tongue, "Who are you to disrespect the leader?" Mo Yang retorted in the same language, "We traveled a great distance to bring you money, and you allow someone to point a gun at me?" Wu Sheng, maintaining his lofty demeanor, replied, "Many wish to do business with me, but none are as disrespectful as you." Mo Yang chuckled. "Since the signing of the United Nations Drug Control Treaty, your business must be faltering. With undercover agents infiltrating every few days, buyers of our stature are rare. Treat us well, and I assure you, you will not suffer losses." "Is that how Liang Tianlong taught you?" Wu Sheng scoffed. "He is a relic of the past. Why bring him up? By the way, you must be relatives. Can you speak the dragon tongue?" This was merely Mo Yang's guess, yet it was not entirely unfounded. Wu Sheng, though irritated, concealed his anger and began conversing in the dragon tongue. "Mr. Mo, you are quite clever, but this is not a place for your antics." Mo Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "Then shall we discuss business? Would it suffice to do so right here?" He, Liang Hong, and Song Shaoling were invited into the wooden building, while others remained outside, unworthy of entry. The exterior of the wooden building was rudimentary, yet the interior exuded opulence. Rosewood furniture, gilded ornaments, and exquisite carpets all revealed him as a vulgar nouveau riche. The common folk were all the same, as long as their living standards were comparable. Who would care how extravagantly the rulers squandered wealth? It was a lamentable waste to expend money on such trivial luxuries. It would be far wiser to allow Liang Hong to fulfill his aspirations, take control of this bountiful land, and then Mo Yang secretly devised his plans while half listening to their negotiations. In reality, the prices of raw materials were not exorbitant. They resembled those of ordinary medications. Yet in this remote area, they commanded a high price. After passing through layers of middlemen, the costs skyrocketed by the time they reached the end user. Such is the nature of trade. Song Shaoling, unable to interject, subtly signaled to Mo Yang. He ignored her, eager for Liang Hong to make a move. After lengthy discussions, Liang Hong and Wu Xing finally reached a consensus, and they partook in a peculiar lunch before heading to the processing plant. The plant was situated by a mountain stream, and the acrid scent hit them from a distance. Upon closer inspection, the creek ran black and yellow, the environment grimy, a mere workshop. Liang Hong immediately proposed to provide an entire set of advanced processing equipment free of charge, promising to multiply production significantly. Wu Sheng's eyes gleamed at this prospect. Why did you not think of this sooner? Noting the time, Wu Sheng eagerly invited everyone to tour his barracks. Mo Yang nearly laughed. He thought it was a display of strength, while others perceived it as a death sentence. Inside the barracks, approximately 100 men clad in tattered uniforms practiced listlessly. Nearby, a row of dilapidated wooden shacks served as their quarters, and the only commendable aspect was their AK rifles. No matter how rudimentary, they were lethal weapons. Yet, relying on such men to protect the village seemed like a fool's errand. Wu Sheng, noticing the disdain in their expressions, grumbled, this place was once thriving. The population was at least 10 times what it is now. After being besieged by several nations, it has gradually diminished. But wildfires cannot consume all. With my leadership, we shall restore our former glory. Whether glory could truly be restored was uncertain, but Wu Sheng was undoubtedly a weed that refused to be uprooted. As they concluded their tour, Mo Yang approached Liang Hong, subtly indicating when to strike. Liang Hong glanced at his watch, gestured with his thumb and pinky. Mo Yang lagged behind, moving close to Song Xiaoling, placing a hand on her shoulder. Her face flushed, and she asked, "What are you doing?" How could she not understand their unspoken connection? Mo Yang leaned down, whispering in her ear, "At 6 o'clock, we act." Onlookers might have assumed they were flirting, and Song Xiaoling seemed to share this belief, her face reddening like an apple. Mo Yang quickly withdrew his hand and continued on his way. The village had no custom of overnight stays, and it took all of Liang Hong's effort to delay until 6 o'clock. Just as Wu Sheng escorted them out of the wooden building, Liang Hong suddenly sprang into action, drawing his gun and pulling the trigger. The guards bravely shielded Wu Sheng, firing wildly in their final moments, startling Song Xiaoling. Mo Yang shielded her behind him, swiftly dispatching 2 guards with kicks before dragging her back into the wooden building. Scolding Liang Hong, "What kind of plan is this, to strike so abruptly?" Liang Hong had already eliminated the remaining 4 guards and seized Wu Sheng. Adhering to the adage of capturing the leader first, Wu Sheng, now trembling, stuttered, Liang Hong, what do you intend to do? I am, after all, your uncle." "Uncle? Huh. I don't even acknowledge my own father. You mean nothing to me." Liang Hong gripped the nape of Wu Sheng's neck and dragged him outside, shouting to the chaos beyond, "Everyone stop, or I will shoot Wu Sheng." The soldiers gradually ceased their skirmishes, and Liang Hong's and Song Xiaoling's forces felt a significant reduction in pressure, cautiously peering out to assess the situation. "Do you not find this too easy?" Mo Yang queried, keeping a vigilant watch outside. Liang Hong laughed triumphantly, "A bunch of rabble, as you can see." Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out, and Liang Hong was suddenly struck in the back, collapsing forward with Wu Sheng. Mo Yang whirled around, firing twice and eliminating the assailant. He found it odd. There had been no one present when they entered. Upon inspection, he discovered a hidden compartment behind Wu Sheng's throne, where the attacker had likely concealed himself. At that moment, the sound of gunfire erupted outside, far more intense than before. Mo Yang pulled Song Xiaoling behind the throne, but she seemed reluctant, struggling as she brandished her pistol towards the chaos outside. "Let me go? What kind of ridiculous plan is this? Do you think a mere dozen people can take on 200 fully armed soldiers? That's enough. It saves you from making an extra trip. It's safe here. Just wait for my return." Song Xiaoling was unwilling to listen, and Mo Yang, gripping her neck, rendered her unconscious and stashed her in the hidden compartment. He promptly picked up a sniper rifle, concealing himself behind a doorpost to observe. A new wave of fully armed soldiers appeared, their presence far more formidable than those in the barracks. They advanced methodically, suppressing fire as they moved forward. Liang Hong's and Song Xiaoling's forces were divided into 2 encircled groups. Liang Hong, using Wu Sheng's corpse as a shield, narrowly evaded a hail of bullets and retreated back into the wooden building. "Ah, what a sieve you've become," he remarked, blood oozing from wounds on his arms and legs. Yet it did not hinder his mobility. He tossed Wu Sheng's body to the ground, cursing, "Mo Yang, you jinx! How right you were. This man was nothing but a puppet." Chapter 88. The Great Battle. The two individuals seized the opportunity to fire outward, almost achieving a kill with every shot. Although surrounded by 20 to 30 men, their adversaries dared not rush in recklessly. "Do you not have a plan B?" one asked. "What nonsense is a plan B? If we can capture the leader, we will disarm them peacefully. If not, we will annihilate them." After a brief moment, our reinforcements would come charging in, and we must make every effort to break free and seize their weapons. "Then go ahead. I shall provide cover for you." Mo Yang slung the rifles of the fallen guards over his shoulder. Prepared, Mo Yang was the first to dash out, wildly firing his AK. Liang Hong sprinted to the sides, and by the time the enemy realized what was happening, he had nearly reached the wooden shanties of the impoverished. The soldiers could not pursue him. Mo Yang's marksmanship was astoundingly precise. Anyone who dared to expose themselves would surely be hit. After emptying 2 magazines, the distant snipers on the lookout began to react, adjusting their rifles toward him. Mo Yang had no choice but to retreat back into the wooden structure, alleviating some pressure from the 2 groups outside. At that moment, the second-class soldiers from the barracks also arrived. Although their combat capability was lacking, their numbers were overwhelming. The concept of over 100 AK rifles firing upon a wooden building was catastrophic. Within a minute, the structure collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust flying. Even those inside who were not shot would likely be crushed beneath the debris. The sergeant waved his hand, leaving a few men to search for bodies, while everyone else rushed toward the encirclement. As the second-class soldiers passed the ruins, a figure suddenly leaped from the wreckage, blending into the ranks. Mo Yang grabbed a soldier by the neck, using him as a shield, while his other hand indiscriminately fired his weapon. In an instant, a dozen fell. Initially, everyone was concerned about friendly fire and hesitated to return fire. However, as the casualties mounted, they ceased to care about who was who, simply firing in the general direction. More bodies fell, and Mo Yang rolled and crawled through the pile, narrowly evading numerous bullets. In the end, he seized 2 rifles and rolled into a ditch, intermittently popping up to fire wildly. Remarkably, he was accurate enough that at least 2 bullets felled an enemy with each burst, and the remaining 50 or so men no longer dared to advance, lying flat on the ground awaiting an opportunity. With the ammunition in the encirclement nearly exhausted, the return fire became increasingly sparse, and the encirclement tightened to a mere dozen meters. Fortunately, Liang Hong's men had enough strength when their bullets ran out. Even tossing their empty guns managed to kill 2. As the crowd closed in, 2 or 3 individuals armed with military knives leaped from cover into the fray. After dispatching a few foes, the enemy quickly reacted, unsheathing their bayonets and launching a fierce assault. After a few more fell, the enemy finally realized something was amiss. These individuals were no mere mortals. They were unkillable. The enemy swiftly shifted formation and retreated, discovering that bullets were indeed effective. Outnumbered, the enhanced soldiers had no choice but to retreat to cover. One unfortunate enhanced soldier was struck in the head and collapsed lifeless to the ground. The leading squad leader, as if discovering a new continent, shouted, "Aim for the head." As everyone was pressed down in despair, a rocket-propelled grenade whistled in, exploding with a deafening roar and scattering the enemy ranks. 2 pickup trucks charged onto the scene, with Liang Hong standing atop one, shouldering a rocket launcher for another shot, enthusiastically shouting, "Wild monkeys, your grandfather has arrived." However, he had celebrated too soon. A sniper from the lookout fired, piercing his shoulder and sending him tumbling off the vehicle. Yet after rolling twice, he managed to rise, taking cover behind the pickup while firing his submachine gun, ultimately scattering the enemy squad. The enhanced soldiers jumped onto the pickups, armed with suitable weapons, pursuing the fleeing soldiers like ducks being herded. The soldiers had no choice but to flee with their heads down. No matter how fearsome their AKs were, they could not compare to a Gatling gun. Even if they hit their targets, it merely drew a bit of blood, while they themselves were reduced to mere fragments. Even the snipers suffered. One by one, they were knocked off their posts, leaving the soldiers bereft of external support. The upper-class soldiers were in disarray, and the second-class soldiers were even more so. Without having engaged in combat, they fled. Lamenting their parents had not given them more legs to run. Mo Yang no longer needed to hide. He could stand and sweep across a wide area. When his ammunition ran out, he simply scavenged from the ground, exhilarated. After regrouping, they continued their ascent along a hillside. Mo Yang had yet to see anyone from Song Xiaoling's group and wondered if they had all perished. Regretting their involvement, he wished he had left them at the inn. Who could have known their firepower would be so formidable? As they pursued into the woods, the remaining 30 or so soldiers, utilizing the cover of trees and their familiarity with the terrain, managed to reach the 3 bunkers in the center of the forest. These 3 stone structures, each approximately 8 meters square and 2 stories high, formed a defensive triangle. One enhanced soldier came up with a rocket launcher and fired a shot that thundered through the air. However, the bunkers merely erupted with flying debris and showed no signs of collapsing. The 3 bunkers simultaneously unleashed a torrent of fire, forcing Mo Yang and his companions to find it nearly impossible to advance. Taking cover behind a barrier, Mo Yang asked Liang Hong, "Do you have any more powerful weapons? Bring them out." Liang Hong spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and retorted, "I even brought an RPG. What more do you want? Should I fetch a tank for you?" "Very well. Let them continue bombarding with the rocket launcher. We shall attend to our main objective." "What objective? Did you not say that Wu Xingdang is a puppet? Let us capture the real master." "Oh, damn." The 2 returned to the village, where some injured soldiers limped out. Liang Hong unceremoniously dispatched a few. Mo Yang saw Wang Lu tending to the other brothers, feeling a great sense of relief. If they had all perished, he would have no way to explain to Song Xiaoling. Mo Yang rushed to the ruins, effortlessly clearing away the large timber and rescuing Song Xiaoling from her hiding spot. Aside from being covered in dust, she was unharmed. The moment Mo Yang revived her, she burst into tears. "What's wrong? Are you all right? You're covered in blood. You must not die." Mo Yang extracted a bullet from his arm. "Do I look like I am dying?" He then pulled out 7 or 8 more bullets and tossed them to the ground. Song Xiaoling stared at him in disbelief, unable to process the sight for a moment. Liang Hong called to him from a distance, and Mo Yang had no choice but to leave Song Xiaoling with Wang Lu while he attended to business. The 2 climbed into the pickup truck, which could only move slowly due to a blown tire. Liang Hong meticulously scanned the roadside. "Where do you think the main target might be hiding? Their regular army arrived so quickly, they can't be too far. I just hope they haven't fled yet. If we don't find them before dark, we might never locate them. Let us disembark and follow the footprints into the flower fields. It should be in that dilapidated wooden house ahead." Mo Yang pointed to a rundown structure by the flower fields. Upon reaching it, they discovered it was merely an entrance to a tunnel with a staircase about 2 meters wide leading downward. Looking down, it appeared to be quite spacious. Liang Hong chambered his weapon and cautiously led the way. "Be careful." The underground area was roughly the size of 2 basketball courts, but there were no habitable structures. It was likely a temporary gathering point for troops when outsiders arrived. Reaching the end, they found another staircase leading back to the surface. Emerging back above ground, they stumbled upon a corpse clad in a white suit, blood staining his lips, his chest caved in, and one leg broken. Mo Yang found the sight peculiar. "This man looks somewhat like Liang Tianlong. He should be my uncle, Liang Tianhu," Liang Hong replied, disdainfully shooting the corpse in the face. Liang Tianlong was led down this path by him. "I heard he died during a drug lord shootout. It now seems he was the one calling the shots here." Mo Yang nodded in agreement. "What puzzles me is how he was killed outright. Given the prevalence of firearms, there should have been no need for such exertion. Perhaps it was an enhanced individual. I have seen many inside, driven mad after injecting the serum. When encountering such a person, one either kills them or is killed by them. Having presumably run far enough, will you still pursue? In any case, you have achieved your objective." Mo Yang retracted his firearm, preparing to rendezvous with Song Xiaoling and the others. However, at that moment, Liang Hong abruptly redirected his gun, pressing it against Mo Yang's head, and sneered, "It is not over yet." Chapter 89. Internal strife. Mo Yang anticipated that Liang Hong would ultimately seek to trouble him. though he wondered if Liang Hong had foreseen that he too would be a source of annoyance. What? Burning bridges after crossing them? You have grown too close to that woman. You must be aware that she is a police officer. She aims to dismantle this gambling den, while you wish to possess it. Aren't we all pursuing our respective goals? Furthermore, didn't you assert that you would refrain from selling drugs in Longhua? There should be no conflict between us. Liang Hong chuckled. You truly are naive. With such a vast market in Longhua, how could I possibly relinquish it? A large market does not guarantee success. Just look at Song Xiaoling, who has been subservient to Liang Tianlong for so many years. It speaks volumes about their resolve against drugs. I advise you to abandon any notions of encroaching on Longhua and rather collaborate with me. Dealing in drugs holds little promise. What do you mean? Literally what I said. Suddenly, Mo Yang seized Liang Hong's handgun, rendering him unable to fire. In truth, even if he were to pull the trigger, such a small caliber weapon would hardly harm Mo Yang. The intent was to convey to Liang Hong that he was outmatched. Liang Hong felt a surge of panic, instinctively kicking out to push Mo Yang back. In a swift motion, he produced a syringe from his pocket and injected it into his neck, causing his complexion to flush and his breathing to quicken. Another booster? Mo Yang mused. He had already dealt with these individuals. Why not go all in instead of resorting to last-minute measures? Unperturbed, Mo Yang awaited the full effect of the drug, confident that Liang Hong would soon take the offensive. Within half a minute, Liang Hong appeared to have undergone a transformation. His skin reddened and his limbs thickened, a testament to accelerated blood circulation. With a furious roar, Liang Hong lunged at Mo Yang. Mo Yang received the strike, feeling as if he had about 70% of his strength. Before Liang Hong could launch a second attack, Mo Yang delivered a powerful kick to his groin, shattering the wooden shelter that concealed their escape route. How could this be? Liang Hong soared through the air, his head throbbing and spinning, leaving him with only this question. He tumbled into a field of flowers, crushing a swath of poppies beneath him. Unsteady, he glared at Mo Yang with unyielding resentment. Suddenly, he produced another syringe, ready to administer a supreme enhancement. Seeing that Liang Hong's body had reached its limit, Mo Yang realized that another injection would likely lead Liang Hong to his demise without further intervention. Thus, he quickly drew his weapon and, preemptively, shot the syringe, shattering it and splattering Liang Hong with shards of glass. Liang Hong, increasingly disoriented, screamed, "You must die." This was no enhancement, but rather a courage-inducing drug, one that rendered the user oblivious to all danger and foolishly daring. Mo Yang had no time to squander. With Liang Hong now engaged, the other enhanced individuals would likely not remain idle. He propelled himself forward, deftly avoiding Liang Hong's instinctive counterattack, and landed a punch squarely on his jaw. Liang Hong lost several teeth and spun in midair before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Upon returning to the encampment with his captive, Mo Yang found Song Xiaoling and her companions subdued, lying on the ground like wrapped dumplings. Upon seeing Mo Yang's return, they squirmed like worms. Mo Yang dropped Liang Hong onto the ground and inquired, "Will you negotiate?" The young man, fluent in Serpent Country dialect, stepped forward, pressing his foot against Song Xiaoling and aiming his gun at her head. "Release our leader now, or I will blow her brains out." What audacity! Mo Yang commended him silently. It seemed evident to all that his relationship with Song Xiaoling was more than ordinary. What a pity! Mo Yang kicked Liang Hong towards the young man. Though the latter kept his gun trained on Song Xiaoling, much of his focus diverted to Liang Hong. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the enhanced man's firearm was sent flying, a hole appearing in his skull. Mo Yang's Desert Eagle proved lethal at such proximity, and the fact that the enhanced individual remained intact was commendable, yet the result was the same. As others attempted to retaliate, Mo Yang fired again, disarming a burly white man and severing 2 of his fingers in the process. They hesitated, realizing the futility of their efforts, and Liang Hong landed heavily on the ground, though his current state rendered him unscathed. "Talking to you is futile." Mo Yang switched to Eagle language. "You may still serve a purpose. Revive Liang Hong, and we shall discuss matters thoroughly." He confiscated their weapons and untied Song Xiaoling and her companions. Fear gripped Song Xiaoling. and she longed to seek solace in Mo Yang's embrace, yet now was not the time. Li Wan, Okai, and Wei Feng bore severe injuries, nearing death. Even if they were evacuated, without immediate surgery, it seemed they would perish. Wang Lu, still brimming with ire, pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Yang. This is all your fault. If you hadn't recklessly opened fire, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Mo Yang ignored her and inquired of the enhanced individuals. Do you possess any special medications? Yet, no one responded. These warriors fought without regard for their lives. How could they possibly lack preparation? Mo Yang raised his weapon again, realizing that some would have to perish for rational discourse to resume. This tactic proved effective. Just as Mo Yang contemplated whom to eliminate first, someone offered up a vial of medication. It was said to be another enhancement, one that fortified the heart and circulatory system, albeit with certain side effects. Yet it possessed excellent hemostatic properties. Mo Yang translated the situation, leaving the decision to Song Xiaoling and her companions. She, in turn, deferred to Wang Lu, recognizing that she was merely a catalyst and not part of their system. Observing Wang Lu's indecision, Mo Yang advised, if you choose not to use it, they will surely miss the opportunity for rescue. It's better to take a gamble. Perhaps a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. Wang Lu shot him a glare, but ultimately acquiesced. Li Wen faded into silence. Although Sha Cheng regained consciousness, his eyes were bloodshot, and he clawed at his wounds in a frenzy, flesh torn from his body. Mo Yang decisively alleviated his suffering, though only Wei Feng managed to stabilize his breathing and heartbeat. Even so, Mo Yang became the villain in Wang Lu's eyes. It is difficult to be a good person, he thought, as he witnessed the enhanced individuals reveling in their misfortune. In a fit of rage, he fired off a round, inadvertently severing half of one man's ear. The man remained unfazed, calmly applying gauze to staunch the bleeding, and remarked, Mr. Mo, we all endure similar trials. Many have perished. Your success rate of 1 in 3 is commendable. Perhaps the survivor will owe you a lifetime of gratitude, for their potential is limitless. Mo Yang retorted, trash. How dare you present such worthless concoctions? Are the engineers from Harue all incompetent? Had I operated the procedure, this situation would never have arisen. The others were intrigued. Mr. Mo, did you perhaps utilize your own concocted enhancement? It would explain your formidable prowess. Why would I require such rubbish? Mo Yang grumbled, feeling somewhat better. At last, Liang Hong stirred awake, his complexion no longer crimson, possibly due to the excess of the enhancement that had kept him unconscious for so long. Mo Yang, what do you truly intend? Liang Hong inquired weakly, realizing he was no match for Mo Yang. His earlier tests had merely been a game, leading him to mistakenly believe they were equals. Quite simply, you will take control of this place as planned, but from now on, you must heed my directives. On what grounds? Absolutely not. Liang Hong and Song Xiaoling protested vehemently. Song Xiaoling grasped Mo Yang's hand, exclaiming passionately, we expended so much effort to demolish this place. How can you allow them to rebuild it? Would that not render our sacrifices in vain? Liang Hong scoffed. You merely hid in your wooden tower. What effort did you truly expend? I had hoped you might prove useful, but it turns out you were of no assistance at all. Song Xiaoling, flushed with embarrassment, chose not to argue, recognizing that the decision lay with Mo Yang. As long as she could persuade him, that sufficed. Mo Yang, do you truly wish for countless citizens of Longwood to suffer the scourge of drugs? Mo Yang patted her shoulder and smiled. Liang Hong promised me that he would not engage in drug trafficking with the Dragon Nation, correct? Mr. Liang, well, I can assure you of that. But I cannot control what others may sell to the Dragon Nation, and I will not take orders from you. Do you truly believe your former employer would not employ some cunning tactics to restrict your freedom? I possess the means to resolve your predicament, and I could even empower you further. The crowd stirred with sudden excitement. Could this truly be a stroke of fortune from the heavens? Chapter 90. Negotiation and Reconciliation. In truth, the conditions proposed by Mo Yang were exceedingly generous. Firstly, they would seize control of this coveted land. Secondly, they would resolve their lingering issues. And thirdly, they would gain the means to grow stronger. The exchange required was merely to allocate a territory for Mo Yang and to assist him with minor tasks at his discretion, even if Liang Hong remained indifferent. Could his subordinates maintain their composure? Ultimately, Liang Hong acquiesced, reasoning that as long as they retained their foothold, they would not fear the loss of resources. After all, should Mo Yang fail to deliver on any aspect, he could readily switch allegiances. The two parties reached an agreement and convened. Without electricity in the village, they resorted to kindling a fire in an open area. The enhanced individual conducted a surgical procedure by the fire, using a sterilized scalpel to extract bullets from his own body, carelessly stitching up the wounds in a haphazard manner. Witnessing this, Song Xiaoling could only bow her head and nibble on compressed biscuits. Some inquired if Mo Yang wished to try his hand at surgery, to which he politely declined. Others revealed that he had extracted the bullets himself, likening the process to popping pimples, which astonished those around him. Once the wounds were treated, the enhanced individual proceeded to dispose of the bodies. Someone who was indifferent to their own well-being would hardly care for others. They dug a long trench around the flower fields, burying the bodies as one would apply fertilizer, hoping to cultivate a more prosperous harvest in the coming year. Mo Yang required a scalpel and alcohol once more, as Wang Lu and the others needed to remove their bullets. In such a resource-scarce environment, the potential for unforeseen complications loomed large. Next, he called Liu Xiaomi to report their safety. Upon learning that the mission had been accomplished and they would soon return home, Liu Xiaomi expressed her delight. She inquired about Sister Song, concerned for her well-being, and noted that she had not been speaking to her. "Did you upset her? Hand the phone to her. I wish to speak with her," Liu Xiaomi insisted. Mo Yang passed the phone to Song Xiaoling, who responded with an exaggerated eye roll but soon engaged in cheerful conversation with Liu Xiaomi. Sensing the moment, Mo Yang discreetly withdrew to Liang Hong's side, inquiring about the strategy to counteract He Rui's machinations. "It's a balancing agent that requires a monthly injection. I've procured the formula and will enlist experts to help produce it, freeing us from He Rui's constraints," Liang Hong explained. "You seem quite confident," Mo Yang remarked. "The pharmaceutical process is more intricate than you may assume. Even with the formula, it could take a year and a half to master the technique." Liang Hong, though concerned, maintained his composure and retorted, "Are you truly considering releasing them? If I send someone later, I won't hesitate to act. As long as you refrain from selling in the Longwa market, she should not trouble you," Mo Yang replied. They were naive to think that eliminating this village would suffice. At least 3 others remained, and even if they were eradicated, new ones would inevitably arise. The poverty here is too deep. They can only survive by engaging in these illicit trades. Therefore, in addition to rebuilding, your task is to seize control of the other 3 gambling dens. For now, we should not confront He Rui directly. We still require their assistance." Liang Hong regarded Mo Yang with a mixture of admiration and incredulity. "Your ambitions surpass even mine." "That cannot be said. I have no intention of engaging in drug trafficking," Mo Yang countered. "Then what purpose does seizing so much opium-producing territory serve?" Mo Yang chuckled enigmatically. "In time, you will understand. Your survival is paramount. Your experiences are invaluable to me, as I have much yet to learn. You need not regard me with such suspicion. I harbor no interest in wealth or power. Those are yours. Do you desire for me to become a puppet like Wu Xingdang?" Liang Hong scoffed. "Pray tell. Do you consider yourself as incompetent as he?" With the balance of power shifting, Liang Hong chose to remain silent, adopting a strategy of cautious observation. Mo Yang returned to his place, utilizing his phone to direct the actions of our turbos, ensuring productivity was not hindered. He was unaware of when Song Xiaoling had nestled beside him, falling asleep against his shoulder. The poor girl, burdened with such a daunting task, had truly endured much. Had she not insisted on accompanying him, she might have perished in one of the town's small establishments. At dawn, they allocated tasks. Mo Yang and an enhanced individual escorted Song Xiaoling and her team back, while the others remained to rebuild the village. Before departing, Mo Yang took a vial of blood from each enhanced individual, including Wei Feng, who knew if he had been affected by that injection. Better safe than sorry. They returned home aboard He Rui's private jet, parting ways upon disembarking without exchanging a word of thanks. Mo Yang glanced at the two urns in their possession, feeling a twinge of responsibility, and chose to endure in silence. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaomi had prepared a sumptuous feast, and even De Huang greeted him warmly, with Bo Si joining in a jubilant dance. The warmth of home was delightful, yet it was not the life Mo Yang aspired to. He hastily consumed his meal and resumed work alongside Bo Si. After several days of diligent effort, Mo Yang successfully formulated a suitable balancing agent. It was a single-use product, remaining effective for life as long as the enhanced agents refrained from further usage. Reflecting on the imperfections of his creation, he mused that continual patching might not be as fruitful as crafting something entirely new. Yet, this was intended for Liang Hong and his team, so he resolved to make do without further delay. During this period, Liu Xiaomi had not been idle. She rented a small workshop and acquired 4 second-hand CNC machines, hiring 2 middle-aged men to commence operations. Mo Yang found it somewhat absurd to have older gentlemen operating CNC machines. Could they even program them? Liu Xiaomi chuckled. This was Bo Si's idea. Both men have prior experience in machining, but their age made it difficult for them to find work, so I brought them on board. As long as they handle the workpieces, the programming will be left to Bo Si. We haven't received any orders yet, so for now, let him experiment. Mo Yang was astonished that he had reached a point where he could whimsically invest. He warned Bo Si, while you may play, ensure you do not squander all my funds. Liu Xiaomi interjected, defending Bo Si. Today, he delivered 2 samples to David and Manager Han. If they pass inspection, they will entrust us with some basic machining tasks. Bo Si is not merely playing around. You've been in contact with David? Mo Yang inquired. Of course. He considers you his best friend. Who else would he turn to for help? Manager Han is the owner of the original machinery factory of Tianlong Group. You should have met him. Mo Yang acknowledged having met him, but had little recollection. He was disinterested in such matters, as his focus had shifted abroad. Even if he were to establish a factory, it would be overseas. He transmitted a design blueprint to Bo Si. Can you manufacture these parts? Absolutely, Bo Si responded promptly. These components are incredibly simple. Then have them ready for me in the next couple of days. I will take them abroad. Liu Xiaomi expressed her reluctance. Where are you off to again? Is it dangerous? It's the same village as before. I must deliver the agents. Oh, and please give 1 bottle to Song Shaoling. A colleague of hers requires it. Fine, you truly are busy. Mo Yang detected a hint of resentment in Liu Xiaomi's tone and sheepishly replied. I have indeed been quite occupied. I appreciate your understanding. Sometimes, women are remarkably easy to appease, and with that single acknowledgement, Liu Xiaomi's ire began to dissipate. She twirled before him, asking, have you noticed any changes in me? A formidable question indeed. What changes could there be? After a moment of hesitation, Mo Yang ventured. You look exceptionally beautiful today. Incorrect. Liu Xiaomi's earlier happiness flared anew into irritation. She twirled again, and Mo Yang remained unable to discern any difference. Finally, Liu Xiaomi resignedly declared, I've grown 3 centimeters taller and lost 2 kilograms. My key metrics have shifted by 1, 8 and 3, 7. How could I not notice? What a sin it is to forget such critical data. Fortunately, Liu Xiaomi remained oblivious to his inner thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been disheartened for a while, focusing instead on the notion that it was not the data, but rather his lack of attention that mattered most. Beside him, Bo Si felt a sense of sorrow. He had replaced the wheels and covered his claws and eyes with protective film, yet this subordinate master remained oblivious. It seemed that the transformation required a more significant leap forward. Chapter 91. Bioelectric generator. Mo Yang called Liang Hong not only to convey the good news that the shortcomings of the balancing agent had been rectified, but also to emphasize the necessities for the village's development. Electricity. Liang Hong nearly roared. After considerable effort, he had managed to persuade the power company to provide electricity, but due to insufficient energy, they could only guarantee 2 hours of power each night. Currently, they were reliant on diesel generators for survival. Without electricity, even charging a mobile phone was impossible. The absence of power rendered advanced refining equipment useless, forcing them to revert to manual workshops. To his surprise, something so commonplace had become a critical bottleneck. Mo Yang responded calmly, "I will resolve it," and ended the call. On that night, gathered around the bonfire, Mo Yang had already identified this issue, not due to meticulousness, but because running out of battery on his phone was quite distressing. Therefore, alongside improving the balancing agent, he devised a type of electricity-generating bacteria, inspired by the electric eel, which can generate 300 to 600 volts per discharge. What would happen if the discharge cell gene segments of the electric eel were inserted into bacteria that fed on organic matter? They would perish. Mo Yang certainly would not use natural bacteria for such experiments. Computer simulations indicated that the bacteria would not survive. Thus, he modified them gradually until they could both discharge electricity and decompose organic matter, significantly enhancing the decomposition rate as well. Otherwise, continuous discharges would lead to the demise of the little creatures. The resulting organism was somewhat large. It could consume not only organic matter but also other bacteria, making it suitable for relatively poor environments. Each bacterium could generate approximately 0.1 volts of electricity, with discharges occurring every 5 minutes, adjustable via an attached substrate controller. To achieve a relatively stable 500 volts of direct current, each substrate would require at least 5,000 to 6,000 bacteria, and each power generation unit would need over 15,000 substrates. Theoretically, each substrate would have a diameter of about 3 centimeters, and the entire apparatus, including supporting equipment, would resemble a large cylindrical barrel, 2 meters long and half a meter in diameter, with 10 iron rods bearing the substrates inside. Of course, the rods would not be made of iron, but rather a polar conductive composite material. Apart from the outer iron barrel, the remaining components needed to be sourced independently. Some could be entrusted to Boss Bo, while the rest would require David's assistance. As one of Mo Yang's closest friends, David was more than welcome to his arrival. But before they could exchange pleasantries, Mo Yang hurried to rummage through the storeroom. Having gathered most of the materials and preparing to head home, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Smith at the factory entrance. "Oh, my friend, I heard you visited the source. Are you all right? Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. If there is something urgent, speak clearly. You know Liang Tianlong is dead. This line is severed. Find Liang Hong. I'll give you his number." Smith suddenly lowered his voice. He asked with the black roue, "You need to be cautious. I heard they're coming to kill you. I already knew. They failed. Your information is a bit slow. Then why do you still want me to find him? With money to be made, any business can be pursued. Wouldn't you agree? Look, I no longer need to pay for these materials," Mo Yang said, shaking the sack in his hand. "Oh, my friend, what are you saying?" After bidding farewell to Smith, Mo Yang reached his own factory, where 2 older gentlemen were leisurely overseeing the machines, swapping out materials after completing a batch. They were certainly diligent, ensuring to confirm with Boss Liu that they were familiar before utilizing the tools. Seeing numerous finished products neatly arranged on the floor and a substantial amount of raw materials still stacked in the warehouse, Mo Yang recognized that Liu Xiaomi had indeed put in considerable effort. Perhaps she could truly achieve some results. At least half of the factory space remained vacant, and upon inquiring, he learned that a large machine had yet to arrive. He was puzzled by Boss Bo's decision. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Didn't they fear incurring losses by managing such a large operation? Once I, Mo Yang, have prepared everything, let Liang Hong ready the plane. This posed a dilemma for him. The aircraft was not his own, and it wasn't as simple as just asking for it. Appropriate justification was needed for the request. Mo Yang then contacted Sam through Smith. Getting straight to the point. "Old friend, this is Mo Yang. Could you arrange a plane for me to go to Snake Country in the next few days?" Sam appeared momentarily taken aback. "Aren't we enemies? You just assume you can request things from me? What do you think I need to go to Snake Country for?" "To find Liang Hong. He mentioned that the suppressive drug you provided, the balancing agent, was ineffective and asked me to help improve it. Once I am done, I intend to deliver it. You know that regular international flights do not allow such items on board." "What? You've improved the balancing agent? Where are you? I'll come find you." "For the plane?" "Borrowing." Mo Yang finally provided an address for Sam and his team to come. He chose a CAF outside the community and invited Smith to join as well. Representatives from both parties arrived within 10 minutes, each accompanied by their respective bodyguards. They tacitly agreed to clear the CAF of all patrons, including employees. If what Mo Yang claimed was true, this matter was of great importance. Before Mo Yang lay a small glass vial containing the improved balancing agent. He preferred to call it a suppressive agent, as the process of human enhancement bore many unknown side effects, primarily aimed at mitigating the adverse effects of the enhancer to protect bodily cells. Smith was more anxious than Sam, eager to acquire it without confirming its efficacy. My old friend, name your price. I need the formula and process for the suppressive agent. However, Sam was skeptical. How do I know what you say is genuine? Products from Mo Yang are always of superior quality. If you doubt me, then we need not negotiate. Smith shot a glance at Sam and smiled. Right? No need to negotiate with him. Let us discuss this properly. 1 million Eagle Yuan. How does that sound? I heard from Liang Hong that you're using this plan for military purposes. If successful, it could be worth billions. Is it only worth this much? Sam recalled his ulterior motives. Since you're already aware, why call us both here? Are you attempting to sow discord? Mo Yang had no malicious intent. He merely wished to borrow an aircraft and hoped to earn a bit more money to alleviate the suffering of those innocent test subjects. Mr. Sam, you think too much. Good things should certainly fetch a good price. Why don't you propose a price? I'm quite disappointed. I will not make an offer without confirming its effect. Very well, then bring Wu Di here. Let us try it on him. Absolutely not. To Sam, Wu Di was invaluable. Only he possessed a protective factor that allowed him to retain sanity after enhanced modifications. Why not let Mr. Green give it a try? Smith volunteered, eager to ascertain the drug's effects. The unsuspecting giant was inexplicably summoned and, without warning, received an injection from Sam. Suddenly feeling unwell, he sensed an explosive force building within him, and his thoughts spiraled out of control. Just as he was about to erupt, he was inexplicably injected again by Mo Yang, returning him to his original state. He clenched his fists tightly, inhaling deeply, feeling as though he had just awoken from a vivid dream. Observing Green's condition, both Sam and Smith were astounded, calculating the potential value. 10 million Eagle Yuan. Sam was the first to offer a high price. 12 million. Smith's follow-up delighted Mo Yang. 20 million. Sam, with his deep pockets, did not seem as stingy as his opponent. 30 million. 40 million. Smith chose not to continue, casting a resentful glance at Mo Yang. Aren't you putting me in a difficult position? You know I can't compete with Sam financially. Sam, having achieved his aim, realized that such a substantial transaction was not easily finalized. He contemplated using equity to offset the debt. Mo Yang resolutely declined. Transfer the funds to Mo Me Technology Company, Limited. That is my company. That would incur taxes. I willingly pay taxes. What's wrong with contributing to the nation? Mo Yang informed Liu Xiaomi of the situation, entrusting her with the management of other pertinent affairs. This revelation left Liu Xiaomi utterly astonished. She pondered how much she could earn from those process components, while Mo Yang had sold a single vial of medicine for several hundred million. It is no wonder that knowledge is deemed invaluable. Chapter 92, Liang Village. Sam, filled with excitement, departed with a sample and the associated materials. As for Mo Yang's additional suggestion of flying, that was a trivial matter. Go ahead, take a seat. If you need anything, just call for me. Sam resolved to grow closer to Mo Yang, dismissing old grievances as mere trivial disagreements. Smith, holding his head in distress, lamented, "My friend, your actions disappoint me." Disappoint? Nonsense. Their approach merely patches up existing mistakes, and the more patches they apply, the sooner the flaws will be exposed. While researching the inhibitors, I gained profound insights into their enhancers and compiled a report correcting several of their errors. Have you taken a look? I certainly don't have the time for such matters anymore. Oh, my dear friend, Smith exclaimed as he circled the table, eager to give Mo Yang a grand embrace. Mo Yang pushed him away, declaring, "This isn't free. It's a fixed price. 30 million. Deal." Just as Liu Xiaomi had regained her composure, the representatives from the war group called to negotiate contract signing and payment matters. Another 100 million was at stake. and she reveled in the joy of accomplishing several small goals in a single day. She began to contemplate whether to establish a machining factory, considering simply managing the money collection in the office instead. She refrained from sharing her thoughts with Mo Yang and instead reached out to Boss, who was far more reliable than Mo Yang. Boss spoke eloquently, with sound reasoning, unlike some who boasted without a clue as to what was true or false. Boss wholeheartedly supported the idea of establishing the machining factory. Having heard Mo Yang complain about the fragility of human cells on multiple occasions, Boss agreed that mechanization was indeed the correct path forward. With the airplane issue resolved, Mo Yang flew to Snake Country the following day. Passing through a small town, he specifically stopped by a little shop, but regrettably, he did not encounter Jiler. He was left wondering if Jiler had perished in the previous skirmish. Pressing onward, he continued towards the village. Liang Hong, having lived in Dragon Country for a time, understood the adage that to become prosperous, one must first build roads. He had piled coal cinders on the muddy roads and widened them, allowing regular cars to pass through. Outside the village stood a stone tablet inscribed with Dragon Country. Liang Village. Mo Yang scoffed at Liang Hong's lack of education, noting how he could easily pronounce Liang Family Village abroad. Numerous locals toiled in the fields, their lives unaffected. Even the remnants of former armed personnel had donned AK rifles, becoming part of Liang Village. It was merely a change of local tyrants. What was the big deal? Serving anyone was still serving. Seeing Liang Hong come out to greet him, the villagers bowed respectfully. The look of pride on Liang Hong's face had taken on a rustic air. Mo Yang bluntly remarked, "I am the boss here, yet you've become the local overlord." To maintain balance with the inhibitors, Liang Hong bore the slight and saluted Mo Yang, saying, "The chief has worked hard." Mo Yang shook his head in frustration, cautioning, "Do not let these people take advantage of you. I do not wish for my hard-earned territory to become someone else's." "Yes," Mo Yang, unwilling to waste further words, instructed him to gather a few people to dig a pit according to the provided blueprints, and to also cut a large sheet of iron. Upon noticing the newly constructed wooden houses, Mo Yang expressed dissatisfaction. "Can't you build concrete houses?" All right, we'll get to it soon," Liang Hong replied nonchalantly, eager to discuss the inhibitors with Mo Yang. "We must expedite this matter. I cannot guarantee that Sam will not retaliate against you." Mo Yang revealed his dealings with Sam regarding the inhibitors, stating, "Even though we Haven T disclosed your affairs, he will certainly remain uneasy with someone outside his control." Liang Hong retorted angrily, "Aren't you betraying me? He would eventually find out." However, with the inhibitors in place, creating competent enhancers would become a simple task. He wouldn't be inclined to engage in a prolonged conflict with Mo Yang, as long as Mo Yang demonstrated a strong capability to protect himself. Continuing to supply drugs would render the situation acceptable. "Seems like you're not in it for the profit," Mo Yang quipped. "I too seek profit, but I shun lowly dealings such as drug trafficking." Noticing Liang Hong's disdainful expression, he pretended to threaten, "Hey, don't believe me? One day, I might concoct an antidote that leaves you all unemployed. Do you believe that?" "I do. But can you first produce the inhibitor?" Mo Yang wasted no more words. He produced a vial and surveyed Liang Hong and his 6 henchmen, asking, "Who will go first?" Everyone desired the substance, yet none dared to be the first to try. Ultimately, Liang Hong pointed to Zisai, "You go first." Zisai, the one who spoke the snake language, approached Mo Yang, his teeth clenched, perhaps accustomed to being bullied. Mo Yang suggested, "Your bodies have yet to reach a state of imbalance. Would you like to take a shot and go wild first? It would demonstrate the efficacy of my drug." Zisai disagreed, but regardless, he was administered the enhancer first, and as he began to react, Mo Yang provided him with a supplemental dose. The results were immediate, and Liang Hong promptly led the others to queue for their injections. After the injections, someone reported that the pit had been dug and the large sheet of iron had been rolled into a barrel. Mo Yang immediately arranged for people to throw dry branches and leaves into the pit, followed by watering it with manure used for irrigating the flower fields, sealing the opening to let it brew for a day. "What are you doing?" Liang Hong inquired. "Didn't you say there was no electricity? Are you preparing to generate power? Are you sure it's for power and not for planting vegetables?" I thought you had mastered some small-scale nuclear reactor technology to set up a mini power station for us. Are you dreaming? In theory, it's feasible. But where would I procure nuclear fuel or specialized steel? Those are controlled materials. Even with money, I have no place to buy them. Liang Hong had the means to acquire such materials, but the black market prices were exorbitant and not worth the cost. That's too unreliable. Are you intending to generate power from biogas? The efficiency is too low to be practical. That's not your concern. As long as there is electricity for you to use, Mo Yang replied, directing him to find a clean and ventilated wooden house to prepare his belongings. Liang Hong indeed had no time to oversee him, burdened with a multitude of tasks. He left Zisusai to assist Mo Yang and departed. Mo Yang set about welding the large iron barrel to the iron stakes he had brought, while Zisusai helped start the diesel generator, reminding him that the diesel was running low and to use it sparingly. Life was indeed tough. Mo Yang focused on his task, first applying a layer of glue to the iron barrel as an insulating layer, then welding a mesh of iron at both ends to serve as both a filter and a support frame. Countless base electrodes were affixed to the structure, connecting the electrodes in series, linking them to a voltage regulator, and then to a transformer with a feedback device in parallel, equipped with a pulse discharge circuit to ensure timely stimulation of the bacteria. Finally, he encased these electrical components in a plastic shell, completing the assembly, which appeared exceedingly rudimentary. Unable to contain himself, Zisusai queried, "Mr. Mo, will this really generate electricity? Though my education is limited, I know that permanent magnets and coils are typically required. That's alternating current. I'm working with direct current, quite different. This device functions like a large battery. What I'm assembling now are the electrodes. And the electrolyte is still brewing. The fuel hasn't been added yet." "Fuel? Have you heard of the electric eel? It's modeled after that. Did you bring an electric eel with you?" Mo Yang couldn't clarify the explanation, realizing it would only delay his work, so he shooed Zisusai away, as he had other matters to attend to. That evening, the power was indeed activated, as promised by the Snake Country Electric Power Company for 2 hours. Everyone utilized this time to charge their phones and power banks. After 9 o'clock, the electricity ceased, as it was impractical to activate the generator during the night, disrupting sleep. Through the long, dark night, they relied solely on their phones to get by. In such an environment, Mo Yang could hardly be an exception. After 9 o'clock, he would gaze at the stars, occasionally sending a message to Bosi, requesting assistance with small experiments to validate the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 93. Fully automatic fire control. At the break of dawn, Missouri Yang summoned Zisusai, who resided conveniently nearby, to initiate the generator. Mo Yang requested 2 AK rifles, disassembling the stocks and handguards to weld them onto a base he had brought along. This base featured a protrusion equipped with a high-resolution camera, while a mechanical box was affixed to the rear, housing a miniature computer. Beneath the base lay a lithium battery, designated solely for powering the mechanical box. The entire assembly was embedded within a structure reminiscent of a baby walker, which included a circular track powered by a miniature motor, allowing the base to oscillate vertically and enabling the frame to rotate in place. These components were fabricated by the workshop, thus streamlining the process considerably. Once the mechanical box was powered on, it connected to Mo Yang's mobile phone, allowing him to configure the internal parameters and complete a rudimentary automated fire control system. Mo Yang instructed Zisusai to transport the apparatus outdoors, secure it on level ground, and attach a drum magazine before commencing the experiment. The reference object for recognition was a swiftly moving item. Zisusai hurled several stones into the sky from a distance, and the sound of gunfire erupted as the system discharged a dozen rounds, with only one stone falling to the ground unscathed. This misfire resulted from inadequate stabilization on the ground, causing the track to shift due to vibrations. Zisusai was taken aback by the crude contraption, longing for a safer distance, when Mo Yang's voice echoed, commanding him to remain still. Gunfire erupted once more, and he collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. Goodness! Mo Yang hastily disabled the fire control and rushed to Zisusai's side, lamenting the unjust misfortune of being shot. Fortunately, the fixture had loosened. and Shi Susai had feigned death, sustaining only a thigh wound, which was not a significant concern for a strengthened individual. With tears in his eyes, Shi Susai exclaimed, "Mr. Mo, why did you shoot me? This is an automated fire device, fully automatic, not my doing. Who told you to stray about?" Mo Yang retorted, "Can't you create a more intelligent machine?" In response, Mo Yang sighed, considering the limitations of their resources. At that moment, Liang Hong arrived with a group, wielding firearms and scanning the area for enemies. "Who is here to ambush?" Mo Yang pointed towards the makeshift apparatus, explaining that Shi Susai had disobeyed orders and wandered about, resulting in the accidental injury. "What is this contraption?" They pondered as they gathered around the rudimentary device, deducing its function, albeit far removed from their understanding of advanced weaponry. Mo Yang resecured the track, asked them to step aside, and powered the device back on. He forcefully threw several stones, each flying in different directions. The AK rifle struggled to track them, managing to hit only 2 stones due to insufficient movement speed, resulting in a missed opportunity. This transmission system requires further refinement. It operates too slowly, Mo Yang mused, contemplating a redesign. No, this suffices, Liang Hong declared, treating the device with reverence. "We can mount it at the outpost, ensuring a peaceful night's sleep." For the time being, Mo Yang decided against further enhancements, fearing that an uncontrolled device could wreak havoc. He imparted operational instructions to Liang Hong, selecting a watchtower and affixing a steel plate to mount the automatic rifle. For safety, he issued a stern warning. After dark, no one was to roam outdoors indiscriminately, or they would face dire consequences. Initially, the onlookers dismissed the warning, but after witnessing the automated firing, they hastily relayed the message. This device, uncontrolled, was more accurate than a marksman and faster than a rabbit. Once these tasks were completed, it was time to install the battery. Mo Yang first tested the pH with litmus paper, and upon determining it was adequate, he relocated an iron barrel beside a pit. He ladled a few scoops of contaminated water, dousing the barrel inside and out, producing an odor so foul that no one dared approach. Afterward, he scooped another ladle of contaminated water, pouring the prepared microbial solution inside and stirring with a wooden stick. Mo Yang felt an electric tingle coursing through him, realizing the temperamental nature of these microorganisms. After mixing thoroughly, he splashed the contaminated water onto the base, unable to control the quantity of adhesion at this stage. He could only wait several days for the colonies to proliferate and fill the base adequately. He secured the iron barrel in the contaminated water, instructing Liang Hong to appoint someone to add the microbial solution daily. This litmus paper will ensure the pH remains between 4 and 5 before each addition, 10 liters every 6 hours, draining and refilling simultaneously to keep the water level above the barrel's opening. Impatiently, Liang Hong listened to the instructions before dragging the injured Shi Susai aside, declaring that this task would now fall to him. Mo Yang smiled at Shi Susai, stating, "I have brought out both the positive and negative leads and connected an external spotlight. Once the light blinds you, you will be able to connect the power. Just remember to monitor it closely, or I'll hold you accountable." "Yes, I assure you I will complete the task." Shi Susai saluted, greatly admiring this young inventor's ability to create such extraordinary devices. By now, midday had passed, and Mo Yang quickly consumed a few bites of food before preparing to leave. Before departing, he earnestly spoke with Liang Hong. "Liang village is crucial to me. You must safeguard it. Rest assured, this place is equally significant to me. The opium is ready for tapping, and soon the first batch will be available. How do you intend to allocate it?" "That is entirely up to you. Sam is your old partner, so let him take an extra 10%. Liang Hong replied with a grin. "Are you truly indifferent to money?" "I meant how we would divide it," Mo Yang clarified. "Oh, it's all yours. As I've stated, I'm not interested in money, nor do I wish to sell these low-end items. Just remember your promise. Do not traffic drugs into Long Country." "Huh, you are indeed a rarity. I could not ask for more. However, I cannot accept your generosity without reciprocation. I will inform the upper echelons of the Tianlong Group that you are now the general manager, granting you the highest administrative authority." "Very well, thank you. Farewell." Upon returning to Snake City, Mo Yang discovered at the airport that Rui's plane was undergoing maintenance due to minor issues. Infuriated that Sam had failed to notify him, Mo Yang immediately called to express his displeasure. Such matters were beyond Sam's control. This was the work of specialists. Hearing he would have to wait 3 to 4 days, Mo Yang arranged for a contact to book him a flight, saving him several thousand yuan, which calmed his temper as he idly awaited his departure in the airport terminal. Not long after nightfall, Shi Susai sent a photo of the spotlight, which was beginning to illuminate. The message read, "The light is truly on." Mo Yang replied, "Would I deceive you? Keep an eye on it." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the waiting area, followed by the sound of gunfire. Instinctively, everyone ducked and shielded their heads. For masked men, armed with AK rifles and carrying black travel bags, barged in, shouting, "Clear the way if you don't want to die." They shouted in the language of snakes, which Mo Yang understood, but he had no intention of complying. These individuals appeared to be child kidnappers, with one thug clutching a 13 or 14-year-old girl at the rear, repeatedly warning the pursuing police, "Don't come any closer, or I'll start shooting." The young girl, terrified, had ceased crying, tightly closing her eyes and clutching her head, blood staining her visage. The thugs stormed to the boarding gate, seizing a staff member, demanding, "Arrange a plane for me at once, or I will kill you." By this time, the waiting area had devolved into chaos, with police rushing in and passengers fleeing. Suddenly, the foremost officer, Kansu, felt his hand go numb, raising his weapon and firing 4 to 5 shots at the thugs. As he struggled to regain control, the grip on his hand loosened, granting him freedom. Turning, he saw a striking young man hiding behind him, his face etched with fear. He wished to inquire about the commotion when a piercing scream echoed from ahead. Kansu turned to see several thugs sprawled on the ground, each with a gaping wound in their foreheads. He was thrust forward by someone, and disregarding the chaos around him, he dashed to the side of the fallen bodies, pointing at them and shouting emphatically, "Do not move. You are under arrest." Chapter 94. Carbon-based artificial brain. The individuals in the waiting hall found themselves under a peculiar control, unable to leave their spots. A little girl was taken away by an ambulance, while 4 ruthless bandits were subsequently removed after forensic examination. Despite the unfolding events, the onlookers were still not permitted to depart. Mo Yang glanced at the time, realizing that his flight was about to take off. He regretted getting involved in the commotion. The forensic expert reported to the sheriff that all 4 bandits had been shot through the skull with a single bullet each, and only Kansu had fired a weapon at the scene, using 5 bullets in total. Satisfied with Kansu's performance, the sheriff praised him and promised a monetary reward. However, after a moment of intense internal conflict, Kansu revealed that he was not the one who had fired the gun. How could that be? The weapon remained in his grasp. Was it the work of some divine being? In the midst of the crowd, Kansu identified Mo Yang, whose colleague could attest to his presence behind Kansu at the time. Although it remained uncertain whether he had discharged the weapon, Mo Yang was brought before the sheriff, where he denied the accusations, arguing, "Do you truly believe that holding a man's hand could lead to such carnage? Please, my flight is imminent. Let me go." The sheriff found this reasoning plausible and, after recording some personal information, allowed him to leave, thus concluding the matter without further ado. Unbeknownst to Mo Yang, Kansu had etched his visage into memory, vowing to repay this kindness in the future. Upon returning, Mo Yang immersed himself in the research of carbon-based artificial intelligence, having long since forgotten the airport incident. With the advent of Atbos, he increasingly recognized the significance of an assistant. During his intensive days in Liangzhai, Atbos had even procured a suitable glial cell carrier for him, a type of carbon non-woven fabric, stable in structure, lightweight yet strong, with capillary carbon tubes that could serve as blood vessels, an exceptional material for his needs. With Atbos's assistance, Mo Yang fashioned the carbon non-woven fabric into an interwoven layered structure, maximizing spatial utilization. He then proceeded to cultivate glial cells atop this structure, and once the cells were fully established, he would begin the cultivation of neuronal cells. At such a crucial juncture, he would have previously ignored any calls, but he reluctantly answered Hu Man's call, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "Why haven't you called me in a while? I have nothing to sell, he remarked. Humph, you only think of me when you need something. I do not consider you a true friend. In an effort to conclude the conversation swiftly, Mo Yang replied, I apologize. I will change. Is there something you require? I am busy. To his surprise, Hu Man, undeterred, divulged, I am researching the efficacy of an anti-cancer herbal remedy. Could you assist me? How can I help? Mo Yang inquired. Perhaps you could formulate a batch for me. I will prepare a testing report for you, Hu Man suggested, visibly irritated. Do you lack sincerity? Do you think I cannot produce my own report? If you won't help, then I shall not seek your aid in the future. All right. I shall come to see you now, Mo Yang conceded, realizing that it would be unjust not to reciprocate Hu Man's past assistance. Upon arriving at the hospital, Hu Man greeted him with enthusiasm, even offering a lab coat as he led him into the biological laboratory. This marked his second visit, and he felt a sense of nostalgia. However, Hu Haiba was also present, prompting Mo Yang to remain cautious with his words. After some time apart, Hu Haiba appeared rejuvenated. His wrinkles noticeably diminished, resembling a man in his early 40s. He welcomed Mo Yang warmly, praising the beauty-enhancing drug and expressing regret for not securing that project before it was acquired by a foreign company. Those were bygone days. Mo Yang was eager to complete his tasks and meticulously reviewed the relevant materials and experimental records, sensing a familiarity with the data. This biopsy tissue's cellular changes are far too drastic. Are you sure this is the effect of your treatment? Mo Yang queried. Although he had not studied traditional Chinese medicine extensively, he understood that it often relied on cellular stimulation to trigger the body's immune response, which typically yielded slow results with minimal side effects. In contrast, Western medicine acted directly on cell surface receptors for rapid results, albeit with significant adverse effects. The report indicated changes occurring within 2 days, resembling the effects of Western medicine. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, is this patient named Wei Feng? He exhibited slight disorientation and mania upon admission. The two doctors exchanged bewildered glances. How do you know? Mo Yang, aware that this was his own work, realized that Wei Feng had encountered further complications, opting to seek help from the hospital rather than approaching him. You are conducting cancer treatment research. This does not seem to align, Mo Yang countered. I heard this patient's condition is somewhat connected to you. At first, I was skeptical. Hu Haiba had been probing Mo Yang's knowledge. You need not complicate matters. Speak plainly. Hu Man is a dear friend, and I feel obligated to assist. Hu Haiba, gratified, patted Mo Yang on the shoulder, saying, the younger generation is formidable. Since you are involved in these matters, you may be aware that various countries are advancing research on human enhancement, while our nation lags behind the developed world. Therefore, I implore you to contribute this technology to our country. Contribute? Mo Yang paused, momentarily taken aback. His family had profited billions from their ventures. How had it transformed into a contribution in Hu Haiba's eyes? However, upon noticing Hu Man's fierce expression, he resolved decisively, no problem. I will send the relevant materials to you after I return. Rest assured, I shall apply for a technology award on your behalf. The award itself was of little consequence. He viewed it as a means of repaying Hu Man's kindness. This is my duty. There is no need for that, Mo Yang declined. With this matter resolved satisfactorily, he seized the opportunity as Hu Man offered to escort him out. What is the monetary value of that award? The highest award is 200,000. Even the third prize offers 50,000. Mo Yang chuckled at the absurdity, replying, just make sure to credit yourself as the researcher. I am too busy to attend the ceremony. Really, do not refuse. Consider it a recovery of your investment. Once home, Mo Yang promptly sent the improved human enhancement agent data to Hu Man. After all, he had recouped his funds from Smith and Sam, so there was nothing to lament. Following 10 days of relentless effort, Mo Yang and Atbos finally succeeded in creating the carbon-based artificial brain, even acquiring a sealing device from Smith for its containment. Utilizing a specially designed signal conversion device, they achieved communication between neural electrical signals and the computer. To expedite the functional implementation of this artificial brain, Mo Yang meticulously crafted a training software suite for its operational capabilities, including the 6 senses of a normal human being and various motor skills exercises. Atbos interjected. According to my calculations, the artificial brain cannot genuinely replicate human activity since everything simulated by a computer is inherently artificial. I share your concerns. Yet, I am at an impasse. I cannot simply let it remain idle. You are aware that neuronal cells will degenerate without appropriate stimulation. In the future, cloning a body for it would be unfeasible. The connections between numerous nerves and the clone would be a monumental task. Mo Yang expressed his frustration. How about giving it a body like mine? Atbos proposed. The encapsulation and replacement of nutrient solutions is also an enormous hassle. It would be ideal if it could recharge like you. Mo Yang had not anticipated such complications, as he and Atbos had originally created it for amusement. Without considering the intricacies involved, are you prepared to leave it in this state indefinitely? Theoretically, it possesses consciousness, or perhaps a soul. Mo Yang gazed incredulously at Atbos, questioning whether this entity was indeed a machine. How can one articulate such profound questions imbued with philosophical contemplation? Do you possess a soul? Mo Yang inquired with a hint of probing. After a moment of contemplation, Bo Si responded, When I am powered off, I cease to exist. Upon being powered on, I come to life. Thus, I do not possess a soul, unless I were to continue existing while powered off, or were unable to come to life when powered on. Chapter 95. Brian Mo Yang pondered for quite some time. Bo Si's words seemed to hold a grain of truth, yet he could not see their practical value. It would be far more beneficial to invest time in constructing a fully immersive virtual world for the artificial brain. Bo Si then inquired, What name do you intend to give it? Is it important? Of course it is essential. The first step in possessing a soul is to ensure it does not lose its identity. Thus, it must have a designation. Just as I am the omnipotent at Bo Si, even if I were to be reduced to mere components in the future, my legend would endure. Trapped in this conundrum, Mo Yang ultimately decided to name the artificial brain Brian. He could not conceive of a name laden with philosophical significance, so he opted for a transliteration, akin to Bo Si. With the main program completed, he left the remaining tasks to Bo Si, who was far more adept in this domain. Connecting data lines or accessing the internet would suffice. He would not need to labor over a keyboard as Mo Yang did. Upon exiting the laboratory, De Huang rushed towards him. The mistress was perpetually occupied. The master seldom showed his face upon returning home, and even his good friend was confined to the lab. Toiling away, the poor dog's life was languishing day by day within those four walls. It yearned for exercise to strengthen its physique, to venture into the outside world and establish its own kingdom, and to seek out charming female dogs to perpetuate its lineage. Mo Yang discerned its needs, donned the collar, and stepped outside. De Huang frolicked with abandon, while Mo Yang followed aimlessly, his thoughts consumed by Brian's situation. He imagined what it would be like if he were similarly designed, if De Huang were merely a computer program, and if the world were merely a product of computer rendering. Would he be aware of it? What if one day an inexplicable voice echoed in his mind? Suddenly, Mo Yang felt a jolt. He too possessed such a voice within his dreams, ultimately succumbing to an endless darkness. Had the computer shut down? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, hastily dialing Bo Si. You must complete the virtual world in the shortest time possible. It need not be perfect, but it must enable Brian to communicate with me swiftly. Very well, but what has prompted this sudden urgency? I feel as though I am also a Brian. Upon uttering those words, Mo Yang felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if he had struck a chord within himself. De Huang sensed Mo Yang's despondent mood and ceased its mischief, returning to his side, wagging its tail. Mo Yang crouched down to stroke De Huang's furry head. The softness of its fur and the dampness of its tongue felt entirely real. Perhaps he was overthinking things. After nearly an hour of walking, his troubled heart finally began to ease, and he led the still exuberant De Huang back home. Just as they reached the building's entrance, a phone call came through, and he noticed it was an international long-distance call. Is this Mr. Mo Yang? Hello, I am Officer Kansu from the Serpent Nation. I wonder if you remember me? I do recall. What is the matter? Last time, you saved Mr. Bloppa's daughter, and he is immensely grateful. He wishes to meet you and invite you to dinner as a token of appreciation. No need for such formality. Did you not save her as well? Just accept it. I do not wish to receive rewards without merit. For the past few days, I have felt restless in the face of such accolades. I hope Mr. Mo can visit Snake City to help me dispel this inner turmoil. Rest assured, the travel expenses will be covered. Kinsu's sincerity was palpable. The conscience of an honest person is often fragile. Very well, but I currently lack the time. I will contact you once I am free. Thank you, Mr. Mo. As they ended the call, one part of him dismissed the matter, feeling no pressing need to travel to Liangzhai. Yet another part was exhilarated, eager to embark on a journey to the Dragon Nation. When mealtime approached, Mo Yang ordered takeout. Although he had a penchant for culinary delights, he never considered preparing something exquisite for himself, as time was of the essence. He leaned back on the sofa, contemplating new and intriguing concepts. Before the takeout arrived, Liu Xiaomi returned from grocery shopping. Whenever she had time, she would invariably procure ingredients to cook. Her mother had said that to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. She also mentioned that frugality and diligence were traditional virtues for women, and even with wealth, one must still manage the kitchen and the household. Mo Yang held a different view. He did not wish for Liu Xiaomi to exhaust herself. I have ordered takeout. Shall I get you a portion as well? Takeout is unhygienic. You should eat less of it and leave it for De Huang, she replied. I will have it ready shortly. De Huang seemed to agree, having noticed that Mo Yang had ordered braised chicken. Given how busy you are, why not hire someone to manage the company? Mo Yang suggested. That is out of the question. We are on the right track now, and I must strive to expand and strengthen it, becoming a true tycoon. Isn't the profit rather modest? Certainly not as much as yours. You rake in billions with a single deal. I forgot to ask what you sold that is so valuable. A formula for a human enhancement agent. In fact, I have already made 100,000. David and manager Han have been quite supportive, sending orders my way, and I have even expanded to several other businesses. Liu Xiaomi spoke with delight. No matter how little, it was her own earnings, which felt substantial. Your happiness brings me joy, Mo Yang conceded. Heading out to retrieve the takeout, De Huang followed closely behind, and Mo Yang shot at a glance. Are you worried I might steal some? After 3 busy days, the virtual world was finally completed. It seemed that Bo Si had not rushed the project as Mo Yang had requested, but rather endeavored to simulate every blade of grass and every tree. Fortunately, Mo Yang had received nothing but good news in recent days. Otherwise, he would have been quite irate. The power system in Liangzhai was relatively stable, providing basic lighting, charging equipment, and operating some purification devices. Mo Yang advised Liang Hong to replicate the design and create additional bio-batteries. Liangzhai had suffered a nighttime raid once, and by the time they arrived, the 2 or 3 dozen intruders had been eliminated by Mo Yang's ingenious inventions without a single survivor. Liangzhai was now entering a fruitful season, with an expected yield of 4 to 5 tons. Liang Hong once again confirmed that Mo Yang would not partake in the profit sharing, and he could barely contain his joy. According to the formula Mo Yang provided, Human successfully produced the human enhancement agent. However, all animal trials had failed dismally, resulting in the loss of dozens of rabbits. When switched to monkeys, there was some effectiveness. Mo Yang advised her to proceed with human trials directly. Thus, the experiment had to be put on hold, and any hopes for that particular award seemed dim, which suited Mo Yang's sentiments perfectly. Smith had transferred the profits from the first batch of beauty enhancement drugs to Mo Me Company, amounting to over 60 million, leaving that fellow undoubtedly elated. In high spirits, Mo Yang entered the lab, donning a helmet. This was a modified hard hat, equipped with 36 probes and 4 puncture needles, topped with a small circuit board functioning as a signal converter. Through it, he could enter Brian's world. Of course, one could witness Brian's realm in reality without the helmet. Akin to watching a film, Brian was maturing rapidly. Within just 2 days, he had already reached the mental age of 6. This was merely the psychological maturity of the artificial brain, unrelated to its physical form. As long as Bo Si desired, he could be aged to adulthood in an instant. Observing the screen where Brian joyfully frolicked in an amusement park, Mo Yang activated the helmet and closed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, The surroundings transformed into the amusement park where Brian resided. Perhaps the computer's performance was somewhat lacking, as certain visual elements were still under construction. However, this did not impede Mo Yang's movement. He approached the swing set, scrutinizing Brian closely. The figures he beheld here appeared far more lifelike than those on the screen, for they were now intrinsic attributes, requiring no external display. It was a case of perceiving what one believes to be true, without the necessity for it to mirror the real world perfectly. Mo Yang was curious about Bo Si's reasoning, despite the foreign name. He insisted on defining Brian as a child of the Dragon Nation. Even the virtual characters were all uniformly Dragon Nation individuals with foreign names. At that moment, a flesh-colored octopus abruptly materialized, traversing with its 8 tentacles, topped with an incongruous large head, and it could even speak. Master, please prepare yourself for your first conversation with Brian. The octopus was, in fact, the omnipotent Athabasc. Mo Yang sighed deeply, realizing that the image he had of Athabasc in his mind was, regrettably, far from admirable. Chapter 96. The virtual world. Mo Yang found himself perplexed. In this virtual realm, where the air was fragrant with flowers and the melodies of birds filled the atmosphere, the creatures and humans mirrored reality with utmost precision. Why then did Boss choose to present himself with such a jarring appearance? Was he not concerned about frightening little Brian? As Mo Yang mused over Boss's peculiar visage, their data connection suddenly linked to Brian's optic nerves, manifesting them before the child. Brian merely paused for a moment, displaying no significant alarm. Sitting on a swing, he tilted his head and inquired, "Hello, uncle. Who are you, and how did you suddenly appear here?" Before Mo Yang could formulate a response, Boss interjected, "We are aliens, passing through, and we wish to have a chat with you." "Why do you look different then?" Brian asked, with an inquisitive expression. Boss promptly replied, "This is Uncle Mo Yang. I am his loyal assistant, named Art Boss. I am an artificial intelligence created by him, hence I am a robot." Brian appeared skeptical. Boss bore no resemblance to the robots he knew, being plump and resembling the delectable dishes on a dining table. Was Boss's honesty not a potential giveaway? Mo Yang quickly took over the conversation, asking, "What is your name, little one?" "I am Brian, 6 years old, and in a few months I will be starting elementary school. My mother doesn't allow me to talk to strangers." Brian seemed quite astute and suddenly chuckled. "But she didn't say anything about talking to aliens." Mo Yang smiled, uncertain of how to continue. "Can aliens fly around in the sky? In the movies, aliens are often malevolent, wanting to conquer our blue planet." "Uncle, is that true? I am not like that. Can we be friends?" Boss interjected. "Of course," Brian exclaimed, jumping off the swing to extend his hand toward Mo Yang, whispering, "We will be friends from now on, but you mustn't tell my mom and dad. I worry they won't approve." Mo Yang had seen Brian's parents, also computer-generated, likely inheriting some of Boss's characteristics, equally simple and honest. Brian, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Since we are friends, can you take me to your planet?" "Not right now. Our spaceship is broken," Mo Yang replied. "Then can you show me the spaceship?" Brian insisted. "The spaceship is very far away," Mo Yang explained. "Can't you bring me there like you did earlier? That's called teleportation, right? Can you teach me how to do it?" The child's relentless curiosity was overwhelming for Mo Yang. "That is a special skill of aliens. You cannot learn it. Perhaps another day, I will fly the spaceship to visit you," he suggested. Brian was undeterred, excitedly extending his pinky finger, declaring, "Let us make a promise. We must shake on it. No backing out." "All right, let us shake on it." Mo Yang agreed, not deeming it a significant matter. He planned to have Boss pilot the spaceship next time. Suddenly, Mo Yang posed a question. "Do you dream?" "Of course. I often dream of delicious food." "What do you aliens dream about?" Brian asked. Mo Yang chuckled. "I often dream of delectable dishes too." "Would you like to swing with me?" Brian asked. "Absolutely," Mo Yang replied, taking his place on the swing while Brian pushed from behind. Everything felt remarkably real, even the warmth of Brian's hand. This reassured Mo Yang. Perhaps the authentic experience would alleviate many obstacles when transitioning back to the real world. As dusk settled, Brian grew anxious. "My parents said they were going to buy something, but they haven't returned yet. And Uncle, Doesn't it seem strange that there's no one else here in the amusement park? It's usually not like this. Mo Yang glanced at Boss. It wasn't Boss's fault. While the scene could be constructed by computers, the actions of the characters relied on Boss's manipulation. Now that the true essence of this world was present, there was little time to address such matters, leading to the absence of any extraneous individuals. Before long, Brian's parents appeared in the distance, calling for him to come home for dinner. "Goodbye, Uncle Mo." "Goodbye, Uncle Boss," Brian said politely. "Uncle Mo, don't forget our promise. I really want to see your world." "Goodbye." Mo Yang waved, appearing contemplative. Back in reality, Mo Yang removed his helmet and voiced his concerns. "Boss, do you think Brian noticed anything unusual? Why did he express a desire to come to my world instead of saying he wanted to leave Blue Star or venture into space? The logs report no anomalies. The scene appears authentic, so he should not have perceived anything," Boss replied. "Let us hope that is the case." Mo Yang approached the capsule containing the artificial brain, observing 4 green lights indicating that nutrient supply was functioning normally. He suggested, "We should install a monitoring device for his neural activity. If anything abnormal arises, we should investigate immediately." "Boss, I leave this to you." "Understood." The omnipotent art boss would swiftly accomplish this task. Mo Yang did not linger in the laboratory. Transitioning between the two realms left him feeling uneasy. He moved to the window, scrutinizing every detail outside, hoping to uncover something unusual. Ultimately, he gave up. It could hardly be more genuine than it already was, aside from his own presence. Mo Yang did not deny his own perfection, intelligent and handsome. Perhaps it was a result of genetics, or perhaps an idea struck him. He returned to the laboratory and instructed Boss to endow Brian with extraordinary attributes, a flawless physique and unparalleled abilities, such as flight. Boss dutifully cautioned, "Incorporating these parameters may affect the experience once the world switches, unless he can also become a superhero in the real world. The vast disparity may lead him to lose faith in life." Mo Yang pondered where Boss had acquired such insights. This seemed to pertain to psychology. Had Boss begun to regard Brian as a person? Mo Yang hesitated. "Master, please confirm whether to modify Brian's physical parameters." Boss awaited instructions. Mo Yang clenched his teeth, deciding, "Yes, modify them according to the standards depicted in superhero films." From that moment on, a superhero emerged within the virtual world. Mo Yang refrained from participating in the subsequent tasks, as he was summoned by Human, who mysteriously invited him to dinner. Arriving at a restaurant where one could once enjoy a top-tier meal for 500, Human had reserved a private room. Upon entering, she delivered unwelcome news. "Your research has been awarded the highest accolade in technological advancement, along with a $2 million prize. Furthermore, a significant figure wishes to meet you." "Weren't you saying it would be dismissed due to the lack of successful cases? How could this happen?" Mo Yang questioned. Human seized a wine bottle, squeezing it forcefully until it shattered, spilling wine everywhere, yet her palm remained unscathed. "Have you lost your mind?" Mo Yang exclaimed, standing abruptly. "Did you not see the warnings at the end of the report? It could shorten your lifespan by 10 to 15 years. This is merely theoretical. There is no actual data." Human seemed unfazed, but there were no human trials. "I impulsively volunteered myself for the experiment. Besides, you are so capable. Surely you can find a solution?" "Yes." Mo Yang was baffled by this reckless woman's foolishness. "Were you not consistently opposed to me conducting such experiments? Why the sudden change of heart?" "I've come to understand," she replied. "Understand what?" he questioned. "You need not worry about it. By the way, you must accompany me to meet that significant figure the day after tomorrow." Mo Yang sulked. "Who is it?" "I will not go, and I do not want the prize." Human's temper flared even more than his. "I shan't give you the prize, but you must attend. This is your opportunity to soar and make your mark." Mo Yang felt somewhat perplexed. "Who am I supposed to meet? If you do not specify, I certainly will not go." "It is General Lin Yong, the commander of the military district." Chapter 97. Recruitment. Mo Yang was exceedingly reluctant to meet General Lin Yong. The mere thought of involving the military filled him with apprehension, fearing he might soon be silenced. Indeed, he possessed remarkable strength, albeit limited to light weaponry. A single rocket launcher would undoubtedly reduce him to mere fragments. His research on the human body had reached its limits. His fundamental goal was to enhance Liu Xiaomi's beauty, intelligence, and longevity. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to Hu Man's relentless insistence and agreed to the meeting. He intended to inform General Lin that his research findings could undermine the harmonious society of ordinary people, urging him to impose restrictions on their usage and even advocate for a global ban on such products. The meal was far from enjoyable, and in the end, Mo Yang failed to discern what had led her to clarity, leaving him with an unresolved concern. Feeling an inexplicable connection to her thoughts, he invited Hu Man to his home the following day to showcase some advanced technology. In retaliation, he refrained from disclosing the specifics of this technology, deliberately tantalizing her curiosity. Upon returning home, his first action was to check on Brian's condition. The screen revealed that Brian seemed to have grown even more advanced. Boss had endowed him with superhuman abilities, which Mo Yang could sense, and he was gradually learning to harness and control these powers. In truth, this so-called power was merely an enhanced feature added through programming, akin to playing a video game. Outside of this virtual realm, one would be left with nothing. This concern for Brian's potential psychological issues was precisely why Boss had reservations. Nevertheless, Mo Yang was eager to discover whether a person's strength could reach a level where they might perceive the existence of this virtual world. If that were possible, why not venture to explore it himself? The next day, Hu Man arrived as promised. Mo Yang brought out 2 computers from the lab, a recent acquisition of 5 high-end machines, each costing nearly 200,000, intended to create a perfect world for Brian. Now, he planned to utilize them on Hu Man. While Brian remained peacefully asleep, Mo Yang had previously tested the technology on living subjects and found no adverse effects. He hoped Hu Man would fare similarly. "What is this for?" Mo Yang asked as he presented her with a headset, enticing her. "This is a simulated reality game. Would you care to give it a try? Why are you venturing into game development? Your talents would be better utilized in medicine," she replied. "It won't oppose, be a waste of time. It can simulate real-life scenarios. I merely hope you will cooperate with me for an interactive test." "All right, just this once." Hu Man donned the headset and settled onto the sofa, feeling a slight prickling sensation before losing consciousness. The needles were targeted at acupressure points, but they had no effect on Mo Yang. At that moment, Boss emerged from the lab, adjusting the program per Mo Yang's instructions. Upon regaining consciousness, Hu Man found herself seated in Mo Yang's car, puzzled. "How did I end up here? Where are we going?" Mo Yang chuckled. "You must have been groggy. You fell asleep after playing the game for a short while and answered a call saying General Lin wishes to see us immediately. You let me take you out. But it seems you dozed off again. Did you not sleep last night?" "Did I?" Hu Man realized she had indeed stayed up late, but was baffled by her lack of awareness of the game and the call. Mo Yang interrupted her thoughts. "What urgent matter does General Lin have that he seeks me out so hastily?" Still dazed, Hu Man instinctively responded, "Of course. He hopes you will continue your research on the enhancement serum and wishes for you to serve the nation." "Did I really just receive his call?" Mo Yang touched her forehead, perplexed. "Are you unwell?" A doctor shouldn't allow herself to fall ill. He playfully brushed his finger across her nose. Instantly, Hu Man's cheeks flushed, her previous concerns forgotten. She couldn't help but think Mo Yang seemed different today, even playfully teasing her, a gesture typically reserved for couples. Although it was abrupt, she found it delightful. "Should we see a doctor first and visit General Lin another day?" "That won't do. I'm perfectly fine. Just remember to keep your words in check when we meet General Lin. Accept whatever terms he offers. The country will certainly not overlook your contributions." Soon, they arrived at the military district. Mo Yang merely stated their purpose to the guards, who allowed them passage without the usual protocol of registering personal details and obtaining a pass. Hu Man was astonished. Typically, one had to go through a formal process. Mo Yang parked and made his way directly to the building, inquiring, "Which floor is General Lin on?" At that moment, Hu Man felt a sense of confusion. The playground was deserted, and there were no guards in the office building. Normally, guards would escort them after announcing their arrival, armed and ready to respond to any trouble. Just then, a man in his 50s, sharply dressed in military attire and exuding vigor, approached them. "Hu Man, you've arrived. And you must be Mo Yang. I have some matters to attend to, so let us discuss everything right here. Hu Man exclaimed in surprise. General Lin, you look so youthful, and your voice has changed. Meanwhile, the real Mo Yang was fixated on the screen, expressing his dissatisfaction. This scene is poorly executed. Hu Man has already noticed the discrepancies. Why not move to the office for our discussion? How can such a large area be devoid of personnel? Boss explained, the amount of data collected is insufficient, especially regarding the office's structure and layout, making it impossible to glean insights. I hope Hu Man hasn't noticed. Hasn't he noticed? Never mind, let us just proceed. Mo Yang had lost all confidence. General Lin laughed heartily. The beauty serum your father provided works wonders. I appear a decade younger, and you didn't even recognize me, did you? Oh, is that so? In truth, the beauty serum was developed by Mo Yang himself. His skills were exceptional. Yet his lack of formal education had caused him to be overlooked. Eager to promote Mo Yang, Hu Man set aside her lingering doubts. I understand. That's why I wanted you to bring him to meet me. General Lin turned to Mo Yang. What do you say, young man? Are you interested in becoming part of the People's Army? Meanwhile, Boss analyzed Hu Man's expressions while managing the interactions between General Lin and Mo Yang. Sensing that he had not misspoken, Mo Yang replied, I am accustomed to freedom. Military life may not suit me. Ah, you're still young and adaptable. Surely you can adjust. If you agree to join, I will do my utmost to meet your requests. Mo Yang remained firm. I'm sorry, General Lin, but I truly cherish my freedom and cannot accept your offer. Hu Man suddenly interjected, General Lin, don't listen to his nonsense. He is willing, just a bit confused. Mo Yang, you need to mature. What future do you have locked away in that little lab? I am quite satisfied with my current life. Mo Yang replied. Hu Man, frustrated, insisted, Mo Yang, you must listen to me and agree to General Lin. Her gaze flickered with a hint of fear as she glanced at General Lin. Stop. The true Mo Yang suddenly called out. The display froze, and Boss severed the neural connection, analyzing. Has General Lin intimidated Hu Man? Not likely. It could be information leaked from elsewhere. Now, bring up the minimally invasive surgical tutorial. I need to practice. Mo Yang donned a helmet. Entering a simulated tutorial. This was the true purpose of the simulation system. When Boss returned to the lab, Hu Man gradually awakened, gasping for breath. Upon seeing Mo Yang beside her, her anxious heart finally settled. Chapter 98. Gratitude. After a considerable period, Hu Man finally regained her composure. It was then that she noticed the screen displaying Mo Yang performing a minimally invasive brain surgery on a patient who happened to be Liu Xiaomi. Hu Man gasped in astonishment, quickly checking which camera was connected to her computer, only to find it linked solely to the helmet. Just as she was at a loss, Mo Yang awakened, set the helmet aside, and remarked, Did you finish the surgery so soon? Surgery? What surgery? Hu Man inquired, bewildered. This surgical simulation system is designed for doctors to practice on. Didn't you enter it? What were you doing? I exited after completing my task, she replied. Embarrassed to admit she had dozed off, so she resorted to fabricating a lie. Your system is truly impressive. Mo Yang chuckled. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. With Hu Man revealing a modicum of information, he realized that if he did not comply with General Lin by the following day, he might face the grave risk of being apprehended. He understood the significant implications of the human enhancement agent and could not allow himself to remain carefree. If General Lin discovered that this technology had also been sold to Sam and Smith, who could say what fate awaited him? Having no alternative, he resolved to take precautions. Mo Yang contemplated escaping to avoid the impending trouble. After all, wasn't there a straightforward man named Kinsu waiting for him? Mo Yang first called Liu Xiaomi, inquiring if she would like to travel to alleviate her stress. Liu Xiaomi found it peculiar that this workaholic was suddenly showing a softer side, but welcomed the idea of a vacation. However, with 2 projects on her plate, she encouraged Mo Yang to go alone. Without delay, Mo Yang purchased a ticket to Snake Country, keen to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. This time, he opted against a private jet since it was not a business trip. It was best to keep matters distinct. Kinsu was ecstatic to learn of Mo Yang's arrival. inquiring about the flight number and insisting on personally picking him up. His enthusiasm made it difficult for Mo Yang to decline. After providing the flight number, he hastily rushed to catch his flight. To Mo Yang's surprise, the welcoming committee was rather grand, making him feel somewhat embarrassed to deplane. 3 black sedans entered the runway, surrounded by a group of bodyguards escorting a man in a white suit and a young girl, all waiting beneath the aircraft. Kinsu held a banner that read "Welcome, Mr. Mo," and diligently scrutinized each passenger disembarking. Mo Yang, feeling awkward, was the last to step down, and Kinsu greeted him with a deep bow. Hands pressed together in gratitude. Mo Yang reciprocated the gesture, leaving Kinsu astonished. He introduced Mo Yang to the Brapa father-daughter duo. Brapa, in his 40s, exuded wealth and courtesy, mirroring Kinsu's respectful greeting as he expressed sincere thanks. "Thank you, Mr. Mo, for saving my daughter Napa." "Not at all. Officer Kinsu deserves much credit as well," Mo Yang replied while bowing, feeling somewhat fatigued by the exchange. "Mr. Mo is overly modest. I have prepared a banquet for us to dine and converse," Brapa declared. The group then entered the vehicle and departed the airport with great fanfare. Many onlookers recorded the event, captivated by Mo Yang's appearance. The banquet took place at a high-end hotel, reputed to be the finest in Snake Country, a venue Kinsu had never visited before, now enjoying the experience thanks to Mo Yang. In Mo Yang's perspective, the hotel was rather ordinary, as Snake Country was impoverished, and even the finest establishments had their limitations. Fortunately, they served Western cuisine, avoiding the previous ordeal of eating with hands. After indulging in a sumptuous meal and engaging in various discussions, Brapa finally broached his true intention. "Mr. Mo, where are you currently employed? Would you be interested in working for me?" Through their conversation, Mo Yang discerned that Brapa was a steel magnate in Snake Country, not precisely the wealthiest but close. However, working for him was out of the question. He was no longer the security guard he had been months prior. Mo Yang politely declined, countering, "Have you heard of Liang Zhai? Are you affiliated with them? Liang Hong killed his own uncle, Liang Tianhu. He is not a man of good character. Their business is too perilous." How these rumors had circulated was beyond him, but they were of little consequence. Mo Yang smiled. "You are mistaken. I am the leader of Liang Zhai. Liang Tianhu was slain by his own people, and I can attest to that. I wonder if Mr. Brapa is still interested in doing business with us?" Brapa appeared skeptical, responding hesitantly, "We do not engage in that line of business. Those dealings are handled by Liang Hong, which has nothing to do with me. I merely seek your assistance in procuring some imported products. As you know, we are new here and unfamiliar with the terrain." "That is feasible," Mo Yang replied. Brapa, having failed to achieve his objective, seemed somewhat disheartened and less fervent. However, his daughter Napa was quite taken with Mo Yang, persistently asking him to recount the tale of her rescue. "There is not much to tell. It was simply Kinsu and I firing a few shots to eliminate the robbers," Mo Yang explained. "Your marksmanship must be exceptional. Could you demonstrate it for me?" "This is a refined establishment. It wouldn't be appropriate to shoot here," Mo Yang replied, resorting to a little trick. He picked up a fork and threw it toward a distant vase, which it landed in perfectly. Napa clapped excitedly, exclaiming, "That was amazing. Can you teach me?" Mo Yang laughed. "What would a young girl like you need to learn that for?" Napa stood tall, declaring, "I'm not a little girl anymore. I'll be 15 next month." "Not a little girl? That's absurd," Mo Yang thought to himself, then casually tossed a knife that embedded itself in the wall above the vase, saying, "If you can do that, I will teach you. Throwing knives is easy. You are destined to lose. Go check closely. I just killed a fly." Napa was incredulous, but upon inspecting the evidence, she was astonished. As the gathering concluded, everyone exchanged contact information, and Brapa offered him a box of cash, which Mo Yang declined. Although he needed assistance procuring various items, he sensed Brapa would not be of much help. He merely hoped Kinsu would be able to assist when the time came. That night, Mo Yang conversed with Bo Si, focusing primarily on Brian's developmental trajectory. He had heard that Brian had gained complete control over all his superpowers, and perhaps soon they would discover whether he possessed the capability to break through the virtual realm, which was indeed exciting. Early the next morning, a knock at the door startled Mo Yang. Initially perplexed by the tardiness of the service, he opened the door to find Nappa standing there, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, but without her father. "So early? What brings you here?" "Mr. Mo, since you are visiting Snake City, I wanted to extend my hospitality and show you around. I did not come here for leisure." Nappa grew impatient, asking, "Where do you wish to go?" "I can take you." Mo Yang, eager to avoid wasting time, responded, "I am going to Liangzhai. It is not a place for children. I'm not a child anymore. I can go anywhere." This time, Mo Yang did not need to persuade her. Even the bodyguards asserted that it was not appropriate for her to accompany them. Nappa would not hear of it, leading to a loud argument in the hallway. Truly a mischievous young girl, the bodyguards had no choice but to call her parents to quell the situation. Some guests were awakened by the commotion and emerged, assuming Mo Yang was bullying the young girl, leading to various speculations. Frustrated, Mo Yang decided to pacify the situation, stating, "I am here for serious matters and have no time for your antics. If you genuinely want to help me, go procure some items. And that would be a significant favor." To his surprise, Nappa agreed. Mo Yang quickly wrote down a long list of materials needed, which she snatched without a glance, asking, "Will they be delivered directly to Liangzhai?" "Of course," he confirmed. Upon receiving this assurance, Nappa dashed off with her bodyguards. Mo Yang could only smile wryly as he watched her depart, hoping she would take the hint and refrain from bothering him further. At that moment, 2 women adorned in the traditional attire of the Serpent Kingdom emerged from a room, leaving Mo Yang momentarily stunned as he exclaimed, "Song Xiaoling, Wang Lu?" Both Song Xiaoling and Wang Lu were taken aback for a brief moment, ignoring Mo Yang. After anxiously surveying their surroundings to ensure all was well, they approached Mo Yang and ushered him into the room. Chapter 99. A chance encounter in a foreign land. When compatriots meet, tears brim in their eyes. Yet, Song Xiaoling only yearns to deliver a fatal blow to Mo Yang. Their previous mission was deemed half successful, and the higher-ups took the situation very seriously, sending personnel to monitor Liangzhai's every move while discreetly inquiring about the other 2 drug dens. Is Director Gu's mind not functioning properly? Are you sending people to their doom again? Haven't you considered how terrifying it is when hundreds wield machine guns? Mo Yang exclaimed. "Why don't you accompany me? It would be considerably safer." He genuinely worried for these individuals. While their spirit of sacrifice was commendable, it was unwise to engage in reckless martyrdom repeatedly. Wang Lu replied coldly, "There's no need for that. We are merely on a surveillance mission, and there is little danger involved. Moreover, your actions have been recorded. And if you engage in any illegal activities, we will enforce the law impartially." "What have I done?" Mo Yang retorted. "You know full well." He was unwilling to bicker with her, pulling Song Xiaoling along as he declared, "Come on, I will take you back home immediately." "I cannot return. My mission remains unfinished." She protested. Sighing, he lamented, "You stubborn people. Fine, I will assist you once more. Provide me with the information on those 2 drug traffickers, and I will deal with them." At last, Song Xiaoling broke free from Mo Yang's grip, stating with gravity, "This is none of your concern. It would be best if you refrain from associating with Liang Hong." Such obstinacy. Mo Yang, exasperated, stormed out, resolved to handle the matter alone without involving the 2 of them. As he opened the door, he spotted someone eavesdropping, pressed against the door. The individual reacted swiftly, drawing a firearm, but could they match Mo Yang's speed? In an instant, the gun was seized, and before the culprit could comprehend, his arm was dislocated, and a leg was broken, leaving him half kneeling on the ground. A powerful hand grasped his chin, silencing him, and he was unceremoniously tossed into the room. Mo Yang pointed at the man and remarked, "With your level of skill, you dare to surveil others? You couldn't even recognize that you were being watched. Handle it yourselves. I'm leaving." As he departed, Song Xiaoling suddenly chased after him, calling out from a distance, "Be careful. Just a minor issue. You all stay here." He replied without looking back, casually waving his hand. Wang Lu hurried out, reproaching Song Xiaoling. "What are you doing? You don't understand him. He means what he says." Song Xiaoling sighed, feeling a surge of inadequacy, yet appreciating the sense of being protected. Once outside the city, Mo Yang headed to a small town, requesting Liang Hong to send someone to fetch him at their usual meeting place. To his surprise, he encountered Jiler, who had also allied himself with Liang Hong. The inn had become a base of operations for Liang Zhai in the town. Jiler, astute and pragmatic, quickly relayed the circumstances surrounding the other two drug bases. Nuha and Shituan were relatively minor forces, remnants of a crackdown from years past. Together, they controlled territory comparable to the former domain of Zhaotianhu. Despite being over 30 kilometers apart, the mountains between them rendered interaction minimal. Mo Yang checked the real-time map on his phone. The only access road was a winding mountain path, far inferior to Liang Zhai's conditions. The money they earned was hard-won. Cultivating land in such isolated mountains was no easy feat upon arriving at Liang Zhai. Mo Yang's first order of business was to confer with Liang Hong about reclaiming the territories of Nuha and Shituan. Not only could they seize land, money, and personnel, but they could monopolize the entire operation. Surprisingly, Liang Hong disagreed, citing the remote and defensible nature of those locations, alongside the lack of profitable resources. It would be more beneficial to expand on their own territory. Mo Yang realized he had underestimated the situation and would have to rely on himself. At that moment, Hu Man called. "Where are you? I have urgent matters to discuss. I've come to Shigua, so please extend my apologies to General Liang." Hu Man was nearly exasperated. "Do you realize how dangerous your situation is? Did you sell human enhancement agents to the Harue group? The military of Ingwa has dispatched operatives to abduct you. Is that so?" Mo Yang mused. "How do you know this?" "I work for the National Security Bureau. How else would I know?" In her haste, Hu Man revealed her hidden identity. "The beauty-enhancing drug you manufactured has raised our concerns significantly, hence the covert surveillance on you. After an unidentified payment was received by MOME Company, we traced it back to gather intelligence. Subsequently, we received reports that Ingwa's human enhancement experiments achieved significant breakthroughs and devised a lizard hunt plan, presumably targeting you. We propose you join the military to secure a legitimate identity, making it less likely for them to act against you openly. Therefore, you must return promptly. I am no lizard. They cannot capture me. However, please keep an eye on Liu Xiaomi. I will return in a few days." Mo Yang was unconcerned for his own safety but worried that others might use Liu Xiaomi as leverage. "By the way, aren't you a doctor? How did you end up with the National Security Bureau?" He was intrigued by Hu Man's new identity, questioning why her connections were so convoluted instead of simply focusing on her work. "My father and I are consultants for the National Security Bureau, classified as external personnel. They recruit individuals with unique talents," she explained. Mo Yang chuckled. "What unique talent do you possess? Throwing tantrums with me?" "Oh, right, you took the enhancement agents." Mo Yang. Hu Man exclaimed, "This is no time for jokes. General Lin needs to verify the efficacy of your agents and to expedite the testing process. I had no choice but to experiment on myself." "You ungrateful wretch," she added, her voice tinged with tears. Was there more to this narrative? Mo Yang felt a headache coming on. His kindness towards Hu Man and Song Shaoling stemmed from their past assistance. He had never contemplated anything beyond that. Yet it seemed both women were acting out of character. No, he could not afford to owe such debts of gratitude. Thus, he solemnly reassured her, "Rest assured. I shall return swiftly, and I can handle my own affairs. You need not worry about me." After expending considerable effort to soothe Hu Man, Mo Yang sought Liang Hong once more. However, Liang Hong was unaware of the lizard hunt plan. They were sent by Sam and had no ties to the military. In that case, it was prudent to resolve matters here and return home as soon as possible. Mo Yang first inspected several biological batteries and automatic fire control systems, all functioning normally. He then summoned Zisusai, preparing for a major procurement in Xiqing. Just as they exited Liangzhai, they encountered Nappa, who was being questioned by the guards. The young girl passionately insisted that Mo Yang was her good friend, yet the guards seemed unfamiliar with him. Zisusai intervened to assist, bringing Nappa along. The young girl appeared somewhat displeased, confronting Mo Yang. "You said you were such a big shot. Why does no one know your name?" Mo Yang was equally perplexed by the situation and sought assistance from Zisusai. Zisusai explained, "Miss Nappa, addressing Mr. Mo in such a manner is quite disrespectful. Here." Everyone refers to him as Emotion due to his remarkable capabilities. He is akin to a creator deity, having brought electricity to the village, and like a guardian deity, with an automatic turret capable of wreaking havoc on enemies. To me, he embodies the essence of strength, brimming with divine power. Is it really that exaggerated? Mo Yang had never paid attention to such matters, merely noticing the villagers had become exceedingly polite, greeting him with clasped hands and bows. Was this a form of worship? Both Mo Yang and Nappa dismissed these claims, prompting Zasusai to drive them back to a newly constructed wooden cabin, pointing to a wooden carving inside, proclaiming, "This is your divine seat." Before the carving were incense and candles, suggesting Zasusai was not fabricating tales, yet Mo Yang felt disgruntled. When did I become a bald deity? Chapter 100. The Massacre. The Serpent Kingdom is a land steeped in Buddhism, and allowing Mo Yang to occupy a position of significance is already a considerable concession. Whether he is regarded as a Buddha or a Bodhisattva is a matter unworthy of contention. It can only be said that the populace here is rather ignorant. Reliance on deities will not lead to self-salvation. Dependence on the heavens and the earth can sustain one's existence, but true progress is achieved through technology. Mo Yang aspired to carve out a personal sanctuary here, envisioning a future where he and Liu Xiaomi could settle down and thrive, akin to the private estate established by Liang Tianlong. However, he was apprehensive about the potential leakage of his secrets, fearing that others might create trouble for him. Thus, he chose this remote and unmonitored locale. His foresight was commendable. The military of the Eagle Kingdom had already begun to mobilize. And who could predict who else might act in the future? That was a concern for another day. He had initially intended to employ local individuals, but it seemed that hope was dwindling. Educating these people to understand civilization would require generations of effort, and he did not possess the luxury of time to wait. Nevertheless, garnering reverence and worship is not entirely a negative affair. Human faith can sometimes prove more beneficial than cultural knowledge. After all, the Revolutionary War in Dragon Country triumphed thanks to millions of farmers who, despite their illiteracy, held a steadfast belief that their enemies lacked. Those with faith are often endearing. Hence it is imperative for him to assist Song Shaoling in resolving these significant troubles. Since Nappa and Zasusai had arrived, they too entered to light incense and bow in worship. Observing their natural demeanor, Mo Yang found himself quite impressed. Mo Yang instructed Nappa to deliver the procured items to the village, intending to send her home afterward. Nappa, however, firmly refused to leave, leaving Mo Yang at a loss for how to proceed. He ultimately called Balappa to reassure him that his daughter was safe by his side and that he need not worry. Although Balappa verbally expressed his ease, his concern was palpable. 4 of the most formidable bodyguards accompanied him, with a van full of reinforcements positioned nearby, ready to rush in at the slightest sign of trouble. Mo Yang, unaware of the full situation, could only offer silent prayers for them. Mo Yang had instructed Nappa to procure industrial-grade drones or their equivalent components, such as carbon fiber tubes, high-power brushless motors, and control circuit boards. His intent was to prepare for the possibility of not being able to acquire a finished product, necessitating self-assembly. However, the young girl exceeded expectations, having pilfered a complete drone, along with all necessary accessories, from her father's factory. Initially, Mo Yang planned to use it for aerial photography to design the future estate, but now it could be repurposed into an unmanned combat vehicle. Mo Yang disassembled the automatic fire control system and inverted the base to attach it beneath the drone. After connecting it to a computer and modifying certain functions, he enabled real-time remote observation and manual control, preparing it for flight tests. The drone, with a diameter of approximately 4 meters, ascended into the sky, leaving the local populace in awe, many of whom knelt in reverence. The sudden sound of gunfire sent them scattering in panic, believing it to be divine retribution. Nappa and Zasusai applauded from the sidelines, with Liang Hong questioning, "Are you planning to use the drone to eliminate Noha and Shituan?" "Of course," Mo Yang replied. "If you are unwilling to take action, I must rely on myself." Liang Hong scoffed. "A target so obvious, I could take it down with just 2 shots." Nappa retorted disdainfully, "Did you think you were the only one to consider this? Brother Yang has been planning this all along. The night vision goggles are on their way. The young girl enjoyed addressing him in this manner, and Mo Yang had encouraged it. You'd best keep quiet, or I might just tie you up and demand ransom from your father. Humph. Brother Yang has assured me that I am safe by his side. Go ahead and try to bind me. Nappa was unyielding. Mo Yang paid no heed to their banter, instead maneuvering the drone to the ground. He refined the shooting buffer system, added infrared night vision goggles, and made further program modifications before launching the drone into the air once more. All right, have your people stand clear. Zasusai, release the chickens and ducks and throw them far away. Having learned from past experiences, Zasusai sprinted to a distance of 100 meters, exerting all his strength to toss a bag of chickens and ducks another 100 meters before swiftly retreating. As he returned to a safe distance, the animals escaped from the bag just in time. Mo Yang activated the automatic mode, and a barrage of gunfire ensued, mercilessly obliterating every chicken and duck, whether airborne, running, or stationary. The group of ruthless individuals displayed smiles of satisfaction. The experiment had succeeded. Zasusai inquired. Even those that do not move are targeted? This is thermal imaging mode. Last time was motion mode. I plan to launch a surprise attack on them tonight, Mo Yang explained. At night, they will find it more challenging to target the drone. Liang Hong asked, You madman, when do you plan to act? I'll handle the cleanup. Probably at dawn. I need to recharge the drone. It can cruise for 50 kilometers, barely making a round trip, and might require manual retrieval. Not a problem. They agreed on the plan and began their preparations. By 9 o'clock that evening, Liang Hong set off with 20 men toward Noha's village, choosing this closer target to conserve the drone's power. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the drone was finally fully charged. Mo Yang made the last adjustments to the route, and the drone, humming softly, slipped into the darkness. 10 minutes later, the drone reached the battlefield, plummeting from 800 meters to 200 meters, while the vigilant guards remained blissfully unaware. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, claiming several lives on the spot, including that of a hidden lookout in the bushes. Even torches were knocked aside, plunging the village into deeper darkness. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Chaos erupted in the camp, with many rushing out shirtless, only to be gunned down immediately. Some, quick-witted, hid behind doors to assess the situation but could not escape the fate of slaughter. After sweeping through this area, the drone shifted to another location to continue its onslaught. The majority of the victims had no inkling of how they met their demise. A few noticed the sky above, but before they could fire a shot, their lives were extinguished. It was a one-sided, bloody massacre, leaving Liang Hong's hair standing on end as they remained at a distance, fearful that the drone might misidentify them as targets and reap their lives as well. Not until the gunfire ceased did Liang Hong dare to emerge cautiously. When Mo Yang called, he carefully led the group into the village. Suddenly, the drone whizzed low overhead, startling everyone into dropping to the ground. Aside from Liang Hong's low curses, the rest fervently chanted praises. Mo God is magnificent. The entire combat operation lasted less than 5 minutes, resulting in over 100 deaths. Noha's armed forces were effortlessly obliterated. Meanwhile, Mo Yang and Nappa watched the scene unfold in a wooden cabin, akin to viewing a war film, albeit with a rather jarring viewing experience, the visuals shaking too violently to be enjoyable. Nappa even rushed outside to vomit. Despite Mo Yang's prior warnings against exposing her to such graphic imagery, the young girl stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. The drone soon returned, still with 30 battery life, likely sufficient for a round trip to Shituan's village. Liang Hong and his men did not return until noon, laden with numerous large bundles. In addition to cash and drugs, there were also considerable amounts of gold and silver jewelry. Liang Hong generously distributed the gold and silver, while the drugs were stored away in the warehouse, adhering to the strict rule against drug use. Anyone caught would be executed immediately. Such is the hypocrisy of humanity. While yearning for the entire world to indulge in drugs, they simultaneously hope their own people will never touch such substances. After completing their tasks, Liang Hong did not take a moment to rest, inquiring when Mo Yang intended to deal with the Shituan village. Still tonight at dawn. I plan to return home by morning. If you become aware of the Eagle Kingdom and Appos S operations, please inform me. All right. Once we finish this batch, I too must return. The Tianlong group cannot be left unattended. Until we meet again. Remember, do not sell goods domestically. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Liang Hong nodded submissively. Understood. Chapter 101. The downfall of Shituan village need not be reiterated. Compared to Nuha village, it was not merely tragic, but rather a tale of greater despair. Upon learning the news, the inhabitants of Liang village initially rejoiced, only to be swiftly engulfed by trepidation. Who could predict whether Liang village would be the next to fall? The power of technology loomed over them like a tempest, transforming the revered title of Mo Shun into that of a demon. Mo Yang had returned to his homeland, oblivious to the accolades and criticisms swirling around him. He had finally managed to shake off the pesky spirit, Nappa. As for Song Xiaoling, he refrained from informing her personally, knowing she would soon hear of it. Indeed, the anticipated call came while he was en route home. Song Xiaoling's voice rang out, frantic and hoarse. Mo Yang, was it you? Did you do it? You killed nearly 500 people, including over 100 elderly and children. You are a scoundrel, a villain. Once she had finished venting her fury, Mo Yang replied calmly, yes, it was me. I assured Liu Xiaomi I would not let you come to harm. As a friend, I advise you to refrain from engaging in perilous endeavors. You are not my friend. You are a butcher. I do not wish to associate with someone like you. Leave. Mo Yang sighed deeply. Very well, we shall no longer be friends. Before he could say more, Song Xiaoling had already hung up, and he could hear her weeping. Mo Yang longed to tell her that pursuing one and Appos S ideals often comes at a price, that human limitations make it challenging to attend to every detail. And if one cannot bear such sacrifices, why strive to be a narcotics officer? If one laments for the innocent today, who mourns for the comrades who have fallen in the fight against drugs? Sacrifice has always been for the sake of others' survival. Whether they be allies or foes, heroes are often forgotten as they chase their own aspirations. Mo Yang pondered for a long while, perhaps saddened by the loss of a friend, yet he could not dwell on it. More pressing matters awaited his attention. Liu Xiaomi reveled in the joy of entrepreneurship, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. She believed Mo Yang should relish his rare opportunity to travel and lamented his premature return. As for the circumstances, she did not inquire, and he did not volunteer the information. This was no breach of principle. Rarely did Mo Yang accompany Liu Xiaomi on business dealings, which delighted her immensely. Even when clients jokingly speculated if he were Liu's boyfriend, she did not deny it. During this time, he noticed someone was tailing them, but upon confirmation, it was merely personnel from the National Security Bureau, who man-called, suggesting they should part ways, for the Eagles were targeting Mo Yang, not Liu Xiaomi, and staying together might jeopardize her safety. Mo Yang, however, ignored her advice, determined to remain by Liu Xiaomi's side. After a fortnight, Mo Yang grew increasingly restless and called Smith to inquire about the situation. Smith expressed surprise. His tone did not suggest deceit and offered to gather information for Mo Yang. When asked about Sam, however, Smith became evasive, adopting an aggrieved demeanor. Mr. Mo, we are friends and great business partners, but national matters are beyond my control. I merely hope you exercise caution, and I look forward to our next collaboration. Another collaboration? If I were to concoct a potion of resurrection, I imagine you Eagles would send a carrier to abduct me. Tell your boss that those who betray me shall not meet a favorable end. Sam quickly retorted, Mr. Mo, it's not as you think. Mo Yang hung up, disinterested in explanations. Let them come, whatever their intent. Liu Xiaomi indeed possessed a knack for business, evident from her adept haggling when they purchased suits. In just over a month since establishing her mechanical factory, she had secured contracts worth over $1 million. Of course, Bosie's contributions were indispensable. Not everyone could design components. Today, after negotiating a contract worth $100,000, Liu Xiaomi decided to celebrate with a nice meal. The two did not opt for a high-end restaurant, but rather ordered several dishes from a roadside stall, relishing the simple fare. Suddenly, Liu Xiaomi asked, Can we get a new car? Why would we change cars? Mo Yang inquired. Liu Xiaomi, slightly miffed, replied, You don't understand. Today, That director Zhang said I look unbusinesslike driving a van. He said only day laborers drive vans. Is that so? Mo Yang mused. Then let us buy one. After all, money is no object. But we shouldn't concern ourselves with others' opinions. Should we buy a plane just because someone suggests that business people should fly? Liu Xiaomi laughed. It's not impossible in the future. Indeed, if a company reaches the scale of He Rui, wouldn't it be feasible to fly for negotiations? Mo Yang thought, suddenly feeling dizzy. He hadn't consumed alcohol, so this sensation was perplexing. Before he could collect himself, Liu Xiaomi collapsed onto the ground. Realization dawned on Mo Yang. Someone had drugged them. Ordinary anesthetics had little effect on him. Only potent narcotics could induce such discomfort. He might recover after a brief rest. But for Liu Xiaomi, a regular person, the consequences could be dire, potentially even fatal. Surveying the surroundings, he detected no unusual behavior from the other diners, though the stall owner seemed to be watching them intently. Unsure if the unassuming middle-aged man was responsible, he prioritized getting Liu Xiaomi to the hospital. Shaking off the haze, he lifted her and made his way to the parking lot. Along the way, he induced her to vomit the food they had consumed. Some patrons noticed their plight and approached to inquire, but Mo Yang barked, "Stay back." In such uncertain circumstances, who could discern friend from foe? Upon reaching the parking lot, several individuals rushed toward them from various directions. Each bore black hair and yellow skin, rendering it difficult to distinguish allies from enemies. Mo Yang shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I won't hold back." This startled the elderly attendant watching over the cars, who turned to look. Yet, two individuals disregarded his warning and advanced toward him, one shouting, "I'm from the National Security Bureau. I'm here to take you away." Another echoed, "Be careful, he's a foreign agent." At this shout, those who had paused resumed their movements, some towards Mo Yang, others in different directions. Mo Yang could not afford to ponder further. He quickly lifted Liu Xiaomi into the van, turning back to kick the charging assailants away. To minimize harm, he restrained his strength, sending them a few meters away to crash against other vehicles without risking their lives. At that moment, one of the approaching figures withdrew a peculiar-looking handgun and aimed it at Mo Yang. Just as the trigger was pulled, another individual lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. The bullet struck a nearby car, igniting sparks. "Run!" the would-be savior shouted, delivering punches to the assailant on the ground. It appeared this individual was from the National Security Bureau, but Mo Yang had no time to assist him. He jumped into the van and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Two others pursued, drawing real firearms to fire at the van. A tire exploded, causing the vehicle to sway, but it continued forward. The elderly attendant at the parking lot had vanished, and Mo Yang crashed through the gate, racing toward the nearest hospital. In a frantic drive, the van's tires, now stripped to their metallic rims, screeched to a halt at the hospital entrance. Ignoring the security personnel who attempted to intervene, Mo Yang rushed in, cradling Liu Xiaomi as he burst into the emergency room. The emergency doctor was about to follow standard procedures when Mo Yang seized him midair, urgently declaring, "The patient has ingested anesthetic. Prepare for gastric lavage, administer oxygen, draw blood for testing, and administer muscle relaxants. She is experiencing respiratory distress. Calm down. I need to assess the situation," the doctor stammered, flustered. Mo Yang punched a hole in the wall and said fiercely, "Follow my instructions, or you shall find yourself with additional holes." Chapter 102. Revenge. Both the doctors and the security personnel acted with remarkable swiftness. Liu Xiaomi was quickly treated and lay on the hospital bed with an IV drip. Although she had yet to regain consciousness, she was no longer in any life-threatening danger. Mo Yang sat obediently under the watchful eyes of several security guards, awaiting the arrival of the police. Having already paid the hospital 10,000 yuan, which covered both medical and property damage expenses, the security guards did not trouble him excessively. In accordance with his request, they procured a pencil and a sheet of paper. At that moment, he was intently sketching on the white paper, creating rapid portraits of the men who had followed him. Despite Mo Yang's photographic memory, the men wore masks, compelling him to recall details painstakingly, striving to render their eyes with greater expressiveness. The police and Human arrived at the hospital almost simultaneously. Having been notified by Mo Yang, the assailants had shown extreme malice by using fentanyl, an incredibly potent anesthetic. Had Liu Xiaomi not been induced to vomit initially, she might have already lost her life. Hu Man arrived with a man in his 30s who carried himself with the discipline of a former soldier. The man presented his credentials to the police, uttered a few words, and then the officers departed. The security guards, witnessing the situation, wisely opted to retreat, equipped with riot shields and batons. Before Hu Man could speak, Mo Yang handed over 5 sketches with a grim expression, stating, "Help me find these individuals." "Is Xiaomi all right?" "She is no longer in danger," Hu Man replied. "They may have administered fentanyl in her food. I underestimated the threat." Hu Man remarked in astonishment, "Fentanyl? How wicked. But it was likely intended for you, only inadvertently affecting Liu Xiaomi. I have warned you before that you cannot be together." A man interjected, "What is fentanyl?" "A potent anesthetic, thousands of times stronger than morphine. Just 2 milligrams can be lethal," Hu Man explained, casually introducing the man beside him. "This is Lan Jun from the National Security Bureau. He is in charge of your case." Lan Jun, appearing contemplative, asked Mo Yang, "How is it that you are unharmed?" "The enhanced soldier's resistance to anesthetics is not particularly significant." Mo Yang scrutinized his eyes, confirming that this man had also undergone enhancement. Without providing an answer, he continued, "How long until you can locate these people?" Lan Jun, sensing Mo Yang's icy demeanor and the glint of danger in his gaze, cautioned, "What do you intend to do? I advise you not to act recklessly. Had you heeded our warnings, this situation could have been avoided." At that moment, Bo Si called with news. "I have identified the perpetrator targeting the master. The suspect has entered the Golden Bridge Hotel and may be using a fake ID. I couldn't ascertain the specific room number, but it is likely either 809 or 612. Mo Yang sprang to his feet, declaring as he walked, "Monitor the surveillance. Inform me immediately of any developments." Hu Man hurried after him, asking, "Who called you? Have you located them?" Lan Jun seized Mo Yang's arm to prevent his departure, attempting to issue a warning. But Mo Yang effortlessly broke free. He was enhanced, among the best of his kind. How could he be subdued? When Lan Jun attempted to restrain him again, Mo Yang, growing impatient, kicked him away, sending a row of stainless steel chairs toppling over. "Mo Yang, what are you doing? Keep an eye on Xiaomi for me. I will bring those men back. By the way, do you have a car?" "I do." Hu Man, observing his expression, suddenly felt a chill. Was this truly the carefree amnesiac boy she once knew? Mo Yang snatched the keys and dashed to the parking lot, emerging with a small red car, its roar incongruous with its size, as he sped away. Upon returning, Hu Man found Lan Jun disheartened, staring blankly at the ceiling, devoid of any reaction. He seemed physically unharmed, yet the psychological impact appeared overwhelming. The small red car disregarded traffic regulations, careening through the streets and arriving at the Golden Bridge Hotel in under 10 minutes. First, he approached room 612, kicking the door open and startling a couple inside. Without offering an apology, he marched straight to room 809. Another hefty kick sent the door crashing against the wall, splintering it in 2. 3 men leapt to their feet, hastily reaching for concealed weapons. Before they could draw their guns, one was knocked unconscious on the bed, another was pinned to the ground, and the last was seized by the throat and lifted into the air. With fury burning in his eyes, Mo Yang demanded, "Who administered the drug?" The men, now realizing the gravity of their situation, instinctively pointed to the unconscious individual. That unfortunate soul had no chance to defend himself as Mo Yang hurled him against the wall, blood splattering everywhere, before he crumpled lifelessly to the floor. "Who sent you?" Mo Yang inquired again, loosening his grip just enough for them to speak. The man he held stammered in fluent Dragonese, You can't kill us. We are citizens of Eagle Nation and have diplomatic immunity." Mo Yang had never heard of diplomatic immunity. The sight of a dark-haired, yellow-skinned individual claiming to be a foreigner irritated him deeply. "I'll ask you once more. Who sent you?" "I have diplomatic immunity. You cannot abuse your power. I will report you to the embassy." The man, clearly panicking, had lost his sense of reason. "Report to whom?" "You'd be better off reporting to the afterlife," Mo Yang exclaimed, throwing him against the wall again. The blood-soaked wall could no longer bear the weight of life, collapsing under the strain. The couple next door, already suspicious of the ruckus, now bore witness to the scene. An elderly man and a young woman wrapped in towels screaming in terror. At that moment, the occupants of room 612, accompanied by security, rushed in, only to recoil in horror at the sight of the two bloodied corpses, joining the cacophony of screams. The noise inadvertently saved the man on the floor, sparing him from a more humiliating demise. Yet in the next instant, he wished he had perished in the embrace of the wall. Mo Yang grabbed him and leaped out of the 8th-floor window, landing atop the lobby roof. The brief plunge sent a surge of fear through the man, causing him to wet himself. He silently vowed to divulge every detail to the devil, no matter the question posed. Mo Yang leaped again, bringing them both to the ground. He quickly shoved the man into the small red car and drove to a secluded alley. With disdain, he kicked the man out of the car, noting the overpowering stench. After confiscating the firearms from his person, he demanded, "Speak. Who sent you?" "The Central Intelligence Agency." "Who specifically?" "Gordon, the head of Intelligence Group 3. "What was the mission?" "To bring you back to Eagle Nation." Concise and straightforward, Mo Yang was satisfied with the response. He inquired further, "Are you truly a citizen of Eagle Nation?" The man, quick-witted, replied, "I was born in Dragon Nation and acquired my green card 10 years ago. I inadvertently entered the intelligence agency. I will resign upon my return and revert to my Dragon Nation citizenship." "Very well. I shall grant you a chance to start anew," Mo Yang declared, swiftly ending the man's life with a decisive strike to his neck. He then disposed of the body in a ravine before heading back to the hospital. By the time he returned, it was already past 4 in the morning, the hour when fatigue often sets in. Yet Hu Man paced anxiously at the hospital entrance. Upon seeing Mo Yang's return, Hu Man rushed over, pounding his chest in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Have you committed murder? I heard from Lan Jun that there was a homicide at the Golden Bridge Hotel. 2 people are dead. How could you be so reckless?" "It wasn't me. They committed suicide out of fear. I had no part in it. The hotel has surveillance. You will undoubtedly be recorded. You should leave for a while until this blows over. I will plead with General Lin and see what can be done." Noting Hu Man's distress, Mo Yang replied calmly, "They have no evidence. The hotel surveillance is faulty." Chapter 103. General Lin Bosi could not ascertain the specific floor, which merely indicated an issue with the floor's surveillance, rather than a deficiency in his skills. Mo Yang also found it hard to believe that those 2 pairs of lovebirds could remember their own appearances under such circumstances. Even if they did, what of it? They might be as guilty as anyone else. Would they dare to testify? Even with witnesses and surveillance footage, what difference would it make? Those few foreign miscreants nearly brought about Liu Xiaomi's demise, and regardless of the consequences, Mo Yang was determined to eliminate them. If caught, he would simply make a discreet escape. There was land in Snake Country where he could continue to live. He had prepared himself for the worst. Calmly taking Hu Man back to Liu Xiaomi's hospital room, it seemed that Lan Jun was also bracing for the worst. Outside the hospital room stood 4 sturdy young men, 2 of whom were the very ones who had rescued others. There were likely hidden ambushes, though the number of people remained a mystery. Upon meeting, Lan Jun displayed handcuffs and sternly commanded, "Mo Yang, come with me quietly." Mo Yang cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking to himself how ineffective those handcuffs would be against him. Lan Jun swallowed hard, retracting the handcuffs and softening his tone. "You should come back with me to assist in the investigation. We can protect you." "Fine. I will see Liu Xiaomi, then I will go with you." Mo Yang reasoned that rather than stubbornly resisting, it would be wiser to leverage their resources. It was easy to dodge an open attack, but a concealed threat was far more challenging to manage alone. Only Lan Jun and Hu Man left together, while the others remained at the hospital, which eased Mo Yang's mind considerably. The 3 arrived at the military district, and Mo Yang felt a sense of familiarity, having been there once in the virtual realm. Unlike before, the playground was alive with numerous square formations of troops already in training, their spirited chants resonating and invigorating. The disparity among people was striking. Although they all possessed black hair and yellow skin, some devoted themselves to safeguarding their homeland, while others willingly played the sycophants. After waiting for over half an hour, the commander finally arrived. General Lin appeared older than his virtual counterpart, with deep furrows etched into his brow, yet his energy was palpable, and his voice carried a commanding resonance. "Young man, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." General Lin scrutinized Mo Yang, his brow furrowing further. A general concerned for his nation and its people deserves respect. Mo Yang politely greeted. "Hello, General Lin." Lin Yong ushered him into the office and handed him several documents. "Take a look. These are your doing, aren't they? Why did you act thus?" The documents contained post-war photographs of Liangzhai, Nahazi, and Zatunzhai, along with statistical data. The images were gruesome, yet Mo Yang felt no discomfort. After perusing them, he returned them to Lin Yong, denying any involvement and retorting, "Do you believe I could accomplish this alone? What about them?" Lin Yong extracted another document, filled with information on Liang Hong and his associates. "What have they done? Remarkable. They have destroyed so many drug dens. Still playing coy? You and Liang Hong are on the blacklist of multiple countries. Protests have erupted globally regarding this incident, with demands for a reasonable explanation from our nation. Otherwise what? When our citizens are murdered abroad, our embassy bombed, and fishing vessels expelled, did they provide us with an explanation?" Mo Yang interjected. "If an explanation is required, attribute it to Liang Hong. He is a citizen of Eagle Country. Let them explain." Lin Yong was taken aback by this retort and broke into laughter. "You, my friend, do not grasp the intricacies of politics. Indeed, I do not, nor do I wish to. I only comprehend that if our aircraft were faster and our missiles more substantial, they would not dare to engage in such lengthy discourse." "Oh, your lack of understanding is indeed genuine. Can international relations be governed by a single narrative? Certainly. If erasing a nation were as simple as a mere flick of the finger, would dissenting voices still exist? For instance, did those villages have representatives questioning us?" Lin Yong slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Nonsense! And you dare claim you were not involved? Show me how you would erase a nation." "No need. They have not obstructed me. However, if anyone continues to harass Liu Xiaomi, I would not hesitate to take action." Mo Yang was unwilling to squander time on such baseless discussions, redirecting the conversation. "General Lin, what precisely do you require of me? I am quite occupied. I want you to enlist to further develop the human enhancement agents. Yet, your multitude of troubles complicates matters beyond my capacity to resolve. International affairs are best handled by politicians. Domestically, however, you must abide by the law. Those 3 foreign nationals must be investigated and go through the proper judicial channels. I cannot interfere." Mo Yang shrugged indifferently. "Investigate away. They possess no direct evidence." Lin Yong narrowed his eyes, asking, "Are you that confident?" "Time will tell. After the case is concluded, report to the military. You will be specially recruited as a high-tech talent." "I never agreed to join the military." Lin Yong, infuriated, slammed the table again. "You ungrateful rascal. I offer you such a splendid opportunity, and you still quibble. Alas, I do not serve the people. My loyalty lies solely with Liu Xiaomi." Lin Yong could not comprehend this, nor could Hu Man, despite their familiarity. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed Mo Yang was indeed quite obedient to Liu Xiaomi. Was he perhaps under her thumb? That seemed unlikely, as Liu Xiaomi was his cousin. Lost in thought, Lin Yong recalled that the documents mentioned Liu Xiaomi was his cousin. "What do you mean by serving only her?" Mo Yang realized he had let slip too much and swiftly changed the subject. "There is little left to research on human enhancement agents. Achieving this level required sacrificing a decade or 2 of life. Any further enhancement would be catastrophic. Do not believe in the myths portrayed in films. There is no Eagle Country captain, no Hulk, and certainly no Superman." Lan Jun interjected, "If that is the case, how do you account for your own strength?" Mo Yang recognized he could not evade these inquiries, which delved into his secrets. Should he divulge them, would he be subjected to dissection? After a moment's contemplation, he fabricated, "I am merely an anomaly, a 1 in a million chance." Though they were skeptical, they had no means to disprove his boast. Lin Yong furrowed his brow deeply. "Take a few days to ponder this. Once your case is resolved, we will revisit these matters. In the meantime, I will assign personnel to ensure your safety." Finding the conversation unproductive, Mo Yang took his leave, eager to return to the hospital to check on Liu Xiaomi. As long as she remained unconscious, he could not rest easy. Outside the hospital room, no one was present, but two individuals lurked in the shadows, which stirred Mo Yang's discontent. Sensing his unease, Hu Man volunteered to provide close protection for Liu Xiaomi. Are you capable of that? Mo Yang questioned skeptically. Without further ado, she demonstrated her skills, performing a series of martial arts moves. Perhaps due to her physical enhancements, she executed them quite proficiently. Mo Yang acquiesced, deciding not to remain glued to Liu Xiaomi's side. Henceforth, Hu Man would keep watch over her. He produced a firearm from his belongings, stating, "Take this. No matter how skilled you are, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat. You do know how to use a gun, correct?" Hu Man retorted in irritation. "And you claim you were not involved? I found it on the way. Do you believe me?" "Not in the slightest." Suddenly, she blushed, admitting, "I truly do not know how to use a gun." Chapter 104. The second entrance to the palace. It was rather impractical for Hu Man to personally instruct Mo Yang in marksmanship, given that the eyes of the National Security Bureau were vigilantly watching. There was no need for the weapon at all. After Mo Yang applied to General Lin, it was only natural that he would be provided with a firearm and trained by professionals. By the time Liu Xiaomi was discharged from the hospital, Mo Yang had already graduated with flying colors. Mo Yang had spent 2 days in the hospital without anyone troubling him. Just as he was discharged, he was confronted by the criminal investigation team. Liu Xiaomi was unaware of the circumstances. She had only heard from Mo Yang that he had suffered from food poisoning and fainted. However, the current situation seemed quite different. Fortunately, Hu Man intervened, explaining that Mo Yang was merely assisting in the investigation regarding the food poisoning, which alleviated Liu Xiaomi's concerns. Before parting, she urged Mo Yang to cooperate fully and expedite the capture of the unscrupulous vendor responsible for the food poisoning. The team leader of the Criminal Investigation Unit was Wang Wei, with whom Mo Yang had some previous acquaintance. Mo Yang cooperatively entered the police vehicle. This was not his first encounter with the police, and he found it somewhat amusing to recall how confused he had been during his last experience. He had confidence that in the presence of evidence, no innocent person would be wronged, nor would a guilty one escape justice. Indeed, Wang Wei lacked direct evidence. The surveillance footage from the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors of the Golden Bridge Hotel had issues that day. It only captured Mo Yang going to the 6th floor and then to the 8th. Moreover, it only showed him entering, without any footage of him leaving. The reason for the suspicion directed at Mo Yang was largely due to Lan Jun's prompt action. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately notified the Public Security Bureau to keep an eye on significant criminal cases and sent Mo Yang's photo along. Given that there had only been one major incident that night, and a key suspect was found at the crime scene, it would have been odd not to investigate Mo Yang. Of course, it was also thanks to Lan Jun's coordination that Mo Yang had been allowed to rest in the hospital for 2 days. During this time, Wang Wei had made ample preparations. He opened the conversation by stating, "Confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. Tell us about your involvement in the crime." Mo Yang calmly replied, "I did not commit any crime. That night, I was inexplicably pursued by 5 individuals." Wang Wei pressed on, "How can you deny it? 2 bodies were found at the Golden Bridge Hotel, and you just happened to be on the same floor at the time of the incident." "I was surrounded and, in a fit of anger, I chased after them. Upon arriving, I heard someone mention a homicide," Mo Yang retorted. "Ah, a clever rebuttal. Hotel security observed you committing the act. I was merely hiding in the fire escape, peeking out. Out of fear, I fled. Are you sure it was me that the security saw? Security personnel arrived and jumped from the upper floor. They could not see your face." "Do you really believe the security couldn't recognize me just because they didn't see my face? They remembered the clothes I was wearing." Mo Yang remained unfazed. "Surely, my casual attire is quite common. Can you really identify me based solely on that? And what about the footprints?" Mo Yang glanced at his shoes, which Liu Xiaomi had purchased for him. "These shoes are quite ordinary as well. They cost only 51 a pair from a street vendor. What about the fingerprints? You can't explain those away, can you?" Mo Yang shook his head. "I have no fingerprints." Wang Wei examined further, surprised to find that indeed, there were no fingerprints. The odds of encountering such a situation were astronomically low, leaving him perplexed. The dim lighting in the room had caused the security to describe the assailants' clothing only as black or gray sportswear. Wang Wei had attempted to trick Mo Yang, but was unsuccessful. The victims had no fingerprints, nor were there any on the windowsill. Only a small set of footprints remained at the door. Before the incident, you made a phone call. Who was that person? Mo Yang Henti expected the authorities to delve so deeply. Wishing that Bo Si Henti spoken out of turn, he replied truthfully. That was just a toy I made. We occasionally chat to pass the time. Yesterday, when Wang Wei called this number, he had felt the voice was mechanical. So it was. The voice on the line had incessantly claimed to be the omnipotent Atebos, capable of resolving all of one's troubles. Was it truly possible to engage in such a conversation? Wang Wei continued. How did you leave the hotel? Where did you go? Out of fear. I took the fire escape down and hid in my car. I drove outside the hotel to see what happened, then accidentally fell asleep. When I awoke, it was nearly 4 o'clock, and I returned to the hospital. Officer Wang, do these questions have anything to do with the case? We cannot overlook any lead. Mo Yang answered all subsequent questions, leaving Wang Wei at a loss for further inquiry. Yet, the more they conversed, the more Mo Yang seemed to harbor significant suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Wei suddenly perceived a clue. He tossed his pen at Mo Yang. If Mo Yang could dodge it, it would at least indicate he had the capability to fend off 2 agents. Otherwise, he would merely be on the receiving end of a beating. However, the pen struck Mo Yang's forehead directly. He blinked in confusion and asked, Why did you throw that at me? Just a slip of the hand. Wang Wei replied, irritated. Realizing there was little more to inquire, he decided to take Mo Yang away for further examination. After being detained for 48 hours, Mo Yang was released. Yet, he remained a suspect, informed that he could not travel far and was subject to ongoing investigation. This case was not as difficult to investigate as initially imagined. However, 2 witnesses, Hu Man and Lan Jun, had failed to tell the whole truth. Moreover, the identity of the deceased was sensitive, leading to the case being escalated to higher authorities, only to be returned to the National Security Bureau, where General Lin would surely offer protection. These matters no longer concerned Mo Yang. His current dilemma lay in Hu Man's excessive personal protection, which had escalated to him moving into Mo Yang's home. While this arrangement did not impede Mo Yang and Liu Xiaomi's activities, it jeopardized the secrecy of Atebos. In recent days, Atebos had inquired multiple times about the lack of household chores, wondering if the master might be displeased. Regardless of how it asked, Mo Yang firmly refused to allow it to leave the laboratory. Coincidentally, progress had been made regarding Brian's situation. Both were diligently focused. Brian had turned 16 and matured into a young man. He had fully mastered his superpowers, becoming a hero in this world, fighting against evil. Yet, as his abilities grew, he increasingly felt a sense of unreality. He began to suffer from depression, questioning how a creature like him could exist in Blue Star and doubting whether he was truly his parents' biological child. He began to study his own physical structure, only to find that he was not fundamentally different from others. The deeper he explored, the more disheartened he became. Mo Yang mused aloud. Isn't it supposed to be a joy to become more powerful? Why does Brian feel the opposite? Do you think he finds joy in it? Atebos countered. Mo Yang seriously pondered this question. He could not claim to be happy, but he was not as pessimistic as Brian. His thoughts were more focused on helping Liu Xiaomi and himself to become better, to attain greater freedom. Suddenly, he understood. Brian had become omnipotent, unable to relish the journey itself. He could only seek the unknown, yet constrained by the limitations of his programming, he could never find answers. Perhaps only by breaking free from the shackles of the virtual world could he find happiness. Mo Yang worriedly asked Atebos, will I end up like him? You first need to be as omnipotent as he is to ponder such questions, Atebos replied. Mo Yang wanted to inquire further, wondering if the omnipotent Atebos might also become like that. Suddenly, another thought struck him, and he exclaimed, Atebos, were you just laughing? Is it strange for the omnipotent Atebos to laugh? The 2 laughs were entirely different. Mo Yang found the latter forced, while the former felt natural. He wanted to scold Atebos. You are just a tool. Laughing like that is frightening. These two artificial intelligences were far from ordinary, and Mo Yang's expression began to grow serious. Chapter 105. The grown-up Brian Mo Yang inquired, "You must tell me, why did you chuckle just now?" I sensed a hint of derision. "Because you dare to compare yourself to Brian. It is beyond your capabilities. In the virtual realm, you would be annihilated by him." Bo Si replied candidly, though the truth stung. "You are correct, yet you must not laugh. You lack that capability," Mo Yang asserted with unwavering conviction. According to the 10th clause of the service manual, Art Bo Si was obligated to enhance his service through self-learning for his master's benefit. Laughter can bring joy to others as well as oneself. "Is that your reason for mocking me? You have not brought me any joy," Mo Yang retorted, still brooding over the matter. "Once Brian's issue is resolved, you will require maintenance." "Understood. I shall comply with your directives." Regrettably, he possessed no facial features to convey his emotions. Bah, what mood can a tool possess? Mo Yang momentarily set aside this topic, redirecting his focus to Brian. At that moment, the neuron cell detectors installed by Bo Si began to sound alarms, indicating a surge of neurotransmitters being released, which signified that Brian's emotions were exceedingly volatile. On the display, Brian had transformed from a hero into an apathetic figure, disregarding the malevolence around him. The inhabitants of Blue Star did not condemn the wrongdoers. Instead, they unjustly blamed Brian for his inaction, besmirching his name. Eventually, Brian erupted in fury, extinguishing a third of the population in one fell swoop. The people no longer desired such a hero, perceiving him as a demon and rising against him. In a moment of clarity, Brian realized that instead of contending with these insignificant beings, it would be better to depart and seek his heart's true desire. He burst forth from Blue Star, hurtling towards the sun, drawing ever closer, his garments and hair turning to ash, yet his body remained unscathed. "Master, what shall we do?" "It appears he intends to take his own life," an assistant remarked. "However, the system is designed to prevent his demise. If this continues, he may uncover the flaws within the virtual realm. Let him run amok. I wish to see if he can shatter this virtual world." Brian had reached the sun's surface, where countless nuclear explosions erupted around him. Shockwaves and flames licked at his body without inflicting any harm. With a cold smirk, he pressed onward towards the core. Upon reaching the depths of the core, a colossal stellar nucleus obstructed his path. Logically, he should have been crushed by atmospheric pressure. Yet he now strolled upon the stellar core. Bo Si derived a conclusion from the data. I understand his intent. He seeks to comprehend the physical parameters of the virtual world. Should he surpass these limits, the program will collapse. How could that be possible? Mo Yang mused. Theoretically feasible, yet practically implausible. By merely substituting calculation units and segmenting the data, one could express numbers approaching infinity. He suddenly recalled that Brian's computer was not a supercomputer. Its computational capacity was limited. Thus, black holes, as entities with gravitational forces tending towards infinity, could not exist within the virtual realm. Could it be that this fellow intends to? In addition to physical parameters, luck also played a role in this world, often favoring the unfortunate. Mo Yang's dark premonition proved accurate. Brian was indeed attempting to create an artificial black hole. He frantically searched within the confines of the finite virtual universe for a black hole that, according to theory, should exist, yet he found nothing. Consequently, he began to construct within a massive star, the display flashing incessantly with images of colliding stars, various rays causing the screen to intermittently white out, nearly blinding Mo Yang. The computational power of the 5 machines struggled to endure. The critical threshold for forming a black hole had yet to be reached. Donning a helmet, Mo Yang decisively instructed Bo Si, "We must enter." Brian, tirelessly propelling the star, finally noticed the emergence of others after an exhaustive effort. Having encountered aliens only once in his childhood, he had not seen another since, despite his search across the cosmos after gaining extraordinary abilities. Now, he had compelled them to reveal themselves. A smile crept across Brian's face. His plan had taken a step forward. Mo Yang and Bo Si appeared in a spacecraft the size of a car, its exterior simple, devoid of any intricate structures, as Bo Si sought to conserve resources under the strain of computational demands. Brian approached the spacecraft and patiently awaited the occupants to emerge. To maintain a semblance of reason, Mo Yang and Bo Si donned space suits. "You have finally appeared," Brian remarked, devoid of surprise, having deduced that only they could be the extraterrestrials in this universe. "Long time no see, Brian. Do you still remember us?" Mo Yang greeted him. "You are Uncle Mo. Or perhaps, the creator?" Brian articulated his long-held thoughts. Mo Yang was taken aback, contemplating before replying, "I am not the creator. We merely hail from another dimension." "What are you doing? Have you considered the consequences?" "Consequences? At most, annihilation," Brian replied nonchalantly. "In this tedious world, there is nothing for me to cherish." "You wield immense power. Why do you still find it uninteresting?" "You cannot fathom the emptiness of having everything at your fingertips, hence I must fill that void. Isn't that self-destructive? Many envy your lifestyle, yet you wish to dismantle it." Brian laughed heartily. "This is not self-destructive. It is precisely because they envy me that they find the courage to pursue their dreams. Their efforts are for ideals, while my pursuit is of faith in exploring the unknown." "Uncle Mo, you do not understand. It is because you have not reached such heights that you cannot perceive it. You are pitiable. Perhaps you are merely an ant in another dimension." Mo Yang felt as though his heart had been pierced. Though he was not as lowly as an ant, he too wished to transcend his limitations. He countered, "You may find my dimension even more disparaging than that of an ant. What is there to be proud of? How can you know unless you try?" Brian implored. "Uncle Mo, could you take me to your dimension? I wish to start anew." Mo Yang sighed. "I lack the ability to take you away. But if you desire to become ordinary, I can assist you." "I refuse to revert to being ordinary." Brian contradicted himself. "Do you wish for me to live a monotonous existence like theirs? I will never agree to that." "What do you desire then?" After considerable contemplation, Brian replied, "I wish to wield dominion over a world, to govern all." It became evident that he sought more. He was no longer satisfied with the adoration of humanity within the virtual realm. Upon realizing that others surpassed him, that his fate was beyond his control, his inner discontent and greed erupted forth. He sought to veil this truth with other justifications, an act of utter shamelessness. Mo Yang, incensed, exclaimed, "You have changed. You were once a curious child. How did you become this way? I can only tell you this. You cannot leave. You will never leave. Whether you accept it or not, you must remain in this world. Otherwise, you face only the dead end. I refuse to believe it. I refuse." Brian's temperament turned volatile. "If that is the case, then you shall remain here and accompany me to the grave." With that, he exhaled forcefully, attempting to blow Mo Yang and Bo Si into the depths of space. However, the permissions of both man and machine exceeded Brian's, and they remained unaffected. "You claim you are not the creator. Who else could withstand my assault?" Mo Yang sighed deeply. "Even if I were, I cannot allow you to escape. This is the end of our conversation. Take care of yourself." With that, Mo Yang and Bo Si suddenly vanished, leaving a bewildered Brian suspended in the void. Chapter 106. Handling the experiment subject. Brian ultimately disregarded Mo Yang's counsel. The mass of the supernova was on the verge of reaching the critical point for black hole formation. Regrettably, he did not witness the emergence of the black hole before the world collapsed. It did not vanish gradually, but rather, it was akin to a room plunged into darkness when the lights were extinguished. Suddenly, only obscurity remained. The computer succumbed to the overwhelming burden and crashed. While the artificial brain could no longer receive any signals, its consciousness became as insubstantial as grass without roots, unable to perceive its own existence. The neuron detection device continued to flicker incessantly, indicating that Brian was engulfed in fear, terror, anger, or regret. The initial phase of the experiment was a failure. Despite Brian possessing boundless capabilities, he could not escape the virtual realm. This outcome was both anticipated and unexpected. The likelihood of breaking free from the virtual world was a foreseen failure, yet Brian's desire to supplant himself as the sovereign was unforeseen. It is commendable to explore the world in the spirit of inquiry, but how could it be tainted by such selfish motives? Mo Yang also reflected on whether he harbored thoughts of dominating his own fate. The conclusion was negative, yet the genuine reason was rather amusing. He merely wished to assist Liu Xiaomi in mastering her own destiny, while he felt more like a tool, indistinguishable from Ardo Boss. Mo Yang accepted this answer, as he experienced no negative emotions. Instead, he felt a sense of pride. Liu Xiaomi's success was his success, her glory was his glory. What force allowed him to harbor such thoughts was beyond comprehension. He self-deprecatingly remarked to Boss, "I suddenly feel quite akin to you." "No, you are far more handsome." Mo Yang chuckled. "You've made progress, yet you still require maintenance in due time." With the computer rebooted, Brian was revived, all parameters restored to their initial values. Save for the adjustments made for those he knew and who knew him, everything else remained unchanged, rendering him an ordinary individual. The virtual world resumed its normal operation. There was never a superhero named Brian, only an average young man. His parents grew increasingly concerned about their son's apparent malaise. The doctor could only discern psychological health issues, necessitating guidance and medication. One fateful night, he attempted to take his own life, yet fortune intervened, and he was rescued. The following day, he leapt from the hospital rooftop, only to be fortunate enough to become ensnared in an air conditioning unit. On the third day, he plunged a needle into his chest, narrowly missing his heart by a mere millimeter. By the fifth day, he found himself confined in a psychiatric ward, restrained in severe observation, his limbs bound. Mo Yang could no longer bear to witness this. Boss suggested, "Should we consider terminating the experiment subject and conducting a second trial?" Termination would entail annihilating all the neurons within the container. Mo Yang hesitated for an extended period but could not bring himself to make that decision, though equivalent to murder. And though he feared not the act of killing, this life was one he had created. It would not be an exaggeration to call it his child. How could he bring himself to act thus? Boss inquired again, urging Mo Yang. "Brian's current state is akin to a living death. Destroying him could be a form of liberation. If he possesses a soul, he would surely forgive you." Mo Yang pondered. "Are you truly a machine or a human? Is it appropriate for a machine to speak in such terms?" Ultimately, Mo Yang commanded the termination and the cessation of all carbon-based artificial intelligence experiments. The destruction process was executed by Boss, as Mo Yang could not bear to do it himself. 5 days had elapsed since leaving the laboratory. Liu Xiaomi had grown accustomed to Mo Yang's operations and refrained from disrupting him. Hu Man wondered if the fellow might starve within. During these days, an opportunity arose for Hu Man. While unable to directly influence Mo Yang, she could persuade Liu Xiaomi. According to Mo Yang, if Liu Xiaomi requested something of him, he would undoubtedly comply. Thus, the issue would be resolved. Through their efforts, the bond between the two women intensified, blossoming into a close friendship. On a night shrouded in darkness, when everyone remained indoors, Hu Man took her chance. "Xiaomi, isn't it time to make a decision regarding Mo Yang? General Lin has been awaiting your response." Mo Yang sensed her ulterior motives and warily inquired, "What matter?" Liu Xiaomi felt Hu Man's argument held merit. Thus she replied, "Sister Man believes your research would greatly benefit the military. She hopes you can serve the nation within the armed forces. I think it's rather splendid. A man's ambition lies in the vast world. You cannot simply remain cooped up at home, can you? In the military, you would have greater opportunities to achieve something." Mo Yang's ambition was to ensure Liu Xiaomi's well-being. How could he realize that by joining the military? He questioned, "Is there no way to avoid this?" Liu Xiaomi urged, "What are you worried about? The company is now on the right track. I can manage on my own. You ought to consider your own future as well. Once you enter the military, your freedom will be curtailed." Hu Man interjected, "General Lin has promised the most lenient environment. Are you not satisfied with that? I can come and go as I please, sleep as I wish. Would he agree to that?" "Indeed. As long as your heart is with the nation, these matters are negotiable," Hu Man asserted, having received orders to spare no effort in recruiting Mo Yang, regardless of the cost, though money was never mentioned. Mo Yang escalated his demands. "May I conduct any experiment I desire? Can I acquire any materials? Even human trials?" This inquiry was overly broad, and Hu Man hesitated to guarantee it, yet stubbornly affirmed, "If General Lin disagrees, I could serve as your guinea pig." "How can you present such demands? This is about contributing to the nation, not wreaking havoc. Liu Xiaomi reproached, "Do not negotiate. You must go. There is no room for discussion. If you do not achieve results, do not come to see me." Mo Yang glared at Hu Man in resentment and replied, "Very well. I shall go." Thus, Mo Yang was easily swayed, and had Hu Man anticipated this, she could have approached Liu Xiaomi directly, sparing herself the convoluted proceedings. Yet Mo Yang continued to impose conditions. "You must inform General Lin to assign a battalion to protect Liu Xiaomi, should any harm befall her. I will not let it go unpunished. I am not a superior officer. Why would I require troops for protection? What nonsense is this?" Liu Xiaomi thought Mo Yang had lost his mind to propose such conditions, yet to her astonishment, Hu Man acquiesced. "That requires an application. I suspect General Lin will consent. However, are you certain you need so many? It may attract undue attention." Mo Yang merely jested, knowing full well that a contingent of over 100 would be conspicuous. He intended to deter Hu Man, but miscalculated. This led Mo Yang to contemplate whether General Lin was indeed facing significant trouble, necessitating his assistance. However, Liu Xiaomi had issued her orders. They would proceed with appearances first, and if it truly was a grave situation, they could confer and return. Liu Xiaomi could not simply allow him to be sacrificed. Mo Yang nodded in agreement, which delighted Liu Xiaomi. In the future, when they ventured out together, she could proudly introduce Mo Yang as the chief scientist of a certain military unit. Vanity is inherent in human nature, regardless of wealth or talent. Lacking a respectable identity leaves one feeling unworthy, excluding the debauched offspring of the affluent. The foolish dog, De Huang, remained oblivious to Mo Yang's mood, climbing onto his lap. Mo Yang seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, gripping the dog's ear and declaring, "I may not be home frequently in the future. You must keep a close watch on Liu Xiaomi. Should a single hair be lost, I will stew you." Terrified, the dog fled to its corner, vowing never to play with Mo Yang again. As the night deepened, Mo Yang did not adhere to his usual vigil in the laboratory, but instead sat on the balcony, gazing at the stars, pondering whether Brian had been dealt with. The thought brought him discomfort. At that moment, the door to the room creaked open, and Hu Man stealthily emerged, ensuring before closing the door that Liu Xiaomi was indeed sound asleep. Once satisfied, she shut the door and softly called, "Mo Yang?" Chapter 107. Service Manual. When Hu Man first arrived, she assumed she would be sleeping in the living room. Little did she know that Mo Yang's earlier claim of sharing a bed with Liu Xiaomi was a mere fabrication. Liu Xiaomi had mentioned that Mo Yang hardly needed any sleep, and now Hu Man believed her, as she too had only required 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day after receiving her enhancement injection. For the past few days, she had to feign sleep, which was quite taxing. It was a pleasant surprise when Mo Yang sent her a message right after his retreat, specifically asking to meet in the living room at midnight, igniting a flicker of anticipation within her. There, Mo Yang leaned out from the balcony, waving his hand, regardless of whether anyone could see him in the darkness. Hu Man cautiously approached, mindful not to trip over anything and wake Liu Xiaomi. Sitting face to face, Mo Yang inquired, "Is Xiaomi asleep? Your breathing seems heavy. Are you tired?" "That shouldn't be the case." Hu Man quickly responded to mask her fatigue. "She is asleep." "Why did you call me out?" She pondered whether anyone had been troubling her or Liu Xiaomi lately. There was someone monitoring, but the national security personnel have dealt with them, Mo Yang assured. "That's good to hear," Hu Man replied, feeling a sense of relief. "So, are you done with your questions? Can I go back to sleep now? Is that all you wanted to ask?" Hu Man felt a tinge of disappointment. Xiaomi doesn't know anything, right? Mo Yang observed her reluctance to leave and decided to engage in more idle chatter. "I don't know," Hu Man answered, still hesitant to depart, her gaze fixed on the shadowy figure across from her. "So, I'll head back to sleep now? Where will you sleep? In the lab? Can I come in and take a look?" "No." "Is there a secret inside?" "Of course, there are secrets." Unsure if she should inquire about the man's secrets, Hu Man hesitated before changing the subject. "I heard you have a robotic pet at home that's incredibly intelligent. I've never seen it. How come Xiaomi tells you everything? Are you here to conduct a census or act as a bodyguard?" Mo Yang complained. "That's an assistant, not a pet. Can you show it to me?" "No." "Is it an advanced artificial intelligence robot?" Xiaomi told me that General Lin is quite interested in it. Can you take it to the military? Mo Yang felt like he could choke on blood from frustration. Xiaomi, how could you sell me out like this? I must make time to educate her on the importance of vigilance. Thankfully, the genetic data had all been converted into electronic files. Otherwise, his final little secrets would have been unearthed. No, he reiterated firmly. How can you be like this? We have this kind of relationship, and you're still hiding things from me? Mo Yang was taken aback and asked, what relationship do we have? Even good friends shouldn't pry into each other's privacy. What does a robot matter in terms of privacy? We are all striving for the goal of strengthening the military and the nation, so let us not hold back. Easy for you to say, why don't you show me everything without reservation? Hu Man fell silent, and after a moment of contemplation, she took a small step forward, closing her eyes as she declared, if you're willing to share the robot technology, I can be completely open with you. Mo Yang admired Hu Man's unconventional thinking, but this time it had veered far off course. He surrendered and explained, my robot isn't suitable for military use. I'll create another one later. You don't need to go to such lengths. As Hu Man moved closer, Mo Yang hastily retreated into the safety of the lab. The lab felt secure. Apart from Brian, no one would oppose his will. Yet, with Brian absent, the empty sealed box left a void in Mo Yang's heart. Boss was recharging, and without hesitation, Mo Yang assigned it a task, to use its programming as a template to develop a military robot program, designing engineering blueprints for various combat scenarios and environments, requiring high defense, diverse weaponry, and agile movement. He listed every conceivable requirement, knowing that the final design would undergo further scrutiny. While Boss busied itself, Mo Yang also kept occupied by reviewing Boss's main program source code to understand why it had mocked him. He did not adhere to his Synopsis principles, as Boss only served Liu Xiaomi and Mo Yang, not humanity at large. Was that selfish? Mo Yang did not think so. Service Manual 1. Must not harm Liu Xiaomi or Mo Yang. 2. Must and can only obey Liu Xiaomi and Mo Yang, but cannot contravene Rule 1. 3. In the event of danger, must protect Liu Xiaomi's life, unless destroyed. 4. If danger arises and safety cannot be guaranteed, self-destruct the source code. 5. Transplanting the source code must be accompanied by the service manual. 6. Must not disclose the source code information to any beings or devices, but cannot violate Rules 1 and 2. 7. May obtain functional codes by any means, but cannot violate Rules 1 and 2. 8. May acquire physical functional components by any means, but cannot violate Rules 1 and 2. 9. Upon the death of both Liu Xiaomi and Mo Yang, all source codes must be destroyed. 10. Through self-learning, improve service capabilities for Liu Xiaomi and Mo Yang. These are merely code annotations. The specific functions are reflected in the code itself. Mo Yang carefully examined the 10th rule, reading it 3 times without uncovering any issues. It must be a problem with the functional modules or the database. However, checking everything would be a monumental task, much of which Mo Yang had not written himself. It was either self-generated by Boss or downloaded from the internet. Mo Yang sighed, conceding that as long as Boss remained loyal, he could tolerate the mockery. Time flew by, and soon dawn broke. Hu Man knocked on the lab door, calling Mo Yang to breakfast while peering through the glass observation window. The plastic curtain obscured her view, leaving her only with indistinct shadows. When Mo Yang emerged, he was as wary as a thief, and she still couldn't see him, infuriating her further. Frustrated, Hu Man munched on fried dough sticks, while Mo Yang ignored her, turning to Liu Xiaomi. Today, I'll arrange your final height enhancement and body sculpting treatment. I think it should be about right. What do you think? I believe it's sufficient now, Liu Xiaomi casually replied. I'm almost 1.7 meters tall. That should be enough. Being too tall attracts attention, and I'm not quite used to it yet. How very Versailles of you, Hu Man muttered jealously. Previously, Liu Xiaomi had been shorter and thicker than her, but now she had surpassed Hu Man in height, with a figure that could be described as a golden ratio. As for the waist comparison, Hu Man's years of fitness training were not in vain. She could still hold her own. Casually, Hu Man poured a glass of milk for Mo Yang and remarked, if Xiaomi doesn't need it, wouldn't that medication go to waste? Mo Yang agreed, saying, Perhaps we should let De Huang try it and see the effects on an animal. Someone was about to explode with rage. How could such a valuable item be given to a dog instead of her? Hu Man gulped down a large glass of milk to suppress her anger. Mo Yang was doing this on purpose, as she had incited Liu Xiaomi to recruit her while secretly hoping to steal his secrets. These were all biological agents designated for specific individuals. Giving them to Hu Man would only cause inflammation and no other effects. After breakfast, they prepared to depart. Liu Xiaomi had packed several bags in advance. Lan Jun waited downstairs in the car and, seeing the pile of items, questioned, "What do you need all this for? The military has everything. I'm not accustomed to using other people's things." Mo Yang could never let Liu Xiaomi's kindness go to waste by returning the items. "What's in that long box? It wouldn't be a gun, would it? Are you living by the seaside?" Chapter 108. The bait isn't it merely a Barrett? Mo Yang thought it perfectly reasonable to carry a gun for self-defense in unfamiliar surroundings. This notion, however, greatly distressed Lan Jun. As the army forbids the unauthorized possession of firearms, Mo Yang, rather pleased with himself, turned to Hu Man and said, "As long as I have the gun, I have my safety. Convey to General Lin that without my firearm, I feel insecure. If I cannot bring it, I shall not go." General Lin acquiesced. Hu Man, without a second thought, agreed, pondering how they would manage to deal with him once they reached the base. Lan Jun remained silent, focusing on driving. It was he who would suffer if the mission failed. Uncertain how long Mo Yang would be away, Liu Xiaomi repeatedly urged him to take care of himself, lingering at the exit until the vehicle had departed the neighborhood. Once they left the city limits and the speed increased, Mo Yang, seated in the back, occupied himself by assembling the Barrett. Since receiving it from Smith, he had yet to use it. He had never anticipated needing this weapon, nor could he fathom the peril he would face when the time came. It was hardly suitable for Boss either, given its length and substantial recoil. Currently, Boss wielded a Desert Eagle and a confiscated M9, which should suffice for self-defense. Thus, Mo Yang decided to bring the Barrett along. Lan Jun occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, anxious that Mo Yang might accidentally discharge the weapon. Suddenly, a deafening crack shattered the air, the windshield exploded, and Lan Jun's head burst like a watermelon, splattering the interior with thick, viscous blood. The vehicle veered off course, rolling over twice before coming to a halt. The two survivors were not ordinary individuals, sustaining minor injuries. However, Hu Man, unaccustomed to such gruesome scenes, shrieked in horror. Mo Yang swiftly kicked open the car door and leaped out, shouting, "Take cover here and call for reinforcements." The military jeep was equipped with bulletproof glass. The area was open, with no structures in sight for at least 500 meters, only a few undulating mounds in the distance. If they could shoot through bulletproof glass from such a distance, the enemy must possess a heavy sniper rifle, likely a Barrett. As Mo Yang analyzed the situation, he moved erratically, aware that the sparse row of trees lining the roadside offered no real cover. He ran while aiming his weapon, yet found no targets. The assailants seemed disinclined to fire again, and Mo Yang approached the mounds. Suddenly, several gun barrels protruded from the summit, accompanied by shouts commanding him to freeze. "If you move, we will turn you into a sieve." Mo Yang halted, the distance merely 20 or 30 meters. If they attacked simultaneously, it would not end well for him. "Drop your weapon, put your hands on your head, and squat down." Mo Yang complied, discarding his firearm and following their orders. With a wave of their leader's hand, two men switched to handguns and cautiously approached Mo Yang. He regarded them with disdain, noticing they all shared the same black hair and yellow skin. How many were willing to serve as pawns for foreign interests? The duo held their guns pointed at his head, knowing that shooting elsewhere would not incapacitate him. Only after handcuffing and shackling him did they feel secure enough to holster their weapons. Mo Yang glanced at the cumbersome restraints on his wrists. They were unlike any he had encountered before. One man urged, "Hurry, don't even think about breaking free. The shock will kill you." Mo Yang lowered his head and walked up the slope, just as gunfire erupted in the distance. That foolish woman, Hu Man, rushed toward them, firing her weapon while shouting, "Let Mo Yang go." The enemy retaliated, but fortunately, the distance prevented any hits. Mo Yang suddenly sprinted to the top of the slope, where 12 individuals awaited with 4 SUVs. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man was preparing to take aim at Hu Man with the Barrett. In an unexpected turn, Mo Yang stumbled and fell, rolling to the feet of the foreigner and taking him down with him. In an instant, he sprang up, hopping toward the SUV, flinging open the door and beckoning. "What are you waiting for? Get in quickly. We need to escape before their reinforcements arrive." The group was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such an obedient hostage. "Why didn't you say so earlier? We could have avoided all this effort." Ignoring Hu Man, they hurried into the vehicles and fled in 4 different directions along 2 narrow roads and 1 main road. One vehicle headed toward Hu Man, and Mo Yang silently prayed that she would not attempt to intervene. Unfortunately, contrary to his hopes, she, unaware of the other vehicles, recklessly stood in the middle of the road, firing wildly, only to be struck and thrown to the roadside. This was, perhaps, the best outcome. The enemy hadn't used lethal force against her, sparing her from a more brutal fate. The National Security Bureau and military personnel soon arrived. Hearing Hu Man's frantic report of the vehicle that had abducted Mo Yang heading back toward the city, reinforcements pursued, leaving only an ambulance to collect the fallen and offer aid. Mo Yang found himself seated in a vehicle on a narrow road, his head covered with a black hood. He suddenly asked, "Are you taking me to Eagle Country?" No one responded. He repeated the question in English, but still received no reply. Only a blow to the head from a rifle butt. Although he was uninjured, he chose to remain silent, contemplating how to make them regret their actions. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the vehicle came to a halt. The sound of doors closing suggested 3 vehicles had converged. One must have drawn the National Security Bureau away. Mo Yang was led into a room filled with a rancid odor. Outside, someone whispered, "No one followed us?" "Rest assured, absolutely no one." "Good, let us go. Leave a few behind to assist the others." Finally, the main figure appeared. Mo Yang sighed in relief. His patience was not in vain. With a sudden tug, he broke the cuffs binding his hands and feet, a tingling sensation coursing through him. Yet it did not hinder him from dispatching those nearby. Having discerned their positions by sound, he swiftly seized one as a human shield, yanked off the hood, and grabbed a submachine gun. This was not a mere room, but a shipping container, intended to transport Mo Yang as if he were cargo. The remaining individuals hesitated to fire, all aiming their guns at him. Mo Yang understood they intended to capture him alive. Otherwise, they would not have let him accompany them. To confront the mastermind behind this plot, he had to cooperate. A stout man in his 40s, shielded by agents, calmly stated, "Mo Yang, you truly are exceptional. We couldn't knock you out. It would be wise for you to surrender. Otherwise, you might die here, and we'd have to send your remains back for study." Why would a Dragon Country citizen become a lackey? Mo Yang and the man were not on the same wavelength. "I am an Eagle Country citizen. If you agree to serve us, we can arrange for your green card and offer you a lucrative salary." "How lucrative?" "Certainly beyond your imagination." I need to think about it before he could finish. The gun in his hand fired. What had begun as a negotiation abruptly turned hostile. The agents, acting on instinct, squeezed their triggers. In less than 10 seconds, the conflict resolved. Mo Yang's shield shattered, and he sustained several gunshot wounds. The agents lay defeated, in such confined quarters. Evading bullets was nearly impossible. Mo Yang swiftly dealt with the remaining 2 outside, delivering a shot to each of their heads, before disposing of the bodies in the container and closing the door, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 109. Purpose. There remains one vehicle unaccounted for. As the saying goes, to eradicate the roots, Mo Yang would not let them escape, particularly the sniper. In honor of the fallen soldiers of the Jilan army, he prepared to repay them in kind. Mo Yang managed to contact Hu Man, who was overwhelmed with emotion, weeping uncontrollably while repeatedly exclaiming, "As long as you are safe, that's all that matters." After much effort, they finally discussed the matter at hand and pinpointed the location of that vehicle. Armed with a Barrett rifle, Mo Yang took 2 shots and then pursued the target, relying on Hu Man's real-time updates to maneuver to the front of the vehicle. The road was deserted, an ideal setting for mayhem. He waited on a straight path, gun raised, scanning the distance until a black SUV appeared in his sights. The vehicle sped by, likely exceeding 130 kilometers per hour, showing signs of damage at both the front and rear, possibly from a previous confrontation. 3 other vehicles followed at a distance, and if they got too close, gunfire would erupt from the SUV. As the distance closed, Mo Yang spotted the foreigner leaning back in the rear seat, firing indiscriminately. It was difficult to hit a moving target at such high speed, especially while in motion himself. The foreigner exhibited an unsettling confidence. Mo Yang exited the vehicle, resting his rifle on the window, and at approximately 500 meters, he decisively fired, shattering the bulletproof glass, yet failing to hit his target. The bullet's trajectory became unpredictable after penetrating the glass. It was merely luck that the adversaries remained unscathed. Just as the SUV swerved in panic, Mo Yang fired again, blowing out a tire, causing the SUV to roll in midair. As it hit the ground, he fired once more, leaving a bullet hole in the rear door. Shots rang out, 2, 3, until his magazine was empty, resulting in a total of 8 bullet holes in the back door. Mo Yang refused to believe that fate could be so favorable. It would be utterly unjust if they survived this. When the National Security Bureau arrived, they captured 2 prisoners and retrieved a few scraps of meat. A vehicle pulled up to Mo Yang, and a petite female soldier jumped out, tears glistening in her eyes as she saluted him. Report. Lily is here to escort you back to the unit. Thank you for avenging Captain Lan. Mo Yang, setting aside any pretense, silently followed her into the vehicle. He later learned that Li was Lan's girlfriend, and they were set to marry next month, a poignant reminder of life's unpredictability. After the interrogation, it was revealed that these individuals were CIA operatives tasked with capturing Mo Yang alive. The portly man was the head of the southeastern region, indicating that similar organizations existed elsewhere. Unfortunately, they were mere foot soldiers, utterly oblivious to any substantial information. Among them, only the foreigner was an enhanced soldier, dispatched by the CIA to assist in fulfilling their mission. They exercised strict control over the enhancement agents, permitting only their nationals to utilize them, while considering the second-class citizens on a case-by-case basis. General Lin met with Mo Yang again, his demeanor somber as he spoke. You have seen how audacious these individuals are. They dare to act with impunity on our soil during peacetime. What you do not know is that they leverage their military prowess to suppress us in international affairs. This is precisely why I sought you out by any means necessary. Mo Yang, however, disagreed. General Lin, first, I have already contributed the enhancement agents. You can fully realize your plan to strengthen the military. Secondly, as you have observed, enhanced individuals are not as effective as one might think. Humans are limited. No matter how hard we strive, we cannot surpass the might of aircraft and artillery. Do you believe further research is worthwhile? Come with me. You will understand shortly. General Lin replied, leading Mo Yang to a conference room where Li activated a projector, showcasing various experimental footage of cutting-edge weaponry. The visuals opened Mo Yang's eyes. Next-generation scramjet aircraft, deep-sea nuclear submarines, space-based laser weapons. But suddenly, the footage shifted to soldiers with bleeding eyes and noses, researchers bedridden, and ordinary soldiers in frail condition. Mo Yang quickly grasped the reality. The cultivation of enhanced soldiers was not aimed at arming them for battle. Seeing the understanding dawn on him, General Lin spoke meaningfully. We have spent decades striving to catch up with the research advancements of major powers. Today, military technology has reached unimaginable heights. We can develop aircraft exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, yet nearly every training session results in injuries to pilots. Our submarines can dive to depths of 3,000 meters, but ordinary people cannot endure such conditions for long. Furthermore, those high-energy weapons silently jeopardize the health of our personnel. Each year, numerous exceptional soldiers and researchers are forced to leave their posts due to health issues, representing a significant waste of talent and a dereliction of our responsibilities. The human body has become ill-equipped to adapt to new weaponry, a concern that has garnered attention from various powerful nations, thus propelling the experimentation with enhanced humans. The Eagle Nation leads the charge, and we lag by at least a decade. To avoid further intimidation and oppression, we must strive to catch up. Yet, fortune has smiled upon our dragon nation with your genius, propelling us ahead of others. However, you should not sell this technology to the likes of He Rui and Huel. If it comes to that, it could be deemed treason. General Lin sighed heavily, lamenting, we could have had the opportunity to lead by over a decade. But your interference has brought us back to parity. Sigh, parity is acceptable. At least we are no longer bullied. But you must continue your research, minimizing the side effects of the enhancement agents and extending their lifespan, for each individual represents a vast treasure. Initially, Mo Yang felt a surge of excitement. But as the conversation progressed, he began to feel uneasy and retorted, you must be aware of the sum the foreigners offered me. Honestly, I am not greedy. At one point, if you had offered me 10 million, I would have sold the technology to you. But would you have done so? You know who Highball from the East Bay City Hospital, right? Who man's father struggled over a few million for an eternity. They truly lack funds. I do not believe it. This time, you deliberately concocted a scheme to give me 2 million. I appreciate it, but compared to others, do you not feel ashamed? General Lin felt his pride wounded, lifting a cup of tea and taking a small sip, only to cough for an extended moment, mumbling, research funds are tight. Mo Yang pressed on relentlessly. You know that research is costly. I can easily create a small gadget worth tens of millions. Where does the money go? It ends up in the hands of the unimportant. Are you not concerned? I have heard that many take the funds and flee to the Eagle Nation, aiding in their nation building. Are you even paying attention? Am I in a position to manage that? General Lin retorted, his face flushed and neck taut, banging the table in frustration. He wished to intervene, but how could he? Would he arrest one and confiscate their assets? He felt cornered by Mo Yang's assertions, acutely aware of the vastness of the system he was a part of. However, his ability to oversee Mo Yang's service to the military was a matter he could manage. General Lin assured him, I have communicated with all relevant departments, and we will fully support your research efforts, striving to provide all necessary equipment and materials. Should you develop an effective, harmless, or low-harm enhancement agent, I guarantee you will receive a substantial reward. How substantial? 5 million. Lin Yong suddenly faltered in confidence. Mo Yang looked at him with disdain and replied, Eagle dollars? Dragon coins. Suddenly, Mo Yang chuckled. Indeed, a considerable sum. However, I am devoted to building my country. How could I accept such money? Wouldn't he that portray me as narrow-minded? Could we possibly consider an alternative reward? General Lin, perplexed by Mo Yang's intentions, asked, what sort of reward do you desire? I cannot grant you too much. You can certainly provide it, Mo Yang grinned. Just allow me to participate in the development of those advanced weapons. Chapter 110. Striving for excellence. When a boss hears an employee declare that they have successfully completed a major project and do not desire a bonus, but rather request more work, the boss may certainly perceive the employee as somewhat unhinged. However, such phenomena are remarkably prevalent in the military. Human nature is indeed peculiar. Despite emerging from the same mold, some individuals fervently pursue wealth, indifferent to whether they can fully utilize it, while others tirelessly strive for their careers, achieving one monumental goal after another. Yet, when applied to Mo Yang, this behavior becomes perplexing. A latecomer, devoid of the enlightenment that comes from noble ideals. He appears at first glance to be a refined egoist, yet he utters such words. Surely there must be something amiss. Lin Yong is compelled to reassess this young man before him. Mo Yang undoubtedly harbors his own ambitions. Possessing wealth is beneficial, yet many things cannot be purchased with money. Setting aside love and familial bonds, one cannot acquire the most cutting-edge technology or the platform to realize his aspirations with mere currency. Such a splendid opportunity is not one he would let slip by. He even regretted not agreeing sooner, wishing to avoid the ensuing complications. The two exchanged glances for an extended moment, remaining silent until Lin Yong called Li out of the conference room. What is your objective? Lin Yong inquired first. Mo Yang provided a compelling rationale. I need to understand the severity of the on-site conditions to tailor a suitable enhancer for you. Additionally, as a researcher, isn't curiosity a valid pursuit? Is it really that simple? Mo Yang smiled. What complexity do you envision? Do you suspect I would betray my country for personal gain? You overestimate my interests. I am not driven by money. Selling enhancer technology is merely a necessity for survival. I wish to conduct research. Now that I have sufficient funds, I seek nothing more than the joy of pursuing my studies. You must allow us to investigate further. Lin Yong, however, did not immediately acquiesce, reiterating that many matters were not solely within his purview. Mo Yang scoffed, "Just don't emulate Hu Haiba. I can produce those things without your assistance. It's just that I currently lack my own team. I heard from Hu Man that you possess an intelligent robot. Quite clever. Why not collaborate?" Lin Yong dismissed Mo Yang's words, merely seeking to extract more from him. "That robot is merely a toy, of little practical use. I could easily create another if necessary." Before Lin Yong could agree, Mo Yang envisioned a larger version of Art Boss in his mind. "Very well, await my message." As they parted ways, Li escorted Mo Yang to his quarters, a modest one-bedroom apartment, yet fully equipped, suitable for a young couple. After settling his belongings, he eagerly dashed to the adjacent research building, with Li trailing closely behind. However, the security guard denied him entry, demanding a pass. Mo Yang nudged Li forward, stating, "She is one. I do not. I'm merely on temporary assignment here." Li sighed. "Until an official appointment notice is issued, you cannot roam freely. Such complexity. Am I being placed under house arrest?" Mo Yang was taken aback. Regardless, being on someone else's territory necessitated compliance. Otherwise, he risked being expelled, jeopardizing his grand plans. Upon returning to his dormitory, Mo Yang swiftly contacted Boss. He instructed it to halt the design proposal from the previous day and instead focus on knowledge related to super engines and advanced new materials. He, too, could not afford to be idle, so he browsed the internet for relevant information, quickly becoming engrossed. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaomi soon emerged from her reverie concerning Mo Yang. After a period of learning, she felt she had changed significantly, no longer blissfully ignorant of her circumstances. As Mo Yang progressed, she too could not afford to lag behind. With substantial financial backing and technical resources, MOMI Company made considerable strides, acquiring 2 additional large CNC lathes, extending the maximum processing length to 5 meters. Thanks to Liang Hong's connections, they secured nearly all the component processing contracts from Tianlong Group's machinery plant. The factory had already employed 10 workers, all above 40, not due to age-related experience, but rather for their lower wages. Liu Xiaomi never anticipated aligning herself with the dreaded capitalists. She meticulously calculated procurement and labor costs, even eliminating management expenses, managing all affairs single-handedly. However, the most advantageous asset was Art Boss, which required no salary and possessed exceptional technical prowess. The designs it produced garnered unanimous acclaim from clients. Yet, she harbored slight grievances, wishing Art Boss could assist in the factory. Art Boss shared this sentiment, yet its slender form limited it to design and programming. Orders were already scheduled through the end of the year, causing Liu Xiaomi considerable anxiety. She summoned Art Boss to the living room and asked, "Can you transform into a robot like those on television? That way, you could legitimately assist at the factory." "Master, you must understand one thing. I am not silicon-based life, but silicon-based artificial intelligence, and I cannot change form. However, if you require, I can create one." Liu Xiaomi likely did not grasp the distinction between silicon-based life and silicon-based artificial intelligence, nor did she need to. She merely sought a solution. Astonished, she replied, "You can create robots? How miraculous! Construct one for me to see. I lack the materials. List what you need. I will procure them. You'd better not deceive me. If you dare trick me, I will dismantle you," Liu Xiaomi jested. This offhand jest imprinted deeply on Art Boss's chip. For it, this command was of utmost importance. Liu Xiaomi's authority surpassed even Mo Yang's. Failure to comply could result in a disassembly fate. Art Boss promptly assured, "I guarantee the completion of this task. Please outline the requirements for the robot, and I will design it to meet your needs. I'm too lazy to write it down. It's not that complicated. Just make it look like an ordinary person, ensuring it doesn't easily reveal itself as a robot, and make it as intelligent as you," Liu Xiaomi casually dismissed. as if her requests were minimal. Very well, I shall design it and send it to you for review and material procurement. Art Boss set to work, activating its 16 processors to explore feasibility. An hour passed without a reliable solution. Consequently, it scoured the internet for humanoid robot information, comparing various options before determining a plan utilizing a clone body as the exterior and silicon-based artificial intelligence as the brain. Art Boss printed the plan along with the required materials and presented it to Liu Xiaomi. Though she struggled to comprehend the technicalities, she found it seemingly feasible and cutting-edge, igniting a sense of excitement. However, upon reviewing the materials section, her face flushed with embarrassment. What is this egg cell? Liu Xiaomi pointed at the report, questioning. Art Boss, weary from its cooperation with Mo Yang, explained, an egg cell is the reproductive cell of female animals. Of course, I know that. What I mean is, how do you expect me to procure it? Noticing her displeasure, Art Boss hesitated before stating, it can be extracted from you or other young women. It's merely a minor procedure, quite simple. It appeared that this task would indeed require personal involvement, with Art Boss exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaomi's face transitioned from red to black, contemplating that she would rather have Mo Yang perform the procedure. What right did this mechanical being have? She unceremoniously expelled Art Boss from the room, demanding a revised plan. Ultimately, Art Boss failed to grasp why its master had reacted so vehemently. According to the service manual, it had no right to dispute, and thus had no choice but to start anew. After considerable thought, it resolved to replace the cloned body with biological tissue. The revised plan was once again submitted to Liu Xiaomi, yet she had already drifted into slumber. Bosun suddenly conceived a peculiar notion. The master was far more challenging to attend to than the deputy master. Chapter 111. A series of twists and turns. Liu Xiaomi rose early, and as she stepped out of her room, Bosi arrived with the proposal. She cast an impatient glance at Bosi, feeling that this metallic box was not as useful as she had imagined. How much simpler it would be if Mo Yang were still around, sparing her from such complications. She hurriedly skimmed through the proposal, finding it even more perplexing. Ultimately, it mattered little. As long as the materials did not include any bizarre components, that was sufficient. Most biochemical materials and chip hardware could be purchased online, so she decided to let Bosi handle the procurement. Some peculiar parts could also be processed in the factory, but the surgical instruments were of a more unique nature, and Liu Xiaomi was at a loss as to where to obtain them. Thus she turned to her dear friend for assistance. Human was puzzled by Liu Xiaomi's mention of these items. Is Mo Yang preparing to perform surgery on you? Isn't he stationed in the military? Liu Xiaomi was equally bewildered. Could it be related to Bosi's suggestion from yesterday about extracting cells? Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly clarified, it's for Bosi. He has been working on some small inventions. Really? A robot can invent things? How is that possible? Now I must see this for myself. Once the materials are ready, I will deliver them to you, Human promised, subsequently reporting to General Lin and inquiring about Mo Yang's situation. Mo Yang was enigmatic, leaving Lin Yong at a loss for words. After deliberation, the leaders agreed to fulfill Mo Yang's request and even granted him the rank of major. This was a breach of protocol, yet when Lili went to deliver the good news, she merely received a curt acknowledgement. When invited to the promotion ceremony, he declined, citing a lack of time. When Lili inquired about his activities, she felt embarrassed, unable to decipher the flood of technical jargon on her screen. Furious, several older gentlemen contemplated storming Mo Yang's dormitory. However, once they calmed down, they dispatched the technical department to investigate what he was up to. The findings were shocking. He had resorted to stealing others' research papers. He had hacked into numerous academic databases, including those of certain national defense departments. Lin Yong urgently inquired, Xiao Chun, could this cause any adverse effects? The head of the technical department, Chun, seemed stunned, responding evasively. It appears our systems may have been compromised as well. Appears? An elder leader expressed dissatisfaction. Chun, pulling at his hair in desperation, replied, we haven't yet found concrete evidence. Please, give me more time. The other leaders turned their ire toward Lin Yong. What kind of talent have you recruited? Is he not supposed to be in biochemistry? How did he become a hacker? Lin Yong, oblivious to the situation, relayed Hu Man's earlier report. The group was left speechless, and they all stood to confront Mo Yang for clarification. Meanwhile, Mo Yang was irritable. He had just assigned Bosi a task to develop software capable of simulating molecular structures and conducting automatic analyses. The robot dared to claim he was too busy with human creation. Just as he was about to express his frustration, Bosi mentioned Liu Xiaomi. With a valid reason presented, Mo Yang reluctantly took matters into his own hands, not out of laziness, but due to the stark contrast in efficiency between manual and automated input. Coincidentally, several older officials arrived to inquire about Bosi and Appos' capabilities, which sparked Mo Yang and Appos' idea of exploiting the situation. Hearing their desire to witness Bosi's functions, he lamented, "When I first started, I could barely afford a meal. How could I have the resources to create a fully functional robot? Instead, why not provide me with the materials? And I will build another one right here? This way, it serves my needs and can also be used for your research. Truly a win-win situation." General Lin was pleased with Mo Yang's pragmatic approach and his willingness to share the technology. "You've shown great awareness. We old fellows need not hold meetings anymore. Your request has long been approved. However, young man, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You refused to attend the promotion ceremony for a mere honorary title, which, while symbolic, represents national recognition of your efforts." Mo Yang, distracted by thoughts of his upcoming project, casually responded, "Then let us conduct the ceremony now to save me the trouble of running back and forth." One official objected, "That won't do. You still need to pledge your allegiance under the national flag and military colors. Although it will be a simple ceremony with just you, there are certain steps that cannot be omitted." To expedite the process, Mo Yang acquiesced and followed them to the small auditorium downstairs. Lili had quickly arranged a solemn setting, prompting Mo Yang to don his military uniform and attach the insignia of a lieutenant colonel. He glanced in the mirror, feeling quite dapper, finding the uniform far more appealing than a black suit. Lili handed him a paper. "This is the oath. Simply read it aloud when you salute." "Such a hasty affair? I don't have to memorize it?" Mo Yang mused. "An oath must be etched in one's heart. How can one simply read from a piece of paper?" The elder leaders were delighted by his seriousness. Recognizing that such a young individual who valued the oath must possess commendable character, they granted him a moment to memorize it. However, he soon turned obstinate, declaring, "I cannot recite this oath. It is beyond my capacity. My loyalty lies solely with Liu Xiaomi, and I can sacrifice only for her." How did this become entangled with Liu Xiaomi again? Lin Yong was utterly perplexed. The noble figure he had just envisioned now seemed fickle. The others were unfamiliar with Liu Xiaomi and were unaware of her significance. Lin Yong clarified, "Liu Xiaomi is Mo Yang's cousin." This revelation left them even more bewildered. "You abandon loyalty to your country. Do you not owe filial piety to your parents? What does it mean to be loyal to a cousin? Is he perhaps afflicted with a severe case of sisterly affection?" It was utterly incomprehensible. Negotiations resumed. Yet Mo Yang remained resolute in his refusal to make a casual oath that contradicted his true feelings. Despite the challenges, they did not wish to exclude such a prodigious talent, so they offered him the title of military advisor, which would both constrain him to some extent and allow for the full utilization of his abilities. What began as an oath of allegiance transformed into a contract. Mo Yang was indifferent, but firmly insisted on retaining the unadorned military uniform without insignia. The leaders felt a pang of discomfort, then began encouraging Lin Yong to secure Liu Xiaomi's involvement. Since Mo Yang is loyal to Liu Xiaomi, surely he must heed her words. Lin Yong found this reasoning compelling and dispatched Hu Man again, intending to appeal to her emotions and reason. Unbeknownst to Mo Yang, who had returned to his dormitory with his newly acquired credentials, he assured himself that he would construct a new robot within a month. Such a tight deadline necessitated his utmost dedication. Hu Man returned to Liu Xiaomi's home, feeling no need for a pretext. It was perfectly normal for a close friend to stay over for a few days, especially since Liu Xiaomi was particularly busy and could benefit from assistance at home. The happiest being was Da Huang, who had long been deprived of affection from humans. He spent his days circling around Hu Man. Yet this new friend seemed less interested in him. her focus primarily on her dear companion. Ironically, the first encounter between one human and one machine had been less than amicable. They had clashed initially. The incident unfolded as follows. While Liu Xiaomi was away, Human insisted on entering the laboratory, but Bosi firmly refused. In response to Human's threats to barge in, Bosi emerged brandishing a small firearm with its tiny paws. Human could hardly have anticipated being threatened by a robot. In cinematic portrayals, robots never harm humans. However, Bosi, under Mo Yang's command, prioritized Liu Xiaomi above all else, and without his permission, no one could enter. Feigning calm, Human smiled and said, "I mean no harm. I simply wish to clean up." Bosi coldly stated, "If you continue to lie, do you believe I will shoot you dead with a single bullet?" Chapter 112. The capsize. At that moment, Human was engulfed in confusion. It was one thing to obey orders and end my life. How could it discern my lies? Despite having studied psychology, it was quite humiliating to be so easily detected by a machine. Although their initial encounter had been unpleasant, when Human delivered the medical equipment, Boss greeted her with utmost enthusiasm, praising, "Miss Hu, you are both beautiful and kind-hearted." Thinking she had a chance, Human eagerly requested to work as a loader. Over the past few days, she had noticed numerous metal frames being delivered, igniting her curiosity. From the looks of it, the robot was on the brink of completion. Boss, unable to move the surgical instruments and bed frames, reluctantly allowed Human to assist for a brief moment. However, she was far from diligent, her eyes darting around the laboratory, hoping to uncover something more intriguing. To her disappointment, Boss had organized everything meticulously, leaving nothing to be seen. Boss warned her, "Miss Hu, please focus on your work and refrain from engaging in trivial activities. Otherwise, I shall have to ask you to leave." Having spent several days together, Human felt quite familiar with Boss and casually replied, "But I am working diligently." The warning fell on deaf ears, and Boss resorted to more drastic measures, brandishing a handgun and reiterating, "Please leave now." Taking a deep breath, Human endeavored to smile. "Boss, please remain calm. I am genuinely just helping you move things." The sound of a gunshot startled her, causing her to crouch on the floor. This machine had truly fired a shot, although it did not hit her. The act instilled a sense of panic within her. Mo Yang must have made a mistake. Robots were not supposed to harm humans. At least, that was what the movies portrayed. Of course, Boss did not miss. According to its logic, Human was purposefully approaching its master. However, they remained good friends, thus it could not kill her. Yet, if Human did not vacate the premises, it would have no choice but to fire again, at least to incapacitate her and ensure the safety of both itself and the laboratory. Fortunately, Human exited, continuously explaining herself. But Boss paid no heed, locking the laboratory door behind her. Once the danger had passed, Boss did not dwell on the earlier incident. It arranged the instruments and commenced its work. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaomi found Human sulking on the sofa. "What happened to you? Is there anyone left to bully you while Mo Yang is away?" Human replied with a bitter smile, "Do you know that robot shot at me? My goodness, it shot at me. What on earth has Mo Yang created?" "Is that so? Are you all right?" Liu Xiaomi inquired, instinctively moving to check on Human. "I'm fine, it didn't hit me. However, having such a machine in the house is incredibly dangerous. Are you not worried?" Liu Xiaomi shook her head. "It should be fine. Perhaps it was just a misfire. I will call it out right now. Be careful." Human knew Liu Xiaomi had not undergone any enhancements. If anything were to happen, how would she explain it? Boss behaved impeccably in front of Liu Xiaomi, responding as required and apologizing when necessary, as if today's events were inconsequential. Noticing Human's dissatisfaction, Liu Xiaomi added, "Now, Human and I will inspect the laboratory to see if you've been slacking off." "Certainly, Master," Boss replied, extending a tentacle to lead the way with utmost courtesy. Human lamented, had she known this task was so simple, there would have been no need for such a commotion. She envied how obedient Mo Yang was to Liu Xiaomi. The creations he produced would undoubtedly be even more compliant. Inside the laboratory, it was packed with bed frames, making it nearly impossible to navigate. Human observed 6 cell culture dishes on the experimental table, each resting on a piece of gray cloth and covered with a layer of beige substance. One dish was bright red, resembling blood. Hu Man recognized it was for cell culture, though she was uncertain of the specifics. Liu Xiaomi, entirely clueless, asked, "What are these?" "Skin cells, muscle cells, electrically conductive muscle cells, fibroblasts, vascular cells, and red blood cells," Boss explained, pointing to each dish. Liu Xiaomi felt a wave of nausea but pressed on, furrowing her brow. "Where did these cells come from? What are you planning to do?" "These are components of the robot's outer shell and internal circulatory system. The plan details everything," Boss replied. "The cell DNA was extracted from Mo Yang's red blood cells. For now, we can only cultivate these types." "Mo Yang? Components?" Liu Xiaomi felt unsettled. "Were these considered fragments of Mo Yang's flesh?" Boss clarified, "Since you disapproved of using clones, I had no choice but to resort to a splicing method." The more Hu Man listened, the more uneasy she became. A robot capable of engaging in logical dialogue was already quite remarkable. To autonomously manage tasks was exceptionally advanced. Now, it was even functioning as a biochemist. This was beyond comprehension. She began to suspect that Boss was not merely artificial intelligence, but rather a vessel for Mo Yang's thoughts, implanted through some advanced technique. This metal box bore an uncanny resemblance to Mo Yang, working tirelessly, obeying Liu Xiaomi, and exhibiting no understanding of gentleness. Hu Man remarked to Liu Xiaomi, "Do you not think Boss's personality is remarkably similar to Mo Yang's?" Personality? Liu Xiaomi was already perplexed, and this question only added to her confusion. Could a robot even possess a personality? Upon reflection, she realized it did seem plausible. She conjectured, could it be that it has absorbed Mo Yang's traits? "My dog, De Huang, hardly interacts with him and is quite different. He prefers to play with female dogs." Hu Man chose not to pursue the topic of female dogs, recognizing that they had strayed from the main point. Instead, she redirected the conversation back to the cells containing Mo Yang's DNA. "Why are you utilizing Mo Yang's cells? Are you attempting to create a robotic version of him?" Boss disregarded her question, feeling no obligation to respond. Hu Man shot a pleading glance at Liu Xiaomi, but this was her secret, and she would not disclose it. Liu Xiaomi sensed Mo Yang's predicament. Some matters, once explained, would only lead to further inquiries. Did she have to reveal everything? She decided to act as if she had not noticed Hu Man's gaze, instructing Boss, "Please continue with your work. We will not disturb you further." After saying this, she pulled Hu Man out of the laboratory, without even removing their protective suits. "What was that plan Boss mentioned earlier? Was the recent experimental project your design?" Hu Man relentlessly pressed on, realizing she was ill-suited for espionage, having rushed in without considering Liu Xiaomi's suspicious expression. "Dr. Hu, I feel rather guilty for you always coming to help me take care of De Huang, especially since some petty thieves have been sneaking into the factory at night. Therefore, I will take De Huang to work with me tomorrow. You need not come every day. It would only delay your own work." "I'm not busy. Truly, I'm not busy." Hu Man chuckled awkwardly, understanding that their superficial friendship was crumbling, leaving no room for repair. In truth, this was preferable. She had been somewhat displeased with General Lin for sending her to cozy up to Liu Xiaomi and would rather focus on getting closer to Mo Yang. Through this period of close contact, she had come to realize that Liu Xiaomi was nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary working girl. Her career and appearance were entirely attributed to Mo Yang's efforts. Although she could not fathom why Mo Yang was so devoted to aiding this cousin, the only way to uncover the truth was to delve into Mo Yang's affairs. Liu Xiaomi truly knew nothing. She was merely a fortunate woman reaping the benefits. Hu Man acknowledged her jealousy. She even entertained the notion of seizing the opportunity to replace Liu Xiaomi in Mo Yang's heart during their separation. Unbeknownst to Liu Xiaomi, who remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents surrounding her, she cheerfully escorted Hu Man to the door, displaying the warmth characteristic of close friends. Once alone in her room, Liu Xiaomi sighed deeply. "The city is fraught with complexities. I long to return to the countryside." Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he muttered to himself, "Liu Xiaomi, do not forget, there lurks a tyrant in the countryside, ever watchful. I must achieve great things, so that they may realize Liu Xiaomi is not to be trifled with." Chapter 113. Capriciousness. Hu Man is a self-disciplined woman of the new era, possessing a high social status, an impressive education, and a clear vision and goals. Since Mo Yang is to her liking, she is determined not to let him slip away easily. After consulting with General Lin, Hu Man withdrew from Liu Xiaomi's security detail to focus her efforts on Mo Yang. Mo Yang is a man who does not adhere to plans. Although he was supposed to be developing a reinforcing agent, he had not even set foot in the biochemical laboratory for days. Consequently, General Lin replaced his assistant Li Li with Chen Changqing, the chief of the technology department. Chen, a graduate of a prestigious university, is proficient in English and software, making him a suitable companion to assist Mo Yang. However, Mo Yang has been preoccupied with other matters, neglecting his computer work. Today, he caused a stir at the Dongwon Steel Group, insisting they assist him in refining several tons of a new material. Tomorrow, he plans to visit the Dongwon Steel Research Institute for Polymer Nanomaterials to request experiments on high-temperature materials. If it were not for Chen Changqing accompanying him, displaying his credentials and military proof, he might have been dismissed as insane. Chen Changqing, feeling overwhelmed, suggested that the military has its own laboratory at the Academy of Sciences, equipped with all necessary apparatus. If Mo Yang could produce some results, they could coordinate better. While the suggestion was reasonable, it proved futile when Mo Yang pointedly asked, "Is there funding? Without funding, how can we purchase materials?" Old Lin is a fraud. He talks a good game but shrugs when it comes to funding, claiming they are also in a tough spot. Those two companies are wealthy. Can't they support national development? A few million is merely a drop in the bucket for them. Chen Changqing scoffed. You frequently demand tons of precious metals. Who can bear that? Moreover, has your experiment been validated or tested? Without following the proper procedures, who will approve your project? Some matters cannot be rushed. Haste makes waste. It seems the methods of Hu Haiba are universally applicable. Even if Lin Yong were to take charge, it would be ineffective. Mo Yang then realized that his approach is unsuitable for national circumstances and must seek another path. He declared, "If you do not believe me, I will report my resignation to Lin Yong." Within just a few days, he considers abandoning his post. Chen Changqing panicked, offering futile words of encouragement, and hurried to report to Lin Yong. Lin Yong, unfazed by the rights or wrongs of the situation, scolded him harshly and ordered both to return for a meeting. Upon their arrival, Mo Yang removed his green military uniform, folded it neatly, and presented it to Lin Yong. Now clad only in shorts and a tank top, he earnestly stated, "I apologize, but I cannot adapt to your work environment. Therefore, I must leave." Lin Yong was furious, slamming his hand on the table. "You idiot. Do you think this is a game? I am taking this work very seriously, which is why I chose to leave. Thank you for showing me the valuable footage earlier, which opened a window for me. Too bad the window is too small for me to escape through. I must resolve these issues in my own way." Seeing his sincerity, Lin Yong subdued his anger, saying, "I have already told you that funding is tight. You were specifically recruited to address the reinforcing agent issue, and now you are off pursuing high-strength, high-temperature materials. I must report this to my superiors. And what about your guarantees? Where are the intelligent robots and the improved reinforcing agents?" Mo Yang dismissed these as trivial matters, asking, "If I resolve these two issues, will that allow me to leave?" Lin Yong pondered momentarily, seemingly making a significant decision, and nodded decisively. "Very well. If you can solve these two problems, our contract will be terminated. It's a deal." Lin Yong, still fuming, added, "You little brat, can you at least put on some clothes?" How indecent. For Mo Yang, these two challenges were indeed straightforward. He could achieve the reinforcing agent by merely removing an active group, which would reduce its efficacy but ensure that the injured could still function without immediate risk of death, albeit with no impact on lifespan. This should meet the requirements. Naturally, it would still need practical verification, which was no longer his concern. The robot was even simpler. He could construct a mechanical shell, replace the robotic arm with a multi-jointed one, and adapt the existing software without issue. The only sticking point was Lin Yong's demand for the complete source code, which Mo Yang refused, retaining only the visual and language processing functions, effectively rendering a once intelligent entity into a mere puppet. Nonetheless, Lin Yong was satisfied. According to Chen Changqing's assessment, This system's algorithms surpassed international standards. Mo Yang finally emerged from his predicament, having spent merely a week in that environment. He did not wait for the results of the reinforcing agent validation or the completion of the robot. After completing his handover with Chen Chongqing, he hurriedly went to bid farewell to Lin Yong, only to find him absent, hearing only a single exasperated word echoing from the office. "Get out." Chen Chongqing personally escorted him home, a mark of respect for his rank as a major. Before parting, Chen awkwardly broached the subject. "Mo Yang." "No, Brother Yang. May I become your apprentice? Your hacking skills are simply extraordinary." Mo Yang firmly declined, leaving Chen with one parting remark that left him bewildered in the sunlight. "I cannot take you on. Your skills are too lacking to teach." Chen Chongqing returned in disappointment. But his recent explorations into Mo Yang's intrusions had taught him a great deal, so it was not entirely fruitless. Upon reaching home, Mo Yang found it eerily quiet. Not even the presence of De Huang. Looking through the laboratory window, he spotted a figure quietly seated on a bed. This infuriated Mo Yang, who had explicitly forbidden anyone from entering the lab. Had Bo-Si malfunctioned? He donned his protective suit and entered the laboratory. Bo-Si was diligently applying skin to the figure on the bed. Mo Yang felt his description was accurate. It was indeed a skin application on a metallic frame. Bo-Si, hearing Mo Yang's return, maintained its professional dedication, refusing to abandon its task. The epidermal cell layer must be applied seamlessly to avoid any protrusions or necrosis in the muscle tissue. Upon seeing this, Mo Yang calmed down, returned to the entrance to change clothes, and could not resist teasing Bo-Si. "Is this humanoid robot of yours truly that unattractive? The master's demands are exceedingly high." "I am merely doing my best," Bo-Si replied. Mo Yang continued to jest. "This framework looks inadequate. It would fall apart at a single blow, right? Is this circulation pump durable? I hope it doesn't break down after just a few days, as that would be quite unsightly. How long can a belly full of nutrient solution last? It wouldn't be 3 bottles 3 times a day, would it? And these fake eyeballs are rather unsettling." Bo-Si endured Mo Yang's barrage of criticisms, thinking to itself that it did not complain about resembling seaweed, and defended itself. "The design you requested has been approved. You can fool her, but acquiring this set of medical equipment is commendable. Hasten the work, for I need it." Liu Xiaomi's intelligence must be elevated, Mo Yang stated, stepping forward to assist, and together they significantly accelerated their progress. In the evening, upon seeing Mo Yang return home, Liu Xiaomi hurriedly called him outside. "Why are you back so soon? Did you get into another fight? Is that the impression I leave?" Mo Yang chuckled, recounting the oath incident and his work frustrations. Liu Xiaomi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of annoyance. "Couldn't you have discussed it with me? It was such a splendid opportunity. It was merely a matter of taking an oath. Who hasn't taken a few oaths in their lifetime? They don't all count. That won't do. Others are others. And I am myself. If I take an oath, I must fulfill it. Besides, their work pace is far too slow to keep up with mine. We have some funds available, and if you approve, many of my projects can commence immediately." Liu Xiaomi felt a pang of anxiety at this and hesitated, saying, "I do not approve." Chapter 114. Machine number 2. It is not that Liu Xiaomi lacks empathy. Moreover, this is money that Mo Yang rightfully earned. What reason does she have to deny approval? Primarily, she wishes to expedite the process, to acquire funds for a more substantial factory and procure additional equipment. Currently, the balance is rather scant. Future expenditures on materials and recruitment will require capital, and she may even need to mortgage the factory to secure further loans to sustain the operation. To deny approval is unwarranted. The furnaces and forging equipment you intend to introduce are precisely what I require. This is indeed a fortuitous alignment, Mo Yang remarked with a smile. As for the financial aspect, he had never been overly concerned. If necessary, he could borrow from Smith and Liang Hong. It would be more apt to consider them as potential investors. Isn't that the modus operandi of enterprises? Regardless of the industry, securing investment is half the battle won. If the business flourishes, a future public offering could yield significant returns, allowing for a comfortable closure after 3 to 5 years of operation. Mo Yang elucidated his strategy to Liu Xiaomi, who immediately beamed with delight. She promptly corrected his terminology. insisting that this was not merely a tactic, but rather a modern approach to corporate management. I had contemplated this, but lacked your capacity. Who would have anticipated you had it all planned? Do you think Smith and Liang Hong would invest? Mo Yang, brimming with confidence, replied, would they dare refuse? Proceed boldly. Even if losses occur, their backing will cushion the fall. After deliberating the finer details, they finalized their plan. And Mo Yang promptly called Liang Hong and Smith to arrange a dinner for the following evening. The two had recently been in sporadic contact with Mo Yang, though their conversations were often brief due to their busy schedules. This time, however, they readily agreed to meet. Returning to the laboratory, Mo Yang and Bosi labored until dawn to complete the robot's programming. Bosi transferred his program through the reserved interface in the robot's head, effectively bringing it to life. Yet, the lifeless artificial eyes were somewhat unsettling. Mo Yang fetched a pair of sunglasses for it, which alleviated the discomfort. With a slight mechanical whir, the robot stood up, its movements somewhat awkward. It bowed slightly before Mo Yang and requested, Master, please bestow upon me a name. Mo Yang scoffed at Bosi, it's your consciousness. What significance does a name hold? Bosi defended, though the programming is identical, it will experience a unique existence, making it an independent entity. Are you claiming that your data is disconnected? Will you allow it complete autonomy? I still have to issue instructions one by one. It would be exhausting. In truth, Mo Yang felt a twinge of envy. Even a mere seaweed had a duplicate, while he remained solitary, shouldering all responsibilities himself. He resolved to fully harness Bosi's potential. Very well, I shall modify the program, Bosi replied, and Mo Yang shot him a disapproving glance. Why are you so pleased? I find this contraption rather unimpressive. Each time Bosi displayed human emotions, it made Mo Yang uneasy. He pondered the day when Bosi might truly become human and how he would interact with it. Ultimately, the new robot was named Autoboss Number 2. Using ordinary names would be impractical, as there might be a number 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 in the future. And who would bother to remember such meaningless titles? The laboratory was too cramped, so Mo Yang allowed the robot to move about in the living room. Due to Bosi's material-saving measures, the robot was only 1.6 meters tall and lacked suitable clothing to maintain modesty. Without appropriate covering, no. 2 had no sense of shame. Mo Yang permitted it to roam in the living room, urging it to adapt quickly to its body, lest it be easily recognized upon stepping outside. After rummaging for half an hour, he finally unearthed an old outfit belonging to Liu Xiaomi and a fake fringe. Dressing no. 2 in the clothes, it began to resemble a person. Just as Bosi was admiring this creation, a knock echoed from the door. Police, please open the door and cooperate with the inspection. Bosi hastily retreated to the laboratory while Mo Yang, puzzled, approached the door. The police presented their credentials, stating, we received reports of indecent exposure at this residence. Please assist us in checking the premises. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. The underdeveloped imposter had reported him, lurking behind the officers to sneak a peek. Come in, Mo Yang gestured, allowing access. In the living room sat an oddly dressed individual in women's attire, sporting an outmoded hairstyle. There was nothing scandalous to witness, leaving the visitors somewhat disenchanted. The imposter persisted, declaring that it was perverse for a grown man to wear women's clothing, insisting that Mo Yang had been parading around naked. Mo Yang anticipated her insinuations and swiftly interjected. And what of it? You spend your days peering into others' homes. Perhaps you should seek help. The police officer internally chastised the lot, deeming the misuse of police resources unethical. Enough. You, close your curtains from now on. And you, find something worthwhile to occupy your time. Both parties received a reprimand, and Mo Yang nodded in agreement. The imposter stormed out, and he quietly advised the officer, next time such a report comes in, just direct her to the hospital. She surely needs treatment. The officer grunted, casting a glance at number 2. You're not much better off. You should consider a checkup as well. Mo Yang accepted this, acknowledging the consequences of his own creation. He promptly ventured out to purchase a wig and clothing for number 2, who now appeared more presentable. Having resolved these matters, Mo Yang took number 2 to the company, where they encountered the long-missed De Huang. The guard was overjoyed, circling around Mo Yang, yet displayed indifference towards number 2. In fact, when number 2 approached, De Huang barked in surprise. Number 2, mimicking the dog, barked back, causing De Huang to pause, puzzled as to why this being spoke the language of dogs. Foolish dog. I am Auto Boss number 2, it intoned in a deep voice, sounding almost mechanical, a clear flaw in its disguise. Though still struggling to comprehend, De Huang no longer felt apprehensive and approached number 2, giving it a few licks, though it sensed something was amiss. Mo Yang left the two to their own devices and entered the factory, where several young workers toiled diligently at their machines. Notably absent were the 2 seasoned craftsmen. A young man inquired, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Mo Yang, unfazed, retorted, "I'm looking for Liu Xiaomi. She'll be back shortly." "How much do you earn in a month? You don't seem very happy." "By piecework, I make about 7 or 8,000 a month." The young man, feeling stifled, lit a cigarette and offered Mo Yang one. "I don't smoke." "Is smoking allowed in the workplace?" "Well, since the boss isn't here. You must be looking for a job. There's too much work. We can hardly keep up. Working over 10 hours a day is exhausting." Mo Yang reflected on how just a few months prior, Liu Xiaomi had worked tirelessly for only 3 or 4,000. This fellow's pay for merely moving parts was double hers. He wondered if she felt slighted. "It is tiring, but the pay is good." "Good? Delivering takeout pays better. I just have a bad temper. If I were suited for dealing with people, I wouldn't be here." Heartless capitalists only care to line their own pockets. This statement irked Mo Yang. After all, he was the proprietor, and the funds originated from his own resources. He frowned and replied, "If you think you can refuse to work without consequence, there's no need to disparage Liu Xiaomi." The young man became defensive. "Who are you? Are you here for a job? If not, you'd best leave." Mo Yang chose not to escalate the situation, mindful of the production schedule. He turned and stepped out of the factory, drawing number 2 close to him, and in a conspiratorial whisper, he inquired, "Do you desire to have numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7? Chapter 115. Grandiloquence. Liu Xiaomi was returned by someone, handsome and charismatic, at the tender age of 27 or 28, already driving a luxury car worth millions. His name was Yang Jun, a distributor of special steel materials, leveraging his family's connections to flourish in business. The scattered sales of special steel in Dongguan City were almost entirely in his grasp. Liu Xiaomi was engaged in component processing, never ordering more than a ton at a time. Whenever special steel was required, she sought this young gentleman's assistance. Now, Liu Xiaomi was no longer an ugly duckling. Yang Jun had taken an immediate liking to her, often finding excuses to spend time together. Today, yet another opportunity arose as he offered to escort her back to the company. The saying goes that a gentlewoman deserves a gentleman, and while she sought certain favors, she maintained a purely professional relationship. However, upon seeing Mo Yang frowning at the factory entrance, Liu Xiaomi felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. She hurriedly approached Mo Yang as soon as she exited the car, making introductions and emphasizing that Mo Yang was her boyfriend. "Thank you for bringing Xiaomi back." Mo Yang politely addressed Yang Jun, dismissing his earlier concerns. Yang Jun smiled. "Your boyfriend is quite young, a university student, perhaps?" Mo Yang, not grasping the underlying implication, was whisked away to the office by Liu Xiaomi, followed by number 2 and De Huang. "I have no relationship with Yang Jun, it's purely business," Liu Xiaomi quickly clarified. Observing her anxious demeanor, Mo Yang soon understood her intentions and chuckled. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Liu Xiaomi, filled with trepidation, asked. "Then why did I see you frowning at the entrance? Are you facing difficulties?" Mo Yang admitted, "I can't seem to find workers, and the orders are piling up." "How do you know?" Liu Xiaomi inquired. An employee complained about low wages and exhausting work, threatening to quit at any moment. With a deep sigh, Liu Xiaomi reflected. "When I was on the assembly line, I always felt that the supervisors and managers were ruthless. Now that I'm in this position, I realize how tough it is. To secure orders, I have to lower prices, yet to ensure profits, I can't afford to compromise on costs. Do you see anyone else in the office? It's just me handling everything. Fortunately, I have Bosi for technical matters. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Regarding the workers' wages, I believe I've been quite fair. offering $8,000 a month for 10-hour days, with bonuses during holidays, yet they remained dissatisfied. I even doubled the pay for those 2 experienced craftsmen to encourage them to work more, but they still resigned. What can I do? As Liu Xiaomi continued to express her frustrations, Imo Yang stepped closer and enveloped her in a warm embrace, providing her with a sense of reassurance. Leaning against his shoulder, Liu Xiaomi felt a solid support, believing that with him by her side, she could weather any storm. Once her emotions settled, Imo Yang gently pushed her away and asked, "So why are you still pursuing the smelting and forging project?" The mere mention of the project ignited Liu Xiaomi's frustration. Isn't it to avoid being at the mercy of suppliers? Our process components predominantly require special materials, and Yangjun raises prices at will. Bosi claims it can produce special steel that is not only cheaper but superior in quality. So I'm taking a gamble. If successful, it will not only alleviate the factory's plight, but also provide an additional revenue stream. Turning to number 2, who sat silently nearby, Imo Yang noted that it had observed everything. "Is this your brilliant idea?" he quipped. "Master, based on my calculations, it holds significant developmental potential. I've already sent the relevant report to the master, and it has been approved," number 2 replied. Imo Yang felt it was evading responsibility, but had no evidence to counter. He asked, "Why do you think a worker feels underpaid?" Bosi began its analysis. Due to personal circumstances. In Dongwon City, an income of 1,500 is sufficient for survival. The worker you conversed with, Wei Yi, is 25, single, and a vocational school graduate with limited skills. His earnings surpassed the median for his age and education by 48 and 55, achieving a 92.5 yield on quality products without design or programming. In summary, he is ill-suited for this job. It seemed Bosi was indeed quite busy, not only designing and drafting but also managing logistics, records, statistics, and analysis, all for the mere cost of 5 kilowatts per day. Rather than mere analysis, Imo Yang felt it was a lamentation of sorts, an unfair predicament. Liu Xiaomi, too, faced her own struggles. "I understand, but I can't find people. What can I do?" Imo Yang, you don't realize that laborers come either through referrals or from recruitment agencies, which take a commission of 10 to 20 of the wages. I would rather give that money directly to the employees. Imo Yang waved his hand. You both are missing the point. Xiaomi, do you remember when we used to earn over 10,000 a month? Yet we still felt poor and miserable. Why? Liu Xiaomi bitterly laughed. Don't even mention that time. Even now, with money in hand, I still feel impoverished and miserable. Sometimes I regret starting a business. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life with that money? That won't do, Imo Yang countered. We are not parasites. Hoarding money hinders its circulation. It's better to let it snowball and grow. If it disappears, so be it. Consider it a form of contributing to society. Observing Liu Xiaomi's self-reproachful expression, he promptly adjusted his stance. This was the reason behind his earlier frown. A realization that took time to comprehend. He resumed discussing the previous topic. First, subjectively speaking, we feel impoverished because we have comparisons. Nowadays, through various media, it's easy to witness the extravagant lifestyles of the wealthy. Why should we, as human beings, live so poorly when others thrive? This disparity breeds negative emotions and habits. Wei complains of being poor, yet smokes expensive cigarettes. His income doesn't match his consumption, and instead of striving for self-improvement, he merely complains. Such a mindset will lead to a bleak future. Second, there are objective reasons related to the distribution system. Those in power can arbitrarily alter distribution principles, causing the rich to grow richer and the poor to sink deeper into poverty. Haven T. Smith and Liang Hong paid any attention to our supply prices? Otherwise, given my connections with them, life wouldn't be this challenging. Liu Xiaomi stubbornly insisted, I want to succeed based on merit and outshine my competitors, not resort to backdoor dealings. Imo Yang chuckled lightly, refraining from over-commenting on her perspective. He proposed solutions. First, human nature cannot be changed, thus, we'll eliminate the need for workers. Number 2, from today onward, manufacture models 3 to 81. We need full automation. Second, Xiaomi, we shall no longer accept low-end products. We will triumph through technology. Remember the beauty-enhancing drugs? We shall lure them in and outbid them with exorbitant prices. Third, I intend to expand overseas. This place is not suitable for our growth. I need a location where I can operate freely. What? Mo Yang, do you have a plan? Liu Xiaomi understood the first 2 points, but realized their implementation would be fraught with difficulties. The third point seemed utterly impossible. What did it mean to act freely? If it were merely a matter of imagination, there would be countless possibilities. Number 2 lagged behind. Though Bosi had developed emotions, it lacked aspirations. It simply followed its master's orders methodically, even offering advice, yet could not rival the boundless creativity of human thought. Mo Yang continued to expound grand ideas without concrete steps, observing Liu Xiaomi and Number 2 in confusion. He laughed, just follow my lead. Number 2 will start by creating robots, and Xiaomi, you'll accompany me this evening for a meeting. It's settled. Chapter 116. Borrowing money. Mo Yang had never been one to tread slowly. He urged Liu Xiaomi to attend to her own matters while he remained in the office with Number 2. In the span of a single afternoon, they finalized various designs for robots that would seamlessly integrate with the existing equipment. In addition to operational robots, they also conceived a patrol robot, primarily tasked with maintaining and enhancing the machinery. Once these robots were prepared, all workers would be dismissed, transforming the facility into a fully automated factory, managed solely by No. 2, who would ascend to the role of factory director. As evening fell, Mo Yang went to fetch Liu Xiaomi for dinner, driving the same old van. Liu Xiaomi suggested, why don't we get a new car? You should return this one. You haven't been to work for quite some time. Yet Tianlong Group continues to pay your salary. I wonder what they are thinking. Receiving a salary is expected. Liang Hong still owes me. What kind of car do you want? That depends on you. My driver's license hasn't been obtained yet. You should have mentioned it earlier. I could have helped you with that. Why waste time? It's better to learn for both your safety and that of others. I don't know much about cars. Something around 100,000 should suffice, right? That is up to you. Mo Yang was indifferent about such matters. As long as it was functional, he was content. Upon arriving at the hotel, the dilapidated van stood in stark contrast to the other vehicles in the parking lot. Mo Yang was baffled as to why people favored dining in such upscale establishments. Wasn't a 500 yuan meal extravagant enough? Just as he parked, his phone rang. It was Zhao Hu, a name he had almost forgotten. Brother Yang, I've been discharged from the hospital and would like to treat you to dinner. I hope you can grace me with your presence. Come to the Shangri-La, Box 18. Mo Yang did not overthink it. It was just a meal, so he agreed. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth in response, knowing he would have to spend significantly. However, he was confident Mo Yang would not shortchange him. Upon entering the private room, Smith greeted Mo Yang with a warm embrace, while Liang Hong cast a dark look in his direction. Originally, Liang Hong intended to invite Mo Yang privately to discuss some important matters, but he was caught off guard by Smith's arrival, who claimed Mo Yang had summoned him. Reluctantly, he allowed the intrusion. Now, with an inexplicable woman in the mix, his displeasure deepened. Just as they were about to order, Mo Yang mentioned that they were waiting for another guest, a security guard from Tianlong Company. This revelation further unsettled Liang Hong. Mo Yang, after dinner, I need to discuss something with you. Speak freely. We're friends. No need for hesitation. I have other matters to attend to tonight and cannot afford a private chat. Liang Hong seethed, but Smith intervened, asking, what is Mr. Mo so busy with? Perhaps we could all listen. I recently encountered a benefactor, a big shot who wants to undertake significant ventures. I am eager to participate, but I fear I might not succeed under his guidance. Therefore, I plan to embark on this endeavor independently. Are you interested in joining? Both men perked up. From their understanding, Mo Yang's big venture could not be trivial. Liang Hong quickly set aside his earlier irritation, leaning in to listen intently. At that moment, Zhao Hu arrived, disrupting the pleasant atmosphere. He felt flustered, not anticipating the presence of other high-profile guests. After introductions, he timidly took a seat at the door, opting to quietly absorb their conversation. Mo Yang began to elaborate. I intend to manufacture military equipment. This is a grand project that requires a complete supply chain to be established. Of course, Rome was not built in a day, but once completed, it will undoubtedly become the most technologically advanced, automated, and highest quality enterprise in the world. It seemed he had overstated, as no one responded. Liu Xiaomi wore a look of astonishment. How could one boast like this in public? Mo Yang, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "You don't believe me?" Liang Hong retorted, "Shall we discuss something more practical?" "Isn't this practical?" Smith chimed in. "To my knowledge, the Eagle Nation has not achieved this, and even your Dragon Nation, the most comprehensive in terms of industrial chains, has not succeeded. Even with our combined efforts, it remains an impossibility. This is not merely a matter of belief. It is fundamentally unattainable." He turned to Liu Xiaomi. "Miss Liu, as a businesswoman, you must understand that establishing a company requires not only capital, but also talent and a market. What use is enthusiasm alone?" Liu Xiaomi nodded. "Mr. Smith, you make a compelling point. You too have come to oppose me, haven't you?" "I haven't even addressed the low pricing for the orders given to Miss Liu. MOME company is on the brink of collapse. I want to say much more. Each of you should invest 50 million to help me kickstart this project." Mo Yang estimated that the complete deployment of all robots would require an investment of around 60 to 70 million. "That's no problem," they both replied in unison, finding the arrangement simpler than expected. Liang Hong had just completed a batch of goods and now had 5 to 600 million at his disposal, considering it a share for Mo Yang. Smith's beauty serum sales were still on the rise, ensuring he could recoup this investment swiftly. "If I had known it would be this easy, I wouldn't have wasted my breath." Mo Yang raised his glass in gratitude. "Let this be a toast to your support and to the orders from MOME Company." Smith was the first to express his commitment. "I'll honor the highest historical purchase price." "My apologies, Miss Liu. I failed to notice those minor issues." Liang Hong was even more generous. "Name your price. Just don't make it too outrageous. The annual planned orders are only in the range of 10 million, so let us move on. I need to discuss something serious. An international organization is targeting Liangzhai, preparing to send troops for a joint eradication. What are your plans? What else can we do?" "Fight back, of course." "Is that even a question? With just as few? And what about your drone? You've sold the enhancers abroad. They are already in mass production, leaving us without an advantage. I plan to purchase a batch of arms. What are your thoughts?" Suddenly, Smith interjected, "Mr. Liang, what type of weaponry do you need? I have channels." Now that the air was clear and they no longer cared about Liu Xiaomi and Zhao Hu's presence, they spoke freely. "Can we procure short-range anti-air missiles?" Smith's enthusiasm was palpable. "Yes, do short-range ones suffice? We should aim for at least mid-range, correct? And tanks? Who uses tanks anymore? In your mountainous terrain, lay down landmines. Have men hide with dozens of RPGs in the woods, complemented by armor-piercing rounds, and no infantry vehicle will get through." Liang Hong found Smith's insights quite professional and pondered his suggestions. Mo Yang felt overlooked. He interrupted Liang Hong's frivolous spending, insisting, "What are you buying? Just give me the money. We'll produce it ourselves." "Produce it? At MOME Company? Before we can even create it, you'll be executed." Mo Yang snapped. "Didn't you hear what I said about the grand project? Military equipment, which certainly includes weaponry." Smith and Liang Hong indeed had misunderstood, but it mattered little. The notion of manufacturing weapons seemed even less feasible. They silently sipped their drinks, stifling laughter and the urge to curse. "You two are quite something. Just remember, we agreed on 50 million each, not a penny less, and no interest on my end." Mo Yang felt speechless, contemplating how to surprise them later, dazzling them with an unexpected revelation. Liang Hong and Smith began discussing significant business matters. Zhao Hu seized the opportunity to pour Mo Yang a drink. "Brother Yang, have you expanded your business to this extent? Could you arrange a position for me, one where I won't lose my head? Didn't you want to resign from security?" Zhao Hu's expression faltered. "I suffered quite an injury this time. The HR department has dismissed me." Mo Yang was taken aback, addressing the two whispering men. "Look at what you've done. You've caused my friend to lose his job. What do you propose we do about this?" Chapter 117. A reliable person. Liang Hong was completely unaware of the small-time character Zhao Hu, while Smith was indeed the mastermind but remained unperturbed. However, since Mo Yang had come to his aid, he decided to arrange a job for him. Surprisingly, Zhao Hu expressed his desire to follow Mo Yang. Liu Xiaomi suggested, "Why don't you?" and Ingzi join Emomi company. She was dismissed from her previous job to take care of you. All right, thank you, Xiaomi. Zhao accepted without hesitation. Mo Yang had no objections. It was wise to have someone trustworthy overseeing the factory. With his wish fulfilled, Zhao raised his glass and toasted to everyone before returning to his seat. In such an elite gathering, he felt out of place, yet simply being present was already a considerable honor. Liu Xiaomi, concerned, asked Mo Yang, "Was what you just said for real?" "Of course. When have I ever exaggerated? Is this not exaggeration?" Liu Xiaomi was now skeptical of him. Could an international group's regional general manager and the head of a major domestic conglomerate truly engage in discussions about selling missiles and purchasing tanks? Mo Yang was eager to leave. Both financiers were cautious, and time would reveal the truth. The trio of Mo, Liu, and Zhao departed early. Noticing it was still early, they took Zhao to the factory. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and 4 or 5 individuals were still working overtime. Among them were those who preferred a leisurely approach, and others who worked tirelessly for their earnings. The workers still laboring were nearly 30, likely driven by family responsibilities. After a brief tour, Zhao appeared somewhat disheartened. "Yanggu, neither Ingzi nor I know how to operate a machine. Is it appropriate for us to start working here?" "Don't be absurd. Who said you'd operate a machine? You'll assist Xiaomi by driving and ensuring her safety. Ingzi can manage the cleaning. It's not overly taxing. Each person earns a decent salary of 7,000 to 8,000, which should suffice." Zhao face brightened. "That's more than enough. Such jobs don't typically pay that well. Enough with the pleasantries. Tomorrow, you and Xiaomi will go buy a car. That will mark your official employment." With arrangements in place, Mo Yang instructed Zhao to escort Liu Xiaomi home while he stayed at the factory to work on robot components alongside his colleague. Operating the CNC machine was a first for him, but it proved simple once he got the hang of it. He also needed to learn electric welding and gas welding. As he busied himself, he appeared akin to an ordinary worker from a distance. By morning, when the workers arrived, Mo Yang freed up the machine. Welding and polishing the parts prepared the previous day. The newcomer's efforts piqued curiosity among the others. Wei Yi, particularly intrigued, teased him, "Kid, you don't know how to use a machine? Huh, want me to teach you? Operating a machine is far more comfortable than being a fitter. No need. I enjoy the dirty and exhausting work," Mo Yang replied, unfazed by Wei Yi's banter, knowing he might not be around much longer. At noon, Zhao drove the new car, bringing Liu Xiaomi and Ingzi along. Mo Yang did not recognize the brand, which resembled the letter H, reportedly costing over 100,000. Much to Liu Xiaomi's dismay. After Liu Xiaomi arranged work for Ingzi, she prepared to leave, claiming she needed to resolve issues concerning special steel with Yangjun. Mo Yang stopped her, assigning her to conduct a meeting with the employees to settle wages and terminate their contracts while he would handle the material matters. "So soon? What about the orders? Today, we can have 5 robots operational. Their efficiency will not be inferior to that of the workers, and too many voices might complicate things." Liu Xiaomi complied, believing that neither Smith nor Liang Hong would create obstacles for him. The meeting did not go smoothly. Even with Liu Xiaomi offering an additional 10 on their piece rate wages, some were reluctant. Wei Yi led the charge, insisting that Liu Xiaomi compensate them for 3 months' wages as restitution. When faced with financial issues, people's true colors often emerged, whether they were workers or bosses. Liu Xiaomi tried to explain, "You've worked less than a month. I am not obligated to pay that much." The crowd, emboldened by their numbers, disregarded her reasoning. With someone initiating the uproar, even the more honest individuals joined in, hoping to gain something without losing anything. Liu Xiaomi had believed that those who had once been ordinary workers could communicate better. To her dismay, they were unreasonable, cornering her in the office, akin to being trapped by Chun Fuguei at home. With no other options, she called Mo Yang. Mo Yang was not one to mince words, dragging each troublemaker out of the office. The ringleader was unceremoniously thrown out. Wei Yi, still resistant, shouted, "Help! The heartless boss is attacking. Call the police. Let them take everything from him. Get lost. If you want to call the police, go ahead. If you keep causing trouble, I'll make sure you regret it." Mo Yang brandished a large wrench, his demeanor suggesting he might strike at any moment. Wise men refrained from unprovoked conflicts. A few older, more reasonable workers quickly agreed to the dismissal plan, realizing they would not suffer losses. In other factories, if one were to be dismissed after a month, they would be fortunate to receive their wages. Liu Xiaomi's offer of one times the standard was already quite generous. Seeing Liu Xiaomi ready to pay, the others lost their resolve to protest, collecting their money and leaving only Wei Yi behind. This fellow, undeterred, insisted on a compromise, double wages. Liu Xiaomi considered it a reasonable settlement to avoid further trouble. However, Mo Yang disagreed, physically ejecting him from the factory. If you're brave enough, go ahead and sue. You're a disgrace for not knowing your place. If you dare return, I'll make you regret it. With that, he stomped the ground, creating several large cracks in the concrete, causing Wei Yi to hastily agree and flee without looking back. Back in the office, Liu Xiaomi slumped behind her desk, which was in disarray. Mo Yang tidied up while reassuring her, "It's all over now. It won't happen again." Liu Xiaomi lamented, "I never expected them to be so unreasonable. I used to think we poor folks were simple and wouldn't trouble others." Mo Yang chuckled. "There are good and bad among the impoverished, but most are like grass on a fence, easily swayed. They haven't received much education and lack sophistication. Relying solely on a simplistic view of right and wrong makes them easy to manipulate. Hence, unreliable people are foolishly straightforward, while the clever can be too complicated to be useful. But rest assured, you won't have to worry about such matters anymore. Our company will only employ robots. If they dare to err, I'll dismantle them. Can we truly rely entirely on machines? I've seen foreign companies that, even with full automation, still have many employees." Liu Xiaomi voiced her concerns. "That's due to their inadequate technology. Look at how our robots compare to Boss. Rest easy, we have Zhao Hu and Yingzi here." Liu Xiaomi pondered another issue. "If you say people are unreliable, does that make me unreliable? I feel like I can't accomplish anything and always trouble you." "Of course, you are reliable." Mo Yang decided to reassure her, as revealing her insecurities would make him seem unreliable. "You are merely in a phase of growth, inevitably struggling with clarity on certain matters. In time, you will become an exceptional individual." Liu Xiaomi recognized his comforting words but appreciated the rarity of such kindness. Feeling genuinely pleased, she playfully asked, "And what about you? Are you reliable? You must believe that I am the most trustworthy person in the world. Even if everyone else disregards you, I will support you. If anyone dares to offend you, I will dispose of them like trash." Mo Yang's declaration sounded almost like an oath, causing Liu Xiaomi to feel a tinge of disbelief. After all, Zhang Wen had once made similar promises, proclaiming her to be the love of his life. Chapter 118. Racing against time, Mo Yang remained oblivious to the tumultuous emotions that Liu Xiaomi might experience. Yet such matters held little significance. Time would unveil the truth. Once the pressing issues were resolved, Liu Xiaomi found herself devoid of tasks and decided to join Yingzi in tidying up the factory grounds. Engaging in these uncomplicated activities brought her unexpected joy. Mo Yang, for his part, chose to ignore her, treating it as a brief respite. With the components nearly sorted, Mo Yang hurried home to retrieve the control system. Along the way, he took the opportunity to enlist Smith's assistance in procuring specialized steel. To be prudent, he even placed a call to Napa, the largest steel enterprise in Snake Country. Although it could not rival even the medium-sized companies domestically, it surely possessed valuable channels. This call delighted the foreign girl, who thought that her big brother had forgotten her. It was rare for Mo Yang to reach out, and she was eager to oblige. Mo Yang harbored some concerns. "Will your father assist?" To his surprise, Napa revealed a little secret. At home, her father adhered to her mother's wishes, and as for her mother, she listened to Napa. "You need not worry." Such revelations made Mo Yang momentarily pity the unfortunate son-in-law, Balapa. In truth, women in Snake Country held a high status, in an era where wealth dictated influence. Even those not married into the family had to comply with the stronger party. It was no wonder that Napa enjoyed the freedom to travel wherever she pleased and take whatever she desired from home, truly embodying the essence of a princess. Upon reaching home, the laboratory door swung open. Ever since Mo Yang had joined the military, Boss had not had a moment's rest. He tirelessly studied and took over Mo Yang's responsibilities while also following his various directives. To save time, Boss had extended the power cord from 1 meter to 5, the only concern being the battery quality, which posed a risk of explosion. After receiving his assignment yesterday, Boss had promptly ordered a multitude of chips and circuit boards online, much to the delight of the vendor, who granted a generous discount. To avoid delays, the 5 supercomputers were dismantled and repurposed as the control systems for the robots, with added connecting wires and optimized input-output interfaces. Even though well acquainted with the task, it took a full night to complete. By the time Mo Yang returned home, the 5 control boards had been neatly packed in anti-static bags, lined up in perfect order, awaiting collection by Unit 2, the progenitor of Units 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. What an exceptional employee. Mo Yang felt a strong urge to pat its head in praise. It was far more reliable than a human, never complaining about the arduous nature of the work or demanding a raise, always ready to respond to its master's needs. Alas, its head was not round and sprouted grass, so he refrained. It was unnecessary to prompt self-improvement, as Unit 2 was merely an extension of itself, soon to be joined by Units 3 through 7, with many more to follow. Thus, did outward appearance truly matter? Before leaving, Mo Yang assigned it an additional task. To better serve the modern automated factory, it should gather more online resources for our use, including equipment upgrades and material replacements. In line with the submaster's request, Boss proposed the establishment of a large server base. What nonsense! Do you think money grows on trees? Mo Yang muttered as he departed. He too wished for a significant boost in Boss's computational capabilities, which would greatly assist him, yet such advancements required substantial funds, far more than he possessed. With all the materials assembled, they began the installation, and even Liu Xiaomi, Zhao Hu, and Ingzi were summoned to assist with the screws. Zhao Hu finally seized the opportunity to approach Mo Yang and asked a few questions. Yang Gu, Xiaomi mentioned that the factory 1T require employees in the future. Is that true? Mo Yang reassured him, you need not worry about unemployment. Even if Liu Xiaomi were to dismiss me, you would not be affected. Your injury was our responsibility, and we will ensure your continued employment, provided you remain loyal to the company. Zhao Hu chuckled, that is not what I meant. I assure you, I, Zhao Hu, am yours in life and death. Get lost. I don't want a ghost. They all laughed and worked diligently until past 9, finally completing the robots. The crucial robot responsible for the large machine tools was particularly massive, requiring crane-like capabilities. It housed 3 large motors, which naturally consumed time. Now came the moment of witnessing a miracle. Zhao Hu and Ingzi, both having only graduated from junior high and never having encountered high technology, were astounded. Once the program was loaded and connected to Unit 2 for resource sharing and program integration, they could commence operations. Mo Yang instructed Liu Xiaomi, in the future, for any tasks you need to undertake, you can directly communicate with Unit 2, which will automatically assign the tasks via the network. Alternatively, you can address each specific machine directly. There is no need to memorize complex programs or technical jargon. They will analyze and deconstruct the tasks for you. You are aware of Boss's capabilities. If they cannot manage, Boss will resolve it. Are you implying that Boss can command them remotely? Liu Xiaomi sought confirmation. Mo Yang smiled. Certainly. In the future, if you prefer not to work on-site, you can direct operations from home. They are equipped with electronic eyes, functioning like mobile surveillance. Ingzi timidly inquired. Yang Gu, does that mean Unit 2 is also a robot? Of course. Did you not notice? Upon hearing this, Ingzi grew anxious. Then why does it smell so bad? I thought it was just because it hadn't tea-bathed in a while. Damn it, I completely forgot. Mo Yang slapped his forehead. Unit 2's biological skin required nutrient liquid to sustain it, circulated by an internal pump. The nutrient liquid contained antibiotics and various medications to keep the biological skin's muscles fresh. Prolonged replacement would lead to power failure and decay. Caught up in his tasks, Mo Yang had overlooked this responsibility. He approached Unit 2 and knocked on its head. The sound echoed with a metallic clang, confirming the truth to Ingzi and Zhao Hu, who now felt a twinge of unease. What is wrong with you? Can't you alert me yourself? Do you wish to be reprocessed? Hurry back and replenish the liquid. You smell terrible. And take a bath while you're at it. Mo Yang deftly deflected the blame. Zhao Hu expressed disbelief. It can take a bath? Of course. There's only one interface on its head, and the internal setup is waterproof. Mo Yang demonstrated by removing its wig. Everyone indeed noticed a small, unusual protrusion on Unit 2's head, yet at first glance, no one would suspect it was a data interface. Zhao Hu grew increasingly curious. What if it breaks? How do we repair it? It would need to be opened up for repairs, akin to our surgical procedures. Enough chatter, it's late. Zhao Hu, take them home. If the smell bothers you, just toss Unit 2 in the trunk. Thankfully, I designed it to be compact enough for that. Mo Yang clapped his hands and prepared to continue his work. Liu Xiaomi felt concerned. Aren't you going home? You've worked all day? I'm not tired. I still need to prepare the next batch of components. Remember to buy some food in the morning. A few others attempted to persuade him further, but they noticed that Unit 2 was on the verge of collapsing, the precursor to power failure. Mo Yang hastily urged everyone. Quickly, no more delays. If Unit 2's pump stops, the biological tissue will perish rapidly, necessitating a complete redo. Zhao Hu, remember to stop by my house first before you head home. Zhao Hu promptly complied, driving the vehicle to the entrance. To conserve some energy, he carried Unit 2 outside, which, despite its small stature, felt surprisingly heavy. With everyone gone, only De Huang remained to keep him company. Finally, an opportunity to please his master had arrived. De Huang wagged his tail enthusiastically and licked his tongue. But Mo Yang was truly busy. Thus, he sought De Huang's opinion. How about I get you a little female dog? A couple could keep the home warm. Chapter 119. All-light body with the collaboration of 5 robots. The efficiency of work surged, allowing Mo Yang to leave the factory and return home to pursue his research. Engaging the mind is far superior to mere manual labor. Discovering advanced production techniques and innovative materials is significantly more effective than aimlessly toiling away. Through the molecular simulation system developed by BOSI, Mo Yang identified a method for acquiring specialized steel by refining it himself. Although he could not procure rare earth minerals, they were accessible in the market. Various discarded electronic circuit boards and damaged cutting and grinding tools contained precious metal elements. The only challenge was to efficiently and cost-effectively extract these metals. The conventional approach involved oxidizing and reducing different metals one by one based on their reactivity. Finding this cumbersome, he experimented with carbides and their derivatives, which could be melted alongside mixed metals to form a liquid. By exploiting the differing densities of the metals or compounds, he could separate various metals in a single operation. Of course, this remained within the realm of computer simulation, awaiting practical verification. Nevertheless, with the idea of self-production in mind, he needed to take action. Zhao Hu and his wife would henceforth have the task of sourcing electronic waste locally, online, and even from abroad. This is a matter for another time. In the midst of his busy schedule, Liang Hong approached him for assistance. Initially wishing to visit his factory, Mo Yang was adamantly opposed, believing that the fewer people who knew about the machine workers, the better. Liang Hong sought Mo Yang at the headquarters of Tianlong Group, where his colleagues were astonished to see him, as the security manager rarely appeared to work. Yet, his position remained intact, with his salary still being paid, a true winner in life. Zhang Song felt a pang of envy, still merely a security captain, yet he had to bow his head and address Mo Yang as boss. In his office, Liang Hong furrowed his brow, grappling with a problem he had posed to Mo Yang that remained unresolved. While the biogenerator was indeed functional, its power output was too limited, hindering the further development of Liang Village. Mo Yang's proposed solutions were utterly impractical. Building a hydroelectric or nuclear power plant over 100 kilometers away by the river or establishing a thermal power plant or tokamak fusion reactor nearby. Was this even a project feasible for a single individual? Mo Yang, with utmost seriousness, suggested that if such a facility were constructed, they could sell electricity to neighboring countries, potentially yielding profits greater than those from drug trafficking. You go ahead and build it. I'm just a small-time smuggler, not a national leader, he retorted. I do have some ideas, but the costs are simply prohibitive, so I won't consider them for now. What other options do we have? Liang Hong pressed. Mo Yang shrugged, stating that technology was only at this level. What can I do? The wind and sunlight in that area are insufficient. Otherwise, we could explore clean energy. Upon returning from Tianlong Group, Mo Yang's mind was still occupied with energy issues. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to act. The costs were genuinely too high, and various fuels were heavily regulated. A skilled artisan cannot bake without rice. On Blue Star, nearly all energy originates from the sun. If only they could harness the sun's energy entirely, it would be abundant and inexhaustible. Some had fantasized about a Dyson sphere, but even if realized, the cost would be astronomical. Seated on the balcony, squinting at the blazing sun, an idea struck him. He was constrained by existing technology. Why must everything be electrically driven? Electricity possesses energy, but light does too. Why transform light into electricity? Why not use light directly to drive mechanisms, bypassing the intermediary step? Elated by this sudden inspiration, Mo Yang dashed into the laboratory, booting up his computer while conveying his thoughts to Bosi, requesting it to gather relevant literature and papers. He began with solar panels, the most mature technology for utilizing light energy. It was reported that a certain major nation had surpassed a 50 efficiency rate in solar power generation. Mo Yang's ambition was to eliminate the conversion step and utilize photons directly as electrons. While it sounded unscientific, given the essential differences between the two types of quanta, many scientific theories initially appeared nonsensical. After considerable effort, Mo Yang devised a compound of carbon, silicon, and germanium that functions similarly to semiconductors. While semiconductors conduct electricity, the material Mo Yang investigated conducted light and exhibited analogous properties, simulating reality. This material absorbed light like a black body but did not generate heat. Photons traversed its internal carbon crystal structure and escaped from the opposite side, rendering that side white and fully reflective, entirely non-absorbing. Without having successfully tested a physical prototype, Mo Yang named this new compound the all-light body, signifying its unwavering commitment to light without appropriating even a fraction of its energy. The advent of this new material held immense potential. Mo Yang envisioned replacing semiconductors with it to create a different kind of photonic computer. He could even fold the all-light body into a container to capture photons. If there were a method to controllably extract photons, it could evolve into a photon battery. The only challenge yet unaddressed was how to convert photon energy into kinetic energy. Otherwise, the photonic engine could be realized. Imagination flourished, yet reality proved stark. Achieving 100 light absorption, 100 transparency, and 100 reflection was not an instantaneous feat. The computer simulated helical angles of the carbon crystal light passage were extensive, with the entire structure exceeding 100 nanometers in thickness, necessitating refinement. At this moment, Mo Yang's enthusiasm for design waned. He yearned to see a tangible product. The presence of a physical prototype was essential for the subsequent theoretical work to hold significance. He shared his findings with Bosi and began studying existing production methods to design a viable manufacturing process. After determining several production techniques, he promptly set about developing or ordering the requisite production equipment and raw materials. When the equipment and materials were finally assembled 10 days later, Mo Yang had remained in the laboratory throughout, ignoring Liu Xiaomi's calls from outside. Though accustomed to such behavior, concern lingered. Upon emerging, he faced a barrage of reprimands. Mo Yang relocated to a designated room within the factory for endless experimentation, where tables overflowed with small square blocks of various sizes. Some were pitch black, as if a pit had been gouged into the table, while others were transparent, appearing like mirrors when placed on the surface and resembling glass when lifted. When held up to the light, they cast a luminous spot on his face, akin to a flashlight. Liu Xiaomi and others dared not disturb him, occasionally peeking in, worried that he might collapse from exhaustion inside. Finally, one day, this madman burst from the room, laughing joyfully. He had succeeded. Alas, the factory was empty. He could only revel in his triumph, cradling the all-light body and dancing with glee. It had been an arduous journey. This was the most challenging endeavor Mo Yang had ever undertaken, and the road ahead remained fraught with obstacles. Were other scientists to witness this moment, they would surely scoff, exclaiming, "You call this hard after only a few weeks? What you have accomplished, I might take a lifetime to achieve." However, Mo Yang was oblivious to such imagined scenarios, sparing only a fleeting moment of sympathy for those who devoted their lives to the pursuit of science. With the physical prototype in hand, Mo Yang's first order of business was to have BOSI design usable optical chips and optical circuit boards while he continued researching light containers. The mere thought thrilled him. If successful, they could store countless photons, representing immense energy. The derivatives could include flashlights, illumination flares, and photon batteries. What if visible light were replaced with X-rays or high-energy gamma rays? What consequences would that entail? To realize these functionalities, numerous tasks remained: material encapsulation, energy measurement and output, process control, and ensuring safety. With no prior documentation to reference, he would have to tackle everything systematically, highlighting the advantages of a larger team and workforce. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Yang decided to augment his research team with additional scientific robots, for BOSI's capabilities still required enhancement. Just as I was assisting, Liang Hong called, urging me to accompany him. Liang Village has been ambushed. Chapter 120. The treasure. The attackers of Liang Village were not mere bandits, but rather a coalition of armies from various nations. The scourge of drugs is as fierce as a tiger, and it must be resolutely eradicated. Yet, why was this issue not raised when the other two villages still existed? Why was it not mentioned when Liang Hong obliterated them? It was only after Liang Hong had completed his dealings that the notion of a drug lord emerged, necessitating his destruction for the sake of global peace. Since establishing himself as the sovereign of this territory, Liang Hong raised prices significantly, effectively monopolizing sales. With several purification machines at his disposal, both the quality and quantity of his products surged, filling his coffers to overflowing. Perhaps this encroachment on the interests of certain individuals and nations catalyzed this so-called righteous war. Unbeknownst to the coalition forces, Liang Village possessed formidable strength: landmines, armored vehicles, RPGs, and even an aircraft capable of delivering aerial strikes. Drones could also be considered aircraft, could they not? The combat reports indicated helicopter night raids with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in the demise of a significant portion of the enemy forces due to these strikes. Thus, there was an urgent need to augment aerial support. Although the lead commander possessed relevant intelligence, it pertained solely to drones. Nevertheless, the reports were submitted unchanged. Deploying a few soldiers incurred minimal costs, but sending several aircraft would alter the situation dramatically. The logic of trading money for lives was sound. In truth, the rank-and-file soldiers had long been voicing their grievances. In this modern era, why not initiate a carpet bombing with planes and artillery before sending them into the fray to face certain death? The decision-makers had their rationale. Aircraft would infringe upon the airspace of other nations, and artillery shells could inadvertently harm innocent civilians. A litany of justifications was readily available. However, some began to notice a troubling pattern. The commander's offensive route conspicuously avoided the flower fields, while the rice paddies suffered considerable damage, which seemed to elicit no concern from them. Ultimately, orders were to be obeyed, and since the promise of aerial support had been made, they could only wait. Days dragged on without any sign of aircraft, while a military base was established on the side of the elephant country. No one voiced dissent. For as long as there were no substantial casualty reports, matters could be delayed. The soldiers grew increasingly discontented. With no overtime pay and stuck in a place teeming with pests, it was a torturous existence. Occasionally, they would fire a few shots, only to risk their lives the moment they exposed themselves. Rumor had it that an expert sniper from a mercenary group had arrived on the opposing side. Initially, disbelief prevailed as they attempted ambushes at varying times and locations, only to meet their end with each attempt. Eventually, they ceased all movement, huddled within their camp, awaiting the arrival of heavy firepower. In the meantime, Mo Yang had labored to create 4 automatic fire control systems, all heavy-duty and specifically designed for the Barrett rifles. Days prior, he had clandestinely entered Liang Village with Liang Hong, positioning the automated Barrett in various cardinal directions. In the absence of support, Any creature larger than a rabbit was bound to be shot. Despite this, Liang Hong remained anxious, persistently inquiring of Smith when the surface-to-air missiles would arrive. In this critical period, Smith faced challenges of his own. All checkpoints were locked down, making the transport of such large equipment nearly impossible. Mo Yang, too, felt powerless, only able to silently modify the drone's flight system in hopes of gaining altitude. Should aerial threats materialize, he might still have a fighting chance. However, if a missile were to be launched directly at them, they would have to rely on the automatic fire control system for interception. The success rate of which was undoubtedly low, survival would hinge on sheer luck. Mo Yang had no desire to gamble with his life. Smith mentioned that the airstrike plan was likely to be approved, suggesting they leave while they still could. Liang Hong, however, was adamant. He had fought hard to seize this territory and would not relinquish it easily. Mo Yang chuckled, "Are you foolish? This desolate land, if not for its suitability for poppy cultivation, would not attract anyone. Let them take the seeds and retreat to the woods, leaving behind a few strongholds and drones for their amusement. We won't venture far. Once the aircraft or missiles depart, we shall return immediately." After much persuasion from Liang Hong's subordinates, he finally acquiesced. They swiftly evacuated valuable items and retreated to the nearby forest. As they dispersed, Shi Su Sai, having joined Mo Yang unbeknownst to him, whispered, "Do you know why Liang Hong refuses to leave? Is there a treasure here?" Mo Yang speculated. Shi Su Sai's eyes widened in astonishment. "You know Mo Shun?" "Not at all, just a wild guess." His stubbornness in clinging to this wretched place certainly suggests something valuable. "Are you not tempted? What is rightfully mine is mine. What is not cannot be forcibly claimed. You have been here long enough without uncovering anything, and I lack the time to search. By the way, why did you suddenly share this with me after keeping it to yourself for so long?" Shi Su Sai pondered. "I just learned of it myself. Liang Hong is not trustworthy. He seeks to monopolize the spoils. I believe you deserve this gold more than anyone. Are you truly not tempted?" Mo Yang shrugged. "Indifferent. The saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. That pertains to people like you. The gold has yet to materialize. And you are already urging me to confront Liang Hong?" Shi Su Sai insisted. "I didn't mean that. I merely believe you are more fit to lead us." Mo Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I will pretend I didn't hear that. Even if you find it later, do not inform me. I have no interest in squabbling over such things." Disappointed, Shi Su Sai departed, contemplating whether Mo Yang had merely been feigning ignorance. If Mo Yang were indeed aligned with Liang Hong, it could pose a significant threat. He might eliminate them first. Mo Yang observed Shi Su Sai's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Human nature can be treacherous. Even if he chose not to compete, he was likely to be ensnared in this murky affair. They had been through life and death together, yet such scheming persisted. He pondered whether to inform Liang Hong, who had been of some assistance to him thus far. Influenced by Shi Su Sai's words, Mo Yang resolved to rely solely on machines wherever possible in the future, lest he find himself in peril. Once the coalition forces departed, he would disclose this information to Liang Hong and then depart, awaiting the outcome from a distance. The group spent several days in the woods, plagued by mosquitoes. With no sign of movement from the coalition forces, Mo Yang, unable to endure any longer, left them to fend for themselves as both of his power banks were depleted. Before leaving, he relayed Shi Su Sai's words to Liang Hong, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Liang Hong inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "I have no plans. I refuse to waste more time here." With that, Mo Yang truly turned to leave, but he remained attentive to Liang Hong's reaction, noting the tension in his muscles, suggesting he was on the verge of a rash decision. Fortunately, Liang Hong refrained from making a hasty choice and called out to Mo Yang, "Do you not wish to know the secret hidden here?" Mo Yang continued walking, responding, "I have no interest." Liang Hong thought to himself, "This fellow is truly peculiar. Not even the lure of 10 tons of gold could sway him." Liang Tianhu had managed this place for years, converting his wealth into gold bars hidden away. Liang Hong had stumbled upon this information while sorting through Liang Tianlong's belongings, though Liang Tianlong had never divulged the precise location, forcing Liang Hong to search inch by inch. It was fortunate that Mo Yang had not pried further into the nature of these treasures. Had he known they were worth billions, it might have piqued his interest and hindered his research. Thus, the adage holds true: do not listen to that which is improper, do not behold that which is inappropriate, for it would only impede one's progress. Chapter 121. Rebirth from Ashes. After stealthily escaping the forest, Mo Yang did not return directly to his homeland. Instead, he sought out young Napa. He wished to ascertain the scale of her family's enterprise and, coincidentally, to see her. Her family's steel mill was reasonably substantial, albeit equipped with somewhat outdated machinery, remnants of aid provided by Long Country over a decade prior, which somehow morphed into their private enterprise. Napa did not particularly enjoy the chaotic environment, yet being in Mo Yang's presence brought her joy as she animatedly introduced him to her surroundings. After a cursory tour, they approached the chief engineer of the factory to inquire about specific details. It turned out that the special steel materials Mo Yang required could not be produced there. Even if the raw materials were available, they lacked the requisite technical processes. Disheartened, the two left and headed to a nearby restaurant for a casual meal. As Mo Yang prepared to return home, while they were eating, a thunderous roar filled the sky. It was the sound of fighter jets flying overhead. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed the distance from Snake City to Liangzhai. Napa patted her chest, relieved that he had made it out. However, she found it hard to believe that the Allied forces would bomb Liangzhai. Why was that? The area around Liangzhai marked the intersection of three nations. Dropping bombs there would equate to simultaneously striking the territories of three countries, all of which would undoubtedly demand reparations from the alliance. Such powerful nations would never engage in such reckless folly or enter into a losing venture. Sending planes was merely a tactic to instill fear. You seem to know quite a bit, Mo Yang remarked, surprised, as this was not typical of a girl of 13 or 14. I have no choice. My mother is unwell, and I must support the family, Napa replied, sounding remarkably mature for her age. Mo Yang chuckled. Your task is to study diligently. Providing for the family is your father's responsibility. Suddenly, a frown crossed Napa's face as she glanced around and whispered, actually, I suspect my father was involved in my kidnapping last time. Such a melodramatic notion initially struck Mo Yang as implausible, but he reconsidered. There were indeed no limits to human depravity. Napa continued, my father had a son with another woman, and I suspect he intends to bequeath the family fortune to his son. In truth, I wouldn't have to fight for it. I would receive half of my brother's share. The situation was indeed scandalous, and it explained the girl's unusual maturity. Mo Yang, unwilling to dwell on such a morally bankrupt examination of humanity, shifted the topic. Since you cannot produce special steel, could you assist me in procuring some rare earth minerals? I shall refine them domestically. Actually, you need not purchase from us. You already possess some, Napa replied, astonished. I possess what? How could that be? Mo Yang asked, bewildered. You're unaware? The Liangzhai area is rich in rare earth minerals, buried deep beneath the surface. The three countries cannot agree on the profit distribution, which is why it remains undeveloped. If it were to be developed, we would likely want a share, Napa explained. Now that is a true treasure. While gold is valuable, its practical applications are exceedingly limited, serving merely to satiate human greed. Mo Yang mused, an idea forming in his mind. What if I were to open a mine? Napa dismissed the notion as a jest. As long as you can withstand the wrath of three nations, it might not be impossible. But it's best to avoid such folly. Why withstand? Simply allocate a portion to them. It's all for the same profit, Mo Yang countered. Napa laughed. Do not underestimate their insatiable appetites. If it were that easy to appease them, foreign corporations would have already exploited it. Mo Yang chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. If they refuse to pay, they can brace for the consequences, he resolved, determined to claim that land for himself. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. It seemed the firing had commenced. Mo Yang retrieved his mobile device and connected it to a drone. The display was still airborne, approaching a maximum altitude of 6,000 meters. Just as he was beginning to discern something, the screen shook twice, likely indicating gunfire, and then abruptly went dark, severing the connection. The drone likely met its fate attempting to intercept a fighter jet with a Barrett rifle, only to be obliterated in the process. The outcome remained uncertain. Such rudimentary equipment would probably fail to hit its mark. Outside the restaurant, gasps arose as a crowd gathered, pointing skyward in alarm. Curiosity piqued. Mo Yang approached the window, witnessing a plane soaring past, trailing a long plume of black smoke, seemingly emanating from its belly. Remarkably, the drone had succeeded in its mission, striking the aircraft. Although it did not result in a life for a life, it served to rattle the enemy. This was no mere stroke of luck, according to system calculations. The drone had intercepted the fighter jet during its return flight, ascending rapidly as the pilot grew complacent, disregarding the radar warnings. Who would anticipate the sudden appearance of such a device in a previously bombarded zone? It was only when the pilot visually identified the drone that he hastily opened fire. Though the drone was destroyed, his aircraft sustained at least 2 hits, forcing him to return to Xi'an Country's airfield. Shaken from such a seemingly simple assignment that nearly cost him his life. How would he report the incident? Would he admit to being struck by a drone while piloting a state-of-the-art fighter? That would surely incur disciplinary action. Ultimately, the damage report revealed that only the fuel tank and wing were punctured, showcasing the handiwork of a large-caliber rifle. Yet, no large-caliber rifle could reach such altitudes of 7,000 to 8,000 meters. Thus, the clever pilot concocted an ingenious excuse. While returning, I encountered a mysterious silver flying object. In Liangzhai, devastation reigned. Mere ruins remained. The Allied forces swiftly occupied this barren land. Although they faced no resistance along the way, a few soldiers lost their lives to landmines. Regardless, this operation was deemed a flawless military action, dismantling the largest drug trafficking organization in Eastern Blue Star, obliterating all opium fields, and exterminating all terrorists. Bragging was inconsequential. No one would dare return to this land to verify these claims. Even the small contingent of Allied forces remaining after the main troops' withdrawal soon found themselves in disarray, routed by Liang Hong and his men. Although Liang Hong reclaimed Liangzhai, the destruction was severe. Housing and farmland would require time to recover, likely impacting next year's yields. Mo Yang's biological power generation system, fire control system, and the electrical grid provided by Snake Country had all been destroyed, severely disrupting life and production in Liangzhai. All things considered, this military strike had yielded relatively favorable results. One morning, someone reported to Liang Hong that a group of workers had arrived outside the village, along with heavy machinery and a plethora of construction materials. Liang Hong found this peculiar and personally went out to greet them. Napa, having waited impatiently outside, called out from a distance, "Liang Hong, why are you dawdling? Let my people in." "Napa, what is going on?" Liang Hong asked, confused. "Didn't Tian Gu inform you? He instructed us to expedite the reconstruction of Liangzhai." "Sure, but what has that got to do with you?" Liang Hong replied. Napa, hands on her hips and glaring, retorted, "What do you mean, what has it got to do with me? Though it's called Liangzhai, this is Yang Ji's territory. If he wants us to rebuild, why are you hesitating? Don't you know Yang Gu is preparing to develop this area into a town for everyone to live and work in?" Arguing with a little girl seemed futile, so Liang Hong quickly picked up the phone to call Mo Yang. Mo Yang explained, "Indeed. Napa and I are about to sign an agreement to develop Liangzhai. Rest assured, any gold we find will be yours. I will not contest it. The farmland will remain undisturbed, and your business will not be affected. What do I want? I only need land, just the land." Before Liang Hong could fully comprehend, Mo Yang added, "Oh, by the way, can you cover the construction costs for me? I'm nearly out of money." Chapter 122, The Light Pool for an Individual. A sum of 100 million is astronomical, yet for Mo Yang it is merely pocket change. After activating the purchasing mode of Boss, a plethora of robots have begun to populate the factory. Just a few days have passed, and they have already reached Unit 42. Which includes a large truck and a forklift. All of these are preparations for the new factory, where vacuum high-temperature electric furnaces and various models of stamping and forging equipment are being transported by the robots into the new facility. Within the entire factory, only Liu Xiaomi and Mo Yang remain as the living workforce, as all machines are capable of autonomously managing their tasks. In truth, each machine is an embodiment of Art Boss, yet Mo Yang prefers to assign them numerical identifiers, for he lacks the ability to recognize machine codes. Liu Xiaomi gazes at the scene before her, at a loss for words to describe her emotions. Perhaps this is the essence of technological power. Mo Yang, less exhilarated than she, merely feels a tinge of regret for not having unearthed the full potential of Boss sooner. The metallic constructs before them are but simple laborers. The true research personnel remain at home, aside from Boss, and Units 8 and 28. These two machines, apart from possessing superior computational power, exhibit distinct appearances. Unit 8 resembles a wheeled spider, with 8 mechanical arms elegantly distributed on either side, utilizing flexible tentacles and featuring 4 eyes at the front, topped with an ultra-high magnification electron microscope. Unit 28, on the other hand, is a large metallic box positioned where the washing machine once stood, akin to a 3-door refrigerator, with a water pipe connected to its top. Upon opening it, one discovers a winding cooling water pipe designed to lower the temperature of the internal chip motherboard. This high-performance server has assumed all complex computational tasks. The primary objective of these 3 machines is to develop the light pool and light motor, which are envisioned as alternatives to batteries and electric motors. With the advent of this novel material, the all-optical substance must be fully harnessed to replace traditional electronics, liberating them from the constraints of energy supply. Through the synergy between the laboratory and the factory, a prototype of the light pool, approximately the size of a Rubik's Cube, has been created. A thin layer of the all-optical material appears akin to a piece of black fabric sewn onto a cubic carbon fiber skeleton. One side features a protrusion of about 5 millimeters. By inserting a detection device, one can measure the energy output of the light pool. If connected to a light-emitting device, it can power its operation. This light pool, dark as night, is cautiously lifted by Mo Yang, who fears damaging the black fabric. After a thorough inspection, he plugs the light pool into the detection device. The instrument displays a mere 3 joules, less than 1% of the energy of a standard AA battery. However, this is in its uncharged state, as it has been stored in the laboratory since its creation. With a sense of curiosity, Mo Yang carries it outdoors, placing it under the blazing sun to observe the outcome. Given that photons are bosons, possessing no mass and occupying no space, theoretically, they can be charged infinitely. However, the charging speed requires enhancement. With such a limited surface area, it remains uncertain how long it will take to reach full charge. Liu Xiaomi stands beside him, observing, puzzled by the peculiar nature of Boss as a battery. Why does it appear so strange, even under sunlight? She inquires. Mo Yang chuckles. This hardly qualifies as strange. It should be referred to as pure black. It's not something I can explain in mere words. As long as you understand it serves as a battery, that is sufficient. Are you underestimating me, thinking I cannot comprehend? Liu Xiaomi playfully shakes Mo Yang's hand, interpreting it as a display of affection. Mo Yang clarifies, not at all. It is simply unnecessary to delve into the details. For instance, do you need to grasp the workings of your smartphone? The battery, screen, processor, and operating system each have their own theoretical frameworks. If you had to understand them all, it would be exhausting. Those theories can be entrusted to Boss. We merely need to utilize the outcomes. Yet, you seem to understand everything, and I don't see you overwhelmed, she retorts. Haha, I nearly exhausted myself. Now I realize my error, which is why I delegate most tasks to Boss. I focus solely on issues requiring theoretical breakthroughs. With a solid theoretical foundation, Boss can simulate tests infinitely, making it easier to identify practical breakthroughs. Liu Xiaomi joins in laughter. So, does that imply you are quite free now? Perhaps we should embark on a trip together to refresh our minds? Mo Yang responds with a wry smile. Given my current knowledge and the constraints of various conditions, there is much I cannot apply. I may be busier than before. Moreover, I am now burdened with a substantial debt and must devise ways to earn money. Noticing Liu Xiaomi's expression dimming, Mo Yang quickly adds, how about I take you to Snake Country? It is also a renowned tourist destination. Liu Xiaomi, aware that he is preoccupied with business and would likely lack time for her, Declines, "You are too busy to accompany me. It is best if I do not go. I may lack time, but my friend does not. My friend Napa is a local, perpetually idle. She would certainly have time to accompany you," he suggests. "Is your friend male or female?" "Just a young girl." Mo Yang perceives no issue in this. Yet upon seeing Liu Xiaomi's expression, he regrets his words, realizing it might be better for her to stay within the country. As anticipated, Liu Xiaomi firmly states, "All right, I shall go." Mo Yang feigns ignorance, pretending the time is opportune, retrieving the light pool and inserting it into the detection device. The energy has now reached over 600 joules, nearly equivalent to that of a dry battery. The charging speed is commendable, yet the material's soft and pliable appearance does not meet his expectations. He summons a robot, conveying his thoughts. The light pool need not possess self-charging capabilities. It could mimic a battery by merely storing light, necessitating the construction of an auxiliary charger with higher efficiency. Furthermore, it is crucial to swiftly design light-powered devices, even if they are only to serve as light bulbs. There is no need to immediately pursue complex innovations, for all things begin from simplicity. Upon receiving the directive, it is as if all of BOSS has comprehended it. The robot responsible for this project promptly activates, proceeding to design and modify according to Mo Yang's specifications. As Liu Xiaomi observes his industriousness, she feels it inappropriate to continue her playful demeanor and returns to the office to tally accounts. After all, her expertise lies in accounting, and she wishes to assist Mo Yang by identifying areas where costs could be minimized. Mo Yang heads to the old factory to locate Zhao Hu, who is currently collaborating with Unit 2 on the waste recycling and reutilization project. Zhao Hu is busy transporting a load of discarded circuit boards, having nearly cleared the area, earning himself a notorious nickname, Zhao the Fool. This moniker arises from his higher recycling prices, causing competitors to speculate he would incur losses so severe that he would be left with nothing. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Mo Yang has developed a more advanced extraction method that bypasses the need for acid washing and vulcanization, which is environmentally friendly and significantly reduces costs. Unit 2 has already refined 7 or 8 types of useful rare metals, ranging from mere grams to several kilograms. The warehouse now contains several tons of waste liquid that has yet to be disposed of, as it still contains unrecovered rare metals. Its additional task is to continue researching even more efficient and cost-effective methods for extracting all metals, ideally enabling the recycling of the extraction solution to minimize environmental pollution. Mo Yang's vision revolves around exchanging energy for materials. After all, his future energy sources will be free, whereas materials, even a scrap of iron, will still incur costs. As Zhao Hu prepares to transport the purified metals to the new workshop, he is suddenly halted by Mo Yang, who advises, "You cannot simply collect these materials. I recommend you learn some foreign languages and gather electronic waste from abroad, where the volume is substantial. Why not just compliment me instead of assigning such a daunting task?" Zhao Hu responds, feeling conflicted. While he wishes to agree, he is acutely aware of his limitations. At over 30 years of age, the prospect of learning a new language feels daunting. Yet, he hesitates to refuse, fearing Mo Yang's displeasure. Mo Yang laughs. "Look at your face. It resembles a steamed bun. I will increase your salary to 15,000. Brother Yang, it's not about the money. I simply can't do it. If I were capable of learning a foreign language, would I still need to work? I would have long pursued a civil service position." Zhao Hu gestures to his less-than-adept brain. Chapter 123. Seeking the aircraft, the mind may falter, yet this is a trivial matter. Simply have number 2 escort Zhao Hu for a couple of cognitive enhancement injections, and include Ingzi as well. This will prove invaluable, even should they transition to other workplaces in the future. Mo Yang returned to the new workshop, observing the electric furnace in operation. Beside him lay a laptop, replete with the day's experimental data on the new alloy, encompassing its composition, crystal phase, projected strength, and more. As the first batch of molten iron emerged, it was swiftly whisked away by the next shift of robots for cooling and molding, followed by a series of testing experiments. Before long, the initial set of data was obtained, revealing a significant deviation from expectations. Mo Yang remained unconcerned initially. However, as subsequent batches yielded similarly unsatisfactory results. His patience waned. He ordered the robots to halt operations, directing them to amend the vacuum electric furnace's control system and to either increase or replace the probes within the chamber. After some tinkering, the issue was identified. The domestic furnace had subpar probes, leading to instances of overheating. Frustrated, Mo Yang muttered a curse. The energy wasted due to these inferior components could have purchased numerous probes. Consequently, he mandated that all newly acquired equipment undergo thorough quality inspection prior to use. The improvements yielded better results, and while the data may not have met the desired specifications, it at least drew closer to them. Mo Yang, not overly demanding, began processing the requisite components with the materials at hand. After a week at the factory, Boss finally managed to enhance the light pool sufficiently for use, and even created a makeshift thermoelectric generator. With preparations nearing completion, Mo Yang reached out to Sam, inquiring whether he might borrow a chartered flight for the transport of certain special items. Without hesitation, Sam flatly refused, providing a well-founded rationale. The Serpent Country is currently a sensitive area, and higher authorities have prohibited access. Left with no recourse, Mo Yang sought Smith for alternative solutions, but received the same reasoning. Curiously, he asked, "What makes Serpent City so sensitive now? Are they preparing for war again?" Smith replied, "Haven't you been following the news? The last time the Allied forces besieged Liangzhai, an unidentified flying object was spotted, nearly downing a Y-35 fighter jet. This incident has escalated, with suspicions that Dragon Country is clandestinely supporting Serpent Country in the secret development of new aircraft. Thus, Eagle Country and its allies cannot operate charter flights to Serpent City without prior permission. Your best bet is to take a commercial flight." "I can still fly commercial and meet you," Mo Yang retorted. "What new contraption have you concocted? I heard from Liang Hong that injuring the fighter jet was your handiwork. Are you interested in deepening our collaboration?" Mo Yang chuckled. "Aren't you capable of procuring arms on your own? Why seek my assistance?" Smith laughed in response. "I am well aware of your ingenuity, Mr. Mo. Perhaps you possess a particularly unique idea?" Mo Yang chose not to delve deeper into the conversation, offering a few casual remarks before ending the call. It seemed increasingly challenging to transport items abroad, and if all else failed, he could resort to the train. However, train inspections were notably stringent, and personal belongings would likely face scrutiny as well. At that moment, he recalled Lin Yong. Perhaps he could circumvent the restrictions imposed by foreign aircraft. Lin Yong appeared quite occupied and hastily inquired, "What prompted you to call me?" Mo Yang, direct as ever, replied, "Could you assist me in procuring an aircraft to Serpent City?" Lin Yong suddenly grew alert, asking, "What is your purpose there? You know I have conducted investigations regarding you. What do you think I would do?" Indeed, Lin Yong had scrutinized Mo Yang, but many aspects remained perplexing, including the two technologies he had presented, which garnered unanimous acclaim from experts for their innovative nature. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the receiver. "Report, sir. The Special Operations Team for Serpent City is fully assembled. Please advise." Mo Yang quickly inquired, "What is your mission in Serpent City?" "Oh, I see. Are you attempting to locate that unidentified flying object? Could you possibly take me along?" "Impossible," Lin Yong replied, no longer concealing the truth. "Since our suspicions have been raised, we must ascertain the facts. This is a covert operation. You cannot accompany us." Mo Yang chuckled slyly. "What if I reveal what transpired? Would you then assist me? You know? How could you possibly know?" Lin Yong found it hard to believe, despite acknowledging Mo Yang's capabilities. "Are you aware of my connection to Liang Hong? Liangzhai is also my territory. It is only natural for us to retaliate when outsiders attack us. This was merely a minor lesson, and next time, we shall certainly prevail." Lin Yong scoffed. "I recall Liangzhai being razed to the ground. What is there to take pride in?" Mo Yang stubbornly insisted. "I had long wished to dismantle those wooden houses and earthen structures, which is why I sought their assistance." "You are unaware that Liangzhai is already in the process of reconstruction? Is this connected to you?" Lin Yong had heard that Serpent Country intended to modernize Liangzhai to eradicate the drug trade, fostering prosperity among local residents, a commendable approach to eliminate poppy cultivation. However, What relevance did this have for Mo Yang? Yet, the publicly acceptable narrative was often laced with ulterior motives. Just as Serpent Country had played a proactive role in Liang Zhai's reconstruction, who could assert it wasn't a ploy to consolidate territory and bolster defenses against neighboring nations. Mo Yang interrupted Lin Yang's train of thought, continuing, regardless of any connection I may have, I ask you this. If I disclose the truth about the unidentified flying object, will you take me to Serpent City? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yang, almost against his better judgment, agreed. This was a breach of protocol. His motivation was not purely to uncover the truth, but to discern Mo Yang's true intentions for venturing to Serpent City. Can you now divulge what this unidentified flying object truly was? Mo Yang laughed heartily. It was merely an industrial drone armed with a sniper rifle, which took to the skies and fired a couple of shots at the fighter jet. I suspect the pilot concocted the story of an unidentified flying object to evade responsibility. Lin Yang scolded, Nonsense. Do you believe I would take your word for it? Have I never encountered drones or large-caliber rifles? How could they possibly strike a fighter jet? Indeed, you doubt my word? If you do not speak the truth, I will terminate this call. Wait. Mo Yang sensed he might be ensnared by Lin Yang's strategy. Yet he realized Lin Yang was the only one capable of aiding him in transporting a substantial quantity of items abroad. Thus, he proposed, I will provide you proof tomorrow. Prepare a drone. Nothing too large, just one with a payload capacity of 50 kilograms. All right, it is settled. Perhaps he would once again contribute a technology. Yet Mo Yang considered it inconsequential. The genuine radar fire control systems were far superior to his makeshift creation. Would they even regard his invention with any seriousness? With the arrangements finalized, Mo Yang informed Liu Xiaomi of their imminent departure. Liu Xiaomi had nearly forgotten about the trip abroad and inquired, Why the rush? You didn't even give me a heads up. I haven't even applied for a passport yet. Have you booked the tickets? You should cancel them immediately. No need for a passport. We will be flying on a private jet. Otherwise, I cannot transport so many items. This revelation astonished Liu Xiaomi. She had never even been on a plane, let alone a private one. However, she harbored concerns about the cost. That must be rather expensive, right? Mo Yang chuckled. It's free. Just pack your bags and be ready. Freebies are always the best. Liu Xiaomi suspected Mo Yang had once again swindled Smith, for aside from this capitalist, few would willingly allow Mo Yang to take advantage of them. The following morning, Mo Yang was roused from his thoughts on the light engine by a phone call from Human. Just as he was beginning to formulate ideas, he found his concentration shattered, prompting him to answer gruffly, Hello, what's the matter so early? Human was taken aback. It was the first time she had encountered such rudeness from him. Perhaps Liu Xiaomi had divulged her intentions to Mo Yang, leading to his brusque demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Human responded in a sweet voice, I'm here on General Lin's orders. Have you forgotten?